In the era when female insects dominated the interstellar world, the youngest female major general of the empire, Jie Qingqiu, unexpectedly bid an astronomical price of 99,900,000 star coins to purchase a foolish male insect. T first. She found the soft, sweet call of sister amusing and convenient, but she gradually realized that this male insect was far from simple. He was not only proficient in music and eloquent, but also the son of the richest man in the alliance, having topped the interstellar list of most desired males to marry for 5 consecutive years. Even more astonishing was that Jie Qingqiu herself began to exhibit abnormalities. She could foresee fragments of the future, perceive the trajectories of fate, and even intuitively master mechas and solve dilemmas without any training. That it wasn't until the moment her memories resurfaced that she suddenly realized she had actually crossed over into a book. But strangely, the book never recorded her true identity or hidden abilities. Was this all a joke of fate, or was there an unknown plot unfolding? 1. The Major General at the underground auction. My lord, the auction has begun. Someone whispered in her ear. Jie Qingqiu immediately opened her eyes, the clarity in her light brown irises suggesting she had not slept at all. She stood up and adjusted her clothes, which were simple and casual leisure wear. Yet her presence was not to be underestimated. Her shoulder-length black hair hung loosely, adding to her nonchalant demeanor. She possessed a highly contradictory aura: upturned peach blossom eyes, a tear mole at the corner of her eye, skin so fair it was almost flawless, and her features created a sense of both passion and aloofness. In the interstellar era, people generally lived long lives, averaging over 200 years, while Jie Qingqiu, in her 40 years of life, had spent the first decade living on a garbage planet and the latter 20 years facing numerous hardships before becoming the youngest major general in the empire. Thus, her years in the military had cultivated a certain righteous spirit within her. Let's go. She picked up a traditional mask from a nearby table and put it on, striding directly out of the lounge. Her aura suddenly shifted, the sharpness fading, making her seem more like an unreliable rogue. This was a particularly small underground auction, lacking even private booths, typically selling minor items, but this time they had announced a rare treasure promoting it, mysteriously for quite some time. Many believed it was just a promotional gimmick, but Jie Qingqiu's purpose this time was a very precious man's hukou, which could significantly increase the probability of promotion to S rank when used in adulthood. However, this item was more valuable than available. She could only try her luck at each auction. That damned useless third prince of their empire, with his poor capabilities, could only enslave soldiers like her to find methods for him to level up. Damn it, she thought, unable to suppress a curse as she realized her lovely vacation was ruined. Ma'am, to my lord, please don't say that, in case someone hears and makes things difficult for you. Her aide, Officer O, couldn't help but advise again. Jie Qingqiu rolled her eyes. She can't hear me. After saying that, she quickened her pace. She soon arrived at the main auction venue, finding a position near the front to closely observe the authenticity of the items. Due to the rarity of man's hukou, some unscrupulous auction houses often resorted to forgery. The auctioneer was a male from another planet, dressed in a few scraps of cloth, swaying his hips as he walked onto the auction stage, his voice high-pitched and delicate. Not upholding male virtue. Jie Qingqiu turned her body slightly and closed her eyes, saying to Officer O, let me know when the main event starts. Perhaps she was too tired from the day and night travels. As she closed her eyes, she drifted off to sleep again, only to be awakened by commotion. She turned and opened her eyes, and what came into view made her insect instincts tremble. Her wings almost burst forth uncontrollably. The insect patterns seemed to be burning. Her soul resonated with it, a sense of inexplicable familiarity washing over her. What the hell is this? Officer O reluctantly withdrew his gaze. My lord, this is the main event of their auction, a precious black-eyed male insect. Indeed, Jie Qingqiu recognized it at a glance. Sitting close, the male insect was only 2 or 3 meters away from her, wearing a sheer garment that revealed his skin, which looked delicate enough to break with a touch. Locked in an iron cage, with shackles on his hands and feet, that moment, he was curled up in a corner, trembling all over, his precious black eyes brimming with tears as he looked at Jie Qingqiu. The combination of innocence and allure easily ignited a person's beastly desires and conquest urges. Damn it, what a waste of a trip. Knowing this was the main event of the auction, she instantly lost interest and stood up, intending to leave. My lord, you don't want it? Officer O followed her closely, nagging in her ear. This is a precious male insect, and a black-eyed one at that. I don't want it. How clean can the male insects at the auction be? Really don't want it? If you buy it, it will belong only to you. I don't want it, Before Jie Qingqiu could finish her sentence, she heard a sound from behind. Turning around, she saw the male insect, who she thought was curled up in the corner, suddenly lunging towards the edge of the cage, extending a hand out towards Jie Qingqiu. Wah, sister, sister, he weakly and intermittently called out, tears streaming down his cheeks. Wait, does he know me? Or do I know him? Jie Qingqiu felt no pity, only fear. My lord, maybe he's calling you sister. Officer O nudged her towards the cage. He wants you. Get away, no. Saying that, she turned and walked away without looking back as the auction officially began. As she walked further away, the price kept climbing higher and the male insect's cries grew louder, eventually becoming somewhat hysterical, as if his heart was breaking. But what truly made Jie Qingqiu hesitate was an unknown compulsion. A voice within her told her she had to buy him. She had to buy him, or it would lead to disaster. Then, fleeting images of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood flashed before her eyes, along with the cries and wails of countless people, causing Jie Qingqiu to stumble. 10 million star coins. She gritted her teeth. This was her salary from years of frugality. The auctioneer and the male insect's eyes both brightened. 11 million. The previous bidder, unwilling to give up, raised the price. Jie Qingqiu looked in that direction, the figure obscured in the darkness, making it hard to see. 11,110,000. Jie Qingqiu painfully added another 100,000. 15 million. She stumbled slightly, leaning on Officer O's hand. 15,110,000. The other person raised the bid again, and Jie Qingqiu went back and forth several times, each time adding 100,000, until the price finally settled at 19,990,000, and she successfully won the bid. Why aren't you bidding anymore? Why aren't you bidding anymore? She clutched her heart, feeling as if it were bleeding. But now the deal was done. Even if it pained her, she still had to pay for that male insect. The auction staff brought him to the back, exchanging money for goods. After she swiped her card, they released the male insect from the cage, attaching a chain to his neck and handing it to Jie Qingqiu. After the transaction was completed, they discreetly exited the room. Sister, the male insect, not knowing what he had learned here, kept trying to leap onto her, his eyes glistening with tears. Jie Qingqiu held her hand up to block his face, not allowing him to get close. Stop calling me that. What's your name? She urgently needed to understand the identity of this male insect and why he invoked such strange feelings in her. But the male insect did not answer, stubbornly calling out sister and wanting to get closer, and no matter what Jie Qingqiu asked, he seemed not to understand. This is it. I bought a fool for 19,900,000 star coins. She angrily threw the leash to Officer O. What a scammer. To this, he seemed to understand, shaking his head vigorously in denial. Not a fool. Not a fool, Li. Li, he stubbornly pronounced a syllable in his mouth, mumbling so much that Jie Qingqiu couldn't make it out. Pear? Do you want to eat a pear? The male bug continued to repeat himself. Is your name Pear? The male bug nodded. Pear? What kind of pear? She got no answer to her question. Forget it. I spent so much money buying you. I can't let it go to waste. Take my surname. Jelly, is that okay? The male bug didn't understand, but smiled obediently at her. Jie Qingqiu found his expression somewhat comforting. At least it wasn't a total loss. As for his actual identity, she could investigate it slowly. Let's go back first. Now that she found him somewhat pleasing to the eye, she felt that the leash was somewhat insulting to the bug. So she removed it and half-dragged, half-hugged him away. Jie Qingqiu was 1.85 meters tall, while Jieli was slightly shorter, around 1.80 meters. Among male bugs, he was considered tall, but quite frail. This room was connected to a door that led directly to the auction venue. But as soon as the door was pushed open, an unforeseen change occurred. A sharp wind sliced past her ear and embedded itself into the wall. Point 2, the Major General got into a fight. Jie Qingqiu looked in the direction from which the wind blade had come and found 5 or 6 female bugs flying over. their wings spread wide, gleaming coldly even on the dark street, illuminated only by moonlight. This was clearly not a friendly visit. Female bugs, I've never seen such bold ones daring to steal from our master. Hand over that male bug you just bought, and we'll spare your life. Huh? Jie Qingqiu tilted her head. She hadn't heard such words in many years. The last person who spoke to her like that was long buried under meters of grass. She scoffed, "You better leave now, or I'll spare you from death." The female bugs seemed to find her words ridiculous and exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. "I think you're asking for trouble." Without further ado, they spread their wings wide, curled their fingers into claws, and flew directly toward Jie Qingqiu. "Huh!" She stepped back, bracing herself against the ground, and took a defensive stance before turning her head slightly. "Xiao, oh, can you handle 3 of them?" "You're underestimating me, my lady." Officer O stretched his limbs, and then 2 large wings sprouted from his shoulder blades. The translucent wings bore beautiful patterns, currently shimmering with a silvery glow. To the naked eye, they appeared far more advanced than the female bugs across from them. With a push of her feet, she soared high into the air, twirling around before heading towards the female bugs. 3 of them engaged her head-on, while the other 3 slipped through the gaps, heading straight for Jie Qingqiu, clearly targeting Jelly. Useless. She watched the ugly flying postures of the female bugs in the air and cursed under her breath. She didn't plan to transform, but instead went in barehanded for a melee fight. After gathering her strength, she delivered a horizontal kick to one of them, knocking her to the ground. She then grabbed another's wing, dragging her in front of herself, and punched her in the face. The female bug spat out a mouthful of blood and couldn't flap her wings anymore, crashing down to the ground. She delivered another flying kick, landing hard on the last one's head. After that female bug fell, she maliciously twisted her wings. She was of a high-level SS rank, and with her great strength and actual battle experience, her punches were merciless and brutal. As a result, the 3 female bugs had no strength left to get back up after taking a hit. "Calling you useless, huh?" She mocked with a laugh, grinding her foot on one's face. "This time I don't want to kill, but next time, tell your master to be more careful and not to pick a fight with someone strong." Meanwhile, Officer O had already taken care of the 3 female bugs on his side, and they were now writhing on the ground, clutching their stomachs and moaning. However, the expression on Officer O's face wasn't so relaxed. After retracting his wings, he approached her and gave her a knowing look. Jie Qingqiu understood immediately, and her playful expression vanished. She kicked one of the fallen female bugs squarely in the stomach and then quickened her pace to leave. This town was small and located on one of the least developed planets in the Empire, making everything look backward and dilapidated, including the makeshift inn where the 2 of them had agreed to stay. But the dilapidation had its advantages, as there weren't many people who recognized them. They found a room to discuss matters, and Jelly was calmed down with a pear that Jie Qingqiu had given him, gnawing on it in the living room. "Major General, I saw the Su family totem on those female bugs," Officer O stated as he put away his usual playful demeanor while discussing serious matters. "The Su family?" Jie Qingqiu's eyes sharpened. "Is it the Su family from the main planet?" "Yes." Jie Qingqiu scoffed, stretching her body and propping her feet up on the table. "The only one foolish enough to do something like this is that idiot young lady from the Su family, right? But she's still a member of the Su family," Officer O reminded her, knowing that Jie Qingqiu had always been unruly and looked down on so-called noble families. "Just because she is from the Su family doesn't mean we should be afraid. Once this matter is exposed, I wonder who will break her legs first, that old hag from the Su family or her trying to deal with us." But Jie Qingqiu impatiently interrupted him. "Hey, when did you start being so indecisive like a male bug? If we're really afraid of what might come out of this, we can always accuse her first. After all, that idiot wouldn't even know it was us." Officer O opened and closed his mouth a few times. "Major General, that's not how accusing first works." "I don't care how it works, just understand what I mean." She tossed her hair in annoyance. "Anyway, when we get back, we'll go to the old hag and turn ourselves in for her." The 2 of them continued to discuss the matter for a while longer. Just as they finished their discussion, they heard Jie Li's crying from outside, accompanied by the sound of the television. Jie Qingqiu frowned and immediately got up to check the situation. The moment she opened the door, Jelly rushed into her arms, crying and sniffling, smearing her with tears and snot. "What's wrong with you? Can't a fool be a little more hygienic?" She pushed him a couple of times but couldn't budge him, so she gave up. Being called a fool made Jie even more upset, but he still pointed a trembling finger at the television. Pain. Jie Qingqiu followed his finger and found the television was playing a film on adult education. It was already in full swing. The male bug had his eyes closed, frowning, making meaningless sounds, while the female bug, being larger, made Jie say that it was painful. After seeing this, Jie Qingqiu's face turned in her decades of life. Her goals have been either to survive growing up or to survive the battlefield, with no time to think about this. Now, seeing it all of a sudden, she felt a bit embarrassed. Officer O, what kind of nonsense is this? Showing this in front of your superior? Do you have no bug ethics? Nothing could cover her embarrassment, so she had to put the blame on Officer O. Saying this, she switched to a news channel. Then she awkwardly rubbed the fuzzy head of the male bug in her arms. All right, it's over, don't cry. After rubbing a few times, she pushed the furry head away and sprawled on the sofa, commanding Officer O. Xiao, I'm a bit hungry. Go get some food. I want pig knuckles. Jie obediently sat beside her, then leaned over to look at her, echoing, pig knuckles, pig knuckles. Jie Qingqiu found it amusing. Hey, this fool really isn't afraid that we're the bad guys. I thought he had suffered a lot at the auction. Officer O looked at the two on the sofa, feeling both angry and helpless, a perfect display of the Empire's royal family's decay. With a huff of annoyance, she went to order food. Jie Qingqiu playfully teased Jie, while the sound of the television continued. The only son of the federal tycoon by Rinchio, Bai Ji, went missing on May 18th, 1285 in the star calendar, and it has been half a month with no clues. Some believe this is a conspiracy by the Empire aimed at declaring war on the Federation. Jie accidentally touched the remote control and switched to another channel. After eating and drinking, it was already late. Jie Qingqiu and Officer O had stayed up for several nights and decided to get a good sleep before tackling the miscellaneous affairs. She arranged a room for Jie, put a click collar on him, and then Jie Qingqiu went to sleep soundly. However, she did not expect that in the middle of the night, a turn of events would wake her from her deep slumber. 3. The Major General dreamed of something extraordinary. She heard the door to her bedroom open, with very light footsteps falling on the ground. It was the same sound that jolted her awake, but Jie Qingqiu did not act rashly. Instead, she closed her eyes and observed quietly. Before long, the sound approached her, but the actions took Jie Qingqiu by surprise. The person gently lifted her blanket and tried to crawl in. Jie Qingqiu could not wait any longer, opened her eyes, and used a capture technique to pin the person down on the bed. Who sent you? She pressed down hard on the person's neck with her elbow, her eyes filled with undisguised ferocity, completely different from the playful appearance she had at the auction. In that moment, she mentally listed many possible answers. Perhaps it was the eldest lady of the Su family, who was furious with shame. Perhaps it was a few politicians from the Empire who disagreed with her. Perhaps it was an assassin, sent by the hostile Federation. Perhaps it was a noble family she had once raided. Her enemies and dangers were countless. To her surprise, the person beneath her started to cry, "Ooh, sister, sister." Li. Jie Qingqiu woke up, as if from a dream, and immediately turned on the bedside lamp. Only then did she realize that the person who had sneaked into her room in the middle of the night was none other than Jie, whom she had just bought at a high price at the auction. She scanned him with caution and then pulled him up, keeping her hand on his neck. "What do you want?" Jie seemed oblivious to the situation and kept trying to burrow in her arms, crying, "Want to sleep with sister. If I sleep, I won't be abandoned. Need a hug. Why are you so silly that you can't even speak clearly?" His words lacked logic, but Jie Qingqiu understood the general idea. It should be a method taught at the auction to please females. This fool had only learned the surface, thinking that without relations with females, he would be abandoned. "Sister, woo-woo." Jie Qingqiu did not agree, and he continued to cry, not getting tired even after 10 minutes. She was exhausted just listening. In the end, unable to resist him, she agreed to let him sleep there for the sake of a peaceful sleep, but did not take off the collar. The moment Jie settled down, Jie Qingqiu leaned against the pillow and fell asleep, quickly entering a dream. This sleep was destined to be unstable because her dreams were chaotic, illogical fragments that disturbed her peace. The scenes of blood and corpses from the auction reappeared in her dreams. She felt like a cold, indifferent spectator, her soul drifting in the air. Floating to the middle of the battlefield, she surprisingly saw her own corpse, missing an arm, kneeling on the ground in a pool of blood, head drooping, already without breath. Jie Qingqiu shuddered, wanting to reach out and touch it, but her hand passed through the already cold body. A voice came from beside her, and when she looked over, it was Jie. In the dream, Jie had lost the foolishness of reality. His golden wings spread wide, stained with bright red blood, his eyes filled with murderous intent, looking expressionlessly at the kneeling Jie Qingqiu. "Foolish, really too foolish," he said to her, then turned to leave with a disdainful smile, only to hear two insectoids flying in from a distance. Jie Qingqiu realized she could not see the faces of those two. As if shrouded in a light cluster point, one of the female insects picked up a sharp blade, heading straight for Jie, who was not to be outdone and met it directly with his claw, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The moment they made contact, Jie Qingqiu woke up from the dream. She sat up in bed, drenched in cold sweat. It was already bright outside. The instigator who had woken her from the dream was still fast asleep, holding her, with a peaceful smile on his face. Jie Qingqiu looked at him expressionlessly, her thoughts surging within. She instinctively felt that it was not just a simple dream, otherwise there would not have been those inexplicable hints. Perhaps it was a sign of the future. In this light, if she wanted to live well, she had to treat this fool well, lest he turn against her in the future. She snorted lightly, pinching Jie's rosy cheeks. Silly. Asterisk. When she washed up and left the room, Officer O was already dressed and had prepared breakfast for them. "Major General." She nodded, pulling out a chair to eat. "Major General, we have to go back." After Jie Qingqiu finished her meal, Officer O spoke again. "The Queen's chief secretary sent a message asking us to hurry back to attend the Queen's birthday banquet." Jie Qingqiu wiped her mouth with a napkin. "What about the manageshage of the third princess?" Officer O pursed his lips. "They said it's fine to send someone to find it." "Huh." Jie Qingqiu crumpled the napkin and threw it into the trash can. "It's really about the recent turmoil between the Federation and the Empire. They want us to solve the problem. Since I have no family background, they let me handle all the offensive tasks." She chuckled, standing up to straighten her clothes. "Hurry and enjoy your old age. The Empire's management is getting worse economically. So many people can't even afford to eat, yet they live long." "Major General," to prevent Jie Qingqiu from saying anything disrespectful, Officer O immediately interrupted her. Okay, I won't say anything more. Let me pack my things." She stretched lazily. "I'll go wake that Li." After Jie finished his breakfast and packed up, the few of them immediately bought tickets for the spaceship to the main star. Jie Qingqiu sighed deeply, knowing that once they reached the main star, another long and hard battle awaited them. The Major General attended the banquet. Outside the spaceship was the magnificent cosmic star river, composed of countless star fragments forming patches of nebulae. Jie leaned on the window, gazing outside with exclamations of awe, her entire face seemingly wanting to squeeze out of the window. Jie Qingqiu closed her eyes to rest, indifferent to the scenery outside. After seeing breathtaking views repeatedly, they became mundane, and for soldiers like them, whose lives hung by a thread, such beauty signified danger. After about 2 hours and several space jumps, they finally arrived at the main star. When Jie got off the spaceship, his legs were weak and pale. He clutched the hem of Jie Qingqiu's clothes, leaning against her. "Sister, it hurts." Jie Qingqiu grabbed his arm and handed him a bottle of water. "Drink some. It's clear you don't go out often." The main star was naturally the most prosperous among all the Empire's planets, and even just stepping off the spaceship docking station, one could glimpse the various shops that filled the surroundings. The Queen's decree came hurriedly, and Jie Qingqiu didn't even have time to return her residence to rest. Her home was a 3-story standalone house with a yard, located outside the main area of the main star's end ring, bought because the land price was cheap. Jie Qingqiu arranged for someone to take Jie back first. He would undoubtedly cry and whine, but she didn't have much time to dally with him. After saying a few words and promising to bring him a gift after the banquet, she successfully calmed him down. Jie Qingqiu had long-term reservations at the Empire's first hotel near the palace, stocked with some formal wear and commonly used items. Tonight, Officer O would accompany her, and the two quickly got ready at the hotel before taking a hover car to the palace. The founding king of the empire was fond of medieval culture. So the palace was decorated in the style of medieval European courts, extravagant and lavish, contrasting sharply with the tone of most of the empire's citizens. Jie Qingqiu always found this palace glaring. A long red carpet was laid out at the palace entrance, flanked by 2 rows of Queen's Guard officers in military uniforms, while attendants in evening gowns were checking invitations. Officer O handed her 2 gold-embossed invitations. Her eyes flicked to Jie Qingqiu, revealing a hint of genuine smile, though she couldn't quite articulate her emotions. "Welcome, Major General Jie. Please come in." Jie Qingqiu nodded in acknowledgement and stepped into the banquet hall. They didn't arrive early. So many people had already gathered in the banquet area, including many familiar faces. As the empire's youngest major general, just the title was enough to draw considerable attention to Jie Qingqiu, making her the center of focus every time she appeared. Thus, as soon as she entered, everyone fell silent for a moment, turning their eyes to her. Jie Qingqiu was formally dressed, wearing a neat dark green velvet suit, the jacket unbuttoned and the top buttons of her shirt undone, perfectly exposing the birthmark in the middle of her collarbone. Her dark shoulder-length hair was neatly tied back, with no accessories. She looked relaxed yet commanding. Officer O was also in formal attire, and the 2 stood out among the crowd of evening gowns. They didn't aim to be the odd ones out. As Jie Qingqiu put it, they had too many enemies and dangers everywhere, so wearing pants made it easier to escape. "Oh, let's see who has arrived." The peaceful atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a flippant voice. Jie Qingqiu rolled her eyes secretly at the familiar voice, unwilling to engage. But Officer O responded first, "Princess San." "Oh, Officer O is still following her. How can you tolerate her temper?" After mocking Officer O, she turned her attention to Jie Qingqiu. "I've never seen a major general who doesn't greet the princess." "Fool," Jie Qingqiu silently cursed. Then she pretended to be respectful and nodded, "Princess San." Princess San was the 3rd daughter of the reigning queen of the empire, named Lan. Although she was not particularly capable or intelligent, she was exceptionally favored, reportedly because she resembled the queen the most. This Lan had been spoiled into arrogance. Years ago, when Jie Qingqiu didn't know her identity, she had angered her and beaten her up, leaving her in tears, calling for her parents. However, she didn't report it to the queen, just holding a grudge, and every time she saw Jie Qingqiu, she would look for trouble. Jie Qingqiu considered herself magnanimous and didn't want to stoop to the level of such a fool. But Lan was too stubborn and particularly annoying. "Major General Jie, you really are bold." Lan scoffed. "The queen asked for you to find the man's hookup. You dare come back without completing the task? Forgive me, princess, but concerning your promotion to A level, I couldn't afford to be negligent. However, I had a return due to the queen's decree." Jie Qingqiu deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of A level, ensuring her voice was heard by everyone nearby. Whispers immediately spread around. Even if Lan was willful and arrogant, she knew her A-level status was not to be taken lightly, and her face turned red with anger. She glared at Jie Qingqiu, looked her up and down, and angrily shouted, "You look so ugly dressed like that. Just like those disgusting male insects. You are the ugliest female insect in the entire empire. And your wings are ugly too." Jie Qingqiu bit her lip, forcing herself not to laugh out loud. After a few insults, Lan, finding no fun in it, turned and left in a huff. Just as she walked away, another voice came from behind. "Major General Jie." She turned to see a charming male insect. Slightly tipsy from a few drinks, his face flushed. This was the queen's personal attendant, Hehuan. To put it bluntly, he was the queen's male consort. Hehuan offered her a glass of amber champagne and playfully winked at her. "Major General Jie looks handsome tonight too." "Thank you, attendant He. You look good tonight as well." She took the glass but didn't drink. "Ha ha, I've said it many times, my surname is not He." Hehuan leaned closer, tiptoeing to whisper in Jie Qingqiu's ear. "If possible, I would like to share the same surname as Major General Jie." In the Empire, a male insect taking a female insect surname only had one implication: marriage. In this world, where female insects held power, controlling the narrative and initiative, their status was much higher. Even if male insects cherished them, capable female insects could have multiple male insects. "Attendant He, you already bear the queen's surname." Jie Qingqiu considered herself upright and principled, resolutely not swayed by beauty, and firmly pushed He Huan away. Please take me to see the queen. He Huan wouldn't easily seek her out. Although this male insect was flirtatious, he wouldn't openly tempt an imperial major general unless commanded by the queen. Sure enough, He Huan pouted and then walked down a side path. Jie Qingqiu glanced around with her peripheral vision, ensuring no one was paying attention to her before following him. 5. The major general was drugged. He Huan led her to the queen's study but didn't leave immediately. Instead, he pushed open the door first, then walked to the queen's side and sat on her lap to receive a kiss. Only after panting and blushing did he leave. At this point, the queen finally turned her attention to Jie Qingqiu. The queen, named Lan Yunling, was over 100 years old now, with fine lines at the corners of her eyes. Her rank was not high, so her youthful appearance could not last long. She had become queen due to her powerful ancestors. Now it was evident that she was merely a pretty face and a useless drunkard. Your Majesty, Jie Qingqiu stood at attention and saluted. Although she disliked it, her identity required her to maintain decorum. Lan Yunling smiled warmly at her and then beckoned Jie Qingqiu to sit down. As soon as she touched the chair, Lan Yunling couldn't help but dive straight into the main topic. Qingqiu, she said, her eyes squinting with a smile. How have you been lately? Is the holiday going smoothly? You know, I always pay special attention to you, so as soon as I heard you were here, I couldn't help but invite you over to take a look. Jie Qingqiu couldn't help but snicker inwardly. One reason she liked Lan Yunling was that both of them were rather foolish. The reason she called them foolish was that they lacked the basic qualities a politician should have. They couldn't say the right words, didn't know how to play palace intrigue, and their emotions were all out in the open, yet they weren't even likable. She tugged at the corner of her mouth, revealing a polite smile. It's certainly great to travel in the Empire. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. That's good, that's good. Lan Yunling smiled, and her eyes rolled as if she was searching for the right words. Qingqiu, I've missed you so much during this time apart. You're the only one I can trust in this entire empire. What would I do without you? Jie Qingqiu chuckled inwardly. If anyone else had heard this, they wouldn't know what to think. Lan Yunling continued her performance. Recently, I haven't been able to eat or sleep well. Today, the Alliance had some minor frictions with our empire again, and I don't know what to do without you here. Our empire has always loved peace, yet there are many who favor war. If we send troops over such minor frictions, wouldn't that go against our ancestral teachings? Sigh. Finally, she got to the point. Lan Yunling's words were quite sincere, but how much of that was genuine emotion remained uncertain. In short, it meant that the Empire's military capabilities were inferior to those of the Alliance, and the Queen didn't want to start a war just to make herself miserable, even if the enemy was practically on her neck. However, there were still many hawks in the Empire, so they found the easiest target to pin the blame on, someone without a background like her, to persuade everyone to cede territory and pay reparations for peace. It was ridiculous to send a major general to negotiate peace. Yet, she had no choice but to listen. After all, the leverage was still in the Empire's hands, or she would have packed her bags and retired long ago. Jie Qingqiu cursed inwardly but couldn't show it. It was her duty to share the burden for the queen. Lan Yunling's eyes shifted, and her smile became even more sincere, clearly knowing that Jie Qingqiu had compromised again. After painting a rosy picture of rewards for resolving this dispute, Lan Yunling sent her on her way. The moment Jie Qingqiu stepped out, He Huan pushed open the door. She could guess what Lan Yunling was up to with her toes, and after a glance, she returned to the banquet hall. Although it was the queen's birthday banquet, the queen, as the main character, had only appeared once midway, said a few polite words, and then hurriedly left. Everyone was already used to Lan Yunling's absurdity and didn't say much. As the dinner was coming to an end, someone approached Jie Qingqiu with a glass of wine. Qingqiu, he called out sweetly, his smile bright and a bit shy as he handed her the glass. Long time no see. Jie Qingqiu smiled back at him. His name was Zhang Lu, the son of Zhang Yintai, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Empire, and he was doted upon by his parents and older sisters. Fortunately, he was not a spoiled brat. Jie Qingqiu had a good impression of him because he had once helped her calm down during a psychic surge. However, she had no bad impressions of all polite good bugs. Young Master Zhang. She took the wine glass and took a small sip to show courtesy. Zhang blushed. Qingqiu. Please don't call me that. It's too embarrassing. Just call me by my name. What cute bug, she thought. However, they didn't chat for long. After all, the banquet was nearing its end, and it wouldn't be appropriate for a lone female and male to meet privately afterward. Jie Qingqiu let her aide leave first and drove home by herself. On the way, she suddenly remembered the gift she promised to give Jie. So she took a detour to a flower shop, hastily had the staff wrap a bouquet of red roses, and then left. This flower shop had another route leading back to her villa, so she didn't follow her usual path. However, just as she was about to get home, she suddenly felt dizzy, her limbs restless and radiating heat, and her vision began to blur. She couldn't even think about whether she felt strange or why this was happening. Jie Qingqiu managed to park the car despite her dizziness, remembered to take the roses meant for Jie, and then, in a daze, searched for her keys. After searching for a long time, she finally remembered that perhaps O forgot to give them to her. So, she had no choice but to knock on the door and press the doorbell. Jie was quick. Within a few seconds, the door opened. She stumbled inside, only to be embraced by Jie. Sister, you're back. He hugged Jie Qingqiu's waist, burying his face in her shoulder and breathing softly against her neck. I want a bug's life. Jie Qingqiu tried to push him away, but as soon as she moved her hand, the bouquet of roses was right in front of her. Jie's eyes lit up the moment he saw them, and he immediately took them, his face flushed with excitement. Thank you, sister. The flowers are beautiful. He said this, but his dark eyes were brimming with tears, not sure if he was crying out of joy. He looked at Jie Qingqiu with those watery eyes, and after a few seconds, he even tiptoed to leave a kiss on the side of her face. Jie Qingqiu admitted that at that moment, she lost all rationality, although she didn't remember it afterward. Like a wildfire spreading, the spark instantly turned into a raging flame, suffocating both of them. Jie held onto his roses, and Jie Qingqiu embraced him. The flowers and the bug were thrown onto the bed together. Petals scattered everywhere, and the noise echoed throughout the night. 6. Major General's chaos bang. A loud noise jolted Jie Qingqiu awake from her sleep. She sat up with her eyes closed and shouted toward the door, "Oh, are you trying to kill me? Waking me up so early?" But it wasn't her usual aide O's playful grin. It was Jie's timid voice. It dawned on her that she had bought a bug the day before and brought him home. Jie Qingqiu sighed and climbed out of bed, noticing she was neatly dressed in her pajamas. She moved a bit and felt something was off, but she couldn't pinpoint what was strange. So she pushed the odd feeling aside. After washing up, when she opened the door, Jie was standing at the bedroom door, wearing Jie Qingqiu's pajamas, his face flushed, and his eyes sparkling, staring at her intently. What is wrong? Jie Qingqiu thought his gaze was odd. He had changed too much overnight. I didn't say anything about you wearing my clothes, so why are you staring at me? After she said these two sentences, Jie's expression gradually turned to disappointment. But didn't last long. He tugged on Jie Qingqiu's clothes and pulled her toward the dining room. Sister, I made you breakfast. Jie Qingqiu raised an eyebrow. This silly bug could actually cook? As it turned out, he could indeed. The dining table was set with 4 dishes and a soup: braised pork, kung pao chicken, oil braised shrimp, braised lion's head, and winter melon and pork rib soup, all of which were Jie Qingqiu's favorites. Moreover, just by looking, they all looked exquisite. She looked at Jie oddly, increasingly feeling that this silly bug was not simple, to the point where she now questioned whether he was genuinely foolish or pretending. Maybe she should take him to the hospital for a checkup. Did you make this yourself? She asked cautiously, picking a piece from each dish and placing it in Jie's bowl, feeling relieved only after seeing him eat happily. His mouth was stuffed full, yet he still managed to reply, "Yes, I made it myself." She took a bite, and the taste was indeed excellent. How could you do this? Aren't you a fool? No. Jie is very stubborn, but his behavior is quite different from his denial. Oh, Jie Qingqiu stopped asking more questions and kept this matter in mind. Although Lan Yunling had given her a task yesterday, in fact, her vacation was not over yet, so there was no need for her to work overtime. She could let things be for a while. Therefore, she had plenty of time to relax these past 2 days. After dinner, she decided to take Jie to the hospital and buy him some daily necessities. She couldn't keep using her own. As soon as Jie heard that Jie Qingqiu was taking him out, He jumped up happily and eagerly rummaged through her wardrobe for clothes he could wear. "You're quite self-aware." She chuckled softly. Jie pretended not to hear and buried himself in the clothes. The two of them were about the same size. And since many of Jie Qingqiu's clothes had a unisex style, he didn't look out of place in them. She simply wore a shirt and black suit pants, with the collar button casually undone. Jie, wanting to match her, also found something similar, but he buttoned up properly and slung a crossbody bag over his shoulder, looking like a college graduate. She rubbed Jie Li's soft hair. "Let's go." Jie Qingqiu glanced around the living room. It was her habit to check before leaving, but this time she felt something was missing. "Where are the roses I gave you?" "Silly boy." Jie Li, who had been obediently fixing his hair, suddenly blushed when he heard her words, stammering and unable to say anything, his small eyes darting at Jie Qingqiu. "What are you doing?" She covered his eyes. "If they're gone, they're gone. I'll 1T scold you. Come on, let us go." With that, she half-dragged, half-pulled him out the door. Jie Qingqiu initially thought he just hadn't been far from home, but once they got into the hover car and she saw his face pressed against the window, marveling at the scenery outside, she realized he might have never been out before. Perhaps the only time he had been outside was when he was abducted. So pitiful. Jie Qingqiu called the hospital to book an appointment, but she didn't rush to take him there. Instead, she drove to the Empire's first mall in the main district. The mall is located in the most prosperous area of the Empire's main star, with buildings reaching into the clouds, encompassing 80 of interstellar goods, where everything from food to housing can be traded. She usually came here when she was missing something, since things on the main star were expensive anyway. And this place was convenient, unlike the garbage star she grew up on. Jie Qingqiu first took him to buy the most important item, a light brain, as without it, one would basically be out of touch with society. Light brains don't update quickly because everything has been developed to the extreme. It's difficult to innovate. So the latest models are the most expensive and have the least sales, usually being the store's prized possession. Jie Qingqiu regretted buying him for the second time and thought this fool was not obedient at all, especially after she told him to pick out a light brain. He headed straight for the latest model. His fingertips grazed the edge of the small wristband, looking at Jie Qingqiu with innocent, longing eyes, as if she would be committing a grave sin by not paying for it. God knows how suffocating it was for her to see the string of zeros behind that light brain, how much her heart ached. "Major General Jie, what a beautiful male insect." The sales assistant had good insight and came out to flatter her appropriately. "Such a beautiful male insect is looking forward to that light brain." The sales assistant gave her an encouraging look, as if she didn't believe that the Empire's youngest major general would be unable to afford a light brain. After hearing her name, more insects gathered around, not knowing whether they were there to watch the excitement or to see her, but it didn't matter. Jie Qingqiu's breath caught, and she trembled all over. She knew that this was not just about buying or not buying anymore. It was about face, about the dignity of being a female insect as a major general in the Empire. After thinking for a few seconds, she tremblingly took out her card. Better to be hungry than to lose face. "Qingqiu, what are you doing here?" Someone interrupted her. Jie Qingqiu immediately recognized it was Zhang Lu's voice. "Are you here to buy a light brain?" He walked over to her side, his voice gentle. "I didn't receive a reply to the message I sent you last night. Were you busy?" Before she could finish her sentence, Jie Li, who was standing beside the light brain, became unhappy and called out pitifully, "Sister." Zhang Lu reacted even faster than she did, his emotions slightly agitated. "Qingqiu, who is he?" Jie Qingqiu didn't know how to respond. The scene of two males competing for one female was stimulating, and due to the gossiping instinct in insect genes, more and more people gathered around. Her mind went blank, and she knew that tomorrow's Empire Daily headline might be Empire Major General and two male insects unspoken matters. 7. Major General is fierce to the little fool who knew this fool's learning ability was surprisingly strong. After hearing Zhang Lu's question, he tugged at Jie Qingqiu's clothes and asked, "Sister, who is he? He looks so silly." Jie Qingqiu felt like she was about to laugh in anger. He was a fool himself, but still said others looked silly. She knew Jie Li was a fool, but others didn't, so she had to speak up for him. "Young Master Zhang, he doesn't speak well. Please don't mind him." Zhang Lu, the only son of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, had never heard such words before. his eyes turning red with anger, tears welling up. Jie Qingqiu felt a bit sorry for him. After all, he was still her friend and had helped her. She wanted to pat his shoulder, but hesitated due to the male-female distinction, pulling back her hand awkwardly and softly saying, "Zhang, please don't mind him. Everyone knows you're a clever male insect." Jie saw her gently comforting Zhang and wrinkled his face, trying to burrow into Jie Qingqiu's arms, glaring fiercely at Zhang as if he wanted to fight him. "Jie, stop making a fuss." She lightly patted Jie Li's shoulder and pushed him away a bit. "Can you behave?" Zhang watched their interaction and secretly ground his teeth. Last night, he had slipped a new black market aphrodisiac into Jie Qingqiu's drink. Just a touch could make someone unable to resist. The best part was that the next morning, they would forget what had happened. This way, if they shared a bed, he could say whatever he wanted. Unfortunately, Jie Qingqiu had not taken her usual route last night, but the drug couldn't be released without a dose, so it seemed this had all benefited Jie. It felt extremely bad to make someone else wear the wedding dress, so in an instant, he developed a grudge against Jie Qingqiu. "It's okay." He calmed his brows and slightly bit his lower lip. "It should be my problem. It has nothing to do with him, so please don't blame him." As he spoke, a drop of crystal-clear tear welled up in the corner of his eye, which he quickly wiped away. A beautiful person shedding tears is both heart-stirring and heart-wrenching. A gasp of cold air came from the crowd watching the excitement, and Jie Qingqiu frowned. She thought to herself that this was it. Zhang was among the top 10 males that the Empire's females wanted to marry, and he was someone who naturally attracted attention. If the Empire's females knew that this major general had made him cry, it would definitely lead to a storm of attacks. She was already standing at the edge of the wind. Unable to bear it any longer, Jie Qingqiu completely threw aside the distinction between male and female, took out a handkerchief from her inner pocket, and perfunctorily pressed it against the corner of his eye a few times before stuffing it into his hand, then ruffled his hair. "Zhang, don't be sad, and don't belittle yourself. You are very good." Zhang took the handkerchief, looking pitifully at her, seemingly wanting to get closer. Jie Qingqiu took a timely step back and then pulled out her Imperial Star card for the sales assistant, swiping it on the light brain. The sales assistant's high professionalism allowed her to quickly package the light brain and respectfully handed it to Jie Qingqiu. She took the package and looked at Zhang with concern, as if she wanted to say something more, but suddenly stopped, quickly opening the light brain, her expression turning serious. "Zhang, I have urgent military matters to attend to. I might not be able to accompany you anymore. Let us meet another time." Jie Qingqiu appeared extremely regretful and guilty. "I'm sorry, I have to leave first." After saying this, she nodded apologetically and then hurriedly walked out, dragging the sulking Jie, who stood there in silence, disappearing in a moment. Zhang was left confused by her series of actions, but adhering to the unspoken principle of understanding the male insect, did not call out to her. With the two main characters gone, the atmosphere of this confrontation lost its meaning, and the surrounding people dispersed. Thus, no one saw Zhang giving Jie a venomous glare, muttering his name with resentment. As soon as the hovercar door closed, Jie Qingqiu leaned on the control panel and sighed deeply. The apology was genuine, but the message was false. She just didn't want to stand there being treated like a spectacle anymore, and didn't want to say anything further. After over 30 years of limited experience interacting with males, now she had to deal with two at once. It was overwhelming. Oh, and one of the main characters was sitting in the passenger seat. She looked up and found Jie still sulking, his lips puffed up as if he could hang an oil pot on them. Jie Qingqiu found it both amusing and infuriating. "Angry?" "Humph." Jie made a childish sound with his back to her. "What are you angry about?" She leaned back, looking at him with a somewhat cold gaze. "You did something wrong. Why are you angry?" Jie, struck by some word, exclaimed, "You're bad." He turned around, tears streaming down his face. His once masked brown eyes were not as soul-piercing as the black ones, but they still reflected Jie Qingqiu's figure, with a cold expression in those eyes. "You want me, and you want him." His voice was crisp yet weak, trembling with a sob. "You're bad. You're a bad sister." Oh wow, being pointed at and scolded like this. In other circumstances, she would definitely be angry, but seeing this handsome male insect cry. His face like a pear blossom in the rain, with a red nose and tearful eyes, was far more pitiful than Zhang Lu just now. However, she still defended herself. What did I want him? He asked, the only son of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. I'm just a poor soldier. Moreover, I never said I wanted you. Upon hearing this, Jelly looked even more miserable, staring at her with unblinking eyes, tears falling silently, as if he had lost his soul in an instant. Sister, doesn't he want me anymore? Doesn't he want me anymore? He kept mumbling, as if he had lost his mind. All right, the world sinner is Jie Qingqiu. Neither inside nor outside a person. She had just never been in a relationship, but that didn't mean she was truly unfeeling and didn't understand cherishing beauty. After a moment of inner struggle, she decided to go against her conscience and said, I want you, I want you, I want you. Suddenly she thought of something, paused for 2 seconds, and said, how about this? I, Jie Qingqiu, don't want unclean insects. You were bought from an underground auction. Go to the hospital for a checkup. If there's no problem, then I'll take you. Clean, clean. Jelly was happy for a moment, but was soon slandered and hurriedly explained. Only sister. You don't get to say. It's up to the doctor. After saying this, Jie Qingqiu drove the hover car towards the hospital. Jelly fell silent, but somehow felt a strange sense of confidence inside. At that moment, he didn't know that this trip to the hospital would mark the beginning of his emotional pain. Nor did he realize that the spring breeze he treasured would leave the other party feeling like a thorn in their throat. At that time, he stubbornly believed that he was about to pass the test and be with his heroic counterpart. The next day, Jie Qingqiu was called back to the military. Just as her vacation hadn't even warmed up and the examination report hadn't been received yet. Jie Qingqiu considered this to be bad luck. Truly damn bad luck. She walked through the corridor of the military department in her uniform, cursing under her breath without hesitation. They really want to squeeze me dry. Major General. Officer O was accustomed to it, but still felt nervous. Don't say that, it said that walls have ears. Jie Qingqiu completed her daily task of scaring Officer O, feeling a bit better, straightened her military uniform, and knocked on the conference room door. Kumin, a slightly aged voice echoed. She pushed the door open but felt a tightness in her chest. Anticipating that today's meeting would be more complicated and serious than she imagined. Lu Shangjiang, Huang Shangjiang, Wang Fuyan. She saluted respectfully, showing no sign of the cursing from earlier. These three, as she referred to them, were Lu Yintiao, Huang Inshao, and Wang Fuyun, three of the highest generals in the empire commanding the Mecha Warfare Zone, the Starship Warfare Zone, and the Assault Troops Warfare Zone, respectively. The Mecha Warfare Zone oversees the mech army, challenging the limits of technology and insect bodies, known for its extremely strong combat power, with every unit being elite. The warships serve more as a rear line, being the last line of defense for a unit strong in defense and carrying capacity. The assault troops are the most primitive unit, numerous in number. The three had worked together for many years, accumulating countless grievances and entanglements. Huang Inshao and Wang Fuyun had a closer relationship, while Lu Yintiao, the strongest in combat capability, stood alone. The former belonged to the peace faction, while the latter was a pro-war faction. Coincidentally, Jie Qingqiu was a major general under Lu Yintiao, also a staunch pro-war faction member, always thinking about defeating the alliance and overthrowing the Lan family's rule to install a capable queen. The queen wouldn't be unaware that she was a major general of the mech army. She was doing it intentionally, using her as leverage to persuade Lu Yintiao. Again and again. Sometimes Jie Qingqiu truly wondered if Lan Yunling had spent her entire life as wisdom setting traps for her. The main seat at the conference table was empty, typically reserved for the queen during high-level meetings, with Lu Yintiao sitting in the first position on the left, and Huang Inshao and Wang Fuyun in the first two positions on the right. Zit. Lu Yintiao was the first to speak, pointing to the empty third position on the left. The second position was a lieutenant general promoted by Lu Yintiao. Jie Qingqiu calmly walked over and sat down beside him, while Officer O pulled a chair to sit behind her. The atmosphere stagnated for a few seconds. Then Huang Inshao came out to smooth things over, known for her hidden knives and her smile, capable of extracting 15 meanings from 5 words. Come, let us continue. She smiled. Where were we? sending people to negotiate with the alliance. Wang Fuyun quickly chimed in. Now we can discuss about finding. Shut your mouth. When did I agree to negotiations? Lu Yinqiao angrily slammed the table, causing the entire table to shake. Talking about negotiations in the military? If you really want to negotiate, go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and tell them. Who do you think you're to chatter here? Lu Yinqiao. Wang Fuyun was also unhappy after being shouted at and immediately wanted to retort. You're simply unreasonable, do you know? All right, don't argue. Let us talk properly. Huang and Sheo interrupted her, starting her usual useless mediation. Who is talking properly with her? Simply unreasonable, like a reckless warmonger. Wang Fuyun was still furious. In contrast, Lu Yinqiao, who had outputted a lot, appeared much calmer. I'll say it again. Unnecessary peace isn't needed. Kindness is not weakness. Wang Fuyun cast a disdainful glance. I still say the same thing. Unnecessary sacrifices should not be made. Impulsiveness is not bravery. The two of them exchanged retorts, insisting on overpowering each other verbally. And after more than half an hour of heated debate, there was still no resolution. All right. Huang and Sheo began to meddle again, her gaze lingering on Jie Qingqiu for a few extra seconds. It can't always be us old folks arguing here. The army is not just ours. We should ask the younger generation for their opinions too, shouldn't we? Here she was, Jie Qingqiu, sitting upright, knowing that it was finally her turn to speak. What do you think, Qingqiu? She smiled at Jie Qingqiu, though her intent was less gentle than her tone suggested. After all, you've just been promoted to Major General by General Liu. You must have more thoughts on this. She knew that Lan Yunling and Huang and Sheo were in cahoots, always teaming up to corner her. In an instant, all eyes in the conference room were on her. She smiled faintly, pretended to ponder for a few minutes, and then, with a hint of hesitation, said, I think, perhaps we need to discuss the matter of deploying troops a bit more. The focus seems to be less on whether to deploy troops, and more on how to deploy them and how to strategize. Since General Huang and General Wang advocate for peace, there must be reasons and rationale behind it, such as weakness, incompetence, fear of death, and trouble. She certainly wouldn't say the latter half of that sentence. This made Huang and Sheo show a hint of satisfaction on her face. Oh, so Qingqiu thinks this way? What does General Liu think? Lu Yinqiao shot Jie Qingqiu a glance, her brows furrowing as her expression quickly hardened with rage. She slammed the table again. Major General Jie, do you not understand the principle that calamity comes from the mouth? Please think twice before you speak. Jie Qingqiu lowered her head and said nothing, appearing like a salted fish resigned to whatever was said, but she stubbornly kept her mouth shut. Then Lu Yinqiao let out a cold snort, scanning the surrounding people, stood up, and left with a remark that she wouldn't agree no matter what they said. With one of the main figures of the meeting leaving, there was naturally no need to continue. After the meeting was dissolved, Huang and Sheo called her aside, indicating she had something to say. She instructed her aide to wait outside, then stood up. Once the others had dispersed, Huang and Sheo slowly began to speak. Qingqiu, you are a smart person. She smiled, stood up from her seat, walked over to Jie Qingqiu, and adjusted her collar. Smart people do smart things. The Queen and I have always been keeping an eye on you, so don't let us down. This sentence carried a considerable threat, indicating that persuading Lu Yinqiao and the matter of seeking peace had been handed over to her. She suppressed her resentment, and after a few seconds of self-consolation, finally spoke, General, Qingqiu understands. After Huang and Sheo left, she stepped out the door and saw her aide, standing outside, visibly relieved. Didn't say much, and after a few seconds of silence, mentioned another matter. Jieli's medical report has come out. The report was detailed and comprehensive. Jieli was physically healthy, in good spirits, but suffered significant brain damage from the type hallucinogen, leaving his intelligence at a level of 7 or 8 years old. It seemed Jieli had indeed not faked or deceived anyone. Although his identity remained questionable, he truly knew nothing at the moment. Besides that, her gaze fell on another conclusion in the report, confirmed to have engaged in sexual activity. This was a necessary item in the comprehensive examination of male insects. Jie Qingqiu's lips curled into a strange arc. Did he have a female insect before? Or was he trained in the underground auction house? She leaned towards the former, as most trained male insects had poor mental states. She thought perhaps she understood why Jie was so familiar with her upon their first meeting. It was probably because she resembled his female insect. She felt a strange mix of emotions, unsure whether to regret that Jie had a female insect or to feel uncomfortable thinking of herself as his female insect. Let's go back. She flipped the page to show, oh, I suspect he has a female insect. Look for his information. Then have his female insect bring 990,000 to redeem him. I can't let my money go to waste. The aide O, who had fervently urged Jie Qingqiu to buy Jie at the auction, was left speechless, silently accepting the medical report. This society had strict chastity requirements for male insects, not only due to the possessiveness of female insects, but also because of the mental link that would occur between male and female insects who had engaged in relations. This would not affect powerful female insects much, but for male insects, it could have lifelong repercussions. Engaging with too many female insects could lead to their mental exhaustion and premature aging. Therefore, any conscientious female insect would avoid encroaching on male insects that were already taken. Of course, there were exceptions, such as if the second female insect had strong enough mental power to completely sever the link with the first, or if she went to a hospital to cleanse the link, but the latter could easily lead to depression for the male insect. Jie Qingqiu had absolute confidence in her SS abilities, but she would never do such a thing. Major General, this matter. OS aide felt a pang of guilt, but was quickly interrupted. It's not your concern. It doesn't matter what you say. She glanced at O. If you really feel uncomfortable, hurry up and find someone to get the money back. All right, sure. O responded cheerfully. Jie Qingqiu glanced at her and smiled. As soon as Jie Qingqiu parked her car at the door, the house door opened, and Jie stood at the entrance, his eyes sparkling as he looked at her. When he saw her get out of the car, he bounced in place twice. Sister, you're back. I'm back. As Jie Qingqiu stepped inside and prepared to change her shoes, Jie thoughtfully placed her slippers at her feet. She put on the slippers, unbuttoned her military jacket, draping it over her arm, and walked further inside. Why are you so attentive today? Do you want something from me? Jie, with his current level of intelligence, clearly didn't understand what attentive meant. He tilted his head and followed her, his steps light and obviously very happy. I'm going to change clothes first, Jie Qingqiu said as she stood on the stairs, turning to Jie, who wanted to follow. You stay here and don't move. After changing into a clean, casual outfit, she found Jie had arranged a plate of cookies on the table. The killer was that they were her favorite cranberry cookies, looking as if they had just come out of the oven. Jie Qingqiu couldn't resist the temptation and took a piece to eat. Jie then hurriedly ran out from the kitchen, carrying a glass of grape juice. This was also her favorite. She looked at Jie oddly, reassuring herself in her mind that she had never had any past with him and there was nothing awkward between them before feeling relieved. This was a bit too spot on with her preferences. Jie Qingqiu unabashedly took a sip and nodded towards the sofa across from her. See, I have something to discuss with you. He obediently sat down, legs together, hands neatly placed on his knees. Your medical report has come out. She shifted her position, lazily leaning back. You can understand what I'm saying, right? MHM. Jie nodded. He just couldn't handle overly complex information at the moment. But that didn't mean he didn't understand anything. That's good. She chewed on the cookie and tossed another piece in her mouth. You're physically and psychologically quite healthy, with no illnesses but that brain. Jie Qingqiu hesitated, guessing that he probably wouldn't understand what the type suppressor was either. It's just that your mind can't be cured right now, you know? The Empire doesn't have a remedy for you, and you still have to be this foolish. However, what Jie is concerned about is not these things. He anxiously raised himself a bit. Pear, is it clean, right? Right? After just a couple of sentences, he ran over to Jie Qingqiu's side, squatted down beside her feet, and looked up at her. Sister won't abandon me, right? Sister asked me. Jie Qingqiu paused, then put the cup on the tea table and pulled him up. Clean. How would she know if it was clean? The test could only detect whether there had been sexual activity, but couldn't determine how many times. But I won't want you. I should say that what you need is not me. Jie was incredulous. Sister clearly said that if the hospital test showed clean, she would want him. So why was there a change now? He doesn't understand why the black and white world is suddenly muddied, and even the greatest heroes can go back on their word. Why is that? Sister didn't say it like that. His eyes instantly turned red. and he hurriedly lifted his clothes to show her, his movements as frantic as they could be. Clean, clean. It's my sister's, just my sister's. Jie Li's skin is very fair, and she suddenly lifted her clothes to reveal her abdomen, dazzling her eyes for a moment. Her gaze shifted slightly to the side. I know you're clean, but you're not mine. Do you understand? I am not your sister. Your female bug belongs to someone else. You are already someone else's male bug. I can't have you. This has nothing to do with whether you are clean or not. Do you understand what I'm saying? Tears fell from Jie Li's eyes in an instant, like pearls that had lost their string and couldn't be stopped. His ability to process information was not strong, but he understood what it felt like to be struck by a bolt from the blue. No, it was only his sister. It was his sister's male bug. He shook his head frantically, recalling the warmth shared with Jie Qingqiu in bed a few days ago. At that time, she held him tightly, their sweat mingling together. And Jie Qingqiu touched the blush at the corner of his eye, saying it looked good, that he was sweeter than any pair in the world, and that Jie Li didn't deserve such a name. He found it difficult to recall, rarely able to think, but he knew that feeling was unprecedented. The mental tendrils in his mind seemed to have formed an unbreakable link with Jie Qingqiu for a lifetime. Now, how had it turned into this? He is unaware of what Jie Qingqiu is thinking, and she is slightly impatient. I am not your sister. You have mistaken me for someone else. I, Jie Qingqiu, have never had a male partner. No. Jie Li became somewhat hysterical, her voice a bit sharp. Suddenly, she thought of the tenderness and intimacy of that night, and began to think somewhat foolishly whether Jie Qingqiu only liked it that way, whether that would make her change her mind and admit it. So she wiped away her tears, took off her clothes, and lunged at her. 10. The Major General's mental strength erupted. Reality is often not as beautiful as portrayed in idol dramas. Now, the distant connection of lips brings no romance, only the messy taste of blood. Jie Li's lips heavily collided with Jie Qingqiu's, instantly filling the air with a bloody scent. Strangely, he didn't feel pain, awkwardly trying to please her, seemingly wanting to undo Jie Qingqiu's clothes. Jie Qingqiu was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted, her heart immediately filling with anger, her split lips stinging. She lost her rationality for a few seconds, pushing him away without regard for strength, but accidentally knocked him to the ground. Jie Li, what are you doing? She wiped her mouth and found it covered in blood, her heart tightening, anger becoming uncontrollable. Tell me what you're doing right now. Can you be a little obedient? I spent over 99 million star coins to buy you back from the auction. You haven't done anything for me and have caused so much trouble. Jie Li trembled at her shout, curling up into a ball, tears streaming down his face. I'll say it clearly again. I am not your sister, not your female bug. You've already been with other female bugs. I don't want you anymore. Do you understand? At this point, he finally reacted a bit, crawling over to hold onto Jie Qingqiu's pants stubbornly. No, it's my sister's. Blood filled her mouth, the metallic taste drilling down her throat into her stomach and heart. Jie Qingqiu felt her head spinning, her mental tendrils tangling, twisting together and flailing around uncontrollably. She took a few rough breaths and shifted aside, but Jie Li wouldn't let go, still holding on her leg, his cries never stopping. Let go, stop crying. Jie Li didn't listen, stubbornly repeating those few words. Jie Qingqiu took a deep breath, but it was of no use. She endured and endured, but Jie Li's cries stirred her mental strength more and more. Finally, she couldn't bear it any longer. She flipped the cookies on the table and threw them into the empty space, then shouted, Enough! Jie Li, you need to calm down now. If you cry again, I can't guarantee what I'll do. Jie Li was frightened by her, tremblingly letting go and curling up. Don't call me sister anymore. I'm not your sister. After saying this, Jie Qingqiu took a few rough breaths. Her eyes were beginning to turn red, veins bulging on her forehead, and her complexion flushed. After calming down for several minutes, she opened her light brain and sent a message to Officer O. Soon after, Officer O opened the door, and the two of them remained in the same state as before, unchanged. So when Officer O came in, he saw this scene. Jie Qingqiu was struggling to stand beside Jie Li, who was lying on the ground, disheveled and tearful. He pursed his lips, not daring to say much. When Jie Qingqiu saw him, she closed her eyes with difficulty and squeezed out a word. Leave. The most urgent thing was her mental strength eruption. Officer O felt there was no time or place to deal with Jie, so he had to handle it himself. And Jie Qingqiu was not the type to lash out when angry, so it seemed there was nothing serious. Major General, is it still that male bug from last time? Get another one. Jie, lying on the ground, heard these two sentences, followed by the sound of the door locking and the hover car leaving. He hugged himself tighter, and tears began to flow down continuously again. He didn't know how long it had been before he got up from the ground. Jie walked over to where the cookies had been thrown. Some had crumbled into pieces, barely any complete ones left. After being on the ground for a long time, they had long cooled down, losing the deliciousness of just coming out of the oven. He squatted on the ground and looked for a while, then picked some up to eat, chewing while crying, muttering to himself, "It's really so delicious." Officer O took Jie Qingqiu to another famous Lianbai hotel and gave her a vial that could temporarily suppress the mental strength eruption. This thing could only temporarily numb the nerves, blocking out the pain caused by the mental strength eruption. To relieve it, she still needed a male bug to help her sort it out. After doing all this, Officer O quickly drove to a mental strength sorting association to find a clean and obedient male bug, then blindfolded him and brought him to the hotel room. Sorting out a female bug's erupting mental strength is also a form of shallow connection, likely to produce emotions. The male bugs at the sorting association are very professional and didn't raise any objections. At that moment, Jie Qingqiu was staring blankly at the ceiling. God created the insect race, giving female bugs unparalleled strength, but female bugs must also endure the backlash of that power. The higher the level, the more uncomfortable the eruption, making it increasingly difficult to control themselves. It was like a ticking time bomb, and the male bug was the key to diffusing it. Few female bugs could find a matching male bug to sort out their mental tendrils once and for all. Most would need to sort out periodically. Officer O helped Jie Qingqiu up, placing a cushion behind her back, and leaned close to her ear, whispering, "Major General, he's here." That male bug was very experienced. He sat on the edge of the bed and began to release his mental strength tendrils, slowly probing into the outermost layer of Jie Qingqiu's mental domain and starting to sort out. Light began to appear on both of them. The male bug emitted a normal white light, while Jie Qingqiu's was golden, a glow unique to high-level insects. Beneath the light were intricate and luxurious insect patterns that gradually appeared as the mental strength was used. After an unknown amount of time, Jie Qingqiu felt the splitting pain lessen, and her body became less uncomfortable, her breathing becoming light again. She raised a hand, and Officer O understood her meaning, standing beside the male bug and quietly reminding him, "That's enough for now." The male bug withdrew his mental tendrils, and Officer O sent him back. After the sorting, Jie Qingqiu was extremely fatigued. She stared at the ceiling for a few seconds before closing her heavy eyes and quickly falling asleep. Unlike her usual post-sorting sleep, this time she did not sleep soundly. In her dream, the same scene appeared again, amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Jie stood expressionless in front of her, his tone slightly mocking. "Fool, really too foolish." Then the scene shifted to a dim basement where Jie Qingqiu was chained to a rack, one of her wings torn, blood gushing out. Her clothes were in tatters, and the luster of her insect patterns was dim. Jie walked up to her, lifting her chin with an ancient Earth-style long sword, his expression cruel as he admired her disheveled state. He maliciously said, "Jie Qingqiu, you have today too. Do you know how long I've waited for this day?" He threw his head back and laughed maniacally, and the scene shifted again to Jie, covered in blood, holding a female bug whose wings were completely gone. Claws ground to shreds, no longer breathing. At that time, the rain was pouring, and he was howling while holding the corpse. Looking around, but finding no one to help him, he shouted to the sky, "Jie Qingqiu, Rong Jie, Suzhu, I want blood for blood." Jie's appearance was so frenzied, almost insane, that Jie Qingqiu was scared stiff, trembling all over, and then she woke up from the dream. She sat up in bed, drenched in cold sweat, still feeling the after-effects of the mental eruption pain. The room was already dark, likely evening. Jie Qingqiu sat there, calming her wildly beating heart, then sighed wearily. This morning, she had been so focused on her anger that she forgot that Jie, aside from being her purchase, had an ambiguous identity, and there were terrifying, unexplained bonds between them. She had been too impulsive. She cursed herself inwardly. Jie Qingqiu had no great ambitions in her life. She just wanted to live well. Therefore, all factors that would lead her to the abyss had to be eliminated, and all issues that could lead to tragedy had to be resolved. She tidied her clothes and walked outside, where Officer O was watching a variety show in the living room, covering his mouth and laughing quietly. "Major General, you're awake," she said as he quickly finished the snacks in his mouth. "Let's go." When they returned, the house was dark, and compared to the warm welcome of previous times, this time it was indeed much colder. She let Officer O open the door and go back first. As soon as she pushed the door open and turned on the light, another message called her back, for Jie had fainted in the living room, with dried tear stains on her face. In the Imperial M218 star system, on planet number 6275, a creature struggled to crawl up from the charred ruins. Her long hair was scorched and curled by the intense flames, but it was still possible to tell that she was a female insect. She took a few difficult steps forward when suddenly a torrential rain began to fall. The rain washed away the ashes on her body, and she stood there, eyes closed, head tilted back, enjoying the rain that felt like a sweet nectar. She was reborn from the ashes of ruins and would surely turn the ambitious wolves into ashes. Braving the heavy rain, she staggered forward, her gaze exceptionally resolute. The rainwater poured in her mouth, which she spat out, then gritted her teeth and said fiercely, "By G, this time you won't be so lucky." 11. The Major General decides to comfort the insect. Jie Qingqiu looked at the pale insect on the hospital bed and felt a throbbing pain in her head. When he was brought in last night, he was pale, his body was trembling slightly, his mouth stuffed with uneaten cookies, and there were dried tear marks on his face. He looked so miserable, as if he had been severely abused, and the prime suspect was none other than Jie Qingqiu. But by heaven's conscience, she had only pushed him a little, had only been a bit harsh, had only clarified their relationship. She never thought it would turn out like this. Thinking about how the doctors and nurses had been staring at her with strange eyes, Jie Qingqiu felt a knot in her heart. She and Officer O had stayed by the bed all night. She hoped that today's headline in the Imperial Daily Entertainment section wouldn't read, "Imperial Major General plays with insect in hospital." Fortunately, he had only fainted from crying too hard and was not physically harmed. Otherwise, no amount of jumping into the Yellow River would clear her name. "Major General, you." Officer O, sitting beside her, scratched his head, feeling that Jie had looked too pitiful at that moment, making him a bit reluctant. What if we deceive him a bit, comfort him, and go along with him? After all, he is currently a silly one who doesn't remember anything. As long as we don't overstep, it won't be a big deal. It's not a solution for him to always be like this. We haven't cleared our identities yet, and if he gets even more stimulated and becomes more foolish, that would be catastrophic. To be honest, Jie Qingqiu was really considering this matter in her heart, not just because he was too pitiful, but mainly because of that suspiciously real and terrifying dream. If she truly hurt someone else's feelings, she would be the one to suffer in the end. Moreover, reasoning with this silly boy was pointless. She didn't want to live under his hysterics every day. This was a situation beneficial for both of them, and everyone would be happy as long as she put in a little effort in acting. After figuring this out, Jie Qingqiu felt much less depressed. At that moment, Jie on the hospital bed suddenly groaned and slowly woke up. Adhering to the principle of doing the whole act, Jie Qingqiu stepped forward to his bedside. "Sister." Jie sat up immediately upon seeing her and reached out to hug her. Jie Qingqiu instinctively wanted to dodge, but then remembered what she had just figured out. So she steeled herself and accepted his embrace around her waist. Jie, feeling her not dodging, was extraordinarily delighted, retreating slightly in disbelief. Looking at Jie Qingqiu with watery eyes and whimpering, Sister, you're not dodging, right? You still want me, don't you? Boo-hoo, sister. You didn't lie to me." Jie Qingqiu bit her lip and awkwardly ruffled his hair quickly. "Stop crying, I don't like weepy insects." For a few seconds, she racked her brain to come up with an excuse for hurting his feelings earlier. I didn't lie to you, nor did I abandon you. That was my final test for you. How could I know if your feelings for me are steadfast? So I had to test you like this." Jie Qingqiu. His eyes red, looking at her with a hint of anxiety. So did I pass the test? Passed. Congratulations, you're qualified. Jie Qingqiu didn't dare continue this topic and quickly shifted the subject. Are you still feeling unwell? Hearing that he had passed the test, followed by his beloved sister's concern, joy instantly clouded his mind, and he tightened his embrace around Jie Qingqiu. Okay, sister, I want to go home. Okay, let us go home. Jie Qingqiu was also eager to leave. This hospital was not a place to linger, nor to return. After sending them home, Officer O left. The room was still in the messy state it had been in when Jie was taken to the hospital. Seeing this scene, he felt embarrassed and blushed, then obediently tidied up, saying he would make her another batch of cranberry cookies like yesterday morning. Seeing him busy, Jie Qingqiu felt a bit more relaxed and no longer bothered with him, heading straight upstairs to the study. After ensuring the door was tightly locked, she activated the enhanced soundproofing system, then used a high-precision mechanical scanner to check the area, confirming there were no listening devices or tiny cameras before she felt at ease. She then took out a spherical communication device from the wall-mounted safe. This was a custom-made device with anti-eavesdropping and monitoring functions, disguised as a golf ball. She used this for important discussions or calls with significant people. Over the years, she had become accustomed to living in a state of vigilance, as they were all people with lives hanging by a thread, and a slight misstep could lead to disaster. The phone rang for just a few seconds before being answered. It was a video call, and a three-dimensional image materialized in front of her. General. She stood up sharply and saluted. The person in the three-dimensional image was sitting on a sofa, her neat short hair and commanding eyes clearly indicating her identity as Imperial General Lu Yinqiao. However, she did not appear as serious as she did in the military base conference room. Instead, she looked somewhat relaxed, her gaze towards Jie Qingqiu filled with an indescribable affection, as if the contradictions from the meeting room had never occurred. Lu Yinqiao waved her hand, signaling her to sit down. After some customary pleasantries, the topic turned serious. Has Lan Yunling approached you again? Lu Yinqiao reclined back, crossing her legs. What did she say? Jie Qingqiu also relaxed her posture and sat down. Their demeanor and expressions were surprisingly similar. If Officer O were here, he would marvel at how Jie Qingqiu was promoted by Lu Yinqiao, who had led troops for over a decade. Let me persuade you to negotiate for peace. She frowned, feeling somewhat powerless, but she only said this much. She would divulge any details about that matter. Lu Yinqiao cursed under her breath. Why hasn't she stepped down yet? It's quite a feat for her to hold on at her age, and she can't even handle one important task, yet her lips are sealed. In fact, Lan Yunling was only a little over 10 years older than her. Jie Qingqiu felt helpless too, if it weren't for that matter. Who would still be willing to serve such a foolish queen, a corrupt empire, and a decaying system? The people of this empire deserved a better life. What do you think? Lu Yinqiao scolded a few more times and then returned to the main topic. Jie Qingqiu's brows furrowed, concealing the turbulent thoughts swirling in her eyes. 12. The Major General decided to test the fool. I think it's still not the right time. Jie Qingqiu rubbed her thumb and index finger together, a subconscious habit she had when thinking. Oh. Lu Yinqiao became a bit interested upon hearing her words and sat up a little. Has my Major General defected? Jie Qingqiu couldn't help but laugh at her tone, and the atmosphere immediately became less tense. Is that general going to use material conditions to lure me back? It is well known that Major General Jie was born on a garbage planet. Well, forget it. A force melon is not sweet. Lu Yinqiao waved her hand with a look of regret. Jie Qingqiu laughed again and then began to share her thoughts. Seeing her become serious, Lu Yinqiao also stopped teasing. The main issue is that there are too many voices calling for peace right now. If we insist too much, the result will turn into 1 against 2. She shrugged her shoulders, somewhat helpless. Huang Shao is certainly not someone who can resist the urge to stab a knife in the back when looking at someone's back. Furthermore, the public's enthusiasm has not been stirred up. The internal news of the empire is too closed off, and not many people know why we are fighting. When the war breaks out, we will become the targets of public criticism, which is too deadly for us soldiers. Lastly, she lowered her eyes and smiled meaningfully. Actually, I don't think the alliance is completely wrong. Although they have indeed trampled on us, oh no, on Lan Yunling, it is ultimately her own doing. In summary, simply put, the timing, location, and harmony of people are all lacking. They currently don't even have sufficient reasons. Jie Qingqiu is indeed a pro-war faction, but she is not a mindless brute who only knows how to charge forward. After listening to her analysis, Lu Yintiao smiled pleasantly. Truly, she is my well-taught student. Once this sentence was said, Jie Qingqiu knew that, deep down, she also did not support this military action, as it could almost be considered all harm and no benefit. I just pretend to hold meetings. If I didn't say that, Huang and Sheo would probably be the first to advocate for war. After thinking for a moment, she added, "All right, there's also Wang Fuyan." Jie Qingqiu nodded slightly to show her agreement. As for seeking peace, Lu Yinqiao scoffed. That's the business of their Ministry of Foreign Affairs, not ours. We can't let those of us who lead troops go to the negotiating table to reason with people, can we? Saying this, Jie Qingqiu didn't take it seriously either. At that time, neither of them knew that Lu Yintiao would indeed speak prophetic words. After briefly chatting about some trivial matters, the two hung up the phone. Jie Qingqiu followed the steps she had taken to restore things. When she came out of the study, it was already noon. The glaring sunlight shone through the transparent glass window, stubbornly and harshly taking on its usual shape and posture. After changing into comfortable home clothes, she went downstairs and found that Jie had already cleaned the room. On the coffee table in the living room were freshly baked cranberry cookies, and the dining table was still set with a delicious 3 dishes and a soup, with bowls and chopsticks already filled with rice. From this, Jie Qingqiu concluded that Jie must have been a top graduate of a full-time home economics academy before becoming foolish. Perhaps part of the reason his female partner married him was due to his superb culinary skills. Thinking about how she was enjoying such results now made Jie Qingqiu feel a bit guilty, but she couldn't think too much about it. Upon seeing her come downstairs, Jie hurried over to her side, hesitantly linking his arm with hers. "Sister, I made you food and cookies." His voice and smile were as sweet as his words. But Jie Qingqiu shivered. She was pulled to sit at the dining table, and a pair of chopsticks was stuffed in her hands. Braised pork with preserved vegetables, stir-fried chicken in an iron pot, crispy meat, and seaweed egg drop soup. Good, they were all her favorites. Jie Qingqiu found it strange how Jie taste was so similar to hers, always hitting her preferences by accident. She picked up her chopsticks and took a couple of bites, her eyes immediately lighting up, and then she reached for the other dishes. The braised pork was all lean meat, with a salty and fresh gravy filling every fiber of the meat, and the preserved vegetables were not tough, easy to chew, and left a lingering aftertaste. The stir-fried chicken was spicy, with the flavors of cumin and Sichuan pepper prominent, but not overwhelming. The sauce was thick and had a hint of sweetness. The potatoes had softened into a mash, and when biting into the chicken pieces, the outer layer burst with chicken juice, tender and smooth. The crispy meat was also filled with gravy. After being coated in flour, it locked in all the moisture, making the meat tender and chewy. The seaweed egg drop soup had added shrimp, with a layer of light oil floating on the surface, sweet and salty, full of umami. Jie Qingqiu felt like she could cry from eating. It was like the taste of her mother, even though she was just an orphan raised on a garbage planet and had never tasted her mother's cooking in her life. She pretended to sniffle and shoved several large bites of food into her mouth. "Sister, is it delicious?" Jie saw how much she enjoyed it, his eyes squinting happily. Yet he still asked knowingly. Jie Qingqiu chewed her food and, upon seeing his expression, suddenly paused and squinted at him. "Are you really foolish? Why do I feel like your speech is much smoother now?" Thinking back to when she first met Jie, he was trembling with fear, speaking in a muddled and incoherent manner. Now he was speaking so logically and fluently. It had only been a few days, and the change was too remarkable. Moreover, it wasn't a sudden realization. She hadn't even noticed it. "I'm not foolish. I'm not foolish." Jie now didn't mind being called foolish. He propped his chin up, smiling at her. "I'm not foolish." Jie Qingqiu glanced at him again, deciding to finish her meal first. After finishing, she would test him to see what kind of state he was in now, whether he could read, manage daily life, use infrastructure, and what age his thought process was at. This damned empire has no psychologists, and any psychological issues have to be dealt with on one's own. After both finished eating, Jie obediently cleaned up, skillfully placing the bowls and chopsticks in the dishwasher and quickly wiping the oily residue off the table. Of course, there were no leftovers. Everything had been consumed by Major General Jie. Jie Qingqiu nodded in approval, realizing he still had common sense and life skills. Due to her financial constraints and adhering to the principle of saving whenever possible, she had not bought a robot housekeeper, which was common in the city now. She didn't expect Jie to know how to use these things. After he finished cleaning up, Jie Qingqiu waved at him. "Little fool, come here." Jie put down what he was holding and happily ran to her side, carefully and boldly nestling into her arms. 13. A day of sweetness between the Major General and the fool Jie Qingqiu instinctively wanted to push him away, but looking at his small, shy face flushed with embarrassment. She ultimately didn't act. "Can you use a light brain?" she asked, clicking on a metal bracelet on her wrist, and in the next second, a virtual light screen appeared before them. The metallic paint on the surface of her light brain's bracelet had worn off a bit, and, judging by the style, it was considered an old model. Jie Qingqiu was not a person who indulged in extravagance. Over the years, she had saved some money, but it was not enough for her to spend lavishly. When it came to non-essential items, she preferred to save where she could. Jie looked at her light brain, showing a sort of shy embarrassment on his face. "I can do some things, but not others." "Which ones?" Jie Qingqiu raised her chin, indicating for him to show her. He opened his latest model light brain, and, under her gaze, skillfully opened a popular shopping app used by the Imperial Alliance. After selecting an expensive decorative item with a long string of zeros in its price, he tried to click to pay. But without a star coin card linked to the light brain, the payment naturally failed. Jie didn't show any disappointment, but Jie Qingqiu fell silent. The one who made her silent seemed completely unaware, looking at her with a sense of pride after a series of operations, his expression as if seeking praise. Jie Qingqiu took a deep breath and sent a message to Officer O behind his back. "Solve all your problems. Take Jie away from me as far as you can. I can't afford him." "Ugh, officer, what's wrong, Major General?" "Sister.The, Jie, who might be sent away, was completely unaware and brought a fragrant cookie to her lips. Jie Qingqiu instinctively took a bite, her emotions soothed by the crisp and rich flavor. And with someone feeding her, she ended up eating several pieces, along with freshly squeezed juice offered to her. Officer O's messages kept coming in, and Jie Qingqiu found the sound annoying. "Solve all your problems. It's okay. Stop bothering me." "Ugh, officer." Jie Qingqiu casually turned on a message do not disturb mode. "What else can you do?" She believed the most important function of a light brain was to communicate with others and to check interstellar trending news, things that could be learned or not learned. Jie shook his head. She sighed and resigned herself to teach him how to use the light brain to make calls, send messages, create and delete contacts, and finally helped him download an app called Interstellar Events, which would help him understand these interstellar matters. After he learned, he insisted on adding Jie Qingqiu's light brain account, and she obliged, letting him add Officer O too. "This is similar to a phone. It's very simple," Jie Qingqiu said instinctively. Jie looked at her in confusion. "What is a phone?" When she said it, Jie Qingqiu was also taken aback because she didn't know what a phone was either. It just slipped out of her mouth as if that thing had once been part of her life. "I don't know. I was just talking nonsense." She waved her hand, deciding to skip the topic. "You know how to use it, right?" Jie saw that she didn't want to talk and didn't ask further. Nodding obediently, Jie Qingqiu looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze, her impression of him changing significantly. Now he spoke clearly, and he learned quickly. She began to suspect that the hospital might have been deceiving her. With that thought, Jie Qingqiu decided to find an IQ test for him to take. She downloaded the most clicked test from the StarNet, sent it to Jie, and specifically covered the words Interstellar Zerg Universal IQ Test. "Do this. Let your sister see what your academic level is." This action was somewhat abrupt, but Jie had always unconditionally trusted and supported Jie Qingqiu. So he immediately began the test on the virtual screen. The test had a manageable number of questions, and he completed it quickly. Jie Qingqiu compared the answers and found, to her surprise, that Jie's IQ was not low. In fact, it was even higher than average. However, his way of thinking and logic was quite immature, carrying a naive innocence and complete trust in the world. Now, Jie Qingqiu didn't find it strange. No wonder he could subtly poke at Zhonglu, learned quickly, and cooked well. How is it, sister? He rubbed against her, looking up at her with his dark eyes that reflected only Jie Qingqiu. So pitiful and yet so tempting. Husband, husband, husband. Jie Qingqiu silently reminded herself not to have any improper thoughts about the male Zerg in front of her. She irritably clicked her tongue. Smart, smart. You're very smart. Seeing how adept he was at purchasing expensive items. She could guess he had definitely received a higher education and that his previous living environment was certainly not poor. Initially, she thought if he were foolish, she would teach him some basic life knowledge and interstellar writing, but now it seemed that was not her concern. So she thought about it and downloaded a video app for him, then pulled up a popular young Zerg cartoon that adolescent male Zerg liked to watch. The cartoon was aptly named Go For It Love Bugs, and Jie Qingqiu, who considered herself a straight female, felt her eyes hurt just by looking at it. But Jie, completely unaware, nestled in her arms and settled into a more comfortable position. Jie Qingqiu couldn't see the meaning in that. Having stayed by his bedside last night and not resting well, she gradually fell asleep in that way. When she woke up, it was already afternoon. Looking up, she saw Jie busy in the kitchen, a thin blanket draped over him, and a U-shaped pillow resting on his neck. Quite considerate. Jie Qingqiu stood up from the sofa and stretched, just about to go see what Jie was making when her light brain received a message. It's you. Grandma Lu, what are you doing? Smiled JPG. Solve all your problems. Just woke up. It's you, Grandma Lu. Officer O is looking for you urgently. Asking why you haven't replied to his messages? Rose JPG. Solve all your problems. Oh, I blocked him. Jie Qingqiu then opened the contacts interface and found that Officer O had sent her 99 messages. Clicking to view, the earlier ones seemed normal, but the later ones were frantic rants. He sent dozens of messages, with the main point being that the young lady from the Su family suspected they were the ones who took Jie that night and had already started to go crazy. Solve all your problems. Oh. Ugh. Officer. Major General. Can you reply to my messages next time? Just do you know how serious this is? We haven't retaliated yet, and she's already found us. Solve all your problems. Oh. Ugh. Officer. Solve all your problems. Come to our house tonight, taste the dishes Jie made, and we'll talk after eating. 14. The Major General is about to take the initiative. When Officer O entered the room and saw a full table of dishes, she was completely stunned. First, she knew that Jie Qingqiu couldn't possibly have made these dishes that were left over from the previous era. She usually ate compressed fast food produced on an assembly line or drank nutrient solutions. Second, she knew that, given Jie Qingqiu's frugal nature, she would never hire a cook who could prepare meals. So the only possibility was that the only male bug in this household, Jie, had made them. She silently stood in the hallway for a while, and sure enough, it wasn't long before she saw Jie come out of the kitchen wearing an apron, carrying a dish. Upon seeing her, he even smiled proactively and then hurried to the living room to Jie Qingqiu's side. Sister, Officer O is here. Jie Qingqiu pushed him away, not allowing him to touch her. You smell like oil and smoke. Stay away from me. And why are you so excited just because she came? He pouted, standing to the side in a wronged manner, unconsciously tugging at the frayed edges of his apron. When Jie Qingqiu reached the dining table, she noticed he hadn't followed her, so she waved him over. What are you standing around for? Come eat. In front of Jie Qingqiu, he was always forgetful of past grievances, as he saw only a fraction of her kindness and exaggerated it to the fullest, completely throwing aside any previous unpleasantness. Sister, I'll serve you rice. He perked up again, letting go of the tattered apron and ran back to the kitchen. Give Officer O bowl too. Jie Qingqiu had no burden. After pulling out a chair and sitting down, she waved to Officer O, who was still dazed in the hallway. Why are you just standing there? If you're not eating, go wait in the study. Officer O watched their interaction, her expression a bit strange, but she still had to eat. She was poor and hadn't had a meal from the previous era in many years. This time, she was benefiting from the Major General's presence. She chuckled a few times and sat down. Jie hadn't come out of the kitchen yet, so she leaned over and quietly asked Jie Qingqiu, Major General, are you treating Jie like this? And he asked, not angry? How am I treating him? Jie Qingqiu didn't understand what she was saying. She believed that providing food, housing, and drinks for him, and spending money, time, and effort on someone she barely knew, was already quite generous. Officer O was at a loss for words. In the entire galaxy, only a fool would like someone as straightforward as Major General Jie. The meal was quite enjoyable. Even though everyone had different reasons for being happy, it was still a dinner that brought joy to the body and mind. After eating, Jie obediently opened the unfinished manga from the afternoon, while Jie Qingqiu and Officer O went to the study. After finding a comfortable sitting position, she raised her chin towards Officer O across the desk. So what happened? It was only then that Officer O recounted the entire story. The unattainable always stirs trouble. It turned out that Miss Su Shang of the Su family hadn't received Jie's affection. And since the person she sent to the auction that night was beaten up by the buyer, she had been holding her breath. During these days, she had been secretly investigating, and the scene a few days ago at the Empire's first mall, where Jie Qingqiu was with two male bugs, had spread widely. The eternally single Major General Jie suddenly had a well-behaved and beautiful male bug by her side, which seemed suspicious. Although Su Shang was foolish, she had grown up under the cunning and sly old lady Su Tianyao of the Su family, so she had some sense of the truth. However, her recklessness doomed her to accomplish nothing significant. Seeing this speculation, she couldn't contain her excitement any longer and began to firmly believe that Jie Qingqiu was the buyer. And now she had secretly decided to set her up. Major General, what should we do? Officer O concluded her explanation with this question. Jie Qingqiu smiled mockingly and disdainfully, relaxing her posture a bit. I thought it was something serious. Doesn't she have no evidence? Besides, even if she had evidence, so what? Going to the underground auction to buy a male bug and not getting it or failing to snatch it away. Do you think Su Shang would dare to tell her old lady about such disgraceful matters? Officer O pursed her lips, remaining silent. Jie Qingqiu made a valid point, as Su Tianyao, although not a good person, cared about her image and wouldn't allow her descendants to engage in such behavior. However, Su Shang was still bearing the title of a young miss from one of the Empire's 4 great families. If things got too out of hand, Jie Qingqiu would inevitably have to face many open and hidden attacks. It's Su Shang's aunt's birthday in a few days. She chuckled lightly, rubbing her thumb and forefinger together. Then we might as well send her a gift? Officer O was taken aback. What? Doesn't she like beautiful and well-behaved male bugs? Then we'll send her one. She stood up from her chair, stretched her limbs, and walked over to pat Officer O on the shoulder. It's your aunt's birthday. As a niece, it's fine to drink a little more, right? As for what might happen if you drink too much, who knows? Officer O understood and also stood up, pretending to straighten her clothes before giving a military salute. Received, Major General Jie. Jie Qingqiu chuckled at her, playfully kicking her calf with her foot. Hurry home. I don't have a place for you to sleep. I want to disturb you in jelly. I want to disturb you in jelly. She laughed foolishly and left the study with Jie Qingqiu, locking the previous conversation behind that door, known only to the two of them. Before leaving, Officer O jokingly wished the Major General a pleasant evening. After saying that, she hurried downstairs, fearing she might be hit. Jie Qingqiu shook her head and smiled, not in a hurry to go down, but returning to the study to take out a cigarette case and lighter from the desk drawer and walk to the balcony of the room. She skillfully pulled out a mint-colored thin cigarette, tapped it on the case a few times before putting it in her mouth, and, after holding it for several seconds, remembered to light it. The lights in the bedroom and on the balcony were off. The old mechanical lighter made a click as it turned, and a few sparks from the flint fell, suddenly igniting a bright yellow flame that illuminated half her face. The flame reached the thin cigarette and ignited it in just a second. The lighter was closed with a click, leaving only a faint crimson glow visible on the balcony. She didn't like to tap off the ash, letting it fall off on its own, nor did she enjoy letting the smoke linger in her lungs. The mint flavor would swirl around her mouth for a moment before being exhaled. Sometimes Jie Qingqiu really found life strange. No matter what one attained or where one stood, there would always be troubles. Yet, despite all the troubles in the world, she seemed to be living a bit harder than others. Jie Qingqiu didn't like to scheme against people, nor did she like to use underhanded methods, but fate relentlessly pressed it on her. She stood at the edge of a cliff, her life hanging by a thread, and if she didn't take the initiative, She would become fish on someone else's chopping board at their mercy. Truly frustrating. She took a deep drag, pinched out the cigarette with her right thumb and forefinger, and then tossed it on the balcony. After one, she lit another. Before she could finish, she heard some movement at the bedroom door. 15. The Major General went to the banquet again. She looked in that direction for a few seconds, and sure enough, it was that little fool, Cieli. However, his way of entering was quite open. He didn't sneak in or make a sound, but rather walked in boldly, as if he had originally lived in this bedroom. Jie Qingqiu found it amusing and shifted to a more comfortable position on the railing of the terrace. After walking around the room, Cieli finally noticed her on the terrace and cautiously walked over. His hair was damp, and he exuded a steamy moisture along with a pleasant scent of milk-scented shower gel, as if he had just taken a shower. "Sister, I took a shower, and I don't smell anymore," he said as he approached, looking at her with a pitiful expression and a serious tone, as if this matter were of great importance. However, Jie Qingqiu was not in the mood for romance, and simply replied dryly, "Oh." He took a few more steps closer, as if just realizing she was smoking, and nervously tugged at his clothes, asking her, "Sister, are you smoking?" Jie Qingqiu smiled at his appearance, took a deep drag of her cigarette, slightly lowered her head, and then exhaled the smoke right in his face. I'm smoking." The mint flavor was strong and irritating, making Cieli cough uncontrollably. She laughed happily this time and admitted that being a villain was indeed much more interesting. Seeing a weak and beautiful boy blush because of her was quite satisfying for her sadistic tendencies. After taking another drag, Jie Qingqiu extinguished the cigarette. She had no habit of letting others inhale secondhand smoke. Sister is unhappy. Now he was bold enough to come over and tug at Jie Qingqiu's clothes, looking at her with an innocent, carefree expression that only children possess. Kids have this advantage. They don't have to think about anything. And those whose intelligence is stuck at a child's level are the same. Unable to resist, she covered his eyes with her smoke-scented hand, saying, "It's okay. I'm not unhappy. Just going to sleep." It was unclear what Cieli understood from going to sleep, but as soon as he heard those two words, he quickly took a step back, then jumped onto Jie Qingqiu's bed, obediently covering himself with the blanket. His watery, bright eyes looked at her with anticipation. Jie Qingqiu's face darkened. Where did he learn such chaotic things? It was a situation of few males and many females, and if she lost control, what would she do? He really didn't treat her as an outsider. She walked over, pulled back the blanket, and said, "Go back to your own room. Who taught you to casually get on someone else's bed?" "Sister is not an outsider. She is my sister," he cleverly replied, but was still ruthlessly rejected by Jie Qingqiu. When he returned to his own room, he looked back at her reluctantly, turning back 3 times. A few days later, Jie Qingqiu went to the banquet with Officer O and a flawless gift. Su Chang's second aunt, Su Xiling, was the second daughter of Su Tianyao, the head of the Su family, which was one of the 4 great families of the empire. She wasn't favored too much, but she was still the second wife of the Su family in appearance. Su Tianyao had 3 daughters. The eldest, Su Zining, was also Su Chang's biological mother, but she was dull-witted and not favored by Su Tianyao. Su Xiling was not a daughter she held dear either. The one truly cherished was the youngest daughter, Su Zing. Ironically, her least favored daughter, Su Zining, died on the battlefield defending the country, while the most favored daughter died due to family infighting. Since Su Ziying's death, Su Tianyao had become increasingly harsh and sensitive towards family members, to the point of being on high alert. After thinking about all this, the hover car had already stopped at the gate of the Su family. As soon as the car door opened, there was a long red carpet, and 2 handsome boys stood at the entrance, dressed appropriately but with impure gazes, openly flirting with the female guests arriving for the banquet. She scoffed, straightened her clothes, and as she stepped out of the car, couldn't help but ask one more question. "Are you ready?" "Ready," Officer O replied immediately. As Jie Qingqiu stepped onto the red carpet, she drew everyone's attention. Unlike the Queen's birthday banquet, this time the flashlights flickered frequently on both sides, and gold foil ribbons were scattered on the red carpet. At that moment, she truly felt the intoxicating glamour of the scene. Handing the gift to the doorman responsible for collecting gifts at the entrance, she entered with Officer O. Upon entering the banquet hall, there was a moment of silence. and everyone turned their gaze toward her before resuming their hushed whispers. Again, this was the case. It was quite boring. Jie Qingqiu rolled her eyes internally. Every time she appeared in public, it was like this. She didn't understand what was so interesting for these people to talk about behind her back. Officer O also went to her own social circle, which was specific to their assistants. She usually could gather a lot of information, most of which was gossip. They still had to drink and socialize as usual. After the crowd had talked enough, they began to approach her for a toast, engaging in small talk. Normally, she would have perfunctorily responded a few times and then found a place to hide. After all, she came from a garbage star and would always be looked down upon. But today was different. Today, she had to provide a solid alibi. It didn't matter whether Su Chong believed it or not, or whether Su Tianyao believed it. What mattered was that there was evidence. Without solid evidence, they couldn't do anything to her. Her fingertips tapped on the rim of the wine glass, and she didn't absorb anything the person across from her said. Afterward, Jie Qingqiu opened her light brain to check the time and found that it was already time. Su Chong should have already drunk that spiked drink by now. Speaking of which, Su Chong shared the same idea as them, wanting to use such a means to embarrass Jie Qingqiu at this banquet. But in the end, she ended up consuming her own medicine. After standing around in the banquet hall, bored, she finally heard screams coming from the backyard. A faint smile pulled at Jie Qingqiu's lips, and soon everyone at the banquet was unconsciously moving toward the backyard. Amidst the crowd, she followed along with the flow. Following the sound, she arrived at a storage room in the backyard, where the door was wide open. Su Tianyao, now with gray hair, stood angrily at the entrance. Through the open door, the scene inside was clearly visible to everyone. There stood Su Chong, wearing only a shirt, hastily and carelessly buttoned, her lipstick smudged, and her face still flushed, breathless from some illicit encounter. A completely naked boy was curled up on a wooden bed, draped in a woman's coat, with lipstick marks on his face and neck that were unmistakably left by someone. At the entrance of the storage room, there was a trembling female servant who looked like she belonged to this household. Jie Qingqiu silently smiled. It seems Su Chong sensed something, suddenly lifting her head to look at the crowd, and their eyes met directly. 16. The Major General taught the villain a lesson after Officer O entered the banquet hall. She went to the small sub-venue exclusively for officers and assistants like her. The same few people came and went, occasionally with some new faces, but most were familiar. This place was not as chaotic as the main venue. Everyone was just a worker, and most people envied Officer O. After all, she was with the Empire's youngest Major General. Jie Qingqiu was frugal, but did not treat his subordinates harshly, so salaries and benefits were high. He was prone to irritability, but did not lash out at people randomly, nor did he have the bad habit of mistreating his subordinates like some big families. Benefiting from Jie Qingqiu's influence, she thrived in this sub-venue. Of course, there were still a few who looked down on her, such as the little follower of the Su family's young lady, Go Yue. Every time she saw her with her nose in the air, looking smug, Officer O told herself, a dog follows its master. After a short while, she noticed Go Yue starting to zone out, her glass of semi-permanent red wine no longer swaying. As she walked to a corner with her light brain, seemingly not knowing what to do. Oh, everyone else might not know, but Officer O herself did. It was nothing more than trying to frame her superior along with her master. She greeted the person in front of her, and, under the pretense of needing the restroom, made her way to a dark corner opposite Go Yue. Taking advantage of the tall trees nearby, she pulled out a small jade flute from around her neck and gently played a few notes without making a sound. But she knew the signal had been sent. This was a communication device that Jie Qingqiu had paid a high price for, which did not require interstellar network access, but transmitted information through high-frequency sounds inaudible to insects. Before long, a female insect gently landed beside her, her figure fading into the night as if she didn't even breathe. Yi. Switch Go Yuete's drug powder into Su Chong's wine glass. She whispered. Did the male insect bring it? Yi silently nodded. The drug powder would drive the female insect insane and was usually paired with another flower juice because the drugged female insect would follow the scent of the flower juice. Good. Officer O gave a glance, and Yi quietly slipped back into the darkness. The Empire was in chaos, the Queen incompetent, and some powerful families secretly raised dark armies, but due to their small scale, Lan Yunling had not discovered it. Jie Qingqiu had also raised a group, but they were not an army, just secret guards to protect him and do his bidding. The female insects among them were all rescued from trash planets, auction houses, and mass graves, with no reason to be disloyal to Jie Qingqiu. Officer O had never seen this before. After finishing all this, only 5 or 6 minutes had passed. She took a detour back to the restroom and then walked back to the sub-venue, returning to the person she had been talking to earlier. Go Yuetue had not yet returned. After locking eyes with Jie Qingqiu, Su Shang suddenly seemed to go mad, disregarding her image as she attempted to push through the crowd to tear her apart, shouting wildly, "Jie Qingqiu, you vile insect, may you die a terrible death. How dare you frame me?" Su Shang's face was twisted with rage, yet Jie Qingqiu appeared innocent. With that shout, all eyes were on Jie Qingqiu, including Su Tianyao sharp gaze. Jie Qingqiu frowned slightly, pressed her lips together, and said aloud, "Miss Su, I'm very sorry to see this happen. But how can this be considered framing you? It's you, it's you. Who else could it be?" Su Shang's face showed anger. "Miss Su, why would I frame you? What grievance do we have? As far as I remember, this is only our second meeting. The last was at the Queen's birthday banquet, and it was just a nodding acquaintance. I, Jie Qingqiu, am upright. When the incident happened, I was in the main venue the whole time. How could I have time to frame you?" She cast a glance at a certain colonel who had spoken to her earlier, and the colonel nodded tremulously. The crowd began to murmur, a loud noise, though it was unclear what they were discussing. But at this moment, anyone with a guilty conscience felt it was about themselves, including Jie Qingqiu, Su Shang, and Su Tianyao. Su Shang wanted to say more, but heard Su Tianyao roar, "Enough. Are you not embarrassed enough?" Su Shang fell silent. After the angry shout, her expression changed, softening considerably as she addressed the onlookers. "I apologize for the commotion. My granddaughter Shang is being thoughtless. Let's not let her ruin everyone's mood. Let us go cut the cake now." After saying this, she patted the hand of the person beside her, and Jie Qingqiu then noticed Su Zining was also there. With the host having spoken, everyone felt it inappropriate to linger, and Jie Qingqiu sensed the venomous gaze fixated on her. So after moving with the crowd for a while, she turned back. When she returned, the utility room was empty, and Su Shang was whipping the male insect with a belt, the male insect trembling in acceptance, unable to escape. At this moment, his pale body was covered in red marks, almost to the point of being flayed. The pitiful, tearful appearance made Jie Qingqiu momentarily trance, and she suddenly recalled Jie Li lying beneath her with reddened eyes. She quickly snapped back to reality, realizing she had been momentarily bewitched. "TSK, Miss Su is quite a temper," she mocked as she spoke up. Su Shang turned to look at her angrily. "Jie Qingqiu, what are you doing here?" She was about to rush over to fight to the death when Jie Qingqiu stepped into the utility room, pressing her face to the ground with a foot on her back. "Miss Su, do you really think you can beat me?" She laughed derisively, covering the male insect with the discarded woman's coat that had fallen to the ground. "Why are you treating your little male insect like this? What if you're already carrying his eggs? Aren't you planning to take responsibility?" Su Shang struggled and spat. "That filthy insect has probably slept with countless others. Responsibility? Huh. Haven't you slept with many male insects too?" She pressed down harder with her foot, feeling some urge to smoke, but she held back. Su Shang cried out in pain. "Jie Qingqiu, I remember you. You filthy insect from a trash planet. How dare you stand before me with such arrogance? I will definitely kill you, just because I have you underfoot now." She squatted down and lightly patted Su Shang's face, her lips curling into a mocking smile. She lowered her voice so only the two of them could hear. "Miss Su, if you want to deal with me, you're still too inexperienced. I advise you to be careful. This is just a small lesson for you." Su Shang stiffened but quickly became aggressive again. It's you. I know it's you." Jie Qingqiu found her noisy, frowned, and grabbed a cloth to gag her, then restored her normal volume. "You think it's me just because you say so? Talk is cheap. We need evidence." Then she skillfully found a rope and tied Su Shang up without leaving marks. She could struggle free, but it would take her some time. Jie Qingqiu walked over to the male insect, rummaged in her pocket for a while before pulling out a disposable universal card and handing it to him. This card was very user-friendly, A perfect tool for contemporary crime. Usable once, leaving no name or trace. All thanks to the good deeds of Her Majesty the Queen. Redeem yourself, get out of this misery, and find something to do. This isn't good for your health. After saying this, she added, if I see you in such a place again, I'll break your legs. The male insect trembled, took the card, and quietly said thank you. Jie Qingqiu waved her hand and returned to the venue. 17. The Major General got drunk. Jie Qingqiu drank quite a bit at the banquet this time, perhaps because she had to create an alibi and didn't slack off. So others made up for the drinks they hadn't poured her before. It was well known that she didn't have a driver, so Officer O didn't drink. On the way back, she was dizzy, staring at the car roof and feeling the world spin. Officer O, stop spinning around and drive properly. Officer O sighed. Major General, I'm not spinning. You might be drunk. Oh, so I'm drunk. Jie Qingqiu rummaged around her side, feeling like she was missing something. Her memories were hazy, lingering on the day of the Queen's birthday banquet when she promised to bring a gift back for Jie. Hey, what is your name? The one driving? She brushed her hair, but couldn't recall the name. Can you take me to the flower shop to buy a bouquet? I bought a male bug that's been clamoring for a gift. Officer O pursed his lips, but couldn't help but retort, Major General, my surname is O. And I'm your officer. I've been with you for over 10 years. Ah, your name is Officer O? Who would have such a strange name? Jie Qingqiu thought she was being subtle, but was clearly mocking Officer O. Officer O felt a vain throb on his forehead. Major General. That's the name you gave me when you picked me up, saying I was meant to be your officer. Without a name, without parents. Officer O was a wild child raised in a red light district on a backward planet, starting to remember things while cleaning toilets and bars, and growing up eating scraps from various households. One could say that everyone who fed her in that red light district was her male father. At that time, Jie Qingqiu was just a little captain, sent by her superior to that red light district for a mission. Seeing her pitiful state, the superior used all his savings to buy her. She had no name and begged Jie Qingqiu to give her one. Jie Qingqiu's indifference was evident even back then, seeing a seagull painted on a poster nearby. She decided to give her the surname O. She also mentioned that she would eventually be promoted and have her own officer, generously saying she could be that officer, hence naming her Officer O. Oh, so I named it myself. Jie Qingqiu took a long time to comprehend that sentence while drunk, and then said, that name sounds really nice. Major General Jie is quite talented. Officer O, after circling around, she drove to a nearby flower shop. Jie Qingqiu specifically requested red roses, so Officer O bought a large bouquet of 99, making sure Jie Qingqiu would feel the pain of spending when she sobered up. In the interstellar era, purebred plants were not cheap. After all, developed planets had completely urbanized, and places that could sustain plants were scarce, most being transported from other planets. This bouquet alone cost 3,000 star coins, equivalent to Jie Qingqiu's food expenses for nearly a month. After buying it, she stuffed it into Jie Qingqiu's arms and then sent her back to her villa. To say villa isn't entirely accurate. It should be described as a 3-story small standalone house with a yard in a suburban area where housing prices were cheap. To put it nicely, it was quiet. To put it bluntly, it was remote. However, because of the low population, hover cars could park freely at the door, and anything could be planted in the yard. Even aggressive, mutated plants, without anyone saying a word. When they reached the door, Officer O noticed the lights in the house were still on. She opened the car door and helped Jie Qingqiu out, who was swaying as she walked, but stubbornly insisted she was drunk and could walk in a straight line and operate a mecha. So Officer O had to let her be. Jie Qingqiu was unwilling to take out her keys and insisted on ringing the doorbell and knocking. After ringing it, she waved her hand at Officer O. You can go now, little O. I'm home and going to sleep. Even though you don't have a mail bug. You should go home early too. Officer O. I reflect on myself 3 times a day. She's my superior. I can't beat her, and she pays my salary. Go, go, go. Jie Qingqiu saw her standing still and prepared to kick her out. Officer O wanted to say something, but held it back. Watching her turn away after the door was opened, conveniently driving away Jie Qingqiu's hover car. Jie Qingqiu didn't care what was on her mind. She felt the door frame she was leaning against was wobbling uncontrollably. Once the door was opened, The warm light spilling from inside made her feel a bit more comfortable. "Sister, you're back." Jie's eyes lit up when he saw her, boldly leaning over for a hug, and Jie Qingqiu, in turn, relaxed and hung her body on him. She patted the back of his head with the hand that wasn't holding the flowers. "Silly, help me inside." Jie Qingqiu leaned closer, making Jie even happier, struggling to support her, and after closing the door, he carefully half-carried, half-hugged her to her bedroom on the second floor. "How come a big man like you is shorter than me? Which girl is going to like you in the future?" Jie Qingqiu felt herself bending over and instinctively muttered. Jie didn't hear clearly. "What, sister, did you say?" "Huh? What?" The drunken Major General Jie also didn't know. When he put her down on the bed, both were sweating profusely. Jie Qingqiu raised a large bouquet of roses beside her, half closing her eyes and talking nonsense. "This is the gift I brought for you. Don't cry, I don't like whiny male bugs." Jie's heart leaped with joy. He felt today was truly a day blessed by the gods. This was a line from the comic Go for It Loves Male Bug. He didn't quite understand what blessed meant, but it didn't stop him from feeling that happiness. Not crying, not crying. He had always understood how to take advantage of affection. Rubbing his face against Jie Qingqiu's. "Li is good, not crying. With sister here, I won't cry." Jie Qingqiu felt too hot and pushed him away. He buried his face in the large bouquet of roses, taking a deep whiff, so fragrant, "Sister." "Oh, really? Let me smell." Jie Qingqiu propped herself up, but with insufficient strength, her face crashed into the roses, crushing several blooms in the process. She nodded, indeed very prickly. Jie carefully picked up the crushed petals, feeling a bit pained, and stuffed them into his pajama pocket. Too greedy, he planned to hug her again before going to sleep. So he carefully nestled his roses into Jie Qingqiu's arms and rubbed against her. Who would have thought this made her breathe heavily? Their warm bodies intertwined through their clothes. The drunken Major General Jie found her thoughts even more chaotic. The remaining clarity vanished entirely, and at that moment, she sensed the familiar scent of a male bug. The deepest spiritual connection recognized them as mates. So she wrapped her arms around his waist, flipped over, and instinctively completed the next actions. The rose petals were crushed and scattered all over the bed, hence no one saw the card nestled in the bouquet, which boldly read, "Mutated passion fun red roses, the desires a female bug cannot control, bringing you a romantic night." 18. The Major General made someone cry when Jie Qingqiu woke up the next day. Her head was foggy and her temples throbbed. Her last memory was of the final drink she had. It was obvious she had gotten drunk and blacked out last night. And that damned officer hadn't helped her with the drinks, and even after bringing her home, didn't make her a hangover soup. He really wasn't doing his job at all. She crawled out of bed and felt a familiar discomfort, but it was fleeting, and since her pajamas were neatly on her and she felt dry and normal, she brushed it off again. Jie Qingqiu opened her light brain and sent a message to Officer O. "To solve all your problems, deduct your bonus for this month." "Ugh, officer." After sending the message, she felt a bit better and got up to wash up. After washing up, she went downstairs to find another thoughtful and hearty breakfast waiting for her. She adjusted her pajamas comfortably and sat down at the dining table, starting her beautiful day with a cup of hot milk. "Next time I drink, remember to make me honey water. My head hurts now," she said, rubbing her temples. "You can make honey water, right?" Jie shook his head, then nodded. "What does that mean?" "I've never made it, but I can make it for you, sister," he said, using his tongue to wipe the milk off his lips, looking innocent. But for some reason, Jie Qingqiu felt a wave of jumbled thoughts, and she didn't know what her uncontrollable mind was thinking, making half of her body feel a bit soft. She quickly gulped down a mouthful of hot milk to suppress her chaotic thoughts. Could it be that she had been abstinent for too many years and was now at an age where she felt hungry and eager? Was it time to consider finding a partner or going to a club for a clean bedmate? Jie Qingqiu took another sip of milk and began to consider the feasibility of this idea. With that thought, she opened her light brain to send another message to Officer O. "To solve all your problems, which club is clean and good-looking young masters?" "Ugh, officer. Major General, have you come to your senses?" After sending it, she closed the chat window. Jie was completely unaware of all this. Today was uneventful. and Jie Qingqiu still had a little tail on her vacation. After eating, she rested for a while and then changed her clothes to go up to the third floor. This small standalone house in the suburbs was fully paid for by her and had 3 floors. The first floor had the kitchen, bathroom, living room, and dining room. The second floor had a master bedroom, 2 guest bedrooms, a study, and a media room. The third floor had a gym and an exposed rooftop swimming pool. It wasn't completely exposed, as there was a glass cover over the pool. She had no hobbies and wasn't someone who lingered in entertainment venues. Most of the time, she lived in the military while working, and during past vacations, she just stayed in this small house to eat, exercise, and take care of the little yard. Thinking of this, she recalled the now messy yard, since she hadn't been back for a long time. She had been sent on a mission during her hard-earned holiday, which made the flowers and plants wither. The flowers raised in the greenhouse had this flaw. They couldn't withstand any storms or setbacks. Jie Qingqiu's swimsuit, in line with her usual laziness and casualness, was designed to fit closely, showcasing her beautiful figure and incredible proportions, with a slit in the front extending down to her abdomen. Everything else was whatever. She was most satisfied with her figure being flat-chested, saving a lot of fabric, allowing her to wear many clothes. As soon as she entered the water, the door was pushed open. Jie Qingqiu looked over and saw Jie coming out, boldly displaying his strikingly white legs, with his upper body wrapped in one of her jackets, holding a small float. "Sister," he timidly called out, though he had the courage to walk right over. She turned in the water, squinting her eyes. "What are you doing here?" Jie unwrapped the jacket he was wearing and neatly draped it over a beach chair on the shore. Underneath the jacket, he was wearing a white t-shirt, so he wasn't completely bold. Then he placed the small float on the water's surface, tentatively extending a foot to touch the water while mumbling, "I want to play with sister." Jie Qingqiu couldn't help but laugh a little. This Jie was bold sometimes, but at other times he timidly sought approval, as if the whole world was bullying him. But then again, he was also brave enough to do many things without needing anyone to tell him. Strangely, all of his actions fell within her tolerable range, making it hard for her to get truly angry. In fact, at times, Jie Qingqiu felt that this is how people have energy and vitality. Jie was still testing the waters. Seeing him getting bolder, she suddenly pulled his leg and then pulled him into the pool. He didn't notice and fell in, flailing his arms and legs when he hit the water, splashing a lot and making sounds as he swallowed water. Jie Qingqiu realized things were going south and swam over, supporting him under his armpits, lifting him up so his upper body was out of the water. Jie flailed in the air, realizing he was out of the water, and stopped his panicking movements, instinctively reaching out his arms towards Jie Qingqiu, as if seeking a hug after a near-death experience. After all, it was her fault for being so reckless and scaring him. So she felt a pang of guilt and pulled him down a bit, generously giving him a hug. At the moment of contact, Jie wrapped his legs around Jie Qingqiu's waist, his hands tightly around her neck, and his face leaned close to hers. After a brief moment, Jie Qingqiu sensed that something was off. The person in her arms was trembling slightly, and she could feel a dampness where their cheeks touched. If she listened closely, she could hear soft sobs. Oh no, her heart tightened. She had crossed the line. What's wrong? What's wrong? She firmly pulled him away from her and then cupped his face with her hands to make him look at her. The person in front of her had dark eyes that seemed to be filled with water, continuously spilling tears, the corners of his eyes slightly drooping and red, exuding a fragile feeling as if he would shatter with a touch. Jie Qingqiu felt her heart racing because, seeing this scene, her sadistic desire unexpectedly outweighed her guilt. If she weren't somewhat rational, she might have just taken him right there. She gritted her teeth, forcing herself to calm down, but when she spoke, her voice was still a bit hoarse. "I'm sorry, don't cry. I wouldn't do that to you next time." "Oh no." How did it get more and more off track? "No." She took a deep breath and pushed him away a bit more. "What I mean is I apologize to you. Just don't cry, and tell me what you want, and I'll see if I can give it to you." Jie shook his head and nodded between sobs, finally stuttering, "Then sister, swim and teach me together, so I want to do this next time." Okay, just don't cry. I'll teach you. She completely pulled him off her and then somewhat roughly wiped the tears off his face. As she wiped, The corners of Jie Li's eyes turned even redder. Jie Qingqiu's gaze darkened as she rubbed her fingertips, which had wiped his tears, with force. 19. A leisurely day for the Major General and the fool Jie Qingqiu promised to teach, and she truly did. It was only after Jie Li had completely stabilized her emotions that she began. At first, she thought it would be inappropriate to make someone cry, so she decided to be gentle, patient, and meticulous while teaching, not treating the fragile and pitiful male bug as a soldier who could control mechas. However, as she continued teaching, she fully got into the zone and forgot her initial thoughts. Thus, what should have been a pleasant and leisurely morning turned into a scene in a detached house on the top floor of a suburban area of the Empire's main star, where the stern reprimands of Major General Jie echoed, along with Jie Li's constant apologies. Legs, how are you positioning your legs? What did I just tell you? I'm sorry, sister. What did I say? Why are you breathing like that again? I'm sorry, sister. Your hands. Is this how I taught you? Think about it. Is this how I taught you? I'm sorry, sister. Can you not repeat the same mistake? Time and again, I can give you a chance now. But who will give you a chance in a real battle? Ugh. After a session of teaching, Jie Qingqiu was drenched in sweat and quite satisfied with the fulfilling morning, and she was confident that Jie Li felt the same way. She stretched out her hand and clasped Jie Li's shoulder. How is it? Did you learn a lot? Ugh, why are you crying? She leaned closer to take a look, and, upon seeing that Jie Li hadn't shed any tears, let out a sigh of relief and ruffled his hair. Go take a shower. After your shower, we'll eat. Jie Li shot her a timid glance with his small eyes, and as he looked, a smile crept onto his lips before he dashed back to his room. Such a fool. Jie Qingqiu chuckled, then returned to her room to take a shower and change clothes. Male bugs generally take longer in the shower, supposedly because there are many steps involved. So when she finished and went downstairs, Jie Li still hadn't come out. In a good mood, Jie Qingqiu was willing to spend more time trying to cook. Perhaps she had exceptional talent and could whip up delicious dishes on her first try. It was as if it was a habit ingrained in her soul. After opening the fridge, she instinctively picked up some eggs and several tomatoes. Without a recipe or a video, and having never seen anyone cook, she just knew what to do next. Throughout this process, Jie Qingqiu remained in a state of mental blankness, her thoughts completely halted, acting purely on inertia. When a plate of red and yellow dishes was finally completed, she suddenly snapped back to reality. The steam was still wafting from the dish, and the sweet and salty aroma wafted into her nostrils, bringing with it an indescribable, elusive sense of familiarity. Sister, what are you doing? Jie Li's voice broke the spell, and he leaned in to look at the dish. Did you make this? What is it? Tomato, scrambled eggs, she blurted out. Wow, you're amazing, sister. Jie Li helped her bring the plate of tomato, scrambled eggs to the dining table. An amazing sister who can cook, how impressive. Jie Qingqiu finally reacted. Of course. Don't you see who I am? How many female bugs can cook? I can be considered the best bug in the Empire. The remaining 2 dishes and soup were supplemented by Jie Li, while Jie Qingqiu waited to eat. By the time the remaining dishes were served, her tomato scrambled eggs had already cooled down, and the taste had become less appealing, but Jie Qingqiu still finished every bite, generously serving Jie Li a few chopsticks full during the meal. This day could be considered truly leisurely. After the afternoon nap, Jie Qingqiu changed into a darker outfit, planning to tidy up her little yard. She had already prepared the seeds, collected during her tasks on other planets during this holiday, with all kinds of varieties. These things were expensive on the main star, but worthless elsewhere. Unfortunately, they were all mutated plants, having lost their original, truest beauty. Mutated plants were developed entirely to cater to human needs, growing quickly, with flowers and fruits having a high probability of being perfect, along with some other functions, thus losing a part of the joy of planting. But Jie Qingqiu didn't mind. She took her small hoe, small shovel, small watering can, and a large bag of seeds downstairs. Upon seeing this, Jie Li also changed into a different outfit, insisting on following her. As he didn't hinder her, she let him come along. Among the seeds, her favorite was the red camellia. The moment she saw the flowers bloom, she resolved to bring the seeds back. The vast, nearly rotten dark red looked like a splash of fresh blood on the dark green leaves, and at the most blooming and flourishing moment, the entire flower suddenly fell, and all the blooming splendor came to an abrupt halt. Thinking of this, she had already started working. After sorting the different varieties into sections, she began digging holes. Jie followed her, puffing and panting as he dug holes, still having the heart of a child, getting dirt on his hands and face, completely unaware of it. Sister, I want to plant flowers too. After digging several holes, his eyes glanced at Jie Qingqiu's seeds. She rummaged through her bag and found a small pack of daisy seeds. This plant is resilient and hard to kill, so no matter how he messes with it, it should be fine. It wasn't that Jie Qingqiu was stingy. Mainly, Jieli's mentality was still at the child stage. If he were to kill the plants on his first attempt, it would likely leave a significant psychological shadow. To protect the child's childhood, she, as a mother, truly worried a lot. Jie didn't know this and happily accepted the seeds, carefully mimicking her actions to sprinkle them in, gently covering them with a layer of soil, even controlling his breath, seemingly afraid that too much force would damage the seeds. At this moment, the sun was at its peak. For her, a tough-skinned female bug, it wasn't a problem, but for Jie, with his delicate skin, it became unbearable after a while in the sun. Sweat beaded on his forehead and nose, and, as it slipped down, it threatened to roll into his eyes but was blocked by his eyelashes. His neck and cheeks, exposed to the sun, had already turned slightly red. Yet he remained completely oblivious, still busy with his little daisy seeds. Jie Qingqiu clicked her tongue and went to the storage room in the backyard to find a woven sun hat for him. Such items were rare in the interstellar world and hardly made anymore. When Jie received the hat, he smiled happily, sweetly calling her sister a few times before getting back to work. The two spent the entire afternoon planting the seeds. In the middle of the yard, alongside the small path from the gate to the door, Jie Qingqiu planted a full row of camellias. If the flowers bloomed, she could see the beautiful view from her room's balcony. As dusk approached, she first tossed a towel to Jie, then grabbed one for herself to wipe off her sweat. Only then did she feel her stomach empty and hunger gnawing at her. Just as she was about to head inside to find something to eat, her light brain beeped. 20. Does the Major General have a white moonlight? Jie Qingqiu opened her light brain and saw that it was a message from the Queen's assistant, Lu Xin. Her brows furrowed, sensing that something was off. I have something to deal with. You play by yourself for now. After saying this, she hurried to her study. Upon opening the message from the very first sentence, she gritted her teeth, almost reading through the message in anger, and after taking in the last period, she stood up, pacing the room, realizing her anger was only rising. She could no longer hold back and swept all the folders off the table to the floor. Damn it, Lan Yunling, I'm really going to deal with your entire family. After cursing a few times, Jie Qingqiu felt her anger subside a bit. However, the resentment in her heart still couldn't be suppressed. The brief message that resembled a short essay simply expressed the hope that Jie Qingqiu would represent the Empire in negotiations with the Alliance at the end of next month. To prevent her from refusing, Lan Yunling had specially instructed Lu Xin to mention that matter in the message, using it as a threat to force her compliance. Unexpectedly, Jie Qingqiu really had no way to refuse. Thinking of this, she cursed again. I will definitely take down your Lan family someday, a bunch of idiots. They claimed that Jie Qingqiu would represent the Empire in negotiations, but in fact, the content of the negotiations was completely out of her control. She was merely a messenger, one who would be scorned by everyone. While she was still secretly fuming, there was a gentle knock on the study door, very subtle. She could guess who it was just by the sound, and Jie Qingqiu initially didn't want to respond, as she was still angry, but the person knocked a little harder. Finally, unable to endure it any longer, she opened the door. What do you want? Jie was startled by her voice, his eyes unconsciously turning a bit red, but he stubbornly extended his hand. Sister, drink this. It's sweet, and you won't be angry after drinking it. It was a cup of slightly cloudy, translucent beverage, and smelling it, it indeed had a sweet scent, like a mixture of various fruits juiced together. Jie Qingqiu took a glance and instinctively replied, I'm not angry. Who told you I'm angry? Jie still looked at her motionlessly, his watery eyes filled with anticipation and a helpless affection. All right, I'm a little bit angry. She accepted the cup of mixed fruit juice and took a big gulp. The various sweet and refreshing flavors intertwined, surprisingly good. Not bad. You can make this again next time. Seeing her drink the mixed juice, Jie smiled and said, Sister, dinner is ready. Let's eat. After this exchange, Jie Qingqiu's anger strangely dissipated a lot, and she didn't feel as stifled as before. The two of them went downstairs cheerfully for dinner. That night, Jie Qingqiu was also pleased to accompany him to watch the 8 p.m. family drama. It was another cliché story about two males competing for one female, with a gray male bug marrying into a wealthy family but being tormented by the evil father-in-law, a melodramatic tale. Jie Qingqiu watched in a daze, having long lost focus, while Jie was engrossed and empathetic. Unfortunately, he wasn't quiet either. Whenever he encountered something he didn't understand, he would ask a couple of questions, making Jie Qingqiu drowsy. And she answered with vague remarks, not really knowing the content herself. Ooh, sister, this female bug already has a male partner. Why does she still go out to find other males? Because the ones outside look better and are more obedient. Ooh, sister, why doesn't this female bug's male father accept the male bug? Because he doesn't like him. Ooh, sister, will your male father accept me? Jie Qingqiu paused after saying just one word, unable to continue. The other half of her thoughts was swallowed. Male partner? Female parent? She herself didn't know where they were. Having never seen them before, how could she give him an answer? Jie Qingqiu was born and raised in a garbage heap, while others drank nutrient solutions. She drank plant stem liquid, using the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed, raising herself without any parents. Logically, she shouldn't feel sad. But every time this topic came up, there was an indescribable sense of desolation, as if she had lost the most important thing in her life. The pain comparable to skinning and pulling tendons. Sister? Jie noticed that something was off with her and timidly leaned closer, seemingly want to get a bit closer. But Jie Qingqiu stood up and avoided him. Sister? He panicked, thinking she was angry, and pulled at her clothing. Jie Qingqiu's veins throbbed on her forehead. Her face slightly reddened. Let go. No, no. Jie shook his head vigorously, his eyes turning red. I'm sorry, sister. It was Li's fault, my fault. He didn't know that Jie Qingqiu had no parents, nor did he know where he had gone wrong. He just knew he should apologize. He did nothing wrong. Just let go. Jie was unwilling, his fingers gripping her clothing so tightly that they turned pale. Jie Qingqiu lost her patience, directly prying his fingers off as she walked toward the entrance. She rubbed her temples and immediately called Deputy Officer O. Give me a male bug now, quickly. Still the same hotel. After hanging up, she picked up her coat and prepared to leave. Before leaving, she turned back and said, I have something to do. I might not be back. You sleep first. The moment the door closed, the tears that had been building in Li's eyes fell down. He looked incredulously at the closed door, as if the person who had just left would return the next second. But in the end, it did not happen as he wished. Jie couldn't understand why the person who had been watching TV with him just a second ago got up and left the next second. Why the person who had been entangled with him in bed last night could go to a hotel with another male bug today, especially in front of him. The family drama at 8 p.m. was still playing, and the sounds of arguing reached his ears. Because I don't love you, do you know? What kind of identity do I have to be with a fool like you? No, if you don't love me, why do you sleep with me? Who would refuse a male bug delivered to their door? Just because I sleep with you doesn't mean I love you. Don't be so conceited. If you don't love me, why did you marry me? Because you look very much like the one I love. You are just a substitute for him. You can never become him. Jie shivered all over, unconsciously repeating the words in his mouth. Substitute. Looks very much like. After a few seconds of silence, it seemed he finally realized the bug that Li and sister loved looked very much like him, but sister did not love Li. He felt goosebumps all over, a chill running down his spine, and after a long silence, he went upstairs and opened Jie Qingqiu's bedroom door. 21. The major can't find the little fool. He entered Jie Qingqiu's room, but in the end, he didn't dare to do anything. Jie couldn't handle overly complicated matters now, nor could he provide a perfect response. But he didn't know what was right and what was wrong. He opened Jie Qingqiu's wardrobe, squeezed himself inside, and curled up in a corner, then wrapped himself tightly while inhaling the faint scent of Jie Qingqiu lingering in the wardrobe, gradually falling asleep. It felt as if in this surrounding scent, he too was being embraced, loved. Jie Qingqiu's mood was not great because she realized that her mental power fluctuations had been increasing in frequency lately, which was not good. Mental power fluctuations could cause her to lose her rationality and turn into a butcher who could only vent her sadistic desires. If she were in a stable environment, she could find a male bug to help her sort out, but in an emergency situation, if this continued, it would really lead to a disaster. Jie Qingqiu valued her life and absolutely did not want the situation to develop into this. Major, I think you need to consider finding a male bug for deep-level sorting. Deputy Officer O handed her a cup of hot water. This time, her mental power fluctuation wasn't too severe, so after sorting it out, she didn't feel too exhausted. Continuing to just scratch the surface wasn't a solution. Mental power is very personal and important. Jie Qingqiu didn't feel comfortable letting someone with unknown origins enter her mental sea. So every time she found a male bug for sorting, it was only a shallow sorting on the outer layer, and she had never gone deep. Another very important reason was that entering the mental sea required being in bed. It's not meant literally. To deeply untangle the chaotic mental tendrils of the mind, one must achieve a true unity of body and spirit at the moment when the female and male insects mate. Only then can it be realized. But Jie Qingqiu is unwilling. This has led to the uprising remaining unresolved, merely reduced to a threshold she can suppress. I understand now. She took a sip of hot water and thought about the past few days, during which she frequently had impulses towards a fool whose intelligence was stuck at a child's level. As a result, she genuinely began to feel that she really needed to find someone. Please keep an eye out for me. I definitely won't be able to find someone on my own. She pondered for a moment about the appearance of her imagined partner. She hoped for someone not too complicated at home, obedient, able to cook, and who would call her sister. Yili. Officer O blurted out as he listened to her description. Jie Qingqiu fell silent for a moment, then shot her a glare. Don't talk nonsense. He already has a female insect. Officer O shrugged. All right, I'll keep an eye out for you. At this point, Officer O suddenly thought of something else. The son of that Minister of Foreign Affairs. I think he could work. Isn't he? Seeing her drift further into absurdity, Jie Qingqiu felt a throbbing headache coming on and kicked Officer O's thigh. You're talking nonsense. The Zhang family wouldn't look at me. If Zhang Tai knew what I had with her son, she could kill me. But if Zhang Lu likes you, that's fine. Jelly was stunned, fists clenched. What else do you have to say? Officer O chuckled a few times and slipped away. The next morning, she returned home, thinking about the little fool at home. It felt a bit inappropriate to leave so suddenly last night. So before heading home, she specially brought a breakfast, guessing that Jie Li should have woken up by the time she returned. However, when she opened the door, she found no one in the living room. She called out, but received no response, so she took the breakfast upstairs. She knocked on Jie Li's bedroom door, but got no answer. When she pressed the doorknob, she found it empty. She frowned, wondering where he had gone. Little fool. Jie Li. The security system in her house was very good, without identity verification. No one could enter, so the only possibility was that he had left on his own. But now she couldn't be sure whether Jie Li had actually left. So she set the breakfast down and planned to search around first, fearing he might have fainted in some corner like last time. She searched all 3 floors but found no one, and anxiety began to rise in her heart, with a bit of sweat forming in her palms, fearing that someone with ill intentions might have taken him away. At one moment, she thought it could be Lan Yunling, then it could be Su Chong, and then anyone seemed possible. Finally, feeling a bit self-destructive, she opened her bedroom door and was about to head to the bathroom when she heard a sound coming from the closet. Jie Qingqiu paused, squinted her eyes, and quietly approached. After standing at the closet door for over 10 seconds, she suddenly flung it open, and the insect that had curled up and slept there tumbled out. His face still bore traces of dried tears. His eyes were red and swollen from excessive crying, and bloodshot veins were visible in his dark eyes, clearly indicating he hadn't slept well last night, but he was evidently already awake. Jelly, she called softly, not immediately helping him up. The tension and worry she felt transformed into anger the moment she saw him. He was right there, awake, silently listening to her search for over half an hour. And she had been anxious for over half an hour. It felt like something truly sincere was laid bare before her only to be trampled upon, which was infuriating. Jelly sensed her anger, biting his lower lip and lowering his head in silence. trembling all over, as if the one behaving thoughtlessly wasn't him. What are you feeling wronged about? Jie Qingqiu squatted down expressionlessly, gripping his chin to force him to look up at her. Her cold gaze made Jie shiver. Why didn't you respond when I called you just now? The lingering fear hadn't subsided, and, as she said this, she tightened her grip on his hand a bit more. You just listen to me worry? You wouldn't be worried, he finally managed to say, his voice strained, tears still rolling down his cheeks. Jie Qingqiu couldn't help but laugh in anger. After holding in for so long, he managed to say something like that, not even able to say I'm sorry. It won't happen again, truly acting like a thoughtless child. Yet, for some reason, much of her anger dissipated. How could I not be worried? She reached out and somewhat roughly wiped away his tears. Perhaps she touched a swollen spot, causing Jie to cry out in pain, and his tears flowed even more. Jie Qingqiu clicked her tongue and eased her grip. I called you for so long, and you didn't hear me? What do you mean if that wasn't me being worried? The house was almost turned upside down by me. I spent so much money buying you. Do you know how valuable you are? I don't expect you to remember that money. How could I not be worried? She pulled him up from the ground. You little ingrate. Jie grunted a few times, feeling somewhat persuaded, but thinking of himself as just a costly substitute brought a stab of pain to his heart. I bought you breakfast from a popular breakfast shop in the main district. Do you want to eat? She draped her arm around his shoulder and half-dragged, half-hugged him out. On that day, the two did not communicate, ending with Jie's one-sided Cold War, Jie Qingqiu's one-sided reconciliation. They continued to coexist in an awkward manner for several days. Yet, Jie Qingqiu didn't feel anything wrong with this way of interacting. Officer O was very efficient. Within just a few days, he had helped her find several potential matches that met her requirements, with family backgrounds thoroughly investigated, free of complicated family environments. Jie Qingqiu was actually quite resistant to getting involved with male insects from large families. Firstly, being from a humble background, she would definitely be looked down upon, and secondly, she only sought a harmonious family and didn't want to see a situation like the Su family where internal strife led to death. The data sent over was several dozen gigabytes, but she reviewed it meticulously. She had no intention of playing around. Since she had developed a desire for intimate contact with someone else, it was serious, aimed at marriage, so knowing their roots was essential. Among the more than 10 candidates, the one Jie Qingqiu was most satisfied with was a teacher named Wen Shu from the Imperial Male Insect Academy, who specialized in teaching cooking classes for male insects. His family had both a mother and father who were teachers, making it a scholarly family. He looked gentle and shy, with blue hair and blue eyes. The photo and the materials showed him smiling, with a shallow dimple on his cheek. It seemed Jie had one too. Jie Qingqiu suddenly thought of this, but she hadn't seen it many times. Thinking of this, she looked up at the person busy in the kitchen and called out to his back, Jie, come here. Jie Qingqiu saw him pause, but he had no intention of turning around and walking to the living room, so she frowned and called again, Jie, come here. Seeing her voice growing a bit impatient, Jie reluctantly left his kitchen, slowly walking to her side, but only looking down at the floor, not saying a word. What's wrong this time? Who bullied you? Jie glanced at her and answered softly, no one. Oh, Jie Qingqiu took him seriously. After all, he often acted abnormally, and she was almost used to it by now. After this exchange, she lost interest in asking him to smile for her, waved her hand, and let him go back to his own tasks. However, coincidentally, Jie's sharp eyes caught sight of the content on the light screen. Among it was a photo of Wen Shu smiling, with a dimple particularly eye-catching. He stood frozen in place, staring at that dimple for several seconds, then blankly reached out to gently touch the side of his face, tears quickly welling up in his eyes. Jie Qingqiu was unaware of this. She quickly sent a message to Officer O, agreeing on a meeting time, and then closed her light brain. When she looked up, she found Jie still standing there in a daze. After seeing her look at him, Jie blinked and whispered, Sister, I want to take a shower. After saying this, he took off his apron and hurriedly ran upstairs, fearing that if he delayed for even a second, the tears in his eyes would spill over. The root cause of his distress remained oblivious, thinking he was just eager to wash off the smell of cooking oil from the kitchen. After a few seconds of watching, she turned her gaze away to attend to her own matters. Once Jie got upstairs, he locked himself in the bathroom, trembling as he turned on the water, letting the lukewarm water drench his body, wetting his clothes and his eyes. Sensing the water was too cold, he adjusted it to a more comfortable temperature, worried that if he got sick, he would trouble his sister. He felt he wasn't a fool, although his sister loved to call him that. He could understand many things even if he couldn't fully comprehend them. He knew he wasn't liked, that the other party had thought about getting rid of him multiple times, and that he didn't have the right to be willful about many things. When the warm water poured down, he finally broke down and cried loudly, the hot tears mingling with the hot water, so no one could see him crying, not even himself. The male bug on the light screen was the bug she liked, right? That male bug had a dimple, and he happened to have one too, although his appearance had been disguised and no longer looked like before. Some of the most basic features remained. It was probably because of this dimple that he was bought. Knowing that his sister had a white moonlight was one thing, but seeing that white moonlight in person was another. No matter how carefree he tried to be about it, encountering it still felt heartbreaking. Jie cried against the wall for a long time, until he felt he might faint from dehydration before he finally quieted down. He dried his body, changed out his wet clothes, and washed his face before heading downstairs. At that moment, he had come to understand some things. He had already been intimate with his sister, and not just once. That made him her male bug. His sister liked those with dimples, so he would smile more. She liked the dishes he cooked, so he would make more. He would be more obedient and well-behaved, and he would definitely not cause her any trouble again. In short, he would use every means to stay by her side. Thinking of this, he forced a smile, feeling much better. The time agreed upon with Shu was on Saturday. The Imperial Mailbug University had a weekend break, so he happened to have time. After finding a reason, Jie Qingqiu went out. The two agreed to meet at a restaurant in the main district. The decor of the restaurant was very romantic, imitating the medieval European style from the previous epoch, warm, gentle, and luxurious. Jie Qingqiu personally didn't particularly like such places. Perhaps it was her primitive identity as a trash star resident that made her feel out of place with anything that was a bit glamorous. She arrived half an hour early, and when Shu arrived about 10 minutes later, seeing her already seated at the reserved spot and shyly smiling at her. Major General Jie. Hello, I'm Shu, he said, his voice matching his appearance and name. Jie Qingqiu was nervous since it was her first blind date. She secretly wiped her sweaty hands on her pants before extending her hand. Hello, just call me Qingqiu. When Shu's face turned slightly red as he reached out to shake her hand. Qingqiu. She had done a lot of homework before coming, ordering a drink that was currently popular among male bugs. When Shu took his first sip, he revealed a very pleased expression. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Officer O always whispered in her ear that she was a straight female, and she was afraid that if she didn't do well on her first blind date, she would scare the person away. The fact proved she wasn't that straight after all. The two chatted for a while, simply discussing their family backgrounds. As the youngest major general in the empire, Jie Qingqiu was under much scrutiny, and her background had almost been stripped away. So when Shu was aware of her family situation, seeing that he didn't show any disgust toward her trash star history made her feel much more at ease. After the meal, they both had a general understanding of each other and enjoyed the conversation. Jie Qingqiu seized the moment and, following the steps in the guide for pursuing male bugs, suggested they go to the cinema to watch a newly released romance movie. When Shu readily accepted, it seemed everything was heading in a good direction. At that time, she thought so. 23. Major General encounters danger. The popcorn wasn't very tasty. The seats in the cinema weren't very comfortable, but the movie was good for sleeping. This was Jie Qingqiu's most direct impression of this viewing experience. When the lights came on at the end of the show, she gradually woke up. Just as she was about to walk out, she suddenly remembered that she was there for a blind date, watching a romance movie with her date. So she quickly retracted her footsteps and looked to the side, discovering when Shu was smiling at her, his face adorned with a shallow dimple. Seeing this, Jie Qingqiu momentarily dazed. I'm sorry. She paused. She couldn't say she didn't like it on her first date, could she? I stayed up late dealing with some matters last night. When Shu's smile widened, his eyes curving beautifully, and his dimple became even more eye-catching. It's fine, Qingqiu. It's normal to be tired and sleep. As long as you're by my side, I feel very reassured. He wasn't saying sweet nothings, and his words didn't seem forced. Yet it was precisely this sincerity that made Jie Qingqiu's face flush. Such a gentle and lovely male bug was just too much to her liking. The movie had already ended, and it was not good to linger. They walked out together. To make up for her earlier sleepiness, Jie Qingqiu proactively asked Wen Shu about the movie's content, and he, with his good temperament, patiently explained it to her. The story was quite kitsch, merely a love story entangling several female bugs and male bugs, but his soft voice somehow beautified the story significantly. Jie Qingqiu felt increasingly satisfied, and after a refreshing nap, she relaxed a lot. Just as she was about to follow the guy to buy him a drink, unexpectedly, after walking a few steps, the entire mall's building shook. The Empire's first mall reached into the clouds, built with hard materials, costly, and equipped with a defensive monitoring system for the entire building to shake. Something considerable must have happened. Years of habit made her immediately vigilant. She assumed a defensive posture, her wings at her shoulder blades ready to unfold, and moved a little closer to Wen Shu. Wen Shu, it seems something has happened. You should stay close to me. She glanced around cautiously, feeling the building shake a few more times. Wen Shu also sensed that something was off. He bit his lip and moved closer to her, fear prompting him to want to get even closer, but he also knew this would trouble her. Help! Help! Suddenly, cries for help came from the edge of the floor, and then they started running towards the other end. In the next moment, large panes of glass shattered, and the loud noise stimulated their hearing. Go back! Use the emergency exit to leave the building, Jie Qingqiu shouted, trying to maintain order at the scene. Some sharp-eyed people recognized her, and, while crying, so they felt much more at ease. She gently pushed Wen Shu, seemingly wanting to check the situation herself. Wen Shu couldn't help but tug at the hem of her clothes, revealing a worried expression. In the clear autumn she instinctively frowned when blocked, but seeing his appearance left her speechless, awkwardly patting his shoulder. It's fine. I'm a major general. I've seen this kind of scene many times. After a moment's thought, she added, don't make me worry. Wen Shu bit her lip and nodded, then began to run with the crowd. After he left, Jie Qingqiu immediately entered a state of combat readiness. The glass on the floors shattered in a circle, and it sounded like several floors above and below were also shattered, revealing a huge, blurry black shadow inside. A foul, fishy smell permeated the air, like a rotting fish just pulled from a stinking drain. She stealthily and quietly approached, already having a rough guess in her mind that the attackers on the Empire's first mall must be the mutated insectoids. The mutated insectoids and the insectoids originated from the same ancestor, although most insectoids were reluctant to admit this because the former were too ugly, foul-smelling, and brutal. Of course, some said these mutated insectoids were originally ordinary insectoids, later genetically altered by some underground research organizations, rapidly reproducing mutations. They were more like the embodiment of the insectoid's unconscious evil, unable to transform into higher humanoid forms, retaining the most basic features of insectoids while becoming increasingly strange and ugly, as if they wanted to repel enemies solely based on their appearance. But they also possessed high intelligence, capable of thought and scheming, and this, combined with their fearless nature, brutal genes, and extremely high reproduction rate, made these mutated insectoids particularly difficult to deal with. They were one of the enemies she hated to face on the battlefield. What Jie Qingqiu hated most about them was not this, but that they did not regard male insectoids as insects, only as tools for sexual release, with most male insectoids meeting a tragic end. As forbidden creatures, they spent most of their lives copulating with different female insectoids, constantly forming and being covered by mental links. Moreover, these mutated female insectoids particularly favored their male insectoids. She quietly approached, hiding her figure behind a vending machine, silently observing the monster outside. The monster appeared humanoid at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it was nauseating. It had a huge, thick wing, elongated limbs filled with bulging muscles, sharp and curved claws on both front and back, a rugged face with dragonfly-like eyes, and several pus-filled sores dripping with pus. No, not just one. After observing for a few seconds, several more flew in from behind the building. The sound of wings flapping at high speed resonated in the air, mixing together to make one tremble. The mutated insectoids were born for battle. Jie Qingqiu, having undergone training, was still able to endure it. She hid her figure again and began sending messages to Jie Qingqiu and Lu Yintiao. Solve all your problems. Empire's first mall, 7 or 8 mutated insectoids suddenly appeared. Hurry. After sending the message, she quickly texted Lu Xin to inform the queen to issue orders to gather the troops. She had brought no weapons. Her mech still damaged from the last battle, not in the best fighting condition. And now all she needed to do was keep an eye on these mutated insectoids and prevent them from truly attacking people. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the vending machine hiding her was overturned, revealing her figure. Damn! She cursed softly, rolling on the ground to create distance. The mutated insectoid laughed a few times after seeing her, then bizarrely spat out a sentence in interstellar language. Jie Qingqiu, long time no see. 24. The Major General is fighting with someone. Ye Xingzhu. It's no wonder she couldn't recognize it, as she thought all these insects looked the same, ugly, smelly, and with unpleasant voices, each lacking distinctive ugliness. The mutated insectoid growled in dissatisfaction when it saw Jie Qingqiu didn't recognize her, many of the sores on its body bursting, causing thick pus to drip out, the stench growing stronger. The pus dripped onto the building, corroding it by a few millimeters. Its lethality wasn't strong, but it was disgusting. Jie Qingqiu pursed her lips in nausea. Indeed, even after seeing them so many times, she still couldn't get used to it. I mean, don't you remember? The mutated female insectoid squeezed out another sentence, cackling. Last time you're Lu Wang. Lu Wang was the name of Jie Qingqiu's mech, a handsome gold and red mech that she cherished like a little wife, always hanging it around her neck to sleep, applying maintenance oil whenever she had the chance, and occasionally dusting it off. When going into battle, she would hesitate to let her golden mech get damaged. And the reason why her Lu Wang was damaged was precisely due to this ugly thing in front of her. Last time, when exterminating these mutated insectoids at the edge of the main star, this Een spat out a highly corrosive saliva that landed right on the joint. At that time, Jie Qingqiu chased after her to beat her up. If it weren't for their reinforcements arriving, she probably would have beaten her to death right there. This Een had some real guts. After being beaten like that, she still dared to bring it up when seeing Jie Qingqiu again. She sneered, turned her neck, revealing a hint of ruthlessness on her face. This time, you dare to spit on me again? She squinted her eyes. All mutated races have a highly corrosive liquid inside them, which can only be stored for one use per year. Once that is used, there is none left for the year, essentially a life-saving measure. Last time, Een had already used up her life-saving spit, so this time, she couldn't do it again. If I don't kill you this time, I'll take your surname. Jie Qingqiu was already ready for battle, her body adjusted to the most combat-ready state. Een cackled a few times, and even with her ugly appearance, she managed to make a very sinister expression, staring directly at Jie Qingqiu. This time, you will die. After saying this, the frequency of her wing flapping increased. Thus, battle was unavoidable, but Jie Qingqiu didn't plan to fight her in the Empire's first mall, where too many people could easily get hurt. She needed to draw Een and the other mutated insectoids away first. So she no longer hesitated, spreading her wings for large, semi-transparent wings sprang from her shoulder blades, instantly filling with water and expanding. Intricate patterns seemed to be outlined in gold, dotted like stars with golden ink, refracting the sunlight to emit a faint rainbow light. High-level insectoids were powerful and beautiful, but also dangerous. She flapped her wings and hovered in the air. Jie Qingqiu's flapping wasn't fast, but it was powerful and steady. Jie Qingqiu, I'll eat your wings. Een saw the black silhouette behind her and coldly spat out a harsh remark. Jie Qingqiu was unfazed and instead found another critical point. Looks like you know you're ugly. I thought you all were quite confident. Otherwise, how could you let yourselves look like this? Een and the other mutated insectoids exploded in anger, wanting to fly in and attack her, but just as they shifted positions, Jie Qingqiu forcefully flapped her wings and spun in the air, flying out of the building at high speed, heading straight for them. She stopped about 4 to 5 meters behind them, quietly observing them. The mutated insectoids' fatal weakness was their lack of speed. Perhaps due to their large size, they were clumsy, and this was also the key for Jie Qingqiu to defeat these combat monsters. Jie Qingqiu, I'll kill you. Once Yin realized, she began flying towards her, while the remaining few seemed unprepared to join the battle. That won't do. Major General Jie Qingqiu was not going to let any of them escape. She was ready to take on 8 by herself. Therefore, her gaze flickered as she flapped her wings and brushed past Yin, like a flash of golden light slicing through the air, arriving in an instant at the remaining mutated insectoids. She maintained her composure, even striking a pose with her hands in her pockets. As she flew over, she lifted her foot and stomped on their chests, grinding her foot a few times before immediately moving on to the next one, showing no desire to linger in battle. This action was not very lethal, but it was extremely insulting. The mutated insectoids, caught off guard and stomped upon, erupted with rage, baring their teeth and claws, intent on tearing apart Jie Qingqiu. However, by that time, she had already flashed in front of Yin, more precisely, above him, delivering a swift kick to his chin. It was heavy, inflicting both damage and humiliation, and she put a lot of force into it. In an instant, she kicked Yin back several steps, who then spun in the air, unable to withstand the blow. Jie Qingqiu, Jie Qingqiu, Jie Qingqiu. The female mutated insectoids were enraged, repeatedly calling her name in strange pronunciations and high-pitched tones. Call your mother. I'm right here. After saying that, she felt it was not quite right. No, if I gave birth to such an ugly thing, I'd smash the eggs and feed them to beasts. What a damn misfortune. Jie Qingqiu, the youngest major general of the empire, has fought all her life, never lost on the battlefield, nor in verbal battles. She would call herself an absolute ruler of both martial and literary skills. These mutated insectoids could only produce simple syllables and form simple sentences, so they certainly weren't at the level of verbal sparring. Therefore, they could only grow even angrier, buzzing and flying towards Jie Qingqiu. The pus oozing from their bodies increasing, the stench almost becoming tangible, making it hard for anyone to open their eyes. Jie Qingqiu felt nauseous and cursed under her breath as she began to fly away, to avoid being discovered for having the strength to take them away. She deliberately flew back a short distance to provoke them, subtly drawing their attention away. But just after flying over 100 meters, Jie Qingqiu noticed something was wrong. She saw dark clouds flashing with lightning above the Empire's first shopping mall, while other areas were clear skies. Only there was a dark mass, clouds pressing down on the city. Something's wrong. In just a few seconds, her mind processed and concluded the answer. That should be a wormhole for interstellar space jumps. And on the other side of the hole, damn, I'm really in trouble. Jie Qingqiu cursed and no longer played around. Her hands suddenly enveloped in a layer of golden light, but otherwise, there was no change. Unlike other insectoids that could completely morph into claws, she thought maybe that was why she had been discarded to a garbage planet. But she no longer cared, as, under her training, this had also become a powerful weapon for her. She flapped her wings and flew over, mercilessly raining down fists and kicks on the mutated insectoids, the golden light coalescing into a claw that pierced through their wings. Jie Qingqiu slashed through, grabbing the ends of their wings, and then ruthlessly broke them, sending them plummeting down. The people below scattered, running to other places. She took a deep breath and shouted to clear the area below. After hurriedly dealing with a few, she didn't dare to delay any longer, glancing at the increasingly ominous thunderclouds, her brow furrowing tighter, so she flew away at high speed without hesitation. However, before she got close, she saw something unusual in the dark clouds. 25. The Major General saves the people. She saw the dark clouds gradually begin to stir, as if something was about to surge out from within. Jie Qingqiu's brow tightened. Her intuition warned her that something big was about to happen, so she pulled out a gold-red sphere from her inner jacket pocket and threw it into the air. In the 1 or 2 seconds after being thrown, the sphere suddenly began to enlarge and transform, its smooth surface opening up seams from which mechanical arms emerged, and once fully expanded, it revealed mechanical limbs. Ultimately, it transformed into a gilded dark red mech floating in the air, as if a bucket of gold ink had been splashed into flowing blood. The mech was slender and long, with intricately connected joints, powerful hands, and long fingers. The eyes made of mechanical lights were sharp and angled upwards, and a complex pattern was imprinted on its chest, faintly resembling a dancing phoenix. This was the mech Lu Huang that Jie Qingqiu had spent a fortune and a long time procuring from a retired genius mech manufacturer, with every piece of material embodying her efforts. However, it was visibly damaged at the elbow joint, a scar left by Yin's previous spitting. Every time she saw it, she wanted to skin Yin alive. Lu Huang, Jie Qingqiu called out, and saw a mechanical panel on Lu Huang's back unfold to the sides. She leaped inside, and the panel closed instantly. Lu Huang's eyes lit up, flashing with golden light. Summoning Lu Huang into battle while it was injured was not for any other reason than to block the impending surge from the wormhole. It was impossible for her to do it alone. Otherwise, she wouldn't let her precious mech come out before it had healed. But before she reached the dark clouds, she finally saw what was surging out from within, like a swarm of locusts crossing the land, an overwhelming mass that almost covered the entire sky. The rapidly flapping wings roared, nearly toppling the entire building. Damn it, which idiot brought this here? Jie Qingqiu cursed loudly. As she expected, the wormhole was connected to the mutated insectoids. However, there was a thick protective layer outside the main star, and these mutated insectoids absolutely could not create this wormhole without an inside man. So it was clear that there was a traitor on the main star. Moreover, this traitor was not a small fry. It was futile to go there now. Dragging a damaged mech to face so many mutated insectoids was practically delivering herself to death. So, Jie Qingqiu connected her mental tentacles to the mech's energy reservoir, continuously transferring her vast mental energy from her mental sea into Lu Huang. She controlled Lu Huang to kneel on one knee in midair, its mechanical palm gradually gathering a halo of light, and when it expanded to its limit, it slammed it into the air, instantly spreading a 5-centimeter thick layer of light outward. This was a simple protective shield Jie Qingqiu created through Lu Huang at a height of 100 meters over a radius of 10 miles. After completing this, she turned and flew at high speed towards the crowd below, while using Lu Huang's amplification function. The mutated insectoids are coming. Everyone hide, go to the air raid shelter. Don't stand here waiting to die. She flew around the crowd, keeping her altitude low to ensure everyone could hear what she was saying. Don't run around blindly. If you get caught, I won't save you from those ugly things, especially you male insects. These mutated females love you tender-skinned males the most. Jie Qingqiu would never usually be this irritable. After years in the officialdom, she could still say some formalities, but now that life and death were at stake, she had no time for grandiose speeches and could only say whatever came to mind. Fortunately, the people listened and understood that Jie Qingqiu was doing it for their good, so their escape was relatively orderly. She felt much more at ease watching them, so she piloted the mech to the nearest underground air raid shelter, leaping out of Lu Huang when she saw the gate, landing gracefully from over 3 meters high. Approaching the gate, she used her iris to unlock the nearby air raid shelter's permissions and took some time to reinforce it. After finishing these tasks, she stepped onto Lu Huang's knee, flying back to where she had just been, while hurriedly calling Vice Officer O. The call was quickly connected. Have you notified them? Why aren't the people coming? Are you waiting to collect my corpse? How many people know about the Empire's first shopping mall? After she finished speaking, she glanced at the dark sky. There was a spatial jump hole on top of the building, created by some idiot, and now countless mutated insectoids had come. Jie Qingqiu felt indignant and scolded softly. If no one came soon, Lan Yunling would just wait to be eaten by the mutated insectoids, that old thing. This remark was directed at Officer O, but both of them knew it wasn't her they were scolding. She didn't dare save Lu Yintiao's personal light brain ID, fearing it would expose her, and the public ID couldn't be used for conversation. Faced with complaints from Lu Exan, she didn't dare to speak out, worried that in such a crisis, she would be targeted by someone as clueless as Lan Yunling. So she could only vent her anger in this simple way. After she finished speaking, Officer O said, General Liu and General Wang have already taken people there. I will inform the general of the detailed situation. Jie Qingqiu's agitated mood calmed down a lot. I have already opened the air raid shelter permissions. There shouldn't be too many casualties. Before the main force arrived, she could only do this much. After all, she was just one person with limited energy. Officer O understood this as well. After speaking, Jie Qingqiu hung up the phone and flew her mech towards the spatial jump hole. Now, she needed to find a way to temporarily block that hole. Otherwise, if they kept pouring out, her protective shield wouldn't hold, and by then, not just here, the entire main star would be in danger. However, to close the spatial jump hole, she needed to find a linking object. The linking object wouldn't be too far from the hole, but could be anything, so she had to find a temporary method first. She began to fly rapidly in the Luwang, dodging one mutated insectoid after another that attempted to attack her, while simultaneously gathering her power as before. The palms of Luwang had already gathered a halo of light, just waiting for the right moment to expand and block the hole. The mutated insectoids initially didn't react, but after realizing what she was trying to do, they frantically flew towards her, trying every means to stop her. But in front of Jie Qingqiu's proud speed, these mutated insectoids were nothing. The palms of Luwang pressed against the hole, and a light wall thicker than the protective shield successfully expanded to block it. The mutated insectoids swarmed around her, and Jie Qingqiu seemed to hear a scream. 26. The Major General was saved, of course. She wouldn't be in any danger unless these mutated insectoids spat on her Luwang, which would drive her mad and hasten their deaths. But they weren't thinking of releasing their life-saving things right now, so she slipped away smoothly. Jie Qingqiu was brave, but not reckless, so she had no intention of fighting them. When a main force arrived with weapons, they'd shoot from a distance, no need for close combat. After flying down for a while, she finally saw that the one who screamed was Wenshu. At that moment, he was standing under the Imperial First Mall, looking worried with a flush in his eyes. And when he saw she wasn't in danger, and Luwang was fine, tears began to roll down his cheeks. Jie Qingqiu clearly saw this scene on the control panel screen. Truly, she sighed, feeling both troubled and comforted. Go, Wenshu, to the air raid shelter. She flew at a height that ensured her voice reached him. Wenshu shed a few tears, wiped them away, nodded, and began running toward the air raid shelter. Jie Qingqiu initially wanted to escort him, but then thought that she was too conspicuous right now, with a bunch of mutated insectoids staring at her. Following Wenshu would only bring him trouble, so she turned to leave. But unexpectedly, Wenshu had already been targeted. Wyan had somehow slipped into the protective layer, perhaps having heard their conversation, and began to flap its wings toward Wenshu, leaving a trail of stinking slime. Wenshu, she shouted, leaping out of Luwang, instantly spreading her wings, and in a few breaths, Luwang transformed back into a small golden-red sphere, which she pocketed. Luwang was too large and too hard. If she used it to grab him, she might accidentally hurt the fragile male insect, plus she could easily take down Yan herself. Wenshu was clearly frightened by Yan, running with all his might, sweat appearing on his pale face. Jie Qingqiu dove into the protective shield, relying on her speed, and caught the running Wenshu in her arms before Yan could reach him. I must have killed someone in my past life to become a major general in this one. She held him tight and patted the back of his head. Wenshu immediately clung to her, panting heavily. There's no need to hold so tightly. Jie Qingqiu said. Jie Qingqiu, where's your male insect? Yinika Cliff, leering at Wenshu in Jie Qingqiu's arms, staring hungrily at his disheveled clothes and the exposed part of his waist. Jie Qingqiu noticed and pulled his clothes down a bit. Yan showed a disappointed expression, but still cruelly said, Eat him. That'll depend on whether you have that ability, she said, flapping her wings and flying toward the air raid shelter, knowing it wouldn't be easy to maneuver while holding someone. As she approached the air raid shelter, she let Wenshu down to find his way in. She feared that leading Yan there would cause greater trouble. Just as she set him down, Yan caught up. Jie Qingqiu frowned, feeling that this ugly thing seemed to be much faster than before, though she couldn't tell if it was just her impression. But there was no time to think too much. Golden light instantly glowed in her palms, extending into long, translucent claws, and then she aimed for Yan's wings, intending to strike at its weak point. However, Yan seemed to understand what she was about to do, and its previously motionless wings suddenly retracted, tightly pressed against its body, causing the whole insect to land steadily on the ground. Jie Qingqiu, what is going on? The wings of the mutated insectoids were like fixed anchor points, always present in their daily lives, so why could they suddenly retract now? However, there were more unexpected developments. Hwaiyan's body began to swell abruptly, its pus-filled sores bursting and dripping onto the ground, corroding a large area of concrete, and the claws on its hands grew longer, eventually becoming significantly larger than before. No wonder it dared to provoke her. Jie Qingqiu scoffed disdainfully. Their gazes met, and it was as if countless sparks fell from their locked eyes. After a breath, both charged at each other, claws bared. But Jie Qingqiu was ultimately faster, so Hwaiyan's claws barely touched her. However, due to Hwaiyan's sudden mutation, she found that its skin had become much tougher, no longer easily pierced as before. It was a bit troublesome, but just a bit. She used all her strength to kick Hwaiyan in the chest, knocking it down. And then she viciously kicked its face with her toes, knocking out several of Hwaiyan's teeth, causing it to spit out a mouthful of stinking pus and blood, some splattering onto Jie Qingqiu's shoe. Damn, how disgusting. After saying this, she wiped her shoe on a clean spot on Hwaiyan's body. Then she kicked Hwaiyan's side, flipping it over to expose its back pressed against its wings. Jie Qingqiu gathered her golden light, and her claws became even longer and sharper. After measuring, she ruthlessly stabbed into the root of Hwaiyan's wings, and then mercilessly tore them out. The wings were the second heart of the insectoids. Having them ripped out was no different from having their heart removed. A dark red spray of blood mixed with pus shot out, drawing a somewhat beautiful arc in the air. Looking at the bloodied and mangled back, Jie Qingqiu's eyes darkened, and the mental tentacles in her mind were clashing. The long-repressed desire to dominate seemed ready to burst forth. Her claws gripping the ugly wings trembled slightly, and her temples throbbed with pain. She took a deep breath, telling herself not to lose control. Although I don't know why you have mutated again, no matter how you change, you're still trash, understand? After saying this, she threw the ugly wings behind her and ground her toes into Yin's back. After feeling the other's breath gradually weaken until it was gone, Jie Qingqiu planned to turn and leave. However, after only a few steps, the originally dead Yin revived again. She sharply turned around, only to see a thick liquid streaking through the air, which looked familiar to her. Before she could react, another person appeared in front of her, arms wide open as if trying to shield her from something. Jie Qingqiu's eyes widened slightly as she tried to dodge, but it was too late. The thick liquid landed squarely on the back of the person in front of her. Ugh, he cried out in pain. Wenshu. She gritted her teeth and whispered, immediately tearing off the clothes stuck to his flesh. Wenshu instantly burst into tears from the pain. Qingqiu, are you okay? He asked. It's fine, I'm fine. Jie Qingqiu said through gritted teeth, holding Wenshu and kicking in a few times in anger. The force was enough to turn Yin into a pile of mush. Then she hurriedly carried him to a place with running water, regardless of whether it was the female bug or male bug restroom, and turned on a faucet to wash his wounds. When the thick liquid was mostly washed away, Jie Qingqiu used her claws to cut open her palm, letting her blood drip onto his injuries. The fluid from the female bug contained the power of the female bug, which had a certain ability to heal wounds. Perhaps because this was Yin's last breath before dying, the corrosiveness was not as strong as when it had been spit onto Lu Huang, and it didn't damage Wenshu's flesh. Does it hurt? She asked, somewhat at a loss, as she pulled out her shirt sleeve to awkwardly wipe away his tears. Weren't you going to a bomb shelter? How could you? It doesn't hurt anymore. Wenshu forced a smile at her. The bomb shelter doors were already closed, so I came back. I feel much safer looking at you. Jie Qingqiu sighed and reached out to touch the scar on Wenshu's shoulder. I don't know if it can be healed, but don't worry. I'll do my best to find the best doctor. He shook his head, showing her a reassuring smile. I want to keep it. I can boast to others later that I saved the youngest major general of our empire. This is the best proof. I guess I saved you too, right? He smiled faintly at Jie Qingqiu, revealing his dimples. Jie Qingqiu felt increasingly guilty and didn't know what to say for a moment. Qingqiu, don't feel burdened, Wenshu said, standing on tiptoe to pat his shoulder. You are our major general. You always save us. Now that I saved you once, I feel lucky. After saying this, he looked at the wound on his shoulder through the mirror of the sink. And don't you think this wound looks like a rose? Jie Qingqiu forced a smile. Thank you, when Shu. After all this, Lu Yintiao and Wang Fuyun's large troop also arrived. As soon as Jie Qingqiu stepped out of the restroom, she saw countless mechas and the wings of female bugs flying toward the area with the most mutated insectoids. At the same time, she received a call from Lu Yintiao on her holographic communicator. She adjusted her expression and answered the call seriously. Hello, Major General Lu. Major General Jie, I have brought reinforcements. Please meet us at the coordinates to report on the situation. Lu Yintiao's serious and unapproachable voice came through. Received. After hanging up, Lu Yintiao indeed sent her a location coordinate using an office ID. Jie Qingqiu opened her arms slightly towards Wen Shu. Let us go, I'll take you there. It's very safe now. Wen Shu didn't hold back and comfortably stepped into her embrace, half wrapping his arms around her neck. Male bugs have insect patterns and wings, but they cannot fly autonomously or expose their claws, which is one reason for their lower status. Things that are too beautiful but too fragile ultimately become playthings in the hands of others. This has been a truth passed down through the ages. She clicked on the coordinate point and found it was a rooftop of a certain building, then began to flap her wings and fly there. Jie Qingqiu had calculated everything, but she didn't anticipate that along with the large troop, countless media outlets were also coming. Before she even landed, numerous cameras were aimed at her. The clicking sounds of cameras, accompanied by flashing lights, were incessantly annoying. Wen Shu, perhaps not used to being in the public eye, instinctively burrowed deeper into her embrace. She patted his shoulder and steadied him on the rooftop. After setting him down, she walked straight towards Lu Yintiao and Wang Fuyun, standing before them and giving a standard military salute. Major General Lu, Major General Wang. After a brief greeting, Jie Qingqiu recounted everything that had just happened in detail, including her speculations. Of course, she omitted the part where Wen Shu saved her and what happened in the restroom. Lu Yintiao waved her hand, indicating she understood, and then instructed Jie Qingqiu to take the mecha soldiers she brought to eliminate the mutated insectoids that had jumped through space. Although Wang Fuyun was not on the same front as Lu Yintiao, she still knew the importance of the situation. She assigned her subordinates to cooperate with Jie Qingqiu's mecha soldiers to eliminate these mutated insectoids. With weapons and manpower, everything became much easier. Jie Qingqiu easily exterminated the invaders as if she were crushing little ants. Blood mixed with pus continued to rain down from above, subtly corroding the buildings, while the severed limbs of the mutated insectoids also fell. For a moment, the bustling streets of the imperial capital fell silent, resembling a hellish battlefield. Not long after the melee began, someone discovered the link to the space-jumping hole, a hover car parked on the roadside that hadn't been moved for a long time. It seemed this invasion had been premeditated for a long time. After the chaos, Jie Qingqiu couldn't return home immediately. She still had to go back to the troops to report and write a detailed report about what happened today, with all sorts of mixed tasks. The earliest she would truly have her own time would likely be the next day. So she didn't personally send Wen Shu home, but had Officer OU drive him back in a hover car, hastily setting a time for their next meeting. Busy Major General Jie, of course, had no idea that those cameras were broadcasting live for a certain imperial television station. And her tender embrace of a male bug had already caught the attention of many who were determining the relationship between the two of them. Among them were Zhang Lu and Jieli. After the battle, Jie Qingqiu hurried back to the troops, recounting the day's events over and over to various people and writing multiple reports. By the time she could finally go home the next day, she was already physically and mentally exhausted. When she arrived at the door, she realized she had forgotten her keys again. After knocking for a long time and calling out for help, Jieli finally arrived late to let her in. As soon as the door opened, she noticed that the person in front of her had eyes swollen like walnuts, with red blood vessels clearly visible in the whites of his eyes. However, Jie Qingqiu didn't have time to think too much about it, as she felt her temples throbbing again. She needed rest, or her mental state would spiral out of control. So, as soon as the door was fully opened, she hurried back to her room, not noticing the resolute expression on Jieli's face behind her. After a refreshing sleep, Jie Qingqiu woke up the next morning. After taking a hot shower and going downstairs, she found that Jieli had already prepared breakfast, consisting of all her favorite dishes. When she saw her come down, Jelly happily lifted the corners of his mouth, and his dimples became more pronounced when he smiled broadly. Jie Qingqiu felt a bit dazed, as if she had seen those dimples in a previous life. "Good morning, sister." His voice sounded particularly sweet today, which lifted Jie Qingqiu's spirits significantly. "Ah, good morning." She pulled out a chair and sat down, leisurely enjoying her breakfast, savoring each bite. Jelly sat down with her, showing no unusual expression at first, but after a while, he couldn't help but speak up. "Sister, did something happen yesterday? You didn't come home." It was clear he was trying to be tactful, but that effort was almost negligible. Jie Qingqiu glanced at him. After all, he still had a child's mindset. Explaining the situation with the mutated insect race to him seemed too bloody, dark, and unsuitable for his psychological age. So she decided to tell a white lie. "There was something going on in the military yesterday, and I didn't have time to tell you." She thought this wasn't really a lie, since it was indeed related to the military. Upon hearing her words, Jie Li's face turned pale, but unfortunately, Jie Qingqiu was too focused on her breakfast to notice. He bit his lower lip and asked again, then, "Sister, are you okay?" Jie Qingqiu looked at him strangely and replied, "What could possibly be wrong? Don't overthink it. I'm perfectly fine." He replied softly, neither agreeing nor questioning further. The obvious issues in the military had been resolved, but many details were still worth pondering. After finishing her meal, she went to the study on the second floor, carefully opening the security measures and retrieving the communication device from the safe. The video call was quickly connected, and the person on the other end was still Lu Yinqiao. But this time, both of their expressions were somewhat serious. "General," she saluted as usual, and they skipped the small talk to discuss the matter at hand. Lu Yinqiao got straight to the point and asked her, "What do you think is wrong?" "Many things," Jie Qingqiu answered straightforwardly. "For example, the floating vehicle that served as a link, the sudden uprising of the tiger, and the purpose behind this mutated insect race's attack." "The sudden uprising of the tiger?" Lu Yinqiao seized on a key point she was unaware of. Jie Qingqiu nodded, explaining, "The tiger was the mutated insect I killed. Before we fought, it underwent a change because it was afraid I would break its wings, and it suddenly grew larger, including its speed." She had mentioned killing a mutated insect during her report, but hadn't included this crucial detail, as her intuition told her it was related to someone within the empire. When they exterminated this wave of mutated insects, none had transformed again like the tiger, indicating that the mastermind behind it was not ready to expose themselves yet. The tiger's disobedience was likely due to personal grudges, and revealing this would be akin to alarming the snake in the grass. Is someone trying to turn them into invulnerable monsters? Lu Yinqiao scoffed, aware that there were traitors within the empire. Aren't they afraid of being burned by their own fire, of weaving their own webs? Jie Qingqiu's gaze fell, her mind racing with the details of the situation, and then she added, "I preserved some of the tiger's blood and flesh. It might be useful." The claws Jie Qingqiu had formed with her mental power had small barbs, designed for emergencies. And when she tore the tiger's wings, she had extracted some. Now, it had proven to be genuinely useful. Lu Yinqiao sat up straighter. "Good, very good. Send that sample to me discreetly. I'll have someone study it." Jie Qingqiu felt a sense of reassurance at her words, a faint smile appearing on her lips. After they agreed on some details, their conversation came to an end. Jie Qingqiu felt both worried and relieved, pulling out her cigarette case to smoke on the terrace. This time, Jie Li did not come to disturb her. However, halfway through her smoke, Zhang Lu called her on her light brain. She moved the cigarette away and answered, "Hello, young Master Zhang, what's up?" "Qingqiu, are you okay?" Jie Qingqiu was momentarily taken aback by the familiar phrasing. What could possibly be wrong? "You. The mutated insect race came yesterday, didn't they? You weren't hurt, were you?" She paused, suddenly remembering the guns and cannons on the rooftop yesterday, likely leaked by the media. Well, even if the media wasn't present, the insects on site would spread the word, so it wasn't something that could be easily concealed. She had told Jelly that to prevent unnecessary worry. "I'm fine. They were easy to deal with, so don't worry." She took a shallow puff from the cigarette. Her eyes half-lidded lazily. "That's good. Then, what?" There was a silence on the other end of the line. "Never mind, Qingqiu. Take good care of yourself, and rest well, so you don't overexert yourself." Jie Qingqiu smiled, her voice tinged with the smoke, was low and husky, and through the light brain, it sounded particularly alluring, though she was unaware of it herself. After exchanging a few more casual words, they hung up the call. She was unable to attend the appointment with Wenshu as planned, because suddenly, a task was dispatched from above, under the pretext of preparing for peace talks with the Alliance, asking Jie Qingqiu to personally go to the Vice Star to collect some imperial specialties to bring to the Alliance. How ridiculous, Jie Qingqiu thought. As a major general of the Empire, being assigned trivial tasks that were unrelated to her position was truly absurd. But the Queen's decree was absolute, and she had no choice but to comply. Who knew how many people were behind this small task orchestrating things? After all, they would be happy not to see her, and they all wanted her dead. So, even though Jie Qingqiu was reluctant, she obediently packed her things and bought tickets for the flight to the Vice Star, including tickets for Jie Li and Vice Officer O. The latter was her right-hand man, naturally accompanying her wherever she went. The former was brought along because his identity was still under investigation, and she was worried he might run into trouble if left alone. Liu Xian had even planned the destination for her, a planet primarily focused on tourism called Yulan Star. Yulan Star was beautiful, with many entertainment options, and, generally, wealthy and powerful female insects of the Empire chose to retire there when they grew old. Jelly was very happy to hear about the trip, though his excitement was not purely for the sake of having fun. It seemed mixed with something else. But Jie Qingqiu couldn't discern it, and she regarded this trip as another opportunity for herself to take a break. After several consecutive space jumps, they finally arrived at Yulan Star. The disembarkation area was a wisteria-covered corridor, unlike the high-rise buildings and shops that greeted them upon landing on a main star. Alongside the corridor were low shrubs that were common in the last era. Following the winding path, they even spotted a pond with a small bridge, where blooming lotus flowers were perfectly open. Although the environment of Yulan Star was beautiful, most of the plants here were mutated varieties. The pure species that had been left over from the last era were now rare in the galaxy. Jelly seemed to really like this place, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings like a young rabbit that had just emerged from its burrow, with eyes still glistening with moisture. Seeing him like this made Jie Qingqiu's mood inexplicably much better, and she gently ruffled Jie Li's hair. I heard Yulan Star has hot springs. Do you want to go? Hot springs? Jie Li pondered the meaning of these two words, but clearly he didn't have an explanation for it in his vocabulary. Jie Qingqiu looked at his eager expression and didn't know how to explain, so she gave up and said, a hot spring is just a hot spring. Just say whether you want to go or not. With my sister, I'll go. Since she had given him the choice, he naturally wanted to take advantage of it. This little fool even dared to make a request. Could it be that she had been neglectful in her care? And that was why he had grown up so quickly in places she couldn't see? I was planning to go too, Jie Qingqiu mumbled. The two chatted happily, while the burden fell on Deputy Officer O, who was struggling to carry the luggage behind them. She glared at the backs of the two with a resentful gaze, feeling like a diligent and self-sacrificing monk. The hotel they had tentatively chosen was the one Jie Qingqiu mentioned that had hot springs, and they booked a 3-bedroom suite together. She called it caregiving, but Deputy Officer O knew it was because this Major General Jie was reluctant to spend money to quickly immerse herself in a vacation state. Jie Qingqiu's first action upon entering the hotel was to change into the bathrobe provided by the hot spring hotel. The dark red bathrobe was loosely tied with a belt, revealing a large expanse of neck and collarbone, and with just a bit more, it would completely reveal her figure, but the atmosphere was not suggestive, and no one dared to stare at Major General Jie. She wasn't used to wearing wooden clogs, and, after walking a few steps, they made a clattering sound. After changing into the bathrobe, she lounged in the living room and turned on the TV to randomly find a disaster movie. According to her own teaching style, it was a position that lacked decorum. Jie Li glanced a few times but didn't dare to speak, obediently going to change into his bathrobe, which was light blue and adorned with delicate white daisies, looking quite fresh. Deputy Officer O didn't have such leisure, as she needed to tidy up the room, arranging clothes and belongings. Being an aide meant being a caretaker, and she had to take care of Jie Qingqiu's things too. After Jie Li changed, he sat down next to Jie Qingqiu, his knees together, hands neatly placed on his lap, but his gaze kept darting towards her. What's wrong? Jie Qingqiu kicked off her clogs and playfully tapped his waist with her toes. If you have something to say, just say it. The bathrobe was already loose, and with that movement, the hem rose to her thighs, exposing a large area of skin, while Jie Qingqiu was completely unaware and let the hem be. Jie Li's face turned bright red, and his earlobes seemed like they could bleed from embarrassment. After hesitating for a while, he finally mustered the courage to lean over and reach out to help her adjust her clothing, but his fingertip was stopped by Jie Qingqiu before it could touch her. What's wrong? Sister's clothes need to be worn properly, or else it will be cold, he mumbled in a very small voice, but Jie Qingqiu heard him clearly. Ha ha! She laughed a few times happily, her eyes half closed in comfort. What, can't I be comfortable in my own territory? No, then why not? Jie Qingqiu leaned down closer, her eyes fixed on him. Perhaps because her pupils were light-colored, she always exuded a coolness when not smiling. Are you shy? Stabbing at his inner thoughts. Jie Li froze for a moment, his face turning even redder. Huh. She reached out her mischievous hand, but didn't adjust her own clothing. Instead, she tugged at his collar until Jie Li's fair neck was revealed, and then she stopped. I want to wear it this way. After saying that, she slipped on her clogs and went to find something to eat, leaving Jie Li all alone, his face flushed and feeling as if he were about to steam up. After resting in the suite for a while, the three of them decided to experience the hot springs. Deputy Officer O didn't plan to join them. She had her own arrangements, and Jie Qingqiu gave her subordinates enough freedom, so she let her go. The two didn't go to the public hot spring pool, but booked a private one with partitions. Jie Qingqiu was quite generous. After taking a few steps closer, she loosened the belt around her waist, while Jie Li seemed to think of something, his eyes misting over with shyness. He turned slightly, as if he wanted to look but didn't dare to. Little did she know what he was thinking, as she directly untied the belt and took off the bathrobe, revealing a bikini of the same color as the robe. Because the material wasn't as ample as her usual swimsuits at home, more skin was exposed. Jie Li cautiously glanced around, confirming that the partition belonged to just the two of them, and that no one else would come in, before finally relaxing. She then stepped into the hot spring, allowing the sulfur-scented warm water to envelop her, gently driving away all the burdensome fatigue. It felt as if her restless mental energy was being soothed by the warmth. Jie Li also slowly unfastened his bathrobe. Underneath, he wore a white t-shirt and shorts that reached mid-thigh, just like the attire Jie Qingqiu had taught him to swim in, and then he gradually entered the water. They maintained a certain distance from each other. Jie Qingqiu found a comfortable position to lean against the edge of the hot spring, close her eyes, and tilted her head back, breathing lightly and evenly, as if she was about to fall asleep. For a moment, neither of them spoke. After a while, just as she thought she might really drift off, she felt something cool touch her lips. It came one after another, seemingly a bit restless. 30. Major General celebrates the festival. She instantly lost all drowsiness, but the familiar scent made her realize that the one moving was Jie Li. Jie Qingqiu wanted to see what he intended to do. The thing that touched her lips, after several failed attempts to enter her mouth, was finally replaced by his own lips. When those soft, warm lips pressed against hers, Jie Qingqiu felt her scalp tingle, the blood rushing to her face, and her soul tremble. Her hands and feet seemed to lose the strength to push him away. The kiss was awkward, just a simple connection. In those brief 10 seconds, she felt as if she had lived a lifetime. The scene she had dreamt of many times. Mountains of corpses, seas of blood, severed limbs, and her own dying silhouette flashed before her eyes, along with Jie Li standing in front of her with a cold smile. Jie Qingqiu couldn't hold it in anymore. She suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze still somewhat bewildered. What are you doing? His lips hadn't moved away, and his arms even wanted to embrace her further. Upon seeing her open her eyes, Jie Li froze for a few seconds, his hands hurriedly hiding behind him, his face turning red as he stumbled backward, only to slip on the smooth pebbles at the bottom of the hot spring and fall heavily into the water. He choked on a big mouthful of water, unable to react, and his limbs began to flail around. Jie Qingqiu sighed helplessly and lifted him up. What's wrong with you? Jie Li called, bringing up the water that had gone down the wrong way. but he stammered and didn't say anything, his face growing redder, whether from the heat or embarrassment. Had he been secretly watching some TV alone again? As she spoke, she unconsciously licked her lips, but instantly felt something was off and wiped them vigorously. Where did he learn this? You can't mess around with family. Do you hear me? That's not right. He opened his mouth as if to retort, but in the end, he said nothing, only drooping his brows and eyes, revealing a pitiful expression. After this, Jie Qingqiu lost interest in staying in the water, mainly out of fear that something might happen, because she noticed that Jie Li's white t-shirt, after getting wet, clung to his body, turning from pure white to transparent, fully revealing the spring scenery on his chest. This damned sight made it hard for her to look away. Jie Qingqiu didn't know what was wrong with her lately. She was always restless, but in fact, she didn't want to become a beast, especially since the other party's intellect was still at childish level. A crime? A crime. She gave herself a harsh mental slap, then quickly got out of the hot spring. Jie Li stared blankly at her suddenly departing figure, tightening his fist behind his back. This time, Lan Yunling had given her more than half a month off. For the first few days, Jie Qingqiu leisurely stayed at the hot spring hotel, luxuriously and decadently going to bed early and waking up late, eating and sleeping, soaking and sleeping. She almost forgot who she was. After that, she had nothing to do when she went out, wandering around like an unemployed vagrant, buying a bunch of random things, most of which were for Jie Li. This pampered young master had lived a life of indulgence before, wanting everything he saw, and Jie Qingqiu, due to her own unspeakable thoughts, couldn't refuse him. It was quite a financial blow. A few days later, the three of them would head to a place called Jiangguizhou. Compared to the hot spring hotel they first stayed at, this place was in the countryside but had a more beautiful environment and fresher air, retaining the Chinese style from the previous era. Even its name hinted at an ancient charm. Jie Qingqiu liked it very much because it felt warm and familiar. Of course, none of this was the most important. The most important thing was that there was a specialty mentioned by Lan Yunling, a type of bird with red feathers and a long tail, whose call was crisp and melodious like heavenly music, and its form was graceful and smooth. When its wings spread wide, it had an air of pride that seemed to block out the sun. However, this rare bird had an extremely kitsch name, the Imperial Divine Bird. In fact, Jie Qingqiu had never seen it. All of this was from her reading about it in an introduction that was filled with mystical descriptions but didn't include any photos. This was purely to whet people's appetites and attract tourists. And when they actually saw it, it might just turn out to be an ordinary little red bird. But regardless of what the truth was, they still came for it. They stayed in a guest house in Jiangguizhou, which was a Hui-style building from the previous era, with white walls, green tiles, and blue bricks built around a river, the clear water reflecting the buildings on the shore, and weeping willows planted by the small stone bridge with the occasional small boat passing underneath. It looked indeed poetic, as if time had slowed down. Even though everything was a replica, when Jie Qingqiu got off the hover car, she felt a bit dazed, her heart beating heavily and powerfully in her chest. Inexplicably, she wanted to cry. However, she still managed to endure this somewhat sudden emotion. Miss, what is wrong? Officer, who had been with her for so many years, immediately noticed that her mood was off. Jie Qingqiu shook her head somewhat dejectedly. It's nothing, just a bit novel. I've never seen it before. Seeing that she didn't want to talk, Officer didn't press further. They followed the coordinates given by the guest house owner to find their accommodation, which was situated in a very good location right by the river. Opening the bedroom window allowed them to see the small bridge and flowing water, as well as the curling smoke from cooking in the afternoon. Jie Qingqiu was quite domineering, instantly taking the room with the best view, but no one contested her. The three of them arrived just in time, and while unpacking, they heard the noisy sounds from the street outside. When they went out to ask, they learned it was Jiangguizhou's annual Liushang Chushui festival. For this festival, they brewed wine a year in advance, just for the coming year's Liushang Chushui festival. Every year at this time, craftsmen in Jiangguizhou would make a special type of flower lantern, which was exquisitely beautiful and came in various flower shapes, but had a small mechanism in the flower's center to hold a wine cup. Among the countless lanterns released, One lantern had a round, small badge at the bottom of the cup, which was the hidden grand prize of the Liushang Chushui festival. The lucky person could take the badge to the festival's organizer to claim a special reward. Jie, being a child at heart, was clamoring to go when he saw such a lively scene, and Jie Qingqiu and Officer O had no objections, so they agreed. After changing clothes, they went downstairs and joined the crowd heading towards the main street. According to the guest house owner, the Liushang Chushui festival was not just about releasing lanterns and drinking wine. There were also activities like guessing riddles and admiring lanterns. These were sights that couldn't be seen on the main star or junk star, and Jie Qingqiu's interest was piqued. At that moment, she didn't know that sometimes happiness would be packaged together with pain for sale. Following the flow of people to the main street, the sky gradually darkened, and the remaining afterglow of the setting sun slowly disappeared, but the main street was filling up with more and more people. This long street was where the lanterns were admired and riddles were guessed, with vendors selling all kinds of goods. The darkened street was lit up, not with the industrial LED lights used today, but with festive lanterns hanging on both sides. Although the wicks inside were not made of traditional candles, the atmosphere was there. Passers-by were holding small flower lanterns, as well as various snacks and masks. Jie, perhaps because he had never been to such a crowded place before, kept tugging at Jie Qingqiu's sleeve, but the excitement and curiosity on his face were undeniable. Although Officer O usually looked old-fashioned and managed all of Jie Qingqiu's affairs. In fact, she was not very old, under 30. She had seen a lot, but she had never encountered such a scene. Once fully immersed in this atmosphere, she also acted like a child. Among the three, Jie Qingqiu was the one with a different vibe. Looking at such a scene, she always carried an indescribable sorrow. "Sister, I want a rabbit." Jie tugged at her hem, pointing to a nearby stall selling masks, which appeared to be made from lightweight alloys and looked quite exquisite. The rabbit mask he mentioned was hanging in the middle of a bunch of masks, and matching it were a pair of long drooping ears and a curled-up rabbit tail. She glanced at Jie, whose clear eyes reflected the lights of the long street, and he was indeed quite adorable, so she satisfied his wish. Handmade items in the interstellar age were very expensive, but during the Liushang Chushui festival, everyone just wanted to enjoy the festive atmosphere, and many hoped to make a fortune from it. So even though the craftsmanship was exquisite, the prices were not expensive. Jie Qingqiu waved her hand generously, and the three of them each bought a set. Jie got the rabbit he wanted, she chose a fox for herself, and Officer O picked a cow, saying it suited her diligent and selfless image. On both sides of the mask, there are two hidden buttons that allow it to fit snugly on the face, making it difficult to fall off easily. There is also a mechanism in the mouth that allows the wearer to drink without removing the mask. They also don a complete set of ears and tails. Thus, among the three people, one wore a rabbit mask with long ears and a bit of snowy white on the tailbone. Another wore a fox mask with two red upright ears and a fluffy red tail. And the last one wore an ox mask with two curved horns on its head. However, their appearance did not seem out of place on this long street. After leaving the mask stall, the three began to walk towards the river where the wine cups and flower lanterns were placed. After walking a short distance, Jie was attracted by something else, where a crowd was bent over, watching a low stall, and before getting close, she smelled a sweet, sticky scent of sugar. Jie Qingqiu frowned at the smell, while Jie was even more excited, unable to move her feet. After pulling her into the crowd, she saw that it was a sugar painting stall, with an amber-colored malt sugar simmering in a small pot, thick and sweet. The finished sugar figurines were neatly arranged in front of the stall, colorful small animals appealing to the hearts of both the male and juvenile insects. "What is this, sister?" Jie stretched out her index finger to poke at it in the air and smacked her lips. This is sugar painting." The busy vendor was about to answer, but Jie Qingqiu responded faster. The vendor was taken aback, smiling as he said, "I didn't expect you to know this. Have you seen it before?" Very few people know about it now. She was momentarily stunned. Had very few people really heard of it now? Why did she feel it was so common? Yet when searching her memories, she couldn't find any related fragments. However, to avoid causing trouble, she still nodded in response. Jie wanted a rabbit, eagerly waiting. Jie Qingqiu lost interest, choosing instead to glance around with her eyes. After just a few seconds, a figure caught her attention. It was a male insect dressed in light blue clothing, wearing a white cat mask at his waist, exuding a scholarly aura, with the corners of his eyes slightly drooping, revealing a hint of pity and innocence. She keenly sensed a faint smell of blood from him. He struggled to squeeze into the crowd and said to the vendor, "Excuse me, can you make an imperial divine bird?" The vendor hesitated and seemed troubled at this request, perhaps because the imperial divine bird was too complex. The male insect, feeling anxious, added, "I can pay any amount of star coins. My wife has never seen it, but she is sick and cannot walk far, and I want to bring it to her." Only then did the vendor reluctantly agree, and the male insect seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Throughout this, Jie Qingqiu kept watching him, not out of any messy feelings between males and females, but because of that strange sense of familiarity, as if she had seen him many times in a past life. However, before she could think more, Jelly's rabbit was ready, and he tugged at his clothes to signal for payment. After handing over the star coins, the two planned to leave. But just as they were about to squeeze out of the crowd, she suddenly stopped, inexplicably gazing at the male insect. Her gaze was bare and direct. He immediately sensed her looking at him, and, upon realizing it was a strange female insect, stepped back in fright. Jie Qingqiu moved closer, her expression serious as she said to him, "Go back by the main road, don't take shortcuts." After saying this, she left without looking back, ignoring his surprised gaze, yet feeling a significant relief in her heart. In truth, she didn't know why she said this. It was without reason. But she just felt that such words should be spoken at that moment, that such a reminder was necessary. After squeezing out of the crowd, Jie Qingqiu noticed that Jelly seemed a bit out of sorts, holding the rabbit sugar figurine she had just made, but with her head slightly lowered. She ruffled the boy's hair, asking, "What's wrong? Why aren't you happy?" He shook his head, and after a few seconds, he finally lifted his head, looking at Jie Qingqiu with eyes that seemed to hold nothing. Thus, she didn't pay much attention to it, and the three continued towards the river where the wine cups and flower lanterns were placed. They walked leisurely and casually, continuously buying along the way, unaware that someone behind them was watching them with a thoughtful expression. The river was only separated from the main street by one street, and by the time they reached the end of the street, they arrived at the upstream of the river. Jie Qingqiu felt as if she could already smell the mixed scent of wine in the air. By the river, there were no intentionally placed lights, but the light from the wine cups and flower lanterns illuminated the river's surface, with the shimmering water carrying different kinds of flower lanterns downstream. The air was thick with the smell of alcohol, and due to the variety of wines, floral and fruity scents mingled together. Those who couldn't handle their liquor might be overwhelmed by such aromas. Jelly released the hem of her clothes that she had been tugging at and ran to the riverbank to fetch a flower lantern, squatting there for quite a while before retrieving a red rose lantern. After fiddling with it for a while, she walked over to Jie Qingqiu, presenting it to her like a treasure. "Sister, drink." Her gaze was eager, fixed on a lantern in her. Officer O, feeling envious, ran to the river to drink alone. "Oh, you're so well-behaved tonight." Jie Qingqiu, without hesitation or doubt, poured the wine into her mouth. After a few sips, she indeed tasted a hint of rose flavor. But it wasn't very good wine. "It's okay, the alcohol content isn't very high. You can drink a little, but show it to me first before you drink," she said, placing the wine cup back down at the designated spot for collecting flower lanterns, and then she put her arm around his shoulder, leaning towards the river. "Wait for me to find you a sweeter one." Jie Qingqiu's senses were very sharp, especially her sense of smell, so she would suffer more in the face of strange insect species. But at this moment, she could use it to help Jie Li find a cup of low-alcohol fruit wine. After waiting for a while, she finally fished up a cup of orange-flavored fruit wine. To ensure the alcohol content was genuinely low, she took a small sip first. After confirming it tasted similar to an alcoholic beverage, she handed it to him. But upon seeing the blush on his face, she realized how inappropriate her previous action had been. Although she had indeed decided to pamper him and go along with him since he was hospitalized last time, that did not mean she intended to give him false affection or engage in ambiguous behavior. She was not a homewrecker and had no interest in married men. Just as Jie Qingqiu was about to take the fruit wine back, Jelly had already pressed it to his lips at lightning speed. the spot where his lips touched still lingering with her previous sip. Really, after finishing this cup of wine, she noticed that the river's surface had emptied. The lanterns they had fished up had floated downstream, but the upstream ones had yet to flow down. Just when Jie Qingqiu thought this might be it, and it was coming to an end, a large batch of wine cups and flower lanterns surged down from upstream again. She directly sat down by the riverbank, with no intention of moving up or down the shore, while Officer O spiritedly wandered off to who knows where, and Jie obediently sat beside her. Jie Qingqiu fished out cup after cup. Jie didn't stop her. The orange-flavored fruit wine she had given him remained untouched as he slowly sipped it. It seemed that not many people were willing to come to the end of the street, so it remained just the two of them. This thing, regardless of the quantity, is a different kind of alcohol, and mixing them all together can easily lead to drunkenness. By the time Officer O came to look for her, she was already slightly tipsy, and her face had begun to flush. "Your Excellency, how could you get drunk again? We still have to find the Imperial Divine Bird tomorrow." Officer O exclaimed in despair. She had only been gone for a little while, and yet Jie Qingqiu had gotten herself into this state again. It was really too much for Officer O to handle. Thankfully, it was her. "I'm not drunk." Jie Qingqiu waved her hand and stood up, walking steadily without swaying. "I just had a little too much to drink, but not too much." Officer O was at a loss for words, watching Jie next to her open her mouth to say something, but in the end, she said nothing. After all, Jie was just a child who didn't understand things and still needed others to guide him. How could he manage Jie Qingqiu? On the way back, the Lushang Chu Shui festival had not yet reached its end, and the long street was still bustling with pedestrians. However, the journey was quite smooth, and the three of them returned to the inn very happily and without incident. "All right, good night, everyone. Please let me sleep until I wake up naturally tomorrow." Jie Qingqiu leaned against her door, lazily half-closing her eyes, her voice a bit hoarse from the slight drunkenness. She wasn't fully drunk, just a bit tipsy, and she feared that she might have a headache when she woke up in the morning, so she generously allowed herself a break. Here, she was the one in charge, so whatever she said went. After saying this, she ignored Officer O's hesitant look, directly opened her door, stepped inside, and closed the door, shutting the chaos outside. The first thing Jie Qingqiu did when she returned to her room was to take a hot shower. Her clothes were strewn all over the floor. It was fine until the hot water poured down from her head, and then she felt the suppressed drunkenness surge up, a wave of heat radiating from within, making her a bit dizzy. She shook her head and cooled the water down a bit, which made her feel a lot better. But a few seconds later, that brief suppression of heat surged back, making her limbs feel weak and her heart beat in a very irregular rhythm, giving rise to some inexplicable desires. Damn, is this arousal? After realizing something was off, she filled the bathtub with hot water and stumbled in. This was outrageous. Water splashed out of the bathtub. She lay back in the tub, her gaze slightly unfocused as she looked at the ceiling blurred by steam, her knees exposed above the water surface, her right hand reaching underwater. After a few seconds, she began to move. Her left hand felt a bit lost, waving around in the empty space without touching anything. She felt a desire to smoke. The water's surface rippled, creating circles that spread out and then returned to the water. After a long while, she let out a muffled sound and climbed out of the bathtub, her body feeling much cooler. After draining the water, she grabbed a towel to dry off. But as soon as she opened the bathroom door, the cold air outside hit her, making the warmth she'd finally let out surge back up, leaving her feeling even worse. Her mind entirely muddled. She gritted her teeth, tossed the towel aside, crawled onto the bed, and pulled back the covers, planning to help herself when someone beside her rolled over and hugged her tightly. Jie Qingqiu's remaining rationality and instincts made her push away, but she sensed a familiar scent. Moreover, it was the scent unique to male insects. Everything seemed to fall into place. The next day, she woke up to bright daylight. As she opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling, she felt a headache still lingering, and when she tried to recall last night's events, she couldn't remember anything. Just as she was about to give up, a voice came from beside her. Major General had relations with someone else. A soft moan came from beside her, and Jie Qingqiu froze for a moment, then stiffly turned her head to see a naked male insect lying next to her. She admitted that for a moment, her mind went blank, and then, Based on her habits and instincts, she began to analyze the current situation. She had damn well concluded that something must have happened last night. Feeling a bit unwell and not having slept soundly, she felt a clean sensation after washing her body. Damn, she cursed softly, unexpectedly waking the person beside her. Was it Jelly? After all, he was the only male beside her. But the face that emerged from under the covers shocked her because it belonged to the Zhang family, to Zhang Lu. Jie Qingqiu felt a chill run down her spine uncontrollably. Zhang Lu, who had his brows slightly furrowed and eyes tightly closed, gradually opened his eyes, revealing deep blue irises now filled with red blood vessels and countless fears. When he saw Jie Qingqiu's face, he fully woke up, curling up into a ball and starting to back away, tears streaming from his eyes. He looked increasingly pitiful and fragile. It's over, Jie Qingqiu thought to herself. Zhang Lu, she tried to speak several times but couldn't get the words out. The main problem was that her mind was blank, and she struggled to remember last night's events, but it was all a void. However, certain touches and temperatures that shouldn't be remembered were vividly clear in her mind. This is really... Zhang Lu looked at her, unable to say anything, biting his lip as if trying to hold back his tears, but ultimately failed. He choked out, Qingqiu, I really like you. Jie Qingqiu felt a tingle all over her body upon hearing this. What does that mean? But I also know that you don't like me. My feelings aren't cheap. I want to cling to someone. As he reached this point, his tears flowed even more. So I can't accept it. Can't accept it. Zhang Lu shook his head vigorously, unable to accept that she didn't like him, yet treated him this way. Now I've given you my body and mind. What am I supposed to do in the future? I probably want to find my own happiness again. Jie Qingqiu felt her vision darken. She didn't know what to do either. How did it come to this? She remembered that her alcohol tolerance was pretty good. Even if she got drunk, she wouldn't do anything too outrageous yet now. So she remained silent. After Zhang Lu finished speaking, he fell silent, seemingly not wanting to bring up what happened last night. But looking at the bruises and marks on his arms, she could roughly guess how things had gone. After he cried for a while, he seemed to calm down, as if it didn't matter that he didn't get a response from Jie Qingqiu. He wiped away his tears and was about to get out of bed. Qingqiu, you don't need to feel awkward. I can go to the hospital to clean up the connection myself. He sniffed a few times, speaking in a gentle tone, not aggressive. Love that is forced is meaningless. So I want to pressure you. Jie Qingqiu took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. If she really let him go clean up, she would indeed be a scumbag. She had always looked down on insects like that, and cleaning up would be too harmful for male insects. What she needed to do now was take responsibility, even though the Zhang family and Zhang Tai were difficult to deal with. It was just right. She planned to find a male insect, but she would have to apologize to Inshu. She sighed again. Then, as Zhang Lu got out of bed and almost fell due to his weak legs, she supported him and helped him back onto the bed. Zhang Lu, I'm not putting you in a difficult position. I just haven't reacted yet. Jie Qingqiu awkwardly rubbed his hair. If you're willing, if you don't mind this kind of beginning, would you be willing to be with me? Cleaning up is too harmful to the body. I mean, the kind of marriage. Zhang Lu was stunned, his eyes wide open and mouth slightly agape, displaying an expression of disbelief. After several attempts to articulate his thoughts, he finally spoke. Really? Is it true? She forced a smile tinged with guilt. Yes, really? If you're willing. He was clearly willing. Upon hearing Jie Qingqiu's words, his eyes welled up with tears, this time from excitement. I'm willing, he said, and threw himself into Jie Qingqiu's embrace. Although separated by a layer of blankets, the warmth and sensation startled her. Due to their exhaustion from the previous night, the two of them didn't wake up early today, and after some delay, it was already mealtime by the time they finished washing up. Just as Jie Qingqiu was about to head out, she heard a knock on the bedroom door. Zhang Lu opened it before her. My lord, you. The voice belonged to Officer O, but she stopped mid-sentence, likely realizing that it was Zhang Lu who had opened the door. After a brief pause, she continued, My lord, the food has been bought. You and young Master Zhang should come down to eat soon. Jie Qingqiu responded softly, having already gotten ready, and was about to step out when the door to the bedroom opened, revealing Jie. His face didn't look good. It was somewhat pale, and he had dark circles under his eyes. He was happy to see her, But his expression froze when he noticed Zhang Lu. Sister, he yelly, having a good memory, recalled the unpleasantness between him and Zhang Lu and sensed the latter's hostility. He couldn't understand why the masculine bug he disliked would come out of his beloved sister's bedroom. Jie Qingqiu was about to say something when she saw Zhang Lu take a few steps forward, nearly losing his balance due to sore limbs, prompting her to support him again. He leaned into Jie Qingqiu's embrace, not too intimate yet not unfamiliar, and ambiguously said, "I'm fine. It's probably just that I was too tired last night. I just lost my balance for a moment." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere froze for a few seconds. Damn! Jie Qingqiu was certain she heard Officer O mutter a curse under her breath. She glanced at the other woman and, after steadying Zhang Lu, released her grip. Jie Li, who had witnessed everything, was dumbfounded, and it seemed there were tears welling in his eyes. The next moment, all eyes were on her, and under immense pressure, Jie Qingqiu steeled herself and said, "Didn't you say the food was ready? Let us go eat." Without waiting for a response, she irresponsibly marched down the stairs, each step a mix of awkwardness and determination. Officer O glanced at the two masculine bugs, then quickly caught up with Jie Qingqiu. "Major, what is going on?" "Don't ask your major. Your major doesn't know what happened either. I woke up to find a masculine husband." Thinking of Zhang Lu's tear-streaked face and the bruises on his body, Jie Qingqiu felt her head throbbing. Something went wrong. She sighed. After that, she shot Officer O a fierce look. "If you get me drunk again, I'll dock all your bonuses." Officer O opened her mouth and then closed it in frustration. After chatting for a bit and sorting through her jumbled feelings, she finally calmed down. She wrapped her arm around Officer O's shoulder and leaned in to speak in a volume only they could hear. "Officer O, go check the surveillance footage from around here since we arrived, and also look into Zhang Lu's whereabouts." "Major?" The two had been together for so many years, and they seemed to have a tacit understanding. Jie Qingqiu patted her shoulder, her expression neutral. "I can't remember what happened last night. We need to understand things clearly." Officer O nodded, and Jie Li and Zhang Lu followed behind, so the two didn't discuss it further. Lunch was ordered by Officer O from an outside restaurant, featuring grand dishes, but the taste was not great. Coupled with the four of them having different thoughts, the meal was not enjoyable. They were on a mission in Jiangguizhou after all. The appearance of the Empire's divine bird was brief, and delaying any longer would mean missing the best opportunity. After lunch, they set off for a village called Divine Bird Village. Divine Bird Village was named after the Empire's divine bird and became famous because of it. However, in reality, the village only welcomed a large number of tourists during a specific season each year. At other times, it was deserted. The village was quiet and nestled in a basin surrounded by mountains, where the Empire's divine bird was likely to appear. During the viewing season, one could see female bugs flapping their wings in search of the divine bird. Of course, the divine bird was not a creature one could simply take home. Due to its rarity and symbolic significance to the Empire, bringing one home required strict approval with signatures and stamps. The pursuit of the divine bird stemmed from the belief that seeing it once would ensure a year of smooth sailing, and seeing it with a loved one would guarantee a long-lasting relationship. Jie Qingqiu herself scoffed at such sayings. To protect the divine bird's habitat, the distance from Jiangguizhou to Divine Bird Village couldn't be traversed by hovering vehicles. They could only use the oldest four-wheel drive vehicles. Such vehicles were rare in the interstellar era, and even in the garbage star where Jie Qingqiu grew up, it was hard to find one. Thus, Jie Li and Zhang Lu looked surprised and a bit intimidated at the sight of it. Jie Qingqiu, however, calmly got in and chose a seat in the back. Officer O followed closely, instinctively opening the passenger door and sitting inside. Jie Li and Zhang Lu, who hadn't boarded yet, exchanged glances, silent electricity sparking between them, before they seemed to reach a consensus, and each opened a rear door to sit down. As a result, Jie Qingqiu, who had been relaxed, suddenly stiffened when flanked by the two. She bit her lip lightly, deciding to act as if nothing had happened. Sometimes, it was okay to think of herself as a bad female. The journey wasn't particularly long. It would take just over an hour by hovering vehicle. But it was precisely this ordinary fuel-consuming four-wheel drive that extended the trip several times over. For the first half hour, everyone sat in silence, but gradually that became unsustainable. With 5 people, including the driver, there wasn't much to talk about, so they resorted to the simplest and most direct way to pass the time: sleeping. Officer O fell asleep when she wanted to, and by the time Jie Qingqiu wanted to talk to her again, she was already drooling on the seat. It was poor Jie Qingqiu. Qingqiu. Zhang Lu bit his lip, unsure if it was the bumpy ride that caused his collar to become a bit disheveled, exposing the bruises on his neck. "Can I lean on you for a bit? I'm not used to this seat back." Seemingly afraid of rejection, he added, "I didn't sleep well last night." Jie Qingqiu felt a mix of impatience and guilt as he kept bringing up the previous night, making it impossible for her to refuse. She shifted her right shoulder toward him. "Go ahead and lean. Sorry to trouble you." Zhang Lu smiled shyly and gently, then leaned against Jie Qingqiu's shoulder and peacefully closed his eyes. Due to his slender and frail frame, she hardly felt any weight as he rested on her shoulder. But she couldn't help but feel his warmth seeping through her clothes, giving her a slight shiver. The two of them were communicating like this, without noticing the expression of Jie Li sitting to her left. He bit his lower lip. The force was strong enough to make it turn a bit pale, and his eyes turned red in an instant. He blinked several times to hold back the tears. Why didn't his sister refuse him? He kept thinking this in his heart. Jelly still didn't quite understand why bad things always seemed to happen after waking up from a dream. It was as if one night could change many things and make his sister forget a lot. That annoying male bug was also what he saw upon waking. But he clearly didn't look like that male bug with a dimple. He now declared that night was the most annoying and terrifying thing in the world, and sleeping was something he deeply detested. But he couldn't compromise. His sister could only be his sister. Moreover, he still had plans, his plans. Jelly blinked helplessly and in confusion, his gaze slightly vacant and blank. What was his plan? Had he completed it? He seemed to not remember very well. Before he could think clearly, he saw that annoying male bug nuzzling against Jie Qingqiu's shoulder, a satisfied smile on its face. So he quickly forgot that earlier thought and quietly moved a bit closer to her. After hesitating for a long while, he leaned closer to Jie Qingqiu's ear and whispered, "Sister, I want to sleep too." Jie Qingqiu glanced at him, not daring to move her shoulder. Then sleep." Jelly displayed an extremely pitiful expression, as if waiting for affection and care. This was a talent and unconsciousness. He had the same expression back at the underground auction. "But sister, I don't want to sleep in this chair." Jie Qingqiu was taken aback, understanding what he meant. Seizing the opportunity, she continued, "I want to be close to my sister too. Is that okay, sister?" Jelly looked so pitiful that even though he had disguised his appearance with instruments, his dark eyes could still pierce into people's hearts. He pressed his lips together, revealing the dimple on the side of his cheek. Jie Qingqiu felt completely deflated. She patted her empty left shoulder. "Come here." He broke into a smile and boldly sat much closer this time, but instead of leaning on her shoulder, he took the liberty of lying his upper body on Jie Qingqiu's lap and wrapped his arms around her waist. Jie Qingqiu, are today, as little kids, so good at climbing up a ladder? But the little one had already sweetly closed his eyes, and his breathing seemed to have become light and even. Thinking of that pitiful gaze, she felt embarrassed to wake him up again and could only let him be. The car gradually quieted down, with several soft breaths sounding in unison, even quieter than before. Officer O was asleep, Zhang Lu was asleep, Jelly was asleep, and the driver was seriously and quietly driving his car. But she didn't dare to move, only her injured world of Jie Qingqiu was achieved. Perfect. By the time they reached their destination, more than 4 hours had passed, and she had finally fallen asleep out of boredom. When she arrived, it was already sunset and dusk, and it was Officer O who woke her up in the end. When she woke up, she felt as if she had been in another world. Her whole body felt like only her head was her own. Her shoulders and thighs were numb, and she could barely muster the strength to stand. Jie Qingqiu, having been through decades of battles, felt this strange sensation for the first time, and was brought about by 2 frail male bugs. Looking left and right, both male bugs had a slight flush on their faces, seemingly embarrassed. She felt embarrassed too shy to say that she had her hands and feet numbed by the 2 male bugs, so she could only give Officer O a look. The other party immediately understood, offering a hand to casually help her down from the car. After getting out and unconsciously moving her hands and feet, her body gradually recovered. The Godbird village was more primitive than Jiangguizhou. It was as if it were cut off from the world, with no signs of high technology or development of the interstellar era. The loves and hates of the outside world seemed irrelevant here. Lan Yunling did not affect them. The people living here lived freely and casually. Jie Qingqiu actually felt a bit envious, thus involuntarily glancing around a few more times. "Mom, let us go to the booked homestay first." Officer O reminded her in time. She nodded. Since their main purpose for coming to Godbird Village was the Imperial Godbird, they had booked a homestay near the mountains, quiet and with a good view, without anyone to disturb them. Everything was perfect, but the downside was that they had only booked 3 rooms initially, and this homestay really only had 3 rooms. Now it seemed inappropriate to send someone out to find another place. When Jie Qingqiu heard this, her face darkened, and both male bugs were unwilling to give in. Jie Li was even worse, leaning against the door of one of the empty rooms and silently counting his fingers. Zhang Lu also put on a pitiful, tearful expression. Jie Qingqiu felt overwhelmed. "Why don't you 2 male bugs share a room?" Officer O, sensing the tense atmosphere, made an impractical suggestion, successfully provoking everyone's anger. Zhang Lu cast a slight glance at her, while Jie Li directly pouted at her. Even her own major, Jie, rolled his eyes in annoyance. She scratched her head and laughed a few times. "Then how about I sleep with the major?" "No way." Jie Li and Zhang Lu, who usually didn't get along, answered in unison. Officer O was taken aback and reflexively asked, "Then how about sleeping together with you two?" This time, the 2 male bugs fell silent again, one with spring in his eyes and the other with a flushed face, clearly in agreement with this suggestion, but the parties involved were extremely opposed. Hey, enough of this nonsense." She initially wanted to say that males and females shouldn't be too close, but thinking about how she seemed to have already been too close with one of them, she swallowed the rest of her words. But even so, it was absolutely unacceptable for her to share a bed with Zhang Lu now. Last night had been a drunken frenzy. How could she do that in a sober state today? So she shifted her gaze and turned her steps, planning to walk outside. Since they couldn't come to a decision, they might as well not discuss it. One person, one room would be fine. She would go outside to rent another one herself. "Xiao!" Officer O called from behind, but she silenced him with a glance. She smiled and said, "Officer O, take good care of them while I'm gone. You'll have to work harder." She then looked at the 2 somewhat dazed male bugs. "You 2 pack your things first and rest for the night. Tomorrow I'll take you to find the Imperial Godbird." After saying this, Jie Qingqiu left without looking back, leaving the 3 people with different thoughts. At this time of year, Godbird Village was preparing to welcome guests, so there was no issue of not finding a place to stay. She wandered around outside for a while and found a homestay with a nice view. The main thing was that it was quiet. After settling into the room, she sent a message to Officer Oak to have her bring her luggage over, and then she couldn't help but take this opportunity to buy a pack of cigarettes. She didn't actually have much of a smoking habit. She just couldn't help but want one to ease her emotions when she felt restless otherwise. She wouldn't know how to adjust her mood. They didn't sell the kind she usually smoked here. What they had was spicier and stronger, even making her feel like it would choke her lungs directly. This made her a bit unhappy, but she still didn't put the cigarette down. Jie Qingqiu actually never had much of concept of home. She had never thought about these things before, because just surviving had exhausted all her strength. After life finally stabilized a bit, and she got used to this way of living, she stopped thinking about making changes. Later, when she truly wanted to find a partner, trivial matters came rushing at her, creating the tangled situation she was in now. To be honest, she really enjoyed studying with him. Being with him felt comfortable and easy. It's just a pity. Life is always so ironic, especially for Jie Qingqiu. But responsibilities must still be taken on. Perhaps with time, things will get better. She will adapt, and eventually she will love. Zhang Lu is not a bad person. It's just that his family background is a bit complicated. Thinking about this, she finished half a pack of cigarettes, and a knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. "Are you Cieli?" Zhang Lu did not return to the room he had chosen, nor did he gather his things. Instead, he squeezed into Cieli's room. His question was extremely picky and contemptuous. showing no hint of the obedient demeanor he had in front of Jie Qingqiu. Xie pouted and did not respond to him. He was busy organizing his things because his sister liked him to be obedient, clean, and to smile with dimples like a pear. So he wanted to do everything well. This fierce-looking boy would not win his sister's favor. Not getting a response made Zhang Lu somewhat angry, and he directly sat down on the bed that Xie was organizing, displaying a somewhat spoiled expression. "I'm talking to you. Can you hear me?" Xie still did not reply. Seeing someone sitting on the bed he was tidying up, he crouched down to organize his clothes. "Hey!" Zhang Lu bit his lip and kicked Xiaoli's suitcase away. "I remember you were the one who called me stupid at the Imperial First Mall, right? You look like a fool yourself." No. Hearing himself being called a fool finally stirred some emotions in Xie. "I'm not a fool. My sister said pears are not fools." He was still innocent and naive, unaware that in the adult world, there are unreasonable terms like trying to cover up and angry out of shame. "Huh?" Zhang Lu laughed derisively. "You still say you're not?" He stood up from Xiaoli's bed, straightened his clothes, and looked down at Xieli, who was half squatting on the ground. "Qingqiu is such a gentle person. She must be afraid of hurting your feelings. In fact, you're just a fool." Zhang Lu leaned down slightly, his deep blue eyes looking particularly cold when not smiling. He forced a smile, pulling at the corners of his mouth, and when he got closer, he opened his collar, revealing some scattered marks. Those purple and blue marks stood out starkly against his fair skin, but he showed no signs of disgust. Instead, he gently caressed those marks with a hint of nostalgia and ambiguity. His voice was low, and his gaze seemed to be lost in memory, revealing a hint of flush on his face. "Xieli, do you know what this is?" Xieli did not look. To be precise, he did not dare to look. Actually, he knew what it was because he had once had similar marks on his body, but precisely because he knew, he chose to turn a blind eye. But how could Zhang Lu give him a chance to escape? He directly pinched his chin, forcing him to look directly. At this moment, his grip was unexpectedly strong. Do you know?" He chuckled a few times, his mouth making ambiguous water sounds as he spoke. "This was left by Qingqiu last night. She exerted a lot of strength. I felt a bit of pain for the first time, but she held me down and wouldn't let me go. When her lips came close, my whole body went numb." Xieli trembled all over as he listened, but had no choice but to look and listen. He had the strength to break free. He just lost the ability to act under the weight of those words, which pounded him painfully. Zhang Lu let out a suggestive breath. "Actually, it's not just here. There are more places you can't see. Do you know where she loves to kiss the most?" His fingertips slid down from the collar, stopping at a certain spot. "She loves this place the most. You still." Zhang Lu wanted to say something else, but Xieli suddenly struggled violently, uncontrollably shouting, "Don't say it. Pear doesn't listen. Sister is pears. Pear is sisters." His word order was chaotic, but Zhang Lu's eyes sharpened. Zhang Lu grabbed Xieli's collar and looked at him with unwavering expression, his voice also harsh. "Tell me, Xieli, tell me. Qingqiu has been with you, right? You two have been together, right? It was that time she went to the Queen's banquet. She must have gotten drunk and went back. And she even bought you a bouquet of flowers, right? Tell me, is it?" He had planned that moment for so long, only for it to benefit someone else. And who that someone else was, he could guess with his toes. Xieli was stunned by his series of questions, momentarily forgetting to cry or make a fuss. After spending some time thinking, he finally gave one sentence. "Pear is already sister's boy." "Ha." Zhang Lu threw his head back and laughed a few times, his expression somewhat manic. "You really are a pitiful fool. The wine she drank was given to her by me, and that bouquet of roses was bought for me. In fact, the person I wanted to find back then was also me." He finally seemed to show some mercy, loosening his grip on Xieli's collar and standing up. But his words were still merciless. "Do you know? The first time she had a mental breakdown, she came looking for me. We have many firsts together. And no matter what you do, you can never surpass me." After saying these few words, he stopped, his expression of pity seeming to stem from sympathy for Xieli. Really pitiful. He smiled, then turned and left Xieli's room. "How is it?" Jie Qingqiu extinguished the last cigarette and jumped down from the window. Officer O looked around and closed the door, then opened his light brain and handed it to Jie Qingqiu. "It seems there are no problems. The Liushang Chushui Festival in Jiangsu Prefecture has always been famous, and many people come from afar every year. His spaceship ticket was indeed for the day before the festival, directly from the main star to the docking station near Jiangsu Prefecture. Half a day's time was enough for her to investigate this information. The information told them that Zhang Lu had booked the same homestay as them. They were on the second floor, while he lived alone on the third floor. Moreover, he had booked the homestay earlier than they did. At this point, she paused. There are no surveillance cameras in the homestay. I checked the surveillance cameras nearby and found that he returned to the homestay before us. I looked at this information, and at least from this alone, I couldn't find any major issues. She just got carried away after drinking, and she stubbornly looked again, but still found no suspicious clues. When she tried to retrieve something from her memory, it was again a blank. Really unlucky, like seeing a ghost. In the end, she simply gave up and shut off the light brain, returning it to Officer O. However, Jie Qingqiu still felt something was off, but she couldn't grasp the fleeting clues in her mind. Major, what should we do now? Officer O was also getting anxious. They joked around, but she knew that Zhang Lu's family background was not simple, and life would surely be chaotic after Jie Qingqiu got together with him. She did not want to see such a scene. Jie Qingqiu silently looked at her for a few seconds before finally smiling. 37. The Major decides to reveal the truth. What can we do? Of course, we must take on our responsibilities. She forcibly broke the somewhat stagnant atmosphere and patted Officer O's shoulder. I don't know if I can afford to marry the Minister of Foreign Affairs with my meager possessions. After saying this, she entered the bathroom, planning to wash away the pungent smell of smoke from her body. Just before going in, she unceremoniously told Officer O, "Remember to help me tidy up and find some clothes." Officer O replied, "Sure, I'm just a miserable nanny who can handle both the parlor and the kitchen, capable of both literature and martial arts." After Jie Qingqiu finished her shower and came out, Officer O had already left. The bedding and clothes were neatly arranged, and daily necessities were placed according to her habits. However, as she approached the bed, she heard an unusual sound. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that there was another person in the large room. The person was curled up at the foot of the bed, tightly hugging themselves, with their head buried in their knees, making their expression invisible. However, from the trembling shoulders, it was clear that they were not in a good mood and might be crying. At a glance, she recognized who it was. Jie Qingqiu truly had no way to deal with the tearful male bug, so after a helpless sigh, she sat down beside him, not intending to ask how he had found her. Fortunately, there was a thick carpet on the floor, so sitting down wouldn't feel cold. "What's wrong? Why are you crying again?" She rubbed his head. Jie Li's hair was fine and soft, very pleasant to touch. He shook his trembling body, seemingly trying to express that he was fine, but looking at him, it really didn't seem like he was okay. She gently patted his back. "Tell me what happened. Why are you crying for no reason again?" "No, it's not." He choked out 2 words between sobs. "Not what?" Jie Qingqiu pushed her wet hair back, and droplets splashed onto him. "You have to tell me what happened. I can't guess. How can I seek justice for you?" After crying for a while longer, he finally brought his face out from his knees, clutching the corner of her clothes and mumbling softly. After being urged by Jie Qingqiu once more, he finally expressed his grievances. That ugly male bug said you want to marry him. He spoke through hiccups, his words somewhat unclear, and the muffled sound made one's heart soften. "Do you not want me anymore, sister? But aren't you my sister? Why do you want to be with him?" Good heavens! Jie Li's first sentence left Jie Qingqiu stunned, and she didn't know how to respond to the series of questions that followed. But Li is my sister's bug. Compared to using the pronoun I, he preferred to refer to himself as Li. His pronunciation was not quite standard, wavering between Li and Ji, but it sounded inexplicably endearing. Seeing Jie Qingqiu in a daze and unresponsive, Jie Li became more straightforward, his naivety and innocence shining through, not yet understanding the complexities of human emotions and subtle words. "Li and sister have already. He couldn't finish his sentence because those words weren't in his vocabulary yet, so he could only say, "We've already slept together. The TV said that this way there will be bug eggs." He leaned forward, placing his palm on Jie Qingqiu's lower abdomen. "Here, there will be Li and sister's bug eggs." But that male bug who doesn't have dimples when he smiles said that sister also sleeps with him. Jie Li felt very clever, intentionally pointing out that Zhang Lu had no dimples, as if this would diminish Jie Qingqiu's affection for Zhang Lu. What nonsense! Jie Qingqiu felt that he was getting more and more absurd and gradually regained her composure. What kind of TV shows are you watching at home? She rubbed her temples, feeling that nowadays, TV could mislead people too deeply. Those chaotic plots might teach children bad things. No, Jelly refuted her excitedly. It's not nonsense. We've already slept together. Sister.However. Jie Qingqiu let out a heavy sigh, guessing that he was referring to the day she brought him back from the underground auction house. At that time, she didn't know he already had a female bug, nor did she know that so many events would unfold later. Moreover, nothing happened between them that night, so where did the notion of bug eggs come from? Indeed, children are just children. However, her relationship with Zhang Lu was now solid. The reproductive rate of the bug race is low, and the death rate has exceeded the birth rate for over 100 years. To ensure the survival of the entire race, aborting bug eggs is strictly prohibited, and there are no contraceptive methods. Therefore, she couldn't buy contraceptive pills. If she got incredibly lucky, it was possible that she really did have Zhang Lu's bug eggs in her belly. However, Jie Qingqiu had always had bad luck, and such a probability event, comparable to winning the lottery, was unlikely to happen to her. Seeing Jie Qingqiu fall silent again, Jelly became increasingly agitated, starting to pull at his collar, pointing randomly. Sister, there's all of this. All of it belongs to sister. When he got emotional, his words became incoherent, and he abandoned the order and logic. Red roses, and sister's red roses. This long string of ambiguous words fell into Jie Qingqiu's ears as proof that she had once touched his body and had given him red roses. All of this became evidence of her love for him, proving that he was already her male bug. But no, Jie Qingqiu thought. She struggled for a long time on how to explain to him and regretted her despicable actions of deceiving and comforting him for the sake of some so-called stability. After thinking without results, she decided to tell him the truth decisively and firmly. She first said, Jelly, you need to calm down and listen to me. Don't cry or get agitated. After saying it several times, Jelly gradually quieted down, looking at her with tear-filled eyes, pitifully. Jelly. She sighed, actually, your name isn't Jelly at all. Do you understand? Jelly is the name I gave you, but in fact, you have your own name and life. He blinked, more tears falling, but his dazed expression clearly showed he didn't understand. You were bought by me, you got a head injury and lost your memory. That's why. It's like this. As she said this, she pulled back a little distance. But I don't know you at all, and Jie Qingqiu anticipated that saying this would make him collapse. After hesitating for a few seconds, she still said it. And you have your own female bug. You love each other, and she loves you too. You've slept together, and maybe she has your bug eggs, your little bugs. It's not me. You remembered wrong. Do you understand? Jelly stepped back, seemingly unwilling to hear these words, but Jie Qingqiu held his shoulders, forcing him to face it. And Zhang Lu is right. I did have a relationship with him. I really intend to marry him, and maybe I already have his bug eggs in my belly. Not yours. Jelly screamed, forcibly breaking free from her hand, then collapsed in a state of extreme distress, tugging at her own hair. No. Sister promised to love Li. Sister said Li is beautiful, sister. Jie Qingqiu's hands trembled slightly, and her temples throbbed painfully. She felt the urge to smoke again, but managed to suppress the desire in that moment. She couldn't comfort the other person and could only try her best to calm her own emotions. This damn empire. This damn queen. Such a vast empire without even a psychologist. She couldn't even take the other person for psychological adjustment. What a stroke of bad luck. The other person was still crying, increasingly agitated. Their suppressed, yet collapsing despair sounded like the cries of someone on the brink of death, causing her to feel dazed for a moment. Suddenly, several images flashed before Jie Qingqiu's eyes. Jelly was crying out to the sky while holding a female bug in the heavy rain. Crimson blood washed away by the rain, likely leaving a bloody scent lingering far away. She had dreamed of this scene before, but now seeing it while awake felt even clearer and more real. Her heart ached, drawn by that cry, as if blood was surging within her body, faintly revealing the image of her own death in a sea of corpses and blood. No. A sharp cry pulled her back from the chaotic images and thoughts. The suffocating pain that Jie experienced in that scene felt almost tangible, making her empathize deeply. Seeing him become more agitated, nearly pulling out his own hair, Jie Qingqiu felt worried and softly comforted him a few times. However, the other person was completely unable to hear her words of comfort, lost in his own sorrow. To prevent him from harming himself or doing something more frightening, she could only hold his hands and feet, pulling him into her embrace. At first, he struggled, but perhaps sensing a familiar scent, he gradually calmed down. Although it took some time, he was finally able to listen to her. He was always like this. Even when he felt immense pain on her account, he would yield to her slightest tenderness, adept at numbing himself with those few moments of gentleness. After his mood stabilized a bit, he wiped his snot and tears on Jie Qingqiu's clothes, which she couldn't and didn't stop. Jie, don't do this. She gently stroked his hair, her movements somewhat practiced. Don't cry like this, don't fall apart. What should I do with you? How should I talk to you? Perhaps it was a mistake to buy him from the underground auction from the very beginning. Maybe he would encounter better, more decisive female bugs. Possibly he would never be able to recover, but at least he lived in love and fantasy, not shattering his world. Yet Jie Qingqiu also felt that this was unfair to him. He should have his own life, should touch real and clear love. But unfortunately, the one who could give him love was not her. Jie Qingqiu often got lost in thought and dazed during such moments, inevitably recalling the bits and pieces of their time together since she first met Jie. Generally speaking, they were mostly happy and warm memories. It must be said that being with him was indeed comfortable. Unlike the gentle little intentions given by Wenshu, which cradled her like soft water. That was an irresistible softness and a pleasant tranquility of time passing. But Jie allowed her to be entirely herself, carefree and without needing to be on guard. But in this world, how could there be so many things that could go one's way? No matter how peaceful it felt, it still had to come to an end. Jie, I'm telling you. She snapped back to reality and wanted to say something more, but the person in her arms had already fallen silent. Looking down, she found that he had curled up in her embrace and fallen asleep, perhaps exhausted from crying. Jie Qingqiu sighed deeply, then carefully laid him on the bed. After sitting on the edge of the bed and watching for a while, she took a warm towel and wiped his tear-streaked face. She brushed his hair back and repeated, Jie, what should I do with you? After sitting for a while, Jie Qingqiu found she really couldn't sit still anymore, so she took a cigarette and stepped outside. Can you guarantee it 100%? Zhang Lu leaned against the headboard, idly tracing the bruises on his skin with his fingertips. The gentle pressure, mixed with ambiguous breaths, felt like being caressed. In front of him was a virtual light screen, and the glowing light on his left wrist indicated he was on a call with someone else. It's possible, but the female bug on the other end hesitated after giving a positive response. Zhang Lu raised his head to look at that person, their gazes crossing. But what? Speak. However, the research on this drug is not thorough enough. Although clinical trials can guarantee 100% conception, the major side effects have not been eliminated. The female bug frowned as she spoke these words. What are the side effects? Zhang Lu's body lifted slightly, his expression darkening as he looked at her. The probability of the fertilized bug eggs not being able to survive to birth is over 95. The female bug's voice was low as she delivered this line. Huh. As he listened to this, all traces of a smile vanished from his face. When I sought you out for the medication, you never mentioned this. So you're playing me for a fool, huh? We wouldn't dare. The female bug immediately responded, lowering her head and bending slightly at the waist. We would never do that to young Master Zhang. Dade? I see you're quite bold. He grabbed a cup from the bedside table and threw it at the person in the light screen, but the virtual entity had no physical form. The cup shattered against the wall behind the screen, leaving a wall of water stains. The female bug remained silent. The two of them remained in a standoff for a while until Zhang Lu let out a vicious laugh. Fine, if it can't be preserved, then it can't be preserved. There will still be more in the future. It won't cause the female bug too much damage, right? The female bug in the light screen froze for a moment, then quickly shook her head. Zhang Lu was finally somewhat satisfied. He dropped a remark about punishment and then hung up the call. After calming his anger, he lay back down, his gaze hazily fixed on the ceiling. After a while, he extended his crimson tongue to moisten his lips. and his hand slowly moved down to the bruised area. A suppressed sound echoed in the room, calling out Jie Qingqiu's name. 39. The Major General heard something unbelievable. Jie Qingqiu had nothing to do after stepping out. With a lit cigarette in her mouth, the ash hung precariously at the tip, the sharp smoke lingering in the air without passing through her lungs. It wasn't peak season yet, as a heavy rain was expected soon. Only after the rain would the best season for viewing the Empire's divine birds arrive, so there weren't many pedestrians or tourists on the road. She strolled along, carefree, without anyone paying her any attention. Jie Qingqiu didn't like taking the usual paths because she firmly believed that the less traveled roads held unseen beauty, belonging to no one but herself. As she walked, she found herself on a small path. After a while, she faintly heard the sound of flowing water, accompanied by the sound of water hitting the stone slabs and bamboo leaves rustling. A chill rushed at her, mixed with moisture, creating a sharp sensation. She passed through the low, dense bamboo thicket and discovered a small pond, its water clear to the bottom, with fallen bamboo leaves floating gently on the surface. The pond was perfectly round. It resembled a bowl with a notch, and the water flowed out from that notch into another patch of bamboo, leaving her wondering if there would be a larger, deeper pond beyond. She decided to go take a look. Before entering, Jie Qingqiu had already extinguished her cigarette. In such a tranquil place, she kept her breathing light and her footsteps nearly silent. As soon as she entered the bamboo grove and had not yet emerged from the other side, she heard a sound. Zuft, zuft, Ye Wingsus footsteps pauset. It was clear from the sound that something was happening. Presumably a pair of wild mandarin ducks were finding pleasure in the small pond. She had no habit of eavesdropping on others' affairs and was glad she had made too much noise, planning to leave quietly. Unexpectedly, the sounds grew more audacious. It hurts, it hurts. The cry made her feel a bit flushed with embarrassment, not for any other reason, but because she damned well recognized it. She automatically associated this familiarity with that night with Zhonglu. No, she had to leave quickly. You will be good to me, right? Right? The male voice suddenly said something like this, mixed with soft sobs. Take it slow, take it slow. Will you remember? Will you remember these when you wake up? It was a heavy thud, as if the whole person had crashed into a stone wall, splashing a large amount of water. I've given you everything. You must treat me better. He was crying, his voice soft yet strangely familiar. You can't let me down. I am your male bug now. Jie Qingqiu pressed her lips together. Her ears felt slightly hot. Even though she was gradually pulling away, the sound clung to her ears, refusing to let go. This medicine is so powerful. He sighed a couple of times and then murmured, I want to show you the imperial divine bird. I want to have a smooth and healthy life with you. As soon as these words came out, her footsteps stopped. Her organs and soul felt as if they had suddenly shifted, struggling to break free from her body. The bug patterns were persistently hot, making her feel as if she were in a centrifuge, so uncomfortable that she wanted to vomit. Jie Qingqiu didn't know what was happening. She forced herself to sit down quietly, clutching her collar and breathing heavily. What is Bai Ji? Just a forbidden object under the mutated insect tribe, dirty, disgusting, unworthy of standing here. Jie Qingqiu, do you deserve it? Just a wild seed from a garbage star. Perhaps your male father is still in the red light district entertaining customers. Major General Jie, I don't want this either. In fact, I admire you very much. It's just that we are not in the same camp. If there's a next life, let me and the one I love have a stable and smooth life. In the next life, I don't want to meet you. If time could flow backward, I would surely strangle you in the cradle. If I could start over, I would never let fate run on such a trajectory. Each word, each sentence, various chaotic voices surged into her mind, masculine and feminine. The voices from unknown places had lost their truth, making it impossible to discern who they belonged to. But the emotions in those words, Jie Qingqiu received them vividly. Those of resentment, malice, mockery, disdain, regret, disappointment, and melancholy. All kinds of emotions surged in, as if they were hastily yet richly conveying a lifetime. Bai Ji, it seems we are not lucky enough. Bai Ji, if there's a next life, you must not live such a life. These are the last two sentences Jie Qingqiu heard before she fainted. The chaotic sounds and cluttered thoughts overloaded her body, leaving her no strength to continue, forcing her into unconsciousness to stabilize temporarily. She collapsed in the bamboo grove, unconsciously repeating the name, Bai. Jelly woke up to find that the sky was completely dark. He struggled to open his swollen, sore eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. Several minutes later, he realized he was in Jie Qingqiu's room. Sister, he called out, his voice a bit hoarse. But no one answered him in the room. After a while, his exhausted limbs gradually regained strength, and he crawled out of bed. He looked around and confirmed that Jie Qingqiu was not in the room. Perhaps she had gone out. He rushed to leave, but sat dazedly on the bed, starting to recall the words his sister had said to him before he fell asleep, almost in a self-torturing manner. Jelly felt he might really be a fool. Otherwise, why would it be so difficult to understand some things? He only understood a small part of what Jie Qingqiu had said. But one thing he knew was that his sister didn't love him and didn't want him to be her male bug, although they had already slept together. This news was quite disheartening, but Jelly felt he was already used to it, because he had long known he was not the one who was loved. He was just a substitute. Jie Qingqiu had her own white moonlight, and he had realized this long ago. But it didn't matter. He had plenty of time and energy to slowly win her affection. Time was the least valuable thing to him, and stubbornness was his nature. Loving Jie Qingqiu was his instinct. Thinking this way, he felt his mood wasn't so sad anymore, so he got out of bed, planning to draft a plan to win his sister's favor. That ugly male bug without dimples when he smiled was definitely no match for him. Jelly went to wash his face, then decided to check the kitchen of the guest house. He wanted to cook a meal for Jie Qingqiu since the food outside was too terrible. Just then, it suddenly started to rain outside. The rain gradually went from light to heavy. The thin, dark clouds began to threaten like they could destroy a city. And it seemed tomorrow wouldn't be a sunny day either. But tomorrow, they were to go into the deep mountains to find the divine bird. At this moment, Jelly couldn't think of so much. 40. The Major General went to find the divine bird. Jie Qingqiu was awakened by the rain. The large raindrops mercilessly pelted her face, and in just a few moments, the rain soaked her completely. When she finally managed to open her eyes, some rainwater had gotten in, stinging her eyes painfully. Damn it. She immediately got up from the ground and wiped her face. Why has it been so unlucky lately? She instinctively glanced over at the pond and found there was no movement anymore. They probably had long left from another place, leaving her alone in the rain. Everyone says they love her, but after such a long time without returning, no one came to find her. Really? Shaking her head, she began to walk back the way she came, thinking about what had happened before she fainted. She was surprised to find that although it had only been a little while ago, the flood of words that had surged into her mind had become inexplicably fuzzy, yet that suffocating feeling still tightly wrapped around her. Never mind. Jie Qingqiu didn't intend to make things difficult for herself. If she couldn't remember, then so be it. Just be cautious in everything. By the time she returned, the sky was completely dark, and the houses in the Divine Bird Village had all turned on their lights. The scattered orange-yellow lights glimmered hazily in the rain, and inexplicably added a touch of loneliness and tranquility. At that moment, she suddenly didn't feel so anxious to go back. The world had suddenly become so quiet, as if she were the only one left. All the mundane disturbances had been washed away by the heavy rain, leaving behind a pure, simple, and self-contained Jie Qingqiu. Unfortunately, the road was only so long. No matter how much she delayed, she still had to face the entanglements of love and hate in the mundane world. When she pushed the door open, she found the bedroom light was already on. A small table had been set up in the empty space, and there were steaming dishes on it. 3 dishes and a soup, all her favorites. The bowls and chopsticks were already set, and her bowl was filled with rice, drizzled with some soup. Just looking at it, she could already feel the softness and aroma of the rice, and her stomach conveniently let out a growl. It felt quite homey, knowing someone was waiting for her, which was somewhat warm. Just then, Jilly came out of the bathroom. After seeing Jie Qingqiu, his eyes suddenly brightened. He quickly pulled out a piece of paper to dry his hands. Sister, you're back? After taking a couple of steps, he realized she was drenched, and that worried expression naturally surfaced again. There was no need for Jie Qingqiu to question it, because this was Xieli, even though that expression was completely genuine. Sister, you're wet. You need to take a shower. He tugged at the hem of his clothes and then turned back to run towards the bathroom. I'll run some water for you. She sighed, but did not stop him, instead finding herself a change of clothes. After taking a quick shower to wash away the rainwater and chill, Jie Qingqiu stepped out of the bathroom, and Cieli was obediently kneeling at the small table, not yet using her chopsticks. Were they? She instinctively asked, since they had been eating together as four for the past few meals. Cieli paused for a moment, lowered her head to tug at her own clothes, and after a long while, she quietly replied, I made this meal just for you, sister. Her voice was soft, but Jie Qingqiu heard her clearly. After looking at each other for several seconds, Jie Qingqiu sighed helplessly, then opened her light brain to send a message to Officer O. Resolving all your problems. There's food. Come have a meal with Zhang Lu tonight. Ugh. Officer. Resolving all your problems. Don't tell him where I live. Just say I have something to do. Ugh. Officer. After sending the message, she turned it off, completely unconcerned about Officer O's barrage of messages. I've already told them. We're eating together tonight. She picked up a piece of food and placed it in her bowl, feeling it was still lacking, so she added another piece to Cieli's bowl as well. Eat. Jie Qingqiu's slightest kindness was magnified infinitely in his eyes. Just a piece of food was enough to make him happy. The two had a relatively pleasant meal together. Shortly after finishing, Jie Qingqiu found him an umbrella, ignoring his hesitance to stay and what he wanted to say, and sent him back to his residence. The next day, the rain still hadn't stopped, and it seemed to be getting heavier, with thick dark clouds pressing down as if they could be touched by raising a hand. Jie Qingqiu initially wanted to wait a few days before searching, but the local guide informed them that the Divine Bird Village was about to face a torrential rainstorm not seen in decades. Now was the best time to search. The weather would only get worse in the following days, and once this wave of heavy rain passed, the annual open season would arrive, making it inconvenient with more people around. So they ultimately decided to go today. However, Zhang Lu and Cieli were ordered to stay in the guest house and not go out, while Jie Qingqiu and Officer O would go search for the Imperial Divine Bird. Thus, before officially entering the mountains, this scene unfolded. Jie Qingqiu and Officer O were fully armed, while Zhang Lu and Cieli leaned against the door, both wearing worried expressions as they looked at Jie Qingqiu, a picture of reluctant farewell. Qingqiu, be careful. Zhang Lu's brow furrowed slightly. Her worried look genuine. Come back quickly if you find it. Don't stay too long. It's dangerous in the mountains after the rain. Jie Qingqiu half nodded, then turned her gaze to Cieli, seemingly waiting for his parting words. He met her gaze but stammered for a long while without saying anything. She clicked her tongue, said nothing more, and simply wrapped her arm around Officer O's shoulder and stepped under the umbrella. We're leaving, don't worry. Just as they took a few steps, Cieli called out again from behind. Jie Qingqiu turned back to see him waving foolishly and then blankly saying, Sister, goodbye. Haha, goodbye. She laughed out loud. So silly. Following the guide along a narrow plank road to halfway up the mountain, the group spread their wings and began to fly low to the ground. They controlled their semi-transparent wings, weaving through the dense jungle, with raindrops hitting their wings and being shaken off with each flap, shattering in the air. However, the rainy weather somewhat affected their speed and sense of direction. The humidity in the air naturally made the insect race feel uneasy. The Imperial Divine Bird is a three-toed, long-billed bird, also known as the firefoot sparrow, because its feet are extremely hot and can burn someone if not careful. The guide explained while flying. So wherever it flies, there's a hint of sparks, and places it touches show signs of charring. At this point, she smiled, saying there's a reason for calling it a divine bird. At least on rainy days, the high-temperature wouldn't drop, and people nearby would feel warm and comfortable. Jie Qingqiu mentally noted these features, flying while carefully observing and sniffing. However, just as the three flew past a bend, an anomaly suddenly occurred. 41. The Major General is in trouble. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down, aimed directly at Jie Qingqiu's wings, as if it had been set up in advance. What the hell? She immediately flapped her wings to change direction, but due to being soaked with too much rain, her wings became somewhat heavy, causing the lightning to graze her body as it struck down. What's going on? The first thing she did was to find the guy to ask. Logically, They weren't flying at a high altitude, and there were no signs of thunder buildup. How could lightning suddenly strike, and so precisely at her wings? It is well known that wings are the second heart of the insect race. If struck by lightning, she could die on the spot. I don't know, it shouldn't be happening. The guide seemed startled by her serious tone. Jie Qingqiu frowned, but couldn't help cursing under her breath. Damn it, I'm really having bad luck lately. She sensed her body and found nothing extra, but now wasn't the time to investigate. They needed to find the divine bird quickly. Forget it, let us pick up the pace. She glanced at the two. I'm afraid there is danger. Officer O and the guide both nodded, then quickened their flying speed. The divine bird village is surrounded by mountains, but is not a solitary mountain. Rather, it is a connected range. The imperial divine bird lives in such a vast area and has no natural enemies. After skimming over the nearest mountain to the divine bird village, they had to pass through a canyon between mountains to reach the most hidden spot. That area was denser in vegetation than others, and with heavy dew and continuous rain, it posed a significant challenge for them. They had planned to slow down and move steadily once they reached the canyon, but the rain kept pouring down heavier, almost sticking together and pouring down, drastically reducing visibility. And within a few seconds, they were drenched. Jie Qingqiu felt as if her wings were about to be smashed through, although their wings were very resilient and hard. Stop! Stop! Let us find a place to take cover from the rain, or walk for now. She called out to the guide and Officer O, who were half a step ahead. The rain is too heavy. The danger level is too high. They understood the reasoning. So after slowly flying forward for a few more meters, they retracted their wings. At this point, they were not far from the canyon. After coming down from the air, visibility decreased significantly. But fortunately, each step was steady, making it not particularly difficult to move forward. Not long after, they saw the canyon they needed to pass through. Sir, it's right there. The guide pointed to the canyon and said, the probability of the divine bird appearing over there is much higher. Jie Qingqiu glanced at her, and after locking eyes for just a second, the guide quickly averted her gaze. I understand. Let us go now. She had just finished speaking when a bolt of lightning struck down from the layers of dark clouds, heading straight for her once again. Master, be careful, shouted Officer O. Jie Qingqiu was startled and quickly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the lightning. But another bolt followed immediately after, giving her no chance to catch a breath. She jumped a few times to evade the lightning, but the dark clouds showed no signs of letting up. This time, the clouds gathered for a moment before descending with unstoppable force. Jie Qingqiu leapt onto a stone towards an open area, but to her surprise, the grassy ground there was an illusion. The moment her weight pressed down, the grass wrapped around her and began to sink, pulling her down rapidly. Below her was a bottomless cliff. It turned out that between the canyon and this mountain peak was a deep chasm, with steep rock walls and a rushing river below. Master! Officer O immediately tried to reach out, but was unexpectedly pulled back by someone just as he spread his wings. Since Jie Qingqiu left, Jie had lost his spirit, sitting on a small stool at the door, constantly glancing down that road. Even as the rain grew heavier, splashing into the room, he paid no mind, as if he were oblivious to the chill. Zhang Lu surprisingly did not provoke him this time, knowing to put on a coat and look out the window while finding activities to pass the time. However, his heart was still filled with unease. Then, with the sound of thunder crashing down, both those waiting at the door and the one leaning by the bedroom window were startled. In fact, Jieli's reaction was even more pronounced as he burst into tears. Sister, sister, he murmured, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. Even his shoulder blades, capable of spreading wings, felt hot and painful, the insect patterns trembling. His intuition told him something was wrong, but at that moment, they had no way to gather information and could only wait helplessly. After an unknown amount of time, two figures appeared in the torrential rain, and faintly, a pair of large wings could be seen flapping, the rain splashing everywhere. Jie had been paying attention to that road, so he noticed immediately. He stood up and shouted, Sister, sister's back. Whether it was due to his loud voice, Zhang Lu upstairs also heard and soon came rushing down the stairs, standing beside him at the door to look outside. To their disappointment, the ones returning were Officer O and the guide, with no sign of Jie Qingqiu. However, their demeanor was clearly not right. because the three who had departed peacefully were now one short. An officer, was holding the guide's limbs. The guide's wings were half drooping, seemingly broken. As soon as they entered the guest house, Officer pushed the guide to the ground, stepping harshly on her face, a clawed hand resting on the base of her wings. It bore a striking resemblance to Jie Qingqiu. Officer what happened? Zhang Lu was startled by this scene. Officer gritted his teeth and said, "This piece of trash led us astray, and the master fell off the cliff because of her. She even tried to take me down with her." What? At her words, Jie Li and Zhang Lu shouted in unison, their faces filled with worry and fear. "I just flew down the cliff to look for her, but the rain was too heavy to see clearly, and it wasn't convenient to take her with me. So I could only bring her back first." As she spoke, she pulled out a spherical object from somewhere and tossed it at the guide, which instantly transformed into a giant net, wrapping her up. "Young Master Zhang, Jie Li, please keep an eye on her while I go search for the master in detail." After saying this, she turned and dashed back into the rain. 42. The Major General's fool is going to find her as soon as Officer stepped outside. The hatred on Zhang Lu's face could no longer be concealed. He didn't care about putting on a fa in front of Jie Li. He kicked the guide in the chest and then forcefully tugged at her wings. "Who allowed you to do this? How dare you?" The guide let out a low whimper in pain, but trembled without speaking. Zhang Lu, having been immersed in intrigue and treachery for many years, immediately sensed something was off about her. He kicked her again, not holding back at all. "You just wait, you wait." After saying this, he stuffed a rag into the guide's mouth, fearing she might lose heart, and then there would be no witnesses to her death. After venting some of his anger, he turned to Jie Li, who was sitting dazed at the door, and sneered. With a great deal of malice and fury, he said, "You fool, ever since Qingqiu met you, nothing good has happened. You're truly a disaster." His words were both provocative and serious. Zhang Lu had been closely monitoring everything Jie Qingqiu could investigate, so he naturally knew how much she had endured during this time. She looked like she had lost quite a bit of weight. How could he not feel heartbroken? Yet no matter what he said, Jie Li remained dazed and unresponsive. After scolding a few times and finding it uninteresting, Zhang Lu gradually quieted down. After hesitating for a moment, he glanced at Jie Li, realizing he still had no reaction, and hurriedly went upstairs. He needed to contact someone privately. They absolutely could not just sit and wait. Who knew how long this rain would last? The longer they waited, the more danger Jie Qingqiu was in. Even if his suspicions were discovered, it didn't matter. He couldn't afford to gamble with Jie Qingqiu's life. When he finished contacting someone and came back down, Jie Li, who had been sitting at the door, had already vanished. "Fool, where did you go?" Zhang Lu searched the living room, but found no one, while the guide lay there lifelessly. "Fool, forget it, let him die." Ever since Officer said those words, Jie Li had not been able to react, his mind filled with the thought that Jie Qingqiu had fallen off the cliff. The rain was pouring so heavily outside. The cliff was so high, and it must be so cold after getting soaked. What would his sister do? Thinking about the slightest suffering Jie Qingqiu might be enduring outside made Jie Li's heart ache, so much so that he could hardly breathe. This pain was so intense that he couldn't even shed tears. After sitting in a daze for a long time, he felt a strange connection and calling, a determination that he had to go. Without preparing anything, Jie Li rushed into the rain, running towards the direction his heart pointed to. Jie Li didn't take the usual path, but instead circled around the base of the mountain, squeezing into the forest through a muddy trail, climbing the rock wall with his bare hands. He was clumsy but stubborn. Right now, he hated that the wings of the male insect were merely decorative. They could spread but couldn't soar. Otherwise, he could fly directly to the place the connection was guiding him, uncertain whether it was a blessing or if his love was too strong. Just as Jie Li felt a twinge of complaint and regret, the area around his shoulder blades began to itch and burn, as if something was trying to break free. He knew it was his wings. But there was no time for him to waste, so he chose to endure it. To his surprise, the itch intensified, and the heat became unbearable, making him impossible to ignore. When he realized he could no longer endure it, Jie Li followed his instinct and released his wings from his shoulder blades. A pair of half-transparent, gilded wings suddenly unfurled, pushing the falling rain aside by several inches. The golden wings shimmer, while the transparent parts resemble glass from the outside. They appear magnificent yet fragile, but in reality, this pair of wings possesses boundless strength. In the moment they fully unfurl, they powerfully lift Jie upwards. What happened? Jie is startled and instinctively wants to find Jie Qingqiu, only to realize in the next second that she has fallen off the cliff. And now he is going to look for her. His sister cannot always be his support. He can also be her support. After a moment of disappointment, he realizes that the fright came from his wings. Jie turns back to glance at his wings, then reaches out to touch them, discovering their resilience and strength. Perhaps they can carry him to fly, so he decides to give it a try. For a male bug that has never flown before, attempting this alone is quite difficult. Driven solely by love, he embarks on a dangerous and lonely endeavor. He manages to take off, but doesn't understand how to maintain flight or land. Even if he can stay airborne for a few seconds, he cannot control his altitude, and after finally feeling a bit of control, he cannot manage his speed. Again and again, he tries, fails, falls, and gets back up. In the end, he becomes covered in mud and bruises. However, the outcome is satisfactory. He successfully flies. Wings spread wide, soaring at low altitude, albeit clumsily. "Sister, look," he instinctively calls out, then quickly realizes it. He wipes the mud off his face, mimicking Jie Qingqiu's way of praising him, and rubs his own head. After doing this, Jie awkwardly flies in that direction. Flying is indeed faster than walking, and he doesn't know how long he flapped in the wind and rain. He feels his shoulder blades growing tired and numb, and his wings feel hot and swollen before he notices he is getting close. At this point, flying is no longer suitable. He needs to walk slowly and search, so he retracts his wings. Since he still doesn't know how to land, when he fully retracts them, he slips in the mud and falls. After getting up, Jie begins to search carefully towards that point. "Sister, sister?" he shouts loudly, appearing foolish at this moment. Of course, no one responds, but he does not give up. "Sister," he continues to call out until his throat tastes of blood. Finally, when he pushes aside a haystack, he discovers a rushing river below the slope of the haystack, with steep cliffs and rocky walls on both sides, the water muddy from the heavy rain. It's right here, Jie's intuition and guidance tell him. He cautiously attempts to climb down the slope, wanting to follow the river, but as soon as he puts one foot down, the rain-soaked, soft, and slippery slope begins to slide down. Jie is caught off guard and falls down the slope, as if to plunge directly into the river. The fact is, he indeed falls into that rushing river. Although he desperately tries to spread his wings, it seems some strange force restrains him, turning him back into that weak and helpless bug. "Sister," he instinctively wants to call out for Jie Qingqiu, but only a single word escapes his mouth before he is filled with muddy water. In the turbulent current, he is forced to bob up and down, swept downstream, the coarse mud and stones in the water injuring him all over. After being carried by the water for a while, when he gradually loses the strength to resist, feeling he might drown, he suddenly feels a force on the back of his collar, lifting him up. Having escaped death, Jie instinctively clings to this lifeline, coughing and expelling the water that choked him. "Yili," the person who saved him exclaims in surprise. "How did you end up here?" He immediately recognizes that voice. It is his sister's voice, Jie Qingqiu's living, breathing voice. He opens his eyes, which have been tightly shut from fear, and looks at the person in disbelief and joy. "Sister." When he sees the person's appearance, he confirms it is indeed Jie Qingqiu. She seems to be mostly unharmed, but her face has some bruises and scrapes, with dark red blood clots, and it appears there are still some small stones that have not been cleaned off. Her lips are a bit paler than when she left, perhaps from some blood loss. However, she is still strong enough to half-hug him, so she should not be seriously injured. "Sister, woo woo woo." He cannot control his emotions and starts to cry, tears mingling with mud, leaving marks all over his face. "I found my sister. I found my sister." Then Jie makes a move that seems quite foolish in Jie Qingqiu's eyes. He reaches out to pat her head, then uses a tone as if comforting a child to say, "Sister, don't be afraid. Li is here." This action makes Jie Qingqiu laugh, even pulling at her facial wounds. "This silly boy still needs me to fish him out of the river. Where does he get the confidence to say he will protect me?" She thinks, both silly and adorable. Before she can say anything, her ears twitch, and her expression becomes serious as she quickly half leads Jie towards the cliff wall. After squeezing through a few gaps formed by large rocks, they arrive at a rock pit elevated above the ground, covered by a huge stone, serving as a natural rain shelter. The angle formed by the stone cover and the wall provides a perfect refuge. At this moment, a fire is burning in the high, dry corner, likely set up by Jie Qingqiu. She places him on a rock beside the fire, saying, "Dry yourself off, don't get sick." After saying this, she glances back in the direction they came from, seemingly confirming something before relaxing. "Sister, what?" Jie cannot sit still, wanting to move closer to her, but she presses it back down. "I'm fine, see, I'm alright, don't cry." Saying this, she also sits down beside the fire, warming her hands. It seems there is some inexplicable magnetic field here. His wings cannot spread to fly, the brainwave cannot send out signals, and it seems someone is looking for me. As she says this, Jie Qingqiu inevitably begins to recall everything that happened today. First, she was unsure what had drawn the thunder. Then she was pushed off the cliff by the guide. During the fall, she was unable to spread her wings due to the strange magnetic field. After several falls and impacts, she landed in the rushing river. And after being swept by the current for a while, she finally managed to get up. Just after getting out of the river, she sensed she might be being tracked. So she had to find a temporary shelter. After the fire had just been set up for a while, she felt some inexplicable guidance and involuntarily walked to the riverbank, where she then discovered Jie, this living person, and pulled him up. It's always like this. She has become accustomed to this kind of fantasy. Hearing her say this, Jie visibly tenses up and glances around. Jie Qingqiu rubs his already soaked hair, saying, "It's not a big deal, just be careful. I just don't want to get into trouble." It does not mean she is afraid of trouble or cannot solve it. After being pushed off the cliff, she thought of many possibilities, but felt the probabilities were all about the same. After all, every enemy would want her dead. However, such a low-level method shouldn't be too difficult to handle. What troubles him the most right now is actually Jie. "How did you get here, and who sent you?" She sighed. "Do you know how dangerous it is? You, a delicate male bug, are out in the heavy rain. What if, sister?" Before she could finish her sentence, Jie pounced into her embrace, burying his face in her chest. He sobbed, "Sister, I'm scared. Officer O said you fell, and I thought you would be scared." He always spoke unclearly when he was excited, with mixed and contradictory sentences, but Jie Qingqiu could always understand what he meant. "That's why I came to find you," he summarized after a while. All right, you found me," she responded helplessly, but she didn't push him away. Instead, she gently stroked his hair again. It would be a lie to say she wasn't touched at all. Even someone as strong as her, even though she was a female bug, still loved and enjoyed the care and concern of others. Such reckless, unconditional affection made her heart infinitely soft. It also made her somewhat reluctant to part with the warmth of the person in her arms. But that wasn't good. After another sigh, Jie Qingqiu pushed him away, saying, "Thank you for coming to find me, but please don't do this again. It's really dangerous. Don't you believe me? I can protect myself. But what if you run into danger?" She looked at him seriously. "No one is more important than yourself. Do you understand?" Jie met her gaze for a few seconds, then lowered his head without responding. He understood. He comprehended everything she said, but he didn't agree. Because in his heart, nothing was more important than her. Jie lived for love, lived for Jie Qingqiu, and there was nothing wrong with that. Seeing his expression, Jie Qingqiu guessed he was listening, so she didn't elaborate further. She leaned against the rock wall, slightly relaxing and half closing her eyes. Listening to the sound of heavy rain outside and feeling the warmth of the fire, she began to feel drowsy. Eventually, she fell asleep involuntarily. 44. The Major General sleeping with the fool, she had another dream. In the dream, many years had passed, and it was a sunny afternoon. She still looked the same, tending to her camellias in a 3-story villa in the suburbs under the bright sun. For some reason, the camellia flowers were white. They had bloomed, and the layers of white petals were beautiful. Then, a chubby little cub ran out from the house. Under the blinding light, she couldn't see its face clearly, but she heard the cub calling her mother, so it must be her child. The cub rushed into her arms, carrying a lovely scent of milk. They laughed and chatted for a while, and then another person came out of the house. "Jie, Jelly's face no longer bore that silly innocence. Instead, it was tinged with an indescribable gloom. Jie Qingqiu smiled and was about to speak to him when he suddenly pulled out a knife from behind, stabbing it straight in her chest, piercing through her heart. The cub began to wail loudly, and the clear sky suddenly turned dark with clouds, followed by a fierce storm. She collapsed to the ground, blood spilling everywhere, the bright red blood staining the pure, white camellias. Jelly coldly asked her, "Is this the red camellia you wanted?" She was instantly awakened. After waking up, she found herself covered in cold sweat, her hair and clothes soaked, her body unusually cold, and her head a bit dizzy. It was getting late. Perhaps it was about to end. Jelly was not by her side, and Jie Qingqiu suddenly became fully alert. Yeli. She quickly stood up, momentarily feeling faint. Yeli. Had he been taken away by those people? No. It would have been more straightforward to take her along. There was no need to do anything else when they were right there. Yeli. Just as she was about to rush into the rain to look for him, she heard a responding voice from behind a stone wall. So, she tried calling out again. "Jelly, is that you?" "Sister." The voice quickly replied, getting closer. She was now sure it was Jelly. Her worry instantly faded, replaced by anger and fear. But her heart, racing from the tension, still couldn't calm down, as if it would leap out of her chest at any moment. "Where have you been? Couldn't you at least tell me before you left?" She couldn't help but question him. "Do you know how dangerous it is? The people outside looking for us have unknown identities and intentions." As she spoke, Jelly emerged from behind the rock wall, holding a large pile of unknown things wrapped in big leaves, his face a mix of confusion and determination. What is all this mess? He lowered his head and placed the pile on a clean stone slab, quietly saying, "Sister, it's food. You must be hungry." As he said this, Jelly rummaged through the pile and pulled out a clean pear. The pear was bright yellow, with smooth, round brown spots, and its shape was a smooth oval. Just from its appearance, one could tell how juicy and sweet it was. It looked less like it was picked from a wild tree and more like it was industrially replicated according to the golden ratio. Although most plants in the interstellar age were genetically modified, he held the pear out to Jie Qingqiu, looking at her with eager eyes. Jie Qingqiu admitted that when she saw those sparkling eyes, all her anger dissipated, and her heart melted like spring water, creating ripples without any force. "You really are. I can't do anything with you." She sighed helplessly, taking the pear and biting into it. It was indeed as sweet and juicy as it looked. "You should eat some too." She took the initiative to reach into the large leaf pile, rummaging for a while before pulling out another pear, then stuffing it into his mouth. "Where did you find all this food?" After chewing a few bites, she continued, "Next time, don't go alone. It's dangerous. If you want to go, just take me with you. It doesn't matter if I'm sleeping." Jelly felt a bit disappointed hearing Jie Qingqiu's reprimand. But after getting a taste of sweetness and hearing her say that, he felt his mood lift again. "I just knew I could find it," he said proudly, "because I can feel it. And sister is here, so I know nothing will happen." Jie Qingqiu glanced at him, her face also revealing a hint of a smile. "You're such a fool." Hearing this term, he pouted but didn't refute it, taking small bites of the pear, carefully wiping away the juice that dripped down, looking very obedient. Jelly had found some ready-to-eat fruits and vegetables, and after finishing the pile, they both barely filled their stomachs. By now it was getting dark, and with the rain pouring and the clouds thick, the surroundings were dim and lifeless, relying solely on the fire for light and warmth. Jie Qingqiu was grateful she had gathered a lot of firewood. Otherwise, they wouldn't survive the night. If they weren't killed by those people, they would freeze to death in this wilderness. In the wild, danger doubled after dark, especially during a storm. Even if they could evade those people's pursuit at night, there was no need to risk going out. They would rest and regain their strength tonight and set off early tomorrow morning while everyone was still tired. After planning in her mind, she decided to close her eyes and sleep, feeling very weary from her injuries and the day's anxiety. Before closing her eyes, she told Jelly, "Sleep early. I'll take you away first thing in the morning." A few minutes later, she felt someone squeezing in beside her, and the cool body temperature seeped through her clothes to her skin. "What's wrong?" She suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Jelly. "Are you scared? Don't you dare sleep alone?" He shook his head and nodded again, carefully and boldly extending his hand into Jie Qingqiu's palm. "Sister, it's cold." The temperature of his hand was more direct than the touch through clothing and even colder, like it had been soaked in ice water around 0 degrees Celsius, drilling straight into her flesh. How could it be so cold? She immediately reached out to touch his forehead, but felt that wasn't accurate, so, without thinking much, she pressed her forehead against his, and only sighed in relief after finding that his temperature was normal. Jie enjoyed her touch and remained silent, not breaking the atmosphere. After a while, she suddenly realized male insects seem to have a lower body temperature than female insects, and their ability to maintain temperature is not as good as that of females, so it's normal for this to happen in a cold environment. But being afraid of the cold is real. After hesitating for a while, Jie Qingqiu pulled him into her arms. Let's sleep like this. Jie very consciously found a comfortable position for herself, burying her head in her shoulder. She patted his back, took a deep breath, and then let it out. Sleep well. Jie Qingqiu still underestimated the cold of the rainy wilderness night. To be precise, she overestimated the male insect's ability to withstand the cold. This was not her first time surviving in such harsh conditions. After decades on the battlefield, she had faced much worse, but this was clearly Jie's first experience. By the time it was late at night, the person in her arms began to tremble and mumble in his sleep, occasionally letting out painful groans. This woke Jie Qingqiu from her slumber. Jie's face was slightly flushed, her brows furrowed, and her originally rosy lips had become dry and pursed, clearly indicating she was not sleeping well and felt quite uncomfortable. Yeli. She gently shook him a few times, but failed to wake him. Then, she lifted the person in her arms slightly and pressed her forehead against his forehead. After a few seconds, she confirmed that the high temperature meant he had a fever. Damn, just when it rains, it pours. In this wild and remote place at midnight, where could she find medicine for him? It was pouring rain, and there wasn't even clean drinking water available. His temperature was very high, but he was still trembling, perhaps because of the cold. So she half held him and added some firewood to the fire, sitting a bit closer and holding him tighter, trying to keep it airtight. As the external temperature rose, Jie's shivering eased a bit, but his overall temperature remained high. After thinking for a moment, she straightened her legs to let him lie on her thigh, then took off her top, leaving only a black sports bra. The top was their special outdoor combat uniform, which she had worn specifically to find the divine bird. However, since it was summer, it only had a little cold and water resistance, without emphasizing it, but it was good at repelling mosquitoes and insects, and it was long-sleeved. Jie Qingqiu now regretted that she should have taken it off for him earlier. But now it wasn't about putting it on him. The main thing was to cool him down after it got soaked. So she forcefully tore the shirt open along the side, ripped off the 2 sleeves, and wrapped the body part around Jie, while the extra sleeves were extended out to soak in the rainwater. Although the rainwater was not clean, at least it was water that could help cool him down. After folding it into a small rectangle, she carefully pressed it against his forehead. After covering him with a piece of clothing, she could move away a bit, so she decided to find a few pairs to moisten his lips and throat, so he wouldn't damage his voice. Jie Qingqiu placed him on the dry stone slab and added some fire to the fire pit, feeling slightly more at ease. Following the direction Jie had returned from today, she remembered him saying the place wasn't too far, so she walked while carefully searching. After about 100 or 200 meters, she finally spotted the pear tree under the faint light of the night and her excellent night vision. The tree stood alone, not growing any other varieties nearby, and it was quite tall, estimated to be over 2 to 3 meters high. The lowest branches were also over 2 meters high. She didn't know how Jie, who was barely 8 meters tall, managed to pick those pears. He didn't seem like the type to climb trees. She didn't want to think too much about it, but she couldn't help but sigh. How foolish. What was difficult for Jie was easy for Jie Qingqiu. Her jumping and climbing abilities were excellent, and all those years of training weren't in vain. Having an Imperial Major General who came from the battlefield climb a tree was simply a waste of talent. In less than a minute, she was up the tree, picked a few good and large pears, and then started to head back. On the way back, she quickened her pace. However, the rain suddenly intensified, pouring down like a deluge accompanied by howling winds, an unbelievable yet natural combination, as the pea-sized raindrops were blown everywhere, seemingly trying to cover every nook and cranny that hadn't been drenched. Damn it. She couldn't help but curse, wondering if the fire pit under the stone wall and Jie would get soaked. Now she could only pray that she would be a bit luckier after such a long string of bad luck. Thinking this, her steps quickened, and before long, she returned to the stone wall. The reason the god of misfortune was called the god of misfortune was that it would never be favored by the god of luck. And Jie Qingqiu happened to be such a person. She was extremely dismayed to find that the fire had been extinguished and the dry firewood beside had also been soaked. Fortunately, Jie had not been affected. Damn. Being as unlucky as Jie Qingqiu now could only lead to her frantically outputting her national essence. But no matter how frustrated she was, there was nothing she could do. The most important thing now was that insect lying there, unable to wake up. She walked over to replace a small square of cloth. The previous one had already been warmed by his forehead's temperature. Then she wiped the pair she held in her arms with her clothes and placed them beside the cloth. Next, Jie Qingqiu stubbornly tried to reignite the fire. The result, of course, was failure. After kicking up a cloud of ash and choking on smoke, she finally gave up and returned to Jie Li's side, pulling him into her arms. You really are unlucky. She adjusted him so his head could lie on her shoulder. Why did you come looking for me? You have a nice, comfortable big bed, but you insist on suffering with me. The person in her arms naturally couldn't answer her, but in fact, he had already answered. He had foolishly said that Jie Qingqiu would be scared. So he came to find her and thoughtlessly rubbed her head. He took it upon himself to worry that she would be hungry and drenched in the rain while looking for food, without even waking her up. Wasn't he that foolish? Thinking of this, she tightened her hold on Jie Li, her gaze slightly vacant as she looked into the void, her heart inexplicably filled with something indescribable. It was an extremely strange feeling, yet it inexplicably revealed a damned familiarity, as if it were something from a past life. Foolish thing, always causing me trouble. Saying this, she smiled. After zoning out for a while, feeling the person in her arms starting to mumble again, she replaced the small cloth once more and planned to let him moisten his lips and throat with the pear she had picked. However, at that moment, she realized that she seemed to have overlooked something. That is, Jie Li was currently completely unable to feed himself. Jie Qingqiu. I'm such a fool. Looking at the other person's dry, pale, and peeling lips and the hot breath that escaped when they unconsciously parted their lips. Jie Qingqiu hesitated for a long time before finally making up her mind. She awkwardly brought the pear to her lips, carefully took a small bite, and after creating an opening, placed it by the other person's lips. The thin pear juice flowed in, but it was far from enough to soothe the throat, and it couldn't even wet the peeling skin on her lips. How annoying. She involuntarily muttered her catchphrase about the pear. After thinking for a while, she began to take big bites of the pear. However, she didn't swallow it. After chewing it until it was mushy and juicy, she leaned down, pressed her lips against the other person's, and tremblingly extended her tongue, gently touching the other person before decisively prying open their already slightly parted lips. The sweet pear juice flowed through her tongue into the other person's mouth, leaving the sweet pear flesh behind because she was afraid they wouldn't be able to swallow it. After doing all this, she quickly lifted her head, deliberately avoiding looking at the other person. But in fact, the roots of Jie Qingqiu's ears were already flushed, and her heart was racing uncontrollably. After a while, she finally managed to calm her surface demeanor. To bolster her courage, she began to say some nonsensical words, even knowing that the other person couldn't hear or respond. Although this is a bit disgusting and greasy, but, she said, scratching the back of her neck, I'm doing this for your own good. You're going to burn into a bug dry soon. When has Jie Qingqiu ever done such a thing for someone else? Even if you find it disgusting, just bear with it. How annoying. She unconsciously repeated the other person's catchphrase without realizing it. After talking to herself for a while, she finally realized that the other person was still asleep with a fever. They wouldn't know what she just said or what she had just done. Only then did she truly calm down, and Jie Li also quieted down a lot. She wrapped the person a bit tighter, placing her palm on the back of their head to shield them from the cold wind, then half closed her eyes to empty her mind, but didn't dare to actually fall asleep. As the night wore on, the temperature dropped lower. The rain continued to pour, mixing dampness and coldness that seeped into the flesh and bones, constantly suppressing the internal temperature. The person in her arms shivered again, and she could clearly feel the decrease in her surface temperature. She reached out to touch the firewood, still damp and unable to catch fire. But her own warmth was no longer enough to help the other person resist the cold. Getting sick from a cold isn't a big deal for female bugs. But it's extremely dangerous for weak male bugs, especially since she currently had no way to go out and find medicine for the other person. How frustrating. She felt a loss. Jie Qingqiu had lived for over 30 years and rarely felt helpless, as she could usually overcome most of life's obstacles on her own, leaving the rest to fate. But she didn't believe in fate, nor did she think that fate could toy with people's lives. She didn't beg for divine intervention, only hoped for herself. But now, at this moment, she felt a sense of confusion and helplessness, experiencing the mockery of life and fate. The person lay in her arms, their body cold, but she was powerless to help. At that moment, she felt that she had compromised with fate and began to unreasonably plead with the heavens for hope. Jie Qingqiu reached out to smooth the hair on Jieli's face, damp from cold sweat, then leaned down to press her face against his, speaking to him in a rare, gentle tone. Get better soon. The sky will be bright soon. Just as she was about to succumb to despair, suddenly both of them began to warm up, the cold dissipating as if it had been instantly driven away. Was it an illusion? She immediately became alert. Before she could think much, Jie Qingqiu suddenly caught a whiff of a spark amidst the dampness, and among the sound of the pattering rain, there seemed to be an unusual sound of wings flapping. The imperial divine bird. She recalled what the guide had said today and unconsciously murmured. And indeed, just as she expected, within seconds, a crimson figure flew out from the heavy rain, moving so fast it seemed to cut through the rain curtain. The rain around it evaporated into steam the moment it approached, so even though the rain was heavy, its feathers remained dry. It flew a circle under the cliff and then landed on a dry stone slab, not far from Jie Qingqiu. The cold in that area was instantly dispelled. Its body temperature was much higher than Jie Qingqiu had imagined, and far more than what the guide had described. Jieli would likely no longer feel cold, which was a good thing. The imperial divine bird seemed to have already noticed the presence of two people here, but it didn't show any signs of fear. Instead, raising its head proudly, its golden beak seemed to shine even in the dim light, and its red plumage was soft and smooth against its body, especially the long tail feathers, which lay obediently on the stone slab at that moment. When Jie Qingqiu clearly saw its appearance, she was taken aback and instinctively said, "Phoenix?" The imperial divine bird seemed to understand what she was saying and looked at her with its bean-sized eyes. After a moment of mutual observation between the person and the bird, it hopped over to Jie Qingqiu's side and touched her hand with its comparatively small head. Jie Qingqiu was startled and instinctively wanted to pull back, but it chased after her, wanting to touch. So in the end, she couldn't avoid the contact. It wasn't a burning temperature. It could clearly dispel the cold under the entire cliff, but when her hand touched it, it was pleasantly warm, and she could feel its smoothness. How amazing! She turned her hand over and covered its head with her palm, then applied some force to rub it. So cute. It seemed to understand that Jie Qingqiu was praising it, as it raised its head and let out a few crisp chirps, the sound ethereal and carrying far. Truly worthy of being called the imperial divine bird. She sighed, but the bird seemed displeased. It gently pecked Jie Qingqiu's palm with its long beak. As if they had a tacit understanding, she immediately understood its meaning and poked its beak with her index finger. Don't like that name? It nodded in a very smart way. Do you like the name Phoenix? It turned its bean-sized eyes and nodded again. That one do. That's not your name. It visibly fell into disappointment, turning its head away as if it didn't want to talk to her anymore. How about this? You give yourself a name. She reached out her index finger to rub its little head. What do you think? Its tail feathers shifted direction, but still didn't turn its head. Silly bird, she secretly smiled. My mech is called Lu Huang, and you look like it. So how about Lu Feng? She leaned down slightly and whispered, just a name for you as a bird. Then it turned its head back, raising it proudly, seemingly satisfied with this name. Ha! What a lovely bird. Just as her laughter subsided, she felt the person in her arms seemed to be stirring, making faint sounds. She immediately looked down and saw that they were struggling to open their eyes. 47. The Major General's aide found her. It seemed the nightmare was too deep. So it took a while for him to tremble and finally open his eyes, his eyelashes still fluttering. Sister, upon recognizing the person before him. He couldn't wait to speak, but his voice was very hoarse. It's me. She leaned down and pressed her forehead against the other person's, surprised to find that the temperature was a bit low. Don't rush to speak yet. Just nod or shake your head. How are you feeling now? Uncomfortable? Jie nodded and then shook his head. So it's not too uncomfortable? He only nodded this time. What about your throat? Is it dry? She reached to the side and touched a pear. There's no water to drink right now, but I picked a few pears. Would you like to eat a little? He nodded again. So Jie Qingqiu half supported and half sat him up, wiped the pear again, and brought it to his mouth. Jie bit into it with difficulty, and after chewing a few times, he noticed the small yet conspicuous bird beside him, forgetting about the pear and staring blankly at her. The two, one person and one bird, stared at each other foolishly for a long time, until Lu Feng chirped a few times, putting an end to this somewhat silly behavior. Sister, is it the imperial divine bird? This time he struggled to say it. Hearing this name again, Lu Feng chirped discontentedly twice and pecked at the back of his hand with its long beak in a non-threatening manner. He squinted his eyes and smiled, looking at Jie Qingqiu. Haha, it tickles a bit, sister. Seeing that Jie had regained some energy and didn't look as uncomfortable, the tension she had been holding finally eased a bit. She gently pushed his hand, holding the pear closer to his mouth. Hurry up and eat. Then she continued, it is the imperial divine bird. But it doesn't go by that name now. You can call it Lu Feng. Lu Feng responded with a couple of chirps and boldly hopped onto Jie Qingqiu's arm. He nodded while holding the pear, his face full of smiles, his eyes fixed on Lu Feng, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, he abruptly asked Jie Qingqiu, Sister, does this mean we've seen it together now? She was puzzled but still answered, of course. Jie smiled with narrowed eyes again. That's great. We saw the imperial divine bird together, so we could be together for a long time, happily ever after. The illness hadn't fully passed yet, and after finishing the pear, he felt sleepy again. Jie Qingqiu tore a small strip from her already tattered clothes and wiped his mouth, then pulled him closer into her arms, gently patting his back. She softly said, Sleep now, I'm here. Jie, feeling the familiar scent and warmth, gradually fell asleep. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng also wanted to join in the fun, seemingly wanted to know what it felt like to sleep in someone else's arms, so it squeezed into Jie Qingqiu's embrace. After turning around a few times with its long tail, it found a comfortable position and closed its eyes. She patted Liu Feng's little head, then patted Jie Li's back again, and then half closed her eyes in this warm comfort, emptying her thoughts. Tomorrow would be a new day. The next day, just as dawn broke, Jie Qingqiu heard the signal sent by Officer O. This signal was exclusive to the two of them, mimicking the calls of two special animals, alternating in a regular pattern. At that moment, Jie Qingqiu was still in a state of complete mental emptiness, but upon hearing the signal, she instantly woke up, responded with the same signal, and woke up the Lu Feng and Jie in her arms. Officer O is here. We can go now. She ruffled Jie Li's still sleepy hair. Then she looked at Lu Feng. We're leaving. You can go back now. Lu Feng seemed not to hear this, and stubbornly hopped onto her shoulder, burying its head in the crook of her shoulder while letting out a few clear chirps. Can we go home now? Jie finally pulled himself out of his half-dream state, staring blankly at her. She smiled reassuringly, feeling his temperature with her forehead, which was much lower now, but at the same time responded to his question. Yes, we can go back. Since Officer O could find them, it meant her people had arrived, and she could finally feel at ease. She did have a small elite team in the shadows, but they wouldn't be summoned unless absolutely necessary. And this time, the target was too large, so she hadn't brought them along. She didn't expect to be so careless. If that team had been present, she wouldn't have been in such a dire situation. Aren't you going back? She rubbed Lu Feng with her chin and received a positive response from it. All right then, you can follow me. I want to give you up now that I've named you. She sighed. I'll just find another one for the Federation. I'll secretly take you home. Lu Feng seemed to understand this and chirped happily a few times. After this brief exchange, Officer O had already found her way through the rugged stone walls and was approaching. Seeing that Jie Qingqiu had no major injuries, she visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Her eyes slightly red-rimmed, but her expression froze upon seeing the additional creature and bird. Major General, this is... Jie Qingqiu raised her hand to interrupt her. I want to ask you why you didn't keep an eye on them. In this wilderness, if you hadn't encountered me, they would probably have died out here. Officer O was at a loss for words for a while. All her intended responses were blocked. Don't worry, considering you searched for me all night. I won't deduct your bonus. Seeing Officer O at a loss, Jie Qingqiu felt much better. Now, let's hurry and find someone to take them back. Then we'll go look for the divine bird. The divine bird? Officer O instinctively looked at the red bird on her shoulder and found that its appearance was not much different from what was depicted in the promotional materials. Isn't that the divine bird? It's right here. What else do we need to find? Jie Qingqiu covered Lu Feng with her palm. No. This is my new little treasure. I would have suffered without it last night. It's not the imperial divine bird. It's called Lu Feng. Right, Lu Feng? As she spoke, she whistled to tease it. Lu Feng responded with a few clear bird calls. Officer O let out a deep breath. All right. She can't manage this Major General Jie anyway. After all, she is just a poor, powerless officer. If she couldn't find anyone, she'd worry, and if she found someone, she'd be infuriated. Her life was truly unfortunate. Okay, enough talk. First, let's get Jelly sent back. He still has a fever. She nodded at Officer O. Don't really let him burn into a fool. Officer O muttered a reply, and then called out the shadow guard who had come with her. Still the same Yi from the last banquet. Yi looked Jie Qingqiu up and down, seemingly checking her safety. After confirming that there were no major issues, he silently lowered his head. You go back with her. She will drop you off not far from the inn. Just say you went back by yourself, got it? She emphasized this once more, fearing that Jie, in his feverish state, wouldn't be able to keep a secret. Jie was somewhat unwilling when he heard she was going to leave him behind. Jie Qingqiu ruffled his hair. Be good. I'll be back soon. I promise there won't be any more accidents this time. After explaining several times, he finally complied with the arrangement, reluctantly leaving Jie Qingqiu's embrace, and was taken away by Yi. She watched his retreating figure for a long time before pulling her gaze back and rubbing Liu Feng's head. Let us. With Lu Feng leading the way, the search for the imperial divine bird became much easier, and they soon captured a male bird. It seems that the internal cohesion of the imperial divine birds was not particularly strong either. In order to successfully capture and transport them, the higher-ups of the empire provided them with several objects similar to particle spaceballs, which could contain small live creatures and briefly sustain their vital signs. This was just convenient for Jie Qingqiu to put Lu Feng inside. On the way back, the two of them felt much lighter, without a target to search for. Their speed increased significantly, and before long, they returned to the rented homestay, where Vice Officer O and his two companions were staying. When Jie Qingqiu saw the door, she noticed that Jie, this silly patient, was actually sitting at the door with a small stool. The gusty wind and rain occasionally blew into the house, possibly even hitting him, but he seemed completely unaware. She frowned slightly, put her arm around Vice Officer O's shoulder, and quickly walked to the door with her and the umbrella. Vice Officer O consciously walked into the living room, while Jie Qingqiu stood by the door, looking at that silly bug. Why are you sitting here? The fever has gone down? This time she reached out to touch him, feeling that his temperature was no longer high. Is your body all better now? What if you catch a cold again from getting wet? Ye, hearing the concern in her voice, became a bit smug. He ignored her words and stood up to help Jie Qingqiu brush off the raindrops from her clothes. Sister, you're back. This obedient demeanor instantly made her anger dissipate. Really, there was nothing she could do about him. Jie Qingqiu smiled helplessly. Mixed with a kind of indulgence, she couldn't quite explain. The two wanted to say a few more words, but suddenly another voice came from inside the house. Qingqiu, you're back. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? This crisp voice, filled with deep concern, stunned everyone present, especially Jie Qingqiu. In an instant, she was pulled out of some kind of fantasy, and those daydreams turned into emptiness, as if the bare and bony reality was finally laid before her. The concerned male bug in front of her was her future and responsibility. Jie Qingqiu sighed for some reason, but quickly composed herself. She unconsciously distanced herself from Jie and smiled at Zhonglu. Yes, I'm back. Nothing major happened, just some abrasions. Zhang obviously saw the injuries on her face, frowned. That's good, but those wounds still need to be treated. I'll go get you some medicine. As he spoke, he prepared to turn around to find the medicine, but after taking 2 steps, he turned back to her and said, "That guide has been locked in Vice Officer O's bathroom." Jie Qingqiu nodded knowingly. He left to get the medicine, but glanced at Jie Li with a vague expression before turning away. "Who sent you?" Jie Qingqiu kicked the guide sitting on the toilet. The force made her lean to the side, knocking over some bottles and jars. She gave Vice Officer O a look, signaling her to help her up. Vice Officer O understood, then grabbed the guide by the short hair and yanked her up to kneel. "Aren't you going to say anything?" Jie Qingqiu extended her hand and gave her face a firm pat. "Don't want to talk? Still think it's unnecessary?" The guide turned her face away, unwilling to make eye contact with Jie Qingqiu. Jie Qingqiu scoffed, her disdain and contempt very evident on her face. "Don't be stubborn. It's pointless." She took a few steps back, leaning against the wall, looking down at the half-squinted guide. "I've been in this business for so many years that I wouldn't be unable to find out this little thing. Right now, I'm just giving you a chance. Think it over." The guide bit her lip, bowed her head, still not speaking, but her body was visibly trembling. "Xiao." She pulled out a cigarette from her pocket and lit it, the sharp smoke swirling in the cramped bathroom. "Let our guide wake up." Vice Officer O received her order. Then with one hand holding the guide's hair, she turned on the sink faucet. Before long, the sink was filled with water. She ruthlessly lifted the guide and pressed her head into the sink. The guide began to struggle wildly, but Vice Officer O's strength was great. All her efforts were futile. The two looked coldly at her struggle, and at the moment she was about to drown, they pulled her up. This time, Jie Qingqiu didn't rush to ask her anything after just one time. She let Vice Officer O repeat it a second, third, countless times until the guide was utterly exhausted, unable to even breathe on her own. Vice Officer O released her grip, and the guide slumped to the ground like a puddle of mud, pale, her eyes dazed, trembling all over. "Are you awake?" Jie Qingqiu took a few steps forward, looking down at her. "Have you thought things through a bit more now?" The guide was too busy gasping for breath to respond, as if she hadn't heard the question at all. "TSK." Jie Qingqiu expressed her impatience with the sound. After taking a deep breath of smoke, she half-squatted down, closing the distance between them significantly. After exhaling the smoke directly on her face, she then pressed the still red cigarette, but mercilessly, onto the guide's arm. "Ah!" The guide let out a hoarse and weak moan. To ensure the cigarette but went out, Jie Qingqiu even grounded a bit. "Tell me, are you more awake now? Can you talk?" After extinguishing it, she casually tossed it aside, the damp ash spreading in the water. The guide trembled, looking at her. "This is your last chance. Like I said, I could find out who it is." She chuckled softly, as if tenderly brushing the guide's wet hair out of her eyes. When her hand left, she lightly patted the guide's face. "Right now, saying anything won't change much. But once I investigate it myself, and have what they use to threaten you in my hands, I'll destroy it just like you fear the most. This is the punishment for disobedient children." She said this softly, so softly that it might seem like mere murmurs devoid of any emotion. But after hearing this, the guide trembled even more, stuttering for a long time before saying, "You're a major general. How can you?" Jie Qingqiu understood the guide's hesitance. She scoffed disdainfully. "I'm a major general, but I'm not Mother Mary. I can protect you, but I will never let the people I protect stab me in the back. Have you thought it through?" The air stagnated for just a moment before the guide's trembling voice was heard again. "I'll say it. Let our guide wake up." 49. The Major General is troubled. "Major General, stop smoking." Vice Officer O became bolder this time, directly snatching the cigarette case from Jie Qingqiu's hand. After finding it empty, she dejectedly tossed it into the trash can. Jie Qingqiu looked at the pile of cigarette butts and only then realized how many she had smoked. Su Chong wasn't hard to deal with, and after the last incident, she had completely lost her standing with Su Tianyao. It was said that she had been unwilling to see her for a long time. It was just that she couldn't bring her down all at once. Sticking around was rather annoying. She was carefully explaining this to her Major General, although the other party might not be unaware of it. But saying it out loud would always lighten her mood a bit. Vice Officer O occasionally complained about Jie Qingqiu, but always cared for her. I know all this. Jie Qingqiu licked her lips, which still held the spicy and bitter taste of smoke, so she wanted to find a glass of water to wash it away. It was tea, just that bothered her. She patted Vice Officer O's shoulder. Give me a glass of honey water. It's a bit bitter. Why are you still smoking so much? Officer O couldn't help but mutter, but he resigned himself to help her. After taking a sip of warm, sweet honey water, Jie Qingqiu felt the bitterness in her mouth diluted significantly. She opened the door a bit to let the smell out. You don't understand. You don't understand. She gulped it down, drinking the honey water with the vigor of someone drinking strong liquor. How can I not understand? Officer ou retorted de fiondi. Starting to sweep up the ash and cigarette, butts on the floor again. Luckily, the harm of nicotine had decreased to a minimum now. Otherwise, with a habit like yours, Major General, something bad would happen sooner or later. Jie Qingqiu touched her nose guiltily. It wasn't that she couldn't help it. So, Major General, what are you troubled about? She was taken aback by her own question, opening her mouth but saying nothing. In fact, she didn't even know what was bothering her. Her mind was a chaotic mess, and she couldn't sort through any clear thoughts. But whether she opened or closed her eyes to face these matters, she felt exhausted. I don't know, just bothered. Jie Qingqiu finished the remaining honey water and placed the cup on Officer O's desk. Remember to wash the cup. I'm going to check on that pair. Don't burn it to a pulp. After turning out of Officer O's room, she cautiously surveyed her surroundings, ensuring that Zhang Lu wasn't nearby and wouldn't suddenly appear before she calmly slipped into Jelly's room. Once inside, she locked the door cautiously. After being ordered back to his room, Jelly obediently lay on the bed, the covers tucked snugly around him. His eyes were tightly shut, breathing evenly, suggesting he had already fallen asleep. Seeing him like this, Jie Qingqiu inexplicably felt a significant amount of her pent-up frustration dissipate. It wasn't so oppressive anymore. She tiptoed to the bedside, looking down at his sleeping face for a while before sitting down and tucking in the blanket. Unexpectedly, this light touch woke him up. He struggled to open his eyes, and after focusing for a while, he finally recognized Jie Qingqiu, a look of joy spreading across his initially dazed face. Sister, you're here? Jelly seemed to want to sit up halfway. Jie Qingqiu hesitated for a moment, then supported him and placed a pillow behind his back. Yes, I came to see if you still have a fever. I'm worried you might get confused and cause me trouble. I'm not feverish, not confused at all. How could I cause my sister trouble? Jie Qingqiu's worries were all addressed one by one. She didn't know what had gotten into her head in a moment of impulse. She even replied without thinking, of course you wouldn't, but who knows about your female bug? This statement left both of them silent for a while. The visible joy on Jie Li's face faded significantly. Major General Jie Qingqiu, you're such a fool. The female bug is my sister. He was silent for a moment before saying this. The pair belongs to my sister. Jie Qingqiu sighed. She couldn't be as straightforward as before, perhaps not wanting to cruelly expose the bare and harsh reality to a patient again. However, this unconscious remark reminded her that Jie Li did have a female bug. His gentle nature, appropriate caprice, and intense affection didn't belong to her. Jie Qingqiu was merely a substitute in his unclear state of mind. It was a misunderstanding. After realizing this, she felt that life wasn't so distressing anymore. The naked reality was hers, while the love-filled dreams were illusions. This made her choices much simpler. All right, that should be good enough, right? She reached out to touch him. Although her senses weren't accurate, she didn't press her forehead against his anymore. Jelly innocently thought that this part had already passed, so he discarded the recent unpleasantness and nodded. Jie Qingqiu also nodded in satisfaction with him. Okay, then you rest well, drink plenty of water, and take your medicine on time. Once you're completely better, we'll return to the main star. The mission was complete, and the vacation was over. They would have to go back to face those monsters and spirits again. Thinking of all this, she couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness and exhaustion, letting out a sigh. Jelly didn't know what she was thinking. He just thought he couldn't waste his sister's time, so he obediently laid back down as she instructed. Jie Qingqiu then didn't say much more. After instinctively tucking him in again, she prepared a thermos of warm water for him and hurriedly left the inn, returning to her own place. She admitted to herself that she was a bad female bug. Anyway, she didn't really want to run into Zhang Lu. Before leaving, she forgot to close the window, and Officer O didn't come to check, resulting in half the room getting wet from the rain. Luckily, it was just the floor that was damp. Everything else was fine. Jie Qingqiu was annoyed, so she took out her light brain and sent Officer O a message. Resolving all your problems. Your work is too careless. I'm deducting your bonus. Ugh, Officer. Continuous message alert sounds came from the light brain, and Jie Qingqiu felt a bit more pleased as she listened, then turned off the device. But the moisture still had to be dealt with. Otherwise, the whole place would feel like it was soaked. She looked around and took out a ball from her coat, throwing it into the air after covering herself with the blanket on the bed. Come out, Pikachu. Jie Qingqiu didn't know what she was saying, unconsciously blurting out this phrase. She always did this, and those around her, including herself, were used to it. Major General Jie also didn't know. It was just a meaningless exclamation. The ball made a few cracking sounds in the air, and during the seconds it lingered, glowing particles spilled out from its seams, drifting in a chaotic manner before finally coalescing together. After undergoing several transformations, it became the shape of Lu Feng. The open ball fell onto the soft bedding. 50. The Major General wants to be a bad female bug. My darling, have you missed me? She dramatically shouted, opening her arms to Lu Feng. The simple and cute little bird, unaware of the cunning of the female bug, flapped its big wings, flew in circles in the air, and then dove into Jie Qingqiu's embrace. It then obediently tucked its wings in, rubbing its fluffy little head against her face. Little Lu Feng, you're so adorable. Jie Qingqiu waved her hand and gently ruffled Lu Feng's head a few times. Darling, can you use your power to help me dry the room? As soon as she finished speaking, she felt the temperature in the room rise significantly, dispersing the moisture and cold, making her feel warm all over. Lu Feng flapped its wings, flying a few circles in the damp areas, visibly drying them out. Jie Qingqiu rolled around in the bedding a couple of times, stretching her limbs widely. Actually, you have a sister named Lu Huang, but she's currently away for training. You'll see her when she returns. You both look equally beautiful, all golden and red. Lu Feng chirped a few times as if to respond to her. As she spoke, she began to feel a bit drowsy in the comfortable warmth, and eventually, she followed her heart and closed her eyes, gradually drifting off to sleep. After all, after 2 days of heightened tension, she was indeed tired. Jie Qingqiu was awakened by the sound of knocking and shouting. When she opened her eyes, the room was already dim, and the rain outside was still pouring, the old glass window rattling in the wind. Lu Feng had nestled its small body into the crook of her shoulder and was also asleep. Major General, Major General. Officer O's voice hadn't stopped, and the door kept being knocked on. Sir, it's time to get up for breakfast. Don't sleep anymore. I bought you steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, and roasted flower ducks. Jie Qingqiu had just woken up, and these words couldn't pique her interest. They only buzzed in her ears like noise. She picked up the pillow beside her and threw it at the door. Shut up. Are you remembering the menu so well at this time? This long string of lines was something she had said many years ago, and Officer O found it amusing enough to remember, never forgetting it over the years. Every time she heard it, she felt annoyed, but Officer O was still oblivious. Shouldn't I stop? Officer O said with a hint of grievance, but he firmly stayed put. Major General, get up and eat. You haven't had a proper meal in the last couple of days. Eat first and then sleep. I know. Jie Qingqiu stared at the ceiling for several minutes before slowly getting out of bed, first opening the door for Officer O. How's Jelly doing now? She leisurely got dressed and took the hot water he poured for her. It's almost good enough to buy a ticket back. I'm so scared my flowers haven't been taken care of for so long. Night 5 will keep an eye on them. They won't die. Officer O took the empty cup and opened his light brain to check the tickets. Do we want to buy young Master Zhang's? Jie Qingqiu paused in buttoning her clothes, pondering for a few seconds before saying buy it. Oh, Officer O glanced at her and then thought of something else. Major General, it seems you're going to the Federation soon? TSK, I almost forgot you mentioned it. Jie Qingqiu ran her fingers through her half-long hair. It's really damn annoying. A bunch of idiots. What will happen to young Master Zhang when we return? Minister Zhang will definitely. Officer O didn't finish his sentence, as they both understood what was left unsaid. Young Master Zhang definitely looked down on Jie Qingqiu not only that, but he also held quite a bit of hostility. When her mental power had gone haywire, Zhang Lu had helped her once, but after Minister Zhang found out, he had made things difficult for her and stabbed her in the back multiple times. If he knew it would probably lead to considerable trouble. Moreover, it was just the right time to go to the Federation. It would be too easy for her Ministry of Foreign Affairs to pull some tricks. Jie Qingqiu sighed in frustration. Responsibility was definitely necessary, but not now. She would talk to him about it after returning from the Federation. If I go back and confess to Minister Zhang, I might not even have the chance to come back and marry him. Officer O responded quietly, expressing his agreement. The two didn't linger for long, and, after tidying up, they took an umbrella to the guest house where the three of them lived. The orange lights had already been lit there, and through the rain curtain, it looked quite warm in the night. However, Jie Qingqiu inexplicably felt lonely and exhausted. As soon as she opened the door, she smelled the aroma of food, which was uniquely Jie Li's cooking. Thinking about him cooking while sick, Jie Qingqiu frowned. Feeling a bit unhappy, but not wanting to dampen everyone's spirits, she remained silent, glaring fiercely at Officer O. Really, no insight at all, letting a sick person cook. However, the dishes made by Jie Li were indeed the most to her taste. After taking a bite, her gloom lifted significantly, and the suppressed hunger surged back. Finally, in a bad mood, Major General Jie finished 5 bowls of rice, to the point where she could hardly straighten her waist. Supporting her waist, she turned around a few times in the room to digest, and then it was time to have a good chat with Zhang Lu. She waved at him and led him to the rooftop terrace with a rain shelter. Officer O this time very thoughtfully brought them 2 small blankets and 2 cups of hot water before heading downstairs. In a pleasant temperature and environment, enjoying the rain was indeed a very comfortable thing. The cool, damp breeze blew in from outside the rain shelter, and even though it stuck to her skin, the blanket kept her from feeling cold. The charm of the rain was that, no matter how heavy it was, it made one feel at peace. She gazed into the infinite distance, her restless and complicated emotions gradually calming down. Taking a sip of the warm water, she felt completely at ease. Zhang Lu sat for a little while, before suddenly moving his chair much closer. Their arms could now completely touch. Jie Qingqiu felt the warmth coming through and stiffened for a moment, but quickly forced herself to relax. Qingqiu, he shyly began, hesitating for a moment before finishing his sentence. Can I lean on your shoulder? She remained silent for a few breaths before responding, okay. He then leaned in, burying his soft face in her shoulder, breathing carefully and lightly, his soft hair brushing against her neck, causing a slight itch. You really worried me to death. When I heard from Officer O that you fell off the cliff, I was completely stunned. I really hated that I couldn't do anything at that moment. It felt as if he had survived a disaster, and he let out a long breath. Thank goodness you're okay. You've worked hard worrying about me. She thought for a moment and replied with such words, but it felt wrong, as if she were being sarcastic, so she quickly added, I won't have any issues. They chatted about various things, and after more than 10 minutes, they finally got to the main point. Zhang Lu, I have something I want to discuss with you. What? He smiled lightly. You could just say it directly. Why make it so awkward? After all, our relationship is different now. Zhang Lu didn't finish his sentence, but they both understood what he meant. Jie Qingqiu listened, falling silent for a few seconds, and forced a shallow smile. It's not awkward. I just feel that what I'm about to say might be unfair to you. She paused, The Queen wants me to go to the Federation for talks at the end of this month, and this negotiation involves many aspects, and there will be a lot of dangers. As she spoke, she glanced at Zhang Lu's expression and found that he had not changed his demeanor. So, maybe we can wait to talk about our matters until I return. She wanted to look into his eyes to negotiate, but she failed. In fact, she did not convey her inquiry very clearly. She also admitted that she often seemed less responsible, but she couldn't joke about her life and the lives of her subordinates. Soldiers should die on the battlefield, not in schemes and petty fights. This was neither a soldier's mission nor worth it. She wanted to say more, trying to soften her words so that he could better accept this fact. But Zhang Lu's reaction was beyond her expectations, surprisingly calm. He rubbed against Jie Qingqiu's shoulder, interrupting her next words. I know, Qingqiu, I know why. So it's okay. I will support whatever you do. Besides, Isn't there no rush? Zhang Lu slightly raised his head, looking up at Jie Qingqiu and meeting her gaze. After all, we still have a lifetime, right? He was indeed gentle and understanding, but she felt inexplicably pressured. Humans are greedy and despicable. After wanting someone to be understanding, they also hope not to be bound by it. She responded quietly, ruffling his hair. I'll bring you some specialties from the Federation. He first smiled widely, but soon his smile faded a bit, hesitating before asking her, Qingqiu, will he go with you? Jie Qingqiu was initially taken aback, and then she realized who he was. Before she could respond, Zhang Lu continued, Qingqiu, my question may be very rude and presumptuous, perhaps even overstepping, but I can't help but ask, what is your relationship with him? What relationship? He of course knew what the relationship was. He had once foolishly given them a fleeting moment together, but he still wanted to ask, because he needed to ensure his position in Jie Qingqiu's heart, to make sure he was the one who could bear the Jie surname. When he said this, he deliberately put on a sad and helpless expression. He had practiced this expression for a long time, making it look the most pitiful and endearing. When he made such a face, no female insect could refuse him. Sure enough, Jie Qingqiu showed a troubled, yet sympathetic expression. This was the result he wanted. Zhang Lu had family background, good looks means, and knew how to conduct himself, possessing the skills and means to get what he wanted. Jie Qingqiu didn't know how much he was thinking. When she heard him ask this question, she hesitated for a moment. Saying family was too intimate, saying friends was too strange, meeting by chance was too unfamiliar, and saying lovers was even less appropriate. It was a distance that made everyone uncomfortable. It seemed she needed to urge Officer O to investigate the progress. Zhang Lu, he and I, after thinking for so long, she still got stuck at this point. He is someone I picked up during a mission because I felt sorry for him, and Officer O is investigating his identity. Then she shifted back to the first question he asked. This time I will take him to the Federation because I have some clues and he is in the Federation. Jie Qingqiu admitted she was a bad female insect. She lied to such a gentle male insect, but she truly wanted to bring him along, not letting him stay alone in the Empire. It was very dangerous in every sense. I understand. He smiled lightly, as if skipping over this topic, and the two looked at each other, the atmosphere gradually becoming thick and anxious. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, and he leaned in a little closer, the next moment lifting his hand to brush against Jie Qingqiu's temple. Qingqiu, you have rainwater here. The moment he swept away the rainwater, their distance became infinitely close. She could even feel Zhang Lu's warm breath on her face and the faint scent of roses on him. The ability to smell this fragrance was due to her keen senses. A physiological, uncontrollable heat surged in her heart, making her feel uncomfortable. Before Jie Qingqiu could do anything, Zhang Lu lifted his head again, looking at her with an extremely ambiguous gaze, as if his breathing had become much hotter and heavier. At this point, the air truly stuck together. His gaze gradually descended from her eyes to her nose, to her lips, looking at those lips that were naturally red without any lip balm. Zhang Lu lightly touched his tongue to his lips, leaving a trace of moisture. Jie Qingqiu was completely caught off guard, struggling against the inexplicable heat within her. Forgive her for being someone who was oblivious to romantic cues. Qingqiu. He called her name in a low, husky voice, seemingly shortening the distance between them by a few millimeters. Just as they were about to get even closer, a clear voice suddenly called out from the entrance to the terrace. Sister. It was Cieli. She was immediately pulled out of the chaos and anxiety, and the bothersome heat receded. Jie Qingqiu abruptly stood up from her chair, causing Zhang Lu to almost lose his balance and fall off his chair. But this time she didn't care. She stepped out into the rain awning, allowing the raindrops to hit her. It's late, Zhang Lu, go to sleep. After saying this, she walked towards Cieli without looking back, not caring about the reaction of the person behind her. Thus, she didn't see Zhang Lu's increasingly fierce expression as he looked at Cieli. She walked to Cieli's side, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. What do you want? Cieli smiled innocently and naively, as if he hadn't realized how close his sister had been to Zhang Lu just now, revealing a few of his teeth, and his dimples appeared. Sister, I have something for you. When he said this, his eyes sparkled brightly, reflecting only Jie Qingqiu. His tone was deliberately emphasizing, trying his best to make whatever was sound enticing. What? She stepped inside, completely cutting off Zhang Lu's line of sight. Jie Qingqiu didn't dare to look back. Truly, because the atmosphere just now had been too awkward and ambiguous. And now, while talking to Cieli, no matter what expression, he had made her feel uncomfortable. Also, that inexplicable, sudden heat. She could sense something was wrong. Thinking of Zhang Lu's faint rose scent, her gaze darkened. After she entered, Cieli followed her in, boldly tugging at the hem of Jie Qingqiu's clothes and leading her toward his bedroom downstairs. As they walked, he muttered, "It's for sister, just for sister." He repeated this so many times that it finally piqued Jie Qingqiu's slight interest. The moment they entered his bedroom, she smelled a sweet yet not cloying, rich and fresh scent, quickly identifying it as the smell of pears. Jie Qingqiu immediately found the source of the scent. In the middle of his room stood a small table with 2 cushions beside it, and on the table were 2 bowls of something soup-like. At this moment, steam was still rising from them, suggesting they had just come off the stove. She didn't know when Cieli had made them. She could roughly guess what it was, but the female protagonist still had to ask, "What is this?" "It's pear soup made from pears, just for sister." He said this with sparkling eyes, then added, "Sister likes pears. I found out yesterday. Sister likes pears." The male protagonist repeated this tirelessly, a mischievous smile on his face. What this pear actually represented remained a mystery. Jie Qingqiu actually saw through his little thoughts, but she chose not to point it out and instead turned the page without mentioning it again. The 2 didn't say much more, but sat down on the cushions and each picked up a bowl of pear soup. Cieli's cooking skills were indeed very good. He could make anything look good and delicious. Even a simple bowl of sweet soup could provide an excellent experience. The pear pieces were not overcooked. They still retained their translucent appearance. The pear soup was thick but not sticky. The pear meat was crisp and sweet, sliding down her throat. And the pear sweetness spread from her mouth to her stomach. The warmth that lingered made her feel comfortable, and she couldn't help but let out a sigh of contentment. "It's quite good." Jie Qingqiu gave a very high evaluation. Cieli, who received the praise, showed a smile with dimples. After taking several gulps, she slowed down the pace of drinking the pear soup, stirring her spoon in the porcelain bowl, making a pleasant clinking sound. "Cieli, this time you should come with us to the Federation." The sound of porcelain clinking was very pleasant, and her mood also calmed down. "It's not safe for you to stay in the Empire. And I think I might be close to finding your female insect." She didn't finish her sentence, fearing that what she said would trigger Cieli. Actually, what she said to Zhang Lu on the terrace wasn't entirely nonsense. Officer O had indeed found some clues. Following the investigation of that underground auction house at the time, it was confirmed that Cieli was taken away by a bug trafficker while he was in the Federation. However, when he was taken away, he appeared to be in a dazed state, and more accurate information was still unknown. But after going to the Federation, perhaps the investigation would progress faster. After all, Cieli had been raised so well, it was obvious he wasn't from a small family. His female bug was probably anxious, having searched for him for a long time. They should be able to uncover something. "What? Sister?" He lifted his face from a bowl, looking at her with an innocent expression. Jie Qingqiu handed a spoonful of pear soup to her mouth. "It's nothing, just drink." The day after finishing the pear soup, Cieli's body was completely well. The fatigue brought on by the illness had disappeared entirely, and he had returned to his lively self. That afternoon, the group of them set off from Shunbird Village in a vintage car to the interstellar spaceship station. This time, to avoid an awkward situation like last time, Jie Qingqiu took the initiative to occupy the passenger seat and let Officer O sit between the 2 male bugs. Everyone behaved well this time, and she leaned back at her seat and took a sound nap. After nearly a day's journey, the 4 of them finally returned to the main star. The bustling and crowded urban scene filled their sights once again. This time, their departure from the station wasn't smooth due to a dramatic farewell. Zhang Lu unilaterally decided that he and Jie Qingqiu were the protagonists of this drama. Although the latter wasn't particularly willing, she played along out of guilt. "I'm sorry, Zhang Lu, I can't take you back." She sighed. "This time it's my fault." It was indeed because she, a heartless female bug, felt that letting a male bug who had just developed a relationship with her and had traveled all this way alone back on public transport was quite inconsiderate. But this was truly unavoidable. The person in her hand was known to everyone in the open. Letting those people send Zhang Lu back would undoubtedly raise suspicions with Zhang Tai, but there was currently no way to let Zhang Lu know about it. There was no compromise. She could only do something so irresponsible. Fortunately, Zhang Lu understood these complexities and didn't show any dissatisfaction, which made Jie Qingqiu feel even guiltier. "It's okay, Qingqiu." He proactively took Jie Qingqiu's hand and leaned against her. "I understand, don't feel guilty. After I go back, I'll speak well of you to the female parent." He buried his face in Jie Qingqiu's shoulder in front of Officer O and Jieli, rubbing against her. "But don't forget the promise you made to me, like bringing me the Federation specialties." Jie Qingqiu's body stiffened, forcing herself to relax. "Okay, I won't forget." Zhang Lu seemed to want to say something more, when suddenly the sound of a hovering car horn came from behind. He turned to look, and it turned out the car they were waiting for had arrived, so he had to reluctantly end this farewell. "The car is here. I have to go first, or it'll be very late." She nodded, feeling that her breathing became much smoother after he left, actively helping him put his luggage in the hovering car and opening the car door for him. Zhang Lu sat inside. Jie Qingqiu was just about to step back to Officer O's side when he called her. "Qingqiu." Her steps paused, thinking he might want to say something. She leaned slightly closer to the window. "What is it?" Before she could finish her sentence, Jie Qingqiu felt a pair of hands wrap around her neck, gently pulling her down, and then something soft and warm pressed against the side of her face. It took a few seconds for her to realize it was Zhang Lu's lips. Just as she wanted to step back, he released his hands first and smiled gently at her. "Qingqiu, remember to miss me." The hovering car driver seemed to have a tacit understanding with him. As soon as he finished speaking, the car drove away, leaving the three of them slightly dazed, watching the car's shadow disappear quickly. Inside the car, after the hovering vehicle left the original spot and Jie Qingqiu's figure was no longer visible in the rearview mirror, Zhang Lu immediately dropped his smile, and the long-suppressed gloom surged up. "Did we not find out the identity of that fool?" His brows furrowed, his gaze empty as he stared at a position ahead. His voice low. After asking this question, a panel suddenly slid down from the passenger seat, revealing an ordinary-looking female bug. It turned out to be a mimetic screen, which could simulate and blend into the surrounding environment. The female bug shook her head slightly. "No, Major Jie has handled everything very cleanly. It's hard to find any clues." Zhang Lu didn't blame her upon hearing this. Instead, he pulled the corners of his mouth into a smile. "Indeed, it's the female bug I have my eyes on, huh? Then forget it. Nothing matters." He slightly raised his gaze towards her. "This time I go to the Federation, I want Qingqiu to be safe, and I want someone to stay there forever." The female bug he was staring at slightly lowered her head, indicating that she understood. The driver, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. "Young master, why go through so much trouble? Isn't it just a powerless and influential major? If you like her, just force her to submit." Zhang Lu shot her a glance. "What do you know? Forcing her would only yield temporary results. But what I want is her love and heart." As he said this, a playful smile appeared on his face. "I want her to willingly submit to me. Otherwise, do you think I would waste so much energy doing these things?" He stretched his body, pulled out a blanket and pillow from some corner, and then lay back on the rear seat. "If it weren't for wanting her to love me without reservations, I would have killed that annoying fool long ago. I want to retreat to advance, to be understanding and considerate so that she feels guilty when she sees that fool." Zhang Lu narrowed his eyes. "But he can stop here. He no longer has any value to keep." After saying this, he quieted down, his breathing gradually becoming even, and the hovering car fell silent. After an unknown amount of time, the female bug in the passenger seat suddenly woke him up. He struggled to half open his eyes, intending to erupt in anger, but then heard the female bug say, "Young master, the lady is waiting for you at the Sky restaurant. She left a message." Zhang Lu's anger instantly dissipated, and he opened his eyes wide. "What?" The female bug slightly lowered her head, avoiding looking at him, but said, "The disobedient child who secretly ran away from home will be punished." As soon as these words fell, Zhang Lu's body trembled imperceptibly, his complexion turning red and pale for a moment, and after a while, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. "I understand." Jelly felt he had grown up a lot since before, because even when he saw Jie Qingqiu being kissed by another male bug, he could restrain himself from having an emotional breakdown. He could even tell himself in his heart, none of this represents anything. Therefore, after Zhonglu left, everyone tacitly ignored what had just happened, as if nothing had occurred. Jie Qingqiu casually pulled out a tissue to wipe the wet marks on her face, and then threw the crumpled tissue into the trash can. The stagnant atmosphere was broken by a few awkward laughs from Officer O, and then she went to a nearby long-term parking lot to retrieve the hover car that had been parked there before leaving. They took Jie Qingqiu and Jieli back to the small villa in the suburbs. Yiwu took good care of the camellias, being a mutated plant. It had grown lush and green in such a short time, leaving a wide shade on the ground with its clustered green leaves. Perhaps by the time they returned from the Federation, the red camellia flowers would be in bloom. Before entering, she carefully brushed over the delicate leaves, feeling much better. It seemed that while taking care of the camellias, Yiwu also tidied up the house, so there was no dust accumulated after nearly a month of absence. Back in a familiar place, Jie Qingqiu relaxed significantly. Lu Feng, whom she released from the ball, was uncomfortable staying in such a confined space for too long. After flying around a few times and familiarizing itself with its new home, it happily began to find materials to build a nest. The nesting materials were mostly flowers and plants that Jie Qingqiu had meticulously cared for. However, Lu Feng was quite clever and knew that taking too much would attract attention. So it only took a little bit of each, ultimately accumulating enough to build a nest that was well-shaped and made of excellent materials. As for the other imperial divine bird that needed to be sent to the Federation, Jie Qingqiu handed it over to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs after resting for a day. Perhaps Lan Yunling was too infatuated with beauty, as Jie Qingqiu returned without being summoned, allowing her to leisurely stay at home for a few more days. During this time, Jieli came up with several new dishes, constantly finding ways to make Jie Qingqiu feel comforted both in her stomach and spirit. Days passed, and the time for the trip to the Federation finally arrived. Jie Qingqiu, Jieli, and Officer O packed their things and set off with the Imperial Ministry of Foreign Affairs towards the Federation. The Imperial Federation, mutated insect races, and several other races and political entities were all located in the Z0922 star system. This star system contained many celestial bodies, each with different resources. Even the most barren could serve as a place to store and dispose of waste. Therefore, friction and struggles between different political entities and races were constant, with very few peaceful moments. Among them, the two major powers of the same race, the Longia Empire and the PL Federation Republic, were the two primary conflicting parties in the Z0922 star system, resulting in a bipolar pattern throughout the system. The two countries had been in a Cold War for many years, maintaining a balance of power, but in recent years, particularly since Lan Yunling ascended the throne, the Longia Empire had subtly shown signs of decline. The PL Federation Republic sought to take advantage of this to annihilate the empire, leading to frequent incursions in recent years. However, Jie Qingqiu held both nations in low regard, as neither had proven superior in terms of governance or national systems. Both were rotten to the core, outdated, and incomplete. Currently, she was hindered by the dangerous situation created by Lan Yunling. If she were free and energetic, she would undoubtedly stir up turmoil in this star system to reform and renew it. As for what kind of reform and what kind of social system to establish, Jie Qingqiu had a vague answer in her heart, as if her instincts and soul were guiding her. Of course, all of this had to wait until that issue was resolved. The boundaries between the Longia Empire and the PL Federation Republic were clearly defined, with several 1-meter-thick barrier photon walls serving as reminders, defenses, and offensive measures. There was only one gate along the long boundary line for spaceships to pass through for exchanges between the two countries. However, this boundary line was not impervious. There were always weak spots and blind spots for patrols that could allow for smuggling, which was unavoidable. Due to their different functions, the colors of the barriers varied. From a distance, the barriers looked like colorful rainbow amber candy, crystal clear and sweetly fragrant. Upon seeing it, Jelly exclaimed and then foolishly smacked her lips. Sister, it looks like candy. Do you want to eat some? I can make it for you. At that moment, Jie Qingqiu was half closing her eyes, her anger and frustration churning within her. That damn Lan Yunling was truly insufferable, and the group of old ladies in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs were all crazy. Who the hell would separate actions for such an important national matter? The ticket for the trip wasn't even reimbursed, and she was still the main representative for the negotiations. Once they arrived, her accommodations and itinerary were clearly arranged. If this news got out, it would be a laughingstock, especially as they were about to enter the Federation, fearing they would become the butt of jokes. They were all so out of touch. Jie Qingqiu was not afraid of these troubles and did not consider an insult. The main reason she was annoyed was that she felt embarrassed. After hearing Jie Li's question, she suppressed her anger and responded softly. Ultimately, she couldn't help but curse. Damn idiots, they're not afraid of losing face, but I am. Big sister, don't say that. Officer O routinely tried to calm her emotions, reminding her that there might be ears on the other side of the wall. It wouldn't be good if they were overheard. I don't care whether they can hear me. They can kill me before the negotiations if they want. She clicked her tongue, but after cursing once, her anger subsided, and she unconsciously looked out the window. Outside the round glass window was a magnificent starry river, with sparkling stars reflecting against the colorful photon walls. She had seen such beauty many times, but rarely with a calm heart. The starry sky and universe represented danger, bloodshed, and death for them, which was both regrettable and unavoidable. Sister, it looks beautiful and delicious, right? Jie tugged at her sleeve, smiling innocently. Can I make it for you? Jie Qingqiu couldn't tell whether it was delicious or not, but did look quite beautiful. This time someone specifically pointed it out to her, and Jie Qingqiu took a serious look for once. As she spoke, the gate of the boundary line opened, and the 3 layers of photon walls gradually thinned out, eventually forming a hole for interstellar transport ships to pass through. Across from the gate were several heavy instruments placed on the cosmic battleships. When the transport ships approached, the instruments emitted light beams, scanning thoroughly from top to bottom. Only after ensuring that there were no suspicious weapons or contraband on the transport ship could they be considered to have genuinely entered the Federation from the Empire. We're inside the candy, Jie exclaimed joyfully, pressing her entire face against the window. Jie Qingqiu chuckled at his silly expression, shaking her head helplessly. The gate was not far from the main star of the Federation, and after a few space jumps, they arrived. The spaceship stop on the main star of the Federation was not much different from that of the Empire, both bustling and prosperous. However, the overall architecture does not resemble the medieval European style of the previous era of the Empire. The Federation has abandoned the tall Roman columns and lifelike sculptures, opting for a more subdued and restrained decor and architecture. This aligns with the Federation's promoted ideals of self-discipline and propriety, freedom, and equality. There is an implicit sarcasm aimed at the Jellin Empire. After all, in the interstellar era, there are still classes like kings and nobles, which is hardly a progress. Of course, these 8 characters are just nonsense to Jie Qingqiu. After living for several decades, her summary of the Federation's ideology boils down to 2 words: hypocrisy. Both the Empire and the Federation are trash, and there's no need to compare who is worse. After the spaceship came to a stop, the 3 of them took their luggage and disembarked. No one came to pick them up, and it's impossible to have their own transportation tools on the Federation's main star, so they had to take a taxi. In recent years, the Federation's economic development has been much better than that of the Empire, with a higher per capita GDP, which naturally leads to higher consumption levels and prices. Thus, as Jie Qingqiu paid for herself and the 2 others along with everyone's luggage to choose a hotel at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, her heart was bleeding. This was truly hard-earned money, but no matter how reluctant she was, the money still had to be spent. In the end, feeling heartbroken, she had to say to Jie, "You are the one I bought for 999,000 star coins. Remember to pay me back when you recover." The other party naturally nodded obediently, but what she thought in her heart was unknown. Fortunately, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Lan Yunling had not completely lost their conscience. The hotel they booked for them was a 5-star hotel on the Federation's main star, with a nice surrounding and living environment. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs was unaware that she had brought family members, but interstellar hotels typically have suites with 3 rooms, which made it convenient for her. Most of their people were also here, but they were not on the same floor as Jie Qingqiu. After Jie Qingqiu inspected the suite, she chose the most spacious room with the largest window, while Jie and Deputy Officer O each picked the remaining 2 rooms. After putting away her luggage, she approached Deputy Officer O, casually tugged at her tie, loosened it, and pulled her closer. Deputy Officer O, it seems like your collar has something on it. Really? Deputy Officer O stepped a few steps forward following her pull, and after the distance was closed, it felt quite natural for her to respond. Let me see. As she said this, she lowered her head, her fingertips gliding up from her hem, brushing over a spherical brooch on her chest before landing on her collar. After a moment, she said, it seems like there's some dirt on it, quite a bit. Did you get it on while eating in the Empire? Jie Qingqiu let out a short laugh, ambiguous in meaning. Or did it happen after coming to the Federation? Deputy Officer O carefully examined the spot on her collar, as if scrutinizing it for a while. After a long time, she said, it should be both, after all. They are 2 different stains. Upon hearing this, Jie Qingqiu's expression stiffened, her lips forming a vague smile, but her eyes were cold, devoid of any emotion. I see. She released Deputy Officer O's tie, then impatiently unbuttoned the 2 buttons on her own collar and lazily tossed them onto the sofa. Then you should hurry up and deal with that. After a pause, she added, don't we have checked luggage? When will it arrive? Very soon, Major General. Deputy Officer O replied with a smile, lightly tapping the brooch with her right index finger. Seeing this, Jie Qingqiu nodded in understanding, her serious expression completely dissipating, reverting to her usual lazy demeanor as she slumped on the sofa like a boneless person. Don't forget to get me something to eat once it's all sorted out. Your Major General is going to starve. Before Deputy Officer O could respond to this, someone burst into the room, darting to Jie Qingqiu's side. In a crisp voice, they said, I'll make it for you, sister. Jie said she would cook for her, and that was no joke. He huffed and puffed, pulling out a small electric pot from his suitcase and rummaging through various corners to find compressed ingredients, even pulling out a cutting board. Sister, there's no knife. Knives, except in special circumstances, are not allowed to be brought from Empire to the Federation, so it was not surprising that he didn't have one. Jie Qingqiu was amused watching his series of operations and how he managed to pull out so many things. I was wondering why your suitcase was so heavy. Turns out it's filled with all this random stuff. She lazily lay on the sofa, feeling a bit bored, so she turned on the TV. Don't rush. Let Deputy Officer O finish up first before sending him to buy things. The listening devices and surveillance cameras in this room are tricky. After all, both the Empire and the Federation have invested heavily in monitoring her, so it will take some time. Moreover, they couldn't let the other party know that they had discovered the surveillance, so they needed to modify the programs of these devices to transmit only the information they could. Deputy Officer O was no longer the dirty, weak female bug from the red light district. Over the years, following Jie Qingqiu, she had learned a lot of skills and became a well-rounded talent. There were people who wanted to poach her, but all were rejected. Thinking of this, Jie Qingqiu began to contemplate whether she should give her a raise. After a while, she said, let's eat out for this meal. After just arriving in the Federation after such a long journey, it was hardly humane to have Jie cook for them. Then they could go shopping at the nearby mall. The Federation's top mall is even larger than the Empire's, and I can allow you to buy some things. She glanced at the pile of cooking utensils and guessed that her pocket money given to him had all been spent on these items, without buying anything for herself. A male bug should dress beautifully, live as themselves, and not confine themselves to the kitchen. What about me, Major General? The busy deputy officer heard the keyword and poked her head out, her eyes filled with anticipation. Can I buy something? Sure. Jie Qingqiu gave her an approving look. Use your own money. Buy whatever you want. Deputy Officer pouted and then buried her head back into cleaning up the dirty stuff. After sorting everything out, the 3 of them freshened up and headed out, heading straight for the Federation's top mall. Although Lan Yunling and the group from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had set up an itinerary for her and provided some management rules, Jie Qingqiu believed that it was unnecessary to follow them completely. They could at most criticize her for running around recklessly, but even then, They still held her in high regard, claiming that she was colluding with the enemy and betraying the country. Jie Qingqiu thought of all the possible ways she could die and concluded that as long as Lan Yunling didn't want her dead, the things she controlled could exonerate her. In short, as long as she had not completely lost her value, Lan Yunling wouldn't let her die, so she could afford to be arrogant and indulgent. To maintain the cold and indifferent style, the Federation does not favor heavy-flavored restaurants. Many only serve a combination of bread, steak, and cold milk. However, the three of them couldn't eat that kind of food, and after searching for a long time, they finally found a restaurant selling rice. Although the taste was still bland, it could at least fill their stomachs. But after the meal, everyone felt unsatisfied. The food's taste did not linger. It's really bland. Jie Qingqiu clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction and immediately led them to the place selling ingredients. The ingredient selling area was quite rich, and she grabbed a bunch of chili peppers and some seasonings, all of which were the type that nobody cared about in the Federation, so the prices were very low, making it suitable for someone like Jie Qingqiu, who was impoverished. After preparing these items, she devoted the remaining time entirely to Officer O and Cieli. Officer O had his own things to buy and wasn't one to leisurely wander around, so after greeting Jie Qingqiu, he went off on his own. That left Jie Qingqiu alone with Cieli. She rubbed her thumb and index finger together to brush away the sudden shyness in her heart, then naturally nudged his shoulder. Let's go to buy things. After walking a few steps, she suddenly realized she had never been here and had no idea where the insect-only selling area was. Just as she was planning to check the mall directory, Cieli naturally stepped onto one of the elevators and pressed the floor button. Seeing Jie Qingqiu trying to walk away, he waved his hand naturally. Sister, where are you going? Aren't we here to buy things? She paused for a moment and reflexively replied, You've never been here either. How do you know where it is? What if we go the wrong way? I know. His expression was innocent and naive. Sister, hurry and get in. The door is going to close. The smile on Jie Qingqiu's face faded a bit. She looked at him for a few seconds and then casually walked into the elevator. How do you know? She looked at the floor he pressed. But her words were not serious. They carried a hint of teasing. Cieli thought for a moment, couldn't come up with a reason, but fearing she wouldn't believe him, he stubbornly said, I just know. All right, you know, she said with a smile, but her smile didn't reach her eyes as she had some guesses in her heart. It seemed Cieli was indeed a Federation citizen and perhaps had once lived in the main area of the main star. Otherwise, how could he find his way in the first mall accurately with just his instincts despite having lost all memories and regressed in intelligence? Unconsciously, she reached out to touch his hair, having the illusion that the person before her might disappear in the next second. It was only after she felt that soft touch that her heart settled a lot. He didn't know what she was thinking and looked at her with that familiar smile and reliance. Jie Qingqiu's heart trembled. She began to realize she didn't know how to face him anymore and couldn't find the words to describe him. Her feelings for him were unclear, contradictory, and complex. Like a fool. During this time, the elevator reached the designated floor. The moment the elevator door opened, she sensed the distinct atmosphere of the insect area and the scent of money burning. Jie Qingqiu looked at those luxurious decorations and the huge logos of luxury goods, involuntarily covering her wallet and swallowing hard. Oh no, I should be known better than to boast about picking up the tab. Raising an insect is really hard. Fortunately, the wallet of Major General Xie was safe and sound tonight, only slightly worn out, and Cieli thoughtfully avoided entering those expensive luxury stores. Perhaps after spending so much time together, he had come to realize that his sister was a bit of a miser. Cieli took Jie Qingqiu straight to the affordable vegetable area, a path he was evidently not very familiar with. But he still managed to find the place based on some memories. The affordable area and the luxury area didn't have a very obvious boundary, but the differences could still be seen. The first thing he did upon entering the affordable area was to pull Jie Qingqiu into a store selling cooking utensils. These shops could be considered popular in the insect selling area. After all, cooking was a necessary course for every educated insect, and most of them enjoyed it. Cieli entered these specialty stores like a fish diving into the deep sea, free and happy. Moreover, he had his own unique insights into every cooking utensil and brand, always able to explain one thing after another, and he did so with great enthusiasm to Jie Qingqiu. She didn't understand, but was not impatient, occasionally responding to let him know she was listening. Seeing him so happy lifted her mood a lot. The prices in the affordable area were indeed not high. She agreed to let him buy many things, including some newly released kitchenware, and in the end, the shopping cart was filled to the brim. But they were all cooking utensils, nothing else. Sister, that's enough, Cieli said with a satisfied smile, while holding the packaged kitchenware. Let's go home. Jie Qingqiu touched his head and then took the bags with one hand while wrapping her other arm around his shoulder, leading him towards the nearby luxury area. Come on, let's buy you a few outfits. She was indeed poor, but that was only compared to the group of good-for-nothings in the empire. After all these years, she had never taken a single penny, relying entirely on her own blood and sweat. However, that didn't mean she had no savings at all. No matter how poor, one shouldn't let a child suffer. No matter how bitter, one shouldn't let an insect suffer. All of these items would definitely be unaffordable in a luxury area, but buy him a few outfits, some perfume, and a bag was still feasible. No need, sister. He shook his head obediently, pointing at the pile of items. We've already bought a lot. No, that's not what I meant. She stubbornly led him into the shopping area. You shouldn't always focus on this. I remember you also have things you like. Jie Qingqiu didn't disrespect his hobbies, nor was she saying that cooking couldn't be a hobby. But it was obvious that Cieli's cooking was all for her. While he understood it, it wasn't a deep-seated passion. He should have more hobbies that he truly liked. After all, when she first took him to the Empire's first mall, his gaze lingered on many things. She didn't want him to compromise himself like this, nor did she want him to lose himself because of her. Everyone should have their own life. Even if he was an insect. I'm not picky. I can eat anything. Look for things you really like. Jie Qingqiu thought for a moment and added, don't be afraid to spend money. I'm not as poor as you think. Money? I can always earn more. Under Jie Qingqiu's repeated insistence, Cieli finally understood her meaning and finally let go of the burden in his heart, happily and comfortably heading to a certain place. Cieli didn't go to the type of places Jie Qingqiu narrowly thought insects liked, bags, clothes, perfume, but to a closed combat weapon selling area that leaned towards soft decorations and toys. To cater to the tastes and aesthetics of insects, these closed combat weapons had been modified, and to avoid harming them, these weapons had no lethality. Many insects were willing to pay for them, though most were bought as ornaments. Sister, I want this one. Can I? He pointed to a pile of weapons that didn't seem very serious to Jie Qingqiu, his tone a bit cautious, clearly aware that this was not what insects were stereotypically supposed to like. To be honest, even Jie Qingqiu was a bit surprised. She raised her eyebrows. Sure, buy whatever you want, it's fine. Seeing she didn't refute his hobby, Cieli immediately dove into the store, picking and choosing his favorites among the many weapons. In the end, he chose a pair of large Damascus curved knives from the wall, made from a unique interstellar steel ingot. Not sharpened, but adorned with intricate and exquisite patterns. Cieli pointed to the curved knives and said, Sister, I want that one. That one isn't allowed. Before Jie Qingqiu could speak, the shop owner had already come out to answer. Seeing both of them stunned for a moment, she smiled and explained, this is not for sale, and it's not a soft decoration. If it were sharpened, it would be lethal and quite dangerous for male insects. Jieli's expression immediately turned dejected as she glanced at the pair of curved knives and then at Jie Qingqiu, feeling quite helpless. She was touched by that deer-like, pitiful expression. Really can't sell it? No matter the price. Jie Qingqiu paused and added, I won't let him sharpen it. I'll keep an eye on it. There was no need to explain too much to others, nor was it necessary to bring up serious topics like male insects deserving respect in such a relatively relaxed situation. Many times, it wasn't a form of bravery, but rather a type of arrogance with a sense of superiority. Preaching and blaming were never good ways to convey opinions to others. Or I could hang it on my wall at home for him to see. Seeing the manager's expression still hesitating, she continued, After all, he likes it, so I still want to buy it for him. After saying this many times, the manager finally softened a bit. In the end, Jie Qingqiu bought the pair of curved knives at a considerable price, exhausting nearly 2 or 3 years of her savings. Oh no, there goes another few years of hard work. Just on jelly alone, Jie Qingqiu had spent almost half of her salary over the decades. However, from her perspective, The pair of curved knives was still worth the price because the materials and forging techniques were top-notch. If she wanted to use it as a real weapon in the future, with some premium steel and reforging, it could achieve even better results. After getting what she wanted, Jie was very happy, stroking the patterns on the blade for a while before reluctantly putting it back in the box, but stubbornly insisting on carrying it herself. Jie Qingqiu let her be. After finishing their shopping, she contacted Officer O on her light brain and then headed downstairs. She wasn't sure if there was some event in the male insect shopping area that night, but suddenly there were a lot more people, making it quite crowded and difficult to move. She held Jie's hand and navigated through the crowd, when suddenly she heard a male insect shout from within the throng. Yi. The clear voice stood out amidst the crowd, filled with complex emotions, the strongest being surprise and longing, attracting many people, including Jie Qingqiu and Jie. She stopped pulling him forward instinctively, searching for the source of the voice, and then saw a plump, fair male insect, appearing to have just reached adulthood. Coincidentally, he was also looking in their direction. Their eyes met just right, and Jie Qingqiu noticed that the male insect's eyes were slightly red, looking quite pitiful. "Sister, what's wrong?" Jie fell silent for a moment. Realizing that the other party had stopped moving, she tugged at her clothing corner. "Are we going back?" Following Jie's pull, Jie Qingqiu glanced at him, and when she looked back at the male insect in the crowd, she found that he had already averted his gaze and lowered his head. Thus, she didn't linger any longer and took Jie away. Before leaving, she glanced back at that male insect. After a long day and such a lengthy shopping trip, everyone was quite exhausted. Before they could return to the hotel where they were staying, Jie had fallen asleep in the hover car. He breathed evenly, leaning against Jie Qingqiu's shoulder, his fair cheeks showing a slight blush from sleep, his eyelashes fluttering with each breath. This was a very obedient and familiar sight. She had seen it many times before. After carefully carrying him back to the bedroom, Jie Qingqiu gave Officer O a look that indicated they needed to discuss serious matters. Perhaps in keeping with the customs and habits of the Federation, the night breeze here was much cooler than in the Empire. From the high-rise, she scanned the main streets of the main star, all lined with uniform cold-colored LED lights, giving off a somewhat impersonal feel. Due to the architectural style, the hotels here did not have the large terraces that the Empire defaulted to. She opened a small window at the corner of the floor-to-ceiling window and lit a cigarette. The smoke from the lit cigarette was swept away by the wind outside, seemingly leaving no trace inside the room. Officer O noticed that her mood was not good and refrained from saying that smoking was bad. Instead, he poured her a cup of hot honey water, with the honey being brought over by Jie from the Empire. Jie Qingqiu took the cup with one hand, but did not drink. After a moment of silence, she said to Officer O, "I saw a male insect in a mall just now. He seemed to be looking for someone. When I looked over, I found he was looking our way." Before she could finish her sentence, Officer O roughly understood her meaning. "Major, do you think that person was looking for Jie?" Jie Qingqiu neither confirmed nor denied, so she expressed her suspicions. "But we used technology to disguise his face, didn't we? This face was changed when we were preparing to go to the main star. Except for us and his real family, no one has seen what he looked like before." Officer O pondered. Similarly, no one in his family could have seen this face either. His real family should be able to recognize him just by seeing his figure, right? Jie Qingqiu affirmed the suspicious point she raised, but then proposed her own speculation. Officer O was silent for a moment before replying, "Major, I don't know." This time it was Jie Qingqiu's turn to be silent because she didn't know either. So the two chose to tacitly skip this awkward topic. And they heard Officer O continue, "If someone is really looking for him, wouldn't that be a bit too coincidental? After all, we just arrived in the Federation." This suspicion was not without reason, but life always had its ironies. They both understood this well. After pondering for a while, she said, "Once they all arrive in the Federation, we should investigate that person's surroundings. I remember what he looked like. I can draw it for you. Although that male insect might not necessarily look like that, it wouldn't hurt to try. Forget about the previous investigations. Let both sides proceed together." She sighed imperceptibly. "Hurry up. Find his family quickly. Don't delay any longer." Jie Qingqiu's words carried no blame or accusation, but rather sounded like a plea. She impatiently lit another cigarette. At this moment, Officer O, lacking tact, asked, Major, have you developed feelings for Jelly? The cigarette never made it to her lips. The Federation's evening breeze seemed to smoke it out, possibly because the wind also carried its own unresolvable emotions. No, she replied. Officer O didn't believe her and silently watched her. There should be, she said again. After the cigarette burned out outside, she retrieved it, crushed it with her fingers, and tossed it into the trash can, finally taking a sip of the honey water. It's a bit sweet. After finishing, she handed the cup to Officer O and then walked toward the room. After taking a few steps, Jie Qingqiu turned back to say to her, whether or not it matters, he is not my male insect. Auntie, Bai Kai hurriedly took a car to the Bai family's old residence. Before she even entered the house, her voice floated in, tinged with a hint of crying. Luckily, it was still early enough that no one in the Bai family had gone to sleep yet. Although it was called the old residence, that term wasn't quite accurate, as the building didn't seem old and had undergone a major renovation a few years ago. It was specifically refurbished by Richest, the current head female insect of the Bai family, to cater to the aesthetic preferences of her only son. To put it accurately, it should be called a manor. Inside the walls are countless houses, tall and short, with a large garden and a lake, extensive grape trellises, and a wine cellar. Farther from the residence, there's a stable that houses the best horses in the entire Federation. Before long, someone opened the door for him. The heavy, intricately carved iron gate swung open, and the large lamps on either side suddenly lit up, though they were not blinding. Young master, what brings you here? Is there something you need? The butler, Chun-Yi, approached from a short distance and quickly welcomed Bai Kai inside, helping him into a carriage heading to the main house. I came to find Aunt. Bai Kai readily sat down, shifting to make room for Chun-Yi. I have some tremendous news to tell, Aunt. Tremendous news. Bai Kai had just turned of age, a well-formed and chubby young man, and his speech still carried a hint of childishness. His innocent and endearing nature made everyone like to tease him. Chun-Yi smiled and sat beside him, signaling the driver to start the car. What is this good news that has made our young master so happy? I'll only say it in front of Aunt. He bit his lip, seemingly trying hard to contain his joy. It really is tremendous news. But in the end, he couldn't help but speak to Chun-Yi. Aunt, I think I saw my cousin. What? Even Chun-Yi, who had experienced many storms, couldn't help but exclaim. Her previously calm and historically heavy face suddenly animated, her eyes widening considerably. Young master, are you serious? Where is he? Where did you see him? Is he in danger? I'll send someone to find him immediately. A series of questions poured out, leaving Bai Kai momentarily confused, his expression dazed. No. He shook his head, but quickly nodded again. Yes. Seeing his reaction, Chun-Yi realized her own loss of composure had frightened this timid and fragile young man, so she forced herself to calm down. Coincidentally, the car also stopped at the main house's door. She took a deep breath and softly said to Bai Kai, Young master, I was too hasty. I won't ask anymore. Let's go inside and tell the lady, okay? You can take your time. Bai Kai was soothed by her words and quickly calmed down. Yes. We should go tell Aunt now. So the two of them opened the door, got out of the car, and quickly walked into the main house. Chun-Yi's steps were noticeably lighter and more hurried than before. The main house was very bright. Almost all the lights were on, illuminating the space unusually. In contrast to the Federation's tone, the entire manor used warm-colored lighting. It wasn't cold, so the fireplace was not lit, with a space-saving wooden upright piano nearby, enhancing the coziness. The sheet music was still on the stand, perfectly resting on a section of Debussy's Clair de Lune, as if the piano's owner would return at any moment to play. However, Richest stubbornly sat in a recliner by the fireplace, a luxurious handmade blanket draped over his knees, holding a now rare physical book. Madam, Chun-Yi knocked on the door at the entrance, controlling her excited emotions. Young master has arrived. Richest sat up from the recliner, adjusted the blanket on his lap, smiled at them, and softly said, Come in. Why are you so late? Xiaoyin, pour a cup of tea for Kai Kai. A youthful female voice responded enthusiastically from the kitchen. Please sit. Richest gestured to the sofa in front of her. I finally found a comfy position, so I won't get up to greet you. Bai Kai couldn't wait to sit down and have tea. He hurried to her side, opening and closing his mouth several times before finally managing to speak fluently. Aunt, I think I saw Jie Qingqiu at the first mall today. What? Bai Rinqiu immediately stood up from the recliner, letting the blanket and book fall to the floor. Are you serious? I'm going right now. No, Aunt, let me finish. Bai Kai was startled by her reaction and stammered again. Chun Yi quickly stepped forward to support Bai Rinqiu and helped her pick up the blanket and book. Madam, please calm down and let young master finish speaking. There may be more to it. Bai Rinqiu took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, but her hand still trembled unconsciously from excitement. This iron-willed woman, who had made the Bai family the foremost family in the Federation through her own efforts, had faced countless challenges. Yet, when it came to her only son, she still revealed a vulnerable side. Yes, calm down. You go ahead. She closed her eyes and sat back down in her chair. In nearly a year, Bai Rinqiu had received countless messages about Bai Ji, all of which had brought her nothing but bad news. Yet, each time she heard something, she could never remain indifferent. Bai Kai looked left and right, pulled a chair for himself, and sat opposite Bai Rinqiu. So, when I was at the first mall tonight, I saw a young man who looked very much like Jie Qingqiu from behind, really very much like him. He gestured with his hand, trying hard to show just how similar they were. The way he walked, his habits were so similar to Ji's. Even if he didn't look like him, the feeling was still there, but he hesitated, then pointed to his head. He was also with a female, and that female seemed extraordinary, not an ordinary person. He watched as the hope in Bai Rinqiu's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a somber expression that seemed indifferent to life and death. He quickly added, Aunt, I really shouldn't be saying this, but he looked so much like him, it felt like. In fact, what Bai Kai said sounded unconvincing to adult ears. It seemed very subjective and inappropriate for such a serious matter. Yet, it was precisely his somewhat pale words that made them seem sincere and credible. Having said all that he wanted to say, Bai Kai fell silent. I understand, Kai. Bai Rinqiu reassured him, not wanting him to get more agitated. Can you tell me more specifically where it was what the female looked like that? She hesitated over what to call the person who might be Bai Ji, so she could only vaguely brush over it. What did he look like? I'll have someone investigate. Chun Yi, hearing this, immediately took out paper and a pen from the cabinet and began jotting down keywords based on Bai Kai's description. As Bai Rinqiu listened, her expression grew serious. Perhaps this time, it really is him. Everything happening in the Bai family was unknown to Qingqiu and the others. After speaking with Officer O, she returned to her bedroom and, unusually, experienced insomnia. She lay awake staring at the ceiling until the early hours of the morning, and only when exhaustion washed over her could she finally fall asleep. The next day, she languidly awoke when the sun was high. Unfortunately, the first thing she was informed of upon waking was that she had to go to work, as there was a banquet that evening to welcome her in the empire. As the main figure in the negotiations, the Imperial Major General had no choice but to attend this banquet. Of course, Officer O could not escape this fate either. After Jie Qingqiu fully woke up, the two of them began to prepare for the evening banquet. She could be indifferent in the empire, as everyone knew what kind of person she was. However, when going out, she still had to tidy herself up. Unfortunately, the empire wouldn't kindly help her with anything, so she had to dig in her own pocket again to hire stylists and makeup artists for the two of them. Poor Cieli could only stay alone in the empty suite, waiting for their return. In the end, after much consideration, Jie Qingqiu still did not choose a formal evening gown, as she simply could not get used to it. She admitted that high heels and long skirts were a form of beauty that highlighted certain feminine charms, but obviously, such beauty could not be associated with the name Jie Qingqiu. So in the end, she and Officer O chose a set of casual yet respectful suits. And to show respect, she only loosened the first button. The suit was a flamboyant red, with dark patterns embroidered in gold thread at the cuffs and hem, and some pleated designs at the waist, softening its seriousness. Her hair was no longer casually draped over her shoulders. The stylist she hired at great expense had styled her hair back, not into a ponytail, but fixed into a slick-back look with hair gel. The gel made her originally loose hair stiff and structured, which made Jie Qingqiu feel a bit uncomfortable, but she still didn't mess with it. After looking in the mirror again, the stylist made her wear a pair of ear clips, which were golden yellow cylindrical long drops that felt a bit heavy when they swayed. But they nicely balanced the coldness of Jie Qingqiu's demeanor, adding a touch of rebelliousness. Officer O finally chose a safe navy blue suit. Not too flashy, but also not overly dull. The makeup artist hurriedly applied makeup to both of them, and under Jie Qingqiu's repeated insistence, only a thin layer of powder was applied. However, the makeup artist also had her own stubbornness and firmly applied a thick layer of blood-red matte lip glaze. When Jie Qingqiu saw her appearance in the mirror, she was stunned. Wow, what a handsome Major General Jie. Time always flies quickly when busy. After a while, it was already getting late, and it was almost time for the welcome banquet. It was hard to say whether the Federation valued or looked down on them. The banquet was held in the Federation's largest banquet hall, the Jixiang Banquet Hall, where many famous figures in the galaxy had held significant events. However, ironically, this banquet hall did not belong to the Federation government, but was a private property. In the end, they still could not stand in the Federation government's reception hall, being treated as true guests. When Jie Qingqiu saw this, she was just momentarily stunned, but didn't say much. After all, she wouldn't be the only one attending. And it wasn't just her face that would be lost. If the Federation wanted to be so petty, who knew who would end up being embarrassed? They hailed a floating taxi halfway and hurriedly headed to the Jixiang Banquet Hall. They arrived in just over half an hour. The banquet hall was in the most prosperous center of the main district. To buy such a large piece of land in such a valuable area, the owner's power must not be underestimated. The Jixiang Banquet Hall had 2 floors, and from the outside, it didn't seem like a place for hosting banquets at all. Rather, it resembled a medieval church, with towering spires and a bell tower that produced heavy sounds, full and sacred sculptures, and lavish flowers. The Gothic architectural style blended perfectly with classical decorations, adding a touch of European country flavor. Various styles were harmoniously mixed together without feeling abrupt. Jie Qingqiu guessed that the owner of this banquet hall might be someone with diverse interests and excellent taste. Of course, they must also love life, as the flowers here bloomed beautifully. When they got out of the car, a red carpet had already been laid at the entrance of the banquet hall, and guests were orderly lining up to submit their invitations to enter, maintaining about a meter of distance between each other. Jie Qingqiu and Officer O patiently queued at the end, and after standing for a short while, they heard someone calling her. "Hey, Qingqiu." The voice came from her diagonal front, familiar and casual. Jie Qingqiu raised an eyebrow and looked in the direction of the voice, discovering a woman with long, wavy hair down to her waist, wearing a red mermaid dress with spaghetti straps. Her brows and eyes were subtly lifted, but just right in the places Jie Qingqiu found annoying. Sure enough, it was Lan Mei, the imperial princess, the big fool born of the idiot Lan Yunling. If Lan Ying was just spoiled and brainless, then Lan Mei was incompetent yet liked to take center stage, coupled with a gloomy and combative personality. Compared to her, Lan Ying seemed somewhat adorably foolish. Just as she thought of Lan Ying, the next second, Lan Ying walked out from behind Lan Mei, still wearing that haughty expression. She was clearly distancing herself from Lan Mei. Oh, Major General Jie is personally queuing? For some reason, seeing the two of them made Jie Qingqiu feel a bit amused, and she waved at Lan Ying. "Come here, help me queue." "Is that what I meant?" Lan Ying immediately jumped in anger. "You actually dare to ask me to queue for you, how bold." Saying this, she took a few quick steps toward Jie Qingqiu, seemingly wanting to grab her hand. But when she got close, she stopped her steps and didn't dare to reach out. "Are you stupid? All those queuing are just ordinary guests. We in the Empire can go in through the side passage when not the same as them." Her voice wasn't loud, but everyone around could hear it. Upon hearing the 2 key words, Empire, everyone turned to look at them. Jie Qingqiu took a deep breath in exasperation. This idiot was still making a scene, speaking proudly when everyone in the galaxy knew that these negotiations were really just a compromise of the Empire facing the Federation. However, knowing they didn't have to queue, she had no intention of standing there to be watched any longer. After giving Officer O a glance, she prepared to walk toward the passage. As a result, Lan Mei and Lan Ying, not knowing their place, stuck close again. Perhaps because of their different fathers, the relationship between the 2 sisters was far from good, sometimes even tense. "Hey, Jie Qingqiu, where do you live?" Lan Ying asked, her mouth never at rest whenever she saw Jie Qingqiu, whether it was provocation or small talk. It was all trivial nonsense. But Jie Qingqiu still replied, Nalu Hotel. Nalu Hotel? Lanning was clearly surprised. Why are you staying there? We're all at the Bailu Hotel, which is the best in the entire Federation. Jie Qingqiu instinctively wanted to mock them about their foreign affairs department's incompetence. But she realized that not only was Lanning beside her, but also Lan Mei. So she just smiled and said nothing. Lanning was spoiled but lacked guile. At most annoying enough to be bothersome, but Jie Qingqiu didn't particularly dislike her. But Lan Mei was different. This fool had many schemes and had some under-the-table dealings with Zhang Tai. In short, she belonged to the type of people who couldn't stand her doing well, yet liked to provoke her. Lanning also realized that there were not just 3 people now, but an annoying person beside them, so she kept quiet too. After a brief exchange, the few of them formally entered the banquet hall. The decoration style inside and outside the banquet hall was consistent, indistinguishable from the outside. And upon entering, they found that the Jisheng banquet hall, including the top terrace, had a total of 3 floors. An exquisite and intricate large crystal chandelier hangs from the ceiling of the banquet hall on the first floor, with 2 spiral staircases leading to the second floor. As if an elegantly dressed lady in a gown adorned with lace, bows, and white tulle is about to descend. It's a stereotype, but absolutely classic. On either side of the banquet hall are 2 long tables filled with desserts, fine wines, and arranged fruits, while a towering champagne pyramid stands in the middle of the tables. The air carries a sweet, cloying scent mixed with various perfumes. This is the quintessential opulent aroma that many have experienced, yet those who emit it are often unwilling to admit it. At this moment, many people have gathered, raising their glasses and clustering in small groups. It's unclear what they're thinking, but their smiles don't seem forced. In the Federation, unlike in the Empire, Officer O has no need to mingle with other officers and assistants, so she has been following Jie Qingqiu closely. She walks straight to the side of the long table, lifting a glass of champagne to her lips, but not drinking. After entering the banquet hall, Lan Mei didn't follow her. She only gave Jie Qingqiu a vague look before leaving. Jie Qingqiu could tell something was off from that look, which is why she called Lan Mei foolish. However, this oddity was within her expectations. After all, having come this far, it would be strange if those who disapproved of her didn't take action. Lanning stubbornly stayed by her side. After Lan Mei left, she made an exaggerated, sneaky expression and leaned over to whisper in Jie Qingqiu's ear. Jie Qingqiu, are they plotting against you? Jie Qingqiu took a step back and gave her a look that said, do we know each other that well? But evidently, Lanning wasn't clever enough to understand such subtle expressions. Undeterred, she leaned in closer again. I heard that the people from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs don't really like you. Who told you that? Jie Qingqiu felt puzzled. Could it be that Lan Yunling even shared such matters with her? TSK. Lanning awkwardly raised her glass and gulped down half of it. I always find a way to know, and they talk so arrogantly. Wouldn't it be strange if I didn't? She sipped the remaining half of her drink carefully, clearly aware that this occasion wasn't suitable for getting drunk. So what are you going to do now? Jie Qingqiu touched the rim of her glass with her lips, leaving a faint lip print without taking a single drop of alcohol. I always find a way to solve it. Hey, how can you be so ungrateful? Lanning was displeased and started to express her opinions passionately. This is what Jie Qingqiu referred to as noisy, even though none of them paid her any mind. She still spoke with gusto. However, after a while, seeing that the other party remained unaffected and indifferent, Lanning finally stopped. Feeling thirsty, she downed another half glass of wine. After finishing, she leaned in to whisper again, Jie Qingqiu, isn't where you're staying quite bad? No, it's actually quite nice. Jie Qingqiu was willing to engage with her when she wasn't being foolish, and besides, there was nothing wrong with discussing this. The environment wasn't bad, and many from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs also stayed there. Oh, after glancing at her, Lanning stood up straight, looking somewhat dejected. Jie Qingqiu shot her a glance. What, do you want to change my place? How could that be possible? What are you thinking? How can I possibly switch you to the Bailu Hotel? Don't think too much. Lanning seemed to explode, rebutting for quite a while as if performing a solo act. Then why don't you help me reimburse the spaceship tickets? Jie Qingqiu lightly curled her lips. You can reimburse it with the Queen after you go back. Lanning was even more surprised upon hearing this. What? You came by spaceship yourself? And no one reimbursed you? Yeah. The two exchanged glances, and for some reason, Lan Ying seemed angrier. She muttered a few words under her breath. Jie Qingqiu couldn't hear what she said and had no interest in probing further. After a while, Lan Ying spoke again. Then you should unblock my light brain ID, and I'll transfer the money to you. I didn't block you, did I? Blocklist? Jie Qingqiu tried to recall and believed she hadn't added her at all. More accurately, she hadn't added you. How could that be possible? Lan Ying's voice was loud, attracting the attention of a small group of people nearby. That's me, the one who goes by the Iris of Autumn. To quickly soothe her emotions, Jie Qingqiu immediately summoned all her memories and finally unearthed a fragment related to that name from a dusty corner. It was an extremely ordinary afternoon. Jie Qingqiu hadn't had jelly cooked for her yet, so she had a rather unappetizing lunch, the taste of the bland nutritional paste scratching her throat, leaving her in a bad mood. Just as she was about to take a nap to adjust her mood, her light brain started buzzing with incoming messages. Thinking it was something urgent, she immediately opened it. To her surprise, it was a stranger going by the name The Iris of Autumn, and there were already 99 messages, most of which were somewhat hysterical and complaining. After cursing the person as a lunatic, she decisively blocked that ID and had Officer O enhance the security of her own ID against leaks. After recalling that, Jie Qingqiu was truly surprised that the lunatic was Lan Ying. However, she also felt it made sense that it was Lan Ying, as she was inherently a noisy and hysterical person. Oh, she acknowledged. Then at Lan Ying's urging, she unblocked her in front of her. After all, no one wants to clash with money. That spaceship fare was quite a sum and could allow her to live comfortably for a while. After doing this, Lan Ying's expression improved significantly, and her anger seemed to dissipate considerably. So later, tell me how much it is, and I'll transfer it to you. She wanted to say more, but the atmosphere at the scene didn't allow it. Time flew by during their conversation, and it seemed all the guests had arrived, with the crowd nearly half again as large as when they first came. This bustling and crowded environment was not one that Jie Qingqiu favored. Then among the crowd, a female figure dressed in a tailcoat approached, wearing a chaplain-style top hat, which looked a bit ridiculous. She kept looking at Jie Qingqiu, but walked straight to Lan Ying instead, then made a gentlemanly bow that seemed out of place in Jie Qingqiu's eyes. Princess of the Imperial family, the banquet is about to begin. Let me escort you in. The Major General recognized a familiar face. Unlike the casualness of the Empire, the Federation had its own set of banquet procedures and adhered strictly to them. When the banquet truly began, the host would be invited to dance in the center, while the symphony orchestra that would accompany the banquet would play music at will, and the dance partners would adapt to the music spontaneously. What the female figure meant by entering was likely that the opening dance was about to start. Lan Ying must have done her homework before coming to the Federation, so even though she had more to say, she had no choice but to leave at this moment. Strangely, both of them gave Jie Qingqiu a reluctant look before departing. She turned, raising her glass, and exchanged a glance with Officer O, seeing the same inexplicable emotion in the other's eyes. Not long after Lan Ying left, the lights in the banquet hall suddenly dimmed, and the doors closed without anyone noticing, leaving only a round glass window on the door through which moonlight streamed in, illuminating the center of the hall. Everyone tacitly stepped back, completely revealing the circular pattern in the hall. Two spotlights lit up from both sides of the hall, shining on the tops of two staircases. In the next moment, a lark and one of the male bugs in a suit descended from the staircases, the spotlights following them all the way to the center of the round stage. The moonlight blended with the two spotlights. Music began to play, and the lark extended her hand to the male bug across from her. The moment their palms touched, the lights in the entire venue suddenly brightened, and they began their first dance. They performed the ceremonial dance unique to the insect race, led by the female bug, but it was not overly ambiguous or aggressive. It was soothing, gentle, and elegant, merely expressing emotions subtly. At important occasions, everyone typically chose the ceremonial dance, although the lark had a proud nature. She had been raised in the imperial royal family and had not missed learning the necessary etiquette, so her opening dance went quite well, at least without any glaring mistakes. After the song ended, several pairs of female and male bugs descended from the staircases one after another, also holding hands as they walked into the dance floor, seemingly to create a lively atmosphere. Among them was Lan Mei, who appeared to be an important figure. Logically, Jie Qingqiu, who was mainly responsible for the negotiations, should also be among them, but she was clearly absent. Major General, why aren't you here? Officer O also noticed the anomaly and couldn't help but say. Jie Qingqiu scoffed. They actually hope I won't be around except for formal negotiations, but I also don't wish to steal the spotlight at such time. As she spoke, she suddenly stopped, for she spotted a familiar face among the crowd. It was the male bug she had seen last time at the Federal First Mall, looking as youthful as ever, wearing a suit that gave off a strange feeling as if he were wearing an adult's clothes, but not too much. Opposite him was a tall female bug in a green velvet spaghetti strap dress, with a faint smile at the corners of her mouth, though the smile didn't reach her eyes. Very formal, yet quite in line with etiquette. With just a glance, Jie Qingqiu knew this was not an ordinary character. At least, she was in her element in her own field. That wasn't the main point. The main point was Jie Qingqiu found a familiar feeling in that female bug, as if she could highly overlap with a shadow from her memory, especially the curve of that half-smile. It was indeed familiar. However, in her hurried state, she couldn't recall it, so she had to take a few more glances to remember the other person's appearance, planning to investigate later. After her brief observation, the other party seemed to have noticed, quickly finding the person who was examining her in the crowd, and then their eyes met. Unfazed by being discovered, Jie Qingqiu raised her champagne glass and took a small sip. The female bug nodded at her after seeing this, then quickly withdrew her gaze. But both understood. They had noted each other down, just waiting for the next confrontation. What Jie Qingqiu did not expect was that the next encounter would come so quickly, mainly thanks to the male bug dancing with that female bug, the very one she had briefly locked eyes with at the Federal First Mall. He seemed to have sensed that his dance partner was slightly distracted, so he quickly turned to find the source of her distraction. Just a glance back, and Jie Qingqiu noticed a look of surprise and fear on his face. Then he suddenly leaned closer to the female bug, his mouth moving rapidly as he said something. In the next moment, Jie Qingqiu observed the female bug's expression change, becoming very subtle, yet filled with suppressed anger, glaring at her uncontrollably. Jie Qingqiu. Surely not. Is it really necessary to be so angry just because I glanced at you, your mailbug, back then? Fine. She knew she wouldn't be able to have a peaceful evening as she wished. It was also her fault. Why did she have to look at the male bug, who sang uneasy in front of everyone? She had to suppress her impulse to watch the fun. As she expected, after the formal opening dance ended, many guests flooded into the dance floor, while Jie Qingqiu remained in place. The female bug approached her through the crowd with a clear goal. The sound of her high heels striking the wooden floor of the banquet hall seemed to overshadow the music, pressing directly on the heart. Jie Qingqiu now felt the power of wearing high heels, but unfortunately, such power had nothing to do with her. The female bug walked straight up to her, picked up a glass of champagne from the table, and mixed in some red wine. The dark red liquid merged with the amber-colored drink, the originally thick red gradually blending in, creating a strangely beautiful effect after a gentle shake. By man from the Bai family of the Federation, nice to meet you. Bai man raised a glass of mixed light red drink, a flawless smile on her lips, but her gaze was locked on his Jie Qingqiu, not releasing any friendly signals. A person like her should not wear their emotions on their sleeve if she openly displayed her aggression. There was only one reason. She didn't want to and deemed it unnecessary. It seemed she was indeed angry, and Jie Qingqiu felt a headache coming on. However, she thought there was no need to explain. It would sound foolish, and she hadn't looked at the male bug with lewd eyes. Their eye contact lasted less than 3 seconds. Being angry over this matter felt absurd to her as well. Nevertheless, she didn't abandon the necessary etiquette. To properly respond to the other party's provocative act of mixing drinks, Jie Qingqiu took an empty wine glass, poured more than half of her champagne into it, and raised the nearly empty glass to clink with the other. Major General Jie Qingqiu, nice to meet you. These were all things that could be searched online, so Jie Qingqiu had no need to hide. The other party nodded in acknowledgement, but her gaze changed, likely becoming much more serious than before. After clinking glasses, neither of them drank, merely pressing their lips against the rim of their glasses, clearly showing their mutual disdain and dissatisfaction. Why did Major General join the dance? Bai Man leaned against the long table, her hips resting on the edge of the table, her left hand brushing her long hair back before placing it on the table behind her. It was quite charming, but Major General Jie was oblivious to the flirtation. This was exactly the type of pretentious person Jie Qingqiu disliked the most, especially since she wasn't as foolish as Lan Yunling. People who were both pretentious and difficult to deal with were the most headache-inducing for her. She had developed a method to deal with such people, which was to never give them face, bluntly shattering the illusion of harmony. Of course, this applied only when both parties had no goodwill toward each other. So she also shook her wine glass, remembering to mimic a silly smile she learned from Cieli. Because Miss Bai came to find me right after the opening dance ended. The other party did not display excessive emotions like anger. After a light laugh, she said, "Then I must have delayed Major General Jie. I apologize. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal to make amends." If it were anyone else standing in front of her, she would certainly not let go of that meal. But the few words exchanged with Bai Man clearly didn't require such courtesy. "Oh, then thank you, Miss Bai, if I have time." Her attitude was quite indifferent. Bai Man didn't seem to mind either, shaking her wine glass, her eyes scanning Jie Qingqiu in a somewhat disinterested manner before she opened her mouth to say something. However, unfortunately, Lan came again, and she came over joyfully, waving her skirt from a distance while calling out, "Qingqiu, Qingqiu," wearing high heels. She ran a few steps steadily. Then Lan seemed to react and gracefully lowered her skirt, walking towards them slowly, her smile intentionally fading. As she got closer, she realized that there was another person beside Jie Qingqiu, a woman with an ostentatious demeanor. This made Lan Ying smile even fainter as she cautiously eyed Bai Man. "Jie Qingqiu, who is this?" For the first time, Jie Qingqiu didn't mind Lan Ying's arrival and chatter, because dealing with someone like Bai Man was exhausting and required careful navigation. Therefore, she was somewhat willing to answer Lan Ying's question. "Oh." She introduced herself just like Bai Man did. "This is Bai Man from the Bai family of the Federation. Miss Bai just came to talk to me, and we were getting to know each other." Jie Qingqiu was used to being shameless, so such words came easily to her. Anyway, she wouldn't suffer any grievances or take the blame. Besides, even without saying this, Bai Man's impression of her wouldn't improve. After she said this, Bai Man showed no expression, but Lan seemed to relax a bit. "Hello, Miss Bai. I am Princess Lan from the Empire. Nice to meet you." She proactively extended her hand to Bai Man, wearing a formal smile. The other party did not disregard her and went through the necessary self-introduction again. After their brief exchange, Lan looked at Jie Qingqiu with an eager expression, as if she had something to say. Bai Man also knew that staying any longer would be inappropriate, and since she likely didn't intend to make things too awkward, she exchanged a few more words before taking her leave. However, before leaving, she shot Jie Qingqiu a lingering, ambiguous glance. Jie Qingqiu felt a chill and instantly prepared for their next meeting, knowing it wouldn't be as simple as just joking around next time. After she left, it was quiet for more than 10 seconds before Lan couldn't hold back any longer and started talking again. "Jie Qingqiu, I have good news to tell you." She casually picked up a glass of wine beside her, which happened to be the half glass that Jie Qingqiu had poured out. "Guess what it is?" "That's the wine I poured out." Jie Qingqiu reached out to block it. Even though she hadn't drunk it, it was still impolite. But as soon as she finished speaking, Lan drank the half glass of wine in one go, and then looked embarrassed. "Jie Qingqiu, why didn't you say it earlier? You did it on purpose to make me drink what you had." Her ears hidden in her hair had already turned red and hot, but unfortunately, no one else knew. "You were the one who wanted to drink it so urgently, and I haven't drunk any." Jie Qingqiu shrugged. Anyway, it wasn't her drinking someone else's. But surprisingly, Lan didn't dwell on it, but returned to the good news. To cater to her, Jie Qingqiu tried hard to engage her acting skills, putting on a curious expression, which pleased Lan despite her poor acting. "Lan took my brooch." When she mentioned this, Lan Ying's expression was quite proud. "What?" Jie Qingqiu didn't understand the sudden topic shift. "What happened to the brooch?" Lan shot her a reproachful glare. "TSK, Jie Qingqiu, you really are a fool." "Huh? A fool calling someone else a fool. Jie Qingqiu couldn't help but laugh. There's a listening device inside that brooch. She gestured as she spoke, her enthusiasm evident. It's the latest one, given to me by the Queen Mother, and it definitely won't be discovered. And Lan basically won't check that brooch. Do you know why? Lan Ying aimed to achieve the best interactive effect, seeking Jie Qingqiu's reaction with every few sentences. Even if Jie Qingqiu didn't respond, Vice Officer O was an excellent listener, so she could finish her story smoothly. Because that brooch was given by the Queen Mother, and the gem on it is the extremely precious scarlet ruby in the galaxy, which has a beauty-enhancing effect. When it was made, I wanted it. But the Queen Mother gave it to me. Ha ha ha. It drives that big fool crazy. Just now, she had threatened and tempted Lan Mei to snatch that brooch from her. And Lan Mei thought she had found a treasure. Once she takes the brooch back, whatever conspiracy she plans, we will know, and we won't have to worry about her secretly plotting against us behind our backs. Lan Ying was unreserved with her thoughts, saying whatever came to her mind without any reservations. But Jie Qingqiu listened in increasing silence, realizing that she had never truly understood Lan Ying or acknowledged their relationship. Perhaps it wasn't so bad after all, since the other parties concerned didn't seem insincere. She could observe and reflect a bit more. Also, regarding the latest listening device Lan Yunling mentioned, Jie Qingqiu pondered for a moment, thinking that this aging queen still didn't rest and was still calculating in her heart. She needed to keep an eye on it to prevent any unexpected changes. Lan Ying showed no signs of fatigue, talking throughout the entire banquet as if she had endless energy. However, thanks to her, Jie Qingqiu and Vice Officer O didn't have to deal with anyone else that evening. Even the Imperial Ministry of Foreign Affairs had to weigh Lan Ying's status in the Queen's eyes and did not dare to provoke her. Thus, it was relatively peaceful and leisurely. As soon as the banquet ended, the three of them headed home, each returning to their own places. Jie Qingqiu thought about the male insect in her hotel suite, who had been alone in that large room all day, feeling a twinge of guilt, and decided she should bring back a gift. Therefore, on her way back, she passed by a pastry shop and bought a slice of sweet pear-flavored cake, decorated with pear petals, looking very tempting and delicious. To avoid it getting damaged due to bumps, she carefully placed it on her lap. She looked forward to the other person's reaction upon seeing the cake when she returned, unaware of everything that had happened today. 63. A day without the Major General. From the little fool's perspective, Jie met new people today, which was a step forward, indicating that he might have his own social circle and Wu Ti be lonely while Jie Qingqiu was busy. At least, that's what he thought. So he began to recall the event, but he believed it was necessary to remember the premise, beginning, development, and climax of an event all at once to make it complete. The premise was that Jie Qingqiu was to attend a welcome banquet hosted by the Federation for the Empire with Vice Officer O. However, he had no legitimate reason or identity to attend, so he could only spend the entire day alone in this large suite. But the time without Jie Qingqiu always felt particularly difficult. Every minute seemed to stretch, and he had to endure it one by one. After flipping through all the TV channels several times and scrolling through StarNet for a long time, without finding any entertainment that could make him happy, Jie decided to go out for a walk. Jie Qingqiu would give him some pocket money. In fact, she wasn't as stingy as she thought. On the contrary, for someone she had just met, she was quite generous to Jie. Plus, with the leftover money from her grocery shopping, he already had a decent amount of savings. He could buy a bouquet of roses for his sister after going out. The Nalu Hotel was in a bustling area of the Federation, surrounded by various shops. The first shopping mall wasn't too far away. But this time, Jie didn't plan to go into the crowded mall. He just intended to take a stroll around the small commercial street next to the Nalu Hotel. He felt that today could be considered a lucky day, even though his sister wasn't by his side. However, not long after leaving the hotel, he found a coffee shop with decor and a name that suited his taste. Even though he couldn't make sense of many things at the moment, upon seeing the coffee shop, several words naturally floated into his mind. Medieval Italian style. It was strange. He didn't know what the medieval era was, nor had he ever heard of Italy, yet these thoughts appeared effortlessly. He confidently ordered a mocha and settled into a window seat with a feeling he couldn't quite articulate, believing he should have a book at that moment, even though he probably wouldn't understand it. After sitting for about an hour and finishing his mocha, He decided to leave the coffee shop in search of other surprises that might please him. At the second corner of the long street where the coffee shop was located, he happily discovered a flower shop hidden deep in an alley. The wooden sign was a bit old, but the flowers displayed at the entrance still had morning dew on them. Even without stepping into the alley, the rich fragrance of flowers filled his nostrils. He felt certain that today was his lucky day. Excited, he jogged over, as if his body had a mind of its own, and when he reached the shop entrance, he playfully tinkered with the hanging wind chime. The crystal stones clinked together, producing a crisp sound. "Hello, little guest. I'm here," he instinctively said. "Ah, young masterby, you're back? The white camellia you like, I've." A slender male insect emerged from behind a cluster of flowers, greeting him familiarly. However, upon realizing he was speaking to a stranger, his voice abruptly stopped, and his smile froze, creating an awkward moment. But being a businessman, he quickly regained his composure, his expression turning warm. "Hello, customer, what would you like to buy?" Cieli looked at the shopkeeper for several seconds, feeling a wave of familiarity wash over him upon seeing the other. It wrapped around his thoughts, making them sticky and slow. After a while, he finally responded, "I'd like to buy a bouquet of white camellias." The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed. Cieli briefly explained what he wanted, and then the shopkeeper disappeared into a small compartment, presumably to prepare his flowers. During this wait, another person entered the shop, a middle-aged female insect who looked somewhat aged. She was tall and imposing, moving slowly, yet didn't seem old. There were two fine lines at the corners of her eyes, and when she wasn't smiling, she had an intimidating air. Some gray hairs could be seen in her temples, but when the angle changed, they were no longer visible. Her eyes were a pure black, as if they couldn't blend with any impurities or emotions, and her lips were thin, giving her an overall cool demeanor. At first, Cieli didn't dare to look at her, but he couldn't control his gaze. He felt it was inappropriate to stare at a female insect, even though this one was old enough to be his mother, but he already had his own female insect. To his surprise, when he mustered the courage to look at her, she was also looking at him. Her serious expression then softened, and her smile deepened, making her appear much more approachable. However, Cieli felt that her happiness wasn't genuine, at least not pure happiness, because his sister would smile like that when she was in a bad mood. He didn't like it. "Hello, little male insect. Did you come here to buy flowers by yourself?" The female insect asked. Cieli thought that if it were someone else saying this, he definitely wouldn't respond, as it would be very impolite. But he felt he could reluctantly answer this person. "Yes, I'm here to buy flowers." After a pause, he proactively asked back, "Are you buying flowers too?" "Yes, yes." The female insect responded eagerly, looking around clumsily at the flowers on display. "My name is Richest, and I feel it's very fateful to meet you here today. May I know your name?" Richest shouldn't have been so unskilled and awkward. In her youth, she had been romantic and carefree, accumulating plenty of experience interacting with male insects. But the person before her was her long-lost child. The possibility of this made her feel flustered and tongue-tied. After all, facing a dreamy, colorful bubble, no one dared to touch it too forcefully for fear of it bursting. "Richest," he repeated, silently mumbling it several times before suddenly bursting into tears, droplets pooling in his eyes and falling to the ground, soaking into his collar. Richest didn't know what had happened, and Cieli himself felt confused. However, as she tried to comfort him, he wiped his tears away and answered the earlier question. "My name is Cieli. This is the name my sister gave me. I originally didn't have a name." When he said the character for Li, it always lingered in his mouth, blurring the line between Li and Ji, something those around him had gotten used to. Richest trembled upon hearing this, as it was also a habit of Ji, her child. "Customer, your white camellias are ready." The shopkeeper interrupted their conversation as he emerged. He was momentarily startled upon seeing Richest. "Madam, you're here too. Are you here to buy flowers?" "Yes." She reverted to her indifferent demeanor when facing others. "Please give me a bouquet of the same." The shopkeeper complied, handing the flowers to Cieli before retreating to the small compartment, although his gaze lingered briefly on the two talking. "Are you buying for your female insect?" Cieli deeply inhaled the bouquet of wrapped white camellias. "I'm buying for my female insect. It's for my female insect." He couldn't say this to Jie Qingqiu, as she wouldn't like it and would argue. She always loved many male insects and cared for many. And Cieli was just one among them. But he could share this with others. They wouldn't mind, nor would they know about his little schemes. They would think he and his sister were very affectionate. Byroncio was not pleased to hear this. She was now 80, or even more certain that the person before her was her by Jie. Although she didn't know why he had changed into his current form. Some habits, temperament, and feelings remained unchanged. Initially, she had planned to take him away directly, but upon hearing him mention his female insect, everything became complicated. Forcing a male insect away from his female insect would be akin to drilling into the bones, perhaps even causing irreversible effects on his mental state. This was the terrifying aspect of spiritual connections. Moreover, according to the information she had gathered, he was an important figure in this federal negotiation and a hotshot young major general next to the current empress. Clearly, being forceful wouldn't work. Byroncio took a deep breath, her desire to teach that female insect a lesson growing stronger. Not receiving an answer for a while. Cieli widened his eyes and emitted a questioning sound. She forced herself to swallow her words. No, it's just that my child likes them. And I happened to pass by today to buy a bouquet. Child? He repeated, then seemed to think of something, his ears turning bright red. Yes. Byroncio looked at the blushing spot, her gaze deep. But he has been home for a long time. Cieli paused, feeling curious, but also realizing he shouldn't ask too many questions that might make the other sad. So he didn't say anything further. In fact, Byroncio felt a bit disappointed by his lack of inquiry, as some feelings couldn't be easily expressed. After this exchange, the bouquet she wanted was ready. During this period, Byroncio wanted to pay for the order in Jieli's hand as well, but Jieli refused, saying it was a gift for her female bug, and it wouldn't be appropriate to have someone else pay for it. After they each finished paying, she invited him to sit together at a CAF. Jieli went to the CAF that met his expectations for the second time, and this time he ordered a cappuccino. He didn't have a deep impression of the rest of the conversation, but what made him very happy was that the other person understood his preferences and thoughts well, making the overall experience quite pleasant. Before parting, they exchanged contact information on their light brains. By then, it was already dusk, and Jieli chose to return to the empty hotel suite. He arranged the camellia he had received in a vase, although it was meant for Jie Qingqiu. He didn't know when she would return and was worried the flowers would wilt, so he added some nutrient solution given to him by the manager, hoping it would bloom until they returned to the empire. If it didn't, it was fine. He could buy more later. The manager had mentioned earlier that white camellias seemed to be always available. After taking care of these things, the clock had only moved a few small ticks. After opening the TV and flipping through channels for a long time without finding one he liked, he connected to the Star Network and found a comic he had read a long time ago. After watching for a while, Jieli decided to borrow the kitchen from the hotel to cook dinner for himself, Jie Qingqiu, and Officer O. Although he didn't know if they would return, it didn't matter. After finishing the meal, the minute hand finally made a full rotation, but they still hadn't come back. After waiting for a while and confirming that mealtime had passed, Jieli picked up his chopsticks and started eating dinner by himself. For the food he didn't finish. He didn't throw it away. Instead, he borrowed the refrigerator where they stored food to keep it overnight. This wasn't his usual habit, but Jie Qingqiu hated waste. And even if the food didn't suit her taste, she would finish it. In extreme cases, she would choose to save it like this. So Jieli learned to do the same. He ate a bit too much and walked around the suite a few times to digest, feeling a bit better before settling on the sofa to continue watching the unfinished comic. He soon fell drowsy, but he forced himself to look at the clock, realizing it had only moved a little. Time without Jie Qingqiu was always hard to bear. He couldn't remember how he got through it before and was reluctant to recall those times without her. However, he was good at self-persuasion, so he obediently closed his eyes, thinking that perhaps when he woke up, his sister would return. What made him more convinced that today was a lucky day was that after a brief sleep, he indeed saw Jie Qingqiu coming towards him, smiling when she noticed he was awake. Sister. Jieli immediately stood up from the sofa and ran over without bothering to put on his shoes. Having just woken up, his limbs felt weak, and after just a few steps, he almost fell down, but Jie Qingqiu caught him. He also heard Officer O's low laughter. Really, what are you doing? Did you kind of give me a big gift after just one day apart? She laughed, then half-dragged, half-hugged him back to the sofa. I bought you a little cake. Do you want to eat it now? Jelly was genuinely surprised that there was a cake. He felt that the gloom from the long wait had been swept away, and life had become vibrant and happy again. As for the difficult time he had endured, he had already forgotten it. When it came to Jie Qingqiu, he only needed to remember happiness and joy. I want to eat, sister. He reached out his hand and received a packaged, sweet pear-flavored cake, with pear-shaped decorations still intact. Let's eat together. He couldn't wait to unwrap it and pulled her sit next to him. Officer O wisely returned to her room to organize herself. The first bite was for Jie Qingqiu. He used the spoon she had touched to feed himself a bite and found the sweet pear flavor to be the most delicious. They quickly finished the piece of cake together. Caught up in such happiness, he also forgot some things, like telling her that he had made a new friend today. That night, however, the Bai family mansion was not as calm as Jie Qingqiu and Jelly's situation. After saying goodbye to Jelly, Bai Rinqiu drove alone in a modified hover car, circling the outer edges of the main district several times. The tail of the hover car spitting out blue and yellow flames, leaving behind a lingering roar. Street racing had been her hobby in her youth, and it wasn't just as simple as circling the city. The difficulty was high, the stakes were big, and adrenaline was always above the baseline. The passionate and sweaty youth had always been unyielding. After Bai Ji appeared, she had reigned in her wildness. When that little bundle truly hatched from the bug egg, she completely gave up such a dangerous hobby, because at that time, she felt the connection of life and blood ties. She understood she was no longer the only one in this world and had ties and attachments. In fact, Bai Ji's appearance was an accident, stemming from a malicious revenge within the family. That male bug was a very gentle artist with absolute talent and extraordinary beauty. Unfortunately, his health was poor, and shortly after their relationship began, he succumbed to a sudden illness. More regrettably, he didn't even know about Bai Ji's existence. Even later, when she was pregnant with the bug egg, gave birth to the bug egg, and hatched it, she visited him every year on Bai Ji's birthday, but she still felt that it wasn't real. At first, when she learned she was pregnant with a bug egg, she was very resistant. But since there was no precedent for abortion in the galaxy, she had to give birth. However, life is indeed magical. After feeling that child growing continuously, love and affection naturally arose and grew stronger with each passing day. Over the years, Bai Rinqiu continued to grow, evolving from a reckless and willful girl into the head of the Bai family, while Bai Ji also kept growing from a frail little bundle into a tall young man. But she went missing nearly a year ago, and despite exhausting all her resources and efforts, she found no clues. Just when she finally had some leads, she discovered that after such a long time, he had seemingly developed a new way of life, integrated into a new environment, and even found his lover, his so-called lover. Bai Rinqiu certainly didn't think that was right, because during their conversation today, she sensed that the other person's intellect was somewhat impaired. It didn't resemble the words her obedient and intelligent child would say, as if something had damaged his brain. Moreover, decisions made when one's consciousness is unclear are invalid. Besides, what could such an innocent and pure child understand? Bai Rinqiu speculated that he was most likely lured by that female bug. Low-intelligence male bugs being seduced was not something charming. Just thinking about that female bug possibly using candy, cake, ice cream, and other things that coax children to exchange hugs, kisses, and sex with her child made Bai Rinqiu's anger surge. It would be best if she had some heavy weaponry right now to blow that beast away. But no, she couldn't do that. Bai Rinqiu told herself, taking several deep breaths to calm her emotions. Now is not the right time to forcibly bring Bai Ji back. At the very least, she had to wait until the peace talks were over. She couldn't let her personal reasons cause a national upheaval. This was the bottom line of being human. Additionally, Bai Ji's current state was not suitable for bringing back. Perhaps she needed to lay out a bigger plan for him to give up on that female bug, thus making it logical for her to bring him home. After connecting, her hover car finally stopped making a ruckus on the streets. Once it returned to its normal speed, it headed towards the Bai family mansion. Technically, it should be called a manor, but she preferred mansion as it made her feel more cultured and gave off a vibe of a wealthy landowner. Bai Rinqiu admitted she was a bit vulgar. Even though the hover car was back to its normal speed, it was still a bit faster than regular cars due to the modifications so it didn't take long for her to reach home. The head of the family was not back yet, and the entire mansion was brightly lit. She honked the horn outside the ornate iron gate, and the gatekeeper, recognizing her car as honk, quickly opened the door. At that moment, Chun-Yi hurried to the entrance. Bai Rinqiu opened the passenger door for Chun-Yi to get in and then drove her to the main house's entrance. Chun-Yi knew she had something to say, so after getting out of the car, she rushed inside, skillfully taking out a notebook and a pen from the cabinet. She wanted to investigate that. Bai Rinqiu paused for a moment, taking a few seconds to recall the name. That Jie Qingqiu. It was best if her family background was thoroughly investigated. The most important thing was that she needed to know her political enemies. While speaking, she hurriedly looked for a vase and placed the camellias she bought in the afternoon into it. Find me some tips on flower care. Bai Rinqiu gently touched the already wilting petals, her expression ambiguous. Bai Ji seemed to really like this flower. Why hadn't he been planted in the yard before? After pondering for a while without finding an answer, she finally said, "Let us wait until he comes back to discuss it." The lights in the Bai family's main house remained on for a long time, and Chun-Yi left the main house almost at dawn. No one knew what they talked about, perhaps a lot, or maybe nothing at all. The next day, Jie Qingqiu woke up very early and finished the meal that Jie had prepared the previous night by noon. Although it had been reheated once, the deliciousness was still hard to resist, as if one meal could overshadow the extravagant but insipid foods from the banquet. This time, she carefully noticed the sudden appearance of white camellias in the room and learned that they were bought from a nearby flower shop. But she also learned a bit more. Then Jie Qingqiu began to look forward to the camellia bush at her home, wondering if it would bloom as beautifully and if you would take good care of it. After all, that was the result of her and Jie's labor. She spent a relatively leisurely few days in the suite. During these days, her undercover team gradually arrived from the Empire to the Federation, which relieved Jie Qingqiu somewhat. After ensuring that the listening devices and surveillance cameras in the suite were completely modified, she let Lu Huang and Lu Feng out for some fresh air. After all, they were her treasures. How could she keep them hidden from the sun? Moreover, ever since she removed Lei Ning from her blacklist, Jie Qingqiu had been living a life filled with daily messages from her, receiving 99 notifications. Lei Ning loved to send her messages about everything, whether big or small, or even trivial matters, such as, shocking, a female bug fainted at home due to, or warning, female bugs should be wary of love traps. And the secret to a female bug living a long life is. These clickbait headlines were constantly being forwarded. It seemed that Lei Ning had suffered some emotional trauma, so she was particularly vigilant about these matters. Thus, she wanted to advise Jie Qingqiu not to fall in love. However, that wasn't necessary. Aside from that, Lei Ning seemed to have an endless desire to share with her scenery, food, funny videos, current events. All sorts of things would be tagged and shared with her, and even if she didn't reply, Lei Ning would still be enthusiastic. Jie Qingqiu had countless times considered blocking her, but she gave up on that idea because of the red envelopes Lei Ning occasionally sent and the internal news transmitted via the listening device brooch. After spending a relatively leisurely few days, the day of the peace talks finally arrived. Since Jie Qingqiu was the main figure in these talks, the Empire knew that no matter how embarrassing it was, it couldn't afford to lose face during the official meeting, so they sent a special car to pick her up. On that day, she wore her military uniform, buttoned up to the very last button, and tied her hair neatly in a low ponytail at the back of her head, making sure every detail was perfect. Officer O also put away his usual careless demeanor. After all, this time, it genuinely represented the Empire's face. And there were various interstellar media outside the hall. "I'm leaving. You stay here obediently. If there's anything, wait for me to come back and talk about it," Jie Qingqiu said as she adjusted her military hat and was about to walk out. Seeing Jie standing at the door to see her off softened her heart. Jie grinned and nodded obediently. After hesitating for a moment, feeling like there was nothing more to say, she turned to leave but stopped again before the door was opened and said, "Did you like the cake last time? If you did, I'll buy you another one this time." "It was delicious, sister," he answered eagerly, as if he genuinely liked it. "Do you want the same flavor, or should I get something different?" Jie pretended to think for a moment, then shook his head and answered, "I want the same one. I like it." "All right, I got it." Jie Qingqiu couldn't help but reach out to stroke his hair, and after a sigh, she said. I'm leaving. I don't know when I can come back. You have to manage your meals by yourself. What she said was true. The peace talks between the two countries were not that simple, and it could be considered a tense situation. She anticipated that both sides would not communicate in a calm manner, so no one knew how long it would take. It was going to be a tough battle. After saying that, she opened her light brain and transferred some star coins to Jie, a significant amount. You can buy whatever you want. Jie did not refuse and politely thanked her. With that, Jie Qingqiu truly had no reason to stay any longer. After adjusting her hat again, she completely turned and left. During this time, Officer O did not interrupt their conversation. After Jie Qingqiu left the door, he nodded to Jie and followed her. After all, this was a rare peace talk considered a top news story in the current interstellar realm, and the results of the talks might even be recorded in history. Therefore, the entrance of the Nalu Hotel was already crowded with various interstellar media, blocked on both sides by two barriers. Cameras and bright lights were aimed at the hotel entrance, waiting for the main characters to appear. As soon as Jie Qingqiu and Officer O stepped out of the hotel, the surrounding area erupted with the sounds of shutters clicking, and flashes were going off unpredictably. Jie Qingqiu suppressed the desire to frown. In such a serious occasion, there shouldn't be any media interviews, but unexpectedly, there was a bold journalist who shouted a question. Major General Jie, is it true that this peace talk is actually because the Empire is too weak to resist the Federation's power, and thus is taking the initiative to bow down? That media outlet was quite audacious, moving the microphone right up to her as if trying to force her to respond, certain that she wouldn't refuse to answer in front of everyone. But the reporter was mistaken. She indeed would not give her any face to answer and would even respond harshly. Jie Qingqiu stopped in her tracks, turned expressionlessly to look at the reporter, and said, I heard that your Federation reporters are deliberately trying to provoke a conflict between the Federation and the Empire. Is that right? The reporter did not expect a major general to retort like this, and for a moment, she was left speechless. Jie Qingqiu took a few steps closer, looking down at her with the gaze of someone observing an ant, as if she might extend her claws to shred her wings at any moment. Major General Jie, The reporter wanted to say something, but before the words could leave her mouth, she was interrupted. Did I allow you to speak to me? Jie Qingqiu slightly tugged at the corners of her mouth, as if smiling, yet also as if nothing had happened. After that, she didn't say anything more and turned to head towards the direction of the car that had come to pick her up. The surrounding media quieted down considerably. The car sent by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to pick up Jie Qingqiu was a special product of the Empire. Its body was sleek and luxurious, with the door handles and rear-view mirrors adorned with Baroque-style relief patterns, and a gilded imperial flag was inserted at the front. The drivers assisting them were all lieutenants with military ranks. When Jie Qingqiu arrived, one of them got out of the car, opened the door, and saluted her. She nodded, leaned in, and Lieutenant O followed closely behind. Once settled, the car moved steadily towards the venue of the peace talks. The conference hall was built with a solemn and dignified atmosphere, without excessive decorations or chaotic colors, standing there as a representation of national affairs. At this moment, many people gathered at the entrance. Besides the media, there were also many onlookers surrounding the area tightly, as this was considered a major news event in the galaxy. A long red carpet was laid out at the entrance, with ceremonial decorations on either side, making it seem that the Federation held great respect for the Empire. Dressing this tense peace talk like a film festival. At least, they didn't make any mistakes in terms of appearances. However, the Empire's representatives walking on the red carpet did not feel at home. The soft carpet felt like it had needles. The flashing lights on both sides of the red carpet never ceased. After Jie Qingqiu got out of the car, she straightened her clothes and hat, walking straight towards the hall without glancing aside, with Lieutenant O always half a step behind her. The red carpet at the entrance was not long, and within a minute, she had entered and followed the signs to the conference room for today's peace talks. Inside, some people were already seated. Too long. Single-sided conference tables were placed opposite each other, with pre-adjusted microphones and nameplates set up on them. There was a large space behind the conference tables, currently filled with many chairs. She was the protagonist, but not the one with the most important status. So she didn't have the privilege of being the last to arrive and sitting in the middle of the conference table. However, At least there was a place for her to rest her hands. Jie Qingqiu thought to herself in self-deprecation. In reality, what felt like a long wait was merely a few seconds. She glanced around and soon spotted her nameplate. There were 8 seats at the long table, and Jie Qingqiu sat in the second position on the left. She walked straight over and sat down. Facing such a long wait, she unusually maintained a straight posture, head slightly bowed, gazing at the table in front of her. No one knew what she was thinking, not even herself. When Lan Mei and Lan Ying arrived fashionably late, the peace talk venue finally took shape. They were the Empire's first and third princesses, currently the most distinguished individuals from the Empire side. Therefore, their positions were in the middle of the long table. However, it was both surprising and expected that Lan Ying, the third princess, occupied the central position, which was clearly the main seat. Upon seeing the nameplate, a smile on Lan Mei's face stiffened, and she deliberately glanced left and right, probably realizing that no one was secretly mocking her before returning to her previous hypocritical demeanor. Just then, as soon as they sat down, Jie Qingqiu heard a low voice coming from her right. Following the sound, she discovered it was Lan Ying, who was leaning over and pretending to casually glance at her. Jie Qingqiu, why didn't you reply to my message? Did you read what I sent you? Jie Qingqiu thought to herself. This person really has no fear of death and is utterly oblivious. Even the conference room for peace talks, she is still concerned with trivial matters. Calling her foolish would be an understatement. Jie Qingqiu had no intention of engaging her. Fortunately, the main representatives from the Federation soon entered, filling both sides of the long table with people. According to an unknown protocol of the Federation, before the talks began, ceremonious staff dressed in red served a glass of gin to everyone at the long tables. After everyone raised their glasses and took a sip, the peace talks officially began. Once the talks formally started, the first words were spoken by a diplomat from the Federation's deputy position. Not even a minister of the foreign affairs sitting at the main position. She said, "Long time no see, everyone. I hope today's discussions can be smooth and harmonious." It was very informal, extremely casual, and filled with irony. This statement sounded more like someone arriving at a restaurant to meet a family member's blind date, rather than addressing national officials and princesses from another country. The Federation's attitude was contradictory and strange, with disdain and sarcasm hidden in many details. They went to great lengths to host banquets, lay out red carpets, and announce to the media. At least these superficial matters couldn't be easily criticized, yet in many serious issues, they presented a dismissive winner's posture, constantly reminding the Empire that they were merely the defeated clowns, now needing to bow and scrape for peace. Regarding the Federation's arrogant attitude, Jie Qingqiu was unsure whether the people from the Empire were truly oblivious to it or willingly accepted such ridicule to seek peace. After the Federation made this statement, the Empire was supposed to respond, even if it was just a few pleasantries, but no one spoke. Lan Mei and Lan Ying probably saw that the Federation's main representative didn't speak, so they also didn't want to lower themselves to engage. As for what the others thought, Jie Qingqiu never understood. The atmosphere became awkwardly stagnant for about a minute. The Empire side also realized it was not good. Thus, the 8 people at the long table exchanged glances, ultimately turning their eyes towards Jie Qingqiu. She silently scoffed, having anticipated that it would fall on her to speak. Jie Qingqiu was now unbothered by the consequences. However, she would not say anything flattering. Offending the Federation was of no concern to her, at worst. The peace talks would be prolonged, and everyone would stay up late arguing and losing hair. So, Jie Qingqiu smiled hypocritically and said, "Of course, we in the Empire hope for harmony and smoothness in these discussions, and I hope everyone from the Federation truly feels the same." You know, she feigned helplessness. Shrugging her shoulders, "It still depends on you." The people from the Federation did not expect Jie Qingqiu to respond this way. Her words somewhat pierced through the facade of peace they were trying to maintain, causing their smiles to fade considerably. Making the atmosphere awkward was Jie Qingqiu's deliberate intent, but it was clearly not the way the Empire's Ministry of Foreign Affairs would handle things. Thus, they felt some blame and dissatisfaction, but did not express it overtly. "Thank you all for your hospitality these past few days. Jie Qingqiu seized the moment, having no patience left for pleasantries. However, we are here to discuss serious matters today. So, shall we directly get to the point? Her gaze swept across the opposite long table before landing on the Federation's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Liu Yaoyao, sitting at the main position. Minister Liu, she smiled, trying to act obediently like Jie. For such an important matter, it should really be you who speaks first. Jie Qingqiu's remarks were somewhat overstepping, as typically, the person in the main position should speak first when addressing serious matters. However, Lanning had no objections and allowed Jie Qingqiu to speak. Since she had no say, the others were even less inclined to say anything, and could only watch in silence. Liu Yaoyao was slightly surprised to be named by a junior from the enemy country, unsure if she thought that Jie Qingqiu was being too bold. However, she did not show any unpleasant expressions or dissatisfaction. After chuckling a couple of times, she began to speak. Since Liu Yaoyao's gaze shifted downwards, and upon seeing Jie Qingqiu's nameplate, she realized her identity. Since Major General Jie has said so, let's not waste time and have a serious discussion. Although it was said to be a serious discussion, the conversation was not led by her, but by the person sitting to her right. That person was named Liu Renjia, affiliated with the Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and spoke very sharply and acerbically. It was unclear if it was his personal habit or if his emotions were at play, but he always seemed to have a hint of disdain at the corners of his mouth. Liu Renjia was quite rude, skillfully reversing right and wrong, and immediately began to talk about the recent conflicts between the Empire and the Federation, completely erasing the fact that the Federation was the creator of these disputes. After listing the Empire's 8 major sins, Liu Renjia started to present the demands of the Federation. These demands sounded absurd, ridiculous, and shameless. What we, the Federation, want is not much, Liu Renjia said with a smile that appeared even more detestable. First, we need compensation for the losses incurred during the recent self-defense wars with the Empire. After a rough estimate, we have tried to lower the price for the Empire, which is approximately 13 billion star coins. As soon as this figure was mentioned, the scene erupted in uproar. 13 billion star coins was not a small sum anywhere. Even small countries in the galaxy could not gather that amount with all their might, let alone the Empire, which had been economically struggling in recent years. If this money were really taken out, the Empire would be severely weakened for a long time. How many people would go hungry? Jie Qingqiu felt her teeth itch. Having grown up on a garbage planet, she understood the plight of the lower class very well. The lives of the nobility would not change, so, in the end, it would still be the common people who suffer. Liu Renjia lightly coughed, and the female bug named Long Tao beside her coldly scanned the room, effectively silencing the whispers. She cleared her throat again in a pretentious manner and continued. The second point is, everyone knows that many of the conflicts between the Empire and the Federation in recent years are largely due to the planet M2002 on the border. Liu Renjia pressed a button on the table, and immediately a light projection appeared in the air, showing the borderline and that planet. Regarding the ownership of M2002, we all have our own thoughts. However, it's quite normal. Who doesn't wish for their territory to be intact? But, as she spoke, she gave Long Tao a glance, and Long Tao pulled out a pile of old, musty books. In principle, if there was no evidence proving that M200 belongs to us, we would definitely have given it to you for the sake of peace. However, during this period, we have reviewed many ancient texts, and many record that M2002 belongs to the Federation. Therefore, Liu Renjia exchanged glances with Long Tao. The second point is to return the ownership of planet M2002 to the Federation. Another thunderous shock, and as soon as her words fell, the suppressed whispers erupted again. Jie Qingqiu's lips curled into a mocking smile. Compensation, ceding territory, what's next? Do they want to interfere in their internal affairs, or directly deploy military bases in the Empire? She was curious to see how the group of incompetent people in the Empire's Ministry of Foreign Affairs would react after hearing these words. Would they acquiesce? Or would they show a bit of backbone? The third point. Liu Renjia continued without pause, and Long Tao timely helped her suppress the surrounding noise. As both the Federation and the Empire are interstellar powers, we should set a good example for other small countries and races, promoting the public development of interstellar economy. Lu Renjia tirelessly said many things, laying the groundwork, but Jie Qingqiu felt a chill in her heart. She roughly understood what the other party meant. They were subtly trying to breach the Empire's defenses against the Federation. Sure enough, the next moment, Lu Renjia got to the point. Therefore, we believe it is necessary for the two countries to strengthen economic and trade exchanges. Now that the Federation's economic development momentum is better than that of the Empire, she chuckled. So perhaps the Empire could establish a dedicated trade port for the Federation. If things progress, well, we could even invite other small countries to join in. And the Empire might designate a planet or an area for us foreign merchants to rest. What do you think? She looked at the long table of the Empire and the people sitting behind it. Of course, no one answered her. After a few seconds of stagnant atmosphere, she seemed to realize how ridiculous her previous suggestion was, and she chuckled to herself. Of course, these are all things to be discussed later. It is still too early. After Lu Renjia finished this sentence, several people at the Federation's long table exchanged glances, and then they heard her say, "That's all for now. We can discuss the detailed content later. What do you think? How should the Empire think?" An atmosphere of dissatisfaction enveloped the Empire's side, but despite their discontent, no one dared to speak. After a while, Jie Qingqiu felt the pressure naturally shift onto her, because if she didn't speak, no one would. And if no one spoke, it meant that this negotiation would end with the Empire making infinite concessions. Once such a humiliating treaty was signed, she, as one of the main figures in the negotiations, would become a sinner of the Empire. What about the innocent common people? Jie Qingqiu couldn't imagine. Seeing that Lu Renjia was almost revealing a smile of certainty, the surrounding discussions grew louder, and the people from the Empire's Ministry of Foreign Affairs fell silent. She took a deep breath and quickly prepared her thoughts in her heart. Within a few seconds, Jie Qingqiu tapped her fingers on the table. The crisp sound was amplified through the microphone in front of her, and the people present heard the rhythmic sound, quickly quieting down and turning to look at her. She smiled faintly, casting an ambiguous glance at Lu Renjia and the high-ranking officials from the Federation across the long table. Then, under the gaze of everyone, she solemnly and firmly said, "Ms. Lu, I have something to say." Lu Renjia shifted her gaze to her, a smirk on her face, full of sarcasm. It seemed she was seriously listening to what Jie Qingqiu had to say, but also seemed completely uninterested in the content of her words. However, Jie Qingqiu didn't care, because what she wanted was not Lu Renjia's attitude. As far as I know, in recent years, there have been a total of 24 friction disputes between the Empire and the Federation, of which 90 were initiated by the Federation. She imitated Lu Renjia, wearing a somewhat sarcastic smile. The main party that resolved these disputes was the Empire. As her firm words fell, the atmosphere in the conference room became even more tense, and one could palpably feel the increasingly serious atmosphere. After hearing her words, the smile on Lu Renjia's face faded significantly. However, Jie Qingqiu seemed to be oblivious to that, and more sharply and rudely said, "Why did Ms. Lu just now deliberately avoid discussing this matter?" As if she intentionally forgot this important information, Lu Renjia's expression darkened considerably, and the smile was completely gone. "Of course I know that, Miss. Lu did not mean it that way." Jie Qingqiu pretended to smile innocently. Perhaps she simply forgot, and I am not willing to speculate on everyone with the greatest malice. "Ms. Lu, is that so?" She was not willing to perform a solo act, and looking at the other party, she threw out a question, her gaze piercing as if urging the other party to answer. Lu Renjia straightened her body, her brow slightly furrowed, her mouth slightly parted as if she wanted to answer her question, but Jie Qingqiu did not give her that opportunity. Since this key point was remembered, the first request proposed by the Federation was no longer valid. Her expression became much more innocent, carrying a hint of naive cruelty and determination. "Perhaps we can still negotiate who compensates whom." Saying a word to Lu Renjia, the conference room became a bit noisier, but every word from Jie Qingqiu would make the scene quieter. "Let us talk about the second point." As she spoke, she tapped her knuckles on the table, the crisp and rhythmic sound accompanying her words, pressing on people's hearts. The issue of the ownership of Planet M2002 has already become a historical legacy problem, debated for many years between the Empire and the Federation. But I remember that over 100 years ago, when our Empire's first queen was still around, the previous president of your Federation had already clearly discussed the ownership of M2002, and the Stellar Agreement clearly states that it belongs to our Empire, with sources and proofs written in black and white. Even though technology has developed to this point for important events and agreements, everyone still chooses to write them down with pen and paper. This is the most time-tested and ceremonial way. Jie Qingqiu was glad that she hadn't read too much, but had seriously read a few books, and she had a detailed understanding of the Empire's history. As soon as she mentioned the Stellar Agreement, the expressions of the people from the Federation became even worse, with a few seeming like they wanted to erupt. However, that was over 100 years ago, and none of us witnessed it, so it is very normal for the Federation members to be unclear or confused. She chuckled a couple of times, and others could not tell if it was sarcasm or something else. I believe that you all are not the kind of people who would go against the wishes and thoughts of your ancestors, and you would not question or go back on things that have already been negotiated and confirmed. Jie Qingqiu noticed that Lu Renjia's gaze was becoming increasingly cold. If there were substance to it, she estimated that she would be pierced to the heart by that icy edge. But she didn't care, and isn't it impossible to achieve substance right now? She squinted her eyes while smiling and said about the third point as perceived by the other side. Regarding the establishment of a trade port however, this time she couldn't finish her words. Lu Yaoyao interrupted her, still wearing that calm facade. With a seemingly formal yet gentle and kind expression, speaking lightly, but the direction had shifted. She said, "Young people, Major General Jie, this is a peace talk, not a debate for you to argue against me." With just that one sentence, Jie Qingqiu lost her words and her spirits. Indeed, this is a peace talk where the Empire is the weaker side, a peace talk that the Empire actively sought. To put it more simply, it is the Empire that is rushing to apologize wrongly. Therefore, no matter what attitude the Federation has, it is normal, and the Empire should also accept these rude demands. Jie Qingqiu's hands tightened around the armrests of her chair, the iron floral designs almost digging into her palms, causing a dull pain, but it seemed like she felt nothing. She had been overly confident, thinking that her lengthy speech had reason and evidence, and had regained the initiative. In fact, from the moment the Empire requested peace talks, the initiative would not belong to them. After Lu Yaoyao finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room became thick and tense again, with breathing becoming somewhat difficult to articulate. After waiting for about a minute, feeling that no one was speaking again, Lu Yaoyao suddenly laughed heartily. "I knew I shouldn't have spoken. Look how scared these young people are. I must look too serious." As she said this, the people from the Federation echoed her. She scanned the room and said something very inappropriate and not suitable for a formal occasion. "I see everyone has been discussing for so long. You must be thirsty, right? How about we take a break and have some water?" The people from the Federation naturally nodded in agreement, while no one from the Empire spoke. Jie Qingqiu glanced at Lu Yaoyao, knowing that when they returned, this smoke-free battle would be even harder to fight. She sighed and weakly closed her eyes. After Lu Yaoyao called for a temporary break, not many people stayed behind. The speed at which they exited the room was as if there was something extraordinary in this room that they had to escape from. Watching them leave, Jie Qingqiu also could not sit still. The air and atmosphere here were indeed oppressive. After giving Officer O a glance, the other followed her out. Jie Qingqiu found a quiet and secluded, non-smoking area, hiding behind a large artificial bonsai. Officer O walked up to her and proactively pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, handing one to her mouth. She took it, and Officer O helped her light it. After a few seconds of silence, Officer O also took one for himself but did not light it. At this moment, no one spoke because no one knew what to say. Comforting words were superfluous. Optimistic words were burdensome, and negative emotions were too despairing. After finishing one cigarette, Jie Qingqiu said to her, "Xiao, oh, give me a cup of hot water." Officer O responded with an threw the cigarette he had in his mouth into the trash can, and left to help her make honey water. She had only been gone for a little over 10 seconds when another person came around the corner, walking quickly and making a loud noise. It was clear that the owner of the footsteps was not in a good mood. Jie Qingqiu initially did not intend to pay attention, but the person walked straight up to her. Jie Qingqiu, the person called out. Only then did she pull her focus away from her bad mood, looking up to find that the newcomer was Lan Ying, causing the muscles in her tense face to relax slightly. But her expression was still not good. What's wrong? Lan Ying seemed to have been startled by her expression and shrank back a little. I just came to talk to you. Jie Qingqiu looked at her impatiently for a few seconds, then reluctantly moved aside a bit to make some space for her. Lan Ying was not polite and sat down right next to her. These people from the Federation are too much. This is not an attitude for negotiation. This is simply taking advantage of the fire, she said, slapping her leg hard. What is the difference from being defeated? If we agree to these 3 conditions, what will we become? Chattering endlessly was Lan Ying's characteristic. She was always able to stretch one thing indefinitely. Jie Qingqiu was already somewhat impatient. Why didn't you say that in the meeting? What is the point of talking now? Can they hear what you are saying? What effect will it have once it's written down? You all are as timid as quails in front of the Federation. Is this how the 3 princesses represent the Empire's face? In fact, her tone was not harsh. Each word was spoken slowly and without much emotion. But the choice of words was indeed harsh, and this criticism was like a thunderbolt for Lan Ying. The liveliness on her face withered instantly. Biting her lower lip and unable to speak, lowering her head, the arrogance and dominance fading away. Seeing her like this, Jie Qingqiu recalled the scene when she first made the other party cry. At that time, Lan Ying, despite being covered in wounds and enduring the pain, had tears in her eyes but wore a lively and defiant expression, something Jie Qingqiu had never seen before. She was simply impatient, not heartless. She had noticed the concern Lan Ying had shown her over the past few days, and it was normal for her not to speak during the meeting. After all, she had known from the start that the other party was foolish and cowardly. After coming to terms with this, Jie Qingqiu felt her restless heart calm down significantly. Who could blame her silly child? After taking a few deep breaths, she turned to the now wilted Lan Ying and said, I owe you an apology. I was too emotional earlier and spoke too harshly. This matter shouldn't be blamed on you. If what you said really worked, we wouldn't be in this situation now. Lan Ying's brows twitched, but she still showed no positive emotion. Thus, Jie Qingqiu instinctively reached out to ruffle her hair, causing her meticulously styled hair to become a bit messy, but Lan Ying's mood improved considerably because of it. She resembled a somewhat temperamental, purebred noble cat. Even though she was usually aloof, when someone stroked her fur in a comfortable way, she would still show a contented expression and purr. Jie Qingqiu smiled as well. After a while, Deputy Officer O returned, holding a cup of steaming honey water. She was slightly surprised to see Lan Ying there, but didn't say much, instead handing the honey water to Jie Qingqiu. The honey here has a jasmine scent. I don't know if you like it. Jie Qingqiu took a sip and found it quite fragrant. Thus, the worries from the meeting and the unpleasantness from earlier were naturally set aside. And the 3 of them in this small, secluded area didn't say much more. The half-hour break soon came to an end. Jie Qingqiu crumpled the disposable cup and tossed it into the trash can, straightened her clothes, and walked back to the conference room. It seemed like she was composed, but in fact, she hadn't thought about anything during that half hour. She told herself that there would always be a lot of pressure and troublesome matters everywhere, and that during rare moments of rest, she didn't have to force herself any longer. Once she entered through that door, the invisible pressure came bearing down on her again, making it feel difficult to breathe. However, Jie Qingqiu still performed well and appropriately. She nodded at the diplomats from the Imperial Foreign Ministry who hadn't spoken earlier, then smiled toward the federal side. Some responded, while others averted their gazes. Even though she had achieved the rank of Major General and her status was higher than many others, most people sitting at the imperial table still looked at her with disdain. This was because Jie Qingqiu was not trusted or favored by the imperial queen, and because she did not come from a background of immense wealth. Her gaze flickered as she lightly scanned the faces of those people, not doing anything excessive. When she reached her designated seat, she noticed that a potted plant had been added to her table. It was an ordinary plant with small green flowers. She stared at it for a few seconds before someone hurriedly came to remove it. That person appeared nervous, apologizing as they moved it, saying it had been placed there hastily due to an urgent matter and was being taken away immediately. She glanced at it a few more times, but since the meeting was about to begin, she didn't pursue the matter further. After she sat down, other high-ranking officials from the long table gradually entered, and once everyone had arrived, the unexpectedly paused meeting resumed. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and everyone silently acknowledged the moment. Within a short time, Jie Qingqiu decided that this time she would take the initiative. No matter how Lu Yaoyao would mock her, she still had to finish what needed to be said. Thus, her lips moved, trying to utter words, but she found her throat felt as if it had swallowed something coarse, producing only an extremely small, hoarse sound. Moreover, the microphone in front of her wouldn't turn on. She was momentarily taken aback, recalling the potted plant that had been placed on her desk. And then she realized a lot. In the next moment, she understood that someone didn't want her to speak. The likelihood of this person being from an empire was far greater than from the Federation. After coming to this realization, Jie Qingqiu couldn't articulate her feelings. It was too complicated. All she could extract from her chaotic thoughts was disappointment, helplessness, and fatigue, along with a sense of blandness. Jie Qingqiu was almost 41 years old this year. She had lived on the most barren, impoverished, and harsh trash planet of the Empire until she was 18. On her 18th birthday, she used the star coin she had saved for over a decade to buy a spaceship ticket to leave. At 20, she enlisted in the military, starting as a soldier in the assault troops. All her skills were learned on the battlefield, just a second before the hardest transformation for female bugs. She had just torn the wings of a mutated insect and then hid beneath the corpse, enduring the smell of decay. When she crawled out from under the body, the battle had already ended, and the Imperial Army had long since withdrawn. She returned to the military base after nearly half a month, penniless and reeking of death, and was severely punished for leaving her unit without permission. She had no complaints about this. From 20 to 40 years old, she had devoted half her life to the Empire and the battlefield through 345 conflicts, missions, and wars. Her hands were stained with the blood of various races, and countless comrades had died or been injured around her, leaving her with innumerable wounds. Although her extraordinary recovery ability left no trace today, Jie Qingqiu still remembered the locations and appearances of those deep, bone-visible wounds. She had never thought of repaying kindness with malice. After all, this was her place of growth, where friends, mentors, life, and memories resided. It was only natural for her to protect her home. However, Jie Qingqiu suddenly realized that this home seemed not to love her, nor did it need her love. She couldn't help but feel disappointment and loss over how things had turned out. All these complex emotions ultimately turned into a sense of weary blandness. Forget it. Let it be. She shifted her body back and let out a sigh from her hoarse throat, like a drop of long-stale water squeezed from a decaying old sponge. And nothing more. After completing this action, Jie Qingqiu sensed that someone briefly shifted their gaze to her. As for who it was, she didn't want to investigate further. Perhaps for the first time, Jie Qingqiu's insistence on reason had some effect. The Federation realized the unreasonableness of her demands. Or perhaps the intimidation posed by the Luringia was never truly documented in the real plan. After a short break, although the conditions they proposed were still harsh, they surprisingly didn't seem so outrageous in comparison. They halved the compensation amount, and the issue of the M2002 ownership was no longer mentioned. But the Federation remained adamant about the commercial port, though they chose a more tactful wording. Jie Qingqiu instinctively felt that this was a psychological battle initiated by the Federation. But she couldn't express anything at the moment, nor did she want to say anything. After seeing the conditions relax significantly, the Imperial group breathed a sigh of relief and quickly agreed, leading to a hastily and passively reached rough consensus on the agreement. Today's peace talks could be considered to have reached a conclusion. After Lu Yaoyao said a few polite words, she announced the end of today's meeting, suggesting that they would discuss it again once the draft agreement was prepared tomorrow. However, while speaking, her gaze intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Jie Qingqiu. The atmosphere was tense, and the heavy topic of the meeting had concluded, causing everyone, including the Imperial representatives, to seem relieved. Jie Qingqiu remained seated until everyone had left before standing up. Lanning wanted to wait for her, but she had been invited to a gathering by the Federation that evening and couldn't refuse, so she had to leave. She exited through the back door. The Federation's strange rules did not allow the media to film or interview during the meeting's adjournment, giving Jie Qingqiu a rare moment of peace. The car was no longer available, as the Imperial arrangements were only for when they needed to save face. So they had to take a taxi. Major General? Officer O had already noticed something was off, but only now had the chance to ask. What happened? Jie Qingqiu glanced at her and shook her head slightly. Officer O understood, and after scanning the area, fell silent while hailing a taxi on the side road. When the driver inquired about their destination, Jie Qingqiu silently mouthed hospital to Officer O, who felt a chill and opened her mouth a few times before instructing the driver to take them to a more remote private hospital. During the ride, Officer O felt restless and almost couldn't help but ask, but she managed to hold back until they arrived. Once they got out of the car, she hurriedly asked, Major General, what's wrong? Were you hurt? Jie Qingqiu couldn't make a sound, struggling to produce meaningless and hoarse sounds. But she still managed to convey the gist of it. After uttering a few syllables, she opened her holographic device to tell Officer O the general situation and her speculations. This elicited a reaction of barely contained anger from Officer O, expressing her outrage at the foolishness of the culprits. What a bunch of ungrateful wretches. A pack of heartless wolves. Officer O rarely used foul language. She usually reprimanded Jie Qingqiu for swearing, but now in her anger, she let slip a few words she had learned from Jie Qingqiu. The last phrase was quite vulgar. A curse Jie Qingqiu had used once when she narrowly escaped death on the battlefield, which Officer O surprisingly remembered. Gently, she patted Officer O's shoulder and silently mouthed to her not to curse. Officer O wanted to argue, but ended up saying nothing after opening her mouth. Then led Jie Qingqiu into the hospital, hastily erasing traces and contacting the shadow guards. Even if Jie Qingqiu didn't speak, she was determined to uncover the mastermind behind this incident. It couldn't just be left unresolved. A bunch of ungrateful wolves. The doctor was very professional and quickly identified the issue, which fortunately wasn't too serious. The problem with Jie Qingqiu's voice was caused by a plant native to the Federation, which had a certain toxicity that could affect human vocal cords but wouldn't cause any fatal or irreversible harm. This plant wasn't common, and many Federation citizens hadn't heard of it, so it was normal for Jie Qingqiu, as an imperial citizen, not to know. After prescribing an antidote and informing her that if she followed the medical advice, her voice would likely fully recover in about a week, Officer O took Jie Qingqiu back to the Nalu Hotel. Jie had also been waiting for them for a long time. 71. The Major General's little fool, crying a few seconds after ringing the doorbell, the door opened. Along with the indoor light, a rich aroma of food wafted out. Jie Qingqiu recognized that he had made winter melon and pork rib soup today. It wasn't anything unusual, but she loved it, finding the flavor both light and rich, fleeting yet lingering. Knowing she could enjoy warm and familiar food, that evening made her feel like today wasn't so bad after all. Perhaps things hadn't reached a dead end yet. Sister, you're back, Jie exclaimed happily upon seeing them, stepping aside to let them in. I made dinner. Jie Qingqiu initially wanted to feign anger and ask why he opened the door without looking, considering what might happen if he encountered someone with ill intentions. However, she opened her mouth only to remember that her voice was currently hoarse and she couldn't say a complete sentence. So, she could only reply softly with Upon receiving just one syllable, Jie became a bit flustered, glancing up at Officer O. After a quick look at her superior, Officer O said, The Major General has temporarily lost her voice. It will take about a week to recover. Upon hearing this, Jie looked like he was about to cry, his brows furrowing and eyes reddening, as if he were the one who had been betrayed and now unable to speak. But Jie Qingqiu's heart softened towards him. She didn't want to be harsh and unfeeling, so she decided to accept his uninvited empathy. She reached out to ruffle Jie's hair, silently mouthing it's okay. Then, without removing her hat and coat, she went straight to the dining table, signaling him to hurry up and start the meal. Officer O watched her helplessly, moving closer to reach for her coat. Major General, you should hang up your coat and hat. Only then did Jie Qingqiu remember this detail, naturally taking off her hat and coat and handing them to her. The benefit of being injured was that the people around her tended to be much gentler. Officer O was no longer so loud and boisterous. Although this gentleness was often optional on regular days, Jie Qingqiu still found it comforting. The meal was genuinely satisfying. The hot soup warmed her entire body, making her feel lazy and relaxed. She was very tired, and, after eating, she walked around the suite a few times to digest before returning to her room to rest. She lay in bed for a short while before falling asleep, unaware of what was happening outside her room. In the middle of the night, she woke up once, her throat feeling itchy and dry, as if it was about to burn. Instinctively, she reached for the bedside table, only to remember that she had locked the door when she came in, and Officer O couldn't bring her water. So, she had to get up and go outside to pour herself some water. Officer O had kept a thermos of warm water for her, ensuring that she always had hot water available. However, she didn't quite understand why Jie Qingqiu had such a strong obsession with hot water, as if hot water could cure all ailments. After downing a cup of hot water, Jie Qingqiu felt much more awake, and her throat was not as uncomfortable. She stretched her body and walked around the suite, but she keenly heard some faint sobbing sounds coming from Jie's room. At first, she thought she misheard, but upon pressing her ear to the door, she confirmed it was genuine crying. Jie Qingqiu twisted the doorknob, but didn't open it. Initially, she intended to knock directly, but then she thought that if she did, Jie would surely wipe his tears and put on a facade as if nothing had happened. So, she scanned the room and noticed that the window and the small opening of the floor-to-ceiling window were quite close, and the outer wall had decorative protruding plaster lines. It would be easy to get across. Jie Qingqiu peered through the small window and confirmed that he hadn't closed it. In the next moment, she nimbly climbed through the window, crossing the distance between the two windows in just a few steps, and silently slipped into Jie's room without even lifting the curtains too much. Jie was indeed crying and was very much absorbed in it. He lay on the bed, his voice muffled beneath the covers, mixed with tears, and his body trembled slightly. Jie Qingqiu approached him, and he still hadn't noticed her presence. She then crouched down, getting very close to his face buried in the blanket. If he looked up, their breaths would mingle. She hummed a syllable from her nose. Jie only realized someone had come in after a breath beside him and a prompt. He gasped and sat up from the bed, his eyes red and filled with terror as he looked at her, trembling in fear. As Jie Qingqiu had thought, he was soaked. Through the thin moonlight that streamed into the room, Jie finally recognized that the person was Jie Qingqiu, and his body stopped shaking. After a few seconds, he hurriedly tried to wipe away the tears on his face. However, he was caught by Jie Qingqiu with one hand. "Why are you crying?" she said, her voice hoarse and raspy. Jie understood and chose to lower his head instead of wiping away his tears. Jie Qingqiu used her other hand to grip his chin, forcing him to lift his head. "Speak." After a few seconds of looking at him, Jie Qingqiu felt his tear-stained face was pitiful, so she released his chin and used her fingertip, calloused from handling a gun, to help him wipe away the tears. The tear stains were wiped away, but a few red marks remained on his delicate skin, making it look as if he had been bullied severely. Jie Qingqiu asked several times in her rough, indistinct voice before Jie finally agreed to speak. "Sister is hurt and can't talk. I'm at home, only at home, but sister is outside. I can only cook for sister. I can't do anything else. Sister can't talk. It must hurt a lot. There are many bad people outside." Because he had cried for too long and was too absorbed in his emotions, he spoke with sobs, his fragmented sentences lacking any logic. But Jie Qingqiu was intelligent and understanding, as she still grasped his meaning and understood his feelings. He cried because he was in pain, and he was in pain because he felt powerless. He blamed and hated himself for being unable to do anything but cook, for not being able to accompany her through the bloody storms, for not having the ability to shield her from enemies. But didn't really matter? Jie Qingqiu wouldn't blame him. There were many who could accompany her into battle, but there was only one Jie who would cook for her and wait for her to come home. Furthermore, Jie Qingqiu had no right to blame him because he had already done enough and more. He was the fragrant magnolia, the rain-soaked weeping crabapple, a cluster of white mountain camellias, and he didn't need to grow thorns for anyone. Jelly didn't know her thoughts and continued to sob, squeezing out a few more tears from his eyes. Jie Qingqiu reached out to help him dry his face, her moist fingertips rubbing together, generating a bit of warmth. After drying his face, she placed her hand on his head and gently rubbed it. "It's okay." She struggled to articulate the words, producing very vague syllables. He did nothing wrong. Despite the fragmented sounds, Jelly understood what she meant. He stubbornly shook his head, but his body involuntarily leaned towards Jie Qingqiu, as if she were his support. Without her, he felt like a floating duckweed, swaying in the wind. Jie Qingqiu accepted his reliance, moved closer, knelt on one knee, and offered her shoulder. He obediently pressed his forehead against it. At that moment, Jie Qingqiu finally released the hand that had held him, and, following her heart's desire, wrapped her arms around him. Thus in the room, only the gradually merging sounds of their breathing remained. On what seemed to be an ordinary night, their hearts were infinitely close, both near and far at the same time. After they embraced, Jelly stopped crying. Perhaps it was because he had cried alone for so long that when the surrounding environment became comfortable and pleasant, and he felt a sense of security, he easily fell asleep. He leaned against Jie Qingqiu and dozed off. She realized this had happened nearly 10 minutes later. Jie Qingqiu sighed, lifted him horizontally, placed him on the bed, covered him with a blanket, and then found a towel to wet with hot water to help clean his face. After doing all this, she sat by the bed and watched his obedient, quiet sleeping face for about an hour. During that hour, she felt as if she had fallen into a lost dream. The speed of blinking slowed. The beating of her heart became slow, her thoughts completely emptied, and before her was a vast white expanse. It wasn't tea until a cool breeze blew in through the wide-open window, causing the heavy curtains to flutter, that the moonlight, previously blocked, flooded in. That Jie Qingqiu came back to her senses. "I'm leaving," she opened her mouth to say, but no sound came out. She thought about climbing back to the living room through the window, but after taking a few steps, she remembered she could directly push the door open. So after tucking in the blanket, she left. The next day, she still woke up very early because negotiations couldn't be completed in a day. There were many aspects of the contract that needed to be discussed and would take a long time to finalize. Moreover, she didn't think the content of yesterday's negotiations was acceptable, although she felt disappointed and cold-hearted. Instinct drove her to do more for this country and for its people. Even though she was currently unable to speak, Officer O could talk, and their tacit understanding was enough for her to express what she wanted to say. Officer O woke up with her. The two of them methodically organized themselves, washed up, got dressed, and said goodbye to Jelly, who had already woken up, with the seriousness of pulling on their military uniforms and putting on their hats. However, this seemingly harmonious facade was shattered the moment the door wouldn't open. The door, which should have opened inward, was stuck with a little force. They could hear the faint sound of a chain rattling. Jie Qingqiu and Officer O exchanged glances, but saw the same understanding and disappointment in each other's eyes. She turned to the windowsill, opened a small window, and reached out to feel a transparent quantum light wall just 20 centimeters away from the window. Knocking on it, she heard a solid sound. The three of them fell into silence for a moment. "Damn," she cursed excitedly, her voice breaking. "What garbage people." Officer Usiged El Plesli took off his hat and coat, then turned to pour Jie Qingqiu a glass of water, adding the medicine the doctor had prescribed yesterday. "Major General, don't speak. Your voice is like this," the doctor said to follow the medical advice. She handed over the water, actively helped her take off her hat, and then went to unbutton her coat. Jelly watched as the atmosphere became tense and felt a suffocating sense of powerlessness. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to cook for them first. Jie Qingqiu was angry, but she also knew she couldn't get out. So she obediently took off her coat and gulped down the medicine. "I really didn't expect to do such a thing. Then why did they let me come here in the first place? Don't they know what kind of person I am?" She silently mouthed a lot. An officer understood. The queen always spoke as if the wind was a storm, and she always wanted to do something to show that we were all in her grasp. Officer O saw her finish that cup and brewed another cup of medicine. This was merely to dampen the spirits of the pro-war faction and to suppress General Liu. Although you and the general don't seem to have a good relationship, you are still a major general of the mech army, and the queen is still wary of you, especially of the general. Officer O spoke softly and slowly. But in fact, she was also very anxious and irritable. Her anger was no less than that of the major general. She only knew that it wasn't the right time to explode. If both of them lost it, the situation would be unresolvable. She was the deputy to General Xie and should compliment her. She had said these words many times. The other party was actually well aware of them, but expressing them always relieved some stress. After a moment of silence, Jie Qingqiu let out a heavy sigh and squeezed out the words "never mind" from her nasal cavity. As for what "never mind" meant, she didn't specify and didn't want to say more. Xieli had prepared breakfast, which consisted of hot porridge and buns. It didn't look like fast food, and she didn't know how he managed to make it all in such a short time. The hot porridge was sprinkled with freshly chopped green onions, green against the white, and the aroma mixed with the steam spread throughout the room, stimulating one's appetite. Thus, Jie Qingqiu and Deputy Officer who decided to finish their breakfast before discussing anything, since they couldn't go out anyway. Those people had used the latest thick-walled defensive light wall to trap her, which could effectively withstand attacks from heavy mechs and wouldn't be breached in a short time. This meant that even if she used the Lu Huang to attack, it wouldn't be possible to break through in a short time. Perhaps by the time she got out, the meeting would be over. The downside was that the range was small and the cost was high, just enough to trap Jie Qingqiu. They had really invested heavily. After finishing a bowl of hot porridge, Jie Qingqiu received a message from Lanning. 73. The Major General has received help from the third princess. It was still in the same verbose style, sending a long paragraph before getting to the point. Jie Qingqiu generously helped her find the key point. Lan Ying's lengthy expression conveyed just one message: why she hadn't seen Jie Qingqiu at the peace talks today. How could she explain to this foolish child that her mother wanted to kill her and couldn't stand to see her do well? That she was poisoned by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and usurped power? That the country where Lan Ying grew up was corrupt and the regime decayed? It wasn't appropriate to say these things, nor should it be. Lan Ying was foolish due to excessive naivety and simplicity. The world wasn't black and white. And after deep contact, one could find that she didn't actually harbor any dislike for Jie Qingqiu. Everything in the past was likely done to attract attention. Jie Qingqiu was not a bad person, but she wasn't that cruel either. There was no need to shatter the other party's innocence. To solve all your problems, it's fine. I'm sick, just focus on the meeting. After a while, without a response, the next message startled Jie Qingqiu. The iris in autumn. Jie Qingqiu, actually I know. The iris in autumn. I heard it through that brooch. They poisoned you. The iris in autumn. You can't come today. It's also because of them, right? Rather than asking if it was done by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it was more like asking if it was done by Lan Yunling. But no one said it that bluntly. However, Lan Yunling did give Lan Ying the rare love and tenderness. She pondered over these 3 sentences for a while and replied with a simple mm. The innocent girl still had to face evil. Self-tearing and self-reconciliation were hidden after growth, and pain and struggle were inevitable costs to pay. This was the law of operation and survival in this world. The iris in autumn. Oh, I'm sorry. Lan Ying sent such a message and then fell silent for a while. During this time, Jie Qingqiu didn't know what had happened, but when the next message came in, Lan Ying returned to her original state. After rambling on for a long time, she finally revealed that she could act as Jie Qingqiu's mouthpiece, helping her express those unspoken words. Lan Ying was no longer afraid of offending anyone, and certainly couldn't be harmed. Jie Qingqiu's index finger and thumb subconsciously rubbed together. After pondering for a few seconds, she lightly kicked Deputy Officer O onto the table. Deputy Officer O, hurry up and eat, she said, shoving a large bowl of porridge into her mouth. Deputy Officer O understood her gaze and quickly finished her breakfast in a few bites. There's something you eat first. Jie Qingqiu silently mouthed the words, not caring whether the other party could read her lips. She patted Xieli's hair and then quickly entered her own room. After Deputy Officer O finished, she put down her bowl and chopsticks. Sorry, Xieli, you can wait for me to come out and clean up. You eat first. Before Xieli had a chance to respond, she too rushed into Jie Qingqiu's bedroom, leaving him alone in the large dining room. His mouth opened and closed helplessly a few times, glancing at the other 2 bowls on the table, then lowering his gaze. After a moment of silence, Jie picked up his bowl again and slowly began to eat his breakfast. For some reason, it had gone a bit cold. After Deputy Officer O entered the room, Jie Qingqiu showed her the chat records with Lan Ying, highlighting the point where the other party agreed to relay messages. In just a short time, the other party sent a long message again, but it wasn't important, so the two tacitly ignored it. How is it? After she felt that the other party had read enough, Jie Qingqiu asked in broken syllables. 74. The contract has finally been signed. I think it's good, Major General. Deputy Officer O returned the light brain to Jie Qingqiu, her expression serious. Since the third princess is willing, then it's fine. What she says will carry more weight. She bit her lower lip. There was really no need to care about the queen's feelings. After all, whether such matters existed or not, the queen would never be satisfied with them. Yes, it can't get worse than this. When in a desperate situation, every step forward is progress, and even an inch gained brings joy. Jie Qingqiu nodded in agreement. It was uncertain whether the Federation was overconfident or for other reasons, but they had not set up light brain signal jammers in the hall, which made it convenient for a few people. The message from Lan Ying also indicated that she was currently sitting at the long table in the conference room, perhaps listening to the Federation's peace talk representatives eloquently discussing while secretly messaging on her light brain in such a serious setting. The two on the other end of the light brain were also analyzing Lan Ying's real-time text broadcast. Although the Federation made some concessions in yesterday's meeting, the detailed contract content they provided today clearly revealed their wolfish ambition in the details. On the surface, it seemed similar to what was said yesterday, but many places had cleverly set traps in the wording, allowing the Federation to manipulate them in the future if they chose. For example, regarding compensation, they omitted a clear compensation timeline, instead using the phrase annual compensation of 6.5 billion star coins. As for the trade port section, after requiring the Empire to establish it, they used punctuation to separate and wrote, after establishing the trade port, the Federation may freely enter and exit the Empire. What does it mean to enter and exit the Empire? Does it refer only to the trade port or to all the territory of the Empire? Their wording was too ambiguous. Chinese characters can be interpreted in many ways, and this sentence could have multiple meanings. They seem to have ulterior motives and malicious intentions. Didn't anyone in the Empire's Ministry of Foreign Affairs notice this? Jie Qingqiu exchanged glances with Deputy Officer O, both of their expressions not looking good. After carefully reviewing the preliminarily drafted contract, she circled the suspicious points and sent them to Lan Ying, also advising her on more rigorous wording to prevent the other party from exploiting loopholes. Worried that Lan Ying might lose her composure and provoke the other party, Jie Qingqiu deliberately said a few more words to urge her to control her emotions. When Jie Qingqiu was discussing serious matters with her, Lan Ying still appeared somewhat reliable. After sending the information, the other party didn't respond for about half an hour. Jie Qingqiu guessed that she was discussing the content sent with the Federation. While waiting, time seems to stretch infinitely. Every minute and every second is agonizing and anxious. Jie Qingqiu skillfully took out a cigarette from the nightstand, wanting to smoke one to ease her worries, but before she could even light it, it was snatched away by Officer O. Major General, with your throat like this, you still want to smoke? Do you want to get better or not? She squeezed the cigarette box, crushed it, and threw it into the trash can. Don't blame me. I'm doing this for your own good. Jie Qingqiu looked at the cigarettes with a pang in her heart. They were so expensive. She shot a resentful glance at Officer O, feeling like she had just found herself a mother. Officer O pretended not to see her and felt a bit anxious herself. The main issue was that Lan Ying's unreliable image was too ingrained in people's minds. She was afraid that one wrong word might backfire, and both she and Jie Qingqiu would end up in trouble. After taking a couple of deep breaths, she stood up and decided to go outside to get Jie Qingqiu a cup of hot water to spare her the discomfort of not being able to smoke. I'll get you a cup of honey water, Major General, she said as she opened the door. As soon as she stepped into the living room, she smelled a sweet but not cloying fragrance. A few steps further, she noticed that the dishes on the dining table had already been cleaned up. However, Jelly was busy at the table, working on a small cake that was already taking shape. After a few seconds, he noticed someone had come in, looked up with a smile, and when he saw it was Officer O, his smile faded a bit. "Officer O, it's you." Officer O pretended not to notice. "Ah, yes. I'm getting a cup of honey water for the Major General, afraid she might want to smoke." She stepped closer and took a few glances at the half-finished cake. "Is this for the Major General?" Jelly replied, his hand still busy. "But it's not finished yet." "That's okay. The Major General won't mind." She laughed, showing her bright white teeth, and reached out towards the cake. Jelly didn't hand it over immediately. He lowered his gaze and fell silent for a few seconds, then finally handed it to her after smoothing the edges a bit. Officer O poured a cup of water and was about to leave when she was called back, turning to see Jie Li's somewhat awkward face. "What's wrong?" "You guys, sister," he stammered, unable to finish a whole sentence. "What is it?" "Ah, it's nothing. Just a minor issue." Officer O answered habitually, not thinking there was anything wrong with that. But Jie clearly froze for a moment and stammered again. "Then it's nothing." "Nothing at all. You guys are okay, right?" It took Officer O a few seconds to figure out what he was saying, and she smiled reassuringly. "It's fine, don't worry. What problem can't Major General Jie solve?" She wanted to say more, but Jie Qingqiu's voice called from the room, so Officer O had to drop the topic. After saying a few more words, she went in with the cake and honey water. The smile that Jie had been trying to maintain completely disappeared. He sighed deeply, feeling old and melancholy, sighing away some of his innocence and naivety. Jie Qingqiu took the cake and honey water from Officer O's hands and turned the virtual screen of her light brain to show her. Lan Ying had replied to the message, and the gist was that she had followed Jie Qingqiu's suggestions. The current atmosphere was a bit tense. Since the rebuttal came from Lan Ying, many people in the Imperial Ministry of Foreign Affairs started to echo her, making the scene unusually balanced. Ultimately, there was hope to reach an agreement that was not so disadvantageous for the Empire. After seeing this, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Jie Qingqiu sent another message to Lan Ying, insisting that she must not back down. If it wasn't too harsh, they could try to lower the compensation amount a bit. She added a few more points, urging her to speak more gently and not to provoke the other side with harsh words. These were things Jie Qingqiu usually didn't care about, a kind of instinct that came naturally to her, being smooth at the right moments, but Lan Ying was different. She had always been proud, so she had to advise Lan Ying. After enduring another torturous hour, Lan Ying finally gave her final reply. 75. The Major General had completed another significant task, under Lan Ying and the Imperial Foreign Ministry's insistence. The Federation agreed to send one representative from each side to jointly draft the contract content, thus effectively avoiding those textual traps. As for the compensation amount, after much negotiation, it was finally lowered by another 500 million star coins. This amount wasn't much for the Empire or the Federation, but at least it wouldn't be such a heavy burden when distributed among the citizens of the Empire. Jie Qingqiu breathed a small sigh of relief again. The second day of negotiations came to an end, just waiting for the third day when the revised contract would come out for final confirmation and signing. She vaguely felt that the name signed on the contract would be hers. The Empire was determined to make her take the blame, to be the despised eternal sinner. The citizens of the Empire wouldn't care what happened during the negotiations. What they always saw were the final results and the name signed on the contract. Once it was written down, Jie Qingqiu's moment of glory would turn into infamy for eternity. She wasn't a soft persimmon. She wouldn't take on any blame that wasn't hers. So she wouldn't sign the contract, nor would she let Lan Ying sign it. After all these events, Jie Qingqiu naturally included the noisy Lan Ying in her camp. She couldn't let her own people suffer losses. So, Jie Qingqiu, the Major General of the Empire, and Lan Ying, the third princess of the Empire. Who else among this group had a name that was qualified to be written above, one that would bear the weight of public scorn? She counted everyone one by one, finally stopping at one name, Lan Mei, the great princess of the Empire, the theoretical first heir to the Empire. This identity was undoubtedly sufficient. After locking in her target, Jie Qingqiu's brow relaxed a bit, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. She finished the last bit of cake on her plate and took a sip of honey water to cleanse her palate, then handed the cup and plate to Officer O. After receiving it, Jie Qingqiu formed the words "sign the contract" with her lips. They were in sync, and Officer O instantly understood her meaning. She placed the things in her hands on the TV cabinet and opened her light brain's memo. "Major, Who do you think it should be? Lun Mei, Jie Qingqiu mowed, raising her right eyebrow slightly, her eyes cold and devoid of any emotion. Officer O pondered for a few seconds and nodded in agreement. She is indeed the most suitable. They exchanged a knowing glance and began to scheme together. With a target and a clear purpose, everything seemed to become easier to calculate. The two smoothly devised a plan, and through multiple discussions and refinements, they cleaned up the loose ends and erased the traces of their human intervention. Jie Qingqiu wasn't afraid to expose herself to threats. But that didn't mean she was foolish enough to have no strategy. After finalizing the plan, it was time to deploy it. The shadow guards Jie Qingqiu had trained had quietly arrived in the Federation days ago, and now was the time to put them to use. After reviewing the details again, she handed over all matters to Officer O. You have experience and can do it well. Another significant issue was resolved, and both of them relaxed a lot. Officer O took the plate and cup out of the bedroom, and Jie Qingqiu stood up, stretched her limbs, and after thinking for a few seconds, decided to send another message to Lan Ying. Solve all your problems. Don't sign the contract. Don't let anyone sign it. Follow my arrangements. The message was sent, and within seconds, the other party replied. The iris warbler in autumn. All right, Jie Qingqiu raised her eyebrows. Her previous wording had a somewhat commanding tone, but she didn't expect the other party to respond so cheerfully instead of getting angry. If she didn't know that the noisy style was from Lan Ying, she might have thought it was someone else. Recently, the other party had indeed been much more obedient. Solve all your problems. Remember to tell me the content of that brooch's eavesdropping in real time. The iris flower in autumn. Okay. When shall we have a meal? Solve all your problems. Let's talk about it when we return to the Empire. The iris flower in autumn. All right, by the way, which restaurant do you want to go to? I remember. Seeing that the other party was starting to talk nonsense again, Jie Qingqiu decided to ignore it and use her precious time replying to boring messages to accomplish other more important things. For example, she wanted to check on Xiao Xiongchong jelly. After all, she had just eaten the cake he made with his own hands. 76. The Major General S. Shura Field on the evening of September 5th, 1285 of the Star Era. A sensational event occurred in the Federation. Several members of the Imperial delegation sent for peace talks in the Federation went missing, including the third princess of the Empire, Lan Ying, Major General Jie Qingqiu, and some other members of the Foreign Affairs Department. In an instant, various media outlets rushed to report, all vying for first-hand information to earn a handsome reporting fee. One of the protagonists of this incident, Jie Qingqiu, was currently in the wild, making a fire and grilling fish that she had just caught from the water. The family she dragged along included another protagonist of the incident, Lan Ying, Major General Jie's aide, Officer O, and a cute and obedient male bug, Jelly, who could cook. Major General, you can't eat chili powder. You can't eat cumin. You can't sprinkle black pepper. Officer O snatched the seasoning that Jie Qingqiu was about to sprinkle. Do you still want your throat to get better? Jie Qingqiu opened and closed her mouth a few times and had to accept that she could only eat grilled fish without any seasoning. If it weren't for the fact that they had just arrived and the tools were not ready or complete, the other party might not even let her eat grilled fish. Jelly was used to their way of interacting. Now, with a stranger like Lan Ying around, he didn't know what to say and could only silently help Jie Qingqiu grill the food. However, Lan Ying found it strange. This aide had such a big nerve to dare to overstep and meddle in her Major General's affairs. Yet Jie Qingqiu, with her bad temper, tolerated it without getting angry. She couldn't help but glance at Officer O a few more times, and the emotions hidden in her eyes were not all friendly. At the same time, she secretly pondered why Jie Qingqiu's throat was like this and decided to try to gather some information from Officer O after dinner. Officer O was unaware of this. She was still reiterating the medical advice from that day to Jie Qingqiu. While Jelly took out 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks from a small bag, mumbling, I brought a lot. Didn't he know there were still people? His voice was very low, but everyone heard it. This was a big deal. A male bug's low murmuring was theoretically endearing to female bugs since it sounded cute and silly, so neither Officer O nor Jie Qingqiu reacted much. However, Lan Ying, again, shot a very complicated and subtle glance at them, secretly sizing them up. Fortunately, no one noticed her unusual behavior. After distributing the bowls and chopsticks, the food he grilled was also ready. After selecting, Jelly picked out the lightest fish, carefully picking out the delicate fish meat from the belly and removing the bones. His actions were natural and quick, as if he had done it many times before. Then, Jelly handed the bowl of fish to Jie Qingqiu's sister. It's done. Perhaps because she was used to his meticulous care, Jie Qingqiu didn't feel anything was wrong, took the bowl and chopsticks, and started to eat, casually picking a piece for him as well. Officer O typically kept to herself, finding something she wanted to eat and sitting aside. The only one feeling uncomfortable was Lan Ying. She changed from her usual noisy style to silently observing the interaction between the two for a while, until she could no longer see the point. Then Lan Ying silently began to eat the food, which was also grilled by Jelly. The meal didn't take too long, and Jie Qingqiu finished the food tastelessly, standing up to walk around like she was escaping. The leftover food scraps and bowls were cleaned up by Officer O and Jelly together. Lan Ying, the princess who wouldn't lift a finger. Certainly wouldn't do anything, and no one expected her to. The sky was getting late, and the remaining glow of the sunset completely disappeared on this continent, gradually replaced by the bright whiteness of the moon. The night wind in the forest would become much softer and denser. Jie Qingqiu stretched her limbs in such wind, feeling fatigue seep from her bones. After taking a few deep breaths, she caught the damp scent in the air. So she walked over to Officer O and kicked her lightly with her foot, hoarsely saying, "It's going to rain. Gather the clothes and find a place." Upon hearing this, the other three immediately became tense, and the damp wind began to pick up, adding strength and arrogance. Encountering heavy rain in the wild was not a good thing. It meant they couldn't go out to forage. The night temperature would drop sharply. They would lose much visibility, and if they were unlucky, they might encounter predatory birds seeking shelter from the rain. In short, danger was everywhere. Therefore, upon realizing that heavy rain was approaching, the first thing to do was to find a cave to shelter from the rain, preferably above the horizon to prevent rainwater from flowing back. Fearing that the rain would last too long and they would lose their clean water source, Jie Qingqiu cut down a mutated Xiangfei bamboo on her way to find a cave. The thickness of the bamboo was nearly the same as that of an adult female bug's waist. After cutting it into sections, she wove a handheld handle with vines, then filled several buckets in the nearby stream to boil when they found the cave. This time was different from the last time in the Divine Burr village. This time, everyone had prepared many outdoor survival items, such as portable military knives, fire starters, bowls, commonly used medicine, sleeping bags, and other essential items. Besides water, they also caught a few wild mountain chickens along the way. Finally, they found a cave about 2 miles from the water source. The cave was on a rock wall, elevated from the ground, effectively avoiding large predatory birds. This was its advantage. Among the 4, 3 were agile and strong female bugs, making it easy to climb. Jelly was half lifted by Jie Qingqiu at the waist. As soon as they entered the cave, Jie Qingqiu had a sudden idea upon seeing the flapping wild mountain chickens. She climbed down again, braving the impending dark clouds and rain, and walked a few more miles to pick several lotus leaves to bring back. "We'll eat beggar's chicken." She carefully placed the lotus leaves she had picked in a clean spot. "I haven't eaten this in a long time." After taking some medicine for a few days, her throat could produce some syllables again, and she could barely understand what she was saying. "What is that?" Lan Ying had never heard of it. Officer O shook her head and sighed, using a disposable broom she had just made to clean the cave. The cave wasn't damp or cold. It just had too much dust, so a quick clean and some insect repellent powder would suffice. "Major General, what is that? I can't make it." Seeing Lan Ying's gaze turn towards her, she added, "The Major General is always like this, always thinking of strange things." "That is not strange at all." Jie Qingqiu defended herself. "It's just that you are all short-sighted, like frogs at the bottom of a well, who have never seen it." At this moment, Jelly volunteered, "Sister, I can do it. Just tell me, and you'll know how." With the support of those around him, Jie Qingqiu felt quite pleased. After glancing at Lan Ying and Officer O, he reached out to put an arm around his shoulder and ruffled his hair. Jelly was still the cutest. Officer O, accustomed to this, continued his cleaning. However, Lan Ying's gaze darkened again, biting her lower lip, lost in her thoughts. "Jie Qingqiu, what's wrong with your voice?" Lanning asked after taking over the important task of making honey hot water for Jie Qingqiu from Officer O. Since she had never made it before, she personally thought the sweeter, the better, and thus added several large spoons of honey. Jie Qingqiu gulped a big mouthful down, but before he could savor the taste, he rolled his eyes. Damn! He coughed forcefully, expelling the cloyingly sweet water that had caught in his throat. Isn't this too sweet? It's choking me. Lanning was startled by his reaction and instinctively took the cup to taste it, but no one noticed her action. After tasting it, she froze for a moment, her ears turning bright red. At that moment, Jie Qingqiu had already gulped down several mouthfuls of plain water to relieve the sweetness that had made his throat uncomfortable. Officer O and Cieli, seeing that he was fine, continued with their tasks, while only Jie Qingqiu and Lanning, not busy with anything, leisurely sat at the cave entrance enjoying the cool breeze. You really drive me crazy, Jie Qingqiu said, pouring another cup of hot water and sipping it carefully. The third princess can't even make honey water. How precious. This remark was sarcastic, but since he didn't display an overly matching expression, it felt more like a joke. In fact, Lanning wouldn't be angry with him. She held the cup of honey water that Jie Qingqiu had forgotten about, her lips leaving an imprint on it, her eyes almost brimming with tears. After saying that, Jie Qingqiu fell silent, and the two maintained their position in silence for a while. The wind before the heavy rain was indeed gentle, mixed with a coolness that surged in softly, brushing against their hair and around their ears. She gradually half-closed her eyes in the breeze, her hair blown back, and finally let out a comfortable sigh. Jie Qingqiu, what's wrong with your voice? Lanning asked again after drinking more than half of the honey water. Called out, Jie Qingqiu snapped back to reality, and after processing her question, gave her an ambiguous expression. After several seconds, he finally said nothing. Lanning was unhappy because she immediately sensed that he was brushing her off, and she wanted to know the truth. Come on, Jie Qingqiu, it's not a big deal. Jie Qingqiu pondered for a few seconds, seemingly contemplating the truth of her statement that it was no big deal. After being urged several times, he finally spat out 3 words, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. After hearing this, it was Lan Ying's turn to fall silent, and she didn't continue to ask further. Some things are better left unspoken. Even mentioning them carries significant weight, like 1,000 pounds pressing down. Jie Qingqiu was always reluctant to share these truths with her precisely because he knew that Lan Ying still held hope and fantasies about Lan Yunling. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Empire. After all, she was a princess raised in the palm of someone's hand, having experienced the best in the world but never having witnessed human suffering, forcing Lan Ying to confront these ugly truths that had yet to surface. Jie Qingqiu wondered if it was a good thing. The atmosphere held a somewhat awkward tension for a while, and outside the cave, the gentle wind seemed to bring with it a fine drizzle, refreshing against their faces. Major, it's raining. Aren't you coming in? What if you catch a cold? Officer O roared at Jie Qingqiu, who was outside in the rain and wouldn't take shelter as he sensed the rain falling due to the insect race's innate abilities. How can it be that easy to catch a cold? Jie Qingqiu muttered a few discontented words but still got up and walked into the cave. Seeing him leave, Lan Ying's mouth, which had been slightly open, closed again. She still had a question she hadn't asked concerning Cieli, or rather, about Jie Qingqiu. In the end, they didn't get to eat the roasted chicken because Officer O, the bully, declared they wouldn't have a proper dinner that night. She was worried that if the rain fell too heavily and for too long, they would have no food the next day. Thus, those wild chickens could fortunately live until the next day. But this was terrible for Jie Qingqiu. She wanted to argue, but was vetoed. That night, they hastily filled their stomachs with some scattered food, and after eating, Jie Qingqiu threw a tantrum, dragging her sleeping bag to the corner and saying she was going to rest, leaving everyone with a stubborn back. Officer O rubbed his temples in annoyance, but still poured her a cup of hot water and placed it beside her sleeping bag. The rain outside the cave had intensified, pattering on the rock walls with a particularly pleasant sound that always seemed to inspire lethargy in people. With nothing to do in the cave, and in order to avoid being located, they had shut down and locked their light brains. After losing their means of passing time, they decided to go to sleep. Officer O blocked the cave entrance with a portable folding windbreak, leaving only a small opening for breathing. Then, He started a small fire to ensure the cave wouldn't get too cold overnight. After sprinkling some insect and snake repellent powder around the cave, he crawled into his sleeping bag. At that moment, he heard Jie Qingqiu curse idiot in her hoarse voice, and suddenly the cave felt much warmer. Upon closer inspection, it turned out she had released Lu Feng. The fire-feathered Lu Feng circled around the cave and finally flew to Jie Qingqiu's cheek, took a few steps, and then burrowed into her sleeping bag, snuggling up to sleep with her. Officer O smiled at Jie Qingqiu's sulking demeanor and closed his eyes to sleep. Lanning woke up again in the middle of the night. Recently, she had been sleeping poorly, often awakened by nightmares, and it had become a routine, but after waking, she would forget what she had dreamed about. She would always wake up in a cold sweat, unable to calm down. The cave was very dark. Perhaps due to Lu Feng being inside, the fire had not been tended to and had now gone out. The light coming in from the small opening was insufficient to illuminate everything. She sat there for a while, and after the cold sweat dried, she crawled out her sleeping bag. As if possessed, she didn't know what she was thinking, but instinctively walked over to Jie Qingqiu's sleeping bag. Lanning crouched down behind her. In the faint light, she saw Jie Qingqiu and Lu Feng with their faces pressed together, both looking relaxed. She smiled slightly, involuntarily extending her hand, hesitating for a few seconds in the air before placing her index finger on Lu Feng's small head, gently stroking it. When she retracted her hand, her fingertip brushed against Jie Qingqiu's face for a fleeting moment. It was slightly warm, but also seemed a bit cool. She didn't have time to feel it carefully. Crouching until her feet began to tingle, Lanning decided to return to sleep. But when she turned around, she found someone sitting behind her, watching her. 78. The major was spied on. She almost gasped, but remembering that others were still sleeping, she suppressed her voice. The breath she held felt stuck in her throat, nearly choking her. After several seconds, Lanning recovered and focused, realizing that the person was actually Cieli. His expression was no longer as pure and innocent as it had been during the day when he faced Jie Qingqiu. Perhaps the continuous rain outside the cave had cast a shadow over him, adding a few shades of gloom and cruelty. But it could also be that he was simply expressionless, leading Lanning to project her own subjective interpretations onto him. The two people stared at each other in the dim cave, their expressions unfriendly as they recognized similar emotions and shared wariness in each other's eyes. After a moment of this gaze, Lanning had a strong intuition that the other person had something to say. Adhering to her gentlemanly principle as a female bug, she proactively walked over to the front of Xie Li's sleeping bag, then half squatted to meet his gaze. However, he didn't speak immediately. Thus, they maintained this peculiar eye contact for a while longer. Lanning was the first to look away, casting a disdainful, evaluating glance over Xie Li as if estimating his worth, then curling her lips into a smirk. Silently, and with a critical tone, she seemed to say, "You're just this second-rate male bug." Xie Li wasn't good at cursing and had never encountered such a situation. Often, he found himself tongue-tied, which he despised about himself. Faced with Lan Ying's harsh words, he felt utterly powerless. He didn't know how to respond to a rude female bug. No one had taught him that. After all, she was a major general. Lanning added in a low voice. He pondered for a few seconds, and had to admit that her words struck at the pain point he had been struggling with for days. Being the sister of Major General Jie Qingqiu meant she would inevitably face many difficulties and dangers, and he truly resented himself for being unable to do anything for his sister. However, he certainly wouldn't open up to Lanning, so he forced himself to maintain his composure and said, "I am the male bug of my sister, the male bug of the Major General." After that, Lanning fell silent and quickly withdrew her scornful gaze, as if the disdain she had just shown was merely a facade. In reality, she lacked such confidence. Their conversation ended there, and saying anything further would be meaningless. Thus, they both developed that strange tacit understanding and quickly averted their gazes from each other. Lanning felt her legs were a bit numb from squatting and stood up with some difficulty, trying not to make too much noise. She walked back to her sleeping bag slowly and somewhat unsteadily. Cieli had already returned to lying down. The entire cave was filled with the faint sound she made, combined with the sound of rain outside, creating a large and small symphony that made the whole world feel empty. Suddenly, she felt a bit pitiful. What does this mean? Lan Mei's anger flared as she swept everything off the table to the ground. Was this done by the Federation? They had such audacity. Accidentally bumping into the severed arm wrapped in physiological repair materials made her wince in pain. Pei Jiao sat in the chair, not daring to speak, her brows furrowed in distress. The contract details had all been negotiated, and the revised draft was finalized. They were on the verge of signing the contract when such a thing happened at a critical moment. Most importantly, no one else seemed to have any major issues. Only the few who were eligible to sign the contract had been attacked. The missing diplomats had all been found. Lan Mei had also been attacked and nearly abducted. But fortunately, there were many people protecting her, so she only sustained injuries. It was possible that they were still dissatisfied with the contract's content. Pei Jiao wiped her face. After all, on the first day, they had made excessive demands, possibly taking issue with their bargaining, thus giving them a lesson. There shouldn't have been much to say. What good would it do to agree to those demands? She suddenly stood up, anxiously pacing back and forth. We're still on their territory. What if they go all out? Lan Mei felt irritated watching Pei Jiao say such nonsensical things, so she kicked her on the thigh, nearly knocking her over. Shut up. She couldn't help but grind the things on the ground with her foot. What more can they do? If they really killed us all, do you think my mother, the queen, and the empire would just let it go? Lan Mei turned around several times in the already chaotic room before calming down a bit. And if they disappear, we can still sign the contract. After all, I'm here. As she spoke, she suddenly tasted something different and turned sharply to look at Pei Jiao. But wait, why are they doing this? What benefit do they gain from the contract not being signed? Don't give me that nonsense about teaching us a lesson. Lan Mei added. Pei Jiao frowned in thought, feeling there was some truth to it. If it's not the Federation, then who else could it be? The ones who don't want us to succeed are them. Let me think carefully. Lan Mei supported herself on the table with her good hand. Her eyes lowered in contemplation. The atmosphere in the room became tense. At that moment, in the office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Federation, someone was also deep in thought. Why do you think this happened? Lu Yaoyao's fingertips tapped rhythmically on the table. Lu Rinjiao lowered her head and remained silent for a moment, her expression not as domineering and flamboyant as it was during the negotiations. There is a possibility that the Empire staged this. Their dissatisfaction with the negotiation content has been very obvious. The next day, that Major General even found an excuse not to come, suggesting that the previous act of flattery was insincere. She glanced at Lu Yaoyao, who had no expression, and continued speaking. So now that this has been deliberately arranged, the goal is to frame us and coerce us, tarnishing our interstellar reputation so that everyone thinks the Federation is unreasonable, leading to negotiations on their terms. After saying this, she couldn't help but add, the Empire has been unreasonable for quite some time. At this, she received a slight glance from Lu Yaoyao and immediately fell silent. Then, excluding the Empire, what other possibilities are there? After a few seconds of silence, Lu Yaoyao asked again. It could also be a provocation from alien races or... Lu Rinjiao paused, only daring to continue speaking after receiving a signal. Or someone just doesn't want these negotiations to go smoothly. I mean, within the Federation. Lu Yaoyao raised a hand, not allowing her to continue. Then you go find someone to investigate what the reason is. Regardless, the contract still needs to be signed, and the negotiations must continue. After all, this is a task given to us by the Federation. Lu Rinjiao nodded and exited her office. Once outside, Lu Yaoyao lowered her gaze and emptied her mind for a moment before letting out a deep sigh. 79. The Leisure of the Major General. The Chaos of the Federation on September 7th, 1285 of the Stellar Era, at 8:30 a.m., after the disappearance of the Imperial representative, both the Empire and the Federation, which had been silent for an entire day, suddenly began to accuse each other on the third day. The media representing both sides tried to find various pieces of evidence against each other to prove that this absurd incident was the doing of the other party. In addition to the media representing both sides, some self-proclaimed neutral and objective interstellar media suggested other possibilities for this incident. For a time, the media was in chaos, and the incident of the Imperial representative's disappearance reached the top of the Star Network's hot list, remaining there for an extended period, with unprecedented levels of discussion. Look, now they're starting to slander us. Lan Mei reached out to smash something, but then thought that with the media in chaos, she couldn't be caught on camera doing something bad by the Federation's paparazzi, so she restrained herself. I suspect the Federation never wanted to sign this damn contract from the start. The negotiations were a facade, and provoking war is their real intent. And who exactly is that so-called representative of the Empire's media? Why did they start speaking without my permission? Although the media currently expressed exactly what she wanted to say, it still made her feel disrespected and angry since it was not through her own words. Pei Jiao did not dare to speak, fearing she would be caught in the crossfire and become a punching bag. After venting for a while, Lan Mei gradually calmed down. Haven't you found anything out yet? She stared at Pei Jiao with an unfriendly expression. Lan Ying and Jie Qingqiu, such living people, couldn't possibly have been abducted without leaving a trace, right? When it came to serious matters, although Pei Jiao still appeared somewhat timid, she at least dared to speak up. Your Highness, the leads and evidence our people have found so far are all fragmented and cannot be connected at this time. The existing clues all point to the Federation, so their probability is very high. She glanced at Lan Mei and voiced her speculation. So I think what you just guessed, Your Highness, is very likely true. Pei Jiao was referring to Lan Mei's statement about the Federation's intention to abduct people to start a war. As soon as the words left her mouth, the room fell silent for a few seconds. Then, the two of them locked eyes, seeing similar fears reflected in each other's gaze. They have abducted our people and accused us of staging this ourselves, not wanting to sign a contract or achieve peace. This gives them a perfect reason to start a war without being blamed by the interstellar people. So, Your Highness, we must sign this contract. This was the conclusion Pei Jiao reached after her analysis. Lan Mei closed her eyes and took a deep breath, saying after a long time, You make a good point. Let us have the group staying at the Nalu Hotel come over. It's safer for everyone to be together. At that moment, in the office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Federation, another scene was unfolding. Teacher, just as I expected, Lu Renjia said with a hint of anger on her face. These imperialists can't contain themselves and have started to accuse us. Fortunately, I was prepared. Lu Yaolao looked at her without any visible emotion, but her demeanor felt oppressive. Was that media coverage you're doing? Lu Renjia was taken aback. A few of them were indeed hers. We can't just stand by and let them throw dirt at us, can we? Seeing her admit it so quickly without realizing anything was amiss, Lu Yaolao felt a surge of anger rising within her. Lu Renjia, do you remember what I taught you at the Federation Foreign Affairs School? Suddenly reprimanded, Lu Renjia looked confused. What should a qualified diplomat be like? Do you remember what I said back then? I remember. Lu Renjia realized something was wrong and answered in a low voice. Lu Yaolao's expression and tone were calm. Her words light. Then repeat it back to me. A qualified diplomat should not be provoked by others' words, should not be angered by external matters, should not lose their reason due to current events, should always stick to their own ideas, consider matters from the perspective of the people and the country, and strive for rights. She recited word for word what Lu Yaolao had said to them as graduates at the Federation Foreign Affairs School. But the punctuated and orderly words sounded as stiff as if she were reciting a text. This passage was neither long nor short, and by the end, Lu Yaolao herself could hardly bear to listen any longer. She raised her hand to interrupt. Forget it. If you remember it, just think about it more. After a sigh, she continued, Pause with the media for now. I feel this matter is not so simple. The Empire wouldn't resort to such low tactics. We can investigate further. The most important thing right now is to find the people. I will talk to the president about this. You all need to remain steady and not act impulsively. Don't make subjective assumptions before the truth comes out. After saying this, she dismissed Lu Renjia. After a while, Lu Yaolao stood up from her chair and unconsciously walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, uncontrollably gazing down at the bustling city of the Federation's main star and the citizens moving through the city. She felt as if the roles were reversed. Shouldn't she be supporting these citizens from below? Was it the building that was too high, or the people standing too tall? She couldn't tell. Compared to the anxiety of the two groups from the Federation, Jie Qingqiu and her companions were much more relaxed. They found a suitable cave to temporarily stay in and decided to stay a few more days. The next day, the heavy rain stopped, and a bright sun came out at noon, drying the mud mixed with rainwater making it less slippery and not staining people as they search for food, which became much easier. The steam evaporated by the high temperature gathered together, making the entire forest feel like a steamer. After sweating profusely, it became much cooler by sunset. Jie Qingqiu finally got to eat the beggar's chicken she had been craving. Jelly understood her thoughts well. Just by describing it briefly, he could perfectly recreate the dish from her memories, even adding many inventive steps of his own. When they wrapped the lotus leaves in a layer of mud and buried it in the fire pit, Jie Qingqiu trembled with excitement. Can this really be eaten, Major? Vice Officer O poked at it with a stick, causing a few sparks to fly out. Will it taste like mud? Jie Qingqiu worried that she would disturb the position, causing uneven heating, so she kicked her lightly with her foot. Get up, don't touch my beggar's chicken. Wild boars can't eat fine chaff. Vice Officer O dared not to argue and snorted through her nose before running off to prepare other food. Seeing there was still some time, Jie Qingqiu felt good and wandered around alone, looking for something to eat. By the fire pit, only Jie and Lanning were left. In fact, the two of them were not at all in a hostile standoff, just experiencing some unspoken awkwardness. It was as if their brief conversation that night was just a dream, and both still had a good impression of each other. After the firewood crackled again, Lanning spoke up. Are you a male bug? Has she said anything about marrying you? This time, it was Jie turn to fall silent. I remember the son of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Zhang Tai. What was his name again? Lanning paused, recalling for a few seconds. Zhang Lu, right? He seems to have some thoughts about Jie Qingqiu. Jie Qingqiu once had a mental breakdown, and he helped her through it. Her voice was low as she spoke this, wondering why the more powerful female bugs had more severe mental breakdowns, while only male bugs could help. Jie remained silent. So, Lanning continued. He looks determined, and Zhang Tai dotes on him. I wonder if he will end up with Jie Qingqiu. He won't. Finally, he spoke up to refute her. He won't be with my sister. Lanning was taken aback. Don't say any more. I don't want to hear it. At this moment, Jie truly revealed his dissatisfaction, pouting and sitting far away. You always say things I don't like to hear. You're so annoying. Now, it was her turn to be perplexed. Lanning swore she just wanted to chat, but their interactions were limited to Jie Qingqiu, so the topic could only revolve around her. Unexpectedly, these few words struck a nerve. Lanning felt she was indeed talkative, but had no malice. She wanted to say something to make amends, but seeing Jie Qingqiu returning from a stroll not far away, she had to give up. Is my beggar's chicken ready? Jie Qingqiu had no idea what had just happened here, walked over and kicked the fire pit from a distance. I can already smell the fragrance of honey. Major, could you please say less? Don't make such a loud noise. Officer O rushed over in a flurry, and just hearing her hoarse, broken voice made him feel scared. With such a thick layer of mud, how could one possibly smell anything? Jie Qingqiu pouted and took her hand out from behind her back, revealing a plump, snow-white rabbit. Its long, meaty ears dangled from her hand, and out of fear, the rabbit's limbs were tightly pressed against its body, trembling slightly. It appeared to be a long-eared lop rabbit. It looked quite cute when she first saw it. She placed the lop rabbit on Jie's lap. I heard you male bugs like these little things. Perhaps sensing the air of safety, the lop rabbit eagerly burrowed into Jie's embrace as soon as it was released from Jie Qingqiu's hand, its big ears flopping with each movement. Jie was taken aback when the warm, soft little creature touched him, his eyes widening in surprise and joy as he carefully began to stroke the rabbit's fur. The rabbit was obedient, allowing him to touch it. After admiring the rabbit for a while, Jie remembered that this adorable creature was brought back for him by his sister, and he hadn't thanked her yet. So, his face suddenly flushed with embarrassment, and his eyes carried a shy, timid look, making him appear pitiful and fragile. Even Lanning was momentarily stunned by the sight. Thank you, sister, he said. Seeing him so well-behaved, Jie Qingqiu felt a stir in her heart and reached out to ruffle his hair. It's fine, as long as you like it. In an instant, the atmosphere seemed to become a bit ambiguous and sticky, but was quickly broken by the oblivious Jie Qingqiu, who asked, Is my beggar's chicken ready? Jie looked up at her, momentarily dazed for a fraction of a second. Jie Qingqiu didn't understand and squatted down to pick up a stick to dig at the two lumps of mud. I need to eat that beggar's chicken right away. I really want to eat it. I think I have a disease that will kill me if I don't eat beggar's chicken. All right, Major, let me do it. Officer, Seeing her clumsy digging, felt a bit pained to watch and took the stick from her to take over her task. When the mud was turned over, the clumps had hardened under the intense heat. Jie Qingqiu picked up another stick and poked at the still steaming mass, rolling it over a few times. Before the high temperature dissipated, she couldn't help but want to open it. Taking out a portable folding army knife, she struck the outer mud shell with the back of the knife, causing a large piece to peel off, revealing an inner layer of brown lotus leaf. The steam containing the chicken's moisture wafted out, hitting the faces of those nearby, carrying a complex aroma with it. Officer O visibly swallowed, which Jie Qingqiu keenly noticed. She let out a triumphant hum, subtly mocking Officer O for her previous lack of discernment. The rest was handled by Jie Li and Officer O as they carefully peeled away the layer of mud, extracting the whole chicken and placing on a plate. Once the lingering heat dissipated, the chicken appeared golden all over, its color truly appealing. For a moment, everyone became a bit impatient. The first taste was the sweet fragrance of honey, and once the sweetness faded, the unique freshness of the chicken emerged. The juices bursting on the tip of the tongue and spreading throughout the mouth, soothingly traveling down the esophagus to the stomach, carrying a delightful warmth. I didn't expect it to be so good. Officer O squatted next to the chicken, devouring it without regard for her image. Jie Qingqiu tapped her on the head with chopsticks. Well, have I ever lied to you? With the emergence of an unfamiliar delicacy, everyone enjoyed the meal happily, and some unspoken emotions that were not laid bare were buried under the food. It seemed that eating was the most important thing in life. Everything else was just trivial worries. After the meal, the sun had not yet set. To aid digestion, Jie Qingqiu wandered around the cave, and, after walking a few miles, she saw a river and thought she could have another pastime by fishing. So she excitedly returned, planning to ask Officer O to make her a fishing rod. She wasn't incapable, but with Officer O around, she was too lazy to do it herself. Considering she had to pay Officer O with the hard-earned money she made every year, she needed to make the most of her resources. However, before she reached the cave, she caught a whiff of an unusual smell in the air, a faint hint of blood. It was from the insect tribe. The blood of the insect tribe is different from that of other races. Upon closer inspection, it can be distinguished by a hint of honey fragrance, which is why the somewhat narcissistic insect tribe often refers to themselves as the spirits nurtured by flowers and grass. She felt a chill in her heart and ran towards the cave with her entire body on high alert. Indeed, something had happened. Their living items were scattered all over the ground, and the remnants of the food from just after the meal had not been cleaned up. The extinguished fire pit still seemed to have some residual warmth, with sparks occasionally flying out, quickly vanishing again. Everything seemed to be there, except for the 3 people who had originally been here. No, something else was also missing. The surrounding grass and trees were bent and broken, and just by looking at them, one could guess that a struggle had taken place here. The soil was mixed with blood, and a few drops splattered onto the grass blades. Having sat for a little while, the bloodstains started to darken and blacken. It was unclear whose blood it was, but fortunately, there wasn't much, and it didn't seem like a serious injury. Officer O was not weak in combat, and it was reasonable for the scene to turn out like this, which also indicated that the newcomers were not friendly. In that moment, Jie Qingqiu felt very regretful and guilty. She realized that perhaps she hadn't been on the battlefield for a while, causing her to lose the vigilance that a soldier should have. It felt as if their outing had been a spring outing, while in reality, it was fraught with danger. Spending too long in a safe environment makes one forget how many enemies and unknown dangers there are. This was Jie Qingqiu's fault. Fortunately, she was able to quickly readjust her basic instincts, and she soon calmed down. After carefully observing the claw marks and footprints around, she roughly deduced that there were 5 people. Based on the discoloration and coagulation of the bloodstains, she estimated that the incident had occurred about 30 minutes ago. With 5 people plus Officer O and her 3, the group of 8 had quite a significant target. Jie Qingqiu didn't know if the other party had deliberately avoided her or if she just happened to be away when they arrived. If it was the former, they likely wouldn't choose to fly. If it was the latter, she lowered her gaze and contemplated for a few seconds. Her ability level was very high, at least SS. In the entire star system, not many could defeat her, and even those who could match her were rare. Even if the 5 opponents were all at the S level, they might not be able to guarantee a win against her. If it were the latter, it meant that the other party had some extremely powerful weapon or equipment capable of suppressing abilities, so she must not act rashly. After analyzing the situation, Jie Qingqiu released Lu Feng. Although Lu Feng was entirely crimson, its small size made it not much different from an ordinary bird unless it deliberately released heat. Coupled with its speed, it was perfect for her to scout the surroundings. After simply explaining what had happened and reiterating her request, Lu Feng spread its wings and flew away. Jie Qingqiu didn't dare to be idle. In such a situation, her extraordinarily keen senses came into play. In this tense moment of crisis, neither side, whether friend or foe, could be expected to have the mood or time to carefully tend to their wounds. At most, they could only hastily bandage them to stop the bleeding, with the time since their departure not being long. The air still carried the distinct smell of the insect race's blood. She might not smell it, but Jie Qingqiu could. She held her breath and gathered her power, golden light gradually coalescing in her hands until it formed a pair of translucent golden claws. The particles of golden light gave an illusion of glimmering coldness. But this was not the end. Suddenly, golden light began to emanate from Jie Qingqiu's body as well. After the light dissipated, intricate and ornate golden patterns appeared on her face, winding around her neck, licking along her jawline, climbing to her left cheek, and disappearing at her temple. The other side of the pattern disappeared into her collar, leaving it incomplete. This was the insect race's unique pattern, akin to an identity ID, unique and non-replicable, concealing a lifetime story of an insect, its energy and mental strength. To kiss every inch of this pattern was perhaps akin to touching every fragment of the soul. When an insect utilized its energy, the pattern would also heat up. The appearance of the pattern signified that all powers had been summoned. She squinted slightly. The golden pattern seemed to make her appear colder and more unapproachable, as if she were a deity looking down upon all beings, untouched by the sufferings of the mortal world. Thus her eyes were filled with indifference. Jie Qingqiu slightly bent her body and then leaped lightly onto the thick branches of a tall tree. Using her toes for leverage, she soared several meters to another tree. Scenting the faint, nearly dissipating smell of blood in the air, she found her direction. What is the situation now? Zhang Lu's tone was flat, his hands never stopping. He was applying nutrients to a round white egg, a subject that married male insects must learn, how to care for the unhatched young. It should be known that the time before the insect has hatched from its shell is particularly important. Proper care may determine an insect's base level. If not carefully tended, it might lower their talent ceiling. Zhang Lu wanted to be a good partner, a good father. He had no lofty ambitions. However, if anyone dared to obstruct him, he would not back down easily. The female insect standing behind him hung her head, her voice and tone devoid of fluctuations. Our people have gone. Is Qingqiu okay? Zhang Lu gritted his teeth as he said this. Heaven knows how anxious he was when he saw the news of Jie Qingqiu's disappearance on the Star Network. He wished he could immediately teleport to the Federation to share her hardships. He couldn't feel at ease when she was not in front of him. The female insect fell silent for a moment before giving a very unprofessional answer. She should be fine. Major General Jie's level is very high. Should be? He turned around and glared at the female insect, unable to help but throw the brush in his hand at her. What I want is your certainty. She must be fine. If anything happens to her, you won't have a good outcome either. The female insect felt guilty and dared not respond. Zhang Lu took a few deep breaths to calm himself. What about Jelly? Our people have gone to look for her. She gave the same answer again. Seeing that he couldn't extract any more information, Zhang Lu felt bored and waved his hand for her to leave, emphasizing once more not to let her mother know. The other party nodded and quietly exited. Zhang Lu picked up another brush, intending to continue his studies when he suddenly heard someone knock on his door. He paused for a moment before hearing the person outside say, "Young master, Madam says to please change into the clothes she bought for you yesterday, and then come for dinner." "Okay," he hurriedly replied, hid his egg, and went to change clothes. Major General was quite confused. The Golden Phoenix found her first. There was always an unexplainable tacit understanding between a master and their pet. It merely flapped its wings a few times and chirped a few sounds, and Jie Qingqiu understood the message it wanted to convey. Good child. She praised it softly, gently stroking the little phoenix's head. It enjoyed such affection and excitedly chirped a few times. Then Jie Qingqiu let it lead the way. It soared ahead while she lightly leaped between the trees, the vast distance seemingly shortened to mere inches, and in no time, the master and pet had traveled quite far. As they approached, Jie Qingqiu stopped, concealed her aura and energy, and cautiously crept closer until she saw the flickering firelight and the figures of those people in the dusk. Peering through the branches, she found it quite strange. As she had observed and guessed, there were indeed 5 individuals, and the blood left at the scene of the fight belonged to these female insects. But there was something different. The attitude of the 5 towards Officer O and the others was not exactly bad, especially towards Jie. Officer O and Lanning were still bound by high molecular ropes, but they remained unharmed, as if Jie Qingqiu were by their side. And the 3 had not been gagged. Jie Qingqiu recognized the knots binding Officer O and the other 2. They were designed to prevent harm to the bound, but were also difficult to escape from, commonly used for intimate activities between couples. Thinking of this, a strange expression crossed Jie Qingqiu's face. The scene was clear, but the situation became somewhat perplexing to her. What were these female insects planning to do? Who sent them? What was their purpose? She knew nothing. However, seeing that they were all fine, Jie Qingqiu breathed a sigh of relief. But regardless of the purpose, the individuals had to be uncovered, so she repeatedly reminded herself not to act rashly. It was now dusk, and for some reason, while the sun had shone brightly at noon, the nightfall was shrouded in thick clouds with no moonlight visible. The surroundings only glimmered with the fires set by those female insects. No one spoke. Only the faint crackling sound of the flames burning could be heard. The silence was somewhat unsettling. She curled up on the branches, waiting for a moment, when the sky began to lighten and the day was about to break. That was the dimmest and most exhausting time of the day, when anyone would lower their guard slightly. Jie Qingqiu only needed to find the weakest moment on the other side to rescue them. She hid behind the branches, observing the 5 female insects, carefully watching their movements and walking styles, analyzing their combat capabilities and preferences in detail. After planning numerous steps to rescue them in her mind, she lowered her aura even more and quietly awaited the best moment to come. The atmosphere was tense and oppressive in the following hours. Apart from those female insects feeding Officer O and the others, no one spoke again. As the sky grew darker and everyone began to feel drowsy, the surrounding air became more stagnant and immobile. By midnight, the wind in the forest grew stronger, mixed with a chill and dampness, giving a sense that a heavy rain would soon fall. Jie Qingqiu somewhat emptied her mind, intending to rest and regain her spirit in this way. But just a few minutes into her days, a different cacophony mixed with a howling wind emerged, like the roar of swords, the echo of guns, and the explosion of shells. Combined, they created a sense of impending slaughter. Her heart jolted, and she immediately activated her relaxed muscles and cells, crouching on the tree to look in that direction. Just a few seconds later, a high-frequency vibrating sound came from that direction. It was the sound of insect wings flapping at high speed. The noise grew louder, signaling that the newcomers were getting closer. They did not come with good intentions. Their momentum was fierce. Such an obvious sound, of course, was not heard by her alone. The 5 female insects who were originally on break also became alert. After waking up, they surrounded the 3 of Jie, entering a combat stance. Is it Jie Qingqiu? Lanning seemed a bit excited and couldn't help but say a word. Officer O reacted quickly, giving her a serious glance, admonishing her rudely, "Shut up." Thus, Lanning dared not speak anymore, and Jie also kept silent. Even with this brief exchange, the 5 female insects did not divert their attention from them. In just a few breaths, the wing-flapping insect clan appeared, a total of 10. They quickly surrounded the 8, all wearing stealth suits and wrapping themselves tightly, making it hard to discern their appearance and insect patterns. Their wings kept flapping, ensuring they could hover in midair. However, one side did not rush to attack, and the other side did not hasten to counterattack. Both sides stared at each other anxiously, waiting for the other to make a move and reveal a flaw. Yeli. Suddenly, one of the 10 in stealth suits spoke, her voice clearly altered. Her gaze was openly fixed on Jie, clearly recognizing his appearance. Suddenly called by name, and only that name, everyone present involuntarily frowned, including Jie Qingqiu. The 5 female insects surrounding Jie changed their stance and quietly tightened their encirclement around him. Huh! The altered voice female insect sneered coldly, then quickly flapped her wings to change her movement, heading straight for Jie. The remaining 9 female insects in stealth suits followed closely behind. After seeing their movement, the 5 female insects surrounding Jie also moved, instantly spreading their wings and revealing sharp claws, fully entering a combat state. The battle was about to break out. Both sides had considerable strength, but it was clear that the 5-person team was superior. Even facing double the numbers, they could still match the other side and had the upper hand. The goal of the group in stealth suits was very clear, Jie, and every time they attacked, they were filled with murderous intent, seemingly unwilling to give up until they had ripped out his heart and bones. It was at this moment that the 5-person group subtly revealed their intentions. As their protective stance toward Jie was evident, they were almost willing to do anything to protect him, not allowing him to be harmed in any way. Jie Qingqiu furrowed her brow slightly, deciding to think about deeper issues after rescuing them. Right now, it was undoubtedly a critical moment for a situation where the clam and the snipe contend and the fisherman benefits. She bent down, lightly tapping her feet for leverage, and nimbly dropped from the tree, heading in the direction of Jie and the others. A fierce battle seemed to have consumed all their attention. Or perhaps Jie Qingqiu's figure was too light, completely blending into the night, so they did not notice an extra person for a short time. Jie and the others definitely noticed her presence. Yeah, Lanning was very excited to see Jie Qingqiu coming and instinctively wanted to speak. But Officer O kicked her calf with the back of his foot. She understood immediately and fell silent. Jie Qingqiu quickly untied the bindings on them and leaned close to Officer O's ear, whispering, "Is there anything unusual?" Officer O shook his head. The other party had indeed used something when binding them, but it was unclear whether the 5 were overly confident in their own strength or for other reasons. In any case, after the drug's effect wore off, they did not renew it. This actually made it easier for them. After getting the answer she wanted, Jie Qingqiu nodded. "Take them away. I'll hold them off." They definitely did not come out recklessly this time. The wild outskirts were not their final destination. According to their plan, they would arrange to go to a predetermined place in a few days, but they did not expect to encounter a sudden ambush. After their brief exchange, the struggle over there seemed to sense something unusual. Jie Qingqiu keenly noticed, patted Officer O's shoulder, and hurriedly ruffled Jie's hair. "Go! Come back to find me within 2 days." As soon as she finished speaking, Officer O spread his wings and carefully embraced Jie, and Lanning followed closely behind. The 3 captives took flight, and the commotion caused both sides of the struggle to stop, turning their gazes toward the still stationary Jie Qingqiu. The 3 parties' gazes converged. In the night, nothing was clear, and emotions were obscured by the forcibly illuminated flames. The campfire flickered and danced, as if a century had passed, but in fact, only a few seconds had slipped by. The first to move was the 5-person group. Their goal was very clear. Their wings began to flap rapidly, quickly adjusting their direction toward the path Jie and the others had taken. The 10-person group also moved in response, trying to overtake the 5-person group. But how could Jie Qingqiu give them this opportunity? She spread her wings wide. The golden translucent shimmered brightly under the reflection of the fierce fire, while the emotions hidden in her eyes were very cold. She did not intend to engage them for long, thus choosing a swift and decisive approach, aiming her claws directly at the base of the opponent's wings. Those people quickly reacted, and at that moment, the situation seemed to shift again. The 5-person group chose to respond to Jie Qingqiu's attack with no mercy, their claws cutting through the air with a muffled sound, creating a sharp wind as if to directly slice through human skin. However, the fierce 10-person group softened considerably in the face of Jie Qingqiu's relentless assault, avoiding direct attacks and dodging instead. Jie Qingqiu was surprised, increasingly feeling that something was amiss. It seemed that some of those who had gone missing had ulterior motives. As for who they were and what specific thoughts they harbored, further investigation was needed. Meanwhile, Jie's side was not at ease either. Flying with Officer O, Jie remained gloomy, his face filled with fear and panic, even more so than when he had been captured earlier. He knew he was worried about Jie Qingqiu, but there was no time to comfort him now. He could only digest it alone. The planned base was a certain distance away, and Jie Qingqiu was stalling for them. They could only hurry to the base, disregarding everything. But misfortunes never come singly, and troublesome matters always follow one after another. After flying for only a short distance, another group of people suddenly appeared before them. Those female insects spread their wings, revealing sharp claws and wielding extremely powerful weapons, glimmering with a chilling light under the thin moonlight. Damn, Officer O couldn't help but curse. What's going on? Birincio sat by the fireplace, bored, flipping through a few pages of a book. After realizing she couldn't concentrate, she simply set it aside. Chun-Yi poured her a cup of red tea and added a lump of sugar. Our people reported this evening that they have found them. Birincio's stirring hand paused. Is he okay? Naturally, he's fine and won't. Chun-Yi hesitated for a few seconds, as she still didn't know how to refer to Jie. After all, no one dared to confirm that he was their young master. Whatever they did to him, don't worry, madam. A sigh came from the room, and after a while, Birincio spoke again. Hurry and bring him back. Chun-Yi nodded. The doctor is ready, right? Birincio asked again, but before she could get an answer, she continued to speak to herself. Don't let Jie Qingqiu die. Remember to bring her back too. She took a small sip of the tea, finding it somewhat bitter, so she added another lump of sugar. Standing aside, Chun-Yi remained silent, knowing that Birincio still had more to say and realizing that every time she felt at a loss, it was because she was entangled in deep thought. During such moments, all she could do was to remain silent and not disturb her, being a qualified listener. Chun-Yi, at first, I really wish she would die. Birincio casually set aside the cup of red tea that did not suit her taste, the sound of porcelain clinking sharply resonating. Who dares to treat my child like that? But I saw the video from the meeting between the Empire and the Federation last time, she added. Logically, the meeting video should not be leaked. It was generally used for recording, archiving, monitoring both sides, and reviewing in case of unexpected events. However, Birincio's status was different. The Bai family's business empire was vast, influencing many sectors that could determine the economic lifeline of the Federation. She did not intend to become a financial tycoon controlling the nation. Yet she could not stop the high-ranking officials within the Federation from being wary of her, trying to curry favor. Just a hint of curiosity about the meeting content was enough for some people to rush to present the video to her. It was precisely because she had seen the video that her understanding and impression of Jie Qingqiu became deeper, making it impossible for her to deliver a real fatal blow. Jie Qingqiu might not be a good person in the truest sense. She deceived, raised, and violated innocent male insects, even if that male insect had the intelligence of a 3 to 5-year-old child. Yet she was undoubtedly a hero who genuinely cared for the people, deeply rooted among them. At least she was worthy of the title of Major General. Birincio witnessed her reasoning, her powerlessness, her defeat, and her astonishment. Vivid and complex, this was human nature, which led to contradictions and hesitations when making choices. The Major General discovered the clues. Ugh! Officer O clutched her heart and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, looking anything but beautiful in battle. The crimson blood filled her mouth, dripping down from her lips, staining her chin and collar, a complete mess. Officer Hu. Cieli felt tears prick her eyes at the sight of the blood, and wanted to rush over, but was stopped by Lanning. What good will it do for you to go now? Are you going to offer your head or provide leverage? Lanning, whose own combat ability was not strong, knew that scratching them with her claws was merely a tickle for these high-ranking female insects. So she understood the situation very well and realized that during a crisis, one shouldn't go out to die, even if she was worried. But evidently, Cieli, who hadn't faced danger before, was unaware. Fortunately, after taking a punch, Officer O successfully found the opponent's weak point and managed to utilize that split second to fly behind the opponent, ruthlessly tearing off her wings. The mournful night was pierced by the scream, and the rich smell of blood was carried away by the gentle evening breeze, spreading far and wide, entering people's nostrils and making them feel nauseous. Officer O gasped a few times, throwing the still warm wings on the ground and childishly stepping on them a few times. Looking around, she found that it was filled with severed limbs and lifeless bodies. She retracted her wings and claws, exhausted, walking over to Lan Ying and Xie Li, unable to calm her breath for a long time. "They're all dead," she said. "The evil ones have all been dealt with." Xie Li felt relieved and walked over to her side, wanting to reach out but retracting her hand, feeling quite at a loss. "Officer O, are you okay? I'm about to die too." Officer O suddenly slumped to the ground, spitting out 2 more mouthfuls of blood. The strength of these female insects was not particularly strong. They were just at an average level. Her rank was above theirs, but in a wheel battle, she still couldn't withstand it, taking several punches when her hands and feet were bound, and the metallic sweet taste in her throat lingered. Now she could only rely on the strong, self-healing ability of the female insects to recover, so she had to rest as quickly as possible. Princess 3. Officer O spaced out for more than 10 seconds before suddenly remembering something. "Could you help me check if these female insects have any marks or special items on them?" It was really strange. How did everyone know where they were? She now reasonably suspected that this batch that had just appeared was not from the same group as the previous 2. After getting closer to Jie Qingqiu, Lan Ying's temper had also improved a lot, as if the once arrogant and rude waste of Princess 3 was not her. And sometimes she even showed a strangely obedient side. As soon as Officer O finished speaking, she began rummaging through the bodies. After searching for a long time, she still came up empty-handed. Officer O sighed, resigned, and got up from the ground, staggering over to the corpses. After surveying for a while, she tore off a piece of fabric from one of the female insects. "What is this? What's so good about clothes?" Lan Ying looked at her actions in confusion, but she did not respond. She rubbed the fabric with her fingertips, feeling a hint of warmth. After a few seconds of silence, she said nothing and tucked the small piece of cloth into her inner pocket, then began to act. After rummaging through her small bag for a while, Officer O took out several dark red small spheres. She smashed the spheres onto the severed limbs, and in the moment they touched the flesh, the spheres burst open, turning into countless tiny powder particles that began to sizzle upon contact with the meat, and then corroding at a visibly rapid pace. A nauseating smell of blood and decay filled the air, and before long, the bodies that lay there turned into a pile of crimson powder. With a gentle breeze, the powder was blown away, as if these people had never existed in this world. It was the first time for both Xie Li and Lan Ying to witness such a scene. It was an indifferent and casual violence, bloody and cruel, leaving both of them stunned, their eyes hiding the same fear. Officer O pressed her lips together and remained silent. She knew that perhaps in their eyes, the flow-tuned spheres in her hands were tools for killing, disposing of bodies, and destroying evidence, but in fact, they were most often used on the battlefield to handle the bodies of soldiers who died defending their country. A few spheres could resolve bloodshed over thousands of miles. Officer O dared not ponder the original intention behind the flow tomb that the Empire developed. Speaking of which, the name flow tomb was given by Jie Qingqiu, like a hero's grave that drifts without a fixed place like flowing water and floating weeds. "Let's go," she said casually to Xie Li and Lan Ying, wiping the blood from her face and chin with her sleeve. "We should hurry to the place, lest we encounter any more surprises." After saying this, she spread her wings again. At this moment, the other 2 finally reacted, and after hesitating for a while, they unanimously decided that Lan Ying, who was uninjured and in good health, would carry Xie Li, who was weak in her wings, while Officer O led the way. Without wasting much time, the 3 set off toward their target direction. At this moment, Jie Qingqiu was also dealing with the aftermath of the fight. Whether it was the 10-person team or the 5-person team, they were not keen on fighting, upon realizing that even with so many people, they could not severely injure Jie Qingqiu, and instead had drawn blood themselves to varying degrees. They chose to leave wisely, flapping their wings at a higher frequency than when they arrived. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Jie Qingqiu also had no intention of engaging in a life-and-death duel. Her primary focus now was to find Officer O and the others. After surveying the chaotic battlefield, she found half a button in a pile of grass. Grasping the button in her palm and examining it, she took off without any reluctance. While chasing after Officer O and the others, she was also replaying the entire situation in her mind. Something is clearly wrong now, and without delving into who sent these people at the most basic level, how do they know her location? She recalled carefully and suddenly remembered the starkly different attitudes of the 10-person group and the 5-person group towards Jie, her heart tightening. After a moment of restraint, Jie Qingqiu couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Then she increased the frequency of her wing beats, her long and slender body slicing through the evening breeze like a sharp blade, leaving a prolonged and lingering roar in the air. Jie Qingqiu's heart was anxious. But some people far away in the Imperial Federation were equally uneasy. The Major General checked his body. The so-called base was not built luxuriously. The passage was behind a haystack. After successfully identifying the iris, the passage would open, otherwise it would just be a bunch of ordinary weeds. The haystack was so low that an adult couldn't walk upright, even if that person was a frail male insect, so they had to crawl in half bent. The passage did not directly connect to the center of the base. There were 4 or 5 forks, and, aside from the correct passage, the others would lead directly out of the weeds. The center of the base resembled a clearing carved out in the middle of a giant tree. With a faint wooden fragrance in every breath, moss clinging to the walls, somewhat slippery, a kind of unreal, dreamlike quality. Though the base looked a bit shabby, it had the necessary infrastructure. Just as Officer O was about to sit down to rest and bandage his wounds, he heard the sound of high-frequency wing beats coming from the passage. The 3 immediately became alert. It wasn't long before they realized that the newcomer was Jie Qingqiu. Major, you're back. Officer O straightened up from his crouched position and hurried a few steps toward Jie Qingqiu, only to find that her expression was not good. Let's leave from here first. We mustn't let them discover our base. Saying this, Jie Qingqiu walked to Jie Li's side and grabbed his wrist. We need to go now. Upon hearing Jie Qingqiu's words, Officer O suddenly remembered the information he had just overlooked. The fact that they could be found accurately by 3 groups meant that one of them or some of them must have a tracker that could pinpoint their location. Realizing this, Officer O's heart sank, and he could no longer care about his wounds and pain. He immediately opened the exit passage. Laniying and Jie did not share the kind of long-standing tacit understanding that Jie Qingqiu and Officer O had, so they didn't know what was being discussed. But looking at their expressions, the 2 felt the tension. Thus, the 4 immediately tensed up and began to quickly move out through the revealed passage. After exiting the base, Jie Qingqiu did not rush to leave, but instead built a fire nearby, quickly creating the illusion that someone had previously cooked food there and left. After the heat of the fire subsided, the few of them departed. They spread their wings and flew aimlessly in a certain direction. This time, it was finally Jie Qingqiu leading Jie. He nestled against her chest and felt a long-lost sense of safety. After wandering for so long and following several people, they ultimately could not make Jie completely at ease. It seemed that his hero could only be Jie Qingqiu. They didn't know how long they had flown until they encountered a wide river, at which point Jie Qingqiu stopped first. She set Jie down. This will do. Laniying and Officer O followed suit and retracted their wings. The sky was darkest just before dawn. A river that wasn't particularly wide appeared boundless in the twilight, with ripples stirred by the breeze that were hard to see, disguising it as an abyss that could swallow people. You 2 take off your clothes. Jie Qingqiu ran her fingers through her hair, expressing some unexplainable frustration. I now suspect you both have trackers on you. Hearing her say this, both of them were taken aback. Laniying seemed to process the information from that sentence first and began to unzip her zipper without hesitation, as if she were going to reveal herself right there. But Jie Qingqiu stopped her just in time. What are you thinking? I want you to change out of these clothes first. She placed her hand over Laniying's hand, pulling the zipper back up. No need to do it in front of us. You can change behind the tree. Jie Qingqiu was always like this, with no airs or boundaries with the female insects around her. An officer was already used to it. But Laniying couldn't get used to it. Her ears turned red. However, once she clarified her words, Laniying and Jie understood each other and quickly took simple undergarments from Officer O to go behind the tree. Jie Qingqiu and Officer O waited in place. They both knew their physical conditions well, and the clothes they were wearing were specially made and fixed, not handled by others. So there would basically be no issues with them. Officer O used a special instrument to check the clothes they changed out of. Because the current instruments were precise, care had to be taken during the inspection, which took some time. Everyone patiently waited for quite a while, but ultimately found no clues. Officer O and Jie Qingqiu exchanged glances, both frowning slightly in unison. If there was nothing wrong with the clothes and belongings, then there was only one other possibility. The trackers had been ingested or embedded in their bodies. Jie Qingqiu's frown deepened. After a few seconds of contemplation, she sighed and said to Officer, "Oh, help them check their bodies." Checking the internal state of the body required more time, and the process was more intricate and cumbersome. The waiting time was anxious and long. Jie Qingqiu was no less uneasy than the two involved, because if trackers or locators were indeed found in their bodies, the process of removal would be very painful. She still didn't want the people around her to suffer such pain. However, Jie Qingqiu was unlucky as always. Heaven did not hear her prayers and would not take care of her worries. Officer O ultimately delivered the result she least wanted to hear. The princess has a high-precision, harmless, invisible particle tracker embedded in her body and Jie. Officer O paused, his tone becoming somewhat hesitant. Jie has a locator embedded in him. It seems to have been there for a few days. Damn it. As soon as Officer O finished speaking, Jie Qingqiu couldn't help but shout in anger. Who the hell did this? Her emotional outburst was not for any other reason, but because this locator was indeed brutal and harmed the host body. It was usually embedded in powerless slaves by some noble lords or in the black market of the insect tribe. And some large prisons also used it on the lowest level criminals. The locator, as its name suggests, was shaped as such. Once embedded in a person's body, it was very difficult to remove, as it had two external arms that would tightly grip the flesh, and over time it would integrate with the flesh and blood. Removing the locator would be equivalent to directly cutting out a piece of flesh, and it couldn't be temporarily shielded. For female insects with strong recovery abilities, it might be painful for a while, but for male insects, it could leave an ugly scar that might never be erased, even with the most advanced skin treatments. Jie Qingqiu felt guilty, self-reproachful, and powerless. She couldn't understand why such things could happen right under her nose. It seems that Jie has always been taken care of by Jie Qingqiu, while Jie Qingqiu, as a dignified major general of the empire, is unable to protect Jie well. Thinking about how her negligence has left Jie with a permanent scar, she feels a pain so profound that it is hard to breathe. Such a jagged scar should not appear on a delicate and beautiful young woman. How can innocence dare to match with inferiority? Jie does not understand why she is so furious, nor does she comprehend why she becomes so sorrowful in such a short time. He does not catch the implications, but understands the most superficial words. He has a locator embedded in him, and it is precisely because of this locator that those people have found them time and again, bringing so much danger to everyone, to the point that they can't even go to the base. If it is not removed, it will cause a lot of trouble in the future. This is not what he wants. So, almost without hesitation, he said to Jie Qingqiu, "Sister, can it be taken out? Please take it out." "But Jie, it hurts a lot," Jie Qingqiu replied, clearly showing her reluctance. Jie pondered for a few seconds and asked her in an innocent yet almost cruel tone, "If it hurts a lot, does that mean it doesn't need to be taken out?" He was not questioning her, nor was there any sarcastic undertone. Yet, such pure words made Jie Qingqiu feel deeply ashamed, as if she alone were the bad person in the world, the one whose negligence caused the good Jie to suffer. The two looked at each other in silence for a few seconds. His eyes remained so pure, almost devoid of any emotion. Even the fear of pain was not visible, only reflecting a complete Jie Qingqiu. Lanning clearly did not know what the locator was, so she did not understand the sudden shift in emotions. What she cared about now was how to remove this thing from her body. So, she unceremoniously spoke up. "How did this thing get into me? Why didn't I find it out before? How can it be taken out? Does it hurt?" Even at such a moment, her noisy nature did not change. Lanning asked a series of questions, pulling Jie Qingqiu out of that sticky emotional state. She sighed helplessly. Luckily, Officer O answered these questions for her. Generally, it is ingested. It wasn't discovered because this is a high-precision microparticle tracker, which is very expensive, and one of its greatest advantages is that it can evade many scanners. At this point, Officer O could not help but give Jie Qingqiu a glance. There is no way to expel it now. It can only be temporarily shielded. Then she answered the last question. It definitely hurts. It's not just a little pain. In fact, it wasn't too much. Compared to the pain of removing the locator, shielding the high-precision tracker on Lan Ying was like being bitten by a mosquito. But Officer O wanted to scare her. Sure enough, Lan Ying's complexion turned pale. Trembling for a while, she bravely said, "If it hurts, then let it hurt. There's no other way. I can't keep being chased, come on. I'm ready." Jie Qingqiu. In this regard, the two seemed particularly in sync, and their moods were particularly resolute. Of course, regardless of how the four of them felt in the end, the locator had to be removed. Officer O took out the necessary items from her bag. After carefully disinfecting, she was about to begin, pulling Jie Qingqiu out of that sticky emotion. Lan Ying's situation was easier to handle. This harmless, invisible, high-precision tracker meant it wouldn't be too intense. Officer O located the tracker within her body and then inserted a soft needle at that spot, which was harmless to the human body and had a half-month effectiveness. After the effectiveness wore off, it would dissolve in the body. Once the Empire has good medical conditions again, the tracker can be removed. However, when it came to solving the locator on Jie, she found it difficult. There was no anesthetic available, so Jie had to endure that pain alone, making her feel a bit reluctant. However, what had to come still had to come. She took out a small scalpel and tweezers from the medical box, lit an alcohol lamp, carefully disinfected everything, and while doing so, she instructed Jie Qingqiu, Major General, help him expose that area of skin. The locator was installed on Jie Li's left shoulder blade. He was now wearing a tight-fitting outdoor training suit, so he could only choose to cut that part open with scissors. However, this also facilitated the subsequent ventilation of the wound. Jie Li was very fair-skinned, and Jie Qingqiu knew this. At this moment, the piece of pale skin he revealed seemed to emit a faint and soft glow compared to the black tight outdoor training suit he was wearing. It also seemed that a gentle touch would leave a significant mark on it. Jie Qingqiu's eyes darkened, and he unconsciously bit the inside of his cheek, as if he dared not look, turning his gaze away from that spot. "Let's begin." She gave the order to everyone. Officer O could always empathize with her Major General at such moments. She unconsciously rotated the scalpel a few times on her finger and, while Jie Li was not paying attention, decisively made a cut on him. A line was drawn on his creamy skin, and bright red blood began to seep out from that cut. Due to the pain, he trembled all over, and a broken sound escaped his lips. Officer O elbowed his shoulder. "Don't move, it hurts, bear with it." Jie Li obediently nodded, biting his lower lip tightly and not daring to make any more sounds. His lips turned pale from the pressure. Jie Qingqiu waited a few seconds, seemingly unable to watch any longer, and without hesitation pulled Jie Li into her embrace. His warm breath sprayed on her soft abdomen. Whether it was hurried, trembling, gentle, or heavy, she felt that breath as if she too empathized with his pain. The tweezers and the metal locator made subtle sounds as they clashed, and the smell of blood quickly spread around. Jie Li truly did not make another sound. It was hard to tell how long it took, perhaps just a few moments, but Officer O finally sighed in relief and said, "All right, it's out." She placed the locator on the lid of the small medical box. Jie Qingqiu glanced at it. The original appearance of the locator was now hard to distinguish, and upon closer inspection, it was just a lump of black metal with small bits of flesh stuck to it. After just one glance, she turned her gaze away. The subsequent suturing was much easier. Officer O was skilled at treating wounds, and while doing it, she even had the mood to tease. "Don't worry, I'll try to stitch it up nicely, leaving a good-looking scar." Jie Li responded with a low unable to discern her mood. After stitching it up, Officer O carefully disinfected it again and finally sprinkled a layer of hemostatic powder, wrapping it up with gauze. This was considered finished. Jie Qingqiu also appropriately released him, then took the scalpel from Officer O's hand. The glimmering scalpel, stained with blood, twirled lightly at her fingertips, and then she decisively struck the locator with a knife. The two metals clashed, producing a slightly crisp sound. Under her pressure, the locator was crushed, completely becoming a useless piece of scrap metal. But fortunately, it did not become a useless piece of garbage. Jie Qingqiu rummaged in her pocket, pulled out a sealable plastic bag, put the bloody object inside, and then placed it into her jacket pocket. It seems she doesn't care at all about what might be attached to her. Over time, who knows what it will turn into? Her demeanor is quite open, shining brightly in front of the other three without worrying about their thoughts. Lan Ying and Cieli both believe she is trying to gather evidence for further investigation, but only Officer O understands her hidden thoughts, yet he doesn't expose her. All right, let's go back now. Jie Qingqiu doesn't waste any more time, walking straight towards Cieli, gently wrapping his arms around her waist, and then spreads his wings to fly towards the base. Lan Ying and Officer O follow closely behind. After so many days, is there still no news at all? Lan Mei impatiently kicked the table leg with the tip of her shoe. What are you all doing? Their whereabouts are indeed hard to track. Pei Jiao lowered her head, not daring to make eye contact with Lan Mei. We've done our best. Done your best. Lan Mei sneered. Is that what I want from you? I want a result. Pei Jiao fell silent, and the room fell into an eerie silence. After a while, Lan Mei managed to suppress her anger a bit. She paced around the room a few times and then looked at Pei Jiao. What news do we have from the Federation? Which way is the media leaning? You should know this. Pei Jiao timidly nodded. The two sides of the media are still in a heated standoff. Now the public opinion is becoming increasingly strange, with all sorts of claims, even veering into the realm of the supernatural. She seemed very interested in this and wanted to elaborate, but a glance from Lan Mei forced her words back. What about the contract? Is there any talk about signing the contract? Lan Mei actually doesn't care much about the lives of Jie Qingqiu and the others. After all, the two have long-standing grievances. If Jie Qingqiu and Lan Ying die, it would actually suit her just fine. What she is most concerned about now is signing the contract. This contract must be signed. Otherwise, it will really be, as the external media says, the Federation will use the excuse of the unsigned contract to launch a war against the Empire. Lan Mei doesn't want war. She just wants to live a peaceful and happy life, and then rise against the odds to become the next queen, standing at the peak of power and wealth, looking down at the world. She doesn't want a turbulent country. After pondering for several seconds, her expression shifted as she realized that she's the only one left who can sign the contract. Perhaps if this matter is completed when she returns home, the queen might look upon her more favorably. Thinking of this, a smile unconsciously crept onto Lan Mei's lips. Make arrangements. I want to talk with their Ministry of Foreign Affairs. September 9th, 1285, 10:30 a.m. Star Era. Princess Lan Mei of the Empire signed a ceasefire agreement with the Federation, marking the end of the long-standing struggle between the two nations and ushering in a long-awaited peace. The contract was made in triplicate, with 2 copies kept by the Empire and the Federation respectively, and the final copy burned to ashes and scattered in the universe, allowing the countless stardust and the cosmic river to witness this promise. But how much of this promise of peace is genuine, and how much is false? Only the people involved know. The public is no longer filled with reverence for the distant starry river as they once were. And this news soon reached Jie Qingqiu and the others. Jie Qingqiu and Officer O exchanged a knowing glance. They had been waiting for this day for many days. And now the plan smoothly progressed to the next step, which is to return to the Federation, taking on the passive role of the ignorant. Is the Dark Guard ready? She looked at Officer O. We can wrap things up. Officer Unoded. The media is also ready. Public opinion is starting to close in, and by tomorrow at the latest, the Federation will mobilize the whole country to search for us. At that point, we can return without any issues. In the chaotic media battle of the past few days, their people contributed significantly. It was a pile of dry firewood. A single spark ignited everything, and then they continuously added half-truths, making the situation increasingly murky. Now, they just need to guide it slightly, directing the majority of the media's focus towards the Federation, whether it be conspiracy theories or the failure to fulfill host obligations. As long as overwhelming public opinion is directed at the Federation, they will surely not take it lightly and will do everything possible to find them and prove their innocence. Listening to her words, Jie Qingqiu's lips curled slightly. She was silent for several seconds before speaking, leading the conversation to other topics. The Federation will definitely conduct a thorough investigation of this matter. After all, they're not the type to suffer in silence. She tapped her fingers on the wooden table, the dull sound gently reverberating in the tree hole. We can let them intersect with those groups pursuing us. The Federation is already suspicious about their disappearance, suspecting it to be a staged act by the Empire. Jie Qingqiu doesn't believe they would meet those groups without raising suspicions. At this point, she looked at Officer O, her expression coldly smiling. Isn't the Federation self-proclaimed to be the good guys? Then let them be good all the way and help us resolve these troubles. Regardless of whether the Federation can clean up those loose ends, it would be good if they could use their hands to find out who is behind those people. Officer O showed a knowing expression, pulling out a mechanical block from her pocket, which had some buttons and a blue screen. She began to tap on the buttons, presumably transmitting information. For the past few days, they had stopped using light brains to evade the star network's signal pursuit, and their communication with the outside world relied on the ancestral communicator in Officer O's hand. The ancestral communicator has its own special method of transmitting information, effectively avoiding signal tracking and eavesdropping equipment. After a while, she looked up at Jie Qingqiu and nodded. Then Jie Qingqiu's expression shifted from serious to casual and lazy. She leaned back against the inner wall of the tree hole, her gaze sweeping around before landing on the silent Lanning. The other party showed no expression, making it hard to tell what she was thinking. Lanjing. Having spent some time together, Jie Qingqiu casually called her by her name. Lanjing, who was in a daze, was snapped back to reality by the call and looked at her blankly. Huh? Did anything happen to us these past few days? Jie Qingqiu made a fierce face, mimicking the lines of villains in movies, deliberately teasing her. Lanning quickly caught on and continued with her words. No, I've mostly been in a coma these days, unaware of anything. Hearing her response, Jie Qingqiu smiled. She hadn't expected Lanning to become much smarter. But with a playful question, she helped them find a way to deal with the Federation and the Empire. Thus, she nodded in satisfaction at Lanning. Good. If you remember anything, I will. I will kill you to silence you. Jie Qingqiu brought her right hand's index and middle fingers together and swiftly traced them across her neck. Lanning playfully pretended to shiver in fear. Everyone laughed heartily. Jie Qingqiu knew that those people would not give up easily, so she had Officer O deliberately leave some traces to allow those groups to find clues and successfully locate them. Of course, this location is not where their base is. As soon as they formulated the plan to return to the Federation, they moved away from the base. They specifically found a relatively hidden cave and lived there for a day. Everything on the Federation side is proceeding smoothly according to Jie Qingqiu's design. They are currently dispatching a large number of personnel and professionals to investigate and search. The timing of their arrival is quite clever. At that time, Jie Qingqiu and her group were resisting attackers who had come to them following clues, with 3 parties in total, making it a perfectly matched confrontation. No one was willing to give way, and when they clashed, they fought mercilessly, without any idea of temporarily allying with one of the parties. Including the federal investigators sent to investigate, and Jie Qingqiu herself, there were a total of 5 factions. Everyone had different thoughts, with varying final goals and methods. Jie Qingqiu's 5 companions were ragged and covered in dirt, while the 3 groups of attackers wore vastly different night gear, and the federal military was in neat, clean battle uniforms. For a moment, the scene was chaotic and somewhat comically shocking. She had long known that the federal personnel would arrive at this time. So during the previous fight, she had deliberately sustained some minor, non-painful injuries to appear more disheveled and disadvantaged. As the 3 groups of attackers showed signs of retreating, Officer O took advantage of the chaos to insert a mildly damaging biochemical weapon ball into one of their waistbands. When the ball was struck, it would release a smoke that could temporarily paralyze the nerves, causing weakness in those who inhaled it, leading the weak to faint immediately. Having been captured for so many days, and after enduring a fight, it was reasonable for them to be somewhat weakened. In fact, Jie Qingqiu was just too lazy to deal with the federal personnel, intending to use this method to get a decent sleep. As they had anticipated, when the person was dodging and escaping, The biochemical weapon ball lodged at their waist fell and hit the ground heavily. In an instant, a layer of deep green smoke enveloped the surroundings, accompanied by a choking odor. The attacking groups flapped their wings and quickly fled in the smoke, while the federal side quickly reacted and donned portable gas masks. Only Jie Qingqiu and her 5 companions, who were unaware and weak, fainted in the thick green mist. Jie Qingqiu opened her eyes again to see a pure white, flawless ceiling that gleamed, with cold white light emanating from the tubes. After blinking a few times to adjust to the brightness, she quickly realized she was in a hospital. She moved her limbs and, finding nothing unusual, breathed a sigh of relief. Her minor injuries had already been bandaged, and the deliberate grime had been cleaned off, replaced with comfortable, soft hospital attire. This was one thing she was quite satisfied with. She half sat up and looked around. This was a high-end single-patient room. An Officer O and the others were not there. She wondered what changes had occurred outside during her sleep. Whether the hottest topic on the Star Network was the long-missing representative of the Empire being found. She subtly raised the corner of her mouth before quickly suppressing that fleeting emotion and pressed the call button at the head of the bed. Someone came quickly. Along with the medical staff were some representatives from the federal military. Unlike the diplomats from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they exuded a more stern and sharp aura, revealing a sense of coldness when not smiling, likely developed on the battlefield. Seeing them, Jie Qingqiu restrained her casual demeanor, likely because there would naturally be some comparative thoughts between soldiers of different countries. She sized them up and learned from their epaulets that one was a colonel. Major General Jie, the leading military officer, spoke first, saluting her along with the people behind. Colonel Bu Zhongyao of the 16th Federal Fleet. Hello, Colonel Bu. She nodded to the other party, but noticed her voice was hoarse and broken, as if it had returned to the state of being injured just the night before. This startled everyone when she spoke. Could it be the fault of the biochemical weapon? Could it harm one's voice? Or could it exacerbate the damage that the mutated plant caused to the human throat? She was momentarily perplexed, beginning to wonder if she would have majored in biological sciences had she chosen to study back then. While she was lost in thought, the medical personnel checked her body, and the conclusion was that there was nothing seriously wrong. Her throat would recover with some rest. Jie Qingqiu nodded to indicate she understood. After completing the basic examination, the medical staff exited the room, kindly closing the door for her. She knew the real main event was about to begin, so she focused her mind and sat up a bit more. Major General Jie, sorry to bother you and take up some of your time. We would like to ask you about some events that have occurred in recent days in order to uncover the truth of the matter. We will be recording and documenting, and hope you can agree. Jie Qingqiu nodded in agreement. Colonel Bu did not sit down, but remained standing very formally. She took a folder from her aide and opened it to begin asking questions in an orderly manner. Could you please tell us what you were doing on the day of the incident? Where did the incident occur? What kind of people did you encounter at that time? She began to ask questions, and her aide behind her activated a holographic device to start recording. These questions were all within Jie Qingqiu's expectations, and everything was part of her plan, so she answered easily and without any flaws. In fact, on the day of the incident, I wasn't doing much. If I had to elaborate, I was in the suite with my aide watching a melodramatic urban romance show. At this point, Jie Qingqiu paused, explaining with understanding why she had spent the day watching TV in the suite, clarifying that negotiations were not part of her day's activities. At that time, my throat was already bad. It had been for several days. When I went to see a doctor, I was told it was due to a plant unique to your federation, which had appeared on my desk that day. She smiled at Colonel Bu, as if hinting at something or mocking, but it seemed ambiguous. It was when we decided to go out for dinner that the incident occurred. Dining at the Zenila Hotel was also a spur-of-the-moment decision. My brother saw a video on the Star Network saying that a nearby dessert shop was having a promotion. Spend 1,000 star coins and get a limited edition pear-flavored cake. She smiled at Colonel Bu, saying, "Boys, after all, have no resistance to these sweet things." The military's patience was always commendable, even though Jie Qingqiu was rambling. Colonel Bu did not show any signs of impatience. Before we even reached the dessert shop, we were attacked. I remember it was in a bustling area. They were very bold, but unfortunately, we couldn't see their faces. She paused and added, of course, I clearly saw the faces of the people fighting us that day, but I couldn't confirm if they were the same group. Colonel Boone nodded to indicate she understood and continued to ask the next question. What specifically happened during the days you were missing? We were unconscious for about a day. When we woke up, we found ourselves in a small cave, where there were others, specifically some of those we had fought with last time. After waking up, I didn't take immediate action, but observed for 2 days. After one dinner, my aide and I took the initiative to launch an attack. They were unprepared, so we successfully escaped. Unfortunately, we never managed to escape their surveillance and tracking. Later, I found out that a locator had been installed on my brother. At this point, Jie Qingqiu finally relaxed and let out some emotions. I used the military knife I grabbed to extract it. It was in locator. As a fellow soldier, Bu Zhongyao naturally knew what the locator was. She paused noticeably before saying to Jie Qingqiu, I'm sorry to hear this. We will do our best to arrange for a doctor for her. Jie Qingqiu didn't want to dwell on it further and continued with her own narrative. As soon as the locator was made, those people came back, and not just one group. I feel they are not from the same faction, but I don't know who they belong to. Naturally, we fought with them again, and you all know what happened afterward. She quickly wrapped up this long segment of speech, perfectly displaying her unwillingness to discuss it further. Bu Zhongyao understood her expression and had no intention of asking more, as she had already learned all the necessary information and could choose another time for anything else. So, she put away the folder, handed it to the adjutant behind her, and said to Jie Qingqiu, That's all our questions. Thank you, Major General. We will do our best to investigate the truth of the matter and will inform you once we have any updates. Please take care. We will take our leave now. She saluted in a federal military manner and left the ward with her team. Jie Qingqiu didn't say much, maintaining a half-sitting posture. After about 10 minutes, she pulled off the covers and got out of bed. She got out of bed, not because it was particularly important, but because she wanted to check on the other 3 people's conditions. Now that returning to the Federation didn't require avoiding Star Network signal capture, she could naturally use her light brain. After exchanging a few messages to confirm each other's hospital rooms, she headed in the right direction. In fact, the 3 of them were also in high-end single-patient rooms, not too far apart. So she went to chat with each of them for a few minutes based on their distances. She learned that Bu Zhongyao had already visited their hospital rooms before asking her, and the questions were roughly the same, but she cleverly tailored them to ask a bit more based on their personal characteristics and identities. For instance, when facing Lanning, she asked why she was tied up in the same place as Jie Qingqiu's group, which was far away at the Nalu Hotel. She also inquired if she had seen any other people staying in the same hotel when the incident occurred. When asking about Jie, they seemed particularly concerned about his identity and didn't fully believe that he was Jie Qingqiu's brother. Fortunately, the 4 of them had already coordinated their responses and had considered every aspect thoroughly, so they answered with ease, making it hard to detect any signs of lying. For some tricky questions they truly didn't know how to answer, they all chose to play dumb, vaguely expressing that they didn't understand the question and stubbornly providing an answer that didn't count as one. After understanding all this, Jie Qingqiu nodded in satisfaction. They had already planned the follow-up matters, and Adjutant O and the secret guard would handle them well. So now she felt quite light and unburdened. Seeing that there was really nothing more to say, she walked back to her ward slowly in her slippers, checking the trending topics on the new network for a while before covering herself with a blanket and falling asleep at a suitable temperature. The purpose of her visit to the Federation, which was to sign the peace agreement, had been achieved, and with Lan Yunling anxious about Lan Ying's injury, they didn't stay in the Federation any longer. Thanks to Lan Ying, Jie Qingqiu and her 2 companions finally didn't have to return home pitifully on their own ship. Instead, they enjoyed a rare first-class cabin without having to pay for it. It was unclear whether it was the fact that they didn't have to pay, but Jie Qingqiu found the arrangement on the ship to be pleasing to the eye and rarely appreciated the vast universe outside the window. Sensing the fresh, yet slightly sweet scent of the shower gel on Jie, she suddenly began to find everything outside the window magnificent and grand. Sister, will the flowers in the yard bloom? Jie suddenly asked a question, pulling Jie Qingqiu's thoughts back. She thought for a few seconds and replied, according to the blooming time, we should be just in time when we return. I'm looking forward to it, she added excitedly. I worked hard to get the red camellia seeds from a farmer. They bloom beautifully, and I really like them. She glanced at Jelly. You should like them too. I like them. Lan Ying, who was sitting in the front row, suddenly turned to interject. Jie Qingqiu, can I have a flower when yours bloom? I've never seen one. You've never seen it, yet you say you like it. Jie Qingqiu was not stingy, even though the flowers were carefully nurtured by her and a secret guard. At the moment they bloomed, all meanings and purposes would have been achieved. Giving her one was no trouble at all. Lan Ying mumbled to herself, I will like it. Sometimes Jie Qingqiu felt that Lan Ying was very similar to Jieli, just like the kind of innocent charm that had unconsciously been revealed earlier. She certainly thought this charm was cute, but it was rarely seen in ordinary people, so she considered it a talent. We'll talk about it when the flowers bloom, she replied to Lan Ying. In the past, Lan Ying would have felt rejected by this, but after spending some time together, she finally understood that this was a polite response. So she happily turned back to face front. The atmosphere on the way back was quite relaxed. Jie Qingqiu had only slept for a while when she realized they had already arrived at the docking station of the Empire's main star. Seeing the familiar street scenes and still bustling shops, she felt an absurd, almost otherworldly sensation, but she quickly dispelled that unnecessary emotion. Upon reaching the docking station, Lan Ying was about to formally part ways with Jie Qingqiu and the others. She seemed to have many things to say, but said nothing and simply said goodbye before getting into the hovering car sent by Lan Yunling to pick her up. At that moment, Jie Qingqiu felt a strange sensation, an indescribable reluctance, and a kind of panic, as if this would be her last meeting with Lan Ying. But she firmly believed that this was impossible. Not lingering at the docking station for too long, they also called a hovering car directly to Jie Qingqiu's suburban villa. There were still some loose ends to wrap up, so Adjutant O temporarily didn't plan to part ways and return to his residence. When the general outline of the building came into view, Jie Qingqiu visibly became more cheerful. As soon as the hovering car stopped, she couldn't wait to open the door. She took the key from Adjutant O's hand. Eager to go admire the red camellia she had been looking forward to for a long time. However, the moment the yard door opened, she froze. Her expression secretive and hard to read. Major General, what's wrong? Is the flower not blooming well? It's quite good, just a bit different from what I imagined. While saying this, Jie Qingqiu completely opened the yard's big gate, fully revealing the scene in the courtyard. Following her, Adjutant O and Jelly also saw the flower's appearance. The flowers had indeed bloomed very well, in dense clusters, and the bright sunlight shone down, yet the petals swaying in the wind showed no signs of wilting. They seemed to be emitting a faint glow. Everything seemed perfect. However, the color was different from what Jie Qingqiu, or rather everyone, had expected. In Jie Qingqiu's own description, the blooming camellias should have been a vibrant red, blooming boldly and flamboyantly. But the clusters of flowers in front of her were pure white, as pure as the first natural snow in winter. Thus, the three people present fell into a strange silence. Finally, it was Jie Qingqiu herself who broke the awkward atmosphere. MMP, I've been fooled again. Nowadays, farmers are becoming more cunning and sly. I haven't skimped on any money for her. So why is she giving me such a color? She rubbed her forehead. When I take my next vacation, I must go find her for an explanation. With this, her initial excitement had faded considerably. It's not that the white mountain tea isn't beautiful. It's just that the feeling of unmet expectations is unpleasant. After cursing a few times in anger, Jie Qingqiu didn't dwell on it too much. She picked up her luggage and went inside, planning to take a hot bath to wash away the fatigue from her journey. Officer O and Jelly exchanged a glance, but didn't say anything. Following her into the house, the two of them were always much more diligent than Jie Qingqiu. After a quick cleanup, they immediately got to work. Officer O contacted the Dark Guard still in the Federation to wrap up loose ends and asked some media contacts in the Empire to secretly lay a good public opinion foundation for Jie Qingqiu's return. Jelly, meanwhile, busily started preparing dinner for them. After half a month, the aroma of food wafted through the suburban villa once more. The rising smoke was a sign of human warmth. When Jie Qingqiu emerged from her bath, she saw this scene. The warm orange light made her feel cozy and comforting, a stark contrast to the coldness of the Federation. She shook her dripping hair and was about to head downstairs when she heard a message notification from her light brain. 91. The Major General has an appointment with Zhang Lu. Her footsteps paused momentarily. After hesitating, she opened her light brain to check the message. It was from Zhang Lu, and there wasn't too much content, just asking if she had really returned, whether she had a safe journey, and if they could meet up recently. Many of her old friends and partners sent similar messages, but Zhang Lu's made her feel uneasy, as if it were a sudden blow that jolted her awake from a beautiful dream. Jie was still busy in the kitchen, standing at the staircase. She had a perfect view of Jie's figure moving under the warm light, which was so gentle and inviting, resembling an untouchable, beautiful dream. Jie Qingqiu was struggling, enduring hardships and poverty. In her short life of a few decades, she had written too many unfortunate stories, and these beauties were not meant for her. She needed to take up the responsibilities that were hers, not indulge in unreachable dreams. The sadness came quickly and went just as fast. She was good at organizing herself in such emotions, and soon she replied to Zhang Lu, agreeing on a recent time to meet. She told herself, Jie Qingqiu, do not fantasize about things that do not belong to you. It was at this moment that she finally remembered something she had forgotten all along. Before going to the Federation, she and Officer O had discussed finding Jie's family as soon as possible and sending her back to them. Unexpectedly, that incident occurred, and the matter was shelved. It hadn't been brought up again until her return to the Empire. Sighing, she decided to discuss this matter with Officer O after dinner. There had already been some leads. Picking it up again shouldn't be too difficult. After a long time, Jie Qingqiu finally had a meal prepared by Jie that was extremely to her taste and flavorful. As the warmth flowed down her esophagus and filled her stomach, she felt a wave of warmth wash over her, as if nothing could make her feel anxious anymore. However, matters that needed attention still had to be addressed. After dinner, she called Officer O to her study. The villa had been cleaned regularly, so even after being away for over half a month, the study was still dust-free. She skillfully turned on the lights in the study and activated a full set of devices to prevent eavesdropping and surveillance. But this time, she didn't rush to call Lu Yinqiao as usual. Instead, she brought up that matter with Officer O. Officer O, how is the progress on finding Jie's family? She tried to keep her tone calm and light. As soon as this was mentioned, Officer O was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, it had been too long since they had discussed this, and her memory had faded. However, her professionalism quickly kicked in, and she replied honestly to Jie Qingqiu. During this time, we've been busy with signing contracts with the Federation, so finding Jie's family has been delayed. But I remember there were some leads. After recalling, she successfully extracted a fragment of memory regarding this and continued. There are clear leads proving that she disappeared from the Federation. If we follow up on this, I believe we'll have results soon. How long will it take? Jie Qingqiu had never inquired about the time before, as she trusted Officer O and knew they had a sense of timing and would complete things as quickly as possible. But this time was different. After pondering for a few seconds, Officer O said, should be within half a month. She didn't dare to be too definitive, as Jie had been subjected to a genetic lock that altered her appearance before being brought back by them. With their current resources and technology, it was difficult to break that genetic lock. Moreover, the situation was quite strange. During the investigation, she encountered many obstacles, as if someone wanted to intentionally erase something. It was as if Jie's disappearance was not an accident at all. But this was merely her speculation, without sufficient evidence. She would share this guess with Jie Qingqiu. She knew Jie's status in Jie Qingqiu's heart was different, and an unproven hypothesis might leave her flustered. A qualified officer should alleviate her Major General's worries, not add to her troubles. All right, then you all hurry. Jie Qingqiu didn't rush or show any emotional response. Then the two didn't discuss it further and instead opened the special communicator with Lu Yinqiao. The communication was quickly connected, and Lu Yinqiao's image was clearly reflected on the screen. It had been a long time since she saw Jie Qingqiu, and her expression was noticeably much softer. What's going on? Lu Yinqiao spoke before Jie Qingqiu could salute. Don't bother with the formalities. I heard there was an accident this time. Jie Qingqiu fell silent for a few seconds. Yes, there were indeed some unexpected events, but it's not a big problem. Lu Yinqiao didn't continue her line, but silently looked at her, as if just a few short seconds could see through a person's heart. After a moment of mutual gaze, Jie Qingqiu finally conceded, helplessly saying to her, "Actually, the big commotion was caused by us." Seeing her speak the truth, Lu Yintiao showed an expression of "I knew it," but her focus was not solely on this. "Is that all? There's got to be more." Jie Qingqiu hesitated again. She didn't want to recount everything she had suffered in detail. Having endured hardship herself, her words wouldn't be objective. Any slight deviation would feel like a child reporting to an adult. "Qingqiu, I've lived a few decades longer than you, so I understand the empire and these people's nature better. You don't need to hide anything from me. I know for sure a lot has happened." Lu Yinqiao's words carried a tone of heartfelt concern, so Jie Qingqiu felt there was no longer any need for concealment or hesitation. She admitted she felt a bit like a child who had been bullied and was going home to tell on someone. But that was okay since Lu Yintiao was her mentor and she could do that. Thus, she succinctly and thoroughly recounted her experiences in the Federation, along with some speculations. Officer O also chimed in from time to time. The three of them discussed endlessly, and time quickly slipped away in the lines of text, while the night deepened gradually. The soundproofing of the study was excellent, yet Jie Qingqiu had the illusion of hearing the cicadas outside the window and the sound of Jie Li going upstairs, which made her feel a bit drowsy. Therefore, they didn't talk for long before hastily concluding and going to sleep. Jie Qingqiu fell asleep quickly, but not very well. She remembered that she had to report to the military the next day and see the queen again. On the third night, she had to attend the annoying welcome banquet. And during the day, she still had to meet Zhonglu. A myriad of trivial matters entangled her. The next day, when Jie Qingqiu went to report, it was surprisingly smooth. Perhaps it was because the peace talks had already been successful, and Huang and Xiao and Wang Fuyun had achieved their wishes. So they were in a good mood and didn't deliberately make things difficult for her. Even when they learned about her unexpected and unforeseen circumstances, they offered some words of comfort. So regarding this matter, she felt considerably relieved. Then there was the headache-inducing main event, which was entering the palace to see the queen. Talking to foolish people, especially to those who are foolish yet unaware of it but wield immense power, is the most exhausting. Such people always have inexplicable confidence and superiority, thinking they have everything under control and trying to dominate everything. Jie Qingqiu had to cooperate with her performance, trying to make herself look like a chess piece tightly held in her hands, even though she wasn't. When Jie Qingqiu arrived at the study, she hadn't yet seen Lan Yunling. The large study had not even drawn the curtains, and the afternoon sunlight couldn't penetrate the heavy curtains. It was as dark as an old, decaying underground prison. There was still someone in the study. He Huan, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, was half leaning against the heavy desk, holding a scroll of an unknown book. His expression was indifferent, lacking the flamboyance he had when Jie Qingqiu last saw him. Upon hearing the sound of Jie Qingqiu pushing the door open, he looked up from his book and greeted her in a familiar manner. The flirtation in his voice not entirely faded. "Major General, you're here." He Huan closed the book and gracefully walked a few steps toward her. "I haven't seen you in a long time." "Yes, I went to the Federation for peace talks." Jie Qingqiu instinctively took a step back to create some distance. But He Huan didn't press in like before. He stood still, understanding the appropriate distance between them. They maintained a distance that was neither too far nor too close, neither awkward nor comfortable. Upon meeting again, he had mastered the balance of approach and retreat, but his face showed disappointment and gloom that seemed genuine. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked, "Am I really that unlikable?" This question had no right answer, so Jie Qingqiu chose to respond. "You are the Queen's male consort." "Ha!" He Huan laughed ambiguously. "Major General, you know this identity doesn't mean much. It doesn't represent that I'm the Queen's husband." He seemed to let out an almost imperceptible sigh. Or perhaps he didn't. "I am no different from an object. If you just touch me, she wouldn't know or care." He looked at Jie Qingqiu, and it seemed a flicker of rekindled desire rose in his eyes. "But Qingqiu, I'm a living person. You can take me away, if only you wish to." In just a few sentences, he discarded the decorum he had just maintained. "You have achieved great military success, and the queen dotes on you so much. Asking her for a dispensable item she would surely give it to you. Take me away. Take me away. Before Jie Qingqiu could respond, Yuan seemed to have made up his mind, and he began to tear at the collar of his clothes, stepping closer to her as if he didn't care about anything. Of course, Jie Qingqiu quickly stopped him, raising her hand defensively in front of her, her demeanor showing clear vigilance and wariness. Consort He, remember your identity. Identity? Yuan laughed loudly. What identity could I have? I am the most unqualified person in the world to have an identity. Seeing Jie Qingqiu's determined resistance, he seemed to go a bit mad, his eyes suddenly turning red. Qingqiu, why don't you want to take me away? Is it such a difficult thing? I don't want anything. Having another female consort wouldn't matter. 3 people can get along just fine. Enough. Jie Qingqiu forcefully shook off his hand that was trying to cling to her again. That's enough. I sympathize with your situation and pity your identity. But you must understand that sympathy and pity are not love, and won't lead me to have anything with you. She took a few steps back to increase the distance again. You're here wallowing in self-pity, thinking about relying on others to save you. That's where you're least innocent. Yuan couldn't hear her words at all now. Just as he was about to pounce again, the sound of high heels hitting the floor came from outside the door. Both of them froze, and Yuan, more flustered than her, began to tidy himself up. The atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze, slowly shifting back to normal. Soon, the door was opened. But when a female consort and a male consort were involved in something, or were about to engage in something, regardless of whether both parties were willing, the atmosphere charged with desire would be apparent to anyone, especially for someone experienced in the realm of relationships like Lan Yunling. In just a glance, the moment the door opened, a peculiar scent filled her nostrils, making her realize the situation they had just been in. So she silently looked at Yuan, whose face still bore the remnants of excitement, accompanied by labored breaths, as if something had truly just happened. Lan Yunling half squinted her eyes, which was when she exuded her most authoritative presence. Yuan dare not look at her or speak. After about 10 seconds of silence, with no one saying a word and their gazes crossing each other without making direct eye contact, Lan Yunling finally broke the silence. Yuan, you can leave now? Yuan, being called out, trembled slightly, raising his head and glancing around as if wanting to look at someone, but ultimately did not. He simply pressed his lips together and walked out the door with a heavy heart. Wait for me in the warm room, Lan Yunling added, and at those words, his steps seemed even heavier. The moment Yuan stepped out of the study, the room seemed to lighten up. Lan Yunling didn't question Jie Qingqiu about what had just happened, nor did she feel the need to extract any causal connections from it, as if she was certain Jie Qingqiu would never engage in anything that crossed moral boundaries. She seemed to trust her that much, but it might also be that she didn't truly trust her. Have a seat, Qingqiu. Lan Yunling walked to the main seat first and pointed to a soft stool beside her. Let us have a good talk about what has happened lately. She smiled again, though it was still a smile hiding a knife and not very benevolent. I've heard that many significant events have occurred recently, especially the incident of the missing persons. I was scared to death when I found out, but thankfully you're all okay. She touched the non-existent tears at the corners of her eyes. You know, I value you very much. Jie Qingqiu had already grown tired of these clichés. It seemed like it was just talk, with great gratitude expressed unnecessarily. However, although she felt impatient listening, she still put on a serious listening posture, and at such moments, she even appeared genuinely moved. Your Majesty, I know, I have always known. She slightly furrowed her brows, revealing a hint of helpless yet touched emotion. Over the years, thanks to your care, Qingqiu has come to where she is today. Lan Yunling put on an air of seriousness, her words sincere. Jie Qingqiu felt like she had poured her entire acting skills into this moment. It was hard to say how much of this Lan Yunling truly absorbed, but her expression clearly showed satisfaction. Now it was time to get to the real topic. Qingqiu, Lan Yunling sighed. Tell me in detail what has happened during your time in the Federation. You can say anything, don't worry about my impatience. You don't want to know about you. Jie Qingqiu mentally translated this message. Lan Yunling wanted a full account of everything that happened in the Federation, leaving no detail, big or small, hidden. Honesty was certainly out of the question, and some things had to remain concealed. A mix of 3 parts truth and 7 parts lies could make the story sound just as compelling as the truth. Of course, I will tell Her Majesty everything without any concealment. After saying such formal pleasantries, Jie Qingqiu began recounting her experiences in the Federation. She launched into her usual roundabout way of speaking, rambling on and only getting to the main points much later. In her long narrative, she omitted the character of Jie, instead focusing on the part where her voice was poisoned, adding many details of her own. However, she didn't repeat the excuses she had made for dealing with Bu Zhongyao to Lan Yunling. Instead, she shared a few more truths about her repeated struggles with the attackers. This wasn't because she trusted Lan Yunling more, but because she suspected that one of the 3 groups involved was connected to Lan Yunling, and the tracker on Laniying reinforced this suspicion. In the end, she emphasized how hard and difficult things had been for her multiple times, given that she had spoken at length, despite the lack of substantial information. It was enough to satisfy the foolish queen. Sure enough, after Jie Qingqiu finished her summary, Lan Yunling nodded, her face showing some pleasure. But a few seconds later, she seemed to realize that since the other party had expressed her difficulties, her own pleasure was inappropriate and not something a charitable queen should feel. So she quickly put on a somewhat pained expression, tinged with a hint of guilt, but the inconsistency in her emotions made her look quite fierce. Qingqiu, I didn't expect that so much would happen just from attending a negotiation, she sighed. It almost put you in danger. Had I known it would turn out this way, I would have. She didn't finish her sentence, because no matter what challenges lay ahead, Jie Qingqiu could not escape the negotiation. At least you weren't in any danger, and you returned safely. That reassures me. Regardless of what Lan Yunling was truly thinking or feeling at that moment, she still symbolically offered some compensation to avoid gossip. Jie Qingqiu gladly accepted it, as it was her favorite money, and the amount was considerable. Thus, she left the palace in a good mood. As she exited the palace gates, her keen senses seemed to pick up distant, painful wails coming from the southwest, but upon closer inspection, it seemed there was nothing at all. Not thinking too much, she walked out of the palace without looking back. Thanks to the generous bonus she had just received, Jie Qingqiu passed by a pastry shop on her way back and bought a delicious-looking cake for her 2 family members at home. After deliberating for a while, she chose a pear-flavored cake for Jie. When the 2 at home saw it, they were pleasantly surprised, and Jie Qingqiu enjoyed a dinner that perfectly suited her taste. After dinner, the hot bath had already been prepared by Vice Officer O. Thus, before going to bed, Jie Qingqiu summarized her day as follows: somewhat restless but still smooth, habitually at a loss for words, and unexpectedly delightful. Of course, no matter how her day went, the second day she dreaded would inevitably arrive. With a pained heart, she took a sum from her still-cool bonus to buy a bouquet of white lilies still glistening with morning dew for Zhang Lu, and she reserved a table at the most popular dessert restaurant in the main district. After sitting at a window-side table for about half an hour, the agreed-upon time arrived, and Zhang Lu walked into the restaurant right on cue. Qingqiu, you're here. Zhang Lu jogged over to the table. Have you been waiting long? Although Jie Qingqiu's mood was far from good, she didn't forget the necessary etiquette and stood up to pull out a chair for Zhang Lu, who naturally sat down. Neither of them rushed to discuss anything else. It was long before, as expected, the female insects arrived early for their date with the male insects. She smiled and handed the menu to Zhang Lu. You order. He didn't hesitate and began flipping through it. When he reached a particular item, he naturally asked Jie Qingqiu if she liked it and if she wanted to order a portion. His tone was so natural, as if they had been married for many years and were already well aware of each other's tastes and preferences. But in reality, it was not the case. Jie Qingqiu showed some signs of discomfort and awkwardness at this intimacy, but the other party didn't notice. Once they had ordered everything they wanted, the 2 began to converse comfortably. The first question after a long absence was naturally about how each other had been during this time, and Zhang Lu had plenty to ask. For instance, how things had been in the Federation, whether the negotiations went smoothly, how the accidents occurred, and what had happened during the days of disappearance. In short, these were all questions that many others had already asked Jie Qingqiu yesterday. They were all the same, asking back and forth with no originality. She repeated what she had told Lan Yunling to Zhang Lu, of course omitting the complaints and grievances. However, Zhang Lu still showed concern and empathy, seeming more sincere and believable than what Lan Yunling had expressed the day before. After discussing these matters, the ordered dishes were finally served. This was a dessert restaurant favored by male insects, mainly selling exquisite sweets, but Zhang Lu had evidently considered Jie Qingqiu more when ordering. Choosing substantial dishes, it seemed that her ability to eat had already spread widely. But Jie Qingqiu wished he would be a bit more willful, a bit more self-indulgent, more reckless, so that she could feel justified in not loving him. During the meal, they didn't discuss anything else, only commenting on the taste and appearance of the food. He also mentioned a restaurant on the main star that might suit her taste, suggesting that they could try it next time. Jie Qingqiu nodded absently, sensing that he had something he wanted to say after the meal. After all, they had agreed before going to the Federation that they would talk upon returning. Now that the time had come, it was time to clarify things and resolve matters. Both were testing each other, and after finishing their meal, neither spoke immediately. She admitted that she was like a bad female insect, having consumed everything and made promises. But now that it was time to take responsibility, she hesitated, waiting for him to say something first. In truth, she didn't want to shirk responsibility. She was just gathering courage to say the responsible words. Facing someone she didn't love, it was truly difficult to casually utter the word marriage. Jie Qingqiu had experienced unexpected surprises and difficult choices throughout her decades of life. Qingqiu, do you still remember when you said? In the end, it was Zhang Lu who spoke first, though he struggled to find the words. He mentioned discussing matters between the two of them after returning from the Federation. His innocent appearance, with his eyes fixed on her, was enough to make anyone's heart soften. So what's your plan now? She asked. I could only respond with one word, and she was at a loss for words. They locked eyes for several seconds. In Zhang Lu's gaze, there was only her, and the anticipation in his eyes made her feel the weight of his expectations. Jie Qingqiu took a deep breath, finally feeling ready to express her thoughts. On National Day, I will personally visit Minister Zhang with gifts, and I will clarify our matters one by one. She looked at him firmly, and they gazed into each other's eyes. National Day, the day the empire was founded, is celebrated with a week-long holiday throughout the empire, with various celebrations in different cities and planets. All citizens of the empire regard National Day as the most important holiday of the year. Zhang Tai would naturally take a holiday as well. 7 days would be enough time for her to visit and discuss her marriage with Zhang Lu. Ironically, she only learned about this after arriving at the main star. During her 18 years on the garbage planet, she had never heard of it. There, simply surviving was the most celebrated achievement. All right, Zhang Lu replied softly. Jie Qingqiu smiled reassuringly at him. Wait for me to finish. Don't rush to tell your mother. I'm afraid. She didn't finish her sentence. But they both understood the implication. After all, everyone could see Zhang Tai's dislike for Jie Qingqiu, and wanting to marry her seemed utterly unrealistic for her only son. Zhang Lu furrowed his brows, looking somewhat embarrassed. I know, Qingqiu. I'm sorry for putting you in this position. I'll find a way to work on it indirectly. After dinner, Jie Qingqiu took him to see a movie. She intended to repeat her previous tactic and choose a new romantic film. But he seemed to know her well and chose an action movie instead. He even thoughtfully mentioned that he loved watching this genre. This made Jie Qingqiu feel even more conflicted and guilty. As the sun began to set after the movie, she remembered she had to attend a welcome banquet hosted by Lan Yunling that evening, so she couldn't stay any longer. Zhang Lu knew this and didn't insist. She drove him to a small alley about 300 or 400 meters from his home. After the car stopped, Zhang Lu didn't rush to leave. After sitting quietly for a few seconds in the passenger seat, he suddenly said, Qingqiu, do we have to wait until National Day to see each other again? He didn't feign a pitiful demeanor or use a trembling voice, but his sadness was palpable. It seemed that not being able to see Jie Qingqiu for so long made him incredibly unhappy. Jie Qingqiu was momentarily taken aback by his question, and before she could answer, he continued, I still want to see you often. I'm very happy being with you. He turned to look at her, his eyes filled with countless hopes, which made Jie Qingqiu feel very uncomfortable. I know you might not feel quite comfortable being with me, or maybe you're just not used to it, he inquired, but he wasn't in a hurry for an answer. But we still have to be together for dozens or even hundreds of years. You have to get used to my presence, right? I'm not. Jie Qingqiu instinctively wanted to retort, but she realized he was right. Responding so quickly only seemed to reveal her inner conflict. After a moment of struggle, she could only let out a sigh. It's my fault. I got used to being alone and haven't interacted much with male insects, so I really am a bit. She frowned and rubbed her forehead. I'm sorry. After apologizing, she made a promise. I'll work hard to do better. I will try. The atmosphere had become somewhat tense and heavy, but Zhang Lu skillfully eased it. He reached out and gently brushed his finger over Jie Qingqiu's furrowed brow. Qingqiu, you don't have to feel so troubled. I didn't bring this up to make you anxious. I just selfishly want to spend a few more days with you. This gesture was somewhat ambiguous, and Jie Qingqiu endured it for a second or two before subtly leaning back. Zhang Lu, thank you. She used her words to cover up her somewhat abrupt behavior. I'll make more time to be with you. After receiving her affirmative response, Zhang Lu didn't say much more. He simply said goodbye to Jie Qingqiu and got out of the car. Watching his figure grow distant, Jie Qingqiu sighed. It wasn't until he completely left her sight that she restarted her hover car and drove away. She had a bothersome banquet to prepare for that evening. That night, Jie Qingqiu encountered Zhang Tai at the banquet. This was rare because, generally speaking, she didn't need to attend such high-level events. And she hadn't seen her at the so-called queen's birthday banquet either. Zhang Tai had a fierce temperament and wielded significant power. Sometimes, Jie Qingqiu felt that she was likely more than just a minister of foreign affairs. Perhaps she was involved in multiple aspects behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could she act so freely? Jie Qingqiu didn't know why Zhang Tai was there. But when she saw her holding a high glass of amber champagne in the center of the banquet, surrounded by admirers, she felt a sense of unease. Perhaps it was because she had just had lunch with her only son that morning, leading to this guilty feeling. As the banquet gradually approached its end, Zhang Tai approached her, holding a high glass of champagne in a condescending manner. She appeared very young, exuding a regal and luxurious aura that made it hard to believe she was of a similar age to Lan Yunling. The black velvet suit dress fit her perfectly, showcasing her good figure for all to see. 7 parts languid, 3 parts tedious, Jie Qingqiu always thought this demeanor represented decadence and desire, cultivated under the influence of wealth and power. Jie Qingqiu, she called, her tone rising at the end, and the smell of alcohol seemed to waft from her breath. Zhang Tai never bothered to pretend to be unnecessarily affectionate, always addressing her directly, openly displaying her dislike and malice. Minister Zhang, Jie Qingqiu replied, raising her champagne glass after taking one from a nearby servant. Long time no see. How have you been lately? Jie Qingqiu swore there was no sarcasm in her words. She instinctively regarded Zhang Tai as an elder and casually inquired. However, this question was clearly not very friendly for someone who cared about their age. She could see Zhang Tai's smile falter for a moment, hinting at some hidden malice, but it quickly returned to normal. General Jie, she said, the 3 words seemingly laced with sarcasm. I heard you haven't been doing well recently. There were some incidents in the Federation. Her gaze swept over Jie Qingqiu from head to toe. Would you mind telling me more about it? If this had been before, Jie Qingqiu would have certainly minded. Their relationship was originally tense, and given that she was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the details of such matters would naturally be conveyed to her by someone from the ministry. This entire exchange felt like Zhang Tai was looking for trouble. The current identity situation is indeed different. These words may be too lengthy, so Minister Zhang, please don't mind. She slightly tilted her head, wanting to continue speaking when she was interrupted by the other party. Zhang Tai withdrew her gaze and took a sip of the champagne in her glass. Oh, then let us not talk about it. Jie Qingqiu didn't expect her to respond in this way and was stunned for 2 seconds. Then she heard Zhang Tai casually ask, I heard that recently you and Xiao Luer have had some communication? Game over. Jie Qingqiu's mind was filled with this thought. She felt like a high school student caught in an early romance, and the person who caught her was the other party's parent. Instantly, she felt utterly embarrassed and ashamed. The past grievances didn't matter at this moment. Of course, regardless of the turmoil in her heart, she had to maintain her composure on the surface. Yes, there has indeed been some communication. We even had a meal together recently. In this regard, there was no need to hide anything from Zhang Tai. After all, with her identity and status, it would be easy for her to investigate Zhang Lu's recent whereabouts. I didn't know your relationship was so good. Zhang Tai might have already investigated, so she wasn't surprised by Jie Qingqiu's answer. Although you two have communicated before. The communication Zhang Tai referred to was when Zhang Lu helped her with her spirit power disturbance. Jie Qingqiu guessed that Zhang Tai's inexplicable hostility towards her was also due to this. After all, no one would want their son to take risks to help a strange, disturbed female insect with spirit power. Perhaps at that time, Zhang Tai thought of her as a frivolous female insect. Zhang Lu has helped me a lot. I have always been very grateful to him. She chose to respond this way, which might be considered appropriate. It was unclear which word in Jie Qingqiu's response struck Zhang Tai's funny bone, but she cracked a smile. After laughing for a few seconds, she took a small step closer to Jie Qingqiu, revealing a strange and unfamiliar look, and after staring for a while, she finally spoke. Jie Qingqiu, you seem a bit different today. Is that so? Jie Qingqiu didn't answer directly, but countered with a question. However, she wasn't so taciturn in her heart. Of course, she's different. Now she's going to marry the other party's son, and Zhang Tai is about to go from being her political enemy to her mother-in-law. With a different identity, she naturally couldn't treat things the same way as before. Perhaps she had indeed become much more obedient. Zhang Tai chuckled, of course. Jie Qingqiu, you have been much more obedient tonight. She took another sip of champagne, as if she was about to ask something of me, so she was no longer so eccentric. Zhang Tai held the champagne in her mouth for a few seconds before swallowing it. Even if you told me the next moment that you wanted to marry Xiao Lu'er, I wouldn't be surprised. Jie Qingqiu was truly taken aback, and this time she didn't rush to answer. After Zhang Tai finished speaking, she turned back to look at Jie Qingqiu, her gaze cold, and the lazy smile on her face completely faded, as if she wanted to see right through her. Then would Minister Zhang be willing? Jie Qingqiu believed she had seen many ups and downs, but Zhang Tai's gaze still wouldn't truly intimidate her. She could remain calm in such a situation. This counter-question eased the tense atmosphere a bit. Zhang Tai withdrew her gaze and casually replied, if you really want this, it's not impossible. Major General Jie needs to show her sincerity. What is sincerity? What kind counts as sincerity? And to what extent does one need to go to truly be sincere? Jie Qingqiu didn't know, and Zhang Tai didn't say. This answer was official and vague, not at all like a serious answer. Neither of them took the other's words seriously. After that, there was nothing more to discuss. After all, Zhang Tai still looked down on her. The not-so-brief exchange had already consumed the time of the banquet, and when the two could no longer converse, it was time to leave. They exchanged a few perfunctory goodbyes and left one after the other. Jie Qingqiu drove her hover car alone, heading home. The main star of the night was still bustling and noisy, with lights stretching along the road into the infinite distance, as if it would never feel tired, stubbornly maintaining its extravagant allure. But the people inside often felt weary. She bought 2 cakes. 95. The calm before the storm. Zhang Lu, do you like that female insect? Zhang Tai took off her suit jacket from the dinner party and unbuttoned a few buttons on her shirt. Even when speaking to her son, her tone remained light, with indifference and boredom occupying most of her emotions. However, Zhang Lu gave a completely different reaction. He trembled all over. Answer your mother. Do you like that female insect named Jie Qingqiu? Zhang Tai sat down on the soft chair, waved her hand to grab Zhang Lu's wrist, and applied some force to pull him towards her. I won't be angry. He still didn't give a direct answer, biting his lower lip in clear hesitation. Zhang Tai was not in a hurry. She lowered her gaze, gently stroking the hand she held. The pressure of her fingertips was light, as if it were a peerless treasure that needed her to treat it with such care. Mother, he called out with a slight tremor in his voice. Then she released Zhang Lu's hand and lazily leaned back against the chair. Forget it. I won't force you to answer. I know my little Lu'er will know how to handle things. She seemed to be looking at him with a doting gaze. You can like Jie Qingqiu, it doesn't matter. You can like anyone, and your mother won't stop you. Zhang Tai smiled, because I know that no matter who you have in your heart, you will always be my little Lu'er. Only mine. The white camellias in Jie Qingqiu's courtyard had bloomed beautifully. The buds that were once about to bloom were now in full bloom, as if they had exhausted all their efforts to bring about a few days of intoxicating scenery. Although there were still some regrets, she gradually accepted the existence of this patch of white camellias. It was afternoon tea time, And after Jie Qingqiu had eaten and drunk enough, she put on a small straw hat and left the courtyard, circling around the large bush of flowers several times, taking a few steps and brushing against them. "Major General, what are you doing?" Officer O couldn't help but ask as he saw her swaying in the blazing sun. Jie Qingqiu didn't turn her head. "I'm looking for a prettier flower. Didn't Lan Ying say she wanted me to give her one? You're so attentive to her now. Didn't you always say she was a fool?" Officer O couldn't help but mumble a few words. "She's still a fool. She's never been smart." She skipped the first question and directly answered the second. But Officer O knew the reason, which was that Jie Qingqiu regarded Lan Ying as one of her own. She was always very good to those she considered her own and would often do her best, hence she had many followers. After circling several times, Jie Qingqiu still had empty hands. Nothing felt right. Either they were about to wilt or they had defects. She pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat off her face. She did see a decent bud, which would probably bloom beautifully in a couple of days. Just as she felt quite refreshed, her light brain chimed with a message notification. She opened it to see it was from Zhang Lu. The gist of it was that he knew the camellias in Jie Qingqiu's courtyard had bloomed and wondered if he could come and take a look. Great. He's thinking of her garden full of flowers again. However, this couldn't be refused, because soon he would become the second master of this house. So she quickly replied, saying he could come any time, and she would personally go to pick him up. In their back and forth, they reached a consensus. Zhang Lu would come to admire the flowers in 3 days, by which time the flowers would not have wilted. After discussing it, she immediately shut down the light brain, thinking it would be a shame to waste such a beautiful sunny afternoon, and that they should do something more. So she quickly turned her gaze to Officer O. "Officer O, please bring me a cup of tea. Let us enjoy the sunshine." After saying this, she lazily lay down on the lounge chair under the yard sunshade, her long legs sprawled out casually, humming an unknown tune. Officer O, having long gotten used to Jie Qingqiu's spontaneous personality, decided to go along with her since there was nothing else to do. She brought out a pot of black tea and a plate of cookies, freshly baked by Jieli that morning. The male insects couldn't match the energy of the females. After getting up early and working hard for a long time, he had taken a nap after lunch and hadn't woken up yet. The two of them lay under the sunshade, sipping tea and eating cookies, feeling quite relaxed. Jie Qingqiu felt that something was missing. So she opened the light brain and summoned the intelligent assistant to read the trending topics on the Imperial Star Network one by one, while she closed her eyes, hovering between sleep and wakefulness. On September 9th, 1285 of the Galactic Era, influenced by solar activity, some planets in the Empire will experience heavy rainfall, with some areas facing torrential downpours. As the mechanical voice of the intelligent assistant came out, Jie Qingqiu felt a chill in the hot air that startled her awake. "What is going on?" Officer O was startled by her sudden movement. Jie Qingqiu looked around and said, "It's nothing, I just heard about the torrential rain and got a bit startled." "Torrential rain?" Officer O stood up to stretch her limbs and then tidied up the dishes after they were done eating. "It hasn't rained heavily in the Empire for many years. But I remember that flood prevention work has been done quite well. You don't need to worry, Major." Saying this, she walked into the house. If they couldn't even handle this, then the Empire's technology developed over the years would have been in vain. Seeing that everything had been cleared away, Jie Qingqiu decided not to lie down anymore. It wasn't that she was worried, but she suddenly felt a chill that startled her, and she had an ominous premonition. Officer O had already entered the house, leaving no one to respond to her words. Jie Qingqiu felt bored and stood for a while before returning to the house. The day Zhang Lu came was a sunny day, or, to be precise, it was still sunny when he arrived. The sky was cloudless, a clear blue as if washed by water, with no dirt left behind. When people looked up, it seemed as if they could see the universe beyond 10,000 meters high. He brought a lot of things, seeming to know that Officer O was home, so the gifts were diverse and didn't miss the mark. He also brought many things for Jieli, but they were all things that children would like. This was like his first formal visit, as they were about to discuss engagement matters together, just as he had changed into slippers after entering. The wind and rain suddenly intensified outside. The accumulated rainwater from many days poured down angrily, crashing against the window glass and walls, making a whistling sound. while the nearby trees seemed about to be uprooted. In just a moment, the world turned into a different scene. 96. Zhang Lu was going to stay overnight. Jie Qingqiu was startled by the fierce wind and rain, fearing that the strong winds might destroy her newly grown white camellias. So she immediately activated the protective barrier of the villa. In an instant, the howling wind and heavy rain were blocked outside, turning the villa and the yard into a safe greenhouse. Of course, since it wasn't specifically designed for rain protection, there was still a slight drizzle and cool breeze seeping in through tiny gaps, making it feel like a light, cool rain inside the barrier. She and T caught her breath, yet when she heard the television in the living room urgently broadcasting warnings about heavy rain and strong winds, and that roads were temporarily closed for residents' safety. For a moment, the four people in the room looked at each other, feeling a bit at a loss. Zhang Lu's visit was going to become a temporary stay. However, the atmosphere only stiffened for a moment. The indoor warmth quickly restored everyone's calm. Zhang Lu first handed the gifts in his hands to Officer O, and after she accepted them happily, he handed the ones for Jie to her. Jie, these are carefully chosen by me. I don't know if you like them. When he said this to Jie, his smile was gentle and friendly, and his tone was soft and kind. It felt as if he genuinely regarded her as Jie Qingqiu's younger brother, rather than a suitor with ambiguous feelings. His slender white hands held several bags of gifts suspended in the air, and his thin wrists seemed to be crushed by the weight of the gifts. But Jie was slow to reach out to take them. The atmosphere became awkward again. Zhang Lu pretended not to notice, and slightly tilted his head to ask, "What's wrong? Don't you like them?" Just as Jie Qingqiu was about to reach out to help him take them, Jie put his hands behind his back and stubbornly said, "I don't want them." Zhang Lu exclaimed, retracting his outstretched hand and letting it hang at his side, feeling a bit at a loss. Thus, the atmosphere in the room fell into a dead silence, and everyone became cautious, hesitant to speak. "I don't want them," Jie repeated. "I don't know why you want to give me this, but I don't want your things." After saying this, he turned and ran upstairs without providing a reasonable explanation, as if he didn't care how awkward he made the atmosphere, simply wanting to vent his dissatisfaction. Jie Qingqiu took several deep breaths to suppress her anger. She didn't want to be angry at Jie because of someone else. But his behavior today was indeed not good enough, not polite enough, not appropriate enough, unlike a well-behaved and understanding child. The four of them were not strangers. They had spent some time together in Divine Burr Village. She remembered that at that time, Jie and Zhang Lu didn't get along too well. But it wasn't as tense as this. There hadn't been any opportunities for communication or contact lately. So how had it turned into this upon meeting? Did he sense that Zhang Lu's identity was about to change? She sighed softly. If he sensed it, then so be it. It was better to break his unrealistic fantasies early and make him understand that he was not her good match, and that there would be no lifelong promises between them, to avoid unnecessary heartbreak later. They were not that kind of relationship to begin with. "I'm sorry, I didn't buy the cake you wanted a few days ago. So he is probably upset with me." She took the initiative to reach out and take the gifts from Zhang Lu's hands. "Don't mind it. I'll have a good talk with him." Zhang Lu shook his head understandingly. "I won't mind. We are family, and there's no need for such polite words." "Okay," Jie Qingqiu replied with just one word, feeling a bit awkward. Officer O, not wanting to get involved in their love triangle, silently stepped back, trying to reduce her presence, and fumbled to pour herself a cup of hot water. Matters of the heart are the most complicated. In their original plan, today was to take Zhang Lu to admire the flowers in the yard, and then have lunch together. After a simple rest, they would go to the audiovisual room to watch a movie, and then she would send him home. But now, due to the typhoon and heavy rain, the roads are blocked, so Zhang Lu's stay here has been indefinitely extended, and for the time being, there's no urgency to do anything. After a brief opening, the three of them didn't know what to do anymore. Sitting awkwardly in the living room, after watching a TV drama for about 10 minutes, Jie Qingqiu received a message. The gist of it was that the heavy rain had suddenly arrived, and the military needed to hold an emergency online meeting to quickly deploy military forces in various locations and prepare for various emergencies that might arise after the storm. After briefly informing Zhang Lu, Jie Qingqiu went to the study with Officer O. For a moment, the entire living room was left with only him. He sat in place for 2 or 3 minutes, then suddenly stood up and lazily stretched, walking to the window to look at the wild wind and rain outside the barrier. After standing there aimlessly for a few minutes and feeling bored, he decided to go upstairs to find some entertainment. He had never been to Jie Qingqiu's house before, but he somehow knew exactly where Cieli lived. Because wherever someone has lived, the traces of life are very evident, and these traces carry a strong personal imprint. Even just standing at the door, he could sense the foolish, naive, and willful aura that was uniquely Cieli's. Almost effortlessly, he found it. Cieli's room was right at the first room at the corner of the staircase. He felt along the stair railing and slowly stood still in front of the door. After standing at the door for about several seconds, confirming that Jie Qingqiu and Officer O were not coming out for the time being, he gently knocked on the door, seemingly very politely. The owner of the room seemed initially unwilling to open the door, but under his persistent knocking, finally relented and slowly opened the door while wearing slippers. But upon seeing the person outside, the expression on that innocent and foolish face immediately froze. "What are you doing here?" said Cieli, trying to close the door again. Zhang Lu was quick to put his foot in the door gap, then forcefully pushed the door open and stepped inside. "Why can't it be me? Who else would you think it is? Your sister." He chuckled, turned around, and locked the door behind him, then walked towards Cieli's bed. "She won't come. She won't come to find you, because you just didn't perform well enough." He fixed his gaze on Cieli, revealing a half smile. "Most importantly, it's because you just lost your temper at me. I am different. I am not like the others. I'm about to marry her, and my name, Zhang Lu, will soon be paired with the surname Xie. I will be with her for decades, even hundreds of years, until we grow old together. We will also have our own children, raise them to adulthood, and seek our own happiness. And you are merely a passerby in her life, right now. You do her laundry and cook for her, calling her sister, so she is grateful to let you stay in her home, but ultimately, she will not let you accompany her for a lifetime." After saying this, he no longer looked at her, but turned to start fiddling with the pillows and bedding on Cieli's bed, his demeanor gentle yet strange. "Why marry her? I will introduce you to a few successful women. What do you think?" At this point, he laughed, not knowing why. "What kind do you like? Tell me. I know quite a few people." "Stop it." Cieli angrily walked over and grabbed his wrist. "You mustn't say that. I don't want you to say it. You go. You go, get out. I don't want you here." With all her strength, she easily dragged Zhang Lu, moving him away. "You're really annoying. My sister won't like you. She won't marry you. You're just a fool. What you say doesn't count." He had no intention of resisting and followed Cieli's pull. "Just wait and see if I will marry your sister." After saying this, he felt it wasn't enough and added, "Cieli, no matter how angry you are, your anger can only make me leave your room. After a while, this house will have my name added to it. And when that time comes, if I want you to get out of here, you must get out. I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that." Hearing this made Cieli even angrier. She just wanted to pull him away from her room, to get him as far away as possible and not hear those heartbreaking words from him anymore. "You're really annoying. I really hate you. Why did you come here? It would have been better if you hadn't come. Now get out." Cieli was so furious that she completely lost track of what she was saying, just following her instincts, spitting out whatever words came to her mind. Just as she was about to pull him out of the room, Zhang Lu began to resist again. In an instant, he poured out a force against Cieli, as if he were reluctant to leave her room. Cieli absolutely did not want Zhang Lu to stay here, so she exerted some force to try to pull him out, but their positions suddenly changed, and she ended up being blocked in the room. Thus, if she wanted to get Zhang Lu out, she could only push him. But at this moment, she couldn't care less, using the simplest and most straightforward way to apply force. Who would have known that at this moment, Zhang Lu released all his resistance? Allowing her to push him, her strength was too great, and she pushed Zhang Lu back quite a distance, but the hallway was only so long, and just a few steps later, it led to the stairs down to the first floor. At that moment, not far behind, the study door also opened. So, as the sounds coincided, there was the sound of Zhang Lu tumbling down the stairs, along with his suppressed cries and screams, as well as Jie Qingqiu's angry reprimands. Cieli felt she was too foolish. For a moment, she seemed unable to handle so much information. Zhang Lu fell down the stairs. "Cieli, what are you doing?" Jie Qingqiu couldn't help but let out a low shout, truly unable to control her temper and volume. mainly because the sound of Zhang Lu rolling down the hardstone steps was too clear, making one shudder and feel that pain. Cieli was startled by her furious voice and turned to look at her, feeling a bit shriveled. Sister. Jie Qingqiu was now too concerned to care about his emotions. She didn't know if Zhang Lu had been hurt after rolling down such a high, hard staircase, and the earlier cries made one's heart tremble. She took 3 steps at a time, then simply ran down the stairs. After finishing dozens of steps, she found Zhang Lu lying on the white-tiled floor, his face covered in blood, curled up in an extremely insecure manner. His mouth opened and closed as he struggled to breathe, his eyes tightly shut, brow furrowed, and his whole body slightly trembling. This fragile appearance made Jie Qingqiu's breath catch. Zhang Lu, how are you feeling now? Can you hear me? She jogged over and squatted beside him, not daring to move easily for fear of any fractures. If you can hear me, give me a response. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Zhang Lu struggling to open his eyes, bright red blood clinging between his brows and eyes, hanging in beads on his long eyelashes, shaking slightly. I can, he said, his voice very weak. At the moment they exchanged these few words, Officer O and Cieli also came down to the first floor. Seeing Zhang Lu's condition, they were all extremely surprised. Where does it hurt? Is it particularly painful? She reached out her hand, but still didn't dare to touch him. Try to move your body a bit. Let me see if you have any fractures. After saying this, she shifted her gaze to Officer O. Go check outside. See if we can apply to go out. It's really funny to say that such a huge empire has no hospital and would send an ambulance in such extreme weather. Even if someone is on the verge of death, they can only find a way to get there themselves. Officer O walked to the window and pulled back the curtain, revealing the scene outside in full view. The rain was getting heavier, and the dark clouds piled together as if they were going to drip ink. And even inside the barrier, a heavy rain began to fall. Although the flood control facilities on the main star were well made, they could not stop the excessive rainfall, so it was visible to the naked eye that there was some water accumulation on the road. Although the water accumulation did not have much impact on the hover vehicles, it would still be difficult to get on the road in such heavy rain. Major General, the situation outside is not good. Where is young Master Zhang? She turned around and found that Jie Qingqiu had already helped Zhang Lu sit up halfway. It seemed that there were no fractures. Jie Qingqiu exchanged a glance with her. There were no fractures, but they were unsure if there were any internal injuries. After saying this, her gaze followed the wide-open window to look outside, taking in the terrible weather, and she sighed helplessly. Qingqiu, I'm fine. Zhang Lu extended his hand and gently patted the back of her hand. The cold touch felt as if the hot blood had never flowed through his palm, and after his hand left, it left 2 marks of blood. The areas where they touched hurt a bit, but it should not be a serious problem. Jie Qingqiu turned back and forced a smile at him, then continued to speak to Officer O. Go get that small diagnostic device and check if there are any issues with his internal organs. After saying that, she directly picked him up horizontally and quickly carried Zhang Lu into the already prepared guest room. After putting him down, she habitually wanted Jieli, who had been following her, to fetch the medicine box, but suddenly remembered how the accident had happened, and in frustration, she retracted what she wanted to say and brought the medicine box to the bedside to help Zhang Lu treat his injuries. After checking several times inside and out, confirming that Zhang Lu had no internal injuries and no fractures, only some superficial injuries with some bruising, they finally felt relieved. If something had happened on his first visit, Jie Qingqiu truly did not know how to face it in the future. Fortunately, there were no major issues. After such a scare, he fell into a deep sleep after the medication. Jie Qingqiu quietly closed the door from the outside, walked back and forth a few times, but did not call Jieli first. Instead, she returned to the study with Officer O. As soon as they entered, the door was securely locked by the 2 of them. Bring up the surveillance footage for me to see. She sat down on a soft chair and turned on the projector. Jie Qingqiu had installed quite a few surveillance cameras and listening devices in this house. Not to guard against a few of them, but after years of military life, she had to be somewhat cautious about her daily life. Coincidentally, there was a surveillance camera right at the head of the corridor where the incident occurred, which could record the moment when the incident happened. Major General, do you suspect Zhang Lu? Officer O, unafraid, chose to gossip even at such a moment. Jie Qingqiu shot her a glance. I don't suspect him. But I also don't believe Jie would do such a thing. I need to find out what happened in my house. The surveillance footage was easily retrieved. After enlarging and replaying it several times frame by frame, the footage indicated that Jie pushed him down, and at the moment of the push, anyone could tell how much force was used. She frowned as she watched, while Officer O pouted and dared not touch her bad mood. Fast forward a bit and see how he got in. Jie Qingqiu gestured for her to scroll forward. Isn't there surveillance in his room? Didn't all the surveillance and listening devices go for repairs some time ago? After they came back, you said his room didn't need it anymore, Officer O explained. Jie Qingqiu recalled that this was indeed the case. Their equipment was high precision, good in every aspect. But the only downside was that it needed to be sent back for repairs and adjustments every so often. The last time for repairs was probably when Jie had just arrived. After it was repaired, they had gotten to know Jie well. Next time, let's install them all. She sighed helplessly. Who knew? It's better not to have a lucky mindset. Who knows when something like today might happen again. Officer O agreed and pulled up the surveillance footage of Zhang Lu entering Jie's room. Major General, it seems Zhang Lu blocked the door with his foot when he entered, indicating that Jie didn't want him to come in at that moment. She adjusted the surveillance to that frame and then enlarged the image. Jie Qingqiu nodded. Yes, I see. But unfortunately, at that time, neither Zhang Lu nor Jie spoke. And Zhang Lu completely blocked Jie's face on the outside of the door, making it impossible to see their expressions. After not being able to discern any further information, both fell silent for a few seconds. Major General, why don't you just ask Jie directly? Officer O sincerely suggested. After all, he will tell you everything. Jie Qingqiu was caught in a dilemma. In the end, she still went to ask Jie face to face. She called him into his room, striving for a slightly cozier bedroom layout that Wu Ti put too much pressure on him, as her intention was not to interrogate but to clarify. Jie was clearly frightened by what had just happened and still seemed a bit dazed. As soon as Jie Qingqiu spoke, he started to shiver. Don't be afraid, she said, waving her hand to let him sit on her bed. Tell me what happened just now. Hearing her soften her tone, Jie's eyes began to burn and redden, quickly filling with tears on the verge of crying. He twisted the hem of his shirt with his hands before finally sitting down on the edge of the bed. Is he going to die? To Jie Qingqiu's surprise. Before she could even ask, Jie inquired first. So she patiently replied, no, he hasn't suffered any serious injuries and will recover soon. Upon hearing the negative answer, Jie seemed somewhat relieved, saying, oh, and then fell silent. Thus, the remaining content had to be actively inquired by Jie Qingqiu. He went to your room, right? Did he tell you why he went? What did you two talk about? Jie responded with a slight seemingly answering the first question. But he showed obvious resistance to the latter ones, as if unwilling to elaborate. He was always like this, always reluctant to say too much, always unwilling to explain himself, always hesitant to openly share his true thoughts with her. It seemed as if she was so untrustworthy, so unreliable, as if their relationship was so estranged. Yili, you still haven't answered my question. Her expression turned somewhat serious. I hope you can tell me, okay? Or do you want to hide something from me? Under her repeated inquiries, Jie finally gave a very brief explanation. He said he wanted to marry you, and also said he wanted to find me a female bug. As soon as he opened his mouth, the following words seemed to flow out naturally. I told him to leave, and he said this house would be his in the future, so I started to push him, and then he pushed me out too. I don't want to get married. I don't want my sister to be with him. I hate him. I don't want to hear him talk. I'm very sad. It seemed he summarized what had just happened in the room, but it also felt like he thought it wasn't quite right, not very fitting, because this statement seemed unable to perfectly express his feelings of anger, sadness, and despair, as well as Zhang Lu's mockery, malice, and ridicule towards him. Zhang Lu said he was a fool. In the past, he didn't like hearing such words, but now he indeed felt that he was a fool. After a few seconds of silence, he tried to defend himself. I don't like him. He called me a fool, and he's very annoying. In fact, his explanation was not good enough. Jie Qingqiu understood the general idea. She concluded that the main party at fault in this exchange, and its conclusion was not Zhang Lu. Even though he had rudely called Jie a fool, Jie was too impulsive like a child, not knowing how to restrain himself. His likes and dislikes were too straightforward, and he couldn't distinguish right from wrong, failing to consider the serious consequences of his actions. Jie Qingqiu guessed that when he pushed Zhang Lu at that moment, he also didn't anticipate that the person would be pushed down the stairs. Of course, while she felt that Zhang Lu was not entirely at fault, she also wouldn't place such blame on Jie Li, because childishness was not a sin. He made a mistake, but it wasn't his fault. Jie Qingqiu, arriving at this conclusion, was being irrational and unreasonable. However, her emotions were pulling at her nerves, making it difficult for her to make decisions unrelated to feelings. I understand now, Jie Li. She sighed, feeling somewhat at a loss at that moment. I probably know what happened. I'll talk to Zhang Lu for you. Actually, neither of you is wrong. She stood up and aimlessly walked around a couple of times. There was a misunderstanding, or rather, because both of you have such different personalities, some character incompatibilities led to such serious consequences, but in fact, neither of you is at fault. This lengthy explanation contained several words that only adults in social situations would use, and Jie Li felt somewhat overwhelmed. But he also received the key information, such as his sister saying he was not at fault, and that the despicable male insect was also not at fault. He first felt a sense of glee and relief because Jie Qingqiu did not blame him. But then he felt sad and distressed because Jie Qingqiu also did not blame that male insect who insulted and ridiculed him. The adult world was really complicated. Social rules always involved many aspects, and the lines between right and wrong were blurred. He didn't understand. He only felt unhappy. All right, you should rest well. Jie Qingqiu concluded their conversation with this sentence. Jie Li knew that no matter how he felt now, it was time for him to leave this room. Time to leave his sister's side. He needed to go lick his own wounds and deal with his own sadness. After he left, Jie Qingqiu sat on the bed for a minute or two, briefly sorting out her emotions. Then she got up and went to Zhang Lu's room. She arrived just in time. As soon as she knocked, she heard a clear response from inside, suggesting he had been awake for a while. She pushed the door open and walked to Zhang Lu's bedside, hesitating for a few seconds before dragging a stool over sit down. How are you feeling now? Still in a lot of pain? She asked. If there's anything uncomfortable, let me know right away. I'll figure out a way to take you to the hospital. Zhang Lu stubbornly propped himself half up and smiled gently at her, shaking his head. I'm fine. I feel much better after a nap. It's just that the wound is a bit achy, but I know that's normal. That's good. Jie Qingqiu lowered her eyes, falling into silence for a few seconds. After a few moments, she asked, Can I ask how the conflict between you and Jie Li came about? The you she referred to was naturally him and Jie Li. After saying this, she hastily added an explanation that was somewhat self-contradictory and biased. Because Jie Li usually doesn't act like this, although there's a bit of childishness in him. He is also well-behaved and understanding. After explaining, she felt it wasn't good enough, as if she were mocking Zhang Lu and being unreasonable on purpose. So, she quickly added, Of course, I didn't mean to point fingers at you. I meant that there might be some misunderstanding between you. Her explanation was indeed a bit pale and powerless. Zhang Lu forced a smile. I understand what you mean, Qingqiu. After a moment of silence between them, he slowly began to recount the general development of the incident. I took the initiative to find him because he didn't accept my gift. I thought there might be some misunderstanding between us, so I wanted to clarify. Zhang Lu gradually recounted. I knocked on the door, and he opened it, but he seemed reluctant to let me in. I admit that I was wrong here because I blocked his intention to close the door and barged in. Up to this point, Zhang Lu's account matched what the surveillance footage had captured. He asked me why I wanted to find him. I told him my purpose, and then he asked me why I came here. I told him I was about to marry you, that I was going to grow old with you and spend my life with you, and then he seemed very unhappy. Zhang Lu furrowed his brows as he said this. Then his emotions started to escalate. He told me to leave, to get out. Zhang Lu sighed. I guessed it was because he relied on you too much. So I said that maybe after we got married, I could introduce him to a very young and capable female insect. After having his own partner, perhaps his reliance on family would lessen. His words were sincere, making it hard to detect any negative emotions. I thought my idea was fine, but who knew he became more and more agitated. I don't know why he started to curse at me, saying I was annoying and to get out. He even started to drag me. As he spoke, Zhang Lu showed Jie Qingqiu his hands, which indeed had two faintly bruised marks visible. I felt pain. So I was scared. No one has ever treated me like this before. He frowned, looking quite fragile and poignant. Then I said something really bad. It was truly awful. Zhonglu looked at Jie Qingqiu with guilt, his eyes seemingly brimming with tears. I admit I was too emotional at the time. Knowing he was like a child, I still cursed at him, calling him a fool. As he spoke, he seemed to gather himself a bit, as if wanting to reach for Jie Qingqiu's hand resting on her lap. He succeeded, but only lightly touched it before retracting. Qingqiu, I'm sorry, he apologized, meant for both her and Jie. He finally wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. I'm really sorry. Jie Qingqiu couldn't articulate her feelings at that moment. She felt a mixture of emotions, like having a lump in her throat, feeling like she was sitting on pins and needles. In fact, everything Zhonglu had said so far matched perfectly with the surveillance footage and what Jie had said, including those parts that were unfavorable to him. It was really ironic. She first investigated the surveillance, then asked Jie, and finally came to ask Zhonglu. Deep down, she harbored too much trust in Jie and too many doubts about Zhonglu. In reality, the answer Zhonglu ultimately provided was so close to the truth that it was hard to accept that Jie could actually be so unruly and unreasonable at times. Her thoughts became a chaotic mess, twisted into a knot. She tried to sort through them, but ultimately concluded that neither of them was wrong. It was just a misunderstanding that had occurred. In the end, the only real bad guy in this situation was Jie Qingqiu herself. She was suspicious of this and that, overly sensitive and doubtful, making it hard for others to trust her. You don't need to apologize. Jie Qingqiu took the initiative to help him tuck in the blankets and helped him lie down. You didn't do anything wrong. Jie made a mistake. He couldn't control his strength and accidentally push you down the stairs. He should come and say sorry to you. She stood up from a chair, presenting a posture as if she was about to leave. Of course, in the future, please don't speak about him like that anymore. He is actually not foolish. Zhonglu wiped her tears and nodded. Thus, Jie Qingqiu turned and left. 99. Jie's heart was like dead ashes. This rain had indeed been falling for a long time, continuing for several days. The water that had collected on the roads was cleared, but quickly accumulated again. Dark clouds piled up without ever dispersing. Even the hottest sunlight couldn't penetrate the clouds. But rain will eventually stop, and in the following days, the amount of precipitation had noticeably decreased, with the clouds thinning considerably. The main district announced that the blockade would be lifted the next day. Everyone was looking forward to that day of clear skies. During these days, Zhonglu had been staying in the villa. He had sustained some injuries, so most of the time he was lying in bed, which effectively avoided any conflicts with Jie. At least, that was how it appeared on the surface. Zhonglu's external injuries had mostly healed, and seeing that the blockade was about to be lifted, he began to pack his things in preparation to go home. However, at such a moment that should have made people feel good, Jie's mood was somewhat terrible, because in these days, he finally discovered a fact so painful it was almost hard to breathe. His sister, whom he naturally regarded as his female counterpart, seemed really about to be with that male counterpart who had mocked him multiple times. They would indeed, as Zhonglu said, marry, have children, and grow old together. Their names would forever be bound together in the Imperial Identity Database. And he, who is nothing, would merely be the younger brother of the Imperial Major, General Jie Qingqiu, an illegitimate brother, with an unclear origin and ambiguous feelings. Now, Jie Qingqiu might still believe he was heartbroken, but what about later? He would be the most superfluous presence in this family. But how could it be like this? If Jie Qingqiu had to take responsibility for being with Zhonglu, then what about himself? Hadn't he been with her too? The warm touch of skin against skin, the sticky sensation of sweat. He remembered it all so clearly. Could these be ignored just like that? Or was it because he wasn't the son of the Imperial Minister of Foreign Affairs? So he didn't deserve to be taken seriously? Jie couldn't make sense of it. He couldn't fathom it. He only felt that thinking about these things made his heart ache and hard to breathe. That night, he found it hard to sleep. Every time he opened or closed his eyes, he saw the image of Jie Qingqiu and Zhonglu cuddling together. After tossing and turning for a long time without feeling sleepy, he decided to get up and take a walk, or perhaps heat up a cup of milk for himself. However, as soon as he stepped out of his room, he heard strange and broken sounds coming from Jie Qingqiu's room. sounds that were suppressed and conveyed ambiguous emotions. He was taken aback, and his feet moved toward that direction against his will. Upon getting closer, he realized the door was not fully closed, leaving a tiny crack, and those sounds were seeping through that gap, entering his ears. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't do something so rude as eavesdropping outside someone else's room. But for some reason that night, he couldn't move his feet, and his ears unconsciously leaned closer. The sounds he heard almost made him faint. Lightly, too fast. Qingqiu, you're so hot. Jie was not an innocent child. He had once shared intimate moments with Jie Qingqiu, so he naturally understood what those sounds represented and what the people inside were doing. The sounds of bodies touching, the wetness of water, and the muffled moans pierced through him like sharp needles. A high-pitched scream rang out, and all those complex sounds suddenly stopped, as if everything had returned to calm. At this moment, he should have left, should have found a quiet, dark place like before, and silently cried out his pain. After venting his sadness and anger, he could have welcomed a new day, facing Jie Qingqiu with a fresh attitude and loving her properly. But for some reason, he couldn't move. A devil inside him shouted to stay, to push open the door and confront the bare and cruel reality, to confront the person he loved entangled with another. Of course, he couldn't do that. The room wasn't quiet for long before new voices emerged. Qingqiu, what do you think of Colonel Li's daughter? It was Zhang Lu's voice, sounding somewhat hoarse, lazy from post-coital relaxation. Or Lu's deputy minister's child. I've met them once, and my mother has mentioned that they are all good females, talented and bold. It wouldn't be wrong to hand Jie over to them. Jie did not hear Jie Qingqiu's voice. He only heard Zhang Lu continue. Or you can tell me what kind of girl Jie likes, and I can find a decent female for him among those I know. These were words Jie disliked hearing. Zhang Lu always knew how to hit his sore spots, making him feel angry. Just as he thought, Jie Qingqiu wouldn't respond. He heard her voice. Whatever you choose is fine. I know your taste is good. I trust you. The phrase I trust you is something Jie Qingqiu had said to him as well, and when she said it back then, the tone and emphasis were exactly the same as at this moment. So Jie couldn't deceive himself into thinking that the person inside wasn't Jie Qingqiu. He was too familiar with her, too well acquainted. These few sentences made him incredibly sad. But sadness and depression always come in succession, not just arriving alone. After hearing such a heartbreaking sentence, he was met with even greater sorrow. Jie Qingqiu continued, actually, you don't have to look for someone so good. As long as they're decent, that's fine. You know, after all, he is a fool, and not many can see him. Jie Li's pupils trembled because Jie Qingqiu hadn't called him a fool in a long time. Previously, it was more playful, not filled with malice and mockery like at this moment. But after all, he is your brother. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to say that so casually? After all, he has taken care of you for quite a while, Zhang Lu replied. But he is not my biological brother, is he? Jie Qingqiu quickly retorted. He used to be obedient and well-behaved, so I was happy to give him that title. But, you know, recently he hasn't been very obedient. Last time he even pushed you down the stairs. I was very angry and disappointed in him. I don't even want to call such a male my brother. This attitude was so arrogant, so unlike that of a common major general. Jie opened his mouth, but couldn't make any sound. Yet his eyes began to turn red and hot. Then, the conversations in the room made the tears he had been holding back begin to fall. 100. Jie wanted to end it all. Qingqiu, do you think there might already be worm eggs in your belly? That's possible. I can check tomorrow. He couldn't bear anything else. The words worm eggs seemed to be cast with some inexplicable magic. When they drilled into his ears, it felt like a part of his heart suddenly emptied, and tears swirled in his eyes, uncontrollably falling, splattering on his clothes and the ground. His ears began to roar, and his vision seemed to blur. Jie realized that he seemed to be more unable to accept the fact that Jie Qingqiu didn't love him, that he didn't belong to her, than being belittled or insulted. It was as if he had suddenly grown up, possessing the complex emotions and fears of an adult, becoming smarter day by day, which was truly sad. As if to echo his mood, the rain, which had gradually lessened, began to intensify again. After the barrier was closed, the rain directly pounded against the villa's glass windows, the howling wind piercing into the heart. The bedroom door opened slightly, and he vaguely saw two figures. A lightning strike illuminated the world for a few seconds. Jie shuddered, shutting his eyes in fright, unable to see the room's appearance. But it seemed the person inside noticed his pale face peeking through the door. Who? Zhang Lu called out nervously, seemingly startled. But Jie was also greatly frightened. He feared that his shameless act of eavesdropping would be discovered by Jie Qingqiu, and so he began to tremble, wanting to escape. However, perhaps due to the stiff reaction from being overly startled, he couldn't move his legs again. Then he saw Zhang Lu get off the bed and gradually approach him, seemingly holding some kind of weapon. A few seconds later, the door was opened, and another lightning bolt struck, fully revealing Jie Li's disheveled and painful appearance to Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu shuddered. The hand holding the lamp slowly lowered, but his expression didn't look good. Yet, what are you doing standing at my room door in the middle of the night? It's not yours. At such a moment, Jie Li stubbornly insisted. It's my sister's room. Humph. Zhang Lu showed a mocking expression, leaning against the door. What is my relationship with Qingqiu now? What is the difference between hers and mine? After all, we will be living together in the future. Then Jie Li fell silent. After a few seconds of silence, Zhang Lu spoke again, with a familiar harshness and ruthlessness, but deliberately lowering his voice, perhaps just for Jie Li to hear. How long have you been listening? What did you hear? Jie Li still didn't speak, only lowering his head, but this silence said everything. Ha ha! You heard everything, right? Zhang Lu mocked him, then intentionally or unintentionally pulled down the collar of his nightgown. Did you hear me making love with your sister? Did you think I sounded good? Is her voice also nice? Bringing up the intimate matters on the bed was undoubtedly vulgar. But the more explicit Zhang Lu's words were, the deeper the harm to Jie Li, cutting into his heart. Who is it? A voice came from the room. Jie Qingqiu's voice. Xiao Lu, why are you up so late? After her voice came out, Zhang Lu showed a knowing expression to Jie Qingqiu, smiling in a rather eerie way. Of course, it's because someone has come. After saying this, Jie Li's legs suddenly regained strength. He trembled and began to run back, but was grabbed by Zhang Lu's wrist. Your Jie Li brother is here. Seems like he has been standing at our door for a long time. He still said it out loud. Then Jie Li heard rustling sounds in the bedroom, as if someone else was getting up. So he became even more frightened, more terrified, more panicked. His mind filled with the idea of escape, not wanting Jie Qingqiu to see him in such a disheveled and ugly state. The howling wind and rain outside seemed to urge him on, the glass windows banging loudly. Let me go. Let me go. I want to leave. He struggled incessantly, his half-long nails leaving several bloody marks on Zhang Lu's hand. But even after a piece of flesh was pinched, Zhang Lu didn't let go. He looked at the bleeding spot with anger. Where do you think you're going? Your sister already knows it's you, no matter where you go. She knows you shamelessly eavesdropped on us, making love and talking tonight. She already dislikes you very much, do you know? Because you're always disobedient, always defying her, always going against me. She is now more eager than I am to marry you off to someone else, to get rid of you as a burden. And where can you go? This house is so big, it's all Qingqiu's place. He laughed fiercely, tightening his grip on Jie Li. Running outside? But where can you go outside? You don't have your own home. Maybe your family abandoned you long ago. Jie Li, oh Jie Li, in this vast universe. Who would want you? Who truly loves you? Zhang Lu slowly spoke these harsh words, his voice gentle as if whispering sweet nothings to a lover. You're just a pitiful insect that nobody wants, a fool unworthy of love. Tears uncontrollably fell from Jie Li's eyes, like a string of pearls, unable to stop, soaking into his clothes, becoming somewhat hot after being warmed by his body. Jie Li is unloved, unwanted. He resisted this statement, hated this conclusion, loathed the person who said it. But gradually, it seemed that Zhang Lu was not entirely wrong, because he was indeed bought by Jie Qingqiu from an underground auction. Perhaps he had been abandoned from the start, branded with a dirty and lowly mark. Even if he was bought, even if he had been bedded, he still wasn't deserving of responsibility. He fell in love with Jie Qingqiu at first sight, and for the sake of loving her, to stay, to gain her approval and favor. He tried every means to please her, putting in countless efforts, taking care of her every need, yet received nothing in return. How pitiful! Jie thought so himself. In a daze, he seemed to hear footsteps in the bedroom again, drawing closer to him, and in an instant his mind went blank, unable to think of anything. Through his tear-blurred vision, Zhang Lu spoke to him again. Jie, what is the point of you living? Then he held the same opinion in his heart. Right, what is the point of living? After all, in this vast universe, no one loves Jie. After all, the person he loves most is about to grow old with someone else. Rather than living a life of misery and confusion, it would be better to end it all. 101. Jie's leap from the building ended like this. These 4 words began to swirl endlessly in his mind, as if compelling him to act on them immediately. In a daze, Jie heard Zhang Lu's mocking laughter behind him. This laughter seemed to touch an indescribable switch in his nerves, causing his remaining rationality to collapse, and his soul felt detached from his body, no part of him under his control. He let out a loud scream and began to struggle desperately, trying to break free from Zhang Lu's grip. When he realized that the other person's strength was increasing and he could not escape, he instinctively followed his heart's impulse and bit down hard on Zhang Lu's hand. He did not hold back at all. When he sensed the metallic taste of blood in his mouth, the other person finally let go. The moment he was released, Jie began to flee in a panic. He wanted to run downstairs, but Zhang Lu blocked the way with just a few steps. He then tried to run to the other end of the corridor, but at that moment, he heard footsteps coming from the room of Officer O, leaving him with no choice but to run into his own room. Jie. Zhang Lu called out his name loudly from just a few steps behind, seemingly trying to wake everyone in the building. In fact, he succeeded. Officer O came out of his room and hurried to the source of the noise. Jie Qingqiu did the same. Jie became increasingly frightened and terrified by the commotion, and his desperate thoughts grew stronger. The end of the bedroom door faced a half-open glass window. The curtains were flapping wildly in the wind, and dim moonlight streamed through the gap into the darker bedroom. That small beam of moonlight seemed like an indescribable redemption and pursuit. An unknown voice told him to touch it, to embrace it, and also told him that jumping out of the window would bring the liberation and ease he desired. So, he chose to do just that, but the gap in the window was too small for him to squeeze through. Thus, he stood in front of the window for a few seconds, and during that time, he heard Jie Qingqiu's voice. Jie, what are you doing? Her voice sounded both terrified and indignant. What are you planning to do? Jie turned his head and saw Jie Qingqiu's figure. She was wearing a familiar nightgown, her hair slightly disheveled, and the pale moonlight illuminated her, yet it did not make her appear too harsh. Her expression was livelier due to her anger, and the tear mole at the corner of her eye seemed vivid and hot. But that did not belong to Jie. She was angry and worried, but Jie had no mood to interpret why her emotions were like this. He only knew that the more he looked at Jie Qingqiu, the more his heart ached, and the thought of death grew stronger. Because he had no hope of life left, no desire to live. There was nothing in this world worth his attachment anymore. Nothing worth making him stay. Jie Qingqiu saw that he did not respond, but was staring blankly at her. His face held no expression. His whole being felt hollow, as if his soul had left his body. She couldn't help but feel afraid and quickened her steps toward him. As Jie watched her approach, tears like blood oozed from his already swollen and painful eye sockets. Then all his emotions flowed out with those few drops of tears. Sister, why did you buy me at the underground auction back then? He suddenly asked. Were you happy when you were with me? But it seemed he did not need Jie Qingqiu's answer. After saying these few words, he seemed to have no more attachments left. After taking a deep look at Jie Qingqiu, he decisively and with all his strength crashed into the glass window. The originally tough glass shattered as if it were fragile, instantly turning into countless shards. The collision of flesh and glass produced a crisp sound, sharp fragments cutting into his skin and tearing his clothes. Crimson blood oozing out and spreading with a rusty smell. After the glass window shattered, he had no more support. Under the force of gravity, he fell down uncontrollably. Below the window was a bush of blooming white camellias, and outside was a torrential rain. The time of his fall seemed long. Long enough for him to recall being sold from the underground auction and his first encounter with Jie Qingqiu, all the memorable events that had transpired until now. But the fall also felt too short, short enough that the people in the bedroom could not run fast enough to catch him, unable to finish a complete sentence. It was also too short for him to have the strength to look back at Jie Qingqiu one last time. The building in the starry sky was very tall, especially since it was a standalone villa. Although it had only 2 floors, it was enough to seriously injure a fragile person. After falling from the bedroom, he landed on the bush of white camellias, the lush foliage providing some cushioning, but he still heavily crashed onto the pebble-paved path below. Blood stained the green leaves, the white flowers, and the pebbled path, continuously spreading outward under the torrential rain. Hot, crimson, life-giving blood flowed from him, as if his vitality was being taken away. Finally, it merged into the soil, becoming the nutrients for the reincarnation of flowers. The white camellias became even more vibrant, nourished by Jie's blood, but also stained with an unclean smell of blood. But Jie knew nothing of this. The moment he hit the ground, he lost all consciousness. Immense pain engulfed his entire body, leaving him unable to think, and then everything in front of him faded into white, leaving only emptiness. He felt that he must have died at that moment. Yet before dying, he refused to close his eyes, trying to see Jie Qingqiu one last time. One last look. No. At the moment he was falling, Jie Qingqiu ran over with all her might, trying to grab him. But for some reason, despite her strong burst of energy, she could not reach him in time to hold him back. The sound of glass shattering was crisp and chilling. The moment it pierced the skin was terrifying. Her acute senses immediately caught the thick smell of blood in the air and the sound of flesh hitting the ground. She leaned over from the broken window to look down, seeing a pool of blood, the white camellias stained red, and Jie's eyes wide open, unwilling to close. The two seemed to be looking at each other through the heavy rain, but she could no longer see the vibrant, lively emotions in his eyes. Never again. Her hand pressed down on the remaining shards of glass on the windowsill, the sharp edges cutting her, blood dripping from her hand, tracing an arc in the air before splattering onto Jie's face. The two seemed to merge in this bizarre way, blood mingling with blood, as if they would never part again. The end of Volume 1. 102. The Major General is pregnant. Major General. There's news from the hospital. Officer O hurriedly pushed open the study door, his features twisted in an extremely awkward manner due to anxiety. Jie is missing. What did you say? Jie Qingqiu slammed the table and stood up, his face filled with shock and suspicion. On September 20th, 1285 of the Stellar Era, the richest man in the Alliance, Bai Rinqiu, officially announced that his only son, Jie, who had been missing for a year, had been successfully found. However, due to injuries and illness, he was admitted to the hospital and a press conference would be held after his health improved. The Bai family would also officially investigate the mastermind behind Jie's disappearance once he was fully healed. Bai Rinqiu's tone was resolute and his expression fierce, making it clear that he would not easily let the mastermind go. Doctor, how is Bai Qi now? Bai Rinqiu looked at Bai Qi, who was currently lying in bed with closed eyes. His child was pale, lying on the bed with bloodstains on his body and face from sharp injuries. His lips so pale they seemed devoid of life. She had never seen Bai Qi like this before. This was her precious jewel, whom she had nurtured with love for decades. Yet, due to her momentary negligence, he had been treated so dismissively by others. How could she not feel hatred, resentment, and anger? Young Master Bai's condition isn't too bad. He should have received treatment prior to this. The doctor analyzed Bai Qi's condition. But the most serious issue now is clearly the damage to his brain. When it came to serious matters, Bai Rinqiu also focused her mind. She knew it was time to set aside her emotions. Everything had to wait until Bai Qi woke up. You say, whatever is needed, I will get it. She took a deep breath. You just need to tell me if it's possible or not. The doctor quickly responded, it should definitely be possible. But we need to form a small team to discuss a specific solution. I can't give you a definite answer right now. Bai Rinqiu nodded, understanding that this was not something to rush. When can he wake up? Is there an approximate time? If all goes well, he should wake up within a week at the latest. She paused, pondering for a few seconds before adding, but it seems that his subconscious is unwilling to wake up right now. The doctor's words were quite euphemistic, to put it bluntly. Bai Qi's will to survive was not strong at the moment. Fortunately, the injuries were not severe, not life-threatening, Otherwise, such a mental state would be very troublesome. I understand. The doctor fell silent for a few seconds before speaking again. Mrs. Bai, there's something else you should know. Bai Rinchio turned her gaze to her, her expression growing more serious. What is it? During our examination of young Master Bai, we found he has established a mental link with a certain female bug, and the connection is quite deep. After delivering this diagnosis, she added something she shouldn't have needed to say. However, given young Master Bai's current physical condition, he is not suitable for a procedure to cleanse the link. She felt somewhat awkward saying this. Once his body recovers, we will have to assess his psychological condition before making a decision. Perhaps because female bugs are born with a gene of compassion and affection for male bugs. When she saw the once elegant and noble young master now lying so pale and weak on the hospital bed, she couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Thus, she unnecessarily added this comment. In truth, cleansing the link could be too damaging for a male bug's body and might also cause irreversible psychological harm. Her certainty that Bai Rinchio would choose to cleanse the link from Bai Qi was derived from various aspects. It was likely that this young master had been bullied by malicious female bugs during his period of disappearance. I know, Bai Rinchio replied. I understand. Meanwhile, Jie Qingqiu, far away in the empire, was also having a hard time. The blow from Jie Li's disappearance was so great that she fainted on the spot. After Officer O took her to the hospital, they discovered that she was already 2 months pregnant. Based on the timeline, this corresponded exactly to the night in Jianguzhou with Zhang Lu. Jie Qingqiu rarely felt so at a loss in her life, leaving her confused and in pain. She didn't dislike children. She just felt that the timing of this child arrival was very unfortunate, and the child's identity was too awkward. At this moment, she just wanted to quickly find the missing Jie Li and understand what had happened that night. Everything else was trivial, minor, and unnecessary. Moreover, would a child born to parents who do not love each other feel happiness? She didn't know. In life, troublesome matters always seem to collide together. Misfortunes tend to follow one after another. Just as Jie Li had vanished from her side, she now had to face such a difficult choice. She sighed, unable to say anything. Major General, what should we do now? Officer O paused at a loss for words, feeling stuck in a dilemma. Should they stay in a hospital for a few days, or go home first? She knew that, for now, this child was a big trouble for them. Officer O naturally wanted to see her Major General settle down and have a family, but now was definitely not the best time. Thinking further, Jie Qingqiu was carrying Zhang Lu's child, and Zhang Lu's mother, Zhang Tai, had yet to accept Jie Qingqiu. Just thinking about this made Officer O feel a chill run down her spine. Zhang Tai was certainly not a kind person. Jie Qingqiu remained silent for a few seconds, gently placing her hand on her abdomen. Of course, she felt nothing, yet she inexplicably softened inside. Indeed, no matter how tough a female bug may be, she will inevitably become tender when facing her offspring. Maternal instincts are inherent, dictated by genes, and difficult to change. Let us stay for now. I'm afraid something might happen to her. Officer O fell silent for a moment. Should we inform Zhang Lu about this? The two exchanged glances, each seeing hesitation in the other's eyes. Jie Qingqiu did not answer directly, but shifted to another topic. What do you think caused what happened that night? I can't say for sure. I don't know. Officer O pondered her words. I only heard their argument, and when I opened the door, Jie Li rushed into his room. But it seemed Zhang Lu also wanted to stop him, as if he wanted to save him. I don't know. They exchanged glances again, and then Officer O continued. But when I left, your room's door was also open. However, Major General, after the incident, I carefully searched our room but found no clues. She frowned, looking quite troubled. The surveillance from that night seems to have been destroyed by a thunderclap. I found nothing and couldn't uncover anything. Then both of them fell silent. 103. The Major General has a child. Jie Qingqiu feels that her life is a complete failure. After more than 40 years, she is still being played with like a puppet. Now, despite holding the position of Major General, she cannot even sort out such a trivial matter. In the end, she is merely a pawn in someone else's game, manipulated at will. It is impossible not to doubt that Zhang Lu has done something. But the most fatal point is that they currently have no evidence to prove it and no clues to discover what he has done. She can only flounder like a headless fly on a hot pan, feeling both anxious and lost. Moreover, she is now carrying Zhonglu's child. Thus, the whole situation becomes even more complicated, with entangled feelings and grudges becoming increasingly inseparable. She can no longer provide a definitive answer regarding right or wrong, leaving her in a difficult position. Jie Qingqiu originally planned to rest in the hospital for a few days, observe the growth of the fetus, and then return home to recuperate. As for when to tell Zhonglu this news, she had not yet decided. However, to her surprise, the very next day, Zhonglu came to the hospital. "Qingqiu, I heard you suddenly fainted and were hospitalized yesterday. Is your health okay?" His expression was anxious, and the worry in his eyes seemed genuine. Heard from whom? Jie Qingqiu unconsciously directed a scrutinizing gaze at him. Zhonglu always seemed to have his ear to the ground. Seeing Jie Qingqiu still lying in the hospital bed, he couldn't hold back any longer and walked directly to her side, examining her. He reached out a hand as if to touch her, but hesitated, trembling and withdrawing his hand, afraid to make contact. Jie Qingqiu did not respond to him immediately, which only seemed to increase his worry. His eyes reddened slightly, and tears soon gathered. Watching him like this, Jie Qingqiu felt more bewildered than pained. He always appeared sincere, passionate, kind, and empathetic, as if he could always feel what others felt. Therefore, Jie Qingqiu had never doubted him before. After all, when they first met, he had gone out of his way to help her without considering the consequences, truly resembling a warm-hearted, good person. However, the recent series of events related to him made her feel that things might not be as she thought, and that she had never truly seen through Zhonglu's character. Did he really have nothing to do with it? Jie Qingqiu did not believe it. Thus, she began to naturally suspect whether that night in Jianguzhou was orchestrated by Zhonglu. Otherwise, how could such coincidental events occur? Coincidental enough for both of them to end up in the same place, for both to choose the same guest house, for her to have drunk a wine that had an aphrodisiac effect on female insects, and for Jie Qingqiu and Zhonglu to have inexplicably ended up together. But ultimately, it returned to that point. She had no evidence. She could not find evidence to prove that everything was Zhonglu's doing, nor could she find evidence to prove it was not a coincidence. Hence, Jie Qingqiu felt hopelessly foolish. Where exactly are you hurt? Tears hung like pearls in his eyes, ready to fall at any moment. Don't scare me. Hearing his trembling, tearful words, Jie Qingqiu suddenly came to her senses, pulling her thoughts out of her imagination. I'm fine. She paused, hesitating about whether to tell him about her pregnancy. They stared at each other for several seconds, and suddenly, her previously calm abdomen twitched, as if responding to some kind of call. At that moment, Jie Qingqiu felt a strange sensation. She thought that perhaps she really needed to tell Zhonglu the truth. Even though their situation was an accident, she still had no right to deprive him of the opportunity to be a father or the right to know that he had a child. So she spoke. Zhonglu, I don't have any major issues, but something significant has indeed happened, and I think I should tell you. Seeing her serious expression, Zhonglu realized it was time for them to have a serious conversation. So he sat down by the bed. Go on, I'm listening. Jie Qingqiu lowered her gaze and remained silent for a few seconds before telling him. I found out yesterday that I'm carrying an egg. Her words were straightforward, lacking any subtlety, like a heavy stone dropping into a small pond, splashing water everywhere without giving anyone a moment to brace for it. Zhonglu stared blankly for a moment, his eyes widening. What did you say? Jie Qingqiu repeated, I have your child. Upon hearing this, Zhonglu suddenly smiled, his expression of shock instantly transforming into a clear smile. She felt that his smile did not seem to convey happiness, but it was definitely a smile that represented joy. Jie Qingqiu couldn't comprehend it. Really? You really have my child? Zhonglu asked with a smile. At that moment, his eyes were filled with joy. Jie Qingqiu nodded. Yes. That's wonderful, so wonderful. He stood up from the bed, finally displaying a traditional look of surprise. I didn't expect to receive such news before coming here. It truly surprises me. He began pacing around the hospital room, muttering to himself as if expressing his joy uncontrollably. Maybe I should go back and tell my mother to agree to our marriage sooner. Or maybe I should think of our child's name right now. No, it's too early. I should prepare things for him. No, that's too early too. I should watch more videos, buy more books, and learn how to be a good father. He nodded and shook his head as he spoke. No, none of these are what we should consider right now. The real priority is that you have my child, and we are not married yet. So the first thing we need to resolve is our marriage. Zhang Lu suddenly stopped and turned to Jie Qingqiu. You're right, Qingqiu. Jie Qingqiu looked at him, silent for a few seconds. Yes. A loud crash echoed in the room, followed by Zhang Lu's angry, unrestrained roar. Well, I really didn't expect it. I actually have his child. His smile turned sinister and ugly, and his words were filled with bitterness. I underestimated that fool Jie. I used to think it was just a joke, but now I'm really going to be a turtle, raising someone else's child. As he spoke, he couldn't help but smash something else onto the ground. The female insect who often followed him stood by, head bowed, not replying. As Zhang Lu's anger grew, she finally spoke in a sinister tone. The fetus in the female insect's belly is not irremovable. That's not an option, Zhang Lu immediately retorted, shooting a fierce glare at the female insect. Of course, I know the child can be removed, but do you know how much damage that does to the mother? A child is like a parasite. To ensure its own safety, it will absorb the mother's nutrients and use all means to stay in her body. Removing it is tantamount to hurting the female insect's very life. At this point, he seemed enraged, rolling his eyes. Rather than removing that child, I would prefer Qingqiu to be healthy. And then the female insect fell silent again. The room fell silent for a while, and after a deep sigh from Zhang Lu, he said, help me check on Jie Li's whereabouts again. How could a living person just disappear like that? There must be something suspicious behind it. The other party agreed and then exited the room. Thus, Zhang Lu was left alone in the room. He turned off the bedroom light, opened the window, and let the cool night breeze flow in, causing the curtains to flutter. Sitting on the bed, he looked at the moon hanging outside and felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility in his heart, a calm that followed his excessive anger. He thought that once he resolved Jie Li's situation, he could rest easy, but unexpectedly, the little brat had appeared. However, since the brat was currently just an embryo, he could only swallow his frustration like a crushed silver tooth. But it was fine. After all, it was still just an embryo. When it was born, he could do whatever he wanted. The main trouble with Jie Li had already been resolved. Everything else was trivial. Now, he only needed to prepare well for his wedding with Jie Qingqiu. After contemplating all this, his wandering thoughts inevitably drifted back to that night. The night of heavy rain when Jie Li despairingly jumped from a building. He admitted that he had used some cunning. Well, not just a little. His visit to Jie Qingqiu's home was not unprepared. Although he didn't know he would end up staying there for several days due to the storm, he had still made some plans. For instance, he brought a voice replicator that his mother's team had secretly developed. Although it was still in the testing phase, it was more than enough to trick that fool Jie Li. During the time he was recuperating, he secretly copied Jie Qingqiu's voice and speaking habits, practicing many times until he reached a level where it was indistinguishable without careful scrutiny. That night, Jie Qingqiu was in her study because something of medium significance had occurred in the military, and it happened to involve her. So she was likely to stay up late working. This was arranged by Zhang Lu, so he knew, even if Jie Qingqiu resolved her work early, he would still find a way to keep her there. But even if she hadn't gone to the study, it wouldn't matter, because he could still carry out his plan in his room. The lines in the voice replicator had long been prepared, mimicking Jie Qingqiu's usual speaking habits, making it hard for anyone to distinguish between true and false, and Jie Li fell right into the trap. Sometimes, Zhang Lu felt that when he wanted to accomplish something, heaven would help him. For example, that night, just before he used his trick to lure Jie Li out of her room, she opened the door herself. The moment he heard Jie Li's door open, he unhesitatingly activated the voice replicator and began a conversation between himself and Jie Qingqiu. Jie Li just happened to be eavesdropping at the door, giving him the reaction and emotions he desired, leading to her own destruction. It was these favorable circumstances that convinced Zhang Lu that he and Jie Qingqiu were a match made in heaven, which is why even the heavens seemed to be helping them. The same was true in Jianguzhou. His plans were not so flawless. For instance, he privately investigated Jie Qingqiu's itinerary and knew where she would be staying in various inns, deliberately staying at the same place. He also intentionally intercepted a batch of lanterns and drugged the wine. In retrospect, he felt he had left too many traces and knew Jie Qingqiu had investigated these. But those clues mysteriously vanished in various ways. It seemed that heaven was indeed helping him. He knew Jie Qingqiu would suspect him, but so what? Without evidence, he remained the Zhang Lu who loved Jie Qingqiu deeply. Innocent, naive, and kind, forever without any causal relationship to these crimes. And Jie Qingqiu would have to marry him because of the child. He didn't believe that over time, they wouldn't develop any feelings for each other. He loved Jie Qingqiu, and he wanted her. Even if it was a forced situation, he believed that under his encouragement, it wouldn't turn sour. After coming to this realization, Zhang Lu felt much more cheerful. He stretched out his limbs and then fell into a deep sleep. Therefore, he was unaware of what transpired in the house after he fell asleep, perhaps things he would never know. What did my little lure say? Zhang Tai held a pair of steel scissors, dressed in a black suit, her brows slightly furrowed. The room was illuminated only by a dim night light emitting a harsh white glow, mixed with the moonlight filtering in from outside, making the entire room feel eerie and cold. She opened and closed the scissors a few times and then decisively cut off the most flourishing flower in front of her. The bright red rose fell onto the table, its petals unable to bear the weight, scattering several of them. The female insect, originally in Zhang Lu's room, glanced at Zhang Tai and then recounted everything that had just happened in the room. Oh, so now Jie Qingqiu is pregnant, right? She placed the scissors on the table and picked up the drooping rose. Haha, I can't believe it. She is actually pregnant. Zhang Tai sniffed the rose, seemingly unsatisfied with its scent, and casually tossed it to the ground. So, is little Luer planning to raise that child? The female insect nodded. Zhang Tai scoffed. My little Luer is really adorably foolish. But if he wants a wedding, then let him have a wedding. She suddenly said this. I want to see when they come to me to discuss this matter. What do you think I should wear when Jie Qingqiu comes to see me? Madam? The female insect looked up, seemingly puzzled by something she said. Zhang Tai waved her hand. I said I want to give my baby a wedding. I never said it was for him and Jie Qingqiu. Besides, even if I gave him a wedding, so what? I never promised to let Jie Qingqiu walk out of the church alive. After all, she is my little lure. How could I just let her go to someone else? She restrained her smile and looked at the female insect. I haven't enjoyed her yet. No one else is allowed to touch her. 104. The Major General discusses marriage matters during the time when Xie was missing. Jie Qingqiu exhausted all human and material resources to search for her, but still received no effective news, as if the person had vanished from the world, evaporating like water under high heat, turning into an intangible gas that dissipated faintly in the air. In a daze, Jie Qingqiu even wondered if Xie was just a dream she had, a beautiful dream, a nightmare, an elusive illusion. Born from her own pain, obsession, and confusion, she left because of Xie entanglement, struggle, and hesitation, giving her a moment of beauty and peace, fulfilling her fleeting fantasies and longings. After realizing what was good, she resolutely disappeared from his world, leaving her to face the harsh reality alone. During the time she awaited news of Xie and recuperated her body, she endured a difficult period alone, her unborn child gradually growing, seemingly even having a heartbeat, resonating with the rhythm of her own heartbeat, thus connecting their lives. After having a child, she seemed to have become much more fragile, no longer the invincible Major General of the past, finally showing some of her own vulnerabilities and laziness. Of course, her aide and friends were extremely willing to forgive and understand her in this regard. Zhang Lu visited Jie Qingqiu's home more frequently, each time bringing many small gifts, either for her or for her unborn child. And of course, there would be a share for her aide. Oh, when they had not discussed it beforehand, he alone informed his mother, the formidable minister of foreign affairs of their empire, who greatly disliked and despised Jie Qingqiu, about their affairs. Zhang Tai's response was unexpected, yet seemed reasonable, as she had Zhang Lu convey a message, expressing a desire for them to meet and have a good talk about this matter. Naturally, Jie Qingqiu agreed, and the two set a time, coincidentally on the national day. She felt somewhat dissatisfied that Zhang Lu had told Zhang Tai about this alone, but felt there was no reason to vent her dissatisfaction. So the days passed one by one, her emotions fermenting and then dispersing after reaching a threshold. It seemed she had compromised in such a relationship, or perhaps she was gradually getting used to it. Finally, the time arrived for her meeting with Zhang Tai as agreed. She had to prepare a gift early on, one that wouldn't seem overly flattering nor cause gossip. On the day, she left an hour early, arriving at the Zhang family home half an hour before the agreed time of 10. After checking around, she rang the doorbell. This time, O did not follow her inside, but waited for her in the car outside, along with her numerous hidden guards. Jie Qingqiu still had her guard up. She did not entirely trust Zhang Tai, and surely the other party felt the same. After all, the two had been at odds for quite some time, and it was impossible to expect that they would have no grudges just because of this matter. The Zhang family's etiquette was very proper. It took only a few seconds after she pressed the doorbell for a servant to open the door and lead her to the main hall. Zhang Tai was waiting for her in the main hall. As on many previous occasions, she wore a black suit dress that looked unremarkable, with a white camellia pinned on her suit pocket, her hair loosely pinned up, and large vintage pearl earrings. From the outside, she appeared serene and elegant, but her eyes revealed fatigue, boredom, and laziness, as if she were indifferent to everything in the world, as if nothing could satisfy her desires anymore. At this moment, she was standing in front of a bouquet of roses, fiddling with the vividly red petals, her posture and expression very casual. Zhang Lu was sitting on the sofa in the living room, appearing somewhat tense and anxious, perhaps waiting for her. "You're here?" Upon seeing Jie Qingqiu enter, Zhang Tai quickly reacted, but her hand fiddling with the petals did not retract. She didn't seem to care much about Jie Qingqiu's arrival. Jie Qingqiu lowered her eyes. "Compose herself." "Yes, Madame Zhang. I've come uninvited. This is a small gift. I hope you won't find it distasteful." Allowing the servant behind her to take the gift, but she didn't say anything else, instead gesturing to the sofa. "Please sit, let's have a good talk." After that, she added, "It's rare for us to have the opportunity to sit and talk like this." When she said this, it sounded quite ambiguous and somewhat sarcastic, making Jie Qingqiu feel uncomfortable. But she didn't say much, following the other's lead to sit on the sofa, their distance neither too far nor too close, neither unfamiliar nor overly warm. Seeing her enter, Zhang Lu's expression was clearly very excited. "I know about the matter between you and Xiao Luer. He has told me everything." She looked at Jie Qingqiu, her expression half smiling. "So can I understand this as stemming from an accident? And after the accident, our Major General wants to take responsibility?" At this point, she paused, then looked at the nervous Zhang Lu sitting beside her. "Xiao Luer, you go upstairs first. Let me have a good talk with your Major General. This is a matter between us women, and you, as a male, don't need to listen." Upon hearing her words, Zhang Lu seemed somewhat unhappy, but still obediently went upstairs, glancing back several times. Once he went upstairs, only Jie Qingqiu and Zhang Tai remained in the living room, and the atmosphere suddenly became quite strange. The two stared at each other for a few seconds before Zhang Tai smiled lightly. "Major Jie, you really have quite the ability. To be honest, I really didn't expect that. You are at odds with me in political and military matters, yet secretly develop a relationship with my son and even have a hidden child. Should I praise you for being young yet cunning, or scold you for being a despicable person?" Her tone was extremely calm, consistent with her displayed demeanor, lazy and indifferent. Of course, the words spoken were not particularly pleasant. In a past multi-ethnic conflict, Zhang Tai single-handedly debated against many, driving back the invaders several miles, and in subsequent negotiations, she used her skills and arguments to secure numerous rights for the empire, laying a solid foundation for her later position as Minister of Foreign Affairs. Such eloquence, when used to mock and ridicule someone, was trivial indeed. Jie Qingqiu was not as articulate. She only knew how to curse and retort. So she replied, "Minister Zhang, we're really two sides of the same coin." 105. The Major General's successful proposal. "I don't consider myself a virtuous person, but I would never do something as despicable as seducing a young man. Since the other party is being so straightforward, I have no reason to be humble and seek a good atmosphere. I simply let go and lazily lean back against the sofa. Just as you said, this is completely an accident, an unexpected turn of events that neither Zhang Lu nor I anticipated. She smiled, swearing that there was no sarcasm in her laughter. But as a mother, discussing your child so lightly does seem a bit unloving. Jie Qingqiu's emotions were too easily stirred at this moment. She seemed to have completely forgotten the purpose of her visit today, which was to propose to Zhang Tai for her only son, and her words became increasingly unreserved. Ha ha! Zhang Tai chuckled, as if she hadn't taken her words to heart at all. Instead, she responded in agreement. You're right. My speculation about you has indeed belittled my little lure, and that's my fault. Zhang Tai is very shrewd, her thoughts deep and heavy. Over 100 years have made her increasingly cunning, making it difficult for these younger generations to fathom her intentions. So in most cases, Jie Qingqiu didn't know what she was thinking, and at this moment, she could only rely on her experience to guess and respond accordingly. She admitted that she was still a bit young, with only battlefield experience and little knowledge of other matters. She was stunned for a few seconds at Zhang Tai's inexplicable compliance. Although she didn't know the reason for it, she continued to go along with the situation. Minister Zhang, your words are indeed polite. Everyone knows how much you love Zhang Lu. She smiled, asking if the minister thought it was possible for them to continue their discussion. Major General Jie, you are so adorable. After hearing Jie Qingqiu's question, she laughed without restraint. How'd I not know you were this adorable before? If I said there was no possibility of continuing the discussion, what would you do? Would you just go back home? Are you not planning to take responsibility for my little Lua? Do you plan to raise the child in your belly alone? Zhang Tai rarely showed a confrontational demeanor, but her expression remained mostly calm. She raised her finger and pointed at Jie Qingqiu. When it comes to love, marriage, and such, one should have the determination to keep trying until they succeed. Otherwise, how can one succeed? I certainly don't mean that. Jie Qingqiu felt that talking to Zhang Tai was truly exhausting, needing to be on guard at all times to prevent the other party from throwing dirt on her or flattering her excessively. She had no choice but to accept the explicit and implicit sarcasm from the other party, then retort in kind, making every conversation feel like a battle without gunpowder. This psychological warfare, with each side exchanging blows, felt even more urgent than physical exhaustion. If the minister feels there is no need to continue today as a junior, I certainly won't disturb you any further. However, giving up lightly is absolutely not my style, Jie Qingqiu. Her smile was impeccable, striving not to let anyone find a flaw. The days ahead are long. They say sincerity can move mountains, and I believe my sincerity will surely touch the minister. The two exchanged polite words that seemed insincere, but how much sincerity was in them, no one knew. Yet they relied on these few polite, official words to communicate, and she could only find a bit of useful information among a heap of superficial embellishments. The two talked for over an hour. After such a long verbal exchange, Jie Qingqiu finally received a somewhat definite response. Zhang Tai had agreed to the marriage between her and Zhang Lu. After all, they were already committed, and she was pregnant. However, the conditions she laid out were quite a few. Zhang Tai required Jie Qingqiu to meet these within 3 months, detailing the list one by one, which could be seen as a challenge for Jie Qingqiu. However, in her mind, the biggest hurdle was getting Zhang Tai to nod in agreement. Now that she had consented, everything else would no longer be a problem. Thus, today's visit could be considered a success for her. It's just a pity that before she left, she didn't get to see Zhang Lu again to discuss the matter properly. She walked briskly out of Zhang's house, got into her hover car, where Officer O was still waiting for her. When Jie Qingqiu got in, she handed her a donut and a cup of hot coffee. The two exchanged glances, and she offered a somewhat relaxed smile. Lure, it's me, open the door. Zhang Tai knocked on Zhang Lu's bedroom door, and after a few seconds, the previously closed door opened. She slightly raised her half-lowered brows and stepped into Zhang Lu's room. Once inside, she began to take off her suit jacket, which Zhang Lu expertly took and hung on the nearby coat rack. After entering the room, she didn't rush to speak, but sat at the head of Zhang Lu's bed, lazily leaning back and playing with the buttons on her shirt cuffs. Zhang Lu clearly couldn't hold back, after waiting several seconds without seeing his mother react. He couldn't help but speak up. Mother, are you anxious? Zhang Tai looked up, a mysterious smile on her lips. Do you want to know the result? Zhang Lu nodded obediently. Zhang Tai chuckled and said, Your Major General the one you like, has just walked out of the Zhang family's door with his tail between his legs. Can you guess what the outcome is? The way she said it was rather contemptuous, causing Zhang Lu to freeze, unsure of how to respond. In that brief moment, he thought of all the bad outcomes and ultimately didn't dare to ask for clarification. Zhang Tai undoubtedly pampered him, a fact known throughout the empire, but she wasn't without principles or conditions, a secret unknown to others. She wanted him to be a well-behaved, sensible, and obedient child, with unconditional obedience as the price of his pampering. Zhang Lu could afford this price, but he always felt that what he gave was far more than that. Although he received a lot, such as power and affection, he often experienced a strange feeling, oddly sensing that his mother didn't seem like a mother, and he didn't seem like her child. Of course, this assumption was baseless. After all, he had no comparisons to observe closely, so he often overlooked such oddities. Seeing his dazed expression, Zhang Tai laughed heartily and then said seriously, "I agree to your marriage with her, and I will also agree to give you a wedding." Zhang Lu never considered himself a good person, but his feelings for Jie Qingqiu were entirely genuine. He truly loved her, truly liked her, and truly desired her. So upon hearing the news that he could marry her, he felt ecstatic. He even overlooked the strange word order and inadequate phrasing of Zhang Tai's statement. "Thank you, mother. Thank you, mother," he repeated several times, his eyes lighting up with joy, completely disregarding etiquette, unable to help but bounce a little. He displayed a childlike innocence and exuberance. He smiled, and Zhang Tai laughed along with him, as if something remarkable had happened in their lives. The atmosphere suddenly became inexplicably joyful and relaxed. At that moment, Zhang Tai waved to Zhang Lu, inviting him to come closer to her side. Naturally, he did not resist and obediently moved to her side. Zhang Lu familiarized himself by half-squatting on the ground, knowing he could never sit at the same level as Zhang Tai and look down at her. Zhang Tai found him cute and obedient, so she reached out and gently ruffled his hair. After a few strokes, her hands slid down his hair, lightly touching his cheek, her fingertips gliding over his tender skin like a feather, not applying much force, yet very present. Zhang Lu unconsciously shivered, but did not resist. This was Zhang Tai's way of expressing love for him, as it had always been since childhood, and he had long understood it, yet he still could not get used to it. After caressing his cheek for a moment, Zhang Tai lifted her fingertips and began to slide down again, ultimately stopping at the corner of Zhang Lu's mouth. He had a pitiful and lovable appearance, with the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, even when he wasn't smiling. Her fingertip pressed against that smiling arc, applying some force before gliding over to his lips. His lips were soft and elastic, and she pressed down firmly without holding back. "As long as you are obedient, as long as you listen, I will give you everything you want, right?" The pink lips turned bright red under the pressure of her fingertip. It had always been this way since childhood. When Zhang Tai said this, her voice was soft and slow, like a lover's whispered words. At that moment, she seemed like a seductive siren, almost like a fox spirit with some special talent. As if just a few soft words could obscure one's mind, making it impossible to think. Zhang Lu blinked slowly, unsure how to respond. "Is that so, my little Lua?" she asked again. This time, he reacted a bit, leaning in closer and softly replying, "Yes, mother." 106. The young master wants to wash away the link. A month seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. Bai Ji was living comfortably in the Bai family. Everyone in the manor understood his likes and dislikes, knew his habits, and all the decorations matched his aesthetic. Bai Renqiu treated him very well, and their interactions were quite natural. Thus, he became more certain that what she said was true, that he truly was a child of the Bai family. He truly was Bai Ji. However, besides this, he felt that there was something more, something he had forgotten. Apart from being Bai Ji, he should still be someone else. When he looked in the mirror at his face, it felt both strange and familiar. But he couldn't remember. Bai Ji had forgotten many things. His memory wasn't bad. But accidents happened frequently, and the part of his brain that stored memories had malfunctioned many times, which led to him forgetting that he was Bai Ji. He had told Bai Renqiu this, but she said to him that everything should happen naturally, and important things would be engraved in one's bones, with deep pain reminding one day after day. If something was truly forgotten, then it was unimportant, and forgetting such things wasn't a big deal. Bai Ji felt this made sense. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Everything has its own rules and laws. What is important in life and what is not is already a predetermined conclusion. He no longer forced himself. However, there was one very terrible thing. He learned from the doctor that he actually had a spiritual link with a female insect, which was truly bad news. Because he knew that his amnesia was due to being harmed by unscrupulous people, then going missing and being sold to many places. Perhaps he had even been a small slave for someone before, and this spiritual link might have been left by some buyer. Bai Rinqiu appeared very angry when she learned that he understood this news, seemingly afraid for his mental state and psychological condition, fearing that he would be unable to accept this fact. However, Bai Ji would not, because it was not his fault. He was a victim who had already lost his memory. He had no reason to loathe himself after being harmed, to torture himself with bad emotions. A wounded person should reward themselves fiercely so that their suffering would not be in vain. Of course, he felt somewhat disgusted, as it was an intimate contact that was not consensual, without any pure emotions, only filthy desires, along with some unspeakable dirty transactions. Fortunately, he had forgotten all that due to his amnesia. However, the worst part of this news was that he still had to wash away that spiritual link. This meant he would have to lie back on the operating table again, endure a period of depression and emptiness, and possibly not be able to eat desserts for a while. Bad news, simply terrible bad news. He shared his worries with Bai Rinqiu, and she generously promised that after he completed the surgery and his body recovered, she would hire a pastry chef to work for the Bai family, and perhaps even open a dessert shop named after him. At this point, Bai Ji felt that it wasn't so bad after all. Things weren't that terrible. Then he began to take good care of his health in preparation for the upcoming link cleansing surgery. Jie Qingqiu completed the requirements given by Zhang Tai within 1/3 of the time limit, gaining the so-called qualifications to propose to Zhang Lu. More than a month had passed without any significant change in her physique or appearance, as the female insect takes a long time to nurture a life in her abdomen, needing a full 12 months and only beginning to show in the last 3 months. 30 days couldn't change her appearance, but it brought significant changes to her mindset. As for Jie Qingqiu, she still had no news. It was as if he had completely vanished from her life, all traces of his existence wiped clean. Initially, she was uncertain about this matter, but gradually she developed a self-comforting and bold idea, thinking it was very likely that Jie Qingqiu's family had taken him away, and that these family members were not simple people. This could explain how it was done without anyone noticing. She was determined in her attitude towards finding him, but any thoughts of developing unnecessary emotions or entanglements had been completely erased. After Jie Qingqiu fulfilled the first 4 requirements listed by Zhang Tai, the other party quickly nodded in agreement and began busily selecting a venue for the wedding and arranging for someone to find a suitable date. As if she were the main character of the wedding, and everything had to be done with her utmost effort. Moreover, the other party's eagerness made Jie Qingqiu start to doubt whether she had long wanted to send Zhang Lu off. The wedding date was set for a month later, and Zhang Tai inquired with the meteorological station, stating that there was a high probability of clear skies on that day, which would be very suitable for holding a wedding. Apart from weather disaster warnings, Jie Qingqiu rarely believed in weather forecasts, as they, like a person in distress and hunger, have their own set of rules but no certainty. Therefore, she was skeptical about the prediction of a sunny day a month later. But since both Zhang Tai and Zhang Lu agreed, she saw no need to argue and naturally chose to comply. The remaining tasks were choosing the wedding dress, determining the venue, and inviting guests. And the male insect was naturally much more talented and interested in these matters. Zhang Lu volunteered to take full responsibility for these affairs. Jie Qingqiu no longer inquired further. She suddenly remembered that she needed to inform the people around her. Everything had come so suddenly that she hadn't been able to prepare and complete all the necessary tasks step by step. She felt disheartened. After returning home, she called Vice Officer O to open the communication device with Lu Yinqiao. 107. The marriage of Major General and Zhang Lu. The call was quickly connected. Lu Yinqiao still looked like the familiar Jie Qingqiu, but this time she was somewhat unwilling to look at the other person. What's wrong? Did something suddenly happen? The other party, not knowing the reason, quickly continued. Speaking of which, Your vacation this time is too long. How long has it been since you last came to the army? I hope you haven't been slacking off during this long period. Otherwise, it could be deadly for a soldier. I'm pregnant. She interrupted the other person, marking the first time in decades. Lu Yinqiao paused for a moment, then immediately reacted. What did you say? I am pregnant. She repeated. Lu Yinqiao nearly slammed the table, her face a mixture of shock and anger. You said you're pregnant? When did this happen? Whose is it? And why didn't I know? Then Jie Qingqiu became somewhat hesitant to speak, not only because the child was Zhang Lu's, but also because the situation was too absurd and helpless. Lu Yinqiao was both a mentor and a mother to her. The first warm meal she had was given by Lu Yinqiao. The first clean clothes she wore were bought by her, and all her combat skills were taught by her. The position she had achieved today was also entirely due to Lu Yinqiao's support. Therefore, now having made such a ridiculous mistake, facing Lu Yinqiao made it so hard to speak, like a child feeling guilty in front of their mother. In her youth, she had rebelled, yet the other party had patiently taught and tolerated her. Now, with such a significant issue, she had hidden it from Lu Yinqiao for so long, which was truly inappropriate. Qingqiu, the other person called her name in a low voice, suppressing their anger. Don't you want to tell me? No. She looked at Lu Yinqiao, summoning the courage to tell the truth. I'm pregnant. It was an accident. The queen sent me to Shun Bird Village to capture the divine bird, and we stayed in Jiangguzu for one night, coincidentally encountering the local flowing water festival. I drank a cup of wine that had aphrodisiac effects, and one night of confusion led to things that shouldn't have happened. And then, Lu Yinqiao looked at her deeply for a few seconds, then asked, Who is the person? Is it that silly male insect beside you, who has recently gone missing? The male insect she referred to was Jie. Jie Qingqiu was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. It's not him, it's Zhang Lu. Say that again. Upon hearing this name, Lu Yinqiao's face was filled with disbelief, her voice involuntarily rising significantly. Is it the Zhang Lu from Zhangtai? Yes. Absurd, truly absurd. Lu Yinqiao rolled her eyes in anger, took off her hat and tidied her hair, pacing around the room. How could such an absurd thing exist in this world? I would rather you find someone randomly in the red light district than a BM. Being pregnant with the child of a political enemy is fundamentally a different matter. She certainly wouldn't be so authoritarian as to interfere in Jie Qingqiu's romantic life, but she also wouldn't tolerate such an accident. After pacing several laps, she finally calmed down a bit and asked Jie Qingqiu, Have you investigated? Is there anything suspicious? But after asking, she immediately turned her attention to the deputy officer. Because she knew Jie Qingqiu's character so well, she appeared to be competent, but was actually pure and naive, always single-minded in her actions, with an inexplicable trust and kindness towards people or matters, and her resoluteness was merely a protective layer. She was sincere and passionate, yet also simple and foolish. Now, when she asked this question, Jie Qingqiu's answer would surely be that nothing had been discovered, that it should just be an accident, and without evidence, one cannot speculate. And so on. Deputy officer, you speak. The deputy officer glanced at Jie Qingqiu, then at the stern-faced Lu Yinqiao. Although she knew who paid her salary, she also understood that those who recognize the times are the wise, so she chose to speak straightforwardly. Actually, we haven't found definitive evidence that this matter was done by Zhang Lu, but we have discovered some suspicious points. Then she mentioned the destroyed surveillance and the mysteriously deleted travel records. Of course, the words destroyed and deleted were infused with her subjective interpretation and personal conjecture. But she didn't think there was anything wrong with that. After hearing this, Lu Yinqiao coldly snorted, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. After speaking, she looked at Jie Qingqiu. Qingqiu, how have I taught you? Her expression reached a calmness that followed extreme anger. What have you learned over the years? How could you not see such an obvious problem? Or do you get confused whenever it comes to emotional issues, losing all sense of direction? As she spoke, she herself agreed. Jie Qingqiu truly was unable to sort out matters of the heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so flustered over a few male insects. Look up at me, she said sternly. You are a dignified major general. Don't present yourself in such a dispirited and cowardly manner. Now, I want you to thoroughly recall the entire sequence of events from the beginning to now, leaving nothing out, and carefully list the suspicious points to address one by one. Don't be soft-hearted just because it's a male insect. Their scheming skills are no worse than anyone else's. Also, what does it matter if you have a child? She narrowed her eyes, her authority fully emanating. You, Jie Qingqiu, have grown up without parents. Having a child without a father won't make you any different from others. Don't compromise your life for the sake of the child. The two locked eyes. After all, she was the major general she had raised herself, and seeing that pair of eyes made Lu Yintiao's heart soften a little, and she slightly softened her tone. I forgive you for being unable to sort things out due to a lack of emotional experience. And I also forgive you for being too kind to doubt others. But Qingqiu, this world is not as gentle and warm as you imagine. 108. Young Master washes the link. Major General holds a wedding. Part 1. On the day Bai Ji had scheduled the cleaning link, the weather forecast predicted a rare sunny day, with a temperature that was neither too high nor too low, making it very pleasant. He thought this was a good omen, suggesting that the surgery might be successful, and the physiological and psychological aftereffects of the link cleaning might be unprecedentedly minor. So, he had some anticipation for that somewhat painful day. However, when the day actually arrived, he realized that the so-called sunny day was a complete lie, or rather a mistake by the Meteorological Bureau, because the day was overcast, and while it couldn't be described as a storm, the trees on both sides of the street were swaying continuously in the wind, which carried a chill and moisture. It was indeed comfortable, but on the day of the surgery, it felt somewhat inauspicious and unsettling. Bai Ji felt a bit downcast. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset, thinking that after the link was cleaned, he would soon have a pastry chef and a dessert shop, and then he became happy again. Byron Chiu seemed even more worried, anxiety written all over his face. He always thought she should be a big person who didn't show her emotions, but now she had broken that rule for him. Bai Ji comforted her for a long time until he changed into the patient gown and lay on the operating table, which could finally be considered the end of that. Young Master Bai, don't be afraid. The doctor was a new face, but perhaps someone who knew him, with a gentle appearance and tone. Just relax, it will be quick. Thank you, doctor. I am ready. He nodded obediently. The cleaning of the link was on a mental level, requiring deep access into a bug race's mental sea. And the tool used for cleaning was a giant bionic mental tentacle instrument. As the name suggests, this instrument could simulate mental tentacles to delve into a bug race's mental sea and control the external machine to manipulate the mental tentacles for operations within the mental sea. This was a meticulous task, both labor-intensive and mentally exhausting. A slight misstep could severely injure the patient, and in serious cases, lead to irreversible dementia. This machine was most commonly used for cleaning male bugs' mental links, but in reality, the surgical process was not as gentle and simple as the word cleaning implied. The mental tentacles would search within the mental sea, find the linked areas, and then use the most brute force to break the link and crush the mental entity left by the female bug. Each step was accompanied by excruciating pain and damage. Each severed link meant a loss of the male bug's sense of security and belonging. Throughout this surgical process, it was also necessary to keep the male bug awake to prevent any unexpected events from going unnoticed. It was a dual torment of body and mind. Even for experienced doctors, each operation would elicit a sigh of regret. Well, I'm ready to start. After confirming that Bai Ji was prepared, the doctor activated the giant instrument in the operating room. This massive device emitted a very ancient and distant roar, a sound that hadn't been heard elsewhere for a long time, and in an instant, Bai Ji's thoughts were pulled far away, far enough that it felt like flying back to the last century. Bai Ji, do you know about computers? You might not know, but I remember the gaming laptop I bought in college made a loud noise when running, just like this machine. Bai Ji, don't be afraid. It's not your fault. Cleaning the link means you're being reborn. All past fatigue will be washed away. In a daze, Bai Ji seemed to hear a female bug's voice, gentle and striving to soothe him, urging him not to be afraid and to face the link cleaning with a calm mindset. His heart gradually settled down, and then he felt various tubes pressed against his head. The rhythmic roar of the machine was very regular, and this regular life force made him drowsy. his thoughts drifting far away, but just as he was about to lose consciousness, he was pulled back. After a moment, he suddenly felt something drilling into his brain. Looking into the mental sea, he instinctively rejected the foreign and strange thing. The opposing forces caused him pain, and he involuntarily emitted some broken sounds. Young master, relax and accept this mental intrusion. Otherwise, we won't be able to perform the surgery, and it will cause you more pain. Jie bit his lip. Okay, I understand. So he began to take deep breaths to adjust himself. He also consciously opened his mental sea, striving to allow the bionic mental tentacle to enter his mental sea more smoothly. He didn't know how long it had been, but he suddenly heard the doctor say, "Young Master Bai, we have found the location of the mental link. Next, you need to prepare yourself. It may be quite painful." After speaking, she took a clean mouthguard from the side and placed it at Jie's lips. "Young master, you can bite this to prevent yourself from hurting." Seeing the mouthguard, Jie's face turned red, but he obediently took it in. "Then let's begin." As soon as she finished speaking, Jie felt an intense, unbearable, tearing pain emanating from the depths of his soul. The nerves connected to every cell in his body spread this pain to every cell, making every inch of his flesh and skin stir, screaming in unbearable agony. Almost within just a few seconds, he broke out in a cold sweat. His whole body began to tremble uncontrollably, and his face was probably turning pale. "Ugh, it hurts." He managed to utter a single word with great difficulty, realizing his voice was also trembling. The lead surgeon was busy operating the instrument and couldn't respond to him. It was the assistant beside her who replied, "Young master, pain is a normal thing. Please endure it." Jie no longer had the strength to reply. All his energy was focused on resisting the pain, leaving no room for anything else. However, the most torturous and agonizing part was yet to come. After just enduring a wave of tearing pain, he felt as if his brain's nerves were being twisted and crushed by something, and a part of his body was brutally stripped away, as if half of his soul had been torn away, leaving him feeling empty, filled with unease and void throughout his body. Then he spasmed and raised his hand, grasping at the void. He opened his eyes wide, suddenly shedding tears without warning, opening his mouth as if to say something, and began to struggle violently. 109. The young master washes links. The major general holds a wedding. Part 2. Jie Qingqiu, with military rank, naturally does not wear the ordinary suit and tie of a regular person at a wedding, but rather the formal military uniform specifically for a mecha army major general. With a wide-brimmed hat, a shirt, a sash, and polished leather shoes, everything is impeccably arranged. The uniform jacket is of a double-breasted style with 6 buttons. The left arm bears the insignia of the mecha army, and the cuffs feature a thick gold stripe with 2 finer stripes, showcasing her inherent grace. The aura of a soldier's dignity and authority is evident, and her face does not carry much of a smile, naturally radiating a chilling air reminiscent of a battlefield. It is at this moment that many remember she is indeed a major general of a nation, having risen from humble beginnings to her current status. To suit the occasion, she has put on a light layer of makeup but has not added any excessive embellishments. Zhang Lu is also dressed in a crisp white suit, but with many intricate designs. He deliberately showcases his slender yet resilient waist, and the design at the pant legs makes his legs appear even longer. The lace trim peeking from the cuffs of his shirt adds to his refinement. With slightly curled chestnut hair, he looks like a delicate porcelain doll displayed in a shop window. When the two stand together, the contrast is indeed striking. However, regardless of what people think, they all must express that the pairing of the masculine and feminine is harmonious and quite compatible. The wedding venue was chosen by Zhang Tai, who selected the most famous cathedral on the empire's main star. The cathedral has a history of over 100 years and has witnessed countless couples making vows, heard numerous prayers and chants, and seen countless peace doves released. It represents beautiful wishes, earnest hopes, and happy fantasies. It seems that holding a wedding here would allow the couple to live happily and peacefully for a lifetime. Jie Qingqiu has no other thoughts. Her heart feels like a stagnant pool of water, as if nothing could stir up waves anymore. Thus, she cannot even force a smile at this moment. The scheduled time has not yet arrived, and she sits in the wedding car for a while, staring blankly into space with unfocused eyes. After a while, she picks up her light brain and sends a message to Lanning, solving all your problems. I'm getting married today. Will you come? Then she sends a location message. However, after waiting for a long time, there's still no response from the other side. Jie Qingqiu is not someone who enjoys sending messages or chatting to pass the time. But this is not the first message she has sent to Lanning during this period. After all, in her eyes, they are considered friends who have gone through hardships together, so it is natural to inform and invite her to such a significant occasion as a wedding. Hence, when the wedding date was confirmed, she sent her a message, but at that time, she received no response. Initially, she thought little of it, but after several days without any news, she began to feel suspicious. After all, Lanning, with her noisy and clingy personality, should have no reason to remain silent about such a significant event. Thus, she had her aide, Officer O, investigate discreetly and discovered that since Lanning returned from the Federation, no one around had heard any news about her. It was as if she had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Jie Qingqiu was very worried about her, but so far she had no position to search or investigate. She could only wait and see what Lan Yunling's reaction would be. After waiting for over 10 minutes without receiving any message, she closed her light brain. Officer O, still no news from Jelly? She asked the officer in the passenger seat, a question that had seemingly become a daily routine for them. Officer O's shaking head and silence had also become a norm. Therefore, upon receiving a negative response, she did not show much disappointment, but calmly accepted the news. No news from Lanning either, she said. Why is it that neither of them has any news? There's no news at all. She murmured this twice softly, not really expecting an answer. Jie Qingqiu shifted her gaze to the window, watching as guests continued to enter and exit for the wedding. They all seemed to wear smiles that reflected shared happiness. Of course, there were also hurried passers-by, but they all seemed relaxed and at ease. In this world, there is only one Jie Qingqiu, who does not live enough for herself or find happiness. Officer O noticed her emotions. Major General, you should go. She suddenly said this. Sometimes we don't need to be so responsible. We don't have to be such a good person if being a good person makes you feel unhappy. She gazed intently at Jie Qingqiu. Don't let unnecessary matters bind you. This is what you told me. Jie Qingqiu then withdrew her gaze and looked at her. But Officer O, I am no longer the Jie Qingqiu of 20 years ago. 20 years ago, I had nothing, but now I have everything. Then she smiled self-deprecatingly and added, Actually, I still have nothing. Just after she finished speaking, a distant and ancient bell sound echoed from the cathedral behind her. The ethereal sound seemed to reach an infinite distance, unsure of whom it was meant for. Jie Qingqiu momentarily lost her focus, then straightened her formal attire before stepping out of the car. Officer O did not remain in the car. As the female lead's aide, she should be by her side at such an important life event. Weddings in the Empire differ from those in other places. In the hours leading up to the ceremony, the newlyweds do not meet. The female insect will enter the front of the altar directly through the back door of the cathedral, while the male insect is led by his family down a long red carpet to his female insect. The male insect's mother will personally hand his hand to the female insect, symbolizing the handing over of a lifetime. This process is undoubtedly very ceremonial. That not-so-long red carpet feels like a lifetime journey, and many male insects are moved to tears along the way. As Jie Qingqiu follows the regulations towards the back door of the cathedral, heading to the altar, her light brain suddenly beeps with a message. At such an important moment, Jie Qingqiu should do nothing but walk straight to the altar, but for some reason, she still opens her light brain to check. It is a message from Lanning. Iris and Autumn, don't go, don't go, don't go. The moment she sees this, Jie Qingqiu stops in her tracks, her brows immediately furrowing. A brief word, this is not Lan Ying's style, but the multiple exclamation marks are indeed her habit. Moreover, the content of this message. After thinking for several seconds, she puts away her light brain, does not reply to Lan Ying's message, and heads towards the altar without looking back. 110. Young Master Washes Links. Major General Host's Wedding, Part 2. When Zhang Lu, holding Zhang Tai's hand, appeared at the end of the red carpet, the entire venue fell silent. The whispers that had previously existed disappeared completely. He was indeed beautiful. It was a fragile beauty unique to males, revealing a delicate and exquisite vulnerability nurtured amidst luxury and opulence. His beauty did not belong to the masses, could not be easily possessed, yet evoked a desire for possession. After being meticulously dressed for today's wedding, his luxurious aura became even more pronounced. He looked like a finely crafted artifact that had taken countless artisans a long time to create. As he stood on the red carpet, walking into the church, it was as if the artifact had been given life, causing Jie Qingqiu to feel momentarily dazed at first sight. Today, Zhang also looked beautiful. She seemed to have dressed up deliberately. Discarding the usual black suit dress, she wore a white gown today, her hair elegantly styled into a more intricate updo, topped with a hat covered by white lace, her ears adorned with round and full pearl earrings. She looked as if she had just stepped out of a neoclassical painting, so pure and lofty, untouched by the mundane world. Anyone unaware of the situation might have thought that the protagonists of the wedding were Zhang Lu and her grand appearance. However, Zhang Tai seemed indifferent to others' opinions. Her expression remained calm, with a faint smile as if she looked down on everything. They slowly approached, the distance between the three gradually shortening. The exquisite makeup on their faces gradually came into clearer view for Jie Qingqiu. The gazes of the three unconsciously intertwined, ultimately focusing on the eye contact between Jie Qingqiu and Zhang Tai. After several seconds, Zhang Tai slightly raised the corner of her mouth, revealing an ambiguous, obscure smile. Jie Qingqiu half lowered her brows, withdrew her gaze, pretending not to notice Zhang Tai's strange and suggestive expression. When they reached Jie Qingqiu's side, the distance between them was merely an arm's length. However, Zhang Tai did not hurriedly hand Zhang Lu's hand over to her. Instead, she remained still. It was only when a guest began to sense something was off that she spoke. Jie Qingqiu, have you thought it through? Are you really going to marry my little Lua? This question was bizarre, especially since it was asked at a wedding. As soon as Zhang Tai's words fell, the guests erupted in an uproar. Of course, Jie Qingqiu answered her, but added, if Minister Zhang is willing. Ha. Zhang Tai laughed pleasantly a few times, then said, Will you, Jie Qingqiu? Of course, I am unwilling. The sudden shift in the direction of her words caught everyone off guard. After a few seconds of buffering time, when everyone realized what she had said, the entire church fell silent. Zhang Lu wore a look of shock, staring incredulously at his mother, opening his mouth but saying nothing. Then, he seemed to want to struggle toward Jie Qingqiu, but was firmly grasped by his wrist. Mother? His voice trembled slightly when he spoke. Jie Qingqiu's expression remained quite calm, showing little shock or surprise. I don't know what you mean by that, Minister Zhang. It means literally what it says. She raised the corners of her lips, smiling disdainfully, her words laced with sharpness and bitterness. Once she finished speaking, she raised her left hand and made a gesture in the air, then lightly tapped it. The church then resonated with a mournful bell toll. Among the guests attending the wedding, some sensed that something was wrong and tried to stand up and run outside. But the heavy doors of the church were closed the next second. Most of the light was shut out, with only a faint sunlight filtering through the windows and stained glass, making the church appear dim, narrow, enclosed, and eerie. Two large groups of guards surged in from the back of the church, all holding offensive weapons with significant lethality. The guards surrounded the entire interior of the church, aiming their weapons at everyone inside. It was at this moment that everyone finally reacted. Whispers began to fill the church. Don't be afraid, I won't harm you. Noticing everyone's panic, Zhang Tai began to soothe them, but added, provided you behave. Minister Zhang, what is your intention? Jie Qingqiu raised an eyebrow, showing no signs of panic. Zhang Tai smiled slightly. Jie Qingqiu, today is my little Luer's wedding, and it is also your funeral. Minister, I am a major general of the empire. Only a military court can execute me. Moreover, I abide by the law. So how could I do anything illegal? Is that so? Zhang Tai glanced at her. There is. Her meaning was clear. She intended to execute Jie Qingqiu without needing a reason. If the world insisted on forcing her to provide a reasonable explanation, then anything could become Jie Qingqiu's crime. It was absurd and laughable, yet this absurdity was precisely reality. Jie Qingqiu let out a scoff. So, Minister Zhang, does this mean we have nothing more to discuss? This time, Zhang Tai did not respond, perhaps feeling fatigued and unwilling to waste time on unnecessary conversation. So she chose to directly give the order to act, providing the most straightforward answer. In the next moment, some guards raised their weapons and surrounded Jie Qingqiu. "Mother," Zhang Lu called out, his voice crisp, echoing throughout the church. "She is my female mate. She is carrying my child." "She is not," Zhang Tai immediately retorted, then pulled him into her embrace in front of everyone. "So what if she is pregnant? Let the child die with her." Females inherently have an advantage in strength over males, so once Zhang Tai exerted some force, Zhang Lu could not break free. "Little Luer, remember, you have always belonged to me." She patted his back in a feigned, soothing manner, but her words sent chills down the spine. "I can allow you to occasionally split your attention elsewhere, but do not let your heart be wholly concerned for others. In this world, only I am your one and only, understand? Only I am your home and destination. Do not fantasize about betraying me, abandoning me, or escaping me." Her enunciation remained slow and clear, her emotions neither strong nor weak, yet the content of her words silenced everyone in the church. After hearing this, Zhang Lu trembled in her embrace, staring blankly into the void, tears streaming down his face and soaking both his own and Zhang Tai's clothing. Zhang Tai affectionately rubbed her face against the top of Zhang Lu's head and gently said, "Let us get to it." 111. The death of the Major General as the guard approached, Jie Qingqiu instantly spread her wings and took to the sky, creating distance. "Minister Zhang, do you think I would just surrender?" She smiled, then summoned her mental power, and her hands were immediately surrounded by golden light, forming a semi-physical claw. "After all, I am a major general of a country. Do you underestimate me too much?" "Oh, is that so? I don't know. Let's see," Zhang Tai replied casually, but forcibly carried Zhang Lu to the front of the oath platform, where the goddess stood holding the oath manual. She didn't seem nervous either. Presumably, Zhang Tai had arranged everything in advance, and most of the people in the church were hers. "Let's begin," she said again. As soon as the words fell, the guards started attacking her, firing their offensive weapons at her. The bullets, glowing with fire, flew out, tracing arcs in the air before scraping past Jie Qingqiu and smashing into the walls of the century-old church, leaving behind indelible black marks. Meanwhile, the guests in the church were forced by the remaining guards to sit upright, and the goddess began reading the contents of the manual in the oldest interstellar language. Lengthy and sacred, the sound of gunfire and the ethereal oath-reading resonated together, achieving a strange harmony. "Facing the boundless universe and the vast starry river, do you wish to step into marriage with the insect before you, hand in hand, touching the future? With your hand, caressing your beating heart, with your mental tentacles sweeping through your vast mental sea, sincerely and earnestly answer this question." The goddess's ethereal, yet steady and powerful voice rang out, finally reaching the most important part of the oath. She first asked the male insect, and everyone was waiting for Zhang Lu's response. However, he remained huddled, his lips tightly closed, unsure if it was extreme fear or something else. He simply wouldn't answer. Thus, the goddess asked again, but still received no response. She then looked at Zhang Tai. The corners of Zhang Tai's mouth lifted slightly as she gently patted Zhang Lu's back. "Xiao Lu, why aren't you speaking? The goddess has asked you twice. It would be very impolite if you don't give a definite answer." This was already a very obvious threat, but Zhang Lu still wore a dumbfounded expression, refusing to say anything, his eyes vacant. Even when Zhang Tai patiently asked several more times, he remained unmoved. In the end, she compromised. All right, my little Lu is scared by Major General Xie, so let's not force him to answer today. Anyway, whether he answers or not, he will spend his life with me." Thus, this segment was skipped, and they directly moved to the questioning of the female insect. Zhang Tai answered willing cleanly and efficiently, and then they exchanged rings. When Zhang Lu saw the ring, his gaze flickered for a moment, as this was the style he had personally chosen, once holding beautiful hopes, believing that putting this on his beloved female insect would also mean binding her, ensuring they would never part ways in their lifetime. But when that ring was perfectly placed on Zhang Tai's ring finger, he realized that this was also part of the lie. All his beautiful wishes were now turned into unrealistic fantasies. After completing the wedding process, Zhang Tai did not linger. She scanned everyone in the church with her eyes, showing some expression, but it was clearly the joy of a newlywed, nothing more, making it impossible for others to discern her exact thoughts. After surveying the crowd, she deal with them. After all, they have seen what they shouldn't have. With that, she forcefully picked up Zhang Lu and left, leaving a scene of panic behind. 112. The young master encountered a strange person on October 1st of the interstellar era. A great fire broke out at the Maglu Cathedral, which had a history of 100 years, nearly destroying the entire church. Unfortunately, a wedding was being held at the time, with the bride and groom being the renowned Imperial Major General Jie Qingqiu and the son of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Zhang Lu. No one knows how the fire started. All that is known is that when the flames ignited, no one escaped, and when the fire was extinguished, bodies lay scattered. In fact, the newlywed couple was not spared either. What was supposed to be a joyous wedding banquet turned into a tragedy, leaving people sighing in lament. Bai Ji endured a difficult period after his link was severed. During that time, he saw mountains and rivers without color, tasted delicacies without flavor, and it seemed nothing could capture his interest anymore. His heart felt empty, as if something important had been forcibly stripped away, along with his flesh and soul. Eventually, he didn't just come to terms with it. He gradually forgot. His memory was actually quite good, but he wasn't the kind of person who would dwell on things, as most matters in the world were trivial concerns to him, and knowing how to forget was also a form of happiness. He didn't need to be burdened by the past. He just needed to move forward. As he gradually emerged from that shadow, Bai Ji felt he had truly been reborn, with a stronger desire to explore the world, deciding to travel around. Bai Rinqiu was very worried about him, and sent many bodyguards to accompany him, which he accepted gladly. His first destination was a place called Bird God Village. The reason for going there was simple. He had once seen a gift sent from the Empire to the Federation, a warm-feathered imperial bird with red plumage. From the first glance, he felt a connection with this creature, as he sensed a familiarity from deep within his soul, as if they had once spent every day together. Of course, in addition to this connection, he was also very interested in such a miraculous animal. So he decided to visit its hometown. Bird God Village was located in a quiet little mountain village in the Empire. Bai Ji took a long ride to get there. The vehicle was also peculiar. It was not the contemporary popular hover car, but an older model from many years ago. A four-wheel drive ground vehicle that bumped along the rugged road. Bai Ji found the ride interesting, primarily because everything around him exuded a familiar feeling that he couldn't reject. On the first day of his arrival, it unexpectedly rained in Bird God Village, with no sign beforehand. Bai Ji disliked rainy days, the sound of rain, the wind, and thunder. He disliked rainy nights, white camellias, bedrooms without balconies, and tightly shut glass windows, because everything made him feel oppressed and suffocated. Thus, on that rainy night, Bai Ji's bedroom looked like this. The windows wide open, the terrace soaked by the downpour, and all the lights in the room turned on. He himself was wrapped in blankets, with only his face exposed. The rain grew heavier, and a lot of water was blown into the room by the wind, soaking half of the room due to the open windows. The damp smell filled the entire room. Bai Ji felt he couldn't let it continue like this. He had to close the windows and doors, or he would catch a cold before being overwhelmed by the clouds of doubt in his heart and have to end his journey early. So he decided to get out of bed to close the windows, but as he approached the window, he caught a strange scent. It was the smell of blood unique to the insect race, with a faint herbal fragrance. Even with the heavy rain outside, the scent remained strong, as if it hadn't been washed away at all. Bai Ji shivered, and the content of the horror stories he had read in the past flooded his mind. At that moment, he couldn't help but imagine whether there was a murderer dismembering and disposing of bodies outside his window, beneath the building. However, his rationality reminded him to stay calm. It was raining heavily, and the streetlights in the mountain village were dim. Perhaps the insect outside had slipped and gotten injured. What he needed to do now was to investigate while ensuring his own safety, rather than letting his mind dwell on terrifying and bloody thoughts. So he reassured himself until his emotions stabilized, then leaned closer to the window, using the dim light from the street lamp and some faint illumination to survey the area. He soon noticed a vague shadow beneath a large tree. The shadow seemed to be curled up at the base of the tree, and judging by its size, it looked like a female insect. As he got closer to the window, the bloody scent grew even stronger. Jie Qingqiu, hesitating for a moment before deciding to go down and rescue the person. Of course, this was under the premise of ensuring his own health and safety. So he didn't hide it from the bodyguards sent by Richest. Instead, he informed them immediately and expressed his request. The bodyguards instructed him to stay at the door while they cautiously approached the shadow under the tree with an umbrella, moving slowly and quietly, perhaps being cautious and alert. After observing the shadow for a while, they called out to Jie from a distance. "Young master, it's an injured female insect. Filthy and seems to have been wandering for some time. Bring her in." He waved his hand at the two bodyguards, and a lot of rainwater splashed onto his arm. He didn't mind, lightly brushed it off, and then turned to head back inside. This time, they had rented an entire house in Bird God Village, so there was no need to worry about being seen or disturbed by others, which made it convenient for him to help the female insect. It wasn't until the bodyguards half-dragged, half-carried the female insect into the well-lit room that Jie finally got a clear look at her appearance. She was indeed very disheveled, clothed in rags, with a dirty face and muddy all over. Rainwater or mud had soaked her completely. There were various wounds of different sizes and shapes on her exposed skin. Under the dirt, Jie couldn't see her features clearly, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Young master, her identity might not be simple." One of the bodyguards spoke as Jie examined the female insect. Jie understood why she said that, because an ordinary person would have a very small chance of getting themselves into such a state without an accident, especially with the wounds from offensive weapons on her body. He bit his lower lip and then told the bodyguards, "You all take her to wash up, but be careful and gentle." Although the bodyguards had some doubts in their hearts, they still followed Jie's orders, carefully carrying her into the communal bath. The bodyguards worked very quickly. Jie sat by the window, staring blankly at the heavy rain outside for a while, and they had already finished washing her, even thoughtfully helping her change into loose, comfortable clothing. One of the bodyguards, walking hurriedly towards him, brought him back to his senses and said, "Young master, this female insect seems to be pregnant." "Huh?" He blinked his eyes, somewhat unable to react. "Pregnant?" "Yes, when we helped her wash her abdomen. We could clearly feel something round inside. It felt very much like an insect egg." "How is her condition now? Is the insect egg okay?" When it came to the possibility of another little life, Jie's wariness and caution towards the female insect diminished significantly, replaced by sympathy, compassion, and care. There shouldn't be any major issues. The female insect's health is quite good, and the survival ability of the insect egg is also strong, the bodyguard replied. Jie nodded, letting out a sigh of relief. "Then take her to an empty room. Wait until dawn tomorrow and find a doctor to take a look at her," he said, thinking for a moment before adding, "Also, help her do a thorough check on other areas." The guard nodded in agreement. Before going upstairs, Jie glanced at the already tidily cleaned female insect. Just a single glance made his soul tremble. The female insect had plain features, with many small wounds on her face. However, her lips were thin, revealing a hint of sharpness and ruthlessness, and even with her eyes tightly closed, one could sense a feeling of keep your distance. Despite lying there so weak and vulnerable, she still commanded respect, and her imposing aura had not diminished at all. The slight wariness Jie had just let go of resurfaced, and he did not dare to look any longer. After glancing a couple more times, he returned to his room. Early the next morning, he was awakened by the sounds of fighting outside the corridor. 113. The young master's unfathomable feelings towards the strange woman in the moment he was awakened. Jie thought he had encountered a criminal, as if a theft or robbery had occurred. Still not fully awake, he opened the door, intending to run outside. After taking a couple of steps, he realized something was amiss. Just as he was about to retreat back into the room, he found himself fighting not against a criminal, but against the pregnant female bug they had rescued from the heavy rain the night before. The female bug appeared pale, her thin lips devoid of color, and her numerous wounds had yet to heal. However, she moved with remarkable agility, engaging in the struggle without a hint of hesitation. Even alone, she managed to fend off 5 or 6 guards without losing ground. Yet, having been a drifter for so long and injured, especially while carrying bug eggs, Her strength was gradually failing her. Just as Bai Ji intended to retreat back into his room, she spotted him and swiftly approached, subduing him. Her hostage-taking skills seemed unpracticed. Even though she had Bai Ji in her grasp, she struggled to articulate a threatening statement. After a moment of hesitation and silence, she finally spoke. "Who are you? Why am I here?" Her voice was somewhat hoarse, as if she hadn't spoken in a long time. Yet Bai Ji felt an inexplicable familiarity and a tremor in his soul. However, he quickly brushed aside this strange feeling. Faced with her ingratitude, Bai Ji felt a bit angry, so his tone was less than pleasant when he replied. "Last night, after the heavy rain, you were curled up under a tree, covered in blood, with wounds and dirt all over you. We brought you back and helped clean you up and treat your injuries." He said this, but it seemed he hadn't finished his thought, merely looking at her with a complex expression. His gaze conveyed his unspoken words, accusations, reprimands, anger, questioning whether she would repay kindness with malice. Her eyes flickered, but the grip on him did not loosen. "Who are you?" "We are merely tourists visiting Shunbird Village," Bai Ji quickly replied, his tone calm and composed, as if he were not at all worried about what she might do while holding him hostage. "And during this process, we showed kindness by saving an injured person abandoned on the street. Do you see any problem with that?" Such words would sound aggressive coming from anyone else, but when spoken by Bai Ji, they were gentle and pleasant. Perhaps it was his innate charm that made people feel neither repulsed nor tense. Everyone had to admit that gentleness is a natural gift. Not everyone is born with this trait. He explained sincerely, and she began to believe him. Although her gaze still scanned the surroundings warily, her grip had gradually relaxed. Since waking up, she had formed many speculations and imagined various possibilities. And now everything seemed to affirm the best of those possibilities. During the earlier fight, she had noticed that although the guards were skilled, they did not attack with lethal intent. After hesitating for a moment, she finally released her grip. "I'm sorry." The moment she let go, the guards rushed forward and subdued her. She did not struggle, but instead looked up at Bai Ji, locking eyes with him. They silently gazed at each other for several seconds, during which it felt as though they communicated a great deal, isolating themselves in another space-time, debating, exchanging, and discussing. Bai Ji was the first to look away, then sighed imperceptibly. "Let her go. I want to stay here for a few more days." After receiving forgiveness for her ingratitude, she audaciously asked for more, her tone assertive as if she felt no shame. "My condition is a bit poor right now." Bai Ji looked at her, astonished by her shamelessness, but still agreed to let her stay. He had grown up in an environment filled with love and care, seeing the world as warm and colorful, wanting to share love with others. He was always so kind. "Thank you," she croaked, then turned and went back into the room where she had stayed the previous night. "Young master?" The guard were evidently angrier than he was. "It's all right." Bai Ji gently shook his head. "We can tell she is not an ordinary person. It's normal for her to be on guard. Although I am indeed very angry, she is still carrying a child. We just need to ensure our safety. There is no need to force her into a corner." There was another reason he did not voice. Despite his anger, he felt no hatred. The female bug had an inexplicable attraction towards him, and when their eyes met, there was an indescribable magnetic field and sensation. As if nothing she did could make him resentful, and he naturally felt an irresistible trust towards her. Bai Ji felt both powerless and curious. When she lay back down on the bed, she gasped. The wounds on her body, still unhealed, throbbed painfully. Due to her pregnancy, her limbs felt weak and soft, and her waist ached. The earlier struggle had exhausted all her strength. Now her lower abdomen was cramping painfully. Wasn't had said that female bugs only begin to show symptoms in the later months of pregnancy? Wasn't had said that the bug eggs were stable and there was no need to worry about miscarriage? In an instant, a multitude of questions flashed through her mind. But ultimately, no one answered her. After resting for a while, she observed her surroundings and then touched her left wrist, revealing a microcommunicator embedded in her subcutaneous tissue. The advantage of this communicator was that it was not susceptible to star network signal tracking and was difficult to detect. But the downside was that it had to be embedded under the skin and could only be used once every half month. The other end of the communicator was quickly connected, and the voice on the other side traveled thousands of miles, accompanied by a crackling sound. It was still possible to discern the speaker. "Hello, Major General, where are you now? How is your health?" 114. The escape of the Major General. "I am in Shunbird Village." Jie Qingqiu hoarsely replied to Lieutenant Colonel O, feeling quite exhausted. After escaping a wave of pursuit and suffering some injuries, she was rescued last night. Injuries? The lieutenant colonel's voice immediately rose. Is it serious? Is the person who rescued you reliable? Jie Qingqiu instinctively shook her head, then remembered that the other person couldn't see her. Just some minor injuries. But I'm very tired. I don't know much about them, but so far it seems they don't have much hostility toward me. After finishing her sentence, she needed to catch her breath. I will be careful. If worse comes to worst, I can still escape. After taking a few seconds to rest, she spoke again to Lieutenant Colonel. "Oh, Lieutenant Colonel, I am very tired, really tired. I don't know why. Since the incident at the wedding, some time has passed. From the moment she escaped the burning church, Jie Qingqiu had been on the run. During this time, she faced various pursuers and had to think of all sorts of ways to survive. After enduring many days of hardship and sleepless nights, she hadn't had many peaceful nights of sleep. However, she had encountered tougher situations on the battlefield before and had never felt as exhausted as she did now, to the point of being unable to speak a complete sentence. She wondered if it was because of the eggs in her belly. Thinking of this, she reached out to touch her lower abdomen and could feel that it had already taken on a round shape. "Major General, is it because of the eggs?" Lieutenant Colonel O guessed. "I'll ask the doctor for you." "Major General, you should rest well for the next few days. I'll arrange everything with General Liu on this side." Jie Qingqiu responded with a sound of agreement, feeling a bit drowsy. In fact, when she had a deep discussion with Liu Yinqiao that day, they had already guessed that there would be some arrangements made by Zhang Tai on the day of the wedding. They had searched for clues for a while and discovered that Zhang Tai had been making quite a few secret moves, particularly communicating a lot with Lan Yunling during that time. Therefore, they had set up some plans and arrangements in response. In summary, lure the enemy in, entice them deeper, openly build a road while secretly crossing another, play the pig to eat the tiger, and fish for big catches with a long line. Therefore, Zhang Tai's actions that day were expected by them. What they wanted was for the empire to announce to the world the death of Major General Jie Qingqiu, so that in the future, she would no longer be bound by many things. Her escape and the pursuit by Zhang Tai and others were also part of their plan, just waiting for the right moment to catch her. Everything was well arranged, but she did not expect to be the one to drop the ball. Her increasingly exhausted body made it difficult for her to implement the plan well. This made her feel a bit discouraged. "Major General, you should rest for a few days. We will arrange everything." Lieutenant Colonel O's voice was very soft, as if afraid of disturbing her. "In a few days, I'll have someone upgrade this communicator, and we can talk every few days." Jie Qingqiu was already feeling a bit groggy, and she only understood bits and pieces of what Lieutenant Colonel O said. Hearing her gradually calming breath, Lieutenant Colonel O quietly hung up the phone. "Let her escape again?" Zhang Tai's voice was light, with only a questioning tone at the end, as if she had no emotions. "Yes." The guard lowered his head. "Huh." Zhang Tai adjusted her clothes. "Go down and receive your punishment." After the guard left, Zhang loosed it up and walked out her study. She walked with familiarity towards her bedroom, then touched a few spots on the wall painting. Suddenly, the wall opposite the bed opened, revealing a gap just wide enough for her to enter. She slipped through the gap, touched the inner wall, and the door closed with a rotation. As it sealed tightly, the lights in the secret room brightened, illuminating the dark space and clearly displaying the arrangements within. The entire secret room was not large, only about 20 square meters, which was quite small compared to the tall and spacious villa. However, the person who arranged the secret room had placed everything that could fit within the limited space. The bright, soft white porcelain walls, a large soft pale yellow carpet, and a carved big bed that occupied a quarter of the secret room, covered with thick, soft white lace bedding. Most of the decorations were either cold white, made of crystal, or even metallic candlesticks that glowed with a cold light. The entire secret room exuded a fragile, cold, exquisite, and unapproachable aura, as if it wanted to repel all visitors. Just one glance would allow outsiders to guess that this room must be housing a delicate and fragile canary. As Zhang Tai entered the secret room, some sounds were made. The soft bedding rustled, and a slightly curled, fluffy head poked halfway out from under the blanket. After a few seconds, the owner of the head suddenly sat up, producing a series of crisp metallic clashing sounds. The owner was Zhang Lu, with flushed cheeks, and the areas not covered by the bedding were exposed skin, marked with bruises. "My little lure is awake?" Zhang Tai chuckled lightly at his movements. "How did you sleep? Did you dream of your mother?" "You are not my mother," he trembled yet stubbornly retorted. "No mother would do such things to her child. You. Shoo." Zhang Tai had already approached him, and as she got close, she placed her index finger on his lips, the two of them almost touching noses. "Little lure, I truly am your mother, but I simply love my child more than an ordinary mother would." Saying this, she sat at the edge of the bed and pulled back some of the blanket covering Zhang Lu. Thus, his appearance and predicament were completely exposed. Zhang Lu's wrists and ankles were shackled with black shackles, the chains thin and long, welded to the bedposts at the head and foot of the bed, producing a crisp sound with the slightest movement. The heavy black color was the only striking hue in the secret room, contrasting with his pale skin to create a strange beauty that evoked a desire for destruction. She reached out her hand, gently caressing the black shackles. "You wouldn't want your mother-esque love to be shared with others, would you? Why not let me love only you? Get lost." Zhang Lu's eyes began to redden, his fair skin slightly flushing with anger, but his expression was truly one of hatred, almost to the point of dying. "Zhang Tai, you are not human at all. If I could get out, I wouldn't let you go, you murderer." 115. The major general who mooched food and drinks, a murderer? Zhang Tai seemed to have rare emotions, her voice pitch rising slightly. "Who did I kill? Jie Qingqiu?" But such emotions only appeared for a moment before quickly disappearing. "Ha ha ha, Xiao Luer, let me take a guess." As she said this, her hand slowly climbed up, brushing against his neck, her index finger pressing firmly against Zhang Lu's carotid artery. But her demeanor didn't seem to carry much intent to kill, easily relaxing people's vigilance. "You're so emotional right now, telling me to get lost, scolding me. Could it be because I killed Jie Qingqiu?" Her palm was broad and easily encircled Zhang Lu's neck. "Is killing Jie Qingqiu more painful for you than being a forbidden child of a mother?" Zhang Lu bit his lip, raising his head high, like a fragile yet proud swan, refusing to lower his head even in death. This could be seen as tacitly agreeing with Zhang Tai's words. Sigh. Zhang Tai didn't take any action against him, but instead loosened her grip. "Xiao Luer, I once thought you were just interested in her. Who wouldn't be interested in someone who came from a garbage planet, never went to school, yet became a major general? After all, such people are indeed rare and eye-catching. She resembles the traditional heroes and geniuses from our stories, with a superficial appearance and a surface life story that satisfies people's imaginations. So it's quite normal to have a good impression and interest. But Xiao Luer, I didn't expect that you actually had some genuine feelings for her." She leaned in a little closer, her voice soft and gentle, like whispers between lovers. "This is also my fault for being a bit too confident." Zhang Lu was not foolish. Although he was filled with anger, fear, sadness, and pain at this moment, he could still process the information in Zhang Tai's words. Her words conveyed that she had definitely done something in the past, so he raised his eyes to meet hers. "No wonder I am Zhang Tai's son." Zhang Tai chuckled lightly, cleverly discovering something. "What I tell you actually doesn't matter. After all, you are mine." After saying this, she straightened up, began unbuttoning her clothes. The movements smooth and natural, making it hard for one to notice anything unusual. Zhang Lu was drawn in by the content of her words and didn't pay attention to this. "Do you think Jie Qingqiu never suspected you? Do you think the things you did really went unnoticed? Do you think heaven is helping you solve your problems and tying red strings for you?" Perhaps due to being a civil servant, Zhang Tai, when she was most relaxed privately, still couldn't speak casually, habitually demanding that words form sentences and sentences form chapters, with structure and phrasing always unconsciously arranged. Naive, ridiculous. She glanced at Zhang Lu, satisfied to see the shock on his face. "Do you think things would have gone so smoothly without my help? At first, I indulged you, enjoyed watching you play, and enjoyed seeing you happy. But I didn't expect my indulgence would lead you to define me for another female insect today. Xiao Luer, You shouldn't tea. After saying this, Zhang Tai's clothes had already become scant, her shirt hanging loosely on her body. At this moment, Zhang Lu realized something was wrong and began to retreat desperately. But the shackles limited his movement, confining him to the bed. Thus, the room echoed with the sound of metal clashing. Zhang Tai, don't go too far. I am your own son. Tears began to fall from Zhang Lu's eyes, and his body started to tremble. Zhang Tai had no psychological burden and was not moved by this. The way you call me by my name doesn't seem like you regard me as your mother. After saying this, she grabbed Zhang Lu's ankle and dragged him beneath her, then pinched his mouth and stuffed a small pill inside. This thing is still inconvenient. It's better if I just burn some incense here, Zhang Tai murmured, as if she didn't feel that what she said was so contrary to human ethics. She quietly waited for more than 10 seconds, and when she saw Zhang Lu's face turn red, she leaned down. Jie Qingqiu was awakened by hunger, her stomach twisting in pain from starvation, which reminded her that she hadn't had a proper meal in quite some time, just eating sporadically. When she opened her eyes, she found it was already dark outside, and the entire bedroom was invisible due to the lack of lights. After lying in bed for a while, she finally got up. Checking the traces she left before falling asleep, she found that no one had disturbed her. The hair stuck in the door seam was intact, indicating that no one had come in during her sleep, which increased her trust in those people. She walked out of the bedroom and naturally caught a whiff of the food aroma wafting up from the dining room on the first floor, so she decided to go down for a hot dinner, even though the others probably wouldn't welcome her. As she went downstairs, those people turned their attention to her. Several guards were quite vigilant, already assuming a posture ready to fight, but Jie Qingqiu didn't give them a glance and went straight to the dining table. She naturally pulled out a chair and quite reasonably took a set of unused chopsticks and bowl. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten in a long time. I need to eat. Seeing everyone still staring at her without moving, Jie Qingqiu took the initiative to explain to the dominant male insect. She could tell that he was the one with decision-making power and noticed his kindness and softness. Sure enough, after a few seconds of eye contact, the male insect gritted his teeth and said, "Then eat. Don't say I'm not a good person." She responded with an and didn't say much more. Just started to eat. The dishes were freshly cooked, still steaming, and the aroma wafted into her nostrils as she swallowed the food, which also carried that fragrance, making her appetite grow. Jie Qingqiu was indeed very hungry, so she ate quickly and a lot. The guards didn't react, and before long, the table was left with only remnants of cold dishes. How can you eat like this? How are we supposed to eat? When she was almost done, the male insect spoke up, his tone somewhat complaining, but not annoying. I'm very hungry, she explained again, her hand unconsciously resting on her lower abdomen. The male insect fell silent, watching her actions, and didn't say anything more, just huffed. Jie Qingqiu sat in her spot for a few seconds, looking at him eat, feeling it was familiar, and after a while, she asked him, "What is your name?" 116. The conversation between the Major General and the young master by Ji was taken aback for a moment, not expecting the other party to actively ask for his name. After hesitating for a while, he replied, "My name is Ji Bai." He wouldn't foolishly reveal his real name to others. What if the other party sought revenge later on? Jie Qingqiu slightly furrowed her brows, but had no intention of probing further. "You can call me Qinghe." She reciprocated by telling him her name, then stood up and walked directly upstairs, leaving Bai Ji and the others exchanging glances. This female insect is really inexplicable. Bai Ji huffed in anger and then took a few bites of food. One moment, she felt there was something off about her identity, and the next moment, she thought there was something wrong with her brain. "Young master, do you want to?" The guard beside him made a throat-slitting gesture, but Bai Ji shot him a glare that lacked any intimidation. "That's not what I meant." She is still carrying insect eggs. The guard awkwardly retracted his hand and continued to eat. "Where's Mother Queen? Why hasn't Mother Queen come to see me yet?" Lanning sat on the bed, looking at the silent attendant, her anger surging, unable to help but overturn the food he brought. "I haven't seen her for a long time." The attendant still remained silent, lowering his head and quietly picking up the overturned items, as if whatever Lanning did or however she acted was of no concern to him, and he would take care about her emotions at all. When a person with a high demand for emotional connection faces someone who cannot provide emotional value, they can become extremely hysterical. Lanning felt her eyes redden from his indifferent demeanor. Speak. As she said this, she overturned the silver candlestick on the bedside table onto the floor, making a loud noise that startled those outside. A few seconds later, someone pushed the door open. Your Highness, the third princess, did this attendant do something wrong and anger you? The one who entered was a female insect, dressed in a light gray court dress, with her hair styled low, and her only jewelry was a pair of pearl earrings. She showed little expression on her face, even lacking the anger of being disturbed. But despite not moving her facial muscles, she still appeared very serious. She was of a certain age, with several long, fine lines at the corners of her eyes. Her name was Rong Momo. Since Lanning could remember, Rong Momo had always followed her mother, the queen, although she rarely appeared. Lanning knew that many affairs in the palace were handled by her, making her an undeniable manager. Lanning sneered, "You all have angered me. That is indeed our fault." Rong Momo quickly admitted her mistake, seemingly unconcerned about the accusations made against her. She only wanted to please Lanning. Your Highness, please don't be angry, and don't starve yourself. You know to tell me not to starve myself, but I can't eat without seeing Mother Queen. Lanning felt even angrier thinking about this. When will Mother Queen come to see me? Recently, there have been many imperial affairs, and Her Majesty the Queen is very tired handling state matters every day. Rong Momo provided a non-answer, waving her hand to dismiss the attendant who was tidying up the items. Your Highness, please don't be anxious. The Queen will come when the time is right. As she said this, she raised her gaze to look at Lanning, still with no expression. There was no emotion visible in her eyes. She seemed like a pool of stagnant water, a soulless shell moving through the world on commands, without thinking about anything else. Yet, it was precisely this kind of gaze that made Lanning feel a chill run down her spine, leaving her momentarily speechless. After all, you're a princess, Rong Momo said. After saying this, she turned and exited the bedroom, closing the door from the outside. The sunlight outside shone in for a moment, but was quickly blocked out again. Lanning felt that in such a hot autumn, the air was oddly cold, a chill seeping from her bones and flesh, wrapping around her, gradually wearing away her enthusiasm, confidence, perseverance, and affection, making her feel like she too would become a person who wouldn't think or struggle, just like stagnant water. She found it terrifying. Thinking of this, she burrowed into the bedding, wrapping herself tightly in the thick, soft quilt, and then she began to uncontrollably think about many things. Since returning from the Federation, she had been placed under house arrest. To be precise, after she told Lan Yunling that she had a high-precision tracker on her. Her mother used the excuse of removing the tracker to confine her here. To say she was under house arrest wasn't entirely accurate. After all, she was still being well-fed and cared for, and the tracker on her body had been removed by a doctor, making everything seem normal. However, she couldn't go out, couldn't communicate with the outside world, and even her light brain had been confiscated. It was very strange because it seemed like Lan Yunling's trust and affection for her had vanished in such a short time. But deep down, she felt it wasn't like that. After learning that Jie Qingqiu was getting married, she had considered escaping, but no method worked. Then she accidentally overheard a conversation between Lan Yunling and Zhang Tai, realizing they planned to eliminate Jie Qingqiu on the day of the wedding. So, using a few minutes of light brain time through trickery, she successfully sent a message to Jie Qingqiu. When a message was sent, she felt utterly hopeless. In this isolated, small bedroom, she had no sources of information, relying entirely on the attendant, Rong Momo, and Lan Yunling to show her mercy, depending on some passers-by to say a few words, but she was rarely that lucky. So even if she exerted all her strength to send out the message, she couldn't know Jie Qingqiu's subsequent situation. Jie Qingqiu's life and death were uncertain, and she had completely lost hope in her biological mother, never having thought she would do something so cruel as to put a loyal minister to death. Thus, she was eager to see her. There was actually more to say about her mother, but Lanning was unwilling to think about it. She took a breath, making a hissing sound from her throat, like a deflated tire, unable to move or hold up. After lying on the bed for a while, Lanning felt something was missing, so she got off the bed and rummaged through the inner layer of the bedside cabinet, pulling out a glass jar filled with some viscous, transparent liquid, in which there was a flower. The flower was overall white, but the petals were splashed with large areas of red spots, the bright red almost overshadowing everything. She held the jar close to her chest and climbed back onto the bed. This was something she had gone to great lengths to obtain, almost exhausting her finances to bribe a small attendant to help her pick camellia flowers in Jie Qingqiu's courtyard and had that person help her make a long-term storage nutrient jar. At that time, Jie Qingqiu had said that her courtyard would be filled with blooming red camellias. She had never seen camellia flowers, but she believed Jie Qingqiu wouldn't deceive her, and this one in her hand was indeed the appearance of red camellia. It was beautiful. 117. The private meeting of the Major General and the young master. The sound of the door closing echoed in the locked room. Zhang Lu lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, his eyes hollow and devoid of anything, his limbs limp and lacking any strength. Indeed, loveless bed affairs could drain a person both physically and mentally, especially when the other party was his biological mother, who had raised him for so many years. He found no reason to feel happy or energized. The only belief sustaining him to live was to find out whether Jie Qingqiu was truly dead. Zhang Tai swore with certainty that she had died in that great fire, but deep down, he was unwilling to believe it. After all, she was the one he loved, his unparalleled hero. She was a renowned Major General of the Empire, having fought in countless battles and earned numerous honors. How could she possibly die in a conspiracy and a fire? Therefore, he had to survive. He had to get out and see with his own eyes and hear with his own ears about her news. As he thought about it, tears fell unconsciously from his eyes. He did not understand why things had developed to this point. Of course, he was not innocent. He had used dirty and dishonorable means to gain Jie Qingqiu's trust and a momentary illusion of affection, and was even about to secure a long-term, stable marriage. But no one could suddenly accept that their beloved mother had turned into a thief coveting their own life. It seemed that Zhang Tai's affection for him over the years was not the pity of a mother for her child, but rather the indulgence of a master for her prized possession. He trembled and let out a sigh. His bare skin touched the satin-like bedding, but still chafed painfully, leaving behind bruises, and in some places there were suspicious dry, translucent fluids. He bit his lower lip, closed his eyes, and began to contemplate the thoughts that had been swirling in his mind during this time. Zhang Lu felt that he must get out. That strange female bug, Qinghe, had an imperial divine bird, which Bai Ji discovered by chance. Of course, he hadn't been spying deliberately. It was just an incredibly coincidental moment. One night, he was very thirsty, but had forgotten to place a cup of hot water by his bedside, so he had to get up and head to the kitchen. As he passed by Qinghe's room, he suddenly felt a wave of warmth. It was pouring rain that night. The roads had become muddy, and the world was damp. Even the air felt moist and cool, making the warmth emanating from her room feel very abrupt and endearing. Unconsciously, he drew closer. Thanks to the poor sound insulation of the building, he heard a few crisp chirps as he took 2 steps. Before coming to Divine Bird Village, Bai Ji had done his homework and had even observed the one left in the Federation, so he was somewhat familiar with its habits and physical characteristics. The comfortable warmth, the crisp chirping, and the faint sound of wings flapping in the air combined, and in an instant, he could confidently assert that it was an imperial divine bird. In that moment, he felt delighted. After all, the purpose of his trip to Divine Bird Village was for this. Unfortunately, he had missed the best opportunity to observe the imperial divine bird, and even more unfortunately, it had been raining heavily in Divine Bird Village, making it impossible for him to venture deep into the mountains for close encounters. Just when he was feeling disappointed and thought he would likely return empty-handed, learning that there might be an imperial bird nearby made him feel excited. But in the next second, when he realized whose doorstep he was standing at, that excitement immediately vanished. This was the room of that strange female bug, the one who repaid kindness with resentment, the extremely impolite, reckless, and vulgar bug. How could she possibly be willing to let him see her little pet? Although he had already formed such a conclusion in his heart, he still held on to a glimmer of hope and often thought about it. Gentle and optimistic people are always favored by the Creator, so he was considered lucky. On the 3rd day after discovering that Qing, he had the imperial divine bird. He saw it with his own eyes and even touched it. It was another rainy day, but it hadn't been raining before he left. The sky had been clear and sunny. Thinking that the rain had finally stopped, he ventured out with a sense of luck. Not only without his personal guard, but also without his light brain. At that time, he defined his outing as a simple stroll after the rain, planning to return home on his own when he felt tired, which is why he thought there was no need for a guard. After living in tall buildings for so long, he had to admit that such a primitive, quaint, and vibrant little mountain village was very appealing. He walked along a small path, gradually entering a bamboo forest. A gentle breeze blew, causing the bamboo leaves to rustle, creating a tranquil sound. At one moment, inspiration struck him as he pushed aside the dense bamboo thicket and heard the sound of water trickling, with a chill coming towards him. He guessed there must be a hidden paradise inside, so he began to venture in. After breaking through the barrier of bamboo, he discovered a small stone pond. The pond was clear and transparent, with only a few green bamboo leaves floating on the surface. The patterns on the stones at the bottom of the pond were clearly visible, as sunlight filtered through the bamboo leaves gaps and shone on the water surface, penetrating down to the bottom. This was something Bai Jie had never seen in his decades of life. How beautiful it was, how ethereal, like an experience in an unknown dream. In an instant, he felt a surreal sensation, as if he had suddenly realized that life was just a grand dream. Such scenery and emotions made him stay. He found a smooth stone to sit on and began to stare blankly at the shimmering surface of the pond, actually thinking of nothing at all, but time slipped away little by little. Perhaps it was due to the coldness of the pond water that he didn't notice the weather gradually turning cooler, with the wind carrying a damp chill. By the time he came to his senses, it was already pouring rain. The large raindrops splashed against the water's surface, creating ripples, landing on the smooth stone beside him before returning to the pond. In a panic, he wanted to return but chose the wrong direction and got lost in another pond. Panic always prevents calm thinking. He wanted to get out, but ended up in an unfamiliar direction. He had completely lost his way and could only temporarily seek shelter from the rain. Unexpectedly, the further he walked, the farther he strayed, until he could only hide in a crevice of a rock wall. He was very cold. The male bug's body was not particularly strong, and in the eyes of most people, they were synonymous with fragility. His wet clothes clung to his body, and the increasingly heavy rain and the cooling wind made him shiver. He drowsily wanted to fall asleep, but was startled awake the next moment. After dozing off several times, he opened his eyes to see Qing. He's standing in front of him with an umbrella. Jie Qingqiu's complexion was far from good. She was likely pregnant, so she appeared pale and frail. Upon discovering him there, her expression did not improve. "Why did you come out in the rain?" Both of them had to admit that her tone was filled with blame and reproach. "Your guards have been looking for you, but couldn't find you. They suspected I had kidnapped you. I said no, and then they asked me to help look for you." Jie Qingqiu simply stated a fact, which also carried some emotions. Bai Jie did not want to hear it, but she knew that it was her own distraction that had caused the current awkward situation. "I'm sorry. It was still sunny when I left. I just zoned out for a moment and missed the time." Jie Qingqiu waved her hand at him. She wasn't really blaming him. After all, it didn't take much effort for her to come out. Moreover, he had indeed helped her. "Let's go." Just as she was about to ask Bai Jie to follow her back, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen, almost as if it was twisting her insides. All her strength vanished in an instant, and she couldn't hold the umbrella anymore, causing the heavy, wide umbrella to crash down onto the ground, even breaking one of its ribs upon hitting the hard stone. She clutched her abdomen, trembling all over. Her complexion turned even paler, her whole figure resembling a crumpled A4 paper, looking fragile and vulnerable. "What's wrong?" Bai Jie was startled by her sudden change and quickly moved to her side, supporting her and using all his strength to help her to a sheltered spot. "Is it a stomach ache? Are you feeling unwell?" His words seemed to imply he already knew the answer, but Jie Qingqiu still generously replied, "My stomach suddenly hurts." She spoke with difficulty, her words coming out in fragments. "It hurts a lot." Okay, I understand. Don't say anymore." Bai Jie was quite flustered. He had never encountered such a situation before. He hurriedly helped Jie Qingqiu sit down in a dry spot, unsure what to do next. He paced helplessly in circles. Seeing Jie Qingqiu's expression still in great pain with no signs of relief, he decided to go back and find the guards to help bring her back. "I'll go back and call for help. You wait here and hold on for a bit." Jie Qingqiu no longer had the strength to respond. And of course, he didn't need an answer. But just as he was about to turn and leave this place to call for help at the small house, a clump of dirt on the hillside suddenly collapsed. Bai Ji knew this was called a debris flow, but he never expected to be caught in such misfortune, especially at such a critical moment. Sometimes he had to admit that his luck wasn't very good. The only accessible path was now thickly covered by the fallen rocks and dirt. Getting over it felt as difficult as climbing a small mountain. Other areas were filled with unknown dangers, which made it incredibly tough for him. Even Jie Qingqiu, who was in excruciating pain, was drawn to the loud noise, and she caught sight of Bai Ji's awkward and flustered expression. So, enduring the pain, she said to him, "It's okay, it will be fine soon. Don't go outside. It's very dangerous, and we don't know if there will be another collapse." Bai Ji certainly understood that what she said made sense. If there were another collapse, and he was unfortunate enough to be covered by the debris flow, even if fate were merciful, he might not survive intact. But Jie Qingqiu was currently unwell and in great discomfort in this remote area with such heavy rain falling outside. He couldn't even start a fire to warm them both up a bit. Bai Ji felt utterly helpless. At that moment, Jie Qingqiu released her imperial divine bird. She took out a small round ball from her body, gently pinched it, and a gap opened. Many particles of light floated out, and after hovering in the air for a while, they coalesced into a solid form, that of a fiery red imperial divine bird. The divine bird circled in the air, emitting a few crisp chirps, and then landed on the still trembling shoulder of Qinghe, who was curled up. However, within just 10 seconds of its emergence, Bai Ji could clearly feel the surrounding air becoming much warmer and drier. More dramatically, it seemed that his clothes were gradually drying, and this warmth was not burning. Is this the imperial divine bird? Seeing the creature he had long admired, he momentarily forgot about the current situation and began to unconsciously marvel at this magical sight. Jie Qingqiu, although lacking strength, still politely nodded at him and offered her shoulder, seemingly allowing him to make bolder moves, such as touching the divine bird. The divine bird was very obedient, remaining on Jie Qingqiu's shoulder without moving, seemingly receiving its owner's message. So when Bai Ji reached out, it did not fly away. Its appearance was so majestic and proud, with its long tail feathers gently swaying on Jie Qingqiu's shoulder. When it noticed Bai Ji's obvious admiration, its small eyes seemed to reveal a sense of pride and satisfaction. Bai Ji wasn't sure if this was just his imagination. He carefully extended his index finger to touch it, and the divine bird's feathers were incredibly soft, feeling like high-quality satin. After releasing it, both of them felt much better. Jie Qingqiu gradually eased away from the pain, and her expression finally looked less pained. Bai Ji breathed a sigh of relief. "Be careful." However, just a few minutes later, Bai Ji heard Jie Qingqiu's warning voice. 118. The young master's heartbeat, he felt that he might not be very smart, and it could even be said that he was foolish and dull. After being reminded by Jie Qingqiu, Bai Ji still couldn't react immediately and stood there in a daze for a few seconds. Jie Qingqiu seemed unable to bear it any longer. Even though she was still very tired and had just endured an unbearable pain, she quickly grabbed Bai Ji's wrist and pulled him towards her. Bai Ji was unprepared and didn't know how to exert force with his feet, so he followed Jie Qingqiu and ended up falling in her arms due to inertia. Bai Ji, was a pitiful male insect who had just washed away the link. The person in front of him, Jie Qingqiu, was a somewhat ungrateful and presumptuous pregnant female insect with an inexplicable identity. Jie Qingqiu made that move to remind him to save him, and he, not paying attention, fell into her arms. Theoretically, this was an accident, and theoretically, the emotion between them should only be gratitude. But for some reason, the moment their bodies made contact, the moment Jie Qingqiu's slightly cool fingertips rested on his pulsating wrist, the moment his legs weakened and he collapsed into her embrace. Catching a whiff of a fresh sopod fragrance, he experienced a very strange feeling. A tiny current seemed to spread from the point of contact to his limbs and bones. It felt as if something in his chest was rising to his head and sinking down to his tailbone. His whole body began to tremble, and he unconsciously started to soften. It was as if the embrace of the person in front of him was an indescribable, gentle haven, making him willing to drown in it, willingly sinking into it, never to wake up again. This was very strange. He seriously raised his head to look at Jie Qingqiu. And at that moment, Jie Qingqiu happened to lower her head to look at him. Their gazes coincidentally intersected at that moment. Jie couldn't empathize with Jie Qingqiu, so he couldn't know whether she felt the same strange sensation as he did. The only thing he knew was that at the moment their eyes met, his heart skipped a beat, as if he had suddenly developed a severe arrhythmia, making it impossible for him to find the rhythm and frequency of his heartbeat. However, he didn't dwell in such an atmosphere for too long. Rather, Jie Qingqiu didn't allow him to linger. Like a competent Lu Xiaowei, she exerted force to help Jie up and quickly withdrew her hand. "Are you okay?" Jie Qingqiu asked, showing no signs of any awkward emotion on her face. So Jie understood that she couldn't possibly have experienced the same heart-skipping feeling or the strange, uncontrollable awkward thoughts he had. However, he quickly found a suitable reason for himself, believing it was a side effect of washing away the link, and that he had developed a similar fledgling emotion due to not having seen a strange female insect for a long time. Soon, he accepted this reasoning. Fortunately, Jie Qingqiu didn't bring it up again, and they acted as if nothing had happened. They didn't stay there much longer. After the rain lightened a bit, villagers from the bird village came to observe the repairs of the collapse, and they took the opportunity to call for help, and Jie's guards were also notified. 119. The Major General remembered the fool. Jie Qingqiu had lived in Shun Bird Village for quite some time, because Jie had not stayed there long. Since the landslide incident, their relationship had progressed rapidly. It was as if they had some unspoken understanding, and aside from the initial unpleasantness, their days together became increasingly joyful, or rather, not just joyful. It was a familiarity that permeated all aspects of life, as if they had lived together for a long time. But this was clearly impossible. One was a fallen major general of the empire, the other a young master from the Federation, whose life was very refined. Their lives should have had no intersection. Yet they both hid this oddity in their hearts, tacitly choosing not to bring it up. Recently, Jie Qingqiu had also discovered some traces of an old acquaintance in him, which made her feel a bit dazed, as if she were still dreaming. It was quite simple to find these traces. It only took Jie making a plate of cookies for the perceptive Major General to notice the clues. One day, on a whim, he saw eggs and starch in the cupboard and decided to make some snacks for them after meals. At that time, Jie Qingqiu and he were already getting along very well, so when he announced this news, he looked at her with pride. He had a pair of beautiful black eyes, full of sparkle and innocence. He was lively and vibrant. Jie Qingqiu couldn't help but be a bit distracted as she watched him. However, she still had doubts about whether a young master could make delicious cookies, even though he was a male bug, as cooking was a necessary skill for female bugs in this era. But his family was wealthy, and he grew up pampered, so he had more options. When she saw his enthusiastic demeanor, Jie Qingqiu wisely chose not to spoil the mood with her doubts. After the cookies were made, the result was surprisingly good. She had been ordered to sit in the living room and wait, and with nothing else to do, Jie Qingqiu had no objections. Thus, when the cookies came out of the oven, she smelled the sweet and soft aroma, along with the tart sweetness of cranberries. The moment she caught the scent, her body seemed to activate some strange switch, awakening memories stored within her, and she thought of a day long ago. Although that day ended unpleasantly, memories always record things against one's wishes. What was most surprising was that those seemingly trivial details, which might not even affect the course of events, were the most deeply remembered and the first to be awakened. It was the day she had just received Jie Li's medical report and solemnly told the other party that she was not her female bug. At that time, Jie Li had also just baked a tray of cranberry cookies, and she still remembered the taste that melted in her mouth, accompanied by sweet juice. "Come and try it. How about it? I haven't done this before, so I don't know if it's good." Jie paused for a moment, as if lost in thought. Jie Qingqiu had already relaxed a lot after smelling the aroma, so she boldly took a bite. The moment it entered her mouth, she became the one who was stunned. The soft and crisp texture, the rich flavor of milk, and the sweet and slightly tart cranberries were all familiar flavors, almost indistinguishable from her memories. Jie Qingqiu couldn't be sure and stuffed a large piece in her mouth, but in her eagerness, she choked on the crumbs, forcing her to cough and turn a bit red. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Jie hurriedly poured her a glass of water. There's no one competing with you for it. Just take your time. Jie Qingqiu shook her head, not saying anything. But she still took the glass of water that Jie offered and gulped down a large mouthful to alleviate her choking pain. The clear water washed down the remnants of the cookie in her mouth, and just that one big gulp made the originally rich flavor become incredibly thin, causing her to feel some doubt and disbelief. Gradually recovering from the choking pain, she looked at Jie with unclear eyes for a few seconds before withdrawing her gaze and stuffing another piece of cookie into her mouth. The world is quite strange. When you try hard to recall something, when you strive to wipe the dust off a memory, you find that what once seemed clear becomes increasingly blurry, as if the transparent film in between gradually turns into a thick frosted glass, making all the details gradually disappear in the process of recollection. So, the more cookies she ate, the more she wanted to remember the cookies Jie had made for her not long ago, wanting to compare the flavors. The less she could recall. A voice deep in her mind told her, "It's not like this, it's not like this. Jie's cookies are different from this. This is a fantasy created by your excessive longing. How could Jie and Jie be the same? What is wrong? Why are you silent?" Jie noticed her unusual behavior. "Your expression looks terrible. Is it not good? It shouldn't be." As soon as he spoke, Jie Qingqiu pulled herself out of her thoughts and looked at him. After a few seconds, she took a big gulp of water. "No, it's very delicious," she involuntarily said as she licked her lips. "It just feels a bit familiar. That is why I accidentally choked." Familiar? Jie didn't catch any other information from her brief words. He thought it was nothing out of the ordinary. "I just followed the cookie recipe from Starnet. Probably most people's cookies taste like this." Jie Qingqiu wanted to refute him, saying it was different, but after thinking about it, she felt it unnecessary. There was no need for her to say too much, no need to lay her memories and emotions bare before him. They were merely passing acquaintances. So she didn't respond. Jie didn't mind. He took a piece and tried it himself. After a few minutes of maintaining this quiet yet warm atmosphere, he spoke up. "Qinghe, I might be leaving soon." He said this without looking at Jie Qingqiu, his gaze unfocused as he stared into the distance. Not knowing what he was thinking, Jie Qingqiu didn't know how to respond and thought for a moment before uttering a simple "mm." He didn't care about her silence and continued to ask, "What about you? Where will you go after we leave?" Jie Qingqiu certainly had her own plans. It should be said that she had to follow the plan they had set. This was a matter that could affect everything, requiring careful steps. So she couldn't tell him exactly where she was going. However, Jie misunderstood her silence, thinking that Jie Qingqiu's silence was a form of shyness. Because perhaps after they left, Jie Qingqiu would be homeless, with nowhere to go, continuing her wandering life with a pregnancy. In a few days, she might end up like how he first found her under the big tree, covered in blood, weak, and without a complete set of clothes. The downside of having too vivid an imagination is that the moment he considered this possibility, his mind conjured up the image of a disheveled, fragile, and pitiful Jie Qingqiu. And having such a vivid imagination also stimulated his excellent empathy. He couldn't bear to see the suffering of others. Growing up in love, he certainly had the qualification and ability to save such suffering. So he said to Jie Qingqiu, "Qinghe, come with me to the Federation." 120. The Major General and the young master went to the Federation. Jie admitted that he was a bit impulsive when he blurted out his words. But he didn't think this impulse was a bad thing, and he had the ability to take responsibility for his own impulsiveness, so he did not regret it. However, Jie Qingqiu was taken aback. She did not expect this seemingly spoiled and delicate young master to be such an empathetic and kind person. His innocence made it impossible for her to further imagine what kind of scheming villain she might be, capable of hiding her true intentions. Seeing that Jie Qingqiu still hadn't answered, he kept asking, "Is it good?" His pair of black eyes was very beautiful, always shining, and always reflecting the entire world in a clean and clear manner. "If you come with me to the Federation, I can protect you and make sure you are well fed." His words were so sincere that, for a moment, Jie Qingqiu felt a smile similar to teasing. She couldn't help but wonder what he would think if he knew she was someone who had gotten herself into a lot of trouble. Would he still be so resolute about taking her back to the Federation? Would he regret having made such promises for a moment? But he would never know. "I'm going to the Federation," she said, "but I won't go back with you. I was going to the Federation anyway." When she said the first part, Bai Ji's expression was obviously happy, but the second part quickly changed his expression. Joy and sorrow coexisted on his face. After a moment of silence, he said, "It's good that you have plans. Do you want to come with us? What I mean is that you seem to have no money. I can buy you a ticket for the interstellar flight to the Federation." He hurriedly added, I can have them buy us tickets together. It will be more convenient." He spoke these words in a fluster, trying to cover up some unexpressed emotions. However, he had a natural ability that made people feel pity, cherish, and compromise with him because he was pure, innocent, and devoid of any desires. Jie Qingqiu found it hard to refuse someone like him, someone so similar to a reconciliatory pair. So she said, "I understand, then thank you." After receiving her affirmative response, Bai Ji's expression clearly became much happier, as if he was easily satisfied and not greedy at all. Jie Qingqiu was heading to the secret base she had gone to after going missing in the Federation last time. The dark guards sent out by the Federation had not yet fully returned to the Empire, with some remaining at that base, which had become more scaled and secure under their construction. It was a perfect hiding spot for someone like her who had already died, and also suitable for secretly discussing their plans. Everything seemed so fitting, but just returning to that place after such a short time made her feel nostalgic and emotional. As everything had changed, the next day, they bought interstellar tickets to the Federation, and after quickly packing their belongings, they headed to the spaceship docking station. The journey from the Empire to the Federation was still long, but thanks to Bai Ji's solid financial background, they were flying first class this time. However, during this long trip, another incident occurred that made her shudder. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a big deal at all, nor was it worth mentioning. But since Jie had disappeared, she had become sensitive and suspicious. Even a trivial matter could lead her to think of many things. As for Jie Qingqiu herself, she rarely believed that there were so many coincidences in the world. When they reached the border between the Empire and the Federation, where there were several thick layers of barriers, Bai Ji let out an exclamation, almost pressing his entire body against the small window. His eyes filled with surprise as he looked at the starry universe outside and the colorful barrier, so beautiful like candy. His surprise required no one to echo it. It was simply an expression of emotion. "It's a pity I missed it last time when I was asleep. I'm glad I discovered it this time, or I would have missed such a beautiful view." He and Jie had almost said the same words. Their expressions, actions, and emotions were nearly identical, which made it hard for Jie Qingqiu not to be surprised. But aside from her surprise, she couldn't make any other move. Bai Ji was someone who understood how to share, so after a few seconds, he called out to Jie Qingqiu to look at the beautiful scenery. "Qing, come quickly and see how beautiful it is." His eyes were filled with innocent colors, with an indelible childlike quality that made him adorable. Jie Qingqiu felt that she had become a bit smarter than before, knowing that she should give some response at this moment and not face someone else's excitement with silence. So she replied, "It is indeed beautiful. I wonder what it tastes like." This was strange and inappropriate. She was facing Bai Ji while compensating for Jie. Her appearance, behavior, and words were reminiscent of a heartbreaker. "After we go back, I can make some syrup like this for you to try." Bai Ji almost said this without thinking, and after finishing, he was stunned himself, then hurriedly added, "If there's another opportunity in the future, maybe there would be." Jie Qingqiu didn't dare to easily make promises. It was something very precious and difficult, so she only gave an ambiguous answer. Fortunately, Bai Ji never asked for much. Even such a response satisfied him. So he turned back to enjoy the scenery. After crossing the border, there wasn't much time left on the spaceship. It felt like they had only exchanged a few words before arriving at the Federation's docking station. This also meant that the two would face a real farewell. Jie Qingqiu had no particular thoughts, as she had long been prepared for separation and believed that parting was one of life's necessary lessons. She had long since gotten used to farewells. Bai Ji clearly had not yet gotten used to it. He was much sadder than Jie Qingqiu and he himself had imagined, which was unconsciously revealed on his face. At this moment, Jie Qingqiu had some vague guesses in her heart, but she did not take them seriously. She thought that the frequent communication and slightly excessive intimacy during this time had led him to develop feelings of attachment and illusion, and that he would be able to detach from these emotions after a short separation. So she patted Bai Ji's shoulder and said to him goodbye. 121. The young master has been targeted. After meeting Bai Ji, her escape life seemed to go much smoother. After their separation this time, she quickly contacted Officer O through that old communicator, who then further relayed the message to the Dark Guards, allowing them to meet up with her. The entire process was very smooth, and she encountered almost no obstacles or difficulties, and without expending much effort, she was brought to the secret base deep in the Federation forest. As for the last time she came, she indeed looked drastically different. The previous time could barely be called a space with a certain level of security and concealment, but this time it could truly be considered a base. The outer layer of the base and the bark of the large tree were wrapped in a polymer barrier, while the interior maintained the original stone and the most natural appearance of moss and algae, which had not been completely removed, but obviously many objects had been added, with numerous offensive weapons and some high-precision communication devices stored in dark cabinets. In the hall of the base, there was a pot of unknown plants. The Dark Guards said they had picked it up and did not know if it would bloom. She sighed inwardly and then immersed herself in the business at hand. Recently, something that could be considered neither big nor small happened in the Empire, although it did not interfere with or affect the lives of ordinary citizens. It did provide them with more topics to discuss during their tea and meals. The powerful and influential CF family on the Empire's main star unexpectedly changed its head. The newly appointed head was quite young, and very few had seen her appearance or heard her name, with insiders saying she was the granddaughter of the former head. However, she had never appeared in public before. In the Empire, especially on the main star, who didn't know that the former head of the CF family was a decisive, vigilant, and extremely serious old lady? She held all the power of the family in her hands, and if it weren't for her gradually declining energy, she probably wouldn't have relinquished some inconsequential rights to her descendants. How could she suddenly go silent for a period and even hand over the position of head to a younger generation? The reasons for this were naturally varied, leading to all sorts of speculations. The discussions among the people were too loud, and they naturally reached the ears of the CF family. But at this moment, none of the CF family members had the time to pay attention to these rising rumors. Those not directly affected were munching on sunflower seeds and waiting to watch the drama, while those involved were doing everything possible to save their lives. At this moment in the CF family villa, Siezhu was dressed in a very simple white shirt and suit pants, wearing a pair of not-so-high chunky-heeled shoes. As she walked on the wooden floor of the CF family villa, it made a crisp sound. She walked somewhat hurriedly, and the sound echoed throughout the room, making people's hearts beat faster. Her expression was very complex, with some pride, some disdain, and some hidden anger. She was not unaware of how people outside were evaluating her, saying she was ruthless and quick in her actions, but she didn't care. Moreover, she was indeed anxious. How could she not be anxious? The blood feud lay before her, and the painful memories were vivid. Closing her eyes conjured images of blood everywhere, and in a daze, she could still smell the scent of rust. So how could she not feel anxious? That day she crawled out from the mass grave marked the beginning of her life anew, a rebirth from the ashes. When she decided to take revenge, she accelerated all her steps and processes, mobilizing everything she could, completing her preliminary plan in the shortest time possible. A person filled with hatred in their mind would not understand the concept of rest, nor would they feel tired, now that the CF family was in her hands. She had enough capital and confidence to confront the so-called richest family in the Federation, the Bai family. Thinking of Bai Ji's face, she took a deep breath, feeling unable to swallow or spit it out, and could only hold it in her mouth until it dissipated after a long time. After thinking of all this, she had already reached the door of her room. After a symbolic knock, she pushed the door open and then closed it behind her. This was a bedroom, a room filled with an ancient and distant atmosphere. Su Tianyao was fond of old things, even after gaining great power, with countless powers and wealth in hand. She had not changed the arrangement and facilities of her bedroom. It still looked like it did over 100 years ago when she was still a girl. In the past, it must have been youthful and vibrant, but over 100 years later, all the bright colors had faded, making the room look so old and lifeless. Su Tianyao, the previous head of the CF family, was sitting on a sofa at this moment, holding an unknown book and reading it with great focus, seemingly unaware of Su Zhu's entrance. "Grandmother, how was your day?" Did the food made in the kitchen suit your taste? Her tone was very polite, but her actions showed little courtesy as she walked over to Su Tianyao side, pulled out a chair, and sat down, her gaze unabashedly fixed on Su Tianyao, seemingly filled with disdain and mockery. Su Tianyao turned a page of the book and slowly said, "Thanks to you, it's not bad. The food was a bit salty. Next time, just make it lighter. I can't eat such heavy flavors." Huh. She didn't expect Su Tianyao to respond so seriously and even bring up a request. So Su Zhu smiled. "The granddaughter will inform the kitchen." Su Tianyao nodded to indicate she understood. After a moment of silence, Su Zhu asked her again, "Grandmother, what book are you reading? I wonder if you could share with your granddaughter? Just some miscellaneous books." At this point, she finally looked up at Su Zhu. Her eyes and expression were calm, making it hard to tell what she was really thinking. "You're so busy now, I doubt you'd be interested." She finally said something with a hint of personal subjective color, which made Su Zhu feel very satisfied, because this was her outlet for emotions. She seemed to subtly reveal some excitement. Is grandmother blaming granddaughter for taking on a role of head of the CF family too early, for worrying about you? Do you think I am? Su Tianyao did not answer directly, but instead questioned her back. The gazes of the two intersected in the air, and Su Tianyao quickly shifted her gaze away, as if looking for one more second would tire her out. Su Zhu coldly smiled again. Grandmother is healthy, of course. She does not want to admit her age. Su Tianyao shook her head at her words. 122. The young master is about to be retaliated against. After handing over the Su family to you young ones, I really don't mind, as I'm already of an age where I've long wanted to rest. Enjoying the joys of family with my descendants is something I've longed for. She placed the book on her lap, looking at Su Zhu with a calm expression. For all these years, I've persisted because there haven't been any particularly outstanding juniors in the Su family. I worried about leaving it to them, afraid that the legacy built over the years would be destroyed. But then I saw you, and I realized the Su family finally has hope. The muscles on her face twitched slightly, unable to form a complete expression, so Su Zhu couldn't discern her emotions. In fact, even if you didn't do these things, I would eventually hand the Su family over to you. So now that it's in my hands, does it make any difference? Su Zhu was too anxious, and upon hearing this, he quickly replied. Su Tianyao shook her head again. You're still too young. Young? Isn't being young good? Su Zhu's expression suddenly became a bit manic, the hidden anger fully revealed. Do I have to wait until I'm middle-aged and have experienced hardships, until I've reached a dead end, for it to not be too early? I want to grasp power in my hands right now. I want to have the ability to fight back before they have a chance to humiliate me. Su Tianyao seemed to be frightened by her madness, furrowing her brows, and after a moment of silence, she said, You are too unlike Ziying. Su Ziying, Su Zhu's mother, was Su Tianyao's most favored and capable daughter. If it weren't for that accident years ago, perhaps the current head of the Su family would be Su Ziying. And Su Tianyao would have long been living the life she dreamed of, enjoying her old age. Su Zhu probably wouldn't be like she is now. But unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. Yes, of course I'm not like my mother. She stood up from her chair, and upon hearing this, she had completely lost the desire to communicate with Su Tianyao and no longer wanted to explore what she had just wanted to know. Let it be. She grew up under your favor, having everything she desired. She is the third miss of the Su family, showered with love. Who would dare to bully her? What she said was harsh. Even though the person she referred to was her own mother, when she thought of these things, there was inevitably some resentment. She didn't even know who that resentment was directed at. And who am I? I'm just a wild child without a mother, someone anyone can trample on. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, trembling a couple of times as she inhaled deeply. She opened her mouth to say something else, but ultimately swallowed it back. I'm leaving. Grandmother, you rest well. I'll come see you again when I have time tomorrow. When Su Zhu left the room, her anger had not yet dissipated, and her mind was filled with Su Tianyao's words. You are unlike her. In an instant, complex emotions surged in her heart. Unwillingness, grievance, and anger. Yet, in fact, she had no way out. After walking around the villa without a clear direction for a while, she gradually calmed down, feeling that at this moment, she should not create trouble for herself, but rather make herself happy. So she paused her steps and walked in another direction. Now that she thought about it, perhaps in this world, there was only Rongjie who still loved her. But having just one is enough. With this thought, Su Zhu felt her mood finally lighten a bit. Since she took over the Su family and became its new head, she arranged for Rongjie to have the best lit, most spacious room, having power and status. She should treat those who love her and whom she loves well. This has always been her principle in life. When she reached the door, she gently knocked, and after receiving a response from inside, she pushed the door open. Rongjie was a calm and gentle person. He never deliberately fought for anything and had low material demands. Under his arrangement, the room became much more lively. There were several pots of plants on the terrace, and a thick carpet covered the floor beside the bed, with warm colors dominating the room, making one feel relaxed. "Have you eaten?" she asked. The Su family's rules were quite peculiar. Most of the time, they wouldn't gather around the same table for meals. Although mealtime was similar, the food prepared by the same kitchen will be taken by servants to their respective rooms for solitary dining. This was Su Tianyao' specific arrangement. Perhaps due to the internal conflicts decades ago, she had become extremely cautious, almost to the point of being overly wary, so even when eating at the same table, she couldn't help but feel concerned. Su Zhu hadn't had the chance to change this, partly because her focus wasn't on family trivialities right now, and partly because she believed that maintaining this habit during her new tenure wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Rongjie was watering the flowers. When he saw her come in, he didn't stop his actions. After she asked this question, he set down the small watering can, wiped his hands, and sat down beside the small tea table. "You've eaten, right?" He wasn't very good at finding topics for conversation, so sometimes his words came out a bit dry. But Su Zhu didn't mind. "I naturally have eaten." She waved to Rongjie and then reached out to hold his hand in hers. "Next time we should eat together, otherwise, it feels like the food lacks flavor. You always know how to say the right things." Rongjie smiled and, following her lead, sat beside her. Su Zhu couldn't help but wrap her arm around his shoulder, pulling him into her embrace. She was infected by his smile and laughed heartily. "I only talk to you like this. You've seen how I talk to them. They don't deserve for me to speak to them calmly." Su Zhu's words were proud, yet filled with resentment. Rongjie frowned, but he thought of many things, so he didn't say anything to refute or dissuade her. Su Zhu slightly extended his tongue, licking his somewhat dry lips, yet he hesitated to finish his sentence. After stammering for a while, he finally said to Su Zhu, though very subtly, "Do you want to go to the Federation with me?" "In a few days." In fact, he didn't want to ask if she was willing to return to the Federation with him. He wanted to ask her, since you now have power, status, and wealth, "Would you be willing to go to the Federation to propose and formally get engaged to my parents?" But he couldn't bring himself to say it. He felt these words were too bold. Years of being taught to be reserved told him he should be discreet and not actively seek a name in marriage. Moreover, long before they became intimate, she had promised that once she achieved success, she would definitely propose in the Federation. Now that he brought it up, it seemed like he was urging her impatiently. That wasn't his intention. Fortunately, Su Zhu understood him well and could grasp his implications and subtext. His subtlety earned him a bit more affection in her eyes. So she couldn't help but lightly kiss the corner of his lips and then leaned close to his ear, speaking in a very soft and gentle voice. "Of course I want to," but saying this was far from enough. She needed to make him feel her importance and affection for him. So she added, "I will try my best to work overtime these days to free up some time for us. Don't worry." Rongjie smiled at her, revealing a hint of emotion, which made Su Zhu very satisfied. The atmosphere had been heightened to this point, and the gazes exchanged between the two became intense and ambiguous. The surrounding air seemed to turn into a thick liquid, causing the two people immersed in it to feel a bit dazed, and they unconsciously began to draw closer, eventually sharing a deep kiss. They were so familiar with each other's bodies that Su Zhu hardly needed to think. Instinctively, she knew what to do at that moment, which places to touch to make the other feel pleasure, and which spots could make the other completely melt. So when her body moved out of instinct, her thoughts began to drift far away, naturally fantasizing about other things. The words the Federation were both familiar and unfamiliar to her. It was familiar because many events in her life were related to this place, and unfamiliar because her last visit to the Federation felt like a lifetime ago. Living through it again, there were bound to be some differences. In terms of actual time, it had only been a few years. However, recalling it felt like it was fading, with everything from the past becoming gray and colorless. Memories lacked color, but emotions and hatred did not. She knew that it was a vast expanse of red, a red that blotted out the sky, representing the vitality that flowed from her veins. A vivid image persisted in her mind, bright red blood flowing from her body and Rong Jie's, staining the clean, pristine white suit. Hatred had made her stronger and more determined to go to the Federation. She parted her lips from Rong Jie's and looked at the flushed, slightly panting man in front of her, revealing a smile full of complex meanings. "I will definitely prepare well for the Federation." She said this while looking into his eyes, not quite knowing who she was really speaking to. Meanwhile, far away in the Federation, Bai Jie, who was secretly troubled by just parting ways with Qingqiu, was unaware of everything happening in the Empire and what she was about to face. 123. In her previous life, Su Zhu was able to seize the position of head of the Su family from Su Tianyao, which proves that she is indeed capable and, as outsiders say, decisively efficient. Therefore, in a very short time, she managed the recent affairs of the Su family and freed up time to return to the Federation with Rong Jie. She was quite sincere towards Rong Jie and made a list of all the liquid assets she could currently offer, as well as her private property that did not fall under the family share category. These were her tokens of sincerity for the proposal and would become their joint property after marriage. Su Zhu had been educated in the traditional role of a female bug since childhood. As a female bug, she should stand tall and be a pillar of the family and a cornerstone of society. She is the decisive head of the household and the support and reliance of her male bug. To be her own male bug, she only needs to be gentle, virtuous, family-oriented, and obedient, and she would do her best to provide a better life for the two of them. Fortunately, Rong Jie met her expectations in every way, and they got along very well. This was something Su Zhu had known in her previous life. In this new life, she wanted to understand Rong Jie even better and grasp the dynamics of their relationship more clearly. This is what she believed. The Rong family is also a prominent family in the Federation, with a significant status and wealth, and is an important family that can make the Federation tremble with a stomp, though they still cannot be compared to the Bai family. However, the two of them are a good match in terms of family background. In fact, Su Zhu did not care much about these things. She despised relying on a male bug's strength for help and did not insist on her partner's family background. What mattered in their relationship was the connection of hearts. Everything else was secondary, because her sincerity was sufficient. And this was not her first time meeting the other party's parents. She had already gone through this in her previous life. She was not at all shy and received a lot of warmth and acceptance from them. Consequently, she naturally had her own bedroom in the Rong family. Although she wanted to live with Rong Jie, she also understood the rules of the world. If they lived together before marriage, it would somewhat affect the male bug's reputation. Moreover, they had a long life ahead of them, so she was not in a hurry. Therefore, all her considerations and thoughts were placed elsewhere, namely, Bai Jie from the Bai family and revenge. After completing her primary task of coming to the Federation, she was eager to learn and gather all information about Bai Jie. The other party was like a thorn deeply embedded in her heart, not fatal, but with each breath, her chest would ache faintly. Pulling it out might cause significant bleeding, but it would also be much more straightforward and refreshing. Coincidentally, when she was contemplating this matter, an opportunity arose. As if someone had presented a pillow just as she was feeling sleepy. The major families of the Federation were invited to attend the banquet celebrating the return of the Bai family's young master, Bai Jie, after being missing for a year, which had been delayed due to Bai Jie's health issues. At this timing, she carefully recalled her past life. In fact, she remembered that Bai Jie had been missing for more than a year. She recalled that someone had written an article summarizing that Bai Jie had gone through a lot and suffered much while wandering outside, and it took about 5 or 6 years for him to regain his memory and return home. However, at that time, Bai Rinqiu had gone bankrupt due to business or political struggles. When basic livelihood could not be guaranteed, how could there be a return banquet? Therefore, such a banquet did not exist in her previous life. After recalling this, she naturally went through the subsequent events. Shortly after Bai Ji was found, a shocking incident occurred that almost stunned the entire galaxy, trending at the top of the star network for a long time without fading. The former richest man in the Federation, Bai Qingqiu, collapsed at the entrance of the former Bai family mansion and died from excessive blood loss, with the perpetrator unknown. Bai Ji was seen crying in the rain, holding his blood-soaked mother, and then vanished again, along with Bai Qingqiu's body. When he reappeared in the public eye, he had completely changed, becoming a different person from the gentle young master he once was. He resembled a merciless executioner. Even more astonishing was that as a male bug, he could spread his wings and fly, evolving claws that led many to become his victims, including her and Rong Jie. Thinking of all this, she felt a surge of sadness mixed with a thick layer of anger, and after taking a deep breath, she found herself trembling all over. She vowed again in her heart that she would not let Bai Ji have it easy. "Xiao Ji, you seem a bit off lately. Can you tell your mother what's wrong?" Bai Qingqiu poured some hot water into Bai Ji's cup and handed her a small cookie. Bai Ji snapped out of her daze and took the cookie. "Nothing, my mood. I'm just thinking about what I should wear for the banquet." Her speech was noticeably hesitant, and she stumbled several times, clearly hiding something in her heart, but evidently not planning to share her concerns with her mother. Bai Qingqiu knew her child well, having raised her, but she did not push. She understood the importance of respect and understanding, so she did not probe further. Instead, she followed up on what Bai Ji said. "You don't need to worry about that. Someone will prepare it for you. Or do you want to choose something yourself?" This was not within Bai Ji's interests, so she quickly shook her head. "Since everything is arranged, I won't worry about it." Bai Qingqiu looked at Bai Ji a bit longer, smiled, and lightly shook her head. The movement so slight that it seemed to sway only with the force of the wind, without any other emotion. Just then, the television in the living room, which had been on, suddenly broadcast a news segment. Interstellar era. The youngest major general of the Empire, Jie Qingqiu, and her fiancé both perished in a fire on their wedding day. Due to the brief silence during their conversation and the clear enunciation of the news anchor, her voice echoed in the room, directly piercing into both of their ears. Bai Ji was stunned upon hearing this. 124. The young master's hatred the person reporting this news believes he does not know them. However, at the moment he hears the name Jie Qingqiu, the so-called fiancé from the wedding, and most importantly, the news of her death, he feels an extremely strange emotion. These words combine and intertwine, making his feelings quite complex. Bai Qingqiu also clearly has a significant, unusual emotional reaction to this news. She furrows her brow and says, "This is old news from a few months ago. Why is it being reported again? Does this program have nothing else to say?" This is not her usual style. She is not someone who meddles excessively or is overly harsh. Then Bai Ji asks her, "Mother, who is Jie Qingqiu?" Bai Qingqiu initially wants to instinctively answer that she was a good child, but after glancing at her biological son sitting in front of her, she suddenly remembers that this major general, who fought hard for the rights of his country, is also the main culprit who abducted her child. She lured him with unworthy means, deceived him, and humiliated him, completely disregarding that Bai Ji's intelligence at that time was like that of a child just a few years old. So she purses her lips and swallows the words she almost blurted out, her eyes already showing some anger. She initially wanted to casually fabricate a response to brush it off, but Bai Ji's reaction almost startled her. He stares with wide eyes, his gaze vacant and unfocused, and suddenly tears fill his beautiful black eyes. The weight of the tears cannot be contained, so they cascade down his cheeks, soaking his collar or dripping onto the table. The corners of his eyes and nose begin to redden, and his whole body starts to tremble slightly from the sudden sadness. His appearance is so pitiful that it makes it hard for anyone to say a single false or harsh word to him. Bai Qingqiu is somewhat at a loss, but she hears him say, "Mother, I feel like I know her. I should know her, right? I don't know why I feel this way, but hearing about her death makes me really sad. I don't know why I feel sad, but it's a sadness that comes from deep within my soul." As he says this, he clutches the fabric of his collar and begins to breathe heavily, as if he cannot catch his breath. Bai Qingqiu is frightened by his appearance and immediately pulls him into her embrace. "What is wrong, Xiao Ji? Are you okay?" In her mother's arms, Bai Ji feels a moment of warmth and safety, but it still cannot heal the sadness and despair that continuously surge in his heart. I feel like I know her and that I love her. He helplessly looks up at his mother, his eyes red, and asks again, "Who is she, mother?" At this moment, Birincio can no longer hide the truth from him. Saying any lies would be unfair to him. He has the right to know the reason for his sadness. However, seeing her child in such a fragile state, she does not intend to say anything kind. Instead, she reveals her most unseemly side. She has no need to feel any reverence for such a bad person. This is not really talking. It's just a selective response. So, she says, she is the female bug with whom you had a spiritual connection. But she does not elaborate further. Nor does she want to bring up the past again, because when Jie consciously and actively inquired, she had already explained everything to him. It's enough to understand. There is no need to repeatedly mention past pains. Jie's eyes widen instantly, and he opens his mouth but cannot say anything. After a moment of daze, he begins to process what she said. He understands why he feels such deep sadness. The impact of a spiritual connection on a male bug is significant, affecting him physically, mentally, and emotionally. Even after severing the connection, the aftereffects will undoubtedly remain, taking a long time to completely fade away. In that moment, he does not want to feel sad anymore, even trying to force himself to feel something akin to relief, but he cannot control himself. He still finds it hard to breathe. It is this uncontrollable physiological and psychological emotion, contrary to his desires, that gives rise to a feeling of hatred in his tear-filled eyes, an overwhelming hatred. It's as if the suffering he has endured for so long, the torment after severing the spiritual connection, has finally found an object to blame and vent his feelings upon, and these piled-up emotions gradually transform into a deeper, more intense hatred. He does not know how to take revenge, as the person is already dead, but this emotion is difficult to dissipate in an instant. Now, the only way he can resist is to have the intelligent housekeeper switch on news related to her. 125. The young master meets a stranger. The day of the banquet came quickly, and Birincio and Aunt Shun had arranged everything meticulously, leaving him with no worries. Many people attended the event. As the wealthiest person in the Federation, the scale of their banquet was naturally incomparable to ordinary ones, especially since it was a major event marking the return of the Bai family's young master after a year of being missing. Almost everyone of note in the Federation was present. The banquet was held not in the Bai family estate, but in the Grand Cathedral, where the Federation had previously hosted the Imperial Envoy. Birincio did not want outsiders to be too involved in their lives, or for their living space to bear the marks of others. Due to his partial memory loss, Bai Chong did not recall having attended such a grand affair, making him somewhat nervous, but perhaps his body's instincts prevented him from feeling intimidated. When the banquet officially began, Birincio led him onto the high platform and delivered a polite speech of gratitude to the guests, briefly summarizing the theme of the event without saying much more. It seemed that neither of them was the type to openly display their innermost feelings. Although the banquet featured many renowned individuals, it was quite a mixed crowd, and speaking too much could lead to gossip. After a few simple remarks, the lights suddenly dimmed. The spotlight shone in the center of the dance floor as everyone joined in a waltz to the symphony orchestra's music, after which it was time for the free banquet. As the unspoken main character of the event, and given the weight of the Bai family head, Birincio was soon surrounded by guests raising their glasses as soon as the free banquet began. Bai Chong had no interest in such conversations, and most people's focus was not on him either. Instead of standing there as a topic for discussion, he preferred to find a quiet place to catch his breath, have a drink, and nibble on some food. Birincio naturally supported this idea and did not impose any restrictions on him. Although he had no memory of this place, his body's memories guided him through a side door out of the main banquet hall into a relatively quiet and scenic small garden. Before leaving, he took a glass of amber champagne. The bubbly amber liquid, under the soft moonlight, appeared even more translucent, resembling the sweetness of malt sugar. He found it beautiful and took a small sip. After walking a few steps in the small garden, he discovered a tranquil stone pavilion behind a cluster of flowers. The stone pillars of the pavilion were intricately carved with lifelike flowers and grasses, with layers of light gauze draping between the pillars. The evening breeze gently brushed by, causing the gauze to sway in the direction of the wind, carrying the fragrance of the garden to him. After sitting alone for a while, he seemed to see the faint flicker of fireflies among the flowers, along with colorful butterflies gracefully flapping their magnificent wings. He gradually immersed himself in this serene autumn atmosphere. But at that moment, he heard footsteps approaching. He tightened his grip on the stem of his glass, instinctively becoming alert. His other hand slipped into his suit pocket, gripping a remote alarm device. Perhaps due to his previous experience of being missing, both by Rinchio and he himself placed great importance on his personal safety, and no one wanted to go through such an incident again. So whenever he was without a guard, he carried this remote alarm device, which could instantly notify Rinchio of any danger at the press of a button. He dared not blink, holding his breath as he watched the direction of the sound, and within seconds, a tall figure emerged from behind the flowers into his view. The person had a clear target, walking past the flowers directly into the pavilion. Through the faint moonlight, Chong could make out the appearance of the newcomer. It was a female insect, a tall female insect. However, she did not appear robust and did not seem like a particularly strong individual. It wasn't that he was being overly critical. Rather, he was comparing her to the guard beside him and recalling the resilient female insects he had seen, like Qingqiu, which made this one appear somewhat fragile in comparison. "Who are you?" he asked, pursing his lips. 126. The young master hates her at the moment Jie began to speak. Suju almost lost her composure. The anger and hatred that she had suppressed for a long time, threatening to spill out completely. She wished she could immediately skin Jie alive and drink her blood, devour her flesh. But she knew she couldn't, because now she was in the Bai family's territory. Rinchio had not yet fallen from power, and the Bai family was the wealthiest in the Federation. If anything happened to Jie, and she stood on the opposite side of Rinchio, it would be equivalent to opposing the current Federation. Whether she could kill Jie in front of everyone was one thing. Whether she could safely escape the Federation and return home was another. Heaven had finally given her a chance to be reborn. This time, she wanted to live well, peacefully, happily, and how could she just rashly die? So even though she was extremely angry now and could hardly control her expression and actions, she still used all her strength to suppress herself. Since it wasn't the time to tear off the facade, she forced her emotions and tried to show a friendly smile to Jie, but because her inner thoughts and external expressions were two different things, her face became very twisted and strange. Jie was startled by her appearance. Although he didn't gasp, his heart raced suddenly. "Who are you?" He restrained his fear and asked again. "I am Suju, the head of the Su family. This time, I came with my fiancé, Rongjie of the Rong family from the Federation." As she spoke, she raised a high-stemmed glass of red wine in her hand towards Jie. At this moment, her smile became much smoother, no longer as twisted and strange as before, looking somewhat genuinely congratulatory. It was also at this time that Jie noticed that she still held a glass of red wine, which he had overlooked due to his previous fear. "Welcome back, young Master Bai," she said, pausing for a few seconds before adding, "back home safely." Jie genuinely disliked her. So every word she said and every action she made held hidden meanings that he found repulsive. Of course, he couldn't show this openly. He merely had some other excessive interpretations and speculations in his heart. However, on the surface, he remained very calm and courteous. He raised his high-stem glass in return. "Hello, head of the Su family. Thank you for actively attending this dinner. If there is another opportunity next time, we will send you an invitation separately." Jie was certainly not foolish. He understood how to retaliate, how to use words to spar with others without revealing his sharpness. After all, he was Rinchio's child. Once he said this, Suju's smile froze for a moment, and a fleeting dark glimmer appeared in her eyes, but it was too brief for her to see clearly. In fact, this was not just his illusion. At the moment he spoke, Suju indeed felt a renewed urge to kill. He was still the same as before, capable of saying things that had double meanings and could belittle others to worthlessness in just a few concise words. He could indeed kill with just a few words. Suju admitted this was her strength, but Jie had to acknowledge that it was also a very lethal flaw. After taking a few deep breaths to calm herself, Suju's smile became somewhat more natural. "Then I thank young Master Bai in advance. In the future, no matter what important matters arise, I will definitely come to the banquet." After exchanging a few sentences back and forth, it seemed they could no longer find anything else to say to each other. It felt as if any additional words would be a torment to their souls. Thus, the atmosphere in the room reached a bizarre silence. Breaking this stagnant atmosphere was by Jie's bodyguard. Perhaps it had been too long since they had seen him in the banquet hall. So Riccio sent someone to find him. "Young master, Madam is calling you back to the main hall. She says there is something urgent," the bodyguard said while casting a sidelong glance at Su Zhu, his expression unfriendly. This person did not look too friendly, staring at their young master in a very aggressive manner, especially in such a secluded and quiet place. Having learned from past experiences, the Bai family members, including their bodyguards, were on high alert. After she arrived, Bai Jie clearly let out a huge sigh of relief, finally free from the torment of this awkward atmosphere. And the reason given by the bodyguard allowed him to leave. In contrast, Su Zhu's expression twisted even more, as if a tsunami was raging inside her, wanting to overturn the two people in front of her. In fact, that was exactly the case. She had deliberately come for Bai Jie tonight. Although she had already gathered all the information she could, seeing him in person tonight would not reveal much more. Even though she couldn't avenge her blood feud tonight, she was so stubbornly fixated on wanting to see him, as if seeing him would lighten her heart significantly. Therefore, when she entered the banquet hall, her eyes were constantly searching the crowd for her target. At first, Bai Jie was always beside Riccio, surrounded by a group of people, making it impossible for her to approach. Later, seeing him head towards the back garden alone, she felt a stir in her heart and found an excuse to follow him out. When she finally saw her enemy, she didn't say much and didn't gain much useful information. Contrary to her expectations, her inner fury kept boiling. After a few seconds of quiet time, she managed to suppress her emotions, but the appearance of the bodyguard reignited her anger. A hill of a pheasant, she was willing to use this idiom to describe them. Like master, like servant, because Bai Jie was willful, spoiled, and vicious, his bodyguards were also 7 or 8 parts like him. When her gaze fell upon herself, and she was scrutinized with a complex expression, it was filled with disdain, contempt, and mockery. Even though those words were directed at Bai Jie, the arrogance and self-importance conveyed in and out of her words seemed to stab into Su Zhu's very being. Because the Bai family was the wealthiest in the Federation, and due to their status in the Federation and even throughout the entire galaxy as a bodyguard of the Bai family, as a dog of Riccio and Bai Jie, she felt her own identity was remarkable. She also felt herself above power and wealth. So she looked down on everyone who was not like the Bai family with a contemptuous gaze. Su Zhu speculated that this bodyguard must think she was trying to climb the social ladder, so she was sneaking around to get close. It must be like this. So thinking of this, she felt unable to endure it, her anger almost burning her up. However, she couldn't show any flaws, couldn't let the other party perceive even a hint of her psychology. Toppling the Bai family and avenging Bai Jie was a long process, and she had to be patient and slow, absolutely not rushing for quick success or startling the snake in the grass. Bai Jie had no idea of all the thoughts swirling in her mind. He only knew he was about to leave this oppressive place, to leave this very strange person, and he felt relaxed because of it. He quickened his pace and walked up to the bodyguard, then nodded at Su Zhu, head of the Su family. "Since my mother is looking for me for something urgent, I will take my leave now. I apologize for the inadequate hospitality tonight, but I still hope you enjoy yourself." After saying that, he walked towards the central hall without looking back. His steps hurried, as if something was chasing him from behind. Until Bai Jie's figure completely disappeared from her line of sight, Su Zhu could no longer contain her anger. She bit down on her molars, gripping the wine glass in her hand and smashing it hard onto the ground. The glass shattered upon impact, shards flying high, the sharp edges glinting coldly in the moonlight. The red liquid from the cup splattered everywhere, staining a few white petals with drops, presenting an almost decadent beauty. "Bai Jie, just you wait," she said through clenched teeth. Riccio was not in a hurry to find him. He simply hadn't seen him for a long time and wanted to send someone to check if he was safe. After confirming his safety, he left the time to him. He set down the champagne, picked up a glass of juice, and found a booth in the corner, determined to relax and daydream for a while in this quiet yet crowded corner. But after just a few seconds, someone approached him with a drink in hand. It was a male bug that he found very familiar, so familiar that it felt strange. The moment he saw that face, a complex and bittersweet emotion surged in his heart. He certainly didn't dislike the other person. He didn't look fierce at all. On the contrary, he had a gentle face and an overall soft demeanor, the kind of person who would make you feel comfortable at first glance. Spending a few more minutes together could even lead to an addictive fondness. "Young Master Bai, may I sit here?" Although he didn't introduce himself beforehand, his words were still polite, spoken in a very gentle tone, not fake or pretentious, but rather something that seemed to have accompanied him since birth. Suju had no resistance against such a gentle person and couldn't refuse. "Of course, it's my pleasure." The other person didn't hesitate. After receiving permission, he sat down beside him at a distance of half an arm's length, a distance that was neither too close nor too far, neither intimate nor distant. The male bug raised his wine glass. "Jie from the Rong family of the Federation. Nice to meet you." "Bai Jie from the Bai family of the Federation." Bai Jie replied, returning the greeting. 127. The young master's faint memory. The two exchanged a smile, and in that moment, the strange feeling in Bai Jie's heart faded significantly. The discomfort caused by meeting Suju earlier also diminished a lot. Jie didn't have any other thoughts this time, nor did he discuss much about anything else. The two were very at ease, like old friends who had known each other for many years. Yet from Jie's demeanor, it was clear that this was still their first conversation. "Bai Yi, can I call you that?" Jie asked gently with a smile. Bai Jie returned a smile. "Of course, Jie." After saying this, they exchanged a glance and laughed cheerfully. "I heard you went traveling not long ago, to the Empire. How was it? The scenery must have been nice." When asked this, Bai Jie naturally thought of the events that took place in Shenyao village, as well as his strange encounter with Jie Qingqiu. He often felt that life was like a dream, a bizarre, fragmented, and endless dream. The events in Shenyao village were a rare, beautiful dream, a nightmare that he couldn't forget, yet it would never receive any response. It was hard for him to articulate what this dream was like, and even harder to find the right words to describe his feelings about it. Perhaps there was love, perhaps there was surprise, perhaps there was a fluttering of the heart, or maybe it was just novelty. Therefore, whenever he thought of it, his emotions would become particularly complicated. Now, being reminded of it, he didn't know whether he should talk about what happened back then or let it remain sealed in the past forever. After some thought, he replied, "I went to Shenyao village. I don't know if you've heard of this place. Our Federation has an imperial divine bird that was given as a gift during peace talks. I once saw it and thought it was cute, so I wanted to visit its hometown. I know it. I've seen it too. It's really cute, all fluffy and red." Jie agreed with him, then continued, "Actually, it's quite a coincidence. I happen to have visited Shenyao village as well, but that was some time ago." At this point, he revealed a somewhat shy smile. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but his expression showed some hesitation. After some stuttering, he finally said to Jie Qingqiu, "Actually, I had a very wonderful encounter there." When he mentioned a wonderful encounter, it naturally made Bai Jie think of himself. However, he didn't candidly say it out loud. One reason was that Jie Qingqiu's identity was somewhat indescribable, and speaking it might lead to unnecessary troubles and conflicts. "That sounds amazing. It seems Shenyao village is a magical place." He paused as if remembering something, then added, "I heard that Jianguzhou has an annual grand festival called the Liquor Flowing Festival. Unfortunately, I went too late and missed it. If I have the chance next year, I must go again." Liquor Flowing Festival? Jie reacted to this term, seeming to recall something. "Speaking of which, I just happened to experience it this year." He pondered for a few seconds, as if thinking of something interesting, then asked Bai Jie, "Do you know the young major from the Empire, Jie Qingqiu?" "I met her during the Liquor Flowing Festival last time." The name Jie Qingqiu felt like it had some special power, heavy as 1,000 pounds, hitting Bai Jie like a physical blow. Even though the memories related to it had faded in his mind, the emotions from the past seemed to still be rooted in every nerve and cell of his body. He felt annoyed and even more disgusted. However, it was clear he couldn't say this to Jie, and this situation wasn't suitable for expressing such negative feelings. So he replied, "Did you meet her?" "What happened?" "Not much happened, actually. At that time, I didn't even know she was Jie Qingqiu. I only found out later when I saw it on the Starnet that the person was her. He spoke in a tone as if commenting on a somewhat likable stranger. I was buying sugar figurines, and she seemed to recognize me. In any case, she saw me and told me to try to take the main road home that night. You know, that sounds very strange. After all, I had never met her before. I would probably be scared in any other situation, but I don't know why I believed her at that time. He smiled as he said this. Fortunately, I listened to her. His words had a deeper meaning. Baiji appropriately displayed a puzzled expression and then asked him, "What happened?" "Yes," Rongjie nodded and replied. "The next day, I found out that on the small path I planned to take home that night, something bad happened. A male bug was attacked by several drunken female bugs." When he said this, he seemed to recall it with lingering fear and let out a big sigh of relief. Although Baiji didn't like Jie Qingqiu, he couldn't deny that she had indeed done a good deed in this matter. There was nothing to criticize about it, so he chose to remain silent. It's really strange. How did she know there would be danger on that small path? And how did she know I was planning to go home that way? She even reminded me just in time. He furrowed his brows slightly and shook his head. I've thought about this for a long time and still can't figure it out. Maybe she saw you were a handsome male bug. And during the liquor-flowing festival, many people would drink, so she kindly reminded you. Baiji emphasized the word handsome, trying to hint that perhaps Jie Qingqiu's intentions weren't so pure at that time. He admitted that this speculation was quite malicious, but he couldn't help but think that way. Rongjie was successfully guided by his emphasis and began to think in that direction, but it was contrary to what he had anticipated. Speaking of being handsome, it reminds me of another thing. Rongjie always spoke slowly, probably afraid others couldn't hear him clearly, so he would pause after a few sentences. I remember Jie Qingqiu had a male bug with her at that time. That male bug was indeed handsome, with a pair of very beautiful eyes, just like he paused and looked at Baiji, staring intently into his eyes. Just like yours. 128. The general's plan Baiji was stunned, not knowing what to say. Just like your eyes, they were deep black orbs, glistening with moisture as if always holding back a pool of tears, making even me feel a pang of pity, unable to resist the urge to cherish. Praising someone with so many adjectives in front of that person can often be quite awkward. But Rongjie's tone and words were so gentle and sincere that one could feel the honesty in his compliments. However, at that moment, Baiji felt neither the shyness of being praised in front of someone nor the gratitude from the genuine praise. Instead, he felt a sense of strangeness, because he knew that the male insect Rongjie spoke of was most likely himself at that time. That male insect might be his fiancé. When he said this, Rongjie's expression turned regretful, perhaps feeling sorrow for the loss of two lives. No one expected such a thing would happen on the day of the wedding. Zhang Lu, as the child of Minister Zhang Tai of the Imperial Ministry of Foreign Affairs, rarely appeared in public. The news about the fire and casualties at the wedding did not display his photo, so it was quite normal for Rongjie to misunderstand. After all, a kind-hearted person seldom suspects others with the worst intentions and wouldn't anticipate that someone could be so malicious as to entice a male insect while having a fiancé. Baiji did not intend to speak more about what he thought was the truth. Since there was a misunderstanding, it was better to let him continue in that way. Sometimes, knowing the truth is not the only or necessary option. Yes, it's a pity that both of them were still so young. Baiji chose to respond in this way. The two chatted all night in this noisy yet quiet place, only parting and exchanging contact information via a light brain as the banquet was nearing its end. Sometimes becoming friends is that simple. It doesn't require many preconditions, nor does it need a complex accumulation of emotions. How is the situation? Jie Qingqiu lay on the wooden bed, gasping due to the occasional pain in her lower abdomen, her brows unable to relax. She spoke with great effort, as if she might gasp for breath. Contrary to the rumors, being pregnant and giving birth as a female insect was not a simple matter. The pain, torment, and suffering it brought to the female insect were far more than what was passed down through word of mouth. On many quiet nights, she could feel the insect eggs in her belly continuously draining her strength, and the mental tendrils in her spiritual sea were uncontrollably soothing. The insect eggs acted like parasites, constantly drawing energy from the host to survive, and the cost of this was that the host grew increasingly weak. Several times, she felt as if she might be drained dry and die. Logically, she should hate this child and do everything possible to remove it, but she couldn't. She didn't know if it was the defense mechanism of the insect eggs that caused her body to produce some hormone, resulting in feelings of pity and affection. Or perhaps it was because she had nourished so much energy for it to grow little by little, having accompanied it for such a long time, making the sunk cost too high for her to give up. In any case, the longer the insect eggs stayed in her body, the more she would develop a feeling akin to love, making her willing to accept it. The officer on the other side of the communicator seemed to have heard the general's painful gasps and let out a faint sigh, feeling quite helpless. Everything has been arranged here. Have you found the person? Yes, the biological genes have been adjusted, and in about a week, the experimental subject can be created. The sound of the keyboard clicking on the officer's side was heard, presumably as they spoke and took notes simultaneously. Even if there are any issues later, we still have time to experiment again. We want to let them discover any clues. All right. Hearing the other party's assured response, Jie Qingqiu felt much more at ease. The general is prepared too, right? The general's people are ready and standing by. Jie Qingqiu subconsciously nodded, and after 2 seconds realized the other party couldn't see her action, so she verbally replied, "Has anything major happened recently? I'm far away in the Federation and can't use the light brain, so the news is blocked." She was silent for a few seconds before asking this question. The officer on the other side of the communicator silently curled her lips. Having known and worked with Jie Qingqiu for so many years, she felt she understood about 70 to 80% of her, so sometimes she could guess what she was thinking. She cared about their safety, but was also subtle. She couldn't directly state her inner thoughts. It seemed that her usual carefree, careless demeanor could not be maintained in such moments. The question Jie Qingqiu had just asked should have had a second part, such as not knowing how they were doing or if they were safe now, but she just wouldn't say it. Fortunately, there was an officer who understood Jie Qingqiu very well and could comprehend her unspoken concerns. So she took the initiative to respond. "General, don't worry, we are all quite safe. Recently, nothing major has happened in the Empire. It seems to have been calm for quite a while since the last wedding fire." When Jie Qingqiu showed her caring side, the officer not only had to answer, but also needed to provide more information to reassure her. Although we all know that the reality is not like this. She paused, expressing her speculation. "I think they might be planning something big. It's probably as we guessed." Jie Qingqiu indeed felt much more at ease. If it was as we guessed, then it aligned perfectly with our plan, right? In any case, we have arrangements and plans. There's no need to worry. Just follow the plan step by step and adapt as needed. Remember to contact the general again. After all, there's still those 2 people in the military. Legally and socially, Jie Qingqiu was already considered dead. Being dead meant she was no longer an imperial general. It meant she no longer held that rank, and naturally, it meant she no longer needed to use honorifics for those people. Some cunning, narcissistic, selfish, and hypocritical people were not worthy of her respect. The common people did not need such a general or queen. She closed her eyes, feeling as if the world had turned dark, but when she opened her eyes, the sky was bright again. 129. The death of the Major General again on December 3rd, 1285 of the Star Era. A battle involving high-damage weapons occurred in the main district of the Empire's home planet, resulting in 3 deaths and 10 injuries. The cause of the battle is unknown, and the Empire's authorities have already intervened in the investigation. Once the incident occurred, it immediately topped the Star Network's trending list, sparking discussions throughout the galaxy. Conspiracy theorists linked this incident to several major events that had recently occurred in the Empire, believing that these events were not unrelated and that the situation was not as simple as it seemed. Opinions on these views were divided, with some agreeing and others opposing, leading to a cacophony of voices. However, the Empire's official stance was not as people imagined. Is he dead? Lan Yunling, dressed in luxurious clothing and exquisitely adorned, sat in the main seat of her study, having just concluded a press conference where she explained the battle to the public. At that moment, her expression was sorrowful, her words melancholic, as if she genuinely felt regret and grief over the unexpected incident. But no one knew the joy and urgency she felt inside. Zhang Tai sat in the chair opposite her desk, still in her all-black suit dress, but with the weather in the empire growing colder. She had wrapped a fur collar around her neck. Her hair was styled low, complemented by a pearl necklace and a pair of pearl earrings. Her appearance was simple and elegant, her demeanor lazy and somewhat fatigued. "I have already sent someone to check if it's true. We will know in a few hours," she said, tapping her cleanly manicured fingernails on the wooden armrest of the chair, producing a sound that betrayed her inner unrest, which was far from the calm she outwardly displayed. "Although I've heard of such technology, it's still not very mature." Lan Yunling spoke hastily, unable to hide her anxiousness. "From the outside, they look identical. I don't think there will be too much of a mistake." Zhang Tai glanced at her, and Lan Yunling said nothing further. How is the follow-up preparation? She was so anxious that, before the test results even came out, she couldn't wait to ask about the next steps. It was likely that over the past few decades, she had had enough of power not being concentrated in her hands. In name, she was a queen, the most esteemed person in the empire, enjoying supreme power and wealth. But in reality, her political and military powers were scattered among others. She had the right to participate, but not the right to decide, had some appointment authority, but still needed to go through various administrative agencies for approval and stamping. What kind of queen was that? Moreover, in recent years, some high-ranking individuals have been eyeing her, and the number of people from the Liberal Party was increasing, their voices growing louder, putting her position as queen in jeopardy. What Lan Yunling wanted was an empire that belonged solely to her, truly bearing the surname Lan, free from outside interference and capable of making decisions without opposition. She was born noble, with the blood of the Lan family flowing through her veins. Destined to be a queen from the moment she was born. She was of undeniable noble lineage and should always remain so, rising above all others. Therefore, she would not allow anyone to interfere or disrupt her plans, even if that person was her biological daughter, even if she had pampered that daughter for decades. What she wanted was absolute power and absolute supremacy. Lan Yunling despised those low-born commoners who dared to attempt to rise above her and the other nobles. Thus, someone like Jie Qingqiu, who came from a trash planet, particularly repulsed her. However, there was no choice. In her plan, she needed a pawn, so she had to disgust herself and pretend to value Jie Qingqiu. But Jie Qingqiu, with her wolfish ambition, had managed to rise from a commoner to the position of major general, which indicated that she indeed had some ability. Lan Yunling had to be cautious, thus keeping the leverage tightly in her grasp. Although she did not know what that leverage truly represented or what it was worth to her, it seemed like garbage. Yet, this garbage could hold Jie Qingqiu's heart, so it still had some value. In her own plan, she did not intend to confront Jie Qingqiu so early, as she had not yet played a crucial role. Her goal was to create discord among the three generals in the military and incite internal strife. Although Huang and Shao seemed to have a good relationship with her, that person was not very trustworthy either. However, at this moment, Zhang Tai had her own idea to expedite Jie Qingqiu's demise, and she realized that this idea could help her complete her plan, so she went along with it. Now, at this timing, as long as Jie Qingqiu was dead, everything would be manageable, and they could proceed with their plans. Zhang Tai slightly curved her lips into an ambiguous smile and said to Lan Yunling, "I've already prepared for the follow-up. As soon as the test results come out, we can continue with our plan." That's good, that's good. Lan Yunling breathed a sigh of relief, but after a few seconds, as if realizing her previous lapse, she composed herself and said to Zhang Tai, "My dear minister, it's good to have you here. I knew it. You're always very clever. I promoted you myself, and you are certainly a person who knows gratitude and will work tirelessly for me." She transferred the set of expectations she had for Jie Qingqiu onto Zhang Tai. To be precise, she could not think of more insincere methods, so she reused one model on many people, making it appear so deliberate and lacking in intelligence. However, Zhang Tai seemed to genuinely believe her words, showing no signs of discomfort, and simply replied to Lan Yunling, "Thank you, Your Majesty. It is my honor to alleviate your worries." Lan Yunling looked at her with satisfaction and nodded. Although the identification results had not yet come out, in her mind, the corpse was most likely Jie Qingqiu herself. This was a significant piece of good news for the day, which greatly improved her mood. In such a joyful moment, she suddenly thought of the daughter she had confined for a long time, recalling how much she had once cherished her, and how much joy she had brought her. When people are in a good mood, it is inevitable to feel soft-hearted and moved, so she decided to show mercy today and visit the child who always longed to see her. There were still guards at the door of the bedroom, and she gave a simple instruction to the two guards, and the heavily locked door opened. It opened just enough to create a small gap. Lan Yunling did not walk directly in, but knocked on the door and softly called out, shouting, 1:30. The princess's tears, her voice was not loud, but the child in the bedroom immediately climbed up upon hearing it, making a loud rustling sound as she tidied her clothes, her urgency evident just from the sound. The child's deep affection and longing for her made Lan Yunling feel very proud. So she stopped pretending and walked directly inside, then made a gesture to the guard outside, and the door was closed again. After not seeing her child for several months, Lan Yunling felt a bit strange looking at her. Although they hadn't met often before, this situation was different. Mother, you're here? Lan Ying was wearing only a milky white nightgown, her slightly curled hair inherited from her, scattered messily over her shoulders. Her face was free of makeup, and having not seen sunlight for a long time, her skin had become abnormally pale, her eyes hollow, having lost all their light. She didn't look as beautiful as before, nor did she resemble herself as she once did. Lan Yunling frowned at her appearance, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. She then scolded softly, Lan Ying, how did you let yourself get to this state? Look in the mirror and see what you look like now. Lan Ying bowed her head, slightly in response to the reprimand, remaining silent. Lan Yunling briefly furrowed her brow, but quickly relaxed it, realizing she couldn't be so irritable. It was quite rude and didn't fit her image. Nobility should be elegant, gentle, and mature. After calming herself down, she sat down in a chair and beckoned to Lan Ying. Little Ying, come here. Lan Ying obediently walked over to her side, and after repeated requests from Lan Yunling, she moved closer until they were within touching distance. Only then did Lan Yunling reach out to hold Lan Ying's somewhat cold and pale hand. Little Ying, it's been so long since we last met. Have you missed Mother? She rubbed the hand in hers, seemingly trying to warm her up, but it also seemed like a way to pass the time. Lan Ying was silent for 2 seconds before softly replying, Mother, I really miss you. It's been too long since I last saw you. Why don't you want to come see me? Her voice carried a hint of sobbing and trembling, expressing her sadness vividly, with each word soaked in sorrow. Lan Yunling disliked such questions. She did not like others questioning her actions, nor did she appreciate anyone challenging her decisions. They only needed to obey. She frowned but kept her tone gentle. Mother's been a bit busy lately. You know, managing such a large empire alone is always hard. You are my daughter. You should help me share my burdens. Yes. Lan Ying lowered her head and replied with just one word. The atmosphere grew tense. Lan Yunling felt a headache from this dreadful atmosphere. The person standing in front of her was her daughter. Theoretically, she didn't need to please her or consider their mutual faces. But no, her identity and status were there, and the current empire was not the one she envisioned. Countless eyes were watching her, and she couldn't lose her composure. Little Ying, don't look so sad, and don't be so lifeless and devoid of energy. She released the hand she was holding, her tone becoming more serious. You know, I keep you here for your own good. The outside world is very dangerous. Recently, there's been an extremely severe struggle involving high-damage weapons, and many people have developed rebellious thoughts, wanting to harm me and us. I'm doing this only to protect you. She stood up, adjusted her somewhat wrinkled dress, and began pacing the room. The sound of her chunky heels on the floor made a crisp noise, echoing in the empty room. Not coming to see you is also for your own good. The current empire is not like it used to be. It's in complete chaos. When she walked in front of the vase, she casually picked a petal from the lily of the valley. If I still spoiled you like before, it would be easy for you to become a target. They would use you to threaten me. The white petal was crushed in her hand, and she carelessly tossed it to the ground, then turned back to look at Lan Ying. You are my most beloved daughter. I must ensure your safety. During this time, Lan Ying remained silent, making no sound or movement, standing there mechanically and blankly with her head down, like a soul that had already lost its way. When she heard the words most beloved daughter, she finally showed some reaction. After Lan Yunling finished speaking, Her gaze was fixed intently on Lan Ning, hoping for a response that would satisfy her. A few seconds later, Lan Ning indeed responded. "Mother, I knew you still loved me." She lifted her head, her eyes red and brimming with tears, her face resembling Lan Yunling's young visage, filled with sadness and emotion. "I knew you still loved me. I've waited for you here for a long time. I have a desire to go out. I only long to see you." As she spoke, tears began to fall uncontrollably. At this moment, a female insect was able to appear as weak and pitiful as a male insect, evoking a sense of protectiveness. At that moment, she was very beautiful, and seeing her face softened Lan Yunling's heart considerably. A child who does not receive a mother's love is very pitiful. Lan Ning began to tremble slightly. "I've been wondering if I did something wrong to upset you, which is why you haven't come to see me. I've reflected for several months and realized that I was indeed too spoiled and willful, so it's understandable that you felt disappointed. Therefore, I began to feel despair. But mother," she quickly walked over to Lan Yunling's side and then knelt beside her feet. She looked up at Lan Yunling, reaching out her hands to tightly grasp the hands that were resting at her sides, pressing her tear-streaked face against them. "But mother, hearing you say these words today makes me feel like someone who has been reborn from the ashes, someone who has been pulled back from the brink of death. Thank you for still loving me. From now on, I will listen more. Whatever mother says, I will do." Lanjing's haktion unduetli satifit lanjuning shavaniti. Whether as a queen or a mother, no matter what, being so admired and adored by her child was enough. Hearing her last words, Lan Yunling felt much comforted. She thought she had indeed been a bit harsh on this child. 131. Zhang Lu's obedience. All right, stop crying. Mother can already feel your thoughts and emotions." She reached out with her other hand, gently stroking Lan Ying's head. "From now on, mother won't keep you locked up here for your protection. You can go out whenever you want, and come to see me whenever you wish." She smiled. "I will do my best to protect you." She said these words with confidence. After all, Jie Qingqiu was already dead, and their plan was more than halfway complete. The upcoming matters would no longer be difficult. Everything would follow naturally, and the empire would become one that she alone would govern. "Thank you, mother." Lan Ning mumbled her thanks into her hand, but she still did not lift her head. "The inspection report has come out." Zhang Tai placed a stack of inspection reports on Lan Yunling's desk. When facing important matters, they still preferred to use paper documents, as did the entire star system. A glimmer of excitement shot from Lan Yunling's eyes, and the fine lines at the corners seemed to be stretched by her overflowing emotions. What was the result? Even though the documents were right in front of her, she lacked the patience to read through them carefully. She was eager to get a definite answer immediately. The result proves it was her. As Zhang Tai spoke this conclusion, a smile could not help but appear on her face. The excitement on Lan Yunling's face became tangible, and she suddenly radiated with joy, her complexion even showing a hint of flush. That's great. Now we can proceed with the next step of the plan. She immediately stood up from her chair and began to pace around the study, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she imagined the scene after their plans came to fruition. Zhang Tai's gaze remained fixed on her as she circled the study, a faint smile gracing her lips, though the deeper meaning behind it was unclear. Hearing Lan Yunling repeat it so many times, she echoed back, "Yes, we can finally proceed with the next step of the plan." On December 4th, 1258 of the stellar era, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Zhang Tai, publicly announced that the fire on the day of her only son's wedding to the imperial major, General Jie Qingqiu, was not an accident, as signs of arson were discovered, and it was suspected to be a deliberate act of retaliation. Zhang Tai expressed her deep sorrow over her son's death and announced that she would thoroughly investigate the truth behind the matter, showing no mercy to the mastermind behind it. The news caused a huge stir throughout the star system. Zhang Tai acted swiftly. On the same day she announced this, she requested a guard team to surround the church where the incident occurred and hired a professional investigative team. The efficiency of high-end talent was remarkable, and within just a few days, many clues were uncovered. Even though these clues could not strongly implicate the mastermind, they pointed everyone toward a path leading to the truth. On December 7th, 1285 of the stellar era, Minister of Foreign Affairs Zhang Tai, accompanied by a group of guards, stormed to the front of the residence of Imperial General Liu Yintiao. Zhang Tai did not adhere to the supposed etiquette of diplomacy, but directly shouted into the residence with a megaphone, demanding Lu Yinqiao come out and give her an explanation. Her reckless actions and heated words were not at all like those of a foreign minister who had navigated the political arena for many years. Her appearance of sorrow and the mournful tone of her voice allowed those who saw or heard her to empathize with her grief as a mother. However, after shouting for a long time, all that emerged was Lu Yinqiao's butler. She hurriedly opened the door and was not intimidated by Zhang Tai's commotion, behaving quite properly and according to etiquette. The butler apologized softly, informing Zhang Tai that the general was away on military exercises and would not return home for another week, asking Zhang Tai to come back another day. This matter ended in such a farcical manner, leaving people sighing in disbelief. Despite Zhang Tai's countless frustrations, she could not lash out at a butler who had no real power and had not directly participated in the incident, so she could only leave awkwardly. The onlookers all sighed, unsure whether to sympathize with the grieving Zhang Tai or to feel bored for not witnessing a conflict. This Lu Yinqiao. Zhang Tai thought for a moment, but could not come up with a suitable adjective to describe her, so she could only roll her eyes in exhaustion. What a waste of my display of emotions today, shouting and making a scene at her door, only to find her not home. She sighed deeply, took off her coat, hung it on the rack by the door, and walked to the bedside. Zhang Lu lay in the bedding, half sitting and watching her, his face showing little emotion, as if he no longer cared about anything in the world. Xiao Lu, why aren't you speaking? She sat by the bed and pulled him into her embrace. I acted this way today, partly for you. I couldn't cry or feel sad, but as soon as I thought that my Xiao Lu might leave me, that he might really not be in this world anymore, harmed by Lu Yinqiao, I felt an incredible anger and sadness. She was indifferent to Zhang Lu's silence. She had long since grown accustomed to it. She was used to his sudden silence, used to him not being as cheerful, willful, or pampered as before. But it didn't matter. As long as he was in her arms, everything was not a big deal. However, today, when she finished that part of her speech, Zhang Lu rarely responded, and his response seemed to carry some emotion. If I die, would you really be sad? He lay obediently in her arms, showing no signs of struggle or resistance, lifting his head to look at Zhang Tai as he said this. This upward glance easily made a young male seem pitiful and delicate. If I die, would you really be that sad? He asked again, his tone filled with more questioning than challenge. Zhang Tai was taken aback by his sudden response. After receiving it, she seemed a little happy, cupping Zhang Lu's face and placing a kiss on his forehead. Of course I would. After all, I love you so much. Zhang Lu maintained his posture, gazing at Zhang Tai for a few seconds. After several moments, he hummed in agreement and then obediently nestled against her shoulder. It was as if he had already grown accustomed to this way of interacting, as if he had already grown used to her embrace, as if he had become a soulless canary. 132. The Major General meets the young master on December 15th, 1285 of the stellar calendar. The entire galaxy became cold. Surprisingly, on the same day, a heavy snow fell on the capital planets of the Federation and the Empire. Overnight, white snow covered every street in the city. Thick layers of snow piled on the rooftops, and the pristine white snow concealed the filth of the world, as if it wanted to make every place shine. However, some things cannot simply be covered up and treated as if they no longer exist. Jie Qingqiu had not seen such heavy snow for many years. This winter arrived a bit late, but was exceptionally fierce, with the accumulated cold seeping through her thick clothing into her skin. Months had passed, and she still had no news about Jie. Even though her people had been diligently searching, they found not a single clue, as if he had truly vanished from this world. Would he like the snow? Would he want to play like a child and build a snowman in the yard? Or would he, while playing, suddenly want to have a snowball fight? Could he withstand such severe cold? Was he afraid of the cold? Where is he now? How is he doing? Jie Qingqiu knew nothing of this. It was as if she had never understood this person at all. Thinking of these things made her feel despondent and guilty. Perhaps she was not worthy to speak of love. Having lived here for a short time, coupled with the sudden drop in temperature, their supplies were somewhat insufficient, so the secret guards planned to go to a nearby commercial area to purchase goods. After hesitating for a while, Jie Qingqiu decided to go with them. The place where they were buying supplies was not in the main area of the Federation's capital, but rather on a poorly developed satellite planet, HQ. Its economic backwardness led to a lack of supplies and a mix of people. Many unidentified individuals entered and exited daily, so even if they entered today, they would not attract attention. Since the distance was not short, they took a spaceship for a while, and it was highly likely they would rest there for the night. Jie Qingqiu felt some pain in her abdomen, possibly due to her pregnancy or the bumpy journey. Her stomach was also churning. Fortunately, after years of living, she had learned to endure, and this discomfort did not last long. It improved significantly after they disembarked. Upon seeing the appearance of HQ, Jie Qingqiu was stunned. The places of poverty and suffering in this world are generally similar. They are all equally dilapidated, chaotic, and dirty, as if the sky was gray and devoid of color, with countless piles of garbage seemingly appearing from nowhere along the roadside. Homeless drifters were everywhere, and there were people stumbling around in a drunken stupor. So, when the scene of HQ entered her eyes, she felt a sense of familiarity. A familiarity that had not been seen for many years, but was still etched in her bones. She was accustomed to such places, and they made her feel at ease. Because of poverty and hardship, everyone was busy every day trying to survive. Their eyes were focused only on themselves, on basic needs, on food and shelter, while everything else was disregarded. Perhaps this way of life was chaotic and disorderly, but clearly it lacked the intricate schemes of the affluent, and sometimes the roughness and straightforwardness could give a person a sense of security. She had lived in such an environment for 18 years, from the time she could remember until adulthood, and she understood very well what the survival rules were here. Thus, she felt a sense of relief in a daze, as if simply living now was her greatest task, and she no longer had to concern herself with the intrigues of others. The secret guards beside her seemed to share this feeling. After all, they were all people Jie Qingqiu had rescued from the brink of death. Their arrival did not bring anything to this planet. Everyone continued to live their busy lives. Even in the poorest places, there are still places to buy things, and those places remained lively and bustling. After finding their direction, they headed straight towards it. Unlike the grand shopping malls on the main planet, these impoverished satellite planets still used market models from many years ago, with many small vendors choosing a stall and displaying the items they were selling on raised platforms. These stalls were built by relatively wealthy local merchants, and each vendor had to pay a portion of their earnings to the developers as rent. They arrived at just the right time, with the sounds of bustling crowds, vendors calling out, and haggling, creating a lively and unique atmosphere. Such sounds were rare in malls. The purchasing of goods was naturally the responsibility of the secret guards, and Jie Qingqiu had nothing to do, so she began to wander around. There were many things here that were not available in the prosperous cities, but none of them were particularly novel, as people in the affluent urban areas looked down upon these cheap and poor-quality items. Most people in these places wanted only basic sustenance rather than flavor. Jie Qingqiu had eaten these things for 18 years and did not think of reminiscing about the past. As she walked to a somewhat remote stall, she saw a craftsman selling small animals made from plant stems and leaves. They were not exquisite, but they were cute. She had seen many in the past, but this time, for some reason, she found herself unable to move on. She touched her still flat abdomen and decided to buy a few. After carefully selecting a few dragonflies, butterflies, and lions and tigers, she completed her purchase and was about to return the same way to find her secret guards when she heard voices coming from a nearby alley. Does this place really have what we want? The voice paused for a few seconds before continuing. I'm just afraid if we don't find it. What will we do? What if we can't find it? This voice carried a hint of a sob, making one feel her fear and helplessness. At this moment, another voice sounded. A female insect's voice. It won't happen. Even if we can't find it, we can go to other places. There is always hope. Don't be afraid, young master. It seemed she was worried that her comfort was not sufficient, so the female insect continued to reassure. Besides, Madam knows so many people. Even if we can't find this, you will definitely have other ways. Yes, that's right. The previously anxious male insect hurriedly responded, not knowing whether he was agreeing with her or comforting himself. Then let us hurry up and go. Soon, they could be heard running down the alley. Jie Qingqiu stood at the alley's entrance. smoothing her brow and not showing too much expression. In fact, the moment the male insect's voice sounded, Jie Qingqiu recognized it as Bai Ji. Her first thought was to greet him, but later she felt it was unnecessary. Moreover, eavesdropping on their conversation, although unintentional, felt somewhat underhanded. Although she did not know what had happened in their family, she still hoped for their safety, Jie Qingqiu thought to herself. 133. The Major General rescues the young master that night. The temperature dropped significantly again. Before nightfall, HQ experienced a heavy snowfall, with snowflakes fluttering down from the sky. At first, the snow melted upon hitting the ground, but as the temperature continued to drop and the wind grew fiercer, the snow piled higher and higher, gradually covering the planet's filth and dirt. And in order to hotel online, and after the snow began to fall, they headed towards the hotel following that route. None of them expected the sudden snowfall, so they hadn't dressed warmly enough for the cold. For a moment, it became difficult to endure the chill. The hotel was in a relatively prosperous and clean area of the planet, but due to the sudden heavy snow, the transportation wasn't developed. So they couldn't catch a ride. To shorten the time to the hotel, they had to take a shortcut through the winding, rugged alleys. As they walked through a filthy alley, they heard cries for help. With a thick layer of snow on the ground, the world became quiet, and any sound could be heard from far away. A few shadow guards exchanged glances, ultimately focusing their attention on Jie Qingqiu. Jie Qingqiu stood still, listening for a second or two, and discerned from the faint cries for help that there was a 70 to 80% chance it was Bai Ji. "Let's go take a look." She nodded at the shadow guards, and after receiving the signal, they headed towards the direction of the sound. This secluded alley had many forks, each leading to different places, resembling a small maze. Fortunately, their senses and skills were good, so they quickly found the source of the sound. "What do you want?" Bai Ji's voice trembled slightly, but she still feigned calmness. "Aren't you afraid to do this in broad daylight?" "Afraid? What is there to be afraid of?" A female thug's voice came, sounding somewhat flippant, but each word dripped with malice. "Look at what kind of people are in this shabby place. Who would care about such matters?" Her words were quite reasonable, so Bai Ji didn't argue back. Hearing the sound of snow being continuously trampled, Jie Qingqiu guessed that he was retreating. "Don't come over. If you really dare to make a move, we won't be afraid either." His voice, which tried to sound calm, came off as somewhat weak. Then they heard the female thug's loud laughter. "We? You and who are we? You don't think this woman beside you is on your side, do you? Do you really think she is a good person? A good person would bring you to a place like this?" Ha ha. These dialogues were heard from a distance, and when they finally arrived on the scene, they saw Bai Ji pitifully cornered against a wall, surrounded by a few burly female thugs who were even more imposing in their thick winter clothes. These people exuded a strong scent of blood and malice, and one could only guess how many shady dealings they had engaged in. The guard who had originally stood beside Bai Ji had already betrayed him to the other side. Jie Qingqiu noticed that the guard looked unfamiliar, not like the ones who had followed him last time, and not the one he was closest to. A male like you, especially one that has been trained to be delicate and tender, is the most valuable. Do you know how many people are fighting to get you at the underground auction? Selling you to us, she could get a nice sum of money. The female thug seemed unaware of their approach and continued to threaten Bai Ji. Hearing the words underground auction, Jie Qingqiu's head buzzed. She suddenly recalled a long time ago when she went to the underground auction to buy a vine flower, which was the first time she met Jie. She wondered if he had also been tricked in that way. "But our Bai family has treated you well. Why would you do this?" Bai Ji's emotions were beginning to break down, but she still held back tears as she questioned the guard. "I trusted you so much. Master, Madam is seriously ill, and so many people are eyeing the Bai family. You've treated me well, but I don't need to risk my life to repay that, do I?" The guard's voice was weak, as if it didn't dare to face Bai Ji directly. "And since you say you've treated me well, why not do a good deed to the end? Let me sell you, and I'll get more money. Then I can have a good life in the future." What he said was both absurd and logical, causing an expression of disbelief to spread across Bai Ji's face. "How can you say such things? How can you say such shameless words? Are you not ashamed? If not, what can I do?" The guard seemed to gain a bit of courage. "And if the Bai family collapses, won't you also have a hard time? What if you get bought by a good family in the future? Wouldn't you be living the life of a young master? You should be grateful to me. These words infuriated Bai Ji. The surrounding thugs seemed taken aback by the guard's shamelessness, looking at him with a strange expression. Jie Qingqiu could no longer listen. The weather was getting colder, and she didn't want to waste too much time. Resolving the issue quickly and returning to the hotel was the priority. She signaled to the shadow guards beside her, and they immediately understood her intent, pulling out black cloths from their pockets to cover their faces before charging forward. Jie Qingqiu herself moved to another alley entrance, planning to climb over from the other side to rescue Bai Ji. As they got closer, even the lightest footfalls made noise on the snow, alerting those present. The few people on the scene noticed the incoming presence and turned their attention to the source of the sound. The burly female thugs, seeing someone charging towards them, immediately understood what was happening and transformed their stance, claws extending from their hands. Who dares to ruin your grandmother's good deed? They cursed a few more times and then moved forward to engage. The shadow guards, not ones for excessive chatter, weren't reckless either. They didn't take the insults and provocations to heart. Their movements were quick and agile, as if using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, easily catching the heavy punches of the thugs and then flipping them to the ground. The guard, realizing the situation was going awry, joined the fight. The group became entangled in combat, with the shadow guards not wanting to escalate things too much, so they held back their strength, playing with the thugs like cats with mice. Meanwhile, Jie Qingqiu had already gracefully climbed over the wall. 134. The young master opened his heart to the major general. Bai Ji felt someone suddenly land beside him, and instinctively wanted to scream, but was timely silenced by Jie Qingqiu covering his mouth. It's me. Jie Qingqiu leaned close to his ear and whispered 2 words. In that instant, Bai Ji recognized her voice and quickly quieted down, as if finding support. His tense body relaxed. Jie Qingqiu wasn't paying attention to the small details of the moment, so she didn't notice his change. I'll take you away from here. Bai Yi nodded. She reached out, half embracing his waist, while her other hand climbed onto the stone wall. With a push of her toes, she flipped over the wall, carrying Bai Ji with her. Even with another person's weight, she remained light and barely made sound. After they climbed over, she didn't stop, as it didn't mean they were safe yet. They didn't know if those burly female bugs were carrying any high-damage weapons. The priority was to leave this place quickly. So, without releasing her hold on his waist, she half-dragged, half-carried Bai Ji toward the direction of their hotel. After jogging for a while and putting some distance between them, she finally stopped and quickly released her grip on his waist, as if trying to avoid suspicion. At this point, Bai Ji was already panting and had broken into a light sweat, a flush appearing on his face due to the heat. Jie Qingqiu glanced at his thin clothing and the sweat on his body, and despite being pregnant, she took off her outer coat and draped it over him. Even though she was pregnant, she was still a strong female bug, while the male bug was quite fragile. How do you feel now? Can you still walk? I'll take you to the hotel we booked. Bai Ji shook his head, then nodded, and after catching his breath, he said, I'm a bit tired, but I can still walk. Thank you for saving me, but what about your companions? Hearing that he could still walk, Jie Qingqiu felt relieved. She stepped forward to lead the way, saying as they walked, you don't need to worry about them. We'll go to the hotel first. They'll come soon. Those who have wandered around the underworld know how to cherish their lives. These dark guards were all saved by her from the brink of death, essentially given a second chance at life. After being rescued, they didn't let her down, training hard day after day, year after year. So their skills and abilities were not something ordinary people could compare to, as long as they didn't have any high-damage weapons. Dealing with these local ruffians was more than enough. Even if they did have weapons, it didn't matter. If they couldn't defeat the opponent, they could always find an opportunity to escape safely. Therefore, Jie Qingqiu wasn't too worried about their safety. The journey back to the hotel went very smoothly, and they didn't encounter any other unexpected events along the way. The identification used to book the hotel was a set of virtual identities they had created, allowing Jie Qingqiu to retrieve and use it without exposing her identity. Soon, the two of them successfully obtained the room key. She brought Bai Ji inside, and the first thing she did was turn on the heating. Although the temperature hadn't really adjusted yet, once the door closed, some of the cold, ruthless air was blocked out. It was at this moment that Jie Qingqiu felt the coldness in her hands and feet, which seemed to have gone a bit numb. She shook her head, feeling an indescribable disappointment in herself. In the past, she had encountered such cold weather before, but no matter how cold it was, she could endure it and still perform excellently. She hadn't expected that after becoming pregnant, just a short outing would leave her feeling so numb from the cold. She touched her belly, feeling that she had gained something but also lost something. "Aren't you cold? Your hands seem a bit red." Jie immediately took off Jie Qingqiu's coat and helped her put it on. "I'm not cold anymore. You wear it. I remember you're still carrying a bug egg." Jie Qingqiu replied with a soft and didn't refuse. Jie didn't expect much more of a response. He quickly and consciously familiarized himself with the suite's environment and soon found a place to get hot water, pouring a cup for each of them. At this point, the heating was starting to work, and the temperature in the room gradually rose, finally driving away the cold. The two sat on the sofa, at a distance that was neither too far nor too close, feeling a sense of awkwardness after not seeing each other for a while. After a moment of silence, Jie took the initiative to speak. "Don't you have anything you want to ask me? Like about today?" In the past, if Jie Qingqiu had seen an old acquaintance go through such a big event, she would have asked something, but in the past 6 months, her life had changed too much, filled with many unexpected events. She had learned a lot and gained many lessons, and with her pregnancy, her temper had become inexplicably strange. She seemed to be becoming more reticent, losing her curiosity. Or perhaps, at such times, she was indeed a bit tired and unwilling to say much. However, the sincerity in Jie's gaze, which seemed to carry a hint of pleading, made Jie Qingqiu feel she should respond. So she said, "I heard some things already." Jie pouted, feeling that Jie Qingqiu was a bit unappreciative of his intentions, and continued to speak, seemingly just wanting someone to confide in. "Some things have happened to my family." He sighed as he began. "My mother suddenly fell into a deep sleep for some unknown reason, and we called the most professional doctor who is closely related to us. She said my mother had ingested a forbidden drug from many years ago." At this point, he glanced at Jie Qingqiu. Because this drug had been banned for many years, it was no longer available on the market, making the antidote difficult to find. She said she could retrieve the formula from the pharmacy, but the necessary materials needed to be found by themselves, and some of them were very precious and rare. He sighed heavily again, as if truly troubled. If she said it was precious, it must be hard to find. "I spent a lot of money searching for news about these medicines, and I heard they might have some at HQ, so I came here." When he reached this point, he fell silent for a while, not knowing if he was recalling the betrayal he had just experienced. "Then you saw what happened just now. I was deceived by someone working together inside and out." He seemed very dejected, not knowing whether it was because he couldn't find the materials he wanted or because he had been betrayed, or perhaps both. It really is tough. His sadness felt palpable, and Jie Qingqiu could empathize with some of it, but suddenly she felt a strange sensation, her body sending out an odd signal. A flurry of fragmented images flashed before her eyes, like the scenes of a sea of corpses and rivers of blood she had seen long ago. It didn't seem like an illusion or a dream, but more like a memory, triggered by some special memory and mechanism. Her recollections were projected like a film, displaying frames of the past before her eyes. Her body instinctively retrieved the emotions from that time to let her perceive them, so it felt as if she had returned to the past. As Jie spoke, several lines of text flashed before her eyes. To be precise, it was a few lines printed in a book. The perspective she was looking from felt as if she was reading that book. Strangely, the text describes not someone else, but Qingqiu lying on a hospital bed. The 3 characters of Qingqiu suddenly caught her eye, and just as she tried to see clearly, the next frame flashed by. A particular key phrase drew her attention. On the cliff of Kuni Mountain, there grows a plant called luola grass, which still emits a faint glow even as dusk approaches. Luola grass? She couldn't help but murmur. The 3 characters of Kuni Mountain seemed to be imprinted deep in her mind, before she could process the information and discern her emotions. The scene before her suddenly changed again. A scene she had seen long ago, almost forgotten, resurfaced in her mind. It was at this moment that she remembered that the protagonist in those images she had seen before was actually Jie. 135. The Major General saw the past. In the pouring rain, Bai Ji was crying out loud while holding a blood-soaked female insect. No matter how loud the rain was, it couldn't drown out his heart-wrenching, hysterical cries. Jie Qingqiu shivered all over, and the scene shifted to another image that once terrified her. Beside her lay a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. With severed limbs and countless insect corpses piled together, the thick scent of blood lingering for a long time, becoming extremely foul. She knelt amidst the blood, covered in wounds, seemingly unable to muster the strength to stand up, while Bai Ji stood in front of her with a sinister expression, holding a long sword in his hand. This face didn't seem to belong to him before. It looked like jelly, but she couldn't remember clearly, as if something was deliberately making her forget. Foolish, truly foolish. He sneered and said such a thing, then mercilessly plunged the sharp blade into her chest. She didn't know where this image came from, only that when the Jie Qingqiu in the scene was pierced in the chest, she felt a sharp pain in reality. It made her tremble all over, her face pale, and the smell of blood filled her mouth, ultimately leading her to unable to hold back and spit out a mouthful of blood, staining her clothes completely. Bai Ji was startled by her appearance, his eyes immediately reddening as he rushed to the bathroom to wet a cloth, not thinking to hand it to her, but instead wiping her down himself. "What happened to you?" His trembling hands were due to how frightening the female protagonist's appearance was. She was in so much pain. Just moments ago she was fine. How could she suddenly spit blood? The female protagonist allowed his actions, not stopping him. Gazing at him for several seconds, her eyes filled with complex emotions. After a while, he finally realized and withdrew his gaze, then took the cloth to wipe herself. "Go to Kuni Mountain, there is something you want." She said this calmly, trying to suppress her emotions. Bai Ji paused, looking at her in surprise. "Kuni Mountain? What kind of place is that? Is there really something I want?" Jie Qingqiu didn't know how to answer him, because she wasn't sure either. It was just an unverified image, uncertain of its truth, the origin unknown, and she didn't know if it was a dream or an illusion. How could she respond? She didn't know. After a moment of staring at each other, Jie Qingqiu honestly told him, "I can't be sure. I just have this little impression." Bai Ji's expression changed to one of disappointment, but he concealed it well, trying hard not to show it. "I understand. I will go check it out. Thank you." He thought he was hiding it well, but in fact, his expression was very fragile, filled with sadness, every glance urging others to cherish him. In that moment of daze, Jie Qingqiu wanted to agree to help him, but soon her rationality returned. She still had her own matters to attend to. Her plans were not yet complete, and it wasn't the time to act impulsively. "You will find it." She could only offer such a dry and useless comfort. When their conversation reached this point, the dark guards returned, carrying steaming food from unknown origins. Noticing a stranger in the room, the person they had just rescued, they didn't scrutinize much and simply placed the food on the dining table. 136. It seemed that the young master had seen that person. "Sister, come eat." They set the bowls and chopsticks and shouted to Jie Qingqiu. This was a unique title the secret guards used for Jie Qingqiu. She was not used to being called master like others, as it felt too hierarchical and overly traditional. They were also different from the soldiers in the military. Calling her Major General felt too strange, so after much thought, they decided on this title themselves. Jie Qingqiu herself had no particular opinions about it. Bai Ji silently practiced saying it after hearing it, but did not voice it, feeling an inexplicable touch that she couldn't quite articulate. The meal was consumed quickly, and in the warm room, after being well-fed and satisfied, people naturally began to feel lethargic. Just sitting still for a few seconds made one start to feel sleepy. This remote and underdeveloped HQ had no places for nighttime entertainment, and even if there were, no one would go out in such a cold night to seek trouble. Thus, after sitting for a short while post-meal, everyone went to rest. There were 4 secret guards in total, an Yi, an San, an Wu, and an Qi. They had originally booked a suite with 3 bedrooms, aside from the one for Jie Qingqiu. The remaining 2 were shared by 2 each. Now that Bai Ji had come, it felt much more crowded. Jie Qingqiu was pregnant, and the secret guards didn't dare say that they would sleep well, fearing they would disturb her at night and prevent her from sleeping soundly. So, 3 of them squeezed onto a small bed, while one slept on the sofa in the living room. Fortunately, there was heating and the living room was not cold. The secret guards had no particular thoughts about this. After all, they had endured tougher living conditions. It was Bai Jie who felt quite guilty for a while. Not sure if it was because of this thought. Bai Jie did not sleep well at night, remaining in a half-dreaming state, with her mind constantly focused on the outside, as if she was paying attention to the sounds outside at all times. In the latter half of the night, she was genuinely startled awake, her heart racing so fast that she could barely bear it. In a daze, Bai Jie seemed to hear Jie Qingqiu next door moaning in pain. The two rooms were only separated by a thin wall, and given the economic development of the HQ, the sound insulation was probably not very good. So Bai Jie felt she most likely hadn't heard wrong. After catching her breath, she climbed out of bed, intending to check the situation. Upon opening the door, she discovered that the secret guards were also awake. They had sensed something was wrong even more keenly and had acted more swiftly. At that moment, Bai Jie was truly certain she had heard wrong, and her heart suddenly tightened because the sound of pain was filled with agony, enough to make anyone who heard it feel a sharp pain in their bones. She hurried to the door of Jie Qingqiu's room and looked inside, finding her curled up on the bed, the blanket barely covering half her body, with her shoulders and face exposed, her forehead glistening with sweat, and her complexion already starting to pale. "Sister, what's wrong? Is your stomach hurting again?" And he knelt beside her, but didn't dare to touch her easily. She turned to the others beside her and said, "And San, hurry and call an ambulance." Jie Qingqiu seemed to be unable to hear in Yi's words clearly due to the pain, and it took her several seconds to respond. "Stomach, very painful. Wormeg, very cold." She could no longer finish a complete sentence, her body starting to tremble, but everyone understood her meaning. The room had heating, and fragile Bai Jie felt comfortable in a single layer of clothing. Yet Jie Qingqiu, so healthy, was shivering from the cold, which was clearly abnormal. "And Wu, go get our blankets." And he said urgently, it would definitely take some time for the ambulance to arrive, and at least during this time, they should try to make Jie Qingqiu as comfortable as possible. Hearing this, Bai Jie reacted and ran to her room to grab the thick blankets. She took the blankets to Jie Qingqiu's bed, intending to cover her with them, and he didn't stop her when she saw. The blankets barely wrapped her up, but when Bai Jie unconsciously looked at her after stepping back, she was startled and fell directly to the ground. 137. The Major General was unwell, and the shadow guards were startled by his actions, staring at him in shock. He, however, appeared dazed, unable to express any emotion. He quickly got back up from the ground and lifted some of the bedding covering Jie Qingqiu's face to look at her. In that brief moment when he looked at Jie Qingqiu, he felt as if her face had completely changed, transforming into that of another person. The owner of that face was the late Major General Jie Qingqiu, the one who had deceived him and established a mental link with him. He could never forget that face, even if his memories had faded. It was instinctively etched into his very bones. But now, looking at her, it was still Qinghe's face, ordinary yet commanding, a face that was not often expressive but occasionally gentle. That face was in pain at this moment. No matter how he looked at it, it was not Jie Qingqiu. No, it couldn't be. He must have seen it wrong. He shook his head desperately and, feeling weak from fear, sat down on the ground. Qinghe and Jie Qingqiu could not be the same person. He told himself this, because Jie Qingqiu was vile, greedy, sinful, and deceased, while Qinghe was taciturn, gentle, and kind. She was alive, and even her pain was vivid and tangible, right before his eyes, something he could reach out and touch. They were different. Perhaps it was because he hadn't slept well all night, remaining in a half-dreaming state. And too much had happened in the past few days, which put a lot of pressure on him. After giving himself these reasons, Bai Jie gradually convinced himself, and his emotions began to calm down. And he was unaware that within such a short time, his heart had gone through a tsunami. She pressed her lips together and helped Bai Jie up. "You should get up." Bai Jie, reminded by her, became aware and got up with her support, quietly standing to the side so as not to delay their matters. And he felt somewhat helpless as she paced a few circles in the room, tucking the bedding around Jie Qingqiu to ensure she was wrapped tightly and that her shivering had lessened before stepping out of the room. "And Qi, keep an eye on Sister Qiu. I'll be right back." She spoke quickly and vaguely, but the shadow guards had a tacit understanding, and Qi nodded. Bai Ji caught the gist of it, but had no intention of asking for details. He understood the boundaries. After Yi left Jie Qingqiu's bedroom, she entered their room and locked the door from the inside. After rummaging through the layers of her clothing for a while, she pulled out a miniature communicator. It was disposable, small, easy to carry, and difficult to trace, but it was expensive, and they didn't have many, so they wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. After adjusting it for some time, she finally found the right channel. "This is Vice Officer O." A voice quickly came through the communicator. She jolted. "This is an E." Vice Officer O seemed to have a sixth sense, instantly understanding something. "What happened? What's wrong with the Major General?" Sister suddenly had unbearable abdominal pain in the middle of the night. Even in a warm room, she still feels cold. We've already called for an ambulance. If their lives were compared to an ocean, Jie Qingqiu was the deity residing in the sea, and Vice Officer O was the stabilizing force. Often, her words made everything seem less difficult. "What?" Vice Officer O's voice rose slightly. "How many times has the Major General had unbearable abdominal pain now?" This. She didn't finish her sentence, but an E understood. 138. The Major General is in shock. The once seemingly godlike Jie Qingqiu is no longer here. She has gradually become less omnipotent, less indestructible, less invulnerable. Ever since she became pregnant with this child, she has completely transformed into an ordinary person. No, she doesn't even reach the level of an ordinary person. She seems to have become extremely fragile, unable to withstand even the slightest change from the outside world. That child clings to her body like a parasite, draining her energy and nutrition, causing the mother's body to weaken gradually. Therefore, Annie harbors a deep-seated dislike for that child, and also for the male insect that caused Jie Qingqiu to become pregnant. Deputy Officer O, will she be okay? The question seems absurd. Clearly, it is an E, not Deputy Officer O, who is by Jie Qingqiu's side, yet she asks as if seeking help, showing her vulnerability. Fortunately, Deputy Officer O does not mock her peculiarity. "No, I will find a doctor. I will go to the Major General's side." Her words are delivered with certainty, as if in those brief minutes, she has made an extraordinary decision that she will not regret. But on the General's side, Deputy Officer O interrupts her. "Annie, I am the Major General's deputy. Therefore, everything must prioritize Jie Qingqiu. In a real emergency, I can leave everything behind to be by her side. Moreover, Liu Yintiao, as a general of a nation, has considerable connections and power over the years. She is just a mere deputy, and even if she temporarily leaves her side, there shouldn't be too much a problem." Annie responds softly, seemingly wanting to say more, but the next moment she hears hurried footsteps outside the door, and her brow furrows. "Deputy Officer O, it seems the ambulance has arrived. I'll go take care of Jie." "Okay, you go." Deputy Officer O quickly agrees. "Wait for me. Take good care of the Major General these days." The two say no more, and the call ends. Annie hurriedly heads out, and upon opening the door, she indeed finds that the ambulance has arrived, with several medical staff entering Jie Qingqiu's room. This female insect has gone into shock. She hears one of the medical staff shout urgently before she even approaches. "Quick, prepare emergency measures." After this shout, the medical staff quickly begins the necessary procedures. And to prevent too many people in the room from causing air stagnation, unrelated personnel are all driven out. And Yi's mind goes blank with a loud bang. She cannot see what is happening inside the room, cannot see Jie Qingqiu's face, and cannot grasp any immediate information. They're separated by just a wall. Yet it feels like a vast distance, almost crossing the threshold of life and death. And he cannot understand why things have turned out this way. She never imagined that matters could escalate to such severity, as if the world had changed in an instant. Her heart races wildly, without rhythm, completely beyond her control, and she dares not breathe too deeply. Meanwhile, Bai Ji, who has just come out of Jie Qingqiu's bedroom, also appears to be in poor condition, standing in a corner, helplessly fidgeting with his fingers, his gaze drifting aimlessly. He shares the same worries and fears as everyone else. After performing basic emergency measures, the medical staff place Jie Qingqiu on a stretcher and quickly carry her downstairs, loading her into the ambulance. 139. The critical illness notice of the Major General of the patient's condition is not optimistic. Please sign this critical illness notice. As the operating room door suddenly opened, the doctor who stepped out spoke these words, shocking everyone present. And he staggered back a step, almost unable to stand firm. She closed her eyes, unable to release the breath caught in her throat, leaving her nearly suffocated. How could this happen? However, there was no time for them to think, to struggle, or to resist, because Jie Qingqiu was lying on the operating table, her life uncertain, not knowing what changes might occur in the next moment. She held the pen, wanting to sign her name, but when the pen tip hovered over the paper, it just wouldn't fall. Because she no longer had a name, and he was just a code. From the day Jie Qingqiu returned from the gates of hell, they had discarded their former names and left their past selves behind. They were also determined not to be bound by anything in this world, to be whoever they wanted to be, to call themselves any name they wished, as if they had no attachments. Yet at this moment, and he understood that how could a person truly live in this world without any attachments? How could one really be unbound by anything? Sometimes what binds a person is a shackle, and sometimes it's love. The former brings pain, while the latter is sweet. After all, a person is not an isolated island, nor is one a free-spirited wind. What's wrong? The doctor asked, surprised by her delay in signing. And Jie also noticed the anomaly, and he looked at them helplessly, unable to remember that she could use the fake identity information she had prepared earlier. Jie seemed to notice her embarrassment and took the pen. What is your relationship with the patient? The doctor didn't let him sign directly, but asked. He hesitated, feeling somewhat shy yet bold, and said, I am her fiancé, and that is my child. He then gained the rightful qualification to sign and wrote his name without hesitation. And he wanted to say something upon hearing his words. But in the end, she said nothing. The waiting time was long, as if a second in this world had been infinitely extended into a lifetime. In the corridor outside the operating room, it felt like they had lived through several lifetimes of autumns and winters, cold and desolate, covering this segment of life, devoid of vitality. After what seemed like several hours, the doctor came out of the ward again, bringing them a new question and a new answer. We have proposed a new solution, but there have been relatively few clinical trials prior to this, and we cannot guarantee 100% success. The doctor hesitated when saying this, showing that she had undergone a psychological struggle. After all, to put it nicely, this was an attempt to try a new method to save lives. To put it harshly, it was using her patient as a test subject. However, the patient's condition was indeed too dangerous, and it was rare for a female insect to be in such a perilous situation due to pregnancy. So no one could guarantee that they could pull her back from the gates of hell. Proposing this method was like trying to treat a dead horse as if it were alive. And Jie unconsciously exchanged glances, both seeing the determination in each other's eyes. And San, and Wu, and Qi also gathered around. At this moment, everyone seemed to share a silent understanding and simultaneously asked, what method? 140. The young master unexpectedly becomes a father by extracting the immature, undeveloped worm eggs from the patient's body and placing them in a cultivation chamber for external culture. She explained it in a very simple and understandable way, and everyone quickly grasped the meaning. However, the cultivation chamber was newly developed by the Interstellar Biological Organization for this external cultivation concept, and there have been very few clinical trials conducted, with the results not being 100 successful. The doctor spoke slowly at this point, detailing every aspect. After the worm eggs are extracted, the benefit is that the probability of the patient recovering from life-threatening conditions increases to 80, while the downside is that the survival rate of the worm eggs does not exceed 30, and the subsequent external cultivation will cost at least 5 million star coins. If the eggs are not extracted, the probability of both the patient and the worm eggs being out of danger is 60. She believed she had presented a very difficult choice to everyone, her tone serious and her expression grave, as if she were empathizing with their struggle. However, for everyone present, this choice was not really a choice at all, as everyone would unhesitatingly and firmly choose to extract the eggs. The doctor sighed slightly and said, you have 10 minutes to think about it. After you finish thinking, let me know your answer. No need to think, we choose to extract them. And he almost blurted out. The doctor frowned at her response, and shifted his gaze to Bai Ji. "You are the child's father. You decide." Bai Ji completely forgot the words he had spoken when he impersonated someone else earlier. Hearing this, he instinctively wanted to explain, but quickly recalled the situation. Okay." Nervous, he unconsciously licked his slightly dry lips with his tongue. His answer was undoubtedly the same as theirs, but he hesitated just before saying it. He looked at Jie Qingqiu. Would she be willing? In fact, among everyone involved in this matter, Jie Qingqiu had the real decision-making power. Ultimately, the reason others made such a choice was because their feelings for her outweighed all else. But what about her? When faced with her own life and the child in her womb, which would she choose? Did her friends have the right to make this choice for her? Now the doctor was asking for his answer, but he did not dare to speak. What if his answer was one that Jie Qingqiu herself did not want? Sister would be willing, and he confidently assured him. You must love yourself before loving others. That is the premise of any identity. This was something Jie Qingqiu had told her, and she had always kept it in mind, afraid to forget. So when Bai Ji asked this question, she felt her guess was likely correct. If she wakes up and it's different from what we expected, I am willing to bear everything. However, the words she spoke now and the actions she took were contrary to what Jie Qingqiu had taught her. Now, she was taking on risks that she shouldn't have for someone else, doing something very self-centered. And he speculated that Jie Qingqiu's statement was incomplete. It should have had a second half. Sometimes the deepest love in this world can lead one to neglect oneself and forget oneself. But one must always understand what is most important to them. Once that is clear, then nothing one does can be considered wrong. After receiving her affirmative response, Bai Ji also made up his mind. He looked firmly at the doctor and said to her, "We choose to extract the worm eggs." 141. The young master's child, after the answer was received, the doctor returned to the operating room, and then there was an endless wait. The corridor outside the operating room was illuminated by bright lights and had clean, shiny tiles, with no windows that could be opened. Without being able to see the scenery outside, one could not tangibly feel the passage of time. Therefore, they did not know that it had already become bright outside, and a new day had arrived. Of course, they also did not know that it had started to snow heavily outside, with snowflakes falling gently, covering the entire world again, seemingly wanting to hide all impurities beneath the white snow. And E and the others had no idea how long they had been waiting outside. They only knew that maintaining one position had made their limbs numb and stiff, and it was only then that the surgical lights finally went out. Shortly after, Jie Qingqiu was pushed out. The patient had already escaped life-threatening danger, but still needed to be observed in the intensive care unit for a few more days. Once there were no major issues, she could be transferred to a regular ward. The doctor patiently explained to them while the nurse pushed Jie Qingqiu, lying on the bed, toward the intensive care unit. They did not dare to block the way, so they could only follow the bed at a distance, looking at Jie Qingqiu's face from afar. However, she was in a coma and obviously couldn't show any expression or provide any response. After undergoing a life-and-death surgery, her complexion was pale. We have removed the worm egg and placed it in the cultivation chamber. We will inform you of the cultivation method later. You can choose to stay here and let us assist with the cultivation, or you can take it home and follow the cultivation manual. Only when the doctor mentioned the worm egg did they remember it. Following the doctor's gaze, they saw a small, transparent, oval-shaped device being pushed out of the operating room on a cart. Inside the transparent device was filled with a viscous, light green gel, and a pearly white worm egg was buried in the gel, seemingly emitting a faint glow. And Yi's gaze lingered on it for a moment before moving away, redirecting her attention entirely back to Jie Qingqiu. The doctor did not pay attention to her reaction, but focused on Bai Ji, as he was the father of the worm egg. So how have you decided? Will you leave the worm egg in the hospital, or take it home for cultivation? With that, she handed Bai Ji a manual. It contained some basic knowledge about the cultivation chamber, so you can familiarize yourself with it first. Bai Ji, who was once again forced to be a father, smiled helplessly. However, since those words came from his mouth, it was not appropriate to refute or defend himself, so he could only awkwardly accept it. Jie Qingqiu was pushed into the intensive care unit, where she was connected to various instruments and tubes. Perhaps due to looking through a layer of glass, she appeared very fragile. After a group of people stood outside and watched for a long time, they finally felt resigned. Having waited outside the operating room for more than 10 hours without rest or food, now that the tense string had relaxed, fatigue, hunger, and coldness swept over them again. After rebooking a few rooms in a hotel near the hospital, and E and the others discussed going to rest. You should go rest too. And E said to Bai Ji, I've booked a room for you, and Sam will bring you food later. Bai Ji absent-mindedly nodded, as his focus was on another matter. 142. The young master's psychological struggle. The first thing Bai Ji did when he returned to his room was not to close his eyes and rest, alleviating the fatigue of the past 10 hours, but to take out the parenting manual that the doctor had handed him. From the outside, the manual didn't seem particularly special. It resembled the promotional brochures given out by businesses during outings. However, he felt that the information contained within was overwhelmingly heavy. This was because the doctor had also entrusted him with the responsibility of becoming a father. Accepting it meant accepting that identity and the weighty responsibility that came with it. Bai Ji felt a bit dazed. After hesitating for a while, the face of Jie Qingqiu flashed through his mind, sometimes vivid, sometimes profound, and sometimes pale and lifeless on the hospital bed, before finally conjuring the image of the worm, egg submerged in gel. After repeating this several times, he finally made up his mind. He was Bai Ji, the son of Bai Rinqiu, and he had plenty of money. The most significant expense involved in nurturing that worm egg was also money, so it wasn't a big deal for him. Moreover, Jie Qingqiu had saved his life. It was only right for him to repay that kindness. Besides, when Jie Qingqiu recovered, he might not even want him to take care of him. So it was just a matter of this troublesome period. Bai Ji reminded himself not to overthink it and not to associate this matter with anything else, such as his relationship with Jie Qingqiu. But who could truly avoid being moved by the heroic figure who had once saved them? He still vividly remembered how, when he was rescued yesterday, Jie Qingqiu's arm had wrapped around his waist, the warmth left on his skin through the fabric, and the refreshing scent of detergent that filled his nostrils when they were close together. Bai Ji dared not let himself be moved, nor did he want to reveal any signs in front of Jie Qingqiu for fear of disrupting the balance in their relationship. But feelings are something that can be hidden from others but not from oneself. One can deceive oneself, but not others. So Bai Ji understood his own feelings. He sighed and opened the parenting manual. Inside, there were more than 10 simple notes of caution written down, forcing himself to focus. He flipped through the pages and finally couldn't help but close his eyes and drift off to sleep after reading it once. When he awoke, it was already night. Coincidentally, just in time for dinner. Still not fully awake, he got up to get ready, subconsciously wanting to go to the hospital to check on Jie Qingqiu when there was a knock on the door. It turned out to be Sam bringing him dinner. They exchanged a few light words, and after learning that Jie Qingqiu was no longer in danger and that all vital signs were improving, he felt relieved. After quickly finishing dinner, he hurried to the hospital. Jie Qingqiu, who had completely escaped danger, had already been moved to a regular single room. When Bai Ji arrived, and he was already there, sitting on the sofa in a daze, he quietly pushed the door open, and he looked up at him alertly. Once she recognized him, she relaxed. How is he? He asked softly as he approached. Has he woken up? And he shook her head. Not yet, but he's much better now. At least he's out of danger. The doctor said waking up is just a matter of time. Oh, that's good, Bai Ji said, moving a few steps closer to the bedside, observing Jie Qingqiu from a distance. After looking him up and down several times, he finally withdrew his gaze and said to an E, I want to discuss something with you. 143. Young Master S. Caring Father Daily. 1 what? Bai Ji licked his somewhat dry lips. It wasn't really a discussion, it was just, oh dear. And he wasn't in a hurry, just watching him, actually showing no emotion in his eyes, yet inexplicably putting pressure on Bai Ji. After a long time of stammering, he finally said, yesterday, in a moment of urgency, I said I was the child's father. Although that's not true, I thought, why not just support us during this time? After all, I have quite a bit of money. But after saying that, he felt it was a bit strange and hurriedly added, and you all saved me yesterday. Qing even gave me your coat. Then he couldn't continue because he suddenly had a guess. Was it because he had made Qingqiu feel this way? Wearing just a thin garment in such cold weather for so long, ordinary people couldn't stand it, let alone someone pregnant. In just a moment, he fell into a kind of self-loathing. She was like this because of me, it must be. When a person experiences negative emotions, it can be very inexplicable. Moreover, this negative energy spreads rapidly, enveloping him entirely, ultimately leading to constant internal turmoil. Fortunately, an E was there to stop him from this self-destructive behavior. This has nothing to do with you. Since you became pregnant, her health hasn't been good. Based on that trend, this situation was bound to happen sooner or later. You're just like us. It's only because you pity her that you have such thoughts, but in fact, it has nothing to do with you. Then she quickly shifted the topic back to the point he had just raised. If you really feel uneasy, then please take good care of the bug egg during this time. And he rarely spoke such a long paragraph because she wasn't very good at expressing emotions. But in moments like this, she needed to say so much she understood. Because an E firmly separated this matter from Bai Ji, he quickly pulled himself out of that emotional quagmire and realized he had just fallen into a terrible situation. Although he still didn't agree with the idea that it had nothing to do with him, he could easily and willingly accept this sense of indebtedness and guilt, knowing how to face it with the right emotions and actions. Thank you, I understand. He exhaled heavily. Can I go see the bug egg now? And he frowned. Yes, since I'm asking you to take care of him during this time. Most things are up to you. However, I don't know where he is. I haven't seen him. When she said this, her expression was clearly not particularly gentle, but there was no resentment either, as if facing something entirely unrelated. You can ask the doctor. Bai Ji could actually understand what she was thinking. After a few brief exchanges, he left the single patient room and went to ask the doctor about the location of the bug egg. The hospital didn't have a specific place to store such a culture chamber. After all, this was still a new concept from the Interstellar Biological Research Organization. So the burden of Jie Qingqiu could only be placed in the laboratory. Bai Ji was led by the doctor in that direction, and when the layers of mechanical doors opened, he suddenly felt a strange sensation. His heart began to beat violently out of his control, almost making him feel suffocated for a moment. This is very strange. 144. The Young Master's Daily Life with His Kind Father, Part 2. When the insect egg, soaked in the cultivation pod, appeared before him, the strange feeling he experienced not only did not dissipate, but instead became stronger. It was like an indescribable resonance, as if the yet-to-hatch insect egg, which had not yet developed self-awareness, was calling to him, guiding him, wanting to tell him something. But how could that be possible? The insect egg had not even fully formed, and the life inside had not developed self-awareness at all. It was like a slightly advanced, differentiated cell. Thus, Bai Ji took a few deep breaths, forcefully suppressing the strange feeling in his heart. 145. The Daily Life of the Young Master's Kind Father, 3. What's the difference? Bai Ji had never seen other insect eggs before, so he naturally didn't know how they were, but he did have some self-imagined impressions in his mind. So when he heard the doctor's words, he leaned in closer to observe carefully. After looking a few more times, he indeed found some differences, although they were all pure white and round. He particularly noticed something unusual in that curvature. Even through the light green translucent gel, Bai Ji could see the unique faint light refracted by this insect egg. That magical and strange resonance appeared again. It was as if the world had quieted down at that moment, and his heartbeat was infinitely amplified, rhythmically echoing in that space. But what he heard was definitely not just that. It was as if he could also hear the heartbeat of that unformed life, and, at a certain moment, their heartbeats reached the same rhythm and began to beat together. In that instant, he even felt a surge of tears. He didn't know if he was marveling at the wonders of life or something else. In any case, at that moment, Bai Ji developed feelings towards this burden beyond just his responsibility for Jie Qingqiu. After leaving the laboratory that day, he ordered a large batch of prenatal education picture books and bought some small, portable musical instruments. Whenever he had time, he would return to the lab and read stories or play music for the insect egg through the cultivation chamber. In this process, his heart reached an unprecedented calm and joy, as if he was anticipating the birth of this life. And indeed, things were getting better day by day. This included Jie Qingqiu, who was lying in the hospital bed, and his mother, who was far away on the main star. Jie Qingqiu's health improved day by day. Although she had not fully awakened yet, all indicators showed she was progressing in a positive direction, and now they were just waiting for her to wake up. Since the day Jie Qingqiu mentioned Kunyi Mountain, he had relayed that information back. Although Bai Rinqiu was in a deep sleep, his family still had Chun Yi and his cousins, so it was impossible for the Bai family to lose order. Moreover, his mother was merely in a coma and was not in any life-threatening danger. Her bodily functions were all quite normal. In a letter to Chun Yi, he deliberately concealed the part about being betrayed by the guards, only stating that he had encountered a seriously ill old friend and wanted to stay behind to care for them for a while. After all this time, news finally came from the main star, and it was a huge piece of good news. Kunyi Mountain indeed had what they wanted, and because of the plant's naturally pure growth, the medicinal properties could achieve twice the result with half the effort. The doctors there were already hurrying to produce the antidote. When Bai Ji received this news, he let out a big sigh of relief, feeling that the dark clouds that had been hanging over his heart for so long had finally dispersed a bit, and everything was moving in a positive direction. However, it was at this time that he received a request from Chun Yi to return, saying that there had been new developments regarding Bai Rinqiu being drugged, and he needed to return to take charge. This matter not only concerned him and his mother, but also involved the entire Bai family, and he could not possibly continue to stay here. Therefore, he could only propose to leave to the secret guards. But Jie Qingqiu had not yet awakened. 146. Major General awakens. Sudden change, I'm sorry, but I have to leave early because of some matters at home. He felt somewhat at a loss when he said this to an E, and he didn't think there was anything for him to apologize for. It's fine. Since you have matters to attend to, you can go. It's just what? Bai Ji paused and looked at him. It's just a bug egg here. Could I trouble you to take care of it for a while longer? When Anise said this, her face was filled with a shy expression, as if she felt her request was somewhat unreasonable and demanding. You know, my sister hasn't woken up yet, and we can't take care of him right now. This reason seemed insufficient, like she was just making up excuses to placate him. But in fact, an E had more to say. Yesterday, she had contacted Vice Officer O again and learned that the Empire hasn't been very stable lately. Zhang Tai and her group were trying every means to find her weaknesses, seemingly brewing some major moves. With Jie Qingqiu still not awake, they had to care for him while also coordinating with the Empire from afar, leaving them no time to take care of a bug egg that hadn't even hatched yet. Moreover, this bug egg was extremely fragile and required a lot of attention. Fortunately, Bai Ji was understanding, gentle, and kind. Even though her reasons seemed insufficient, unjustified, and unreasonable, he still agreed to the request. It's all right. Bai Ji smiled, inexplicably feeling a sense of relief. Then I'll take him home and take care of him for a while. After a pause, he added, actually, I've developed some feelings for him while taking care of him these days. Then thank you. Upon hearing his affirmative response, and he visibly relaxed. That's really too much trouble for you. Once we resolve our issues here, we will contact you immediately. You can keep track of the expenses for taking care of the bug egg during this time, and we will settle it all at once later. She said this earnestly, not like an ordinary person trying to deliberately sever their relationship. Talking about money was merely out of concern for the other person's loss. If you need any help in the future, you can contact us right away. As long as we can do it, we will definitely help. Bai Ji shook his head and nodded again. Money was the least important and least lacking thing for him. Although he understood what he meant, he didn't want to be so precise about accounts with Jie Qingqiu and the people around her. He admitted to having selfish motives. He wanted an entangled relationship with Jie Qingqiu that couldn't be easily severed, which indeed felt less than honorable. Let us not count the money. I will take good care of him. He tugged at his clothes, showing some hesitation as he spoke. When Jie Qingqiu wakes up, just send me a message. And he didn't realize he was thinking so much. She simply thought he cared about Jie Qingqiu because of the life-saving grace that day and their past acquaintance. So she naturally nodded. She asked Bai Ji to give her his ID for the light brain, saying she would add him when she had time. Their conversation ended there, and a few hours later, Bai Ji left with the bug egg still soaking in the nutrient tank. Meanwhile, Jie Qingqiu, lying on a hospital bed, opened his eyes at that moment. 147. Major General awakens. Sudden change. Part 2. Sister, you're awake. And he immediately noticed the movement of Jie Qingqiu and quickly walked to her bedside. How are you feeling now? When Jie Qingqiu opened her eyes, her head was still a bit hazy, not fully awake. Everything in front of her was a blur until Annie spoke, bringing her some awareness. She opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. Her throat felt a bit dry. Annie understood her condition and quickly brought a cup of water, then used a cotton swab to moisten her lips. Sister, do you feel a bit better now? Seeing Jie Qingqiu seem to be moving, she helped her sit up partially. After having her lips moistened, Jie Qingqiu did feel much better, but she wasn't too sure if it was due to lying down for too long, as her body still felt numb, and it seemed her consciousness was the only thing that had awakened. She sat up partially and took a while to find her senses. How long have I been unconscious? At that moment, Jie Qingqiu was not completely unaware. On the contrary, before she fainted, her awareness had become incredibly clear due to the pain, so she knew how and when she had fainted and who was around her. And he almost blurted out, "About half a month." Half a month. Jie Qingqiu pondered for a few seconds, somewhat surprised, not expecting to have slept for such a long time. Has anything happened during this time? Any news about Jie? Annie nodded and shook her head. There have indeed been some movement from the Empire, but there is still no news about Jie. It's as if she didn't finish the rest, as those speculative and emotionally charged words were not for her to say. Jie Qingqiu understood what she was trying to convey. He seemed to have disappeared, as if he had never been part of this world, and so on. She knew all of this. She speculated that Jie had been taken back by his family. After all, she had noticed that his family was not ordinary. Being taken back to a loving environment, Jie would naturally forget the pain, sadness, and unpleasant memories that Jie Qingqiu had given him, and precisely because he had some understanding of her. Knowing that he would definitely not be able to stop her from searching if he just disappeared, he had his female bug erase all traces of him. Jie was such a pure and intelligent male bug. Of course, he was also very gentle, as even with such great abilities, he chose not to take revenge on a female bug who had once hurt him. Therefore, Jie Qingqiu felt nostalgia, resentment, excitement, and love for him. I understand. Jie Qingqiu chose to respond this way. Is the situation from the Empire manageable? Seeing her skip the topic, Annie breathed a sigh of relief. It's not a big disturbance, but there are definitely preparations in place. We discussed this yesterday, and we'll summarize the specific matters for you shortly. Jie Qingqiu nodded, knowing that since it wasn't too significant, they could proceed according to their plan. She looked around the hospital room and finally remembered what she had forgotten. What about Jie? Did he go home? And he was taken aback for a moment before realizing who Jie was. Yes, he went back. She paused and added, Sister, I took the liberty of letting him take your bug eggs back to help us take care of them. Since there are quite a few thoughts coming from the Empire now, and there might be big movements, I'm afraid the bug eggs might be detrimental to you and continue to hold you back. However, she didn't say the latter part. Jie Qingqiu was stunned for a moment before she understood what she was saying. 148. Major General awakens. Sudden change, Part 3. What do you mean the bug egg was taken back? She belatedly reached out to touch her abdomen, only to realize that the rounded form she could once feel had disappeared. The sensation of the internal energy that had been maintained for a long time, and the feeling of losing her mental power were also gone, making her feel much lighter, as if all the previous constraints and shackles had vanished. At this moment, she truly felt the difference and realized that the bug egg that had been in her abdomen for several months was gone. Even though her feelings for the bug egg were quite complex, there was not entirely a lack of love. So the thought that something might have happened still made her a bit anxious. What's going on? Annie patted her head and then realized she hadn't told the other person this important matter yet. Sister, didn't you faint last time? Later, you were sent to the emergency room for rescue. The doctor said that to save both you and the bug egg, the probability of successful surgery was very low, and then proposed a new solution. She was thinking about her wording as she spoke. They said it was possible to take out the bug egg and cultivate it in an incubator, which would greatly increase the likelihood of your surgery being successful. However, Annie hesitated for a moment and still told her the truth. But this cultivation concept is newly proposed, and there are still relatively few clinical experiments. So there is no way to guarantee 100% success in cultivation and even the success rate. She didn't finish her sentence, nor did she need to, as everything was left unsaid. Jie Qingqiu understood her meaning from this long explanation. At first, she didn't say anything or react, just silently lowered her brows and eyes, seemingly lost in thought. In fact, her emotions were not hard to understand. She was someone who valued her life and knew how to love herself. If she had been conscious at that time, she might have made the same choice. She didn't know how to evaluate this behavior. Should she say she was selfish, or should she say she was self-loving? Or perhaps she was just too indifferent to emotions and had belated realizations. But this was Jie Qingqiu. However, after such a thing had indeed happened and the outcome was settled, her feelings were inevitably complex, as if to ensure her own survival. She had indeed sentenced that unformed little life to death. This emotion intensified for a while before gradually fading a bit. As for why she let Jie take the bug egg back, it was because there had been some recent movements over there, likely brewing a major action. It was convenient to keep him by her side, and there were many considerations that they might not have time to take care of properly. And he began to explain this matter. "I understand," she replied, then raised her eyes to An. "You did well. You've worked hard during this time." An breathed a sigh of relief and shook her head. "Sister, there's one more thing." Jie Qingqiu signaled An to continue with her eyes. "On the day you fainted, I contacted Vice Officer O. She expressed great concern for your health and is on her way to HQ." Upon hearing this, Jie Qingqiu's reaction was more pronounced. She first frowned, then widened her eyes in disbelief. "You mean she's on her way here? What about the Empire's affairs? Is she not handling them?" 149. Major General Awakening, Sudden Change 4. Officer O said that there is no need to worry about these matters. They are currently unable to endure, General He. And Wei paused for a moment to comfort herself, and then began to unconsciously defend Officer O. "After all, she is also concerned about your health, and we are all worried about your health." Jie Qingqiu certainly knew this, and it was precisely because she understood that she had such a strong reaction. Ultimately, she did not intend to blame An or Officer O. When emotions are at play, it is difficult for reason to suppress them, so it is understandable that she acted this way driven by her feelings. What she currently resented and was dissatisfied with was herself. After all, it was because of her that Officer O took such a great risk and made such a daring move. Jie Qingqiu felt she had no right to blame anyone, because if it weren't for her poor health, many of their plans might have been completed ahead of time. "I know," she replied to An, unconsciously letting out a sigh. "I have dragged you all down. Sister, don't say such things." An's face clearly showed some emotions, akin to resistance, dissatisfaction, and a hint of complaint. "You know that I don't say this to hear you respond like that." Perhaps it was rare to see her like this, so when An spoke with a tone of reproach, Jie Qingqiu couldn't help but smile. The atmosphere in the room became much more relaxed again. "I know, maybe I've slept too long, and my mind hasn't caught up," she said as she lay down a bit further, feeling somewhat tired after sitting for so long, thinking about so many issues and talking for so long. "I'm a bit hungry," she shyly smiled at An. Perhaps it was because she had just recovered from serious illness. At this moment, she rarely revealed some childishness, making one think that she was still quite young, and in the grand scheme of the galaxy, she was just a youth. However, time and society always impose excessive demands on such young people, not giving them much time, yet expecting them to take on significant responsibilities. After she smiled, the atmosphere became completely relaxed, and the slight tension and oppression that had lingered disappeared. "All right, but sister, you just woke up, so you can't eat anything too flavorful." And he raised an eyebrow at her, not being frivolous. "So you'll have to drink some plain kanji." Jie Qingqiu sighed in discontent. An ignored her silent resistance and went to prepare food for her outside the hospital room. Jie Qingqiu didn't really want to childishly defy medical advice to satisfy her cravings. She lay on the hospital bed and fell asleep again during the waiting time. The atmosphere here was incredibly relaxed, and Officer O was on the way to HQ Star, as if everything would develop in a good direction, and time would give them a breather. However, the Empire they had carelessly left behind experienced an unforeseen incident. This change was beyond everyone's expectations. No one had anticipated that such a turning point would suddenly arise in the original plan, and at this moment, they did not come together as a group. Those with malicious intent almost effortlessly achieved their goals. 151. The Empire Incident, Part 2. General Liu, do you have nothing to say? Zhang Tai adjusted her fur collar, as if the cold air had seeped into it. Her expression remained indifferent, as if she were not the one who had vocally accused Lu Yinqiao of 10 crimes yesterday. This was a prison cell in Empire's main star, housing violent felons, and the space was relatively narrow with dark composite metal walls on all sides. Only a small window, the size of a palm, was located 2 meters high, allowing a narrow view of the outside world. This design seemed somewhat humane. Lu Yinqiao sat on the small single bed, but did not look at Zhang Tai when she spoke. What do you want to know? Naturally, she wanted to know what she should know. Zhang Tai was accustomed to being enigmatic, but it was clear that Lu Yinqiao would not follow her logic. What do you want to know? What should you know? Her tone was normal and did not resemble that of a prisoner who had nearly lost her human rights. Do you think I know you well? Huh. Zhang Tai was not provoked. She smiled faintly. General Lu is truly humorous, but this game of Tai Chi is pointless. It's better for you not to resist stubbornly. Diong Dai. Lu Yinqiao called her name. Zhang Tai adjusted her clothing again. At this moment, Lu Yinqiao finally looked up at her. The two were separated by a translucent barrier resembling a railing. If I say this, will you let me go? Am I still a general of the Empire's mecha army? This sounded strange, like a request or a threat, but it seemed more like a simple inquiry. Zhang Tai was about to answer affirmatively, but was cut off. You don't need to tell me yes. There's no need for that. I actually know you quite well. Upon hearing this, the corner of Zhang Tai's mouth twitched, showing a hint of impatience, which Lu Yinqiao pretended not to see. Whether you speak or not, it's the same outcome. Why bother? She withdrew her gaze. And I really have nothing to say. I, Lu Yinqiao, have always acted with integrity and never had my own extrajudicial forces. The Lutong vein is not in my hands. Impossible. Zhang Tai's tone carried some emotion. Why is it impossible? Lu Yinqiao scoffed. If you don't believe what I say, then why ask? Let me say something you find impossible. I've never seen the Lutong vein. After that, Zhang Tai fell silent. She did not believe the other party's words were true, but felt helpless about her stubbornness. Yet, she had no way to adopt a tough approach, fearing that the other side might retaliate, leaving the information about the Lutong vein truly out of reach. The Lutong was like a material with inherent magical properties. Any weapon made from it would have a 30 higher lethality than those made from other materials, making it a valuable asset in military operations, saving a lot of effort. You should think carefully about whether to speak or not. After a long while, Zhang Tai finally said this. I'll give you another chance. I hope the general can seize it well. After saying this, she walked out, and the metal door closed from top to bottom, making the narrow room much dimmer. Lu Yinqiao first rolled her eyes impatiently, then sighed after a while. 152. The Empire Incident, Part 3, General Lu. After a while, she finally spoke again, this time choosing a title that wouldn't provoke any emotional reaction from the other party. I came here today to inquire about an important matter. Huang Inshao's voice regained a hint of calmness and a smile, as if she had already composed herself in such a short time. And her words were very official and unfamiliar. Lu Yinqiao's figure, preparing to go to bed, paused for a moment, her head seeming to lower slightly, or perhaps it didn't. Considering the past, Huang Inshao instinctively wanted to mention the past affections, but suddenly realized that this would surely make the other party furious. So she quickly changed her words. We've worked together for so many years. I believe we can have a calm conversation. The air fell silent for a while. And after some time, Lu Yinqiao turned around to look at her again. Her expression returned to normal, with no anger or disgust, only a hint of weariness. What do you want to talk to me about? When it comes to serious matters, Huang Inshao always habitually put on another face, which was her invincible weapon, making it hard for others to discern her true thoughts or understand her real position, maintaining a constant smile. Even though she loved this person in front of her, or thought she did, it still couldn't change this habit. Huang Inshao chuckled lightly, wanting to discuss the topic of the Lutong vein with General Lu. The Lutong vein. Those 3 words, that thing, she knew it. Lu Yinqiao tiredly closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them again, her expression was sharp once more. What about the Lutong vein? Does General Lu want me to introduce some functions and uses of Lutong? I thought all this information could be found online with a few clicks. You know that's not it. Then what is it? The two exchanged words. and it seemed there was a hint of tension in the air as they looked at each other again. This time, it was still Huang and Xiao who broke the deadlock first. "I want to know where the Lutong vein is. I need this thing." She said it very directly, which was not her usual habit, but she had to say it this way in front of Lu Yintiao. "I believe you know that so far no one knows where that mine is. I've used many methods, but haven't found it." Huang and Xiao lightly shook her head, seemingly genuinely troubled. "You just said no one knows, so I definitely won't know either. It might just be a rumor after all, since no one has seen it." "No one knows except for you." "I don't know either." Their dialogue was like a game of charades, with neither willing to speak plainly or acknowledge the other. Lu Yinqiao was very stubborn and obstinate. She firmly insisted she didn't know, and everyone felt this was not the truth and attempted to expose her lies. But they couldn't get her to reveal the truth. Huang and Xiao actually understood her, so she wasn't too disappointed. Now that Jie Qingqiu was dead, she felt her chances were the greatest. Lu Yinqiao would either say nothing at all or only tell her something. After all, they had loved each other. After a while, she began to feel dissatisfied with the wording she had imagined in her mind. They should still be in love, Huang and Xiao thought. "All right, then I won't disturb you any longer. You should rest well. This is a Christmas gift I brought for you." She took out a small gift box from her pocket and pushed it into the gap. "You can endure here for a while. When the time is right, I'll take you out." She turned to leave, but Lu Yintiao spoke again. "Huang and Xiao, you truly have a wolf's ambition." Huang and Xiao stopped, turned back to look at Lu Yintiao, and replied, "Ian, didn't you already know?" 153. The Imperial Incident, Part 3. After Huang and Xiao left, the heavy door was closed again, and the small cell became dim once more. Lu Yinqiao sat on the bed in a daze, her expression blank and her gaze hollow, not knowing what she was thinking. After a while, she got off the bed to take the gift that Huang and Xiao had left for her. The gift box was about the size of an adult female insect's palm, approximately 20 centimeters tall, and likely had 2 layers. She sat back on the bed and slowly began to unwrap the gift box. The packaging was not exquisite, but it was in her favorite royal blue color. When the first layer was revealed, Lu Yinqiao was taken aback and then took it out. It was a piece of flower cake that was not particularly well made, with a somewhat rough flower shape painted on it using edible coloring. She didn't see many flowers, so she couldn't recognize the variety. If Jie Qingqiu were here, she would probably be able to identify it from the poor artistry. This piece of flower cake showed everywhere that it did not match Huang and Xiao's status. It was cheap and rough, while as a general and also a close aide to the queen, she was noble and exquisite. They were discordant, contradictory, and incompatible. But this was also a gift personally given to Lu Yinqiao by Huang and Xiao. It was like this 70 years ago, and it was still like this 70 years later. When Huang and Xiao was in her 20s, she was still quite naive and handled matters very cautiously. She was a proud person with a strong, unusual sense of self-esteem. But clearly, at that time, her wealth and power could not match her self-esteem and ambition. Lu Yinqiao did not know how long Huang and Xiao had built up the psychological fortitude to give her the flower cake, nor how long she had mustered the courage to confess to her with a piece of flower cake. She was so inexperienced then, with a hint of unease and panic in her eyes. Her way of confessing was also very clumsy, not romantic enough, not exquisite enough, not grand enough. But it was sincere enough. She said, "Senior, I want to be with you. I know you're a female insect, but I want to be with you." The 3 words she expressed showed great determination and a strong desire, though in the end, Lu Yinqiao had to admit that this sentence was not that romantic and did not respect her enough. But what did she say at that time? "Junior, you are quite cute." In fact, at that time, she did not know this reckless junior, and she was thinking of a polite refusal. But before she could finish her sentence, the other party took this compliment as acceptance and agreement, and then mindlessly rushed over to hug her, using a very poor kiss to express her feelings. Then Lu Yinqiao thought, "Well, okay, then let's do it this way. Let's give it a try." During the 60 years apart from Huang and Xiao, Lu Yinqiao occasionally felt that it was a completely wrong decision, blaming her youthful impulsiveness and recklessness, which led to unnecessary entanglements and pain later on. Lu Yinqiao made an effort to open her eyes, swallowing back the emotions that were about to overflow. She took out the piece of flower cake, examined it, and then ate it. It wasn't that she was unguarded, nor was it that she trusted Huang and Xiao so much. But she knew that no one wanted her dead at that moment. The flower cake melted in her mouth, and the intense yet not cloyingly sweet floral fragrance burst forth, leaving her in a daze. It seemed like the taste from 70 years ago, yet also seemed different. She didn't know, because she couldn't remember. Too many years had passed. After finishing the flower cake, she opened the second layer, which contained a small branch of winter sweet, adorned with small and delicate buds, one of which seemed to have already bloomed. The fragrance of the flowers spilled out of the gift box like a flood, quickly filling the entire cell. In fact, calling it winter sweet was not entirely accurate. It was a genetically modified mutant plant from modern interstellar times, with flowers that had a strong and lasting fragrance, cold-resistant, drought-resistant, and moisture-resistant. And most importantly, the plant had a very strong survival ability, capable of being propagated by cuttings, as any branch could take root and sprout. This was not particularly special, but in the present context, the most meaningful aspect of this winter sweet was that 70 years ago, the place where Huang and Xiao confessed and kissed her was filled with such winter sweet. It was the season when the flowers bloomed. The whole garden was in bloom, and as the cold wind blew, the petals fell onto their collars and hair. Even that kiss was filled with the fragrance of winter sweet. Later, both of them tacitly agreed that this was the flower that could witness their feelings. However, that winter sweet garden collapsed and disappeared in a brawl over 50 years ago. Lu Yinqiao tucked the winter sweet branch behind her ear, inhaling the fragrance and closing her eyes. After a long while, she let out a soft sigh. Huang and Xiao, you truly are ambitious and a despicable person. 154. General returns to the Empire. What did you say? Jie Qingqiu almost immediately sat up from the bed, her breathing quickening uncontrollably. Something happened in the Empire? According to the news we received, it is indeed true. This afternoon, Zhang Tai publicly announced 10 charges against the general, and half an hour later, the Queen sent the guard to arrest the general. When Yi said these words, he didn't look relaxed either. His furrowed brows remained tense. This matter is extraordinary and cannot be easily resolved. After hearing this news, Fugwen was even more devastated. Such an incident occurred just 3 days after she left, and she had recklessly sabotaged the plan, stubbornly insisting on coming here. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, not daring to think too deeply, as her current state did not allow for deep thoughts. Yi, you first book tickets back to the Empire. I will contact an heir and the others to formulate a plan to pick us up. After saying this, she pursed her lips and added, the general will be fine. It was unclear whether she was comforting herself or them. Jie Qingqiu had known of Fugwen for many years and could almost tell what the other was thinking the moment she spoke. So, she held her hand down. Fugwen, it has nothing to do with you. It's not your fault. Do you understand? She stared intently at Fugwen, although at that moment, her own anxiety was not much less than the other's. Even if you were here, it might not have been able to prevent this. No one expected Zhang Tai to take such bold actions, disregarding public opinion, to take people away. Those so-called 10 charges were nonsense. However, despite this, Jie Qingqiu inevitably fell into self-blame. Lost in thought, it seemed everything stemmed from her. If she hadn't been greedy for that drink in Jiangguzu, if she could have restrained herself from being tempted by alcohol, if she could have handled these matters more maturely afterward, if she had discovered these clues earlier and informed the general so they could solve these issues together, if she had been more mature, steady, and capable from the start. Ifs and ifs, perhaps things would not have deteriorated to such a bad state. But in this world, there is no shortage of people who propose ifs, and what is most lacking is reality. She blinked, not allowing herself to lose composure. Fugwen, I'll say it again, it's not your fault, do you understand? If you admit it's your fault, it's equivalent to blaming me because you left the Empire out of concern for me. After her reasoning, Fugwen's state noticeably improved. Jie Qingqiu subtly breathed a sigh of relief. Now go, buy the tickets, and then inform an heir that we're going back. Then let us discuss how to rescue the general together. Fugwen nodded and went to prepare with an E. Jie Qingqiu took a few deep breaths and then climbed out of bed. How is mother doing today? Bai Ji walked to Bai Rinchio's bedside, half squatting while supporting the edge of the bed to look at her mother. The other's complexion and condition were good, looking like there wouldn't be any major issues. Chun-Yi also relaxed a lot. The lady's condition has been quite good recently. The doctor said she might wake up in a few days. That's good. Bai Ji leaned his face against the edge of the bed, letting out a big sigh of relief. After a moment of silence, Chun-Yi suddenly asked him, "Young master, where did that bug egg come from?" 155, the young master was questioned. Logically, she shouldn't have asked, but after all, it concerns a life. And the young master of the family is still so young. He must not be led astray. At first, she thought it was just a model, but later, upon seeing the young master take care of it diligently every day, she began to sense something was off. Having lived for over 100 years, it was her first time seeing an insect egg that could survive outside the mother body. Although she had heard of ideas about external cultivation in recent years, it had not yet been implemented in the market. Furthermore, a single male insect bringing back an unknown insect egg would surely lead to countless whispers if it got out. Although the Bai family didn't need to care about such things, she also didn't want Bai Ji to be subject to baseless suspicion. Therefore, before this uncontrollable situation arose, and before Bai Rinqiu woke up, she wanted to understand the truth of the matter, first to plan for what was to come. Bai Ji guessed she would ask. After all, it was suspicious for an unmarried male insect to bring back an insect egg for no reason. However, no matter how prepared he was mentally or how many times he had imagined it, he still felt flustered when the moment arrived. He would say it was his friend's child, that due to an accident, the insect egg was taken out, and recently, because he was busy with other matters, he was entrusted to take care of it for a while. This reason seemed reasonable, but Chun-Yi was a meticulous person, and at this point, she would certainly follow up with other questions. He couldn't explain his relationship with Qingqiu or her identity either. His expression was very conflicted. Beneath what he thought was a good disguise were furrowed brows and a mouth that was unconsciously pursed. Chun-Yi also noticed his difficulty, and after a barely perceptible sigh, she decided not to question him further. After all, the child had grown up, and he had been raised well. He knew how to act appropriately. Even if he went down the wrong path, the Bai family could afford it and take responsibility for his mistakes. It wasn't a big deal. She patted Bai Ji's hair and said, "Annie won't ask you anymore. Annie knows you're a good child who knows how to act appropriately. If you need anything, just tell Annie. We will always be your support." Upon hearing Chun-Yi say she wouldn't ask anymore, Bai Ji visibly let out a sigh of relief. But after listening to her words, he couldn't help but feel moved. He stood up and walked over to hug Chun, burying his head in her shoulder like he did when he was younger. "Auntie, thank you." Chun-Yi chuckled lightly and patted the back of his head. "Good child." The imperial main star began to snow again, and this snowfall seemed to be more intense than usual, with temperatures dropping to numbers that most people found unbearable. Even Lu Yinqiao, locked in her cell, felt the cold. The prison guard had given her several thick blankets, and it seemed they had no intention of treating her harshly. However, Lu Yinqiao always felt uneasy. Strangely, after that Christmas night, Zhang Tai and Huang and Shao had not come back. This was very unlike their usual behavior, and since they hadn't obtained the information they wanted, how could they give up so easily? Looking through the small window, it seemed that a few snowflakes floated in through the gap, falling to the ground and melting away. 155. The rebellion. Lu Yinqiao had a restless sleep. In her dreams, she felt as if a long time had passed, but when she groggily woke up, she realized it was still dark outside, the darkest moment of the day. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't fall back asleep, as if something heavy weighed on her heart, anxiously signaling that something significant was about to happen. After realizing she couldn't sleep, she didn't force herself any longer and simply got up. After a brief wash in the small wash basin of her single prison cell, she sat on the bed and looked out through the narrow window, observing the changes in the sky outside. As dawn approached and the sky began to lighten, the southeastern sky suddenly turned bright, accompanied by a loud bang. From a distance, it looked like a dazzling firework had been set off for some joyous occasion. A fleeting yet striking beauty. However, Lu Yinqiao, who had spent many years in the military, knew that it was not a celebratory firework, but a highly destructive and illuminating shell. Fighting had broken out. Based on her estimation, the southeastern direction of the prison corresponded exactly to the location of the imperial palace. Her heart tightened, It seemed someone couldn't sit still and had acted prematurely. She didn't know whether it was Huang Inshao or Wang Fuyun who had taken action. But whoever it would not be good news for her or for the empire at this moment. The only one who could stabilize the military and have any impact on the people at dawn was Wang Fuyun. However, she had been locked up for many days, cut off from communication and contact with the outside world. So she had no idea what Wang Fuyun's situation was during the time she had been imprisoned, or whether she had encountered any unforeseen events. Although they had differing political views, one being hawkish and the other dovish, and had experienced many conflicts and disputes over the years, Wang Fuyun and Huang Inshao were fundamentally different. Huang Inshao was ambitious, a quintessential rebel, having dreamed of rebellion and seizing power for decades. In her eyes, the most important things were always power, status, and wealth. She would abandon anything for these, including the love she once yearned for and even herself. Wang Fuyun, on the other hand, was stubborn, traditional, and although she seemed narrow-minded in many matters, at least her heart was devoted to the people of the empire. She was a person of faith, flesh, and blood, with a soul and empathy. At least in the decades they had coexisted, this was how Lu Yinqiao viewed Wang Fuyun, hoping the outcome would not disappoint or surprise her. Lu Yinqiao closed her eyes and took a deep breath, and as she exhaled slowly, her body involuntarily trembled. She still felt fear and panic. She had witnessed too many lives lost, and the most difficult thing to accept was witnessing the passing of life. When Jie Qingqiu stepped off the spaceship, it was still dark, just approaching dawn, the darkest time of the day, when people were most tired and in the deepest sleep. The moment her foot touched the Empire's land, an ominous feeling surged in her heart, spreading through her limbs. After walking a few steps, she stopped, her expression serious, and her gaze deep as she looked at Lieutenant-O. The two had a tacit understanding. Almost at the moment their eyes met, the other understood what she was thinking. In the few silent seconds they exchanged glances. A loud bang came from the northwest, illuminating much of the sky. 156. The Rebellion, Part 2, after the loud bang. Jie Qingqiu was momentarily stunned, but within a few seconds, she quickly reacted and grasped the message conveyed by the sound. Someone could no longer sit still. A rebellion was in the making. She squinted her eyes slightly and then started running in the direction of the cannon fire. After running a few steps, she stopped and looked at Officer O. Officer O, I'll go with an air to the base to prepare things. You need to contact and see immediately. You both should go find Wang Fuyun. Her pinky finger twitched from excessive nervousness. She was told that the situation was about to change, and if they wanted to ensure the safety of the imperial citizens, they should not be stubborn any longer. I'm afraid the general is in danger, she added, then hurriedly got onto the hover car. In fact, her worries were not unfounded, as the secret of the Lu copper vein was still firmly held by Lu Yinqiao, and currently, no one else knew about it besides them. This was a coveted weapon that both Huang Inshao and Zhang Tai desired. How could they possibly choose to act without knowing the information? Therefore, their previous plans had extended over a long timeline, without considering the possibility of war arriving at such a moment. But they never expected that the unexpected change would come so suddenly. It seemed that someone was not willing to wait any longer, their patience worn thin, and this moment also meant that Lu Yinqiao, who was trapped, was in great danger. The person who initiated the chaos would certainly want to deal with Lu Yinqiao to ensure their own safety and outcome, fearing that she might be found out regarding the Lu copper vein. She closed her eyes, forcing herself to remain calm and think clearly. The more critical the situation, the less one should panic. In the past, she had been relatively composed, but she didn't know why she felt like she was regressing. The hover car continued its journey, while her mind kept racing, gradually sorting out a clear plan. Wang Fuyun also lived in the suburbs. She was an incorruptible general who had dedicated herself to the country and its people for many years without taking anything that didn't belong to her. The general's salary was actually quite substantial, but most of it had been donated to charity, and she had supported many children. However, she was stubborn, inflexible, somewhat outdated, and conservative. It could also be said that her excessive uprightness and goodness led her to overlook the mess that Queen Lan Yunling had made over the years. She had never considered anything else, at most just sighing helplessly. Now that Huang and Xiao of the three armies had intentions of rebellion, and Lu Yinqiao was imprisoned, seeking her out was the best course of action. Even if she couldn't do anything to rescue Lu Yinqiao, she could at least protect innocent citizens and reduce unnecessary casualties in this internal turmoil. Wang Fuyun's home was quite a distance from the spaceship docking station, so even with the hovercar at maximum speed, nearly an hour had passed since the cannon fire, and the sky seemed to be lightning. Too much could happen in that time. Officer O took a shaky breath, thinking of the possibilities, and felt her legs weaken as she got out of the car. But from the outside, she still appeared steady and trustworthy. The area where the cannon fire occurred was far away, so Wang Fuyun likely didn't know what had happened an hour ago. After getting out of the car, they didn't rush to knock on the door. Instead, she and C took light steps, hiding themselves in the darkness, circling Wang Fuyun's house several times. She was afraid of an ambush. 157. Rebellion, Part 3. Fortunately, things weren't as bad as she had imagined. After several rounds of inspection, Officer O did not find any suspicious figures, and she guessed that those people wouldn't dare to openly send someone to surround the home of a general. After more than 10 or 20 minutes of inspection, time could no longer be delayed, so she decided to set off. However, Officer O did not take the usual route. Instead, she climbed over the backyard wall, and C was waiting outside, ready to notify her in case of any unexpected events. She certainly didn't think that this would help her evade the people under Wang Fuyun, nor did she intend to escape. Given the current situation, knocking on the front door would be the least secure method. There might be someone watching that they had not noticed. As she had expected when she boldly climbed in, the people under Wang Fuyun heard the noise and quickly surrounded her. Who is it? A flashlight shone on them, and the sudden brightness made them momentarily uncomfortable. They instinctively closed their eyes, hearing scattered footsteps, probably from more people approaching. Officer Li, Wang Fuyun's deputy, seemed to recognize her and spoke in shock. She immediately recognized his voice, as they had interacted quite a bit. Once she adapted to the bright light, she opened her eyes and saw that she was indeed surrounded by many people, all on high alert with electric batons in hand. Officer Li stood in front of her, looking serious. Officer O, having seen her share of grand events, was not intimidated by such a show of force. There was no sign of panic on her face. Officer Li, she tugged at her clothing to smooth out the creases from climbing over the wall. She had come tonight to discuss important matters with General Wang. Officer Li was not swayed by her light remark. Do you need to climb over the wall to discuss? If I remember correctly, Major General Xie has already become a star in the cosmic galaxy. What important matters do you have? Becoming a star in the cosmic galaxy is a romantic euphemism for death, used by those who still hold romantic sentiments in the interstellar era. Officer O tilted her head slightly. General Lu was still alive, and she had not turned to dust along with the Major General. However, Officer Li still did not back down. The two exchanged silent glances for several seconds, after which Officer O was the first to look away, lowering her head, her eyes hidden in the darkness, making it hard to tell what she was thinking. But within a few breaths, she suddenly lifted her head, bursting forth with unbelievable speed, and began to rush towards the house. This sudden change left those around her stunned for a fraction of a second. Officer O didn't dare to tell her or take the gamble. She could guarantee that Wang Fuyun would not be swayed. But she couldn't guarantee that Officer Li was also a person of faith like Wang Fuyun. Officer Li quickly reacted and began to block her. However, for a female bug bursting forth with potential, a fraction of a second could change a lot. Officer O had already broken through the encirclement and was nearing the door. It was unclear whether it was due to their lack of vigilance, but the door was not locked. She exerted all her strength to push the door open and charged in. But in that brief moment of opening the door, Officer Li caught up with her and grabbed her arm. 158. Rebellion, Part 4. Fortunately, Wang Fuyun was sitting on the sofa in the living room. So when she rushed in, the other party immediately saw her, and she confirmed that it was now the time to speak out, regardless of whether the adjutant was holding her down. General Wang, there are cannon shots coming from the royal palace. Someone is rebelling. She articulated each word clearly. This emphatic statement stirred up a storm in the small room. What did you say? Wang Fuyun immediately stood up, her face filled with astonishment. You said someone is rebelling? The cannon fire exploded near the palace, and with recent unrest in the empire, it was natural that someone couldn't sit still. As she was able to convey this information, the impatience in Adjutant O's heart could no longer be concealed. She didn't want to go through the so-called gradual explanation and persuasion anymore, and intended to speak plainly. General, the empire is really not as peaceful as you imagine. Even though Li the adjutant was forcing her to kneel on the ground, she remained unyielding. Beneath the calm surface, there were undercurrents surging, as there had been for many years. Stop deceiving yourself. Sometimes, a tougher approach is necessary to protect those you want to protect. At this point, she continued to press on, saying, the ones rebelling now are either Zhang Tai or Huang and Shao. She chose not to put on airs by addressing them as general and minister. It was meaningless at such a moment, as they were merely treacherous ministers with wolfish ambitions. Adjutant O spoke only 4 or 5 simple sentences, but to Wang Fuyun, it was like a thunderclap. She seemed unable to bear it, staggering slightly, then leaned against the back of the sofa, blinking a few times before lowering her head. It was unclear what she was contemplating or what was troubling her. Was it the sudden realization that someone she had worked with for many years had ulterior motives? Or was it the knowledge that someone was rebelling at this moment? Or perhaps the discovery that the peace she had believed in for so many years was merely an illusion, one she had tirelessly maintained, only to find out in the end that it was all for nothing, and she had failed to achieve what she wanted? General, there is no time to waste. The Empire needs you. The people of the Empire need you. Adjutant O shouted to Wang Fuyun to not dwell in sorrow any longer. The other party quickly responded, gathering her emotions. All right, I understand. Li the adjutant, you immediately take people to the military to dispatch troops. When Jie Qingqiu arrived at the prison near the palace, she found that a brawl had already occurred there. The originally sturdy and thick alloy door had been damaged by high-damage weapons, with black scorch marks evident at the damaged areas, and a foul odor lingered in the air. The inside was in disarray, with some areas still emitting white smoke. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, then, along with her dark guards, searched through the rooms but did not find Lu Yintiao's figure, which was good news for now. From the traces, it seemed they hadn't left long, so they split into several groups to pursue. After surveying the area, she assigned teams to Dark 2, Dark 4, Dark 6, Dark 8, and Dark 10, as they had enough personnel to handle the situation. Once the positions were assigned, everyone set off in their respective directions, and Jie Qingqiu took her team toward her own destination. 159. The Rebellion Begins, Part 5. Wang Fuyun acted quickly. It took her less than half an hour to get to the scene after learning about the situation, since there were few pedestrians on the road. Her modified hovercar maintained the highest speed. When she arrived and saw the wreckage and the dilapidated palace gates, she finally believed what Officer O had said. The smoke from the cannon fire had not yet dissipated, and the unpleasant odors were everywhere. The moment she stepped out of the car, she genuinely stumbled for a moment, even feeling dazed for a few seconds. She never expected this, truly never expected it. She murmured a few words to herself. Officer O was now anxious and couldn't bear to see Wang Fuyun in such a state. General, what we need to do now is not to feel regret or disappointment, but to protect the people of the Empire and investigate the truth of tonight's events. She supported her. Yes, you are right. Wang Fuyun blinked a few times and then regained her composure. The most important thing was to ensure everyone's safety. After saying that, she instructed her subordinates to divide into several small groups to investigate the injuries of the nearby residents and to calm their emotions. By the time they finished this, Officer Li had also arrived with his team. Wang Fuyun divided the soldiers from the assault troops into 3 parts. The largest group stayed to protect the civilians. One group went to investigate the incident, assess the scope of the fighting, and gather evidence, while the remaining group accompanied Wang Fuyun to search the interior of the palace for clues about the queen. After seeing her so organized in arranging matters, Officer O couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. Personally, she didn't consider herself someone with a sense of national consciousness. She grew up in the red light district, unaware of who her biological parents were. The first gift this society gave her was violence and bloodshed. She spent many years in poverty, living in rags. A pitiful creature that everyone could bully, with no one to love her, making it impossible for her to learn to love others. In that filthy and chaotic place, she witnessed too much human suffering and the various facets of life. No one had the reason to persuade her to love this decayed empire or to respect this debauched and foolish queen. So at this moment, more than the civilians, more than the queen in the palace, she was more concerned about Jie Qingqiu and Lu Yinqiao, those who truly cared for her and taught her how to love. However, adhering to the principle of doing things perfectly, she still said one more thing to Wang Fuyun before leaving. General, sometimes being too righteous is not a good thing. What you uphold may not necessarily be correct. When doing certain things, consider whether it is worth it and whether it contradicts what you truly intend to uphold. She certainly wouldn't foolishly say that the queen was beyond saving. With the other party's stubborn nature, she feared being branded with a great crime of treason. Wang Fuyun could understand what she meant if she chose to, and it didn't matter if she didn't. After saying this, she ignored the expressions of Officer Li and Wang Fuyun and directly took her leave. The hover car from Dark 2 had been waiting for her by the roadside for a long time, and she jogged over and got in. At this moment, Jie Qingqiu was anxiously searching for Lu Yinqiao. It seemed that dawn was approaching, or perhaps it had already dawned. The grayness had lingered for a long time, as if the light allocated to this world had reached its limit, and there was no more to give. Half an hour later, it began to snow again in the Empire. 160. The farewell of the general when they found Lu Yinqiao. It had already been snowing for half an hour. It was unclear what this swirling snow was covering up. They struggled to locate Lu Yinqiao, who was buried under the snow in a corner. After clearing away the fresh snow, they discovered that the snow beneath her was stained red with blood. Lu Yinqiao's body was extremely cold from the harsh weather. If it weren't for her faint breathing and the subtle rise and fall of her chest, Jie Qingqiu might have broken down in that moment. She forced herself to suppress the overwhelming emotions rising within her and try to calm down. At such a moment, she certainly couldn't dare to take Lu Yinqiao to the hospital. No one knew what the situation in the Empire was like now, and they couldn't determine who was truly behind the rebellion. They feared that hospitals might already be under control, and going there would be like walking into a trap. Jie Qingqiu scanned the surroundings and soon spotted an abandoned house not far away. Though it was somewhat dilapidated, it could at least provide shelter from the wind and rain, giving them a temporary refuge. As she instructed the shadow guards to carefully move Lu Yinqiao into the house, she also sent Dark 4 to fetch their private doctor. They had brought their private doctor along, but he was waiting in a location near the prison, so returning would take some time. After receiving Jie Qingqiu's order, Dark 4 hurried back. In an unexpected stroke of luck, the abandoned house had a rickety bed with a complete set of bedding. It wasn't clean or tidy, but it didn't seem to have been in use for long. Perhaps a homeless person had taken refuge there recently. Jie Qingqiu hurriedly pulled the blanket and wrapped the unconscious Lu Yinqiao in layers. Dark 6 quickly started a fire nearby, while Dark 8 began sending messages to contact people in other directions. The remaining shadow guards searched for materials to cover the drafts. Everyone was performing their tasks efficiently and in an orderly manner, but Jie Qingqiu's heart was in turmoil. Sitting beside the bed, her mind felt like a tangled mess. She didn't even dare to lift the blanket to see where Lu Yinqiao was injured or the extent of her injuries. The temperature in the room had not yet risen, and Lu Yinqiao's body was so cold. The rapid loss of temperature and energy would lead her closer to death. What gave her a slight sense of relief was that there hadn't been any significant bleeding on the way over. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, Dark 4 returned with a private doctor. In such a cold environment, both of their foreheads were drenched in sweat, revealing how anxious they had been on the way. The private doctor carried a large medical kit, and as soon as he entered, he half lifted the blanket covering Lu Yinqiao and began examining her body with the instruments from the kit. The private doctor's brow was tightly furrowed, beads of cold sweat rolling down into his collar without him wiping them away. Jie Qingqiu and the shadow guards shared the same sense of urgency. The waiting felt interminable, each minute and second stretching into what felt like a century. However, what they eventually witnessed was not the doctor's examination results, but rather Lu Yinqiao's half-opened eyes. 161. The General's Farewell, Part 2. In those eyes, there were no emotions, half open and hollow, not knowing where they were looking. At the moment when Jie Qingqiu and Lu Yinqiao locked eyes, her heart trembled, suddenly filled with an uncontrollable sadness that seemed to come from nowhere. The next second, she stepped up to the bedside, then half-squatted to meet the other's gaze. At this moment, Lu Yinqiao's eyes gradually focused, truly seeing Jie Qingqiu. "General." Her voice trembled, unsure of what to say. Lu Yinqiao shook her head slightly, and then said with great difficulty, "Qingqiu, it's Zhangtai." Jie Qingqiu understood her meaning. The person who conspired to rebel in the early morning was Zhangtai. However, she didn't know what had happened that made her suddenly give up on the long-cherished Lutong vein. Perhaps there were deeper conspiracies hidden behind this, and they had underestimated these deeply scheming old rivals. "Huang, you should also be careful." Lu Yinqiao said these few short words with great effort, but she did not intend to rest. She looked around and then trembled as she raised her hand, making a gesture for Jie Qingqiu to come closer. Jie Qingqiu pressed her lips together and moved in much closer, but did not stop the doctor from treating her. Seemingly understanding the other's thoughts, she leaned her ear toward Lu Yinqiao's mouth. With great effort, Lu Yinqiao let out a few breathy sounds. Kunyi Mountain, bottom of the cliff. This was probably the location of the Lutong vein. When Jie Qingqiu heard Kunyi Mountain, she was stunned for a few seconds. She vaguely remembered that the position she reported to Ji by back then was right there, and it surprisingly connected like this. It seems that many things in the world are like this, going round and round, but still inextricably linked. After saying these words, Lu Yinqiao seemed much comforted, her spirit improving a bit, and her breathing was much heavier than before. She reached out and placed her hand on Jie Qingqiu's head, rubbing her hair, which seemed to have gotten much shorter. After such a long time without seeing her, she didn't know when she had gotten a haircut. "Qingqiu, you seem to have lost some weight." Jie Qingqiu's lips trembled, and she swallowed hard. "Yeah, maybe it's because of that bug egg. I forgot to tell you. The bug egg was taken out and cultured externally due to my physical condition, entrusted to a friend of mine to take care of." She spoke these words with a sense of childishness and dependence, probably not even realizing it. "Deputy Officer O told me about it." Lu Yinqiao smiled gently. "You've worked hard." She took a deep breath and exhaled awkwardly, seeming a bit tired. "Deputy Officer O is also a good kid, someone you can trust. You've known each other for so many years, and your feelings are good." She glanced at the shadow guard, standing at the door blocking the wind. "Your shadow guards are also good. Qingqiu, you are a very excellent child." Her words seemed somewhat illogical, as if she was saying whatever came to her mind. Her hand gently rubbing Jie Qingqiu's hair again. "But sometimes you are too impatient, unable to calm down. You trust people too easily." She paused here. "But that is normal because you are kind and pure, always unwilling to believe in so many bad people in this world. Qingqiu, let me tell you something. Don't be angry." She lowered her eyes. "Actually, I've already found the male bug you're looking for, but I didn't tell you. But don't worry. He's living well." Lu Yinqiao pressed her lips together and exhaled a large breath, similar to a sigh. "I can't explain it clearly like this. Go to my study and look for it. In the left third drawer of the safe, there is his information. Be prepared before you go find it. Don't be foolish again." Jie Qingqiu couldn't say anything. She was at a loss for words, her mind blank, mechanically accepting the other's words, but unable to discern their implications. "I haven't had my own child for so many years, you know. So I'm very happy to meet you." Her hand slid down Jie Qingqiu's hair, helping her tidy up some scattered strands. "Do you remember the first day I saw you? You were just a dirty little kid, but your eyes were incredibly clean." She paused again, this time for a longer duration, as if struggling with something, but finally spoke. "Leave Huang and Sheo with a complete corpse. Don't make it too ugly. Just consider it for my sake. Then bury her far away, so I want to see her and my heart will be at peace." But the next second, she changed her mind. "Forget it. Not too far. A bit closer will do so I can beat her up." At this moment, Jie Qingqiu began to tremble all over, her ears ringing. Lu Yinqiao, unaware of her emotions, slowly moved her hand to Jie Qingqiu's neck, helping her button the messy collar of her clothing. "Qingqiu, even if you're no longer the Empire's Major General, you are still my Lu Yinqiao's disciple. A soldier must have the demeanor of a soldier. You cannot show fear on the battlefield, nor can you be too lax in life. The Empire owes you too much, but the people do not owe you. Now is the time for you to achieve great things and shine brightly, letting everyone see your heroic demeanor and then give them a peaceful country. Lu Yinqiao blinked, as if a flicker passed through her eyes, or perhaps it didn't. The two looked at each other, Jie Qingqiu's expression twisted and grim, her emotions seemingly unable to be contained. Lu Yinqiao exhaled a long breath, trembling, and smiled at Jie Qingqiu. Qingqiu, it seems there's no need to maliciously pretend about our relationship anymore. Just call me that again. But Jie Qingqiu couldn't speak. She could only stare blankly at her. Lu Yinqiao was not in a hurry, just smiling and looking at her. In the brief moment of silence between them, the world seemed to quiet down, and even the sound of snowflakes falling outside became very clear. Lu Yinqiao's breath grew weaker, and her gasps became more urgent. At an unknown point in time, Jie Qingqiu could no longer endure it. She knelt heavily on the ground. Teacher. The moment the sound escaped her lips, tears could not be stopped, flowing down uncontrollably. Jie Qingqiu buried her head in the other's shoulder, the salty and hot tears soaking into the other's clothes. Reminiscent of many years ago when she was a young child being scolded and crying every day. Those were the most relaxed, carefree, and pure days of Jie Qingqiu's life over the past 40 years. But life is mocking and cruel. Unsettling changes and detestable villains always maliciously destroy these beauties. Jie Qingqiu felt the hand on her head and heard Lu Yinqiao softly hum. And then the world became quiet again. 162. The hatred of the Major General Lu Yinqiao's body had no place to be buried. The entire country was in turmoil. And Jie Qingqiu didn't want her teacher to be buried in some obscure location. After cremation, she placed the ashes in their base and temporarily built a shrine. The once valiant and battle-hardened mecha general was now just a handful of ashes. Everything was in vain. Jie Qingqiu still didn't know what exactly happened that day, nor what method Zhang Tai used to injure Lu Yinqiao so severely. And afterwards, why did Zhang Tai leave the seriously injured Lu Yinqiao in the snow without care? All of this would only be revealed once she captured Zhang Tai. She was now more determined, her hatred reshaping her heart and body. She couldn't relax until she personally dealt with her enemy. Major General. Officer O stood half a step behind her, handing her a cup of steaming hot water. Jie Qingqiu came back to her senses and took it. I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me. Her eyes flickered. The most important thing now was to gather information on Zhang Tai's whereabouts. Since that day, she hadn't heard of any conflicts in the Empire and didn't know what Zhang Tai was planning. Huang Yinqiao. She didn't know where he had gone. Major General, there's news. Lu officer knocked and entered Huang Yinqiao's office, her expression serious. Huang Yinqiao paused, shifting her gaze to Lu officer, feeling an ominous premonition for no apparent reason. Speak. Lu officer lowered her head, hesitating for a few seconds before saying, Major General Lu has been murdered. What did you say? Huang Yinqiao's grip on the pen tightened instantly, her smile vanishing. Say it again. Lu officer lowered her head even further. Major General Lu has been murdered. Say it again. In that moment, Huang Yinqiao couldn't contain her emotions, throwing the steel pen at Lu officer. Due to the force, ink sprayed everywhere from the pen's nib. Lu officer didn't dare to dodge, fortunate that the pen missed its mark and didn't hit her. However, she didn't dare to speak again. Huang Yinqiao stood up from her chair, taking deep breaths, but still couldn't calm her breathing. Murdered, murdered. She kept muttering those two words. After a long while, she gradually calmed down, but her eyes were red-rimmed. Where is she now? Who took her? Who was the one that harmed her? Lu officer fell silent for a few seconds. It was Zhang Tai. We learned this from Zhang Tai. There are reports of Officer O and General Wang being seen together at the palace gates. We don't know if she took her. Don't know if. Huang Yinqiao obviously found her ambiguous, uncertain answer unsatisfactory. Because our people haven't found any news about Major General Lu, we can't confirm. Huang Yinqiao closed her eyes, taking a deep breath to suppress the anger that was about to erupt. Your Majesty, it's me. Wang Fuyun found Lan Yunling in a dark room. The location was remote, so it took them quite some time. At that moment, Lan Yunling had lost all composure and looked at her as if she were a lifeline. But once she realized she was safe, Lan Yunling quickly regained her former pride, even growing a bit angry. That Zhang Tai is too bold. I trusted her so much. How could she do such an inhumane thing? Wang Fuyun didn't respond to her, but she knew that the instigator of the chaos was Zhang Tai. General Wang, you know I've always treated you well. Now, you're the only one in the entire country who remains so loyal and keeps thinking of me. While Huang Yinxiao doesn't know where she has gone. She brought out her usual methods and tactics. However, the reality was exactly the opposite of what Lan Yunling claimed. She had always had little presence among the three, and her vanguard troops received the least attention, with benefits that were not good. Perhaps it was because of what Officer O said before leaving that now. When Wang Fuyun saw Lan Yunling and heard every word she said, she felt uncomfortable, inevitably comparing and reflecting, ultimately feeling deeply disappointed. Your Majesty, where are the princesses? So she decided to interrupt the other party, as the situation was unstable. It was better to protect them early on. I don't know, they are unfilial. Such a big incident has happened. Yet they remain silent and don't come to find me, their mother. Lan Yunling began to speak indiscriminately, not knowing if they were truly frightened by the turmoil. General Wang, you must send troops to search for Zhang Tai at all costs. You must capture her and execute this traitorous rebel on spot. Wang Fuyun's heart tightened. Your Majesty, this is not appropriate. The Empire's citizens still need our protection. They. Lan Yunling impatiently interrupted her words. They don't matter. There are so many citizens in the Empire. A few casualties are nothing. It's better to get rid of those disobedient ones. It's a good thing. She poured out her views, seemingly greatly affected by the betrayal of Zhang Tai, someone she once cared for, leading her to become somewhat deranged. Wang Fuyun frowned tightly, remembering Officer O's words echoing in her ears. She then shifted her gaze to Officer Li, who had worked with her for a long time, sharing a silent understanding. Sometimes, just a glance could convey each other's thoughts, allowing for simple communication. After exchanging glances a few times, the two finally reached a consensus. Wang Fuyun waved her hand. The queen is a bit tired. Take her down to rest, find a safe place to protect her well, and don't let her get hurt again. Being interrupted, Lan Yunling was momentarily stunned. Hearing this, she felt it was nothing until Wang Fuyun's guards approached and half drew their weapons, at which point she sensed something was wrong. Wang Fuyun, what are you doing? Are you also plotting a rebellion? Her anger was palpable, her sharp voice echoing far. I dare not. Wang Fuyun did not meet her gaze. Feeling it was the first time in nearly 100 years of life that she did something so bold, somewhat unpracticed and guilty. But now the situation was unstable, and she just wanted to ensure the queen's safety. After saying this, Lan Yunling was taken away. 164. The young master's mother woke up aside from a few guards and servants living in the palace. Wang Fuyun did not find any news about the other princesses. It was unclear whether they had been taken away by Zhang Tai or had escaped to a safe place. The information about her was very limited. Apart from knowing that the recent turmoil was instigated by Zhang Tai, there was nothing else to grasp. She had sent people to gather information about Zhang Tai, but still received no results, as the other party had cleaned up their traces very well, making it difficult to find any clues about her. In this tangled and wandering moment, she suddenly thought of Officer O. Wang Fuyun's impression of her was that she was a capable aide who followed Jie Qingqiu closely. However, ever since that day when she boldly burst in and spoke so candidly, Wang Fuyun felt that this person was extraordinary, or rather, the person behind her was extraordinary. Unfortunately, now she had lost contact with Officer O as well, feeling like a headless fly without a target, only able to guard the nearby populace around the palace. With nothing more she could do, when Bai Rinqiu woke up, Bai Ji was reading a storybook to the unhatched insect egg. The moment he heard the maid's announcement, he put down the book, hurriedly forgot to put on his shoes, and ran towards Bai Rinqiu's bedroom. He couldn't remember how long it had been. Maybe a long time, or perhaps only a month or two. He didn't know. He couldn't calculate and didn't dare to. However, during this time, he had watched the indicator representing good health every day, yet had received no news of his mother waking up, which inevitably made him feel disappointed. And the daily disappointment had numbed him to the point of becoming somewhat accustomed to it. Finally, on such an ordinary, unremarkable day, she woke up. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that although he seemed relaxed during this time, his heart had been tightly strung like a bow. When he pushed the door open, Birincio was half sitting up in bed, wearing her usual gentle smile, her complexion rosy and healthy, looking as if she had no discomfort at all. Just as he reached the door, Birincio noticed him and waved. "Xiaoji, come here." Birincio's face was warm with a smile, filled with irreplaceable maternal love, but Baiji couldn't hold back his tears. He pursed his lips and quickly trotted over, kneeling by the bedside, holding Birincio's hand resting beside the bed. "Mother." Birincio smiled. "What are you crying for? Am I not fine?" In the end, she couldn't help but blink her eyes, which seemed to flicker for a moment but then appeared normal again. In any case, everything ended well. After lying in bed for a month, Birincio finally woke up, and her body showed no signs of discomfort. The Bai family remained the same. During this time, thanks to Baiji's cousins, everything had been running smoothly. However, Birincio would not be soft-hearted just because nothing major had happened. Her iron-fisted approach was well known in the Federation. Since someone wanted to harm them, she would definitely catch the mastermind behind it and strike back hard. With the Bai family's foundation in place, and after years of careful management by Birincio, she had a systematic group of people at her disposal. So finding the mastermind was not difficult for them. Additionally, the other party had not done a clean job, leaving behind many clues. So it did not take long to identify them. The mastermind turned out to be a distant branch of the Bai family. Logically, the relationship was already very far removed, and after all these years of protection from the Bai family, they had received many benefits. However, this person was ungrateful and harbored resentment for not receiving a share of the family inheritance after the death of the elder Bai family head. But this was not something she could do alone. It involved many people. After all, over the years, she had made many enemies, and the Bai family had stood firm in the position of the richest in the empire, which naturally made them the envy of others. However, what surprised her the most was that even the empire had its hands reaching into this matter, and in Birincio's impression, there had been no connection between their families, let alone any opposition or conflict in transactions. Ultimately, she discovered that the Su family from the empire had an undeniable marital relationship with the Rong family from the Federation. She had a good impression of the Rong family, so she did not expect to be betrayed by them at such a moment. But it didn't matter. Enemies could be eliminated. On January 1st, 1286 of the star calendar, the first day of the new year, the sound of war officially echoed above the empire. The acrid smell of gunpowder enveloping and spreading, seemingly to permeate every corner of the empire. Zhang Tai led heavily armed troops with high lethality into the empire's capital star, including a mech squad of 100. As a civil servant and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, where did Zhang Tai acquire such military firepower? So far, no one knew, but her arrogant demeanor and contempt for everything made many people feel uneasy. Wang Fuyun did not want to confront her head-on, not because she feared battle, but because her troops were all assault forces and could not match up in terms of weaponry. She did not want her people to suffer unnecessary sacrifices. Another reason was that she did not wish to engage in active combat in the bustling capital, as it would inevitably endanger the surrounding populace. The priority now was to quickly evacuate the people to prepare for the subsequent struggle. Sometimes she could be a bit stubborn and headstrong, but that did not mean she was foolish. Because of Wang Fuyun's soft handling and non-confrontational resistance, Zhang Tai smoothly captured and occupied the palace, naturally replacing the Lan family flag atop the palace with the Zhang family's emblem, seemingly intending to establish herself as queen. Wang Fuyun was not angry. She made some superficial resistance and struggles on the surface, while secretly mobilizing her people to quietly evacuate the populace, sending most of the residents living in the main area out during the night. The once prosperous main area of the empire's capital gradually began to resemble a ghost town. Only the ambitious rebels, the indecisive onlookers, the proud isolationists, and the secretly lurking resistors remained. Dark clouds gradually enveloped the skies over the main area of the capital star. The sunlight blocked by thick layers of clouds, the inky darkness pressing down low, seemingly ready to fall at any moment. The chill in the air grew stronger, as if everyone were waiting for an opportunity. 165. The silence of the young master on a certain night, The lights in Wang Fuyun's bedroom went out earlier than usual. However, if someone were to press their ear against the wall, they would hear the sounds of conversation continuing until dawn. The next morning, Zhang Tai, who had taken over the palace and declared himself king, sent someone to summon Wang Fuyun. Officially, it was an invitation, but in reality, the person brought many soldiers and guards, all clad in heavy armor and armed with high-damage weapons, leaving Wang Fuyun with almost no choice. However, she had no intention of resisting. After tidying up briefly, she followed the messenger to the palace. Perhaps because she did not resist, the other side also refrained from making unreasonable moves, treating her with respect along the way. The place where they took her was familiar to Wang Fuyun. It used to be Lan Yunling's study. Whenever they discussed important matters, Lan Yunling would choose that place. She did not expect Zhang Tai to inherit this study directly. "Long time no see, Your Majesty," Zhang Tai said, lounging in an ornately carved gilded armchair, her posture relaxed, her eyelids half dropped, appearing as nonchalant as everyone had grown accustomed to. It seemed as if she had no interest in the world, as if nothing happening outside mattered to her. However, her actions contradicted her demeanor. If she truly lacked ambition, she wouldn't have dared to raise an army and rebel. Wang Fuyun thought a lot, but did not show it. "Long time no see, Minister Zhang," she replied. Upon hearing this title, Zhang Tai frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied. "I haven't heard that title in a long time. It feels like it hasn't been that long." She raised her eyes slightly. "Of course, you can continue to call me that. I always have to be particularly lenient with old friends like you." Wang Fuyun did not respond, appearing as if she did not understand the meaning behind those words. Zhang Tai paid no mind to her silence and chuckled to herself. "You can still call me Minister Zhang, but whether you are still the same General Wang is uncertain." Her speaking style was always light and slow, as if each word had to be brewed in her mouth for a long time, infused with a lingering meaning. However, in reality, its true implication was intimidation and threat. "Minister Zhang, I don't understand what you mean." Wang Fuyun decided to play dumb. Zhang Tai chuckled lightly at her words, seemingly without any ulterior meaning, just amused by her statement. "General Wang, you are a smart person. How could you not know what I mean? Of course, nothing is absolute. You might not cease to be a general, and I do not mean to threaten you." She leaned slightly forward, her back leaving the chair support. "I just want to tell you that in this world, many things can be decided by people. Think it through. As long as you are willing and make the right choice, you can still be that general who stands above all others, and a vanguard is still in your hands." At this point, she stopped, knowing that talking too much to a smart person was unnecessary. Wang Fuyun also remained silent. The two exchanging glances in this atmosphere of silence before looking away, lost in thought. After a long time, or perhaps it wasn't that long, when the tension in the air grew, Wang Fuyun quietly said, "Okay." What exactly she was agreeing to was not explicitly stated, but both knew the implication behind her answer. Zhang Tai relaxedly leaned back against the chair, her smile widening, and even though her face showed no change, one could clearly sense her current joy. "Xiao Ji, are you willing to talk to me?" Rincio's expression was somewhat helpless as her gaze fell on the insect egg floating in the incubation chamber. She began to suspect that it was because Ji had grown up without a father, and, as a female insect, she and T properly taught him about this aspect, resulting in him continually stumbling in matters of emotion and marriage. Ji fell silent, not daring to speak. He could hide things from Chunny, but he could not do so with his mother. His mother was the person who loved him most in the world. This was undeniable, and precisely because of this, he could not remain silent with her. Moreover, this was not a trivial matter. He knew what they were worried about, so at this moment, his concealment felt overly willful and childish. "It's from a friend of mine. She was injured, and the only way to ensure her safety is to remove the insect egg and cultivate it externally." He felt a bit guilty when mentioning the word friend. It wasn't that he lacked confidence in their relationship, but he indeed had different feelings for her. Because she has some urgent matters recently and can't take care of it properly, she asked me for help. Rincio remained silent for a few seconds, unsure if she believed his excuse or had seen through his hesitation. After a while, she finally asked Ji, "Can I know who this person is?" They exchanged glances, and Rincio openly told him the truth. "You know, I'm a bit worried. After all, something happened not long ago, and you just returned. I think this friend is someone you just met." When Rincio said this, Jie fell silent again, as he himself did not know much about Qingqiu. They had met by chance and had not spent much time together, yet they had both saved each other's lives, maintaining an awkward friendship. However, he had developed some unclear feelings, making the relationship complicated and seemingly absurd. "Mother, she is a very good person. The clue about that medicine came from her." He furrowed his brow slightly, his expression revealing a pleading look. Rincio couldn't help but sigh again. Seeing his appearance, she knew she could not ask any further. She reached out and patted Jie's head. "Come on, let's go eat. Today, to thank your cousin for their help during this time. We specially booked a restaurant that opened last year. You probably haven't been there yet." The awkward and sensitive topic ended here, and both of them subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. After tidying up briefly, they left the house and got into the hover car, heading toward the city center. However, an unexpected event occurred in the busiest part of the city. 166, the young master's despair, a high-speed hover car, came out from a fork in the road, heading straight towards them, and its speed kept increasing, making its intentions very clear. The driver helping them steer the hover car urgently, performing extreme maneuvers in a short time to avoid the oncoming hover car. However, at another fork in the road, just when they thought they had escaped, another car came speeding towards them, using the same tactic. Once was acceptable, twice was still tolerable, but not thrice. Several hover cars recklessly crashed towards them, and after several extreme maneuvers, their car had sustained some damage, and, in the end, they couldn't escape the last collision. The car crashed into the side, whereby Rincio was sitting, and in the critical moment, Jie unbuckled her seatbelt and shielded Rincio with her body. Rincio wasn't seriously injured, and not to mention that the hover cars she used were modified, offering much better defensive capabilities than ordinary hover cars. Even with such a strong impact, they could ensure their safety. Moreover, when the accident occurred, her child protected her with his own body. So after simply treating her wounds, once she woke up, she found herself unable to lie in bed anymore. The lights in the operating room were still on. At the moment of impact, she was also not fully conscious, and the tremendous force caused her to faint briefly. When she opened her eyes, she saw the ceiling of the hospital. Thus, she didn't know how Jie was injured or how severe it was. After enduring a long wait, she didn't know how much time had passed. But the lights in the operating room finally went out. The doctor came out, and her expression was relatively relaxed. The surgery was very successful. Young Master Bai was not in serious danger and would wake up in no time, so Mrs. Bai could rest assured. Upon hearing the doctor say this, the worry that Rincio had been holding on finally eased. The follow-up information from the doctor was not much different. Jie's various health indicators were very good, and after lying in bed for a day, he woke up the next day. He slowly opened his eyes, seemingly unable to accept the glaring light momentarily. So he closed them again and took some time to adjust. Once fully opened, he stared at the ceiling, as if deep in thought, with something swirling in his mind, appearing a bit dazed, as if he hadn't yet processed what was happening. Rincio was naturally very excited to see him awake, but noticing his odd appearance made her feel something was off, and she hesitated to disturb him. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, she tentatively called out, "Xiao Ji?" Then, Jie, who had been staring blankly at the ceiling, slowly shifted his gaze to Rincio, still looking at her with that vacant expression. After a few seconds, he blinked and, without warning, began to cry. Jie clutched the blanket over him, tears streaming down his face, his entire body trembling with overwhelming emotions. Finally, after much difficulty, he managed to choke out the broken words, "Mother." For some reason, Rincio was also affected by his emotions, and she couldn't help but shed a few tears herself. She then stepped forward and hugged her crying, trembling child. The two held each other and cried for a while. And once their emotions began to settle, she pressed the bell at the bedside, and soon after, the doctor arrived. Rincio briefly described Jie's condition to the doctor, who quickly began to examine him. The conclusion reached was that the car accident had likely stimulated Jie's intracranial nerves, causing him to unlock memories that had been sealed away in the past. He had regained all his memories, including the year he went missing. Upon receiving this information, Bai Rinqiu felt very complicated inside, and she suddenly understood why Bai Ji had been so emotional. Recalling decades of beautiful, happy memories was undoubtedly a wonderful thing, but unfortunately, intertwined with those decades of beauty and happiness was a year of pain and sorrow. Bai Rinqiu would rather he never remembered it for his entire life. But things do not always go as one wishes. Mother, I remember everything. Bai Ji looked at her and began to cry again. I remember everything, Mother. I want to go home. I want to go home right now. He kept repeating this phrase, his eyes filled with an unfamiliar stubbornness and pain. I want to go home right now. Let me go home. His pleas were filled with so much pain, sorrow, and despair that Bai Rinqiu simply could not refuse. Even though his current physical condition was not suitable for discharge. But it didn't matter. Even at home, she would provide him with enough conditions to recuperate. So, just an hour after Bai Ji woke up, they packed their things and returned to the manor. The first thing Bai Ji did upon entering the door was to rush upstairs to his bedroom without even bothering to change his shoes. Bai Rinqiu was startled by his behavior, fearing he might do something foolish, and hurriedly followed him, with Aunt Shen closely behind. Bai Ji pushed open the door to his bedroom, and because his body had not fully recovered, he stumbled slightly, nearly falling. However, this minor detail did not stop him. Anger, despair, and disbelief filled his entire being, controlling his nervous system. Upon entering the bedroom, he rushed towards the bug egg soaking in the nutrient chamber. And as he got close, he raised the nutrient chamber high, seemingly intending to smash it. But at the moment he lifted it to the highest point, his movements froze, and he became stiff. Yet upon closer inspection, it was evident that his entire body was trembling slightly. He maintained this position for a long time, and Bai Rinqiu and Aunt Chun could only see his back, unable to discern his facial expression. However, just this silhouette evoked a sense of almost suffocating despair. After a long time, Bai Ji slowly lowered the nutrient chamber, and once it was stable, he slumped to the ground, hugging his knees, and began to cry uncontrollably. Bai Rinqiu could not remain indifferent to such a scene, so she actively stepped into this sorrow. She walked over to Bai Ji and pulled him into her embrace. Bai Ji buried his face deep into Bai Rinqiu's shoulder and cried for a long time. In such moments, the passage of time became indistinct. No one cared how long had passed, only knowing that when he spoke again, the entire world felt strange to them. Mother, this bug egg belongs to Jie Qingqiu. He choked out. It's Jie Qingqiu's and other male bugs. 167. The master's love and hate Bai Rinqiu was stunned by his words. What does it mean to be Jie Qingqiu? Didn't she die? How did you meet her again? Bai Ji then choked up and recounted the process of their reunion in full detail, during which he dared not conceal anything, explaining every detail clearly. Although the person he had come to know during this time did not resemble Jie Qingqiu and went by a different name, in the time he deeply loved her, he had etched her speaking habits, way of life, and every little trace into his very bones. How could he not discern that the person who disguised herself and fabricated her name was indeed Jie Qingqiu from these subtle clues? At the end, he despaired and declared the outcome to his mother. Mother, I have fallen in love with her again. I still have feelings for her. Upon hearing the word again, Bai Rinqiu understood something, yet the hardest thing to control in this world is emotions, especially those of others. In such moments, she felt helpless. What should she do? Should she harshly reprimand her child, angrily accusing him of repeating past mistakes and entangling himself? But he had lost his memory. How could he control his feelings for someone? So, who should be blamed for all this? At that moment, Bai Rinqiu began to resent the mockery of fate and cursed life's whims. Why must such things repeatedly happen to her child? They talked for a long time that day. After immense sadness and anger, Bai Ji reached a state of indescribable calm, then spent an afternoon sharing every detail of his acquaintance and interactions with Jie Qingqiu with Bai Rinqiu. It felt somewhat like reminiscing about his own past, yet also like narrating someone else's story from an observer's perspective. Every word he spoke sounded so calm, yet each word cut him deeply. Later, Bai Rinqiu asked him, what do you plan to do now? How do you want to handle this situation with her? What are your thoughts on Jie Qingqiu? Bai Rinqiu asked 3 questions in a row, but Bai Ji could not provide an answer to any of them. He truly wanted to be resolute, to decisively cut ties. But he couldn't do it. Hatred and love were struggling within him, each trying to swallow the other, but no segment could be completely eradicated. In the end, amidst infinite struggle, he suddenly realized that love still dominated, like an irresistible fate, even if he lost all his memories, even if he had to start over, even if that person changed her appearance, identity, and name, even if everything began in chaos, he would still inevitably fall in love with her. Life's mockery is hard to articulate. On January 15th, 1856, in the Imperial Master Star Zone that had become a ghost town after nearly a month, the sounds of war finally erupted. The main parties in this battle were Zhang Tai and Huang in Sheo. Both sides had troops and were well equipped, seemingly without considering any retreat options. So the sounds of cannon fire that day were filled with hostility. The strengths of both sides were not too different. And after a day of intense back-and-forth fighting, they did not manage to establish a clear victor. Thus, after 7 or 8 hours of the first confrontation, both sides were forced to withdraw. "General, what do you think of today's situation? Why not analyze it for us?" Zhang Tai remained seated in her chair, maintaining her usual expression, but today her aura clearly conveyed displeasure. She had been waiting for many years, and just as success was within reach, she encountered so many obstacles, which frustrated and angered her. She just wanted to quickly resolve these messy hindrances and truly sit in the highest position. Today's strategy was good, Wang Fuyun said without looking at her, but his response seemed to be one that had been deeply considered. "It's just lacking something, just a little bit." Zhang Tai narrowed her eyes. "What is it? Something unexpected, something that catches you off guard?" Wang Fuyun said, sounding somewhat stiff. But Zhang Tai did not pick up on it. She curiously showcased her identity. "Oh." The second confrontation between Zhang Tai and Huang in Sheo did not drag on for long. Early the next morning, around 6 o'clock, Huang in Sheo led a surprise attack. Zhang Tai seemed caught off guard and hurriedly prepared to respond. The two sides fought back and forth again, and from these two skirmishes, it seemed impossible to determine a true victor. After another 4 or 5 hours of fighting, both sides showed signs of fatigue. 2 consecutive days of high-intensity conflict were unbearable for anyone. However, both sides were holding their breath, unwilling to be the first to retreat. At that moment, Zhang Tai made a mistake. In normal circumstances, this would not have mattered, but on a battlefield where weapons clashed, even a tiny error could turn the tide. Huang in Sheo, a seasoned warrior with years of combat experience, had always been cautious and meticulous. After enduring for so many years and nearing victory, seeing such a significant flaw in the opposing side made it impossible for her not to feel excited and thrilled. In that instant, she lost too much rationality and recklessly began to exploit that flaw to attack. Zhang Tai's side was forced to retreat step by step, seemingly unable to resist. In a hurry, they fired a signal flare to retreat to safety. But how could Huang in Sheo easily let go of the opportunity right in front of her, allowing the opponent a chance to regroup? Thus, they pressed forward, determined to corner them and capture them all. To leave no room for retreat, Huang in Sheo made a bold decision, encircling Zhang Tai's soldiers. However, at that moment, her encirclement was breached. Zhang Tai's people broke through with unstoppable momentum, launching an attack directly at her in the inner circle. 168. Zhang Lu's request, Wang Fuyun couldn't articulate the feeling of piercing the blade into Huang in Sheo's heart with her own hands. The meaning was complex, so complex that after decades of studying words and reading books, she couldn't find even 1 or 2 suitable adjectives to describe that feeling at the moment. In short, it was neither easy nor pleasant. Ever since she learned that Huang in Sheo also harbored rebellious intentions, Wang Fuyun had imagined many times in her mind what the scene would look like when they confronted each other directly. Perhaps they would spread their wings, transform into claws, and fight in the most primitive way of the insect race for dozens or even hundreds of rounds. Perhaps she would be covered in wounds and then defeat her opponent with a slight advantage, or maybe her righteousness would not be able to punish the other's evil. But she never expected that she would use such a method, so effortless and seemingly painless, that the opponent hadn't even had time to spread her wings before her cold blade pierced into the opponent's hot, beating heart, instantly draining all her vitality. After witnessing their commander being killed, the soldiers became headless chickens, unable to maintain their composure, and fled in all directions. Only the soldiers from Zhang Tai's side remained on the battlefield, along with Wang Fuyun and the dying Huang and Xiao. You all go back first. Report to her about today's battle. I want to talk to her one last time. After all, we have worked together for so many years. Wang Fuyun waved her hand to them, and the soldiers returned in an orderly manner. Once there were no other people around, Wang Fuyun sat directly on the ground. Huang and Xiao lay on the ground in a very awkward posture. She might have wanted to speak, but the knife that pierced her heart robbed her of that ability. Huang and Xiao, facing you in this way is something I never anticipated. At this point, Wang Fuyun smiled self-deprecatingly. I mean, defeating you on the battlefield in such a manner. I always thought we got along quite well. You were a very good person. Wang Fuyun sighed. Sometimes I really don't understand what is so good about money, power, and status that makes you willing to pay such a great price to obtain it. Isn't it better to live a peaceful, smooth, happy, and joyful life? You don't understand. Huang and Xiao replied with great difficulty, her voice very faint, each word causing her to cough up a mouthful of blood. Perhaps I really don't understand. I'm not someone with great ambitions. Almost 100 years of life have been spent trying to do one good thing, to be a good person, but even that is very difficult for me. Wang Fuyun lowered her head, looking at the increasingly weak Huang and Xiao, her eyes vacant, not knowing what she was recalling. Huang and Xiao, if my blessing is of any use, then I hope in your next life you can become an ordinary person without worries about food and clothing, with a happy and fulfilling family, living a simple life with the person you love. Too much desire and ambition is sometimes not a good thing. Huang and Xiao struggled to open her mouth, as if wanting to say something, but speaking was already very difficult for her. After hesitating for a few seconds, Wang Fuyun leaned down to listen to her. She heard Huang and Xiao say, "Bury me and Lu Yintiao together, please. General Wang, I want to see Jie Qingqiu, please." Zhang Lu's voice was very low as he began to kneel. He was already very weak. His face no longer had the previous arrogance and willfulness. He looked like a piece of crumpled paper that could be blown apart by a stronger wind. Wang Fuyun was startled by his sudden action. "Young Master Zhang, please don't do this. I can't bear it. Besides, Jie Qingqiu is already dead. I have no way to take you to see her." Hearing her say this, Zhang Lu suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. "General Wang, I heard it. I heard it. Last time you were in contact with Deputy Officer O. Jie Qingqiu must not be dead." Wang Fuyun was stunned, unsure how to respond to him. "I don't want anything. I want to do anything. I am already a dying person. I just want to see her one last time, even if just for a moment." He heavily bowed his head to Wang Fuyun, tears streaming down his face. "Please grant me this. Young Master Zhang, please don't do this, your mother." However, Wang Fuyun's words were abruptly interrupted by Zhang Lu. "She is not my mother. She is a demon wearing my mother's skin. She doesn't deserve to be my mother." Saying this, he recklessly pulled open his collar, revealing the dense bruises on his neck and shoulders. "General Wang, a mother wouldn't treat her child like this, right?" As he spoke, tears fell down his face. Wang Fuyun was shocked by the scene before her. At that moment, she truly didn't know what to say. Indeed, no mother would treat her child like this. But Zhang Tai was ambitious, notorious, and had committed numerous evil deeds. She wasn't worthy of being called a mother. Zhang Lu thought it was Wang Fuyun's reluctance, biting his lower lip as if he had made up his mind. "I'll help you kill Zhang Tai, and you take me to see Jie Qingqiu. Okay? I'll help you kill her," he said again with determination. After saying this, he stood up and resolutely left. At that time, Wang Fuyun still didn't believe in his determination, or rather, she didn't believe he had such great ability, so she didn't take it to heart. Until the next night, Zhang Lu came to find her again, but this time he was completely naked, just draped in a bedsheet, and his whole body was covered in the rusty smell of blood. His eyes held a kind of indescribable madness as he once again firmly said to Wang Fuyun, "I've done it. Take me away quickly." Wang Fuyun's instinctive reaction was disbelief, but just as she was about to ask something, the entire palace erupted in chaos. All the soldiers searching for something as if boiling in hot water. At that moment, Wang Fuyun was stunned and unable to think, taking Zhang Lu to a remote place. then spread her wings and flew with him in a certain direction. They flew hurriedly in the vast night, both preoccupied with different thoughts, so naturally. They didn't notice a shadow following them at a distance. 169. The young master slave. When Zhang Lu saw Jie Qingqiu again, he couldn't quite describe his feelings. It was as if he felt a sense of relief, yet also a heart-wrenching pain. In a daze, he thought that the first few decades of his life felt like a grand dream. He had been willful, reckless, extravagant, enjoyed an unparalleled, luxurious life, attracted countless gazes, once drowned in love, acted smartly for the one he loved, and used unscrupulous means. In the end, all that fragile splendor was shattered, and he bore the consequences of his actions. Now he had personally reaped everything, winding and twisting, and after seeing this person who made his heart flutter again, he actually felt a bittersweet urge to cry. He couldn't walk anymore. After taking just a couple of steps toward Jie Qingqiu, he collapsed to his knees. The sheet draped over him, falling away slightly, exposing the unsightly dirty marks. But he didn't want to hide anymore, even though Wang Fuyun and Officer O were right there. The proud and arrogant person was him. And now the one who was filthy and in a mess was also him. At the last moment of his life, there was no longer any need for disguise. He struggled to get up and then looked up at the person he had loved for some years. Qingqiu. After saying this, he began to spit blood from his mouth. But he still refused to give up. After such a long time apart, he had too much to say, too much he wanted to express. Sorry. After thinking it over, he decided to say this first. Actually, everything between us was arranged by me, all arranged by me. After he said this, he slumped down to the ground, no longer having the strength to support his upper body, and simply lay there in this awkward position, looking at the person he loved. I know, you won't believe what I'm saying, nor will you accept it, but that's okay. He extended his tongue to lick his somewhat dry lips, tasting the nauseating metallic flavor of blood. Actually, I've always been provoking by G. I've secretly played some tricks behind the scenes. We never really had anything happen before. That was just a lie I fabricated. The one who entered your room that night was him, not me. When he confessed, he still felt sad. It was equivalent to handing over his lover to someone else, but he deserved it because he was the one who was wrong. The father of the bug eggs you're carrying is also him, not me. When he said this, he spat out another mouthful of blood, and tears from his eyes couldn't be stopped. Qingqiu, we've never had anything. At this moment, he cried out in pain, and everyone realized that he had a deep wound on his abdomen, previously covered by the blanket, as if it had been pierced by the claws of a female insect. He was exhausted and sighed, finally taking a deep, forceful look at Jie Qingqiu, as if he wanted to engrave her image into his very bones. I did wrong in these matters. I know I was wrong. But Qingqiu, I truly love you, and I don't regret loving you. Saying this, he gave a self-deprecating smile. It was just that the method was wrong. One misstep led to everything being wrong. It seemed he wanted to say something more, but it felt like all the words had been said, and in the end, he lay on the ground, silently stopping his breath. Jie Qingqiu's feelings were equally complicated. She wasn't any lighter than anyone else, even after knowing the truth. She sighed and stepped forward to tightly wrap Zhang Lu in the blanket. However, before she could finish her reflection, someone suddenly charged out from the shadows, spreading their wings, and their claws seemed poised to take her life directly. Jie Qingqiu reacted quickly, rolling forward in an instant, and then manifested her own claws, attacking the person who was coming at her again. Only after a while did she realize it was Su Zhu. In the midst of the fight, she quickly caught hold of the opponent's wings and mercilessly broke them at the root. Unexpectedly, even so, the opponent still had fighting capabilities. Adhering to the principle of a quick resolution, Jie Qingqiu directly thrust her claws into the opponent's chest and crushed their heart. There were always unexpected elements in situations. She truly did not expect that at the moment the heart was crushed, a timer countdown sound would ring out from the opponent's body. It was a time bomb. Damn, this is crazy. Is it really necessary to go this far? She said, carrying this cornered villain, and began to fly away to a distant place. After flying for a while, when she intended to return, the bomb had already exploded, and Jie Qingqiu was thrown to the ground by the shockwave, her head hitting a rock hard, and then she lost consciousness. On a sunny afternoon, after enduring a harsh winter filled with heavy snow. The starry skies finally welcomed their spring. Bai Jie was sitting by a lake in the manor, reading a book, enjoying his leisurely afternoon tea time, and he also brought out the bug eggs that were soaking in the nurturing chamber. Officer O somehow managed to contact him and told him the truth about some matters. He had no issues with Officer O himself, so he didn't completely doubt her words. After his mindset changed a bit, he held different feelings toward the bug egg. As he flipped the book to a certain page, he suddenly heard Chun E's voice. "Young master, guests have arrived." Bai Jie immediately closed his book and shifted his gaze to the path leading to the lake. Soon, two figures appeared, Jie Qingqiu and Officer O. "They've arrived?" He smiled and then said to both of them, "You came quite fast." Officer O stood aside, silent, leaving the main stage to Jie Qingqiu and Bai Jie. The two silently stared at each other for a while, and Jie Qingqiu spoke first. "I heard you know me, so who am I? And who are you?" Bai Jie smiled and looked at her for a few seconds, then said, "Your name is Qing He. You are my little slave." "I am Bai Jie, your young master."